Global evolution, the apocalypse descends. Jing Xia was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, navigating through life with ease and fortune. Having experienced 3 ferocious beast-tide battles and vanquished S-class mutants, she never anticipated that her life would ultimately be extinguished by the hands of her own younger brother. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself unexpectedly returned to the time before the apocalypse. What? You possess a spatial golden finger? Ha ha! I wield an invincible humanoid weapon. A certain humanoid weapon. Chapter 1. Kala. With a sudden sound, the sturdy wooden door was forcefully pulled open. In the next moment, a shadow cloaked in black swiftly darted out through the doorway. The hurried footsteps echoed loudly on the corridor floor, reverberating like thunder in the tranquil abode, shattering the serene atmosphere. It was as if she was expending every ounce of strength to flee. Jing Xia raced down the stairs without a glance back, charging towards the front door. Young master! Upon hearing this voice, her right hand, which had nearly grasped the metal doorknob, abruptly froze. Jing Xia slowly turned around. Incredulity etched across her face as she gazed upon the elderly man who had called out to her. Sunlight, warm and radiant, poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the minuscule dust particles suspended in the air. Though his face was etched with wrinkles, the old man stood tall, smiling benevolently as he remarked, "Young master, you are already in your 20s. Why do you still rush out so recklessly? Did not someone come last week to advise everyone to stay indoors during this time?" Listening to the concerned and caring tone, a fleeting moment of surprise and astonishment was soon followed by a gentle mist of tears that gradually enveloped Jing Xia's eyes. Her vision blurred increasingly until, at last, she could only feel the warmth of liquid cascading from the corners of her eyes and the frantic beating of her heart within her chest. Steward Wang. Observing him grow from an oblivious child into the man he is today, Steward Wang had always seemed to Jing Xia, during her childhood, a formidable figure leaning upon a cane, stern and imposing. However, at some point, she had come to regard this kind and gentle Steward Wang as her own grandfather. She had once contemplated that when Steward Wang grew old in a few years, she would ensure he lived comfortably, allowing the childless steward to enjoy his twilight years. Yet, all of this was irrevocably shattered by what was termed an anomalous solar activity. It was during this summer, unbeknownst to anyone, that all radio signals across the globe abruptly ceased. The internet vanished, mobile signals were obstructed, and even non-communicative electromagnetic waves completely disappeared from every household. The world was plunged into a state of panic. No one knew how those countries across the ocean were managing, for even communication between cities relied solely on the most primitive human effort. Carrier pigeons had long been obsolete in modern society, and even if they existed, they could not serve as tools for interregional communication. This was due to magnetic field disturbances. These were the revelations Jing Xia would come to understand in the true apocalypse, while, at present, everyone believed they were merely facing an unexpected solar anomaly. This was not merely the public's perception. It was the information disseminated by the government of Huaxia, who, in the wake of the upheaval, dispatched personnel to disperse crowds on the streets. It must be said that under the explanations provided by the so-called experts, people reluctantly returned to their homes to avoid direct sunlight, anxiously awaiting the brief solar activity to conclude. However, when the first person began to cough up blood within the building, many could no longer contain their alarm. The emergence of the first fatality was merely the culmination of mounting tension, but as the second, third, and fourth victims appeared, cascading like a domino effect, the populace could no longer remain calm. Contemplating this, Jing Xia suddenly clenched her fists, a sharp pain piercing her heart. It was during the onset of this mutation that Steward Wang, alongside countless other victims, had perished. It was only when she witnessed this beloved elder close his eyes before her that she truly comprehended the gravity of the apocalypse's arrival. "Young master, why are you in tears?" Observing the tears glistening at the corners of the young man's eyes, Butler Wang promptly approached him, offering words of comfort. "Do not worry. Although others have departed, I remain here to accompany you. The master is currently on a business trip in S City, and he will return once this incident is resolved." Listening to Butler Wang's anxious and caring voice, Jing Xia clenched his teeth slowly. Suddenly, he raised his hand to wipe away the warm, moist liquid from his eyes, then grasped the elder's rough hand and declared, "Butler Wang, no, Grandfather Wang, I will take you with me." Having lost this elder for too long after the apocalypse, Jing Xia initially forgot about his existence altogether. Even after his rebirth, he was solely focused on finding Ji Chuancheng, neglecting other matters. Taken aback by Jing Xia's words, Butler Wang inquired, "Young master, didn't the higher-ups instruct us to remain indoors and avoid wandering in the sun? What are you?" "Trust me." The beautiful depths of his eyes shimmered with unwavering determination as Jing Xia earnestly gazed at the puzzled elder, leaving Butler Wong stunned in place. That gaze was a rare sharpness he had seldom encountered in decades. Among the young men he had seen, only Ji Chuancheng, the young master of the Ji family, who was close to the Jing family, possessed such a piercing stare. This was a stark contrast to the young master he had known. Gone were the arrogance and tyranny. It was as if the young master had awakened overnight, transforming from a raw gem in need of refinement into a radiant jade emitting a dazzling glow. All the sharp thorns that once adorned him had been retracted, and he was no longer the reckless Jing Xia of the past. "Grandfather Wong, please gather all the canned goods and long-lasting food in the house. I will retrieve the vehicle from the garage." Though his eyes were still tinged with redness, Jing Xia had regained his composure and began to issue commands methodically. "I recall there are several treasured long knives in my father's study. The safe's key is held only by you and my father. Could you fetch one for me?" Listening to Jing Xia's instructions, Butler Wong remained utterly baffled, asking, "Young master, why do you need a knife? Are we anticipating danger on this outing?" Jing Xia narrowed his eyes slightly and replied calmly, "We are going to find Ji Chuancheng." Butler Wong's confusion deepened. "Why seek out young Master Ji? I recall he is not currently in B City." Jing Xia shook his head and asserted, "He is here." After a brief pause, he added, "He is at the Ji residence." Butler Wong hesitated momentarily but chose not to press further. Instead, he nodded with a smile and began preparing the items Jing Xia had mentioned. This kind-hearted elder, having no children of his own, had long regarded the young master as his own grandson. As a diligent steward, he felt no need to question the reasons. He believed in and supported the decisions made by the young master. Jing Xia quietly observed Butler Wong's figure for a long while before suddenly turning around and heading towards the garage. Ji Chuancheng was one of his childhood companions. If asked who his best friend was in this life, Jing Xia would have previously named Ji Chuancheng and Wu Jiqing. However, everyone says that adversity is the truest measure of a person, and this adage proved to be true. He had grown up alongside Ji Chuancheng and Wu Jiqing. The Jing family had been engaged in commerce for generations, holding a significant position in B City's business world. In contrast, Ji Chuancheng hailed from a military lineage with a family legacy of generals. The Wu family, on the other hand, had emerged as a new force in B City's political arena over the past decade. During the apocalypse, Jing Xia initially escaped alongside Wu Jiqing and Su Weishang. However, it was only after being expelled from the group by Wu Jiqing that he realized the truth. Wu Jiqing was nothing short of a despicable coward. Having lived a life of privilege without many worries, he could once call Wu Jiqing his brother. Yet, when calamity truly struck, Wu Jiqing repeatedly chose the hypocritical and shameless Su Weishang, pushing him into the abyss. Su Weishang was Jing Xia's half-brother, born out of wedlock and never acknowledged by the Jing family. Wu Jiqing, fully aware that Su Weishang was the one person Jing Xia could never forgive, consistently acted in Su Weishang's favor, opposing Jing Xia at every turn during the apocalypse. Jing Xia could not forget the words Wu Jiqing had once said to him in their past life during the apocalypse. "Ah Jing, you mustn't always harbor prejudice against Xiao Shang. It was Xiao Shang's mother who was your father's mistress, who kidnapped you and caused your mother great distress. It had nothing to do with Xiao Shang. You shouldn't make things difficult for him because of your father's mistakes. You make it hard for me." He could hardly believe Wu Jiqing had the audacity to utter such words. Su Weishang's mother, Su Yilin, was Jing Xia's father's first love. Although Jing Xia's father married Jing Xia's mother due to a business alliance shortly after graduating and managing the company, having long since parted ways with Su Yilin, she relentlessly pursued him. At that time, Jing Xia's father, lacking resolve and still innocent, strayed and even fathered Su Weishang. Had the situation been different, Jing Xia might not have harbored such intense hatred for Su Weishang. Even when Su Yilin arranged for his kidnapping, nearly leading to his demise as a child, and causing his mother to succumb to her old illness due to the stress from Su Yilin's actions, these matters were not Su Weishang's fault, and thus did not warrant such deep animosity. However, Su Weishang was every bit as shameless as his mother. Cloaked in the guise of a pure and virtuous angel, he secretly opposed Jing Xia at every turn, his malicious intent evident. Even after reaching adulthood, he attempted to have Jing Xia assassinated, aiming to replicate his mother's treachery. In the early days of the apocalypse, he repeatedly placed Jing Xia in peril, culminating in the ultimate betrayal. The mere thought of the final moments, when his mind shattered and his brain seemed to explode, sent a shiver down Jing Xia's spine as he settled into the driver's seat, draining the color from his face. A sharp pain surged from his scalp, radiating through every cell in his body, rendering him momentarily powerless to control himself. During the cataclysmic beast tide that marked the end of the world, Su Weishang had somehow managed to draw his body toward him, resulting in a heart-wrenching agony and an all-consuming darkness. When Jing Xia opened his eyes, he found himself staring at the ceiling of his bedroom, which he had not seen in 2 years. The gentle sunlight streaming through the window remained untouched by death, devoid of the tension that had permeated the apocalypse, where everyone feared the next moment could be their last. In this serene environment, Jing Xia paused for a brief moment before resolutely deciding to seek out Ji Chuancheng without delay. He needed to find Ji Chuancheng as swiftly as possible and inform him of the impending apocalypse. As the youngest major in Huaxia, Ji Chuancheng was just returning to B City, having been promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Unfortunately, this transition was interrupted by the sudden onset of the apocalypse, which meant he remained a major throughout these turbulent times. With a thud, Butler Wang placed a large bag into the trunk of the car. He then opened the door, entered, and placed a small amount of food directly onto the back seat, smiling as he said, "Young master, I have gathered all the canned goods and compressed food from the house, along with a bit of drinking water. As for the long knife, I took the newest one. It feels just right." "Thank you, Grandfather Wang." Jing Xia nodded gently, and then he pressed down on the clutch and accelerator, driving out of the garage. Before long, the vehicle ascended onto the road, traversing the desolate path, and entered this forsaken and frigid city. The sun continued to shine as gently and warmly as it had for countless millennia, casting its cherished rays upon this beloved earth. The warm sunlight illuminated the long-dormant city, which appeared unchanged from the past, yet all believed that this fervent star had undergone a profound transformation. Jing Xia gripped the steering wheel with determination, biting down on his lower lip. It was not merely a case of unusual solar activity, but rather a global evolution. Chapter 2: The Blinding. Searing sunlight mercilessly scorched the earth, causing the asphalt road to soften and become sticky under the oppressive heat. From a distance, it appeared as though a pool of black water had been poured onto the smooth surface. Ever since that day of abrupt transformation, the once thriving city of B had lost all semblance of its former glory. No one dared to venture outside, and no one would expose themselves to the so-called abnormal sunlight, resulting in an unimaginable tranquility enveloping the streets. Only the cool breeze that swept between the buildings rustled through the scattered debris on the ground. Jing Xia drove along the main thoroughfare. The road had accumulated a thick layer of dust from days without cleaning, and each passing vehicle stirred up clouds of dirt. More chaotic evidence of neglect littered the roadway. Branches, poles, chairs, wooden sticks, and a variety of oddities carelessly discarded, with a few patches displaying dark red stains that hinted at past turmoil. "Young master, is this truly what the outside looks like?" exclaimed Butler Wang from the passenger seat, astonished. How could it be so disordered? That supermarket we just passed seemed, well, desperate for food. Jing Xia, his gaze fixed expressionlessly ahead, responded with a detached tone as the car headed east, the rising sun glaringly bright before him, causing him to squint. "Grandpa Wang, how long has it been since the order was issued to stay indoors?" "Approximately 4 weeks," he replied, seemingly indifferent to the erratic traffic lights at the intersection. Jing Xia turned the steering wheel and continued. "During such sweltering summer days, the shelf life of fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats is rather short. Consequently, the primary sustenance for people now consists of non-perishable foods. Moreover, with most electromagnetic waves having vanished, water and electricity supplies are completely cut off. So, tell me, in a scenario where one must evade the sunlight indoors while seeking resources, what should we eat?" Butler Wang paused, momentarily taken aback. Though nearing 60, he had served the Jing family for many years, and his faculties remained sharp. After some contemplation, the sprightly elder replied, "Instant products would be best. As for water, we can only rely on purified water." Jing Xia nodded in agreement. Precisely. In the initial stages of the transformation, the government certainly downplayed the severity and duration of the incident to placate the public. Thus, the average household would only stockpile a modest amount of food at the outset. But to sustain a family of 3 for nearly a month? I doubt many had the foresight for that. Upon hearing this, Butler Wang nodded sagely. "Indeed. Now, Grandpa Wang, I trust you comprehend the implications," Jing Xia stated, and the elder quickly grasped the meaning behind his words. He fell silent, lowering his gaze. Having once forged a path alongside the late Master Jing, he understood the gravity of the situation. The disarray witnessed on the streets resembled the aftermath of a brutal conflict, and it was evident that fierce struggles had transpired not long ago. However, what astonished him was Jing Xia's calm and composed analysis of the circumstances. At merely 24 years of age and having recently joined the company, the young man appeared to have matured overnight, capable of articulating his thoughts with clarity and no longer impulsively reacting to trivial matters. He even recalled just yesterday when Jing Xia had angrily thrown a can out of the window, vowing never to consume instant food again. What had brought about this change in him and what had transpired? Sensing Butler Wang's unwavering gaze upon him, Jing Xia turned his head and, with a faint smile gracing his lips, remarked, "It is indeed quite a distance to the Ji family. But fortunately, Ji Chuancheng should not be at the military compound, making it somewhat closer. If you feel fatigued, Grandpa Wang, feel free to rest for a while." Butler Wang nodded, offering a few more pieces of advice before allowing himself to doze off. Jing Xia feigned indifference, keeping his eyes trained on the road ahead, though his peripheral vision discreetly monitored the elder. Once he noticed Butler Wang's breathing had steadied, he averted his gaze. Furrowing his brow slightly, Jing Xia sighed inwardly. His current transformation was likely a stark contrast to his former self, yet he lacked the time and energy to maintain a facade. In a world where death could strike at any moment, he had to seize every second to locate Ji Chuancheng and inform him of the impending events, to prepare the man who would emerge as a leader among the remnants of humanity during the forthcoming beast tides. As for Grandpa Wang, his advanced age meant that knowing these truths would only bring him unnecessary worry without a means to act. Thus, the immediate priority was to find Ji Chuancheng. The silver sedan sped down the deserted streets, with only this solitary vehicle traversing the lifeless thoroughfare, a stark contrast to the stillness surrounding it. Even those hiding behind thick curtains in their homes, glancing at the car as it zoomed past, would only mutter, seeking death. Indeed, in a time when everyone believed that sunlight was the most fearsome weapon, Jing Xia's actions were undeniably tantamount to courting danger. However, they failed to notice the peculiar transformations that had occurred along the greenbelts flanking the road during the past month. There was no discernible pattern. Some lawns and trees remained lush and verdant, while others had withered and turned yellow. This scene was bizarre. Even within the same flower bed, certain blooms thrived while others languished, with some exhibiting no change at all. Life was silently undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Within the spacious cabin, only the faint sound of Butler Wang's breathing punctuated the air as Jing Xia, with a solemn expression, gripped the steering wheel, once again running a red light. The car surged forward at remarkable speed, unimpeded, allowing them to traverse a significant portion of B City in just over an hour, arriving at a secluded villa. The dense leaves of the maple trees obscured the ornate iron gate, and unlike the dilapidated state of the Jing residence, this property appeared remarkably clean, with little debris or fallen leaves, save for the occasional yellowed leaf that only accentuated the neatness of the road. This was a private residence that Ji Chuancheng had purchased through his own efforts after reaching adulthood. Due to his prolonged military service away from B City, the house had often served as a retreat for Jing Xia. It occupied a vast expanse, nestled in tranquility, separated from other nearby homes by at least 200 meters, an exceedingly rare find in the suburbs of B City. Jing Xia lingered for a moment on the impeccably clean entrance before stepping out of the car with Butler Wang, boldly basking in the scorching summer sunlight as he approached and knocked on the door. With the widespread disappearance of electromagnetic waves, the visual intercom on the wall to the right of the gate had become nothing but a decorative fixture. As Jing Xia rapped on the central black iron ring, he raised his voice, calling out, "Ji Chuancheng, Ji Chuancheng, Ji Chuancheng, come out quickly. I know you're inside." His elevated tone echoed in the stillness, sharply resonating in the quiet environment. When he received no response from within, not even a sign of the door opening, Jing Xia furrowed his brow, preparing to call out again when Butler Wang interjected, "Young master, Ji Chuancheng is likely still at the military base." Jing Xia turned his head, asserting, "He has truly returned." Just as he uttered those words, he knocked forcefully on the iron gate once more, shouting, "Ji Chuancheng, hurry and open the door." His voice trailed off abruptly as his gaze fell upon a man who was approaching him, having opened the door. Jing Xia stood frozen in astonishment. Perhaps it is due to the sweltering heat, as the scorching sun scorches the earth. Even Jing Xia finds it difficult to endure the oppressive warmth, while Ji Chuancheng dons nothing but a simple tank top. The snug black tank clings to his shoulder blades, revealing not the bulging muscles of a bodybuilder, but rather a layer of slender, taut muscle that lies beneath the skin, subtle and unassuming. His slightly longer black hair, dampened by sweat, has coalesced into disheveled strands, which he is currently sweeping back behind his head, exposing his full forehead. Beads of perspiration adorn his brow, suggesting he has just emerged from a grueling training session. With a handsome visage and an air of indifference, he strides gracefully towards the gate, his long legs moving with an elegance that resembles a leisurely stroll, though his pace is swift enough to reach the entrance in mere seconds. Ji Chuancheng stands expressionless before the iron gate, casting a cold, silent glance over Jing Xia, before inquiring, "What brings you here?" As he speaks, he glances back at the sleek silver car, his brows knitting together in concern. "Coming all this way at such a time, are you seeking death? Speak plainly. Open the door for me." Upon hearing the admonishing tone, Jing Xia, who had initially exuded bravado, instantly wilted. He swallowed hard and deftly shifted the topic. "Were you training just now? I called for you for quite a while." Despite maintaining his usual calm demeanor, Ji Chuancheng nonetheless pulled the gate open, allowing Jing Xia and Butler Wang to enter. He bowed his head politely to Butler Wang, then turned his gaze coldly towards the young man who was awkwardly ruffling his hair and chuckling nervously. "How did you know I was back in B City?" Faced with the handsome yet aloof man, Jing Xia found his prepared speech unraveling completely, akin to a punctured balloon. All he could manage was a feeble chuckle. "I was just, concerned about you, so I knew you were back as soon as you arrived." A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Ji Chuancheng's deep-set eyes as he fell silent for a moment, then raised his gaze to inquire, "I've been back in B City for a month. Why have you only come to see me now?" After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brows slightly, his fingers tightening ever so slightly, yet he chose not to respond. As time passed, he let out a sigh from his throat, swept his sweat-drenched hair back once more, and said, "Enough of making excuses. Let us go inside." His tone was calm and collected, seemingly no different from usual, yet it carried an undercurrent of bitterness. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia discarded the excuses he had been mulling over. He remained oblivious to the subtle anomaly in Ji Chuancheng's words and instead smiled. "All right, let us go in. I happen to have something to tell you." With that, Jing Xia followed closely behind Ji Chuancheng into the house. At Ji Chuancheng's insistence, Butler Wang reluctantly relinquished the items he was carrying to the tall, athletic man, before trailing behind his young master into the interior. Under the glaring sunlight, Butler Wang squinted as he observed the figure clad in a fitted tank top. With long legs and a steady gait, he towered half a head above his master. Ji Chuancheng had always been the most sought-after golden son-in-law among the elite of B City, yet as he approached 30, no marriage news had surfaced. Upon this realization, Butler Wang faltered momentarily. The seasoned elder quickly replayed Ji Chuancheng's profound and tranquil gaze in his mind, but in an instant, he brushed the thought aside. Perhaps the old man was simply overthinking things. Chapter 3. The entire house is predominantly designed in an ultra-minimalist postmodern style, characterized by vast expanses of white space and minimal decoration. It mirrors Ji Chuancheng's persona. As Jing Xia stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a chill that made him shiver involuntarily. Ji Chuancheng effortlessly placed the assorted bags beside the fabric sofa in the living room. The moment Jing Xia entered, still catching his breath, his gaze froze upon a woman seated on the back of the sofa, who greeted him with a smile. Well, little rascal, it's been a while." His eyes widened in astonishment. Jing Xia stood frozen, staring at the radiant and beautiful woman. Her thick golden hair was pulled back into a loose bun, with the ends cascading casually over her fair shoulders, forming the most alluring waves. Even amidst this chaotic moment, her makeup was exquisitely done, and her plump lips were painted the most vibrant red. Jing Xia exclaimed, "Qin, Sister Qin, what are you doing here?" Hearing the young man's surprised outburst, Qin Chu smiled charmingly, gently pushing herself off the back of the sofa. Striding towards Jing Xia in her 10 centimeters golden stiletto heels, the sophisticated woman approached him, first offering a warm smile, then without hesitation, pinched his delicate skin. "Sister Qin." After a couple of satisfied squeezes, Qin Chu released him, saying, "What is this? Just because you're allowed to see the young master I can't come visit? You looked so shocked just now. Do you want me to leave?" Though Qin Chu was not young, being 2 years older than Ji Chuancheng, she had grown up alongside both Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia. Her father had been the personal physician of General Ji, and the Qin family had long been known for their lineage of military doctors. Naturally, Qin Chu followed in her father's footsteps, excelling as a military doctor. After her father passed away from illness when she was 5, Qin Chu was adopted by General Ji, growing up in the Ji household. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jing Xia lowered his head and murmured, "Not at all. You can come to see the young master whenever you like. I didn't stop you." Qin Chu couldn't help but smile, raising her right hand adorned with crimson nail polish, ready to give this little rascal another lesson. However, just as her hand was halfway up, it was suddenly seized. She turned in confusion to find Ji Chuancheng. His phoenix eyes narrowed, his expression indifferent as he said, "All right, enough of the antics. I need to speak with Jing Xia in the study upstairs." Upon hearing this, Qin Chu blinked in resignation. She was accustomed to obeying Ji Chuancheng's wishes, so she reluctantly let Jing Xia off the hook. Meanwhile, Jing Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply and followed Ji Chuancheng up the spiral staircase to the second floor. As the thick, smooth redwood door slammed shut behind Jing Xia, he listened to the crisp sound of the lock clicking into place, fully relaxing at last. Ji Chuancheng walked directly to the small chestnut leather sofa by the window and sat down, then looked up to ask, "What is it you wish to tell me?" Only then did Jing Xia draw his gaze away from the spacious study and step over to sit across from Ji Chuancheng in the single sofa. The study was expansive, yet furnished with only the most basic office supplies. The dark wood bookshelves were lined with an array of books, predominantly foreign literature, which did not align with Jing Xia's interests. Watching Ji Chuancheng pour himself a cup of clear tea from the low table, he sighed and said, "Chuan, I'm uncertain how to broach this subject, but I believe that the most trustworthy person with the capability to help me at this moment is you." Upon hearing the word trust, Ji Chuancheng's hand trembled slightly, causing a splash of emerald tea to spill over the edge of the cup, though he quickly steadied himself. He pushed the antique porcelain teacup towards Jing Xia with his index finger, raising his eyes to gaze earnestly at him. "It seems to be a matter of great significance. If you wish to share, I can guarantee complete confidentiality. If you prefer not to speak, I also vow that I haven't heard a thing. What if I were to say that this matter concerns the 70 billion inhabitants of the earth?" Ji Chuancheng was momentarily taken aback, then without the slightest hesitation replied, "I believe you." A warm current suddenly surged from Jing Xia's chest, gradually spreading through his veins. As this realization permeated his eardrum and reached his central nervous system, the deep-seated fears, anxieties, and chill that had lingered within him since the moment he opened his eyes to this world finally dissipated entirely. Indeed, throughout his life, as long as Ji Chuancheng was present, he never had to worry about anything. Jing Xia's lips curled into a slight smile, and his previously tense body relaxed in an instant. His beautifully almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth as he inquired, "Chuan, do you truly believe this sudden mutation is merely a result of abnormal solar activities?" Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow at this, retorting, "What do you believe it is then?" "I do not know," Jing Xia replied. Ji Chuancheng continued, "The mutation immediately severed the majority of electromagnetic wave interactions, rendering most advanced equipment inoperative. Communication devices have completely collapsed, and humanity has essentially lost its means of communication. However," he paused, his voice suddenly lowering. Jing Xia, puzzled, raised his head to discern what was amiss, only to find Ji Chuancheng gazing at him with an unusual expression, as if contemplating something significant. Just as he was about to inquire, Ji Chuancheng spoke again. "At this juncture, I can tell you directly. The most advanced intelligence system of the top-tier restricted units in Huaxia detected the last aerial messages indicating the solar activity has exhibited bizarre phenomena. This is irrefutable. If you merely wish to hypothesize about the cause of the mutation, perhaps the truth lies elsewhere, but the government's explanation remains the most plausible one we currently possess." "Chuan, I have been reborn." While pouring himself a cup of tea, Ji Chuancheng, taken aback by this revelation, nearly spilled the liquid, causing a few drops of pale green tea to splatter onto his fingers. Fortunately, the tea was not hot, so no harm was done. His sharp phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he abruptly raised his gaze, the chill in his stare piercing through Jing Xia. That icy gaze was unlike anything Jing Xia had ever felt before. It was as though, amidst the sweltering summer, he had been plunged into the depths of winter, needles of cold pricking at his bones, engulfing his heart in an icy grip. His first instinct was to think, could he have placed his trust in the wrong person? Yet, in the next moment he dismissed that thought. Ji Chuancheng studied him for a long while, and then sighed, "You are indeed Jing Xia. Now, you may elucidate what you mean by rebirth." The intense scrutiny that felt as if it stripped Jing Xia bare finally shifted away, and he exhaled a breath of relief, only to realize that he had been sweating profusely without his awareness. Previously, it had been said that Ji Chuancheng was the most formidable and outstanding member of the younger generation in B City. Despite his youth, he exuded an aura of authority that rivaled many of the older generation. However, Jing Xia had never believed this. Although Ji Chuancheng possessed a somewhat cold demeanor and occasionally spoke with biting words, throughout their 2-decade-long friendship, Jing Xia had never sensed the frightening aura of a predator lurking behind him. Today, however, he finally grasped the truth. Quickly sipping water to steady himself, Jing Xia declared, "You should understand the superficial meaning without my explanation. What I wish to convey is that this is not a simple mutation, nor will it lead to the idyllic conclusion everyone imagines. In fact, certain lower life forms have already commenced their evolution. Listening intently, Ji Chuancheng's dark eyes deepened in hue, and he nodded silently, urging Jing Xia to continue. I believe you have noticed. For instance, the maple tree outside your door. It is withering at an alarming rate. Despite it being midsummer, its leaves are already yellowing, its trunk is dying, and its bark is wrinkled and peeling. This is one consequence of what I term evolution. Failure. Conversely, the majority of trees continue to grow normally, exhibiting minimal changes. We later referred to these as evolutionary castaways, those that have not attained the qualifications for evolution, thus rendering success or failure irrelevant. Oh, and by the way, that name was not mine. It was yours. Ji Chuancheng's fingers gripped the porcelain cup tightly, producing a faint hissing sound due to his excessive force. His finely arched brows knitted together, and the sunlight cascading from behind him illuminated his dark hair with a hint of gold, creating an ethereal aura. Just as Jing Xia prepared to sip his tea and continue, Ji Chuancheng abruptly interjected. There is another category that appears to have successfully evolved. If I am not mistaken, it transcends biological boundaries. Any entity, whether cellular or acellular, can attain evolution. The success rate is likely low, yet such indiscriminate evolution will undoubtedly yield catastrophic outcomes. Taken aback by Ji Chuancheng's analysis, Jing Xia instinctively blurted, "How do you know this?" In response, Ji Chuancheng's expression grew even more intricate as he probed. "I want to know if there will be evolved beings of intelligence beyond humanity." Suddenly confronted with this question, a chilling sensation pierced Jing Xia's heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. His expression turned somber, a weight of sorrow and helplessness that made Ji Chuancheng's pupils contract slightly. Then, the handsome young man gritted his teeth and uttered, "Yes, there will be. More than one." Chapter 4. No matter how scorching the sun, as it streamed through the thick double-glazed windows into the room, it transformed into a gentle warmth. As the sun gradually shifted, casting vibrant hues across the distant horizon, Jing Xia laid bare all that he knew. Due to his unwavering trust, he felt compelled to share everything he understood with this person. There were no ulterior motives. It was simply because he was Ji Chuancheng. With his usual icy demeanor remaining unchanged, Ji Chuancheng kept his gaze lowered, observing the surface of the antique wooden tea table without speaking. Once Jing Xia had finished recounting everything, he nervously swallowed, unsure of what to say next. He awkwardly looked down at the blue and white porcelain cup in his hands, where several emerald green buds spun in the clear tea, creating a persistent whirlpool. Witnessing this amusing sight, the heavy stone that had weighed on Jing Xia's heart finally lifted. Perhaps by sharing this secret, he no longer bore the burden alone, allowing even the smallest things to bring him joy. A gentle smile began to form at the corners of his lips as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by a deep, magnetic voice. "I finally wish to know, why did you experience rebirth?" The smile instantly faltered, and Jing Xia's eyes widened in shock, his throat tightening. The excruciating darkness and pain, along with Su Wei's triumphant laughter, suddenly flooded back into his mind, leaving him breathless. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and upon seeing the young man's pale countenance, Ji Chuancheng's gaze sharpened dangerously. The window bars obscured the sunlight, illuminating only their upper bodies. In the dim light beneath the shadow of the tea table, Ji Chuancheng's hands gradually tightened, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Finally regaining his composure, Jing Xia unexpectedly said, "Why do you want to know this?" During a war between humans and mutants, I accidentally fell victim to an S-class mutant with an ugly suction cup and a radiant white lotus atop its head, and thus, I was reborn. Don't concern yourself with that. It's unimportant. Ji Chuan's eyes were shrouded in a dark hue, his tone laced with skepticism. "A flower? Of course it's genuine." He abruptly rose from the sofa, arching an eyebrow in a flamboyant manner, and retorted to Jing Xia, "What? Do you still think I'm deceiving you?" Ji Chuan lifted his gaze. His deep, obsidian eyes fixated intently on the audacious and capricious youth before him, lingering for an extended moment. Just as Jing Xia felt he could no longer withstand the weight of the scrutiny, and was on the verge of confessing everything, Ji Chuan suddenly averted his gaze, murmuring softly, "No. All right, we've been conversing in the study for quite some time. Grandpa Wang and Sister Qin must be growing anxious downstairs." Jing Xia raised his right hand to tousle his hair, letting out a couple of dry chuckles from his throat. This parched laughter reverberated gently in the tranquil study before eventually dissipating entirely, while Ji Chuan, with his eyes cast downward, seemed lost in thought, entirely disregarding the idle youth before him. Despite the lack of reciprocation, Jing Xia felt no embarrassment. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him. He had no intention of divulging the matter concerning Su Weishang to Ji Chuan. Although this indifferent man consistently projected an air of apathy, after over 20 years of acquaintance, Jing Xia understood that Ji Chuan genuinely regarded him as a dear friend. He could even envision how Ji Chuan would maintain an impassive demeanor while executing a swift and merciful resolution for Su Weishang, yet he was resolute in keeping this knowledge from him. It was not solely because Su Weishang belonged to the Jing family, nor merely a family affair that could lead to complications. More importantly, Ji Chuan had far weightier matters on his mind. From the potential emergence of the deceased to the impending evolution of species and the dire specter of the ultimate race war, Ji Chuan's evolved abilities far surpassed his own, and he possessed the leadership qualities necessary to guide the evolved through several beast-tide wars, achieving rare victories for humanity. With such pressing concerns demanding his attention, Jing Xia had no desire for Su Weishang's trivialities to intrude upon Ji Chuan's thoughts. With a quiet sigh, Jing Xia clenched his teeth, and Su Weishang's seemingly gentle and harmless smile flickered back into his mind. It was precisely such feigned kindness that rendered one most vulnerable. Even though he was already aware of Su Weishang's true nature, he had still fallen into the trap laid out by the latter, ultimately left bewildered as to when the adversary's abilities had escalated to such a formidable level. Now, due to the pervasive fear that kept everyone indoors, even he was uncertain of Su Weishang's whereabouts. Yet, Jing Xia remained untroubled. As long as Su Weishang remained alive, he would inevitably appear in the human concentration camp. At that moment, it would be his turn to repay the profound and piercing pain inflicted upon him. Are my words truly so vexing? A calm, deep voice suddenly resounded in Jing Xia's ear, extinguishing the flames of anger that had just ignited within him. Confused, he glanced down to find Ji Chuan, his expression devoid of warmth, looking back at him with an impassive face before casting his gaze toward the plain white wall opposite them. Following Ji Chuan's line of sight, Jing Xia noticed ornate characters inscribed in gold adorning the wall, perfectly aligned with his own height. Instantly grasping Ji Chuan's implication, Jing Xia awkwardly cleared his throat twice, clumsily shifting the topic. I didn't realize you could write. You can't? Ji Chuan's tone was matter-of-fact. I can. So can I? As the esteemed young master finally decided to vacate the plush sofa, rising, striding toward the door, and descending the stairs, Jing Xia felt tears welling up in his eyes. Regardless of how many lifetimes he might be reborn, as long as he encountered this icy, sharp-tongued individual, he had never managed to gain the upper hand. Bullied in his youth by this very person, he now had to endure his veiled sarcasm and the chill of his presence. This life was simply unbearable. Internally raging, Jing Xia outwardly displayed only a hint of frustration. After all, he had become accustomed to this mode of interaction over the past 2 decades, thus developing a resilience that shielded him from being driven to tears as he had in his childhood. Upon descending the stairs, Jing Xia spotted Qin Chu seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Butler Wang. Both held steaming cups of tea, and as they spoke, laughter erupted between them. Qin Chu glanced up, her eyes lighting upon Ji Chuan and Jing Xia as they descended from the 2nd floor. She gently placed her white porcelain teacup on the glass coffee table and stood, only to be met by Ji Chuan's steady approach. Tonight we shall venture to the forbidden zone. The smile in her eyes abruptly stiffened, and Qin Chu widened her captivating gaze, incredulously asking, why? After a moment's pause, she quelled her surprise and continued, Young master, the forbidden zone is quite a distance from B City. Moreover, the current conditions outside are uncertain. It's somewhat perilous for us to go out. At her words, Ji Chuan's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of helpless sorrow crossed his handsome features before swiftly vanishing. He let out a soft sigh and replied, There may be trouble in the forbidden zone. The moment those words fell, the entire living room fell into a sudden hush. Butler Wang remained perplexed, entirely unaware of the implications behind their conversation, while Jing Xia stood in a fog, merely positioned behind Ji Chuan. He thought he had heard the term Forbidden Zone from Ji Chuan earlier, seemingly referring to China's most elite military force. Yet, he naturally understood little of the implications behind Ji Chuan's statement. Qin Chu, however, stared in shock and disbelief at the poised man before her. Her complexion paled, and soon fine beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead, her lips losing color despite the vibrant lipstick she wore. Though she constantly reassured herself that it was nearly impossible for such a formidable force as the Forbidden Zone to encounter trouble, she had unconditionally believed in the man standing before her since childhood. Even though he was 2 years her junior, he possessed an undeniable charisma. Yet, The abrupt revelation left her struggling to comprehend. How could this be possible? Young master, how could the forbidden zone suddenly be in jeopardy? Her voice trailed off as she glanced warily at Butler Wang and the back of Jing Xia, her expression hesitant as she grappled with how to proceed. Butler Wang, recognizing her hesitation, understood. I'm old. I wish to concern myself with nothing but to care for the young master and live peacefully. Seeing Qin Chu's doubtful gaze, Jing Xia felt a twinge of disappointment but recognized that the forbidden zone must be a monumental secret. He could only raise both hands in a gesture of surrender towards Qin Chu. But before he could speak, Ji Chuancheng's cold voice cut through the air. Even if nothing has occurred now, something will undoubtedly happen soon. Tonight we shall go to the forbidden zone. Qin Chu found herself at a loss for words. It was only when Qin Chu began to gather her belongings and Butler Wang departed for the car that Jing Xia turned to Ji Chuan. Confusion etched on his face as he inquired, Ah Chuan, how do you know that the forbidden zone military is bound to face trouble? I don't recall mentioning anything about them to you. Ji Chuan had already gathered his belongings, clad in a thin black shirt. At the horizon's edge, the setting sun slowly descended, casting its final, regal glow over the land it cherished most. The sunlight glimmered upon Ji Chuan's cufflinks, the sapphire orbs radiating a resplendent azure hue, reminiscent of a profound blue abyss. Ji Chuan lowered his gaze, briefly meeting Jing Xia's eyes, and replied, precisely because you did not mention them, they must be in trouble. Huh? What does that mean? The Forbidden Zone is currently China's most formidable armed force, a clandestine military entity that answers not only to the government but to the people as well. Thus, if indeed true when that final apocalypse descends, even if no individual undergoes evolution, they will undoubtedly stand at the forefront, shielding all from the onslaught of mutated beasts until the last one perishes. The voice was flat and devoid of fluctuation, as if merely recounting the most mundane of matters. However, to Jing Xia's ears, it resonated like the thunderous beat of war drums, an undeniable rhythm that could not be ignored. The fervor, seeping from the very depths of his veins, ignited an exhilarating fire within him. Jing Xia felt a dryness in his throat, and suddenly comprehended Ji Chuancheng's implication. Because this group of individuals had not appeared, it must mean they had already faced total annihilation prior to the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Jing Xia swallowed hard, and a conjecture blossomed in his mind. He inquired, Chuan, what is your status within the Forbidden Zone forces? This question hung in the air like an incantation, causing Ji Chuancheng's movements to freeze momentarily. He slowly lowered the HKP-7 pistol, resembling a silver specter of death, and turned to face Jing Xia. At that moment, the sun sank entirely beneath the endless mountain range, the man's tall and imposing figure casting a shadow that obscured all light. Yet, Jing Xia felt as though a glimmer of hope illuminated before him. Ji Chuancheng's back remained straight, his handsome and elegant visage still bore that same austere demeanor, yet it now radiated an undeniable aura of authority. Captain of Team A of the Huaxia Forbidden Zone Forces, Major Ji Chuancheng, codename X. Chapter 5. The sky was vast and tranquil, a shroud of darkness enveloping the earth in a heavy silence. Due to the power outage, the once vibrant and bustling city now resembled a ghost town, a desolate city devoid of life. Only occasionally did a faint candlelight flicker from a few windows of the buildings, quickly extinguishing. In this stillness, a silver-black Land Rover sped down the road, advancing swiftly southward. Externally, the vehicle appeared no different from ordinary ones. Yet an unusual bulge was evident on the roof. From the interior, one would discover an additional protruding metallic box affixed to the entire ceiling. Furthermore, faint glimmers of silver light flickered in various corners of the vehicle's interior, enhanced by the occasional moonlight filtering through, creating a dazzling effect. To conserve solar energy, the air conditioning was turned off. The cool, refreshing night breeze blew through the open window, tousling Jing Xia's hair. Seated in the specially modified super vehicle, he relished the wind and let out a satisfied hum, prompting a glance from the man at the wheel. In the back seat sat an elderly man with white hair and a strikingly beautiful woman, both of whom had succumbed to sleep, leaving only Ji Chuancheng at the wheel and Jing Xia in the passenger seat awake. You can rest for a while, came the deep, magnetic voice, softened to avoid disturbing the slumbering passengers. Jing Xia was taken aback by the remark, turning to look and smiling, if I sleep, you'll be left alone. What if you get tired and lose control? I won't tire, he replied. But the teasing smile faltered as he regarded Ji Chuancheng's chiseled profile. Jing Xia glanced at the sleeping Qin Chu and Butler Wang in the back seat, confirming their slumber before leaning closer to Ji Chuancheng's ear and lowering his voice. Why didn't you let me tell Sister Qin today? Or is it that you want me to keep everything a secret from everyone? As the vehicle exited the city limits, the view immediately expanded. The desolate road was devoid of pedestrians, and the moonlight penetrated the thin clouds, illuminating the vast land ahead. The warmth of Jing Xia's breath brushed against Ji Chuancheng's ear, yet he maintained his calm demeanor, quietly gazing forward. Just as Jing Xia contemplated that Ji Chuancheng might not respond, he suddenly heard a sigh. Qin Chu already knows what she needs to know, and I've reported some information that can be disclosed to the government through special channels, but much remains beyond their reach. Jing Xia was taken aback. If what you say is true, the future will develop into such a state that due to the unpredictable nature of evolution, no one can guarantee the talents acquired by the state. Moreover, since you mentioned that when evolution was nearly complete, the government apparatus had already collapsed and the military had not appeared. Exactly, Jing Xia interjected. When the first wave of beasts descended, nearly 1/3 of the population perished. Many of the evolution castaways died in that battle, and at that time there were no representatives from the government, nor any trained military presence. And afterwards they never materialized. Gripping the steering wheel, Ji Chuancheng's fingers tightened, and the depth of his dark gaze intensified. In the confined space of the vehicle, only the faint sound of breathing punctuated the oppressive silence. After a long moment, Ji Chuancheng pressed his lips together and stated, "If I'm not mistaken, the military must have been completely annihilated before the beast tide began, or suffered catastrophic losses." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Why? Evolution truly lacks selectivity. You have judged it this way in the past. It is impossible for it to target military personnel for any special consideration." As he spoke, even Jing Xia found himself puzzled. Wait, are you suggesting that this was not caused by external circumstances at all? A towering tree had completely fallen to the ground, occupying nearly 4/5 of the surface area. Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow as he maneuvered past the vehicle, casting a glance at the hollow section of the tree's roots, and remarked, "This tree must be at least 100 years old. Based on the degree of collapse at its center, its fall should have been caused by a failure of evolution. But why do the other trees along the roadside show no signs of abnormality?" At this, Jing Xia turned to look out the window. Beneath the cool, silvery moonlight, the roadside was lined with tall sycamore trees. Most of their leaves displayed an eerie deep red hue. Despite being in the height of summer, the trunks bore layers of white spots, appearing remarkably strange. Jing Xia suddenly understood. These trees had already undergone evolution. He then recalled that stout sycamore failed to evolve. Yet these seemingly ordinary ones appear to be evolving without issue. It seems Lin Shen's hypothesis might indeed be correct. The vehicle's tires suddenly skidded on the ground before stabilizing, causing the car to tremble slightly and eliciting a muffled grunt from Qin Chu in the backseat. Jing Xia turned in surprise to Ji Chuancheng, who, with one hand on the steering wheel, turned his head, a serious expression crossing his face as he asked, "Did you just mention Lin Shen?" "Yes, Lin Shen," Jing Xia replied matter-of-factly. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Oh, you wouldn't know. In my previous life, I didn't deliberately seek you out. So by the time we met, it was already after the second beast tide. I had initially joined Wu Jiqing's team, where Lin Shen was also a member. Although his abilities weren't particularly strong, he was quite astute." Noticing Ji Chuancheng's increasingly cold demeanor, Jing Xia inquired, "Hey, do you know him?" A complex expression crossed Ji Chuancheng's handsome face, and he quietly replied, "Yes. He is one of the regional heads of the Forbidden Zone forces in City B. So, Lin Shen holds such an identity. He truly concealed it well." Jing Xia mused, then unexpectedly received a cold, piercing glare, prompting him to raise his hands in surrender and say, all right, I won't ramble on anymore." Lin Shen once speculated that, in the face of this mysterious global evolution, individuals of different races did not follow a sequential order of evolution. However, among individuals of the same race, it was generally observed that those with the least potential were the ones to undergo evolution first, and they found it easier to complete the process. Conversely, as potential increased, the order of evolution was delayed, and the difficulty of the process intensified. For instance, if the first individual among humans to evolve were to appear, it would typically possess abilities below the human average and exhibit a lower likelihood of failure. At that time, Lin Shen's conjecture was merely a hypothesis without any empirical data to validate it, so it did not receive much attention. The crescent moon hung dimly in the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars, enveloped by a darkness that seemed poised to consume everything, mercilessly shrouding the earth. Ji Chuancheng pondered for a long while and remarked, "According to this hypothesis, individuals with greater potential are less likely to undergo evolution. Thus, it is conceivable that someone might have recognized this issue and sought to artificially accelerate human evolution. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chuancheng fell silent. Jing Xia, however, grew curious and could not help but ask, Chuan, what are you talking about? Ji Chuancheng responded with a blank expression. Nothing. After a brief pause, Jing Xia shot him a skeptical glance and replied, Do you think I would believe that? Yet, Ji Chuancheng appeared utterly unfazed by the piercing gaze of the youth. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he fixed his eyes ahead without a flicker of distraction and said, You need not concern yourself with this matter. You may want to contemplate whether, after you locate that S-class White Lotus mutation, you plan to boil it or braise it. After a moment's pause, catching a glimpse of Jing Xia's astonished expression, Ji Chuancheng continued in a nonchalant tone. Oh, by the way, it's an S-class White Lotus mutation adorned with unsightly suckers and crowned with a radiant halo. Under the hazy and cool night sky, Jing Xia scoffed and turned away, choosing not to spare another glance at the acerbic man, as if adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the aloof and graceful man had subtly curved his lips into an almost imperceptible smile, which he quickly concealed. A silver-black Land Rover glided smoothly along the nocturnal road, surrounded by expansive farmlands. The night wind was the most resonant sound in the vast wilderness, flowing through the car windows and dispelling the summer heat. The young man in the passenger seat had unknowingly drifted into a serene slumber, leaning comfortably against the soft seatback, emitting gentle breaths. A black, thin jacket suddenly draped over the youth, shielding him from the cool evening breeze. Delicate fingers gently tugged at the edge of the garment, ensuring that the exposed arms of the young man were entirely covered. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stirred, turning his back toward the driver's seat. The man, with one hand gripping the steering wheel, remained silent for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh and muttering softly to himself, An S-class mutated White Lotus? If you don't believe it, do you think I would? At this point, the furrowed brow of Ji Chuancheng, which had remained tightly knitted since leaving the villa, finally relaxed slightly. He glanced helplessly at the young man in the passenger seat before quickly averting his gaze. However, that fleeting glance caused the usually tightly pursed lips to curve upward ever so slightly, and he let out a soft chuckle. The night wind rustled, and the moonlight shimmered gently. Finally, a rising sun ascended from the distant eastern horizon, sweeping away the darkness that had enveloped the world and allowing light to return to the earth. Jing Xia stretched languidly and suddenly felt his limbs confined in the cramped space. Only then did he open his eyes, realizing where he was. All remnants of sleep dissipated, and he swiftly turned to inquire, Chuan, have we arrived? As his gaze fell upon the driver, Jing Xia's voice abruptly halted. Chapter 6. Ha! Sister Qin. Why is it you? Seated in the driver's seat was none other than a tall and beautiful woman. Qin Chu casually tied her long, wavy hair back with a hair tie, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while raising a finger to her vibrant red lips, signaling for silence. You little rascal. Keep your voice down. Master is still resting in the back seat. We've been driving for nearly 10 hours. Don't disturb his rest. Jing Xia promptly understood and closed his mouth, then turned to look toward the back seat. There lay the perpetually calm and indifferent man, eyes closed, reclining against the plush backrest, seemingly taking a short nap. His arms crossed over his chest. Even in repose, he appeared entirely prepared to face any unforeseen events. Young Master, shall I switch places with you? You can keep an eye on young Master Ji. The gentle voice of Butler Wang resonated. Jing Xia hesitated for a moment before agreeing. It was only after he exited the vehicle and switched seats with Butler Wang that he realized. Even if he took a seat in the back, Ji Chuancheng would still be resting, seemingly indifferent to his presence, making his watchful role unnecessary. Pouting slightly, Jing Xia let out a soft hum and turned to gaze out the window. Outside, a vast expanse of flat farmland stretched before him, the rich green hues blending seamlessly into the distant horizon, merging with the azure sky. Yet, the crops in these fields exhibited varying degrees of growth. Some reached astonishing heights, as if aspiring to become towering giants, while others had wilted and yellowed, forming vast patches of desolation. Many more appeared no different from the usual, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, creating a stunning, undulating sea of golden grains. Amidst the gaps in the leaves of the sycamore trees, radiant sunlight danced alongside an array of rice stalks, casting a delicate golden hue. Jing Xia was entranced by this magnificent sight, one he had never before encountered. The thriving life proudly sprouted tender shoots, while the already withered existence defiantly swayed its final remnants, and the resilient life, forsaken by its environment, bore no resentment. This expansive field of golden grains was truly a breathtaking spectacle. What are you thinking about? A low, sonorous male voice broke through the remnants of sleep in Jing Xia's mind. He turned to find Ji Chuancheng gazing at him, his body slightly angled toward him. Sunlight filtered through the car window, illuminating his handsome features, softening the usual sharpness of his countenance, rendering him far more gentle in appearance. I was contemplating that, in the future, we might not witness such beautiful scenery again. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng lifted his gaze to the dazzling view before them and replied, "In the future, we will see even more beautiful sights." Observing the youth's slightly forlorn expression, his deep-set eyes darkened a shade, and he abruptly shifted the conversation, awkwardly and stiffly stating, "You talked in your sleep last night." Jing Xia froze momentarily, the flicker of sorrow he had just begun to cultivate dissipating entirely. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "No way. When did I develop such a habit?" "Indeed, you have," Ji Chuancheng stated with unwavering certainty, without any hesitation. Jing Xia felt a jolt. After a brief pause, he cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror, confirming that Qin Chu and Butler Wang were not paying attention to the back seat. He then leaned closer to Ji Chuancheng, whispering, "What did I say?" Due to their proximity, Ji Chuancheng merely had to lower his gaze to see the youth's slender collarbone. In the sweltering heat, Jing Xia was dressed lightly, and from his perspective, in addition to the pale, slender shoulders, he could also discern a faintly protruding shape hidden in the shadows. Ji Chuancheng averted his gaze nonchalantly, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. "You said you were enjoying a roast whole lamb from Yongsheng residence, the meat tender and exquisite, with a crispy skin, and that you had to finish it all before I arrived." Qin Chu. "You little rascal, that truly aligns with your character." Jing Xia's complexion shifted from a deep blue to a rich purple, ultimately transforming into a fiery blaze that rendered his face akin to a scorched lobster. He turned to Ji Chuancheng, his expression fierce, and declared, "Chuan, you are utterly mistaken. How could I possibly dream of such things? I am not one to—" A hint of mockery laced Ji Chuancheng's voice as he interjected, "You are." His captivating peach blossom eyes widened suddenly, and as Jing Xia raised his fist, poised to strike this acerbic man beside him, the entire vehicle jolted violently. The national highway had been obstructed by evolved flora, forcing them to divert along a narrow country road. Steadily managing the steering wheel, Qin Chu remarked, "Oh, by the way, it might be a bit bumpy. Don't fall off, you little rascal." With no retort to Ji Chuancheng, Jing Xia found himself leaning against him. His hand pressed firmly against Ji Chuancheng's broad, warm chest, practically draping himself over him to leverage his weight against any movement from the other man. His right hand rested upon Ji Chuancheng's left breast, and through mere layers of fabric, Jing Xia could feel the heart within beating robustly and palpably. In that moment, rather than relinquish his position, Jing Xia appeared to find amusement in the situation. He settled fully on Ji Chuancheng, his right hand flat against the other's chest, occasionally prodding it, savoring the steady rhythm of the heartbeat. Gradually, the pace quickened, becoming increasingly frantic, as if it might leap from his chest altogether. "Is this entertaining?" Jing Xia nodded vigorously. Quite so. Then may I join in?" "Huh?" In the next instant, the world spun around them. Jing Xia stared, wide-eyed, at this familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him. Familiar was the strikingly handsome, aloof visage he had known for years. Unfamiliar were the dark, fathomless depths of Ji Chuancheng's eyes, brimming with a storm that Jing Xia could not comprehend, as though immense restraint barely contained it, constantly at risk of overflowing. Licking his parched lips, Jing Xia stammered, Chuan." Silence enveloped them as Ji Chuancheng's gaze lingered on Jing Xia's glistening lips for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting his attention, his expression remaining inscrutable as he regarded the youth constrained beneath him. "Chuan, I was merely jesting. No need to take it so seriously." Jing Xia swallowed hard, forcing a dry laugh. Before the two observers in the front seats could react, Ji Chuancheng, after a prolonged look, abruptly released Jing Xia and settled back into his seat. The deep black shirt remained impeccably smooth as he loosened his sapphire cufflinks, his gaze directed downward, no longer engaging with Jing Xia. Realizing that Ji Chuancheng was genuinely upset, Jing Xia leaned closer, attempting to placate him. "Chuan, are you truly angry? Come on. I only touched you twice. How about this? You touch me back, and we'll be even." The brilliance of the sapphire cufflinks sparkled under the sunlight as Ji Chuancheng focused intently on undoing them. "Chuan, please don't be like this. Remember when we bathed together as children? Now, over just a couple of touches, you get angry? Please don't. But as Butler Wang observed the scene of his young master behaving like a child, warmth filled his heart. The oppressive atmosphere of recent days began to lift. Apart from himself, the young master had only ever shown this side to Ji Chuancheng. Growing up in such a household, one was compelled to learn the art of social pretense to safeguard oneself. Yet, the young master was fortunate to have Ji Chuancheng, a childhood companion with whom he could shed his burdens and reveal his truest self. Ji Chuancheng, I've already apologized. What more do you want? It was merely a couple of touches. Come on, I'll let you touch me back. You know it was your heart racing that was so amusing. How is that my fault? You want to freeze me out with that icy demeanor. Seeing that his playful tactics were ineffective, Jing Xia boldly erupted. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Why must I endure this misfortune of having such a stubborn friend? Life has become unbearable. Idiot, be quiet. The sudden low response from Ji Chuancheng made Jing Xia chuckle. Leaning in once more, Chuan, are you no longer angry? Chuan. Chuan. The scorching sun finally ascended to the zenith of the sky, as a silver-black Range Rover glided smoothly along the deserted country road. The path was strewn with debris and refuse, even abandoned vehicles carelessly discarded along the way. This vehicle, having departed from the bustling B city, was en route to the western regions of Huaxia. Unbeknownst to Jing Xia, in the city they were gradually leaving behind, a delicate and beautiful youth was awakening, clutching a piece of jade as green as the finest emerald. The boy's expression was one of terror upon glimpsing the sunlight, a mask not quite concealing his fear until the man beside him anxiously inquired about his condition, prompting him to slowly smile, revealing a pure and charming grin. Ji Qing, I merely fainted accidentally. Nothing serious, so do not worry about me. Xiaoshang, you are too kind. This is rightfully yours. They have no reason. As he listened to the handsome man's voice, Su Wei Shang's smile blossomed even brighter. He nodded gently, blinking his doe-like, glistening eyes, coupled with a purplish bruise on his cheek, making him appear both pitiable and adorable. Yet, beneath that innocent exterior lurked a hidden malice, barely perceptible. Jing Xia, Su Wei Shang, have returned. My dear brother, all the disdain and discrimination of over 20 years shall be repaid in full. One day, I shall stand upon your head and show you that I, Su Wei Shang, am the true heir of the Jing family. Chapter 7. In B City, the relentless summer sun continued to scorch the earth, the asphalt roads appearing as if they might melt away, emitting waves of heat that distorted the air. Only the whistling wind pierced through the sweltering haze, stirring the litter strewn across what were once bustling streets, now devoid of life. Flanking the road were newly constructed upscale residential areas, their curtains drawn tightly to block the merciless rays of sunlight. Within one seemingly inconspicuous room, the wails of a little girl echoed. Cough cough. Come here, darling. Shall we have this tiny piece for lunch today? Cough cough, we must save a little. Daddy will be home soon. A young woman, pale and gaunt, crouched before her daughter, continuing, sweetheart, do not cry. Mommy is here, so there is no need to be afraid. Under her mother's soothing words, the little girl stifled her sobs and swallowed her tears. She picked up the minuscule biscuit from her mother's palm, tearfully eating it while exclaiming, Mommy, I'm so hungry. I want chocolate, I want chips, I want cake. I want to eat, I want to eat. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like golden pearls, unrestrained. All right, Mommy will definitely buy you some. Darling, just be good and don't cry. The gaunt woman forced a smile, continually comforting her weeping child. For 3 whole days, her husband had been away searching for food, and today she had given the last morsel in their home to her daughter. She had long resorted to eating paper, wood shavings, anything that could fill her belly, but she could not allow her young daughter to partake in such things. The sunlight outside was something her precious child must never touch, and leaving her alone at home was far too perilous. Her sole hope lay in the swift return of her husband, which would bestow upon her and her daughter a final glimmer of hope. If that day were to arrive too late, then the woman's gaze slowly lifted, resting upon the sharp knife embedded in the wooden utensils of the kitchen, its blade gleaming coldly. She lowered her eyes to her exposed arms, nearly devoid of fat and flesh after more than a month of deprivation. Yet at least there remained enough sustenance to fill her precious child's small belly for a time. A radiant smile broke across her lips, embodying the greatest kind of person in the world. One who, in moments of crisis, is willing to forsake their very life for the sake of love, even if it means traversing fire and water without hesitation. This is maternal love. Cough, cough, Her coughing grew increasingly violent, and suddenly, she found herself unable to suppress a fierce fit of coughing. Her chest heaved violently, gasping for breath but unable to find stability, as the relentless cough echoed through the silent house as if trying to hollow her out. Cough, wretch. A mouthful of dark red blood erupted from her lips, and she stared in horror at the stains of blood splattered across the floor, a trickle of fresh blood cascading from the corner of her mouth. She stood frozen, unable to move, engulfed by an overwhelming panic. "Mommy, there's blood. So much blood. Mommy, I'm so scared." The little girl rubbed her eyes and began to wail once more. Only upon hearing her daughter's cries did the woman snap back to reality. She suppressed the tumultuous pain in her abdomen, forcing a pale smile as she attempted to comfort her daughter. Yet, the agony felt like ants gnawing at her, spreading through every vein until it reached her brain. The excruciating pain prompting her to place her daughter safely on the sofa, fearing she might inadvertently harm her. Why, I haven't even touched sunlight. Why is this happening? Ah! Once the first mouthful of blood spewed forth, everything that followed seemed inevitable, as blood poured from the emaciated woman's mouth, radiating outward in an irregular shape, centered around her frail body. The child, transfixed, momentarily forgot her tears, staring blankly at the woman at the center of the blood pool, dumbly calling out, "Mommy?" The woman's body deteriorated at an observable rate, as if she were enduring indescribable torment, yet she still stretched out her hand, yearning to touch her daughter on the sofa. Everything was but a futile endeavor. It felt as though blood had been abruptly drawn from her body, and in her final moments, she gazed intently at her daughter, who sobbed uncontrollably on the sofa. Even the searing pain in her mind could not distract her. She was gone. What will happen to the child? On March 1, 2015, the first death from the disease appeared in City B. So, are we to trek up the mountain on foot now? Qin Chu retrieved a large pack from the trunk of the car, effortlessly slinging it onto her back before turning to Jing Xia. In truth, there has always been a path leading directly through, but as you know, we've taken such a winding route due to the continuous obstruction of plant evolution. Now, however, all roads have been blocked. At least we can't drive any further. With a raised eyebrow, Qin Chu added, "What's the matter, little rascal? Are you afraid you won't be able to climb?" Jing Xia emitted a cold snort from his throat, proudly declaring, "Ah Chuan has specially trained me for a week. This trivial matter won't hinder me." Qin Chu was taken aback. "When did young master train you for that?" Just as he nearly blurted out details about the Third Beast-Tide War, Jing Xia caught himself and swallowed the words. Ji Chuancheng had only informed Qin Chu about the issues of evolutionary mutations, never revealing the harsh realities humanity would face in the future. Noticing Jing Xia's hesitance to speak, Qin Chu smirked, her delicate almond eyes narrowing playfully. "Little rascal, do tell. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" Jing Xia frowned, struggling to concoct a reason, and just as he felt overwhelmed, Ji Chuancheng casually remarked, "It's a secret." This statement was a revelation, awakening Jing Xia to the truth. He beamed at Qin Chu, who could only shrug in resignation. The group took only the essentials before departing the vehicle, with Butler Wang also disembarking. Jing Xia suggested they first ensure the safety of Butler Wang before proceeding, to avoid any unforeseen incidents. However, the kindly old man vehemently opposed this, insisting on climbing the mountain together. According to Butler Wang, he was only around 60, in excellent spirits daily, and had decent stamina. Moreover, he was thoroughly content simply to walk alongside Jing Xia and share a few words. In such chaotic times, he had witnessed his young master grow into a robust pine tree, and with the company of Ji Xiao and Qin Chu, his life would be well spent, even if it led to death. Cough, cough. The dense foliage of the tree canopies obscured the entire path, with Ji Chuancheng leading the way and Jing Xia bringing up the rear, as the four of them cautiously advanced. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil, reminiscent of a recent heavy rain that had turned the earth over, exuding the essence of a primordial forest. "Grandpa Wang, are you all right?" Throughout the journey, Butler Wang kept covering his mouth and coughing. With each cough, Jing Xia's heart sank a little deeper, and when he saw the elderly man, who was walking in front of him, stoop over in pain, his heart plummeted to the depths. Qin Chu moved her hand from Butler Wang's pulse and turned to Jing Xia, saying, "It's nothing serious. He probably still has remnants of the previous cold. The only anomaly is that his metabolism is slightly faster than others his age, but still within normal limits." Ji Chuancheng also halted, his expression grave as he observed the smiling old man. Furrowing his elegant brows, Jing Xia pressed further. "Really? Aside from that, There are no other abnormalities? Qin Chu replied earnestly, trust my professional judgment. Aside from the accelerated metabolism, there are no other issues. Jing Xia bit his lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood, and he did not relent. However, Butler Wang appeared quite unconcerned, resuming his ascent up the mountain after a brief respite, joking with Jing Xia behind him, young master, you needn't worry too much. It's just a minor cold. Nothing serious will come of it. As the leader carving the path, Ji Chuancheng bore the brunt of the labor, needing to maintain direction while clearing away obstructing branches and vines. Jing Xia and Butler Wang, lagging behind, enjoyed a more relaxed pace. Grandpa Wang, do you truly feel fine? Jing Xia sighed, still deeply troubled. The elderly man smiled kindly, nodding, rest assured, young master. Aside from cough, a bit of coughing, this old man is still quite robust. Jing Xia fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Butler Wang's sturdy back, and after a long moment, he glanced at the decisive figure in front, skillfully cutting through thorns. Now, it seemed only Ji Chuancheng understood the depth of his thoughts. In his previous life, Butler Wang had been one of the countless victims of the disease in Huaxia. It all began with what seemed like an ordinary cough, leading to sudden, violent vomiting of blood one day. Some succumbed after just a few heaves, while others endured for over 10 days before passing away. Yet, without exception, none of the afflicted were saved. Victims of disease, a term used by humanity in the early days of the apocalypse, when they were oblivious to the truth. Later, this group would be uniformly labeled as failed evolutionaries. Chapter 8. As one ventures deeper into the jungle, the branches and leaves proliferate exponentially. At times, they obscure the entire field of vision, leaving only the path beneath one's feet visible, accompanied by the pungent scent of damp earth. It feels akin to traversing a primordial forest that has multiplied fivefold in density. Jing Xia struggles to maintain his footing, sometimes lacking the agility of Wang Guangjia. This is not merely a consequence of age. Rather, Jing Xia's current physique is woefully out of shape. In his previous life, he had undergone some physical training while accompanying Wu Jiqing's team, yet after encountering Ji Chuancheng, he was criticized mercilessly, culminating in a week-long special training regimen. Regrettably, that body now lies eternally on the cold, damp rocks of City S. Jing Xia mused that it was quite possible he might have been devoured by some passing mutated creature during the beast tide. With a gentle sigh, he resolved not to dwell on the past. What truly mattered now was finding a way out. It was no longer merely a matter of locating the restricted area troops. They were now enveloped by an increasingly rapid proliferation of plant life, growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Let us try using fire, Ji Chuancheng suggested, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the creaking, growing vines for an extended moment. Soon, each of the 4 individuals grasped a wooden stick. Perhaps due to the global environmental anomalies, the slender sticks ignited within mere minutes when exposed to a lighter. Ji Chuancheng was the first to approach the bulging mass of vines, unwavering as he held the torch aloft to ignite a budding shoot. This organism was unlike anything Jing Xia had encountered before. Before the onset of the first beast tide battle, Wu Jiqing's team had been wandering in City B, where such peculiar flora from deep mountains and forests was non-existent. It could be argued that inland cities like City B were the most suitable bastions for human habitation. Even with outstanding landscaping, the variety and quantity of plants remained sparse. Situated deep inland, it was also shielded from the incursions of marine mutated creatures. Thus, City B could be considered an excellent stronghold for humanity. City B did not harbor such bizarre mutated vines, and during the beast tide battle, these non-aggressive or extremely immobile mutants would not partake in the conflict. Consequently, Jing Xia had never witnessed such a mutant before. Compared to the ferocious mutated beasts that clawed and bit humans with tentacles, or the enchanted plants that ensnared humans with their floral fragrances, this creature seemed relatively gentle. Its exterior was remarkably resilient, appearing impervious to flames below 300 degrees Celsius. Qin Chu sighed as he observed the vibrant green shoots beneath the orange flames. However, it seems they are no longer growing. That's a good thing. If they continue to grow, we might as well be wrapped into a ball, Ji Chuancheng replied, his brow furrowing in concern. Their growth pattern remains normal. Just as he finished speaking, a silvery gleam flashed, and Ji Chuancheng produced a small, rapidly shriveling segment of vine, its vascular diameter quite substantial, revealing a central pith. The temperature seemed to have impacted its nutrient transport. For instance, Ji Chuancheng continued, directing the torchlight towards the freshly severed plant cut. This time, he refrained from applying direct flame but maintained a distance of about 10 centimeters. Holding still and observing the changes in the vine, which was as thick as a wrist. Jing Xia gasped. The red part in the center is shrinking. Qin Chu's eyes lit up with understanding. Then we don't need to roast them. We merely need to elevate the temperature, and the mutated pith will contract on its own, thereby slowing down growth. Excitement coursed through him, initially hesitant to use the torch due to the overwhelming vegetation. Qin Chu now boldly stowed away the flashlight and wielded the torch, moving about freely. Perhaps caught up in the thrill, he took the lead, clearing a path ahead. Unbeknownst to them, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng had fallen to the rear, with Ji Chuancheng deliberately slowing his pace to maintain a comfortable distance from the brooding youth behind him, as if he sensed the young man had something to share. After a while, when the bright moonlight filtered through the thin mist and illuminated the ground, Jing Xia sighed heavily, saying, Chuan, do you think Wang Yi has begun to show signs of failed evolution? He hesitated over the words, biting his lip, and chose to remain silent. Hearing what he expected, Ji Chuancheng lifted his gaze to the elder at the end of the path. Though his hair had turned gray, his back remained straight, showing no sign of fatigue after traversing such rugged terrain. Such vitality likely surpassed that of the fool beside him, who seemed only to indulge in frivolities. Ji Chuancheng replied quietly, acknowledging the sentiment. Jing Xia was taken aback, instinctively retorting, Are you suggesting that you believe the signs of failed evolution have begun? The dense foliage obscured the cool moonlight, making the torchlight appear significantly brighter, illuminating their path. Ji Chuancheng nodded. Based on the timeline, certain that there are already deceased individuals. Consequently, evolutionary beings should be emerging as well. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia immediately grasped Ji Chuancheng's implication, yet stubbornly resisted accepting the reality, attempting to console himself. Perhaps this time, Sister Qin will successfully evolve her abilities first. Her powers are healing in nature. She might save Wang Yi. Maybe then. He uttered maybe 3 times, and by the end, even he felt unable to deceive himself any longer. When Jing Xia first met Qin Chu, she had already possessed her abilities, leaving him unaware of when she awakened them. Her powers were extraordinarily formidable. According to Lin Shin's earlier speculations, such strength could not have been successfully evolved at an early stage, certainly not by this time. With only the torch illuminating their way, the mountain path was rugged and narrow, forcing Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng to walk almost shoulder to shoulder. Ji Chuancheng, discreetly lowering his gaze, observed the downcast expression on Jing Xia's face, filled with sorrow. His dark eyes narrowed slightly as he said, Do not be sad. After Wang Guanjia passes, he will become a star hanging in the sky, forever watching over you. The previously somber atmosphere dissipated in an instant, leaving Jing Xia both amused and saddened, unsure of how to respond. He raised the torch to illuminate the handsome face of the man beside him, saying, Chuan, when did you start saying things like this? About turning into a star? How old are you? Do you really believe such nonsense? Ji Chuancheng shot him a cold glance, his expression impassive. It was a 4-year-old boy who told me this when I was 9. Jing Xia burst into laughter, exclaiming, You're so naive, Chuan. Even at 9, I was telling that as a joke to the girl next door in kindergarten every day. Suddenly feeling a chill in the air, he shivered and rubbed his arms for warmth. Observing the youth's timid demeanor, Ji Chuancheng sighed in resignation and draped his left arm around Jing Xia's shoulder. Jing Xia froze. Ji Chuancheng replied matter-of-factly, to keep warm, although it was somewhat perplexing how a mere arm could provide warmth. When Jing Xia truly leaned against the man's chest, he discovered that the heating effect was indeed remarkable. The broad, warm chest felt like a natural radiator, the searing heat permeating through the thin layers of fabric to envelop Jing Xia. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he certainly felt significantly warmer. Life is inevitably marked by birth, aging, illness, and death. Death is not always an end. Rather, it can signify a new beginning. Each individual's existence on the vast stage of Earth's history is fleeting and often devoid of profound significance. Yet this does not equate to surrender. The deep, resonant voice echoed along the tranquil mountain path, imbuing the atmosphere with an ethereal quality. Jing Xia was taken aback when the other suddenly spoke, uttering these words. He lifted his gaze, meeting the cold, seemingly emotionless eyes, sensing a subtle shift within. Decades can vanish in the blink of an eye, yet longevity does not guarantee happiness. Human desires are perpetually insatiable. However, when one confronts death, they inevitably come to realize what they have truly yearned for throughout their life. If one departs with a smile, then they have attained the greatest treasure of their existence. He must express gratitude for providing him with a perfect conclusion, enabling him to pass away contentedly. Jing Xia's steps faltered momentarily as he pondered, before slowly raising his head to look at Ji Chuancheng. The stern, upright man also halted, turning to face Jing Xia. Unbeknownst to them, the cool moonlight finally broke through the layers of cloud, casting a gentle silver glow that illuminated Ji Chuancheng's figure, rendering him even more aloof. Yet, Jing Xia could not forget the warmth that had rested on his shoulder moments before. A sudden jolt of emotion coursed through him, and Jing Xia chuckled softly, asking, "Ah Chuan, your earlier words didn't seem spontaneous. Rather, they felt meticulously prepared. Who were you intending to share them with?" Ji Chuancheng's unwavering gaze remained fixated on the lightly smiling youth, his expression mirroring the directness of the moonlight, rendering Jing Xia's smile even more ethereal. Tightening his grip slightly, Ji Chuancheng replied with a detached demeanor. "It is a 10-year-old boy wishing to share with a 5-year-old boy." His fingers dug into his palm, maintaining an outward appearance of calm composure. Surprised by the unexpected answer, Jing Xia pondered for a moment but found no clarity. He decided to let it go, laughing heartily. "All right, I won't pry further. Look how far behind we are. Sister Qin will surely scold us." As soon as the words left his lips, the two resumed their journey, their strides synchronized, as if the earlier exchange had never occurred. The mountain air remained crisp, even in summer, imparting a hint of chill, prompting Jing Xia to shamelessly wrap his arms around Ji Chuancheng's waist and hold on tightly. Upon finding Qin Chu, she glared at Jing Xia, who resembled a koala clinging to a tree, and exclaimed in exasperation, "You little rascal, let go of the young master." Hearing her words, Jing Xia clung even tighter to Ji Chuancheng. Using Ji Chuancheng's body as a shield, he dodged from side to side until the most authoritative figure present, Ji Chuancheng himself, intervened to bring the farce to an end. Another night fell, and Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, and Qin Chu took turns keeping watch. Chapter 9. Due to the necessity of transporting ample food and water, they had not brought tents, opting instead for sleeping bags from the vehicle, sleeping on the ground. The conditions were indeed rudimentary, but Qin Chu had not anticipated that the one who would struggle the most with these arrangements would not be Jing Xia. As Qin Chu put it, "You little rascal, you're not bothered by the dirt? With rocks beneath you and bugs crawling outside the sleeping bag, aren't you afraid?" To her utter astonishment, Jing Xia calmly flashed a perfect smile and proceeded to sleep soundly through the night without emitting a single sound, leaving Qin Chu speechless, muttering in disbelief, "Even this little rascal is so unpretentious. It seems this ordeal has had some effect after all." Hearing Qin Chu's words, Jing Xia could only shrug and smile helplessly as he shouldered his pack. In the past, he might have shared Qin Chu's disdain for such conditions. However, after the first wave of beastly chaos, when humanity lost the B-City base and had to converge at larger gathering points, he faced far harsher realities. Without sleeping bags, he had slept directly on the muddy ground. With no food, he had resorted to gnawing on tree bark to stave off hunger. Fortunately, his ability was water, so his team had never faced a shortage, occasionally trading water for food. This situation persisted until they reached the S-City base, where conditions began to improve. This was already the 5th day since Jing Xia and his 3 companions abandoned their vehicle to travel on foot. Typically, only one person kept watch each night, but this time Ji Chuancheng suggested 2 people should do so together, likely due to the accelerated growth of the mutated vine plants observed during the day, causing him some concern. The faint flicker of the fire trembled against the chill of the mountain breeze. Jing Xia rested his chin on his hand, noticing the flames had dwindled somewhat, and tossed another stick into the fire. The crackling sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the mountains as the flames eagerly consumed the wood, roaring back to life. Gazing quietly at the orange-red flames, he softly called out Sister Qin. Qin Chu, who had been examining some weeds, lifted her head at the sound of his voice and replied softly, "What is it?" "Grandpa Wang's condition seems to be more than just a cold." Qin Chu stiffened momentarily, placing the long herbal stem in her left hand aside as she turned to look at Jing Xia. The night had darkened, and the pure moonlight was veiled by a thin layer of mist, rendering everything hazy and indistinct. The firelight danced across Qin Chu's beautiful features, casting her in a half-light, half-shadow. Qin Chu smiled faintly, responding, "If it's more than just a cold, then what could it be?" Jing Xia's gaze remained fixed on the flames, yet he felt his spine straighten unconsciously, his expression calm and composed, though the small stick in his hand was nearing the point of breaking from the pressure. "Sister Qin, do you have a way to save Grandpa Wang? He has watched me grow up. He is my only family in this world." Upon hearing this, Qin Chu was taken aback. She could understand his disregard for the illegitimate child of the Jing family, but she never imagined that he would completely overlook his own father. This reminded her of a story she had heard, claiming that the matriarch of the Jing family had died of anger caused by the Jing family patriarch. If that were true, then Jing Xia's treatment of his father became comprehensible. Now, this little rascal stated that this was his last remaining family. Qin Chu sighed helplessly. Her once beautiful almond eyes now filled with deep regret as she confessed, "I'm sorry, Jing Xia. There are no facilities available. I can only ascertain from the pulse that Grandpa Wang's metabolism is too fast, but I have no means to help." Jing Xia's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. What if we had those facilities? Qin Chu felt a dryness in her throat as she sighed. Have you forgotten? All the medical equipment in hospitals has long ceased to function. The vast majority of electromagnetic waves in this world have dissipated, rendering the history of modern Western medicine nearly obsolete. Jing Xia felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and when he regained his senses, he found Qin Chu looking at him anxiously. Seeing him awake, she let out a sigh of relief, saying, "You must take care of yourself too, you little rascal. I have brought some prepared baji meat. You can nibble on it while walking to alleviate your fatigue." Jing Xia stared blankly at the dry, shriveled medicinal herb before accepting it, then resumed his fixation on the flames. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jing Xia suddenly spoke. "Sister Qin, if you were to acquire supernatural abilities, what would you desire them to be?" Qin Chu pondered for a moment, and as a thought struck her, her crimson lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Perhaps the powers of a superhero, immense strength, the ability to soar through the skies, and the chance to reside in a harmonious and ordinary world." The chilling mountain wind howled past, and the night was eerily silent, to the point where the sound of trees growing could be distinctly heard. The atmosphere around them grew awkwardly stagnant. Jing Xia forced a laugh to lighten the mood, saying, "Sister Qin, if you were to become a female superhero, you would certainly need to bulk up and become quite muscular." A chuckle escaped Qin Chu, and as she reached out, intending to pinch Jing Xia's cheek again, she teased, "You little rascal. How dare you mock your sister Qin? Have you lost your mind?" Yet, her words were abruptly cut off. "Watch out!" Both Qin Chu and Jing Xia exclaimed in unison. A dark shadow darted swiftly past Jing Xia's feet. Before they could discern its form, they only caught a glimpse of a small, blob-like silhouette that vanished entirely into the all-consuming darkness. What was that? As Jing Xia's voice broke the silence, Ji Chuancheng instantly sprang to his feet. Unlike Butler Wang, who had nestled into a sleeping bag, he had been leaning against the cold, slick mountainside in a half-slumber, and was alert to any disturbances. He surveyed the surroundings with calm composure. Butler Wang also jolted awake and hurried to the fire. Meanwhile, Qin Chu drew a handy dagger, on guard against their surroundings. Jing Xia first tucked the small package of dry baji meat into his pocket and remarked, "Ah Chuan, that should be a small animal. There are plenty of little creatures in the mountains. Perhaps it just got careless." Before he could finish, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision, charging straight towards him. Instinctively, he stepped back just in time to evade the creature's trajectory. Before Jing Xia could collect his thoughts, the small black shadow lunged again, this time directly at his face. It moved with such speed that even Ji Chuancheng had only just managed to reach Jing Xia's side, unable to intervene in time. The little black blob zoomed upwards, aiming straight for Jing Xia's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he found himself staring into the creature's bright, beady eyes, and he was inexplicably transported back to the ruins of Base S in City S, where a detachedly handsome man had similarly approached him with a swift and direct punch. In that instance, his reflexes had been to lean back, bend at the waist, and successfully evade the attack, utilizing his core strength to rise once more. Ji Chuancheng, expressionless, supported Jing Xia's back and upper thighs, exerting a gentle force. With a crack, Jing Xia felt as if every cell in his body had been crushed by a vehicle, each one crying out in pain. Yet there was a lingering sense of relief. "You're fine now," Ji Chuancheng paused and added, "Just remember to stretch your back muscles daily. Avoid such dangerous movements." Jing Xia was momentarily struck dumb. He had forgotten that his body was still untrained. Let alone bending, even climbing a mountain left him gasping for breath. That last maneuver had nearly knocked him unconscious from pain. Qin Chu picked up a stick from the fire, and the four of them gathered closer, keenly observing the agile little creature. Ji Chuancheng merely used 2 fingers to pin the creature's 4 tiny feet together, the contrast between his slender fingers and the creature's stout limbs striking. Jing Xia felt an inexplicable sense of species superiority. What on earth is this thing? Was that little creature really charging at me? It looked somewhat like a mouse, but I've never seen a mouse with 2 little horns. Qin Chu scrutinized the little black blob for quite some time before concluding, it appears to be a mutated black-striped hamster. However, it seems to have evolved oddly, possibly towards the Swedish black rat. Those horns on its head? Perhaps it aspires to be the dragon among mice? Haha! As if in response to Qin Chu's speculation, the little black blob began to wriggle its short legs, squeaking excitedly, Gigi, Gigi. However, aside from the creature's antics, Qin Chu's jest received no acknowledgement, and she pouted in disappointment, adding, but this little thing is incredibly fast. Had it not unexpectedly leapt into the air without a foothold, it wouldn't have been so easily captured by the young master. Yet, considering its ineffectual claws, I reckon it could only manage to cause minor scratches. At the mention of the creature's alarming speed, Jing Xia felt a renewed ache in his back. He glared at the little beady eyes and then turned to Ji Chuancheng, declaring, regardless of whether it poses a threat, we must punish it properly. Let's tie it to a large stone and make it run down the mountain. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow. Butler Wang smiled gently and nodded. All right, it's up to you, young master. Ji Chuancheng merely lifted his gaze to cast a quiet glance at Jing Xia before dismissively snorting. If even ferocious beasts know to avoid firelight, why would a creature with no real threat appear? Jing Xia promptly interjected. It's a mutated black-striped hamster. Ji Chuancheng ignored him and turned his attention back to Qin Chu, asking, what were you doing just before that creature appeared? We were merely sitting and chatting. Nothing more. Qin Chu mused, stroking her chin in thought. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind, and she exclaimed, the baji meat. Yi yi yi. The little black blob hopped excitedly on its short legs. Yi yi yi. Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow. Be quiet. GGQAQ. Chapter 10. As the night wore on, the wind in the valley gradually subsided, losing its earlier chill. The small fire flickered gently in the night breeze, and the moonlight, bright and ethereal, filtered through thin clouds, illuminating the ground in the mountains. Due to a particular indentation in the mountainside, a shadow was cast down. Jing Xia and the others stood beneath this shadow, encircling the fire in silence. The only sound was the crackling of the flames, occasionally breaking the stillness. Jing Xia fixated on the creature's tiny, green pea-sized eyes. The more he stared, the more he felt that this little being was brimming with cunning, resembling a rodent in its appearance. Fueled by the lingering ache in his back, Jing Xia spoke first, regardless of its motives for ambushing us. Let us bind it to a large stone and dispose of it. Ji Chuancheng raised his eyes. It was you it attacked. Jing Xia pouted, I don't care. This little thing is utterly despicable. Why not just tie it to a large stone and let it bake in the sun for days on end? The discomfort in his back paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt. Every time he looked at the little black blob, he was reminded of his back injury. Despite having slain S-rank mutants, he had been bested by such an apparently harmless creature, one so trivial that it likely didn't even warrant classification. It was an utter disgrace. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng cast a silent glance at Jing Xia before turning his attention back to Qin Chu, saying, retrieve some baji meat. Qin Chu shrugged helplessly. I've already given it to the little rascal. As Ji Chuancheng's cold gaze swept over her, Jing Xia instinctively took a step back, clutching her chest, and resolutely declared, don't look at me. I certainly won't feed this little creature. Although Jing Xia had no appetite for the dry, unappetizing baji meat, she would rather swallow it herself than offer it to the diminutive being. Observing Jing Xia's sudden display of capriciousness, Ji Chuancheng let out a light sigh, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation and familiarity. If it's not the baji meat that attracted it, we may be carrying something that draws mutant beasts. Jing Xia, produce it. Hearing her full name emphasized, Jing Xia understood the gravity of the situation. Ji Chuancheng's concerns were not unfounded. Despite having never encountered anything that could attract mutant beasts in his future, it did not imply their absence. With a resigned expression, Jing Xia retrieved a small packet of baji meat from her pocket, but before she could hand it to Ji Chuancheng, the small black creature began to squirm energetically. Its 4 short legs flailed in the air, and its beady eyes sparkled with an intense focus on the transparent bag containing the dry yellow baji meat. Even though Ji Chuancheng's fingers gripped the little creature as securely as the strongest of shackles, it adamantly continued to wriggle its chubby body, its long tail swaying in the air. Chirp, 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 mine, all mine, without the need to actually present the baji meat. The reactions of the little creature confirmed to everyone that it had indeed come for that seemingly inconspicuous packet. Qin Chu approached, stroking her chin as she scrutinized the bag of baji meat for quite some time, ultimately concluding, this baji meat was crafted by my own hands, and the process was flawless. I personally purchased the raw Baji Tian. Everything is normal. I've never heard of black-striped hamsters having a penchant for Baji meat. So it appears this little one's mutation is rather peculiar. Well, we needn't concern ourselves with it any further. Jing Xia, deliberately teasing the little creature by waving the Baji meat in front of it, swiftly concealed it back into her pocket. Listening to its incessant chirping, she gleefully suggested, "Now we can consider how to deal with this little one. I propose we find a large rock and then..." Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Chuancheng loosened his grip, and the little black creature darted away with remarkable speed, vanishing into the grass in the blink of an eye. Jing Xia. Ji Chuancheng gently clapped his hands and remarked, "Time to switch shifts. Jing Xia, you should rest." His tone was calm and collected, as if he had merely brushed off some dust, having accomplished nothing significant. Gritting her teeth while staring at his handsome face, Jing Xia had never realized how infuriating it could be. Cracking her knuckles, she coldly retorted, "Ji Chuancheng." Seeing this scene, Butler Wang could only smile wryly and turn his head away. Meanwhile, Qin Chu, accustomed to the situation, returned to the fire pit to add a few dry twigs to the dwindling flames. Ji Chuancheng raised his gaze and cast a calm, indifferent glance at Jing Xia, his thin lips parting slightly. "What is it?" "Cough, nothing. You take care of your night watch." A familiar air of tranquil resolve extinguished the flames of Jing Xia's earlier frustration. As was the case every time she encountered him, she awkwardly scratched the back of her head and said, "Ah Chuan, do take care during your watch, and watch out for that mutant black-striped hamster trying to cause trouble." Ji Chuancheng, expressionless, observed Jing Xia as she lay down in her sleeping bag and zipped it up. Only when the steady sound of her breathing emerged from the shadowed area cloaked in darkness did he shift his gaze and quietly take a seat beside the fire. The orange-yellow flames provided a warm, radiant aura, dispelling the chill of the mountainous summer night. Ji Chuancheng gazed calmly at the flickering flames, silent as ever. However, the corners of his lips, usually tightly pressed, seemed to lift ever so slightly, though even Qin Chu, sitting beside him, could not discern it in the night's obscurity. As on every previous night, Ji Chuancheng kept vigil in the comforting glow of the fire, saying nothing. That night, the young man sleeping behind him remained in an absurdly awkward position. It felt as though nothing had changed. At dawn, the group quickly packed their belongings and set off. Ji Chuancheng lingered at the back, marking a sign on the mountainside with his hard, sharp dagger before rejoining the others. The journey appeared to unfold as usual, with Qin Chu leading the way and Ji Chuancheng bringing up the rear. Jing Xia, bearing an increasingly lighter load, pulled out a small pouch of Baji meat given to her by Qin Chu the previous night. While its flavor was not particularly appealing, it served as a light snack to pass the time while traveling. "Would you like some?" Jing Xia turned to Ji Chuancheng, shaking the bag in her hand. Ji Chuancheng shook his head. This response was entirely expected by Jing Xia. Unperturbed, she turned back and raised her voice. "Grandpa Wang, would you like to have some Baji meat? Can help alleviate fatigue." Walking at the front, Qin Chu turned around upon hearing Jing Xia's words, smiling as she said, "Oh, little rascal, I forgot to mention yesterday. This Baji meat can also nourish the kidneys and treat premature ejaculation. If you're willing, it can help with cold womb infertility as well." Suppressing the impulse to hurl the entire bag to the ground, Jing Xia looked at Butler Wang and asked again, "Grandpa Wang, do you want some?" Butler Wang chuckled, reaching into the pouch to take a slender piece of Baji meat, saying, "Young master, you should eat." Cough. "The old man is still holding up well. Just don't overexert yourself." Cough, cough. Seeing the concern etched on Jing Xia's face, Butler Wang smiled kindly, "Young master, don't worry. I've already felt much better from this cold. I should recover in a few days." Watching Butler Wang struggle to suppress his cough, Jing Xia's brow furrowed slightly. Just as she was about to say something, a familiar chirping sound echoed from the other side of the path. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jing Xia. There, among the green grass and rocky terrain, a pair of small black eyes gleamed mischievously, fixated intently on the small packet of Baji meat in Jing Xia's hand. Not even blinking, Jing Xia swallowed hard, and before she could react, the shadow darted toward her with astonishing speed, unhindered by the dim light. With a sudden push of its short legs, the little black creature lunged for the pouch of Baji meat. A smirk crept onto Jing Xia's face as she effortlessly sidestepped, causing the creature to miss its target entirely. Chirp, blinking its little green bean-like eyes, the black creature expended all its momentum as it reached the apex of its leap. Smart as it was, it recognized the sheer cliff just a meter or two away and wisely refrained from leaping off. Instead, It calculated its jump to land precisely at the left side of this detestable human, intending to use the human's hand as leverage for a perfect escape. Chirp QAQ. Why is everything not as planned? While the little black creature was still in midair, it closed its tear-filled eyes, bracing for the inevitable grip of another loathsome human pinching it between their fingers. After a barely audible thud of its landing, the little black creature blinked its eyes open in surprise. Chirp, it's not the human holding my feet. This little thing is remarkably light, young master. Butler Wong held the mutated black-striped hamster in his palms, smiling as he said, young master, this little creature harbors no malice. Why not grant it a chance at freedom? Grandfather Wong, as Jing Xia gazed upon the butler's benevolent smile, he felt an unease that had already plagued him due to the elder's presence. Now, faced with such a simple request, he found himself utterly incapable of harboring any thoughts of refusal. Very well, let it go. Butler Wong nodded with a smile and gently placed the small black ball in his right palm, while offering a piece of the ginseng meat he had just taken from Jing Xia to the hamster's mouth. Do you fancy this? The mutated black-striped hamster paused momentarily. Squeak! Squeak! Upon seeing the ginseng meat presented to it, it seized it without hesitation and scampered away, vanishing into the dense underbrush within moments. Jing Xia snorted derisively. What a heartless little creature. Ji Chuancheng gazed thoughtfully at the overgrown area, then turned to say, let us continue. With a sense of frustration, Jing Xia pressed onward. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the seemingly serene thicket, a rotund little creature emerged, halting in the center of the path, stood upright, its tiny legs miraculously supporting its entire plump form. Confusion sparkled in its small eyes as it scratched its head. Squeak. Chapter 11. A sweltering summer breeze swept through the streets, where layers of fallen leaves and dust had accumulated due to neglect, rendering the pavement an unsightly mess. On either side of the road stood modest 6-story residential buildings, relics of B City, their walls mottled with gray and black, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ah! Someone's dead. A piercing, terrified voice erupted from one of the buildings, shattering the tranquility of the entire neighborhood. From the first reported death to the news that even those sheltered from direct sunlight within buildings could succumb, the word spread across B City in just half a month. Initially, there were only 1 or 2 fatalities. The following day, 4 or 5. Then 7 or 8 on the third day, culminating in exponential increases. In just one day, the death toll reached into the thousands. B City was no longer the silent place it had been a mere fortnight ago. It was now filled with screams of fear and cries of grief. The grim specter of death had mercilessly engulfed this once quiet city, extinguishing even the faintest glimmer of light. As the first distraught citizens took to the streets, followed by the second and third, countless individuals emerged from their sunless shelters. They could no longer bear to remain confined within those cramped spaces. They sought the true answers, the concealed truths. Riots, marches, protests, brawls ensued. Though many unscrupulous individuals mingled among them, the majority of humanity could no longer afford to remain passive. Such is the nature of humankind. When faced with a threat to their very existence, fears of all other kinds pale in comparison to the looming specter of death. And when the fragile thread of rationality that binds societal structures finally snaps, there may well be no room left for dialogue. Atop a towering skyscraper, a finely featured youth gazed down at the chaotic throngs below, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the tumult. His eyes reflected no hint of feeling, as though he were watching a mere assembly of lifeless forms. Xiaoshang, what are you doing here? Suddenly hearing a man's voice, the youth turned, a delicate smile gracing his lips as he replied softly, Ji Qing, it's nothing. I'm merely taking a look. Wu Ji Qing, not suspecting any ulterior motives, approached the youth's side and said with a smile, a friend just invited us to join the march. Do you wish to go? In Su Wei Shang's large eyes, a flicker of unease passed, and his slender brows furrowed slightly as he expressed his concern. Ji Qing, I actually wish to find my brother. Worry and care laced his voice, and his youthful face contorted with distress. He should be at the old residence, which is on the outskirts of B City. The news there is sparse, and I fear for his safety. Wu Ji Qing paused, taken aback by his words, and after a lengthy silence, he sighed deeply, reaching out to gently stroke Su Wei Shang's soft hair. Xiaoshang, you are truly kind-hearted. As a friend of Jing S, I want to thank you on his behalf. He acted as he did due to the profound impact of his mother's death. I believe he would be deeply touched to know you care for him so much that you would risk your life to seek him out. Su Wei Shang blinked his round, cat-like eyes. So, Ji Qing, you agree? A smile graced Wu Ji Qing's handsome face. Yes, Let us go at once. Thank you.
Wink wink.
With no time to lose, they hastily gathered some food and water before leaving the skyscraper, driving towards Jing Xia's residence in the outskirts of B City. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Weishang wore a radiant smile. He gazed up at the blazing sun, surrounded by the azure sky and wispy clouds, a sight so beautiful it masked the horrific tragedies unfolding on the earth beneath. Ever since he opened his eyes, Su Weishang had perceived the world as an exquisite tapestry. Even the air felt more refreshing than before. He had been reborn, possessing the treasure that would determine his fate, and this time, he vowed not to perish before that arrogant man. His smile widened as he grasped the verdant gemstone tightly in his hand, filled with confidence at the thought of the weapons, food, and water contained within. Jing Xia, my life is just beginning, and yours is about to end. Enormous green leaves enveloped like a canopy, obscuring the sky and leaving only the dim light of their flashlight to guide the way. The leaves were so large that their stems measured a full 20 centimeters, their thick foliage transforming the once lush forest into a natural, superlative tropical rainforest. Jing Xia swung his blade with all his might, and in a flash of silver, he cleaved a worm the size of an adult's calf in two. The severed segments writhed on the ground, oozing a strange green fluid that bubbled grotesquely. Yet, within this group, no one reacted. All were preoccupied with fending off the onslaught of massive worms. Even Butler Wang, who was coughing incessantly, wielded his blade in fierce combat. This prolonged battle concluded only when Ji Chuancheng delivered the final blow, severing two giant worms. Qin Chu wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily as she exclaimed, "Damn, where are these things coming from? They lack any real lethality, yet they just keep coming. It's utterly revolting." Jing Xia swallowed hard, replying, "Sister Qin, we must have intruded upon their nest." In his previous life, Jing Xia had not encountered many such events. Beast tides were battles between humans and mutated beasts, not scenarios dictated by natural circumstances. However, he had heard from other evolved beings that in certain deep mountain jungles weaker, less evolved animals often congregate, relying on collective strength for protection. The prolonged struggle had also caused a sheen of sweat to form on Ji Chuancheng's forehead. Furrowing his elegant brows, he inquired, "Qin Chu, how much food do we have left? Perhaps just enough to last another week?" Qin Chu replied anxiously, "Young master, since we entered this mountain, we've faced 3 such attacks. At this rate, we might not even reach the restricted zone." Ji Chuancheng's expression grew solemn as he lowered his gaze, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Butler Wang had finally settled onto a large stone to rest for a considerable while, steadying his breath. Suddenly, from the thick underbrush, a small black shadow darted into Butler Wang's arms, nuzzling his abdomen with its fluffy little head. The small creature, a black ball of fur, closed its tiny eyes in satisfaction and chirped incessantly. Jing Xia felt irritation upon seeing this little creature. Yet, observing the tender demeanor of Butler Wang, he refrained from voicing his displeasure, letting out a cold huff instead. This little thing truly has impeccable timing. It shows up right at mealtime, yet vanishes at the sight of danger. Butler Wang chuckled in resignation at these words. "Young master." Jing Xia awkwardly turned his face away. He would never admit that he felt a twinge of jealousy watching Butler Wang dote on this little creature. The small black ball, indifferent to Jing Xia's feelings, magically produced a large fruit nearly half its size. With determination, it began to gnaw on its feast. "Chirp, chirp," it seemed to declare, "I am self-sufficient and need not share my provisions." Butler Wang watched the standoff between the boy and the rodent with a mix of amusement and concern, feeling sympathy for both parties caught in their stubbornness. Unsure of how to intervene, he simply smiled and pretended not to notice. After merely a few minutes of rest and a few bites of food, the group of 4, accompanied by 1 rodent, resumed their journey. Since that first night when the black, plump creature had discovered the baji meat, it had stubbornly joined Jing Xia's party, refusing to part ways. When it came to chasing it away, not even Ji Chuancheng could match its speed. And whenever they managed to drive it off, it would promptly return. Eventually, Jing Xia resigned himself to tossing all the baji meat to it, and to his astonishment, the little creature first observed the bounty for a moment before grabbing the bag and scampering back to join them. Truly, it was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. As Jing Xia would put it, utterly shameless. However, Butler Wang seemed quite fond of this little creature, the first to gently cradle it in his hands during their breaks. The little beast, perceptibly snuggling closer, brought a comforting warmth to Butler Wang's heart, which had long felt the pangs of loneliness from having no children. Jing Xia scoffed, "Pa, you can be quite the spoiled one." Yet, within a few days, The little creature had audaciously claimed its place on Butler Wang's shoulder, refusing to budge. Although Jing Xia often fantasized about squashing the little nuisance, every time he caught sight of the blissful smile on Butler Wang's face, his resolve softened, and the words remained unvoiced, the act unperformed. As the harshness of their environment and the perils of their situation grew ever more pressing, he found little time to dwell on such matters. After the four of them had crossed the first mountain, whether it was due to the increased dangers of the second peak or the external evolution accelerating, many plants in that region began to exhibit varying degrees of mutation. For instance, the coniferous pines, which should have grown sparsely, now boasted trunks thick enough for 3 people to embrace, and even the needles, typically just a few centimeters wide, had exceeded normal proportions. Jing Xia had never felt as grateful for the selective nature of this evolution. Otherwise, they would struggle even to traverse such a forest, let alone confront any foes. Although evolution might choose to discard certain traits, nearly everyone's physical prowess had significantly improved in this new world. Even a random individual cast aside by evolution would undoubtedly possess the capabilities of a national athlete from the pre-apocalyptic era. Now, throughout this arduous journey fraught with peril, Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, Qin Chu, and even Butler Wang had all seen enhancements to their physical capacities. Otherwise, Butler Wang's endurance would have faltered long ago under the strain of their extended travels. Whenever he pondered this, Jing Xia felt a sense of relief. "Hey, little rascal, do you need some water?" Qin Chu handed over the water bottle, which Jing Xia quickly accepted, taking only a couple of sips before returning it. He gazed at Butler Wang, who was affectionately pinching the little black creature's chubby face, and his worries deepened. For the past 2 weeks, Butler Wang had persistently coughed, yet no other symptoms had manifested. As he himself had said, it was merely a cold and nothing more serious. Though Jing Xia struggled to deceive himself, he recalled that Butler Wang had passed away not long after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet here he was alive and standing before him. Perhaps indeed something had changed. Chapter 12. The heat of summer had significantly dissipated by September, particularly in the lush, tree-dense mountains where gusts of chilly winds stirred at night, causing temperatures to plummet. As they set out from home during the sweltering weather, Jing Xia had packed only a few lightweight shirts, entirely unprepared for the change in climate, since the enhanced physical abilities of all evolved beings rendered them largely indifferent to temperature fluctuations. Yet, he had not yet undergone evolution. Propping his chin on his hand, Jing Xia pouted as he watched the crackling flames dance in the fire pit. The flickering flames leaped upwards, heating the air around them. Wearing Ji Chuancheng's oversized black shirt, he had to roll up the sleeves. This thought filled him with frustration. Though he was only half a head shorter, the other's frame was a size larger. How was it that despite appearing quite lean in clothes, he revealed a washboard stomach when undressed? With a disdainful huff through his nose, Jing Xia tossed a small stick into the fire. "You've grown quite a bit," came a deep, gravelly voice unexpectedly, drifting like a gentle night breeze through the stillness of the valley, momentarily catching Jing Xia off guard. "I remember you were always worried about not growing tall enough." After a pause, Jing Xia turned with a strange expression, lowering his voice to ask, "You still remember that childish concern?" That was a piece of Jing Xia's black history. He had met Ji Chuancheng when they were 5. Before he turned 10, he had grown at an agonizingly slow pace while Ji Chuancheng, who was 5 years his senior, was in the midst of a growth spurt shooting up to nearly 178 meters in just 5 years, leaving Jing Xia envious and constantly lamenting his own height. Listening to Jing Xia's words, Ji Chuancheng dropped his gaze. "Yes. After that, we rarely saw each other." His ruggedly handsome face softened in the firelight, and for some inexplicable reason, Jing Xia perceived a hint of melancholy in his expression. Clearing his throat, Jing Xia swallowed hard before continuing. "Right. You were sent to the military when you were 16. Haha, it's a good thing you went. Otherwise, if I had to endure that cold expression of yours every day, I would have surely turned from Jing Xia into Jing Dong." His laughter echoed through the silent valley, interspersed with the low snores of Butler Wang. As the night breeze chilled further, it felt akin to the frigid Antarctic. Yet, the awkward laughter could not be sustained, and Jing Xia's smile stiffened as he quietly inquired, "Not funny?" Ji Chuancheng shot him a cold glance. "Funny? Then why don't you laugh? You're funny." The final night watch was shared between Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia. This was the coldest time of the day, around 4 or 5 in the morning, as the eastern sky began to lighten with the faintest hint of dawn, just shy of the sun breaking the horizon. Bored, Jing Xia poked at the dwindling fire with a stick, occasionally stealing glances at the man beside him, who appeared lost in thought, gazing into the distance. oblivious to the world around him. Jing Xia curled his lip. Honestly, spending the night with this guy is far less appealing than teaming up with Sister Qin. She is not only beautiful with an enviable figure, but also, despite her somewhat domineering and aloof personality, possesses qualities that far surpass this frigid iceberg of a man. However, recently, Qin Chu has been unwell due to her menstrual cycle, and her condition has deteriorated somewhat, leading her to take the night shift only once every few nights, while Ji Chuancheng has been deprived of any rest. Yet, during the daytime journey, Ji Chuancheng has shown no signs of fatigue. Jing Xia discreetly observed Ji Chuancheng, noting the faint dark circles under his eyes, and sighed inwardly. Indeed, even this human weapon must feel weary. Chuan, how about I take the night shift entirely tonight? Jing Xia finally voiced his thoughts. Ji Chuancheng paused momentarily and asked, What? The night shift? Sister Qin will be back to normal in 2 days, so I can take the entire night shift this time. Don't worry. Even if I'm not as robust as you, I can handle a sleepless night. Ji Chuancheng frowned slightly. No need, you should rest well. Jing Xia raised an eyebrow, feeling stubborn. Are you looking down on me? Humph. Don't underestimate me. I've slain S-class mutants before. Settled then. I'll take the night shift tonight. With that, Jing Xia stood up, intending to summon Butler Wang and Qin Chu to resume their journey. Ji Chuancheng immediately rose, saying, You tonight. Don't try to dissuade me. Anyone who tries will face my wrath. He was resolute about substituting Ji Chuancheng for the night watch. Jing Xia. A piercing, terrified voice suddenly erupted from behind. Upon hearing it, Jing Xia felt a surge of anger and turned to face the source. Ji Chuancheng, do you think so little of me? His words were abruptly cut off as he found Ji Chuancheng lunging towards him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is he trying to take us both down? Before he could process it further, Jing Xia was forcefully tackled to the ground. A powerful arm intervened between his back and the ground, the impact nearly making him feel as though his spine would snap. Ouch, that hurts. Jing Xia winced, looking up to exclaim, Ji Chuancheng, are you trying to kill me? His final words faded into silence as he locked eyes with Ji Chuancheng, only a few centimeters apart. He stared in astonishment at the man whose dark, profound gaze now brimmed with undisguised fear and trepidation. Ji Chuancheng fixed his intense gaze on the dazed youth beneath him, his eyes reddening, and his pupils trembling in terror. A sudden chill gripped Jing Xia's heart, and he swallowed hard, feeling the heat radiating from the two arms encircling him. Strangely, he felt an odd notion arise within him. These arms felt like the most secure shackles in the world, binding him eternally, stripping him of the right to leave. Yet, this realization was fleeting. Clearly, Ji Chuancheng was not granting Jing Xia the luxury of pondering, as he swiftly confirmed that the youth had not lost a single hair before abruptly rising to his feet. With fluid motions, he drew his long knife from his waist, simultaneously brandishing a gun, readying it with a single hand, all in one seamless action. Jing Xia, initially bewildered, quickly understood Ji Chuancheng's intention upon witnessing his movements. He hastily rose to his feet, also drawing his knife and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Without a word, the two began to cautiously step back towards one another, and in the next moment, they stood back to back, each guarding their respective sides. What is it? Jing Xia's face had lost its previous lightheartedness, replaced by earnestness. Ji Chuancheng's tone was grave. A yellow-black shadow, approximately half a meter long, moving swiftly. After a pause, he added, slightly slower than that rat. Just then, Qin Chu stirred from her sleeping bag, jolted awake by a loud noise. Propping herself up, her gaze fell upon the two alert figures, and her mind immediately sharpened. Young master, what is happening? She asked urgently. Ji Chuancheng, maintaining his composure, issued commands. You protect Butler Wang and find a concealed spot to hide. Yes. Without hesitation, Qin Chu accepted the order. She drew a silver check CZ-93. Then, pulling the already awake Butler Wang back a few steps, they took refuge beside a sturdy conifer. Utilizing the dense foliage of the pine, their figures were almost entirely obscured. Qin Chu glanced at the two men a dozen meters away, her delicate brows knitting tighter. Her current physical condition was far from ideal, making withdrawal the best option. Yet, she remained anxious about the fact that only the young master and that little rascal were left to contend with whatever threat loomed. Meanwhile, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng remained vigilant. Due to the inadequate training of his body, Jing Xia felt the need to exercise utmost caution, aware that their adversary, which could instill such seriousness in Ji Chuancheng, was undoubtedly formidable. Nevertheless, inexplicably he felt a sense of calm. He had faced such a situation with Ji Chuancheng before, during their battle against the first and only S-class mutant he had ever slain. It was in that moment, back-to-back, without the need for words or gestures, that they had harmoniously coordinated to vanquish the S-class beast. Chuan, thank you. Generally, creatures that have not evolved to C-class cannot withstand external attacks, but to err on the side of caution, we should still act carefully. If things go awry, we run. Jing Xia suggested. Ji Chuancheng's gaze darkened. I'll cover the rear. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback. Chuan. Ji Chuancheng remained silent, the rising chill in the mountain air serving as a quiet response to Jing Xia's concerns, causing his previously steady demeanor to falter. Young master, what are you doing? Butler Wang asked, puzzled, as he watched Jing Xia suddenly toss aside his long knife. Worry etched on his face. This is even more dangerous. Qin Shu observed Jing Xia's changing pace and the way he held his weapon half loosely, her almond eyes widening. Suppressing her surprise, she remarked, not necessarily. Perhaps this approach has a better chance of success. Butler Wang looked questioningly at Qin Shu, about to inquire further when a sudden series of high-pitched, frantic chirps erupted from within his grasp, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the pine forest. A gunshot rang out, piercing the silence of the woods, sending countless birds fluttering into the air. In that instant, a yellow-black shadow dashed forth from the underbrush, only to be struck down by a cold silver bullet. Crimson blood spurted into the air, splattering the ground in searing blackened spots, releasing wisps of steam. Amidst the embrace of the pines, Jing Xia felt a sudden relaxation wash over him as he heard the sound of the heavy body hitting the ground. He turned to face Ji Chuancheng, who was sheathing his long knife with an expressionless demeanor, the silver gleam concealed. The pistol in his left hand still emitted faint wisps of smoke, as if announcing the uncomplicated conclusion of the skirmish. Is it taken care of? Jing Xia asked quietly, yet he remained on high alert. Ji Chuancheng shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. But it hit the abdomen. Chapter 13. Jing Xia had experienced Ji Chuancheng's marksmanship in his past life. This man wielded an A2-type killing machine developed by a group of mad scientists, and with just one glance, he had felled an A-class mutant avian that had just risen above the horizon. In Jing Xia's eyes, it had been but a mere speck. Of course, this was also related to the subsequent enhancement of the physical capabilities of evolved beings. But Ji Chuancheng's reputation as a sharpshooter was widely acknowledged among countless evolved individuals in the post-apocalyptic world. Thus, the moment he mentioned a hit to the abdomen, Jing Xia harbored no doubts whatsoever. Was this sufficient? A perplexed expression appeared on the deeply wrinkled face of Butler Wang, who was on the verge of rising to approach, when he suddenly felt something tugging at the hem of his trousers. Looking down, he saw the small, black creature gripping his pants with its stubby little legs, refusing to let go. The force was so great that it stumbled backward, yet it resiliently climbed back up and resumed its tugging. Butler Wang was taken aback. Gigi? What is it? Gigi was the name Jing Xia had whimsically given to the little black creature. Gigi! Gigi, Gigi! Don't go! It's still here. Qin Chu interjected, blocking Butler Wang's path with a grave expression. Butler Wang, that thing is not dead. As if to affirm her words, a yellow-black shadow suddenly burst forth from a patch of mutated grass. Its body was bristling with sharp, needle-like spines, its back entirely cloaked in black quills, while the abdomen, pressed against the ground, bore a yellow-brown hue. The creature's face was predominantly black, but two white patches adorned beneath its ears. Its eyes gleamed with a cruel ferocity. Sharp teeth bared as thick saliva dripped from its yellowed fangs, evaporating into steam upon contact with the ground. Its claws were exceedingly sharp, scraping at the earth, sending up clouds of dust and dirt. A yellow weasel, Ji Chuan observed calmly, his right hand subtly reaching for the hilt of his knife. Jing Xia, noting the minimal change in Ji Chuan's posture, continued, among small terrestrial mammals, those with little variation in size are typically below D-class. Pausing for effect, Jing Xia added, the likelihood of this being an E-class mutated yellow weasel is extremely high. A sharp, grating screech suddenly pierced the air as the mutated yellow weasel flicked its large, bushy tail and charged directly at Jing Xia. As it leapt from the ground, the mottled wound on its abdomen, inflicted by a gunshot, was fully exposed to Jing Xia's view. Instinctively, Jing Xia sidestepped. Perhaps due to its injuries, the yellow weasel was noticeably slower, and even in a moment of surprise, Jing Xia adeptly evaded its attack. Just as he exhaled in relief, he noticed the weasel extending its claws, viciously aiming for his eyes. Immediately, he bent backward, narrowly dodging the sudden assault, while simultaneously delivering a powerful right punch to the yellow-black figure. The weasel was knocked back half a meter and landed on the ground. But Jing Xia abruptly realized that he was incapable of executing such a complex maneuver in his current state. Before he could react, he felt a tug at his waist as someone pulled him upright. The moment the weasel touched the ground, it spun around and launched another attack. Yihun, unable to withdraw his hand from Jing Xia's waist, was forced to maintain his hold on the youth and swiftly retreat. The yellow-black shadow continued to leap from the ground, compelling Ji Chuan to repeatedly shift his stance. The mutated yellow weasel seemed to possess an unyielding obsession, refusing to relent in this back-and-forth struggle, often scratching with its sharp claws, leaving Ji Chuan no opportunity to counterattack. The clash of claws against blade echoed like metal colliding. The sudden impact sent the mutated yellow weasel flying several meters away, finally halting the protracted chase. A thin sheen of sweat formed on Ji Chuan's brow as he squinted, pushing Jing Xia aside and stepping forward to confront the weasel. Jing Xia's eyes widened in alarm. Chuan. Ji Chuan, with his right hand gripping the knife, drew a graceful arc in the air, positioning the blade towards the half-meter-tall yellow weasel, ignoring Jing Xia's call. His cold, fierce gaze remained fixed on the small creature as he suddenly propelled himself forward, seizing the initiative. Perhaps due to the increased blood loss, the weasel's speed had noticeably diminished. Yet, it relentlessly engaged Ji Chuan, its claws clashing against the long knife. Time seemed to stretch on, until it leapt once more, extending its claws towards Ji Chuan, who swiftly responded with his blade, then kicked at the weasel's soft underbelly. This kick seemed to strike right at the gunshot wound, causing the weasel to writhe on the ground for a considerable time, blood flowing more rapidly than before. The creature emitted an unpleasant, piercing cry, slowly rising from the ground, seemingly still eager to fight. Yet, Jing Xia observed Ji Chuan's body trembling slightly, barely stabilizing himself with the knife's tip. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Jing Xia. This man had not slept for nearly 4 days. He only closed his eyes during moments when everyone else paused to rest or eat, and now, he could scarcely muster the strength for another grueling battle. Fingers tightening, Jing Xia gritted his teeth and stepped toward the battlefield. If it were only him, although the weasel was gravely injured and weakened, he could not guarantee victory with his current physical condition. Thus, it was essential to lure the enemy deeper. Jing Xia! Ji Chuan gasped, wide-eyed, watching as the youth advanced step by step toward the seemingly cornered mutated yellow weasel. He tightened his grip on the knife's hilt, acutely aware that the fatigue from the prolonged fight and 4 sleepless days meant this battle required a breakthrough. Listening to Ji Chuan's voice, Jing Xia allowed a slight smile to curve his lips, signaling with his right hand behind him. Ji Chuan instantly understood, silently observing as Jing Xia approached the enemy, his right hand firmly clutching the knife. Even before the apocalypse, yellow weasels had been despised and reviled. Contrary to their seemingly docile appearance, they were cunning and brutal, employing cruel methods and never sparing weaker creatures, often killing even when not hungry. Now, Jing Xia calmly approached the mutated animal, which was evidently more ferocious and ruthless post-transformation. As the weasel watched Jing Xia approach, its bristled fur stood even more sharply, teeth bared and eyes fixated on Jing Xia's every movement. When they were about 3 to 4 meters apart, Jing Xia abruptly halted, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the mutated beast pressed against the ground. The atmosphere was taut with tension as Ji Chuan stealthily advanced, while Jing Xia faced off against the mutated yellow weasel. This situation kept the creature on high alert, wary of the duo's potential coordination. It incessantly emitted warning screeches, yet was utterly incapable of breaking the current stalemate. With a sudden thud, Jing Xia stomped the ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust toward the beast. The weasel, caught off guard, screeched in surprise, but it was only a momentary distraction before it charged at Jing Xia with fierce intent. Its speed was remarkable. It leaped nearly 2 meters in a single bound, claws extending toward Jing Xia for a strike. Jing Xia, undeterred, slightly shifted his body, delivering a beautifully executed left hook that struck the weasel's soft back. The creature emitted a sharp cry before crashing to the ground, but it did not pause, darting straight for Jing Xia's exposed ankle with its razor-sharp claws. Jing Xia leapt up, refraining from retaliating, and instead, spun around and sprinted away. While he could not match the weasel's speed, he gained a temporary lead of about a meter due to the element of surprise. Utilizing a serpentine route, Jing Xia swayed left and right, seemingly running aimlessly, but gradually coaxing the weasel into a predictable pattern. Suddenly, hiding behind a sturdy mutated conifer, Jing Xia came to an abrupt stop, while the weasel, still unaware, continued forward for another half-meter. As it turned to confront the loathsome human that had just vanished, a glimmering silver streak of cold light descended upon it. With a sharp clang, the yellow weasel barely managed to intercept Ji Chuancheng's strike with its formidable claws. Baring its teeth, it had yet to make another move when a faint but piercing sound of wind slicing through the air echoed from behind. In a decisive and unyielding motion, a blade cleaved through the weasel's neck and down to its tail, spewing forth a torrent of crimson blood. With a heart-wrenching shriek, the weasel was felled to the ground, sliding 3 or 4 meters before landing amidst the underbrush. It lay there, gasping for breath, allowing blood to flow from the gaping wounds on its back and abdomen. Struggling feebly, it crawled away from this wretched place. Jing Xia sheathed his long knife, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the mutated weasel slowly retreating, showing no inclination to pursue further. "Young master, why did you let that creature escape?" asked Butler Wang and Qin Chu, emerging from their hiding place once they confirmed the battle was over. The little black furball perched on Wang's shoulder seemed equally perplexed, chirping, "Gigi? It is on the brink of death. There is no need to pursue it further," Ji Chuancheng explained as he approached slowly. With excessive blood loss and severe injuries, in this mountainous terrain, this mutated weasel can barely last through the night. Jing Xia nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the creature's strength was not formidable, making it relatively easy to handle. Once Sister Qin recovers, I believe our tasks will become even more manageable. He then cast his gaze downwards at the round little black furball, snorting coldly. "It's this thing. It appears to be a mutated beast, yet lacks even the slightest defensive capability. It is utterly unhelpful." "Gigi." The black furball glared with its small green bean-like eyes, its soft fur bristling. Emitting a disdainful huff from its nose, Jing Xia turned his face away, unwilling to acknowledge the little creature. The skirmish had not lasted long. As the tranquility returned, the sun had just begun to rise, still imbued with the chilly essence of dawn. Brilliant rays streamed through the sparse gaps in the leaves, while a gentle breeze rustled the foliage, creating a soft murmur. The entire forest was serene and peaceful. Even as the 4 of them resumed their journey, it was still the break of day. As they walked, Jing Xia rubbed at the bloodstains that had splattered onto his left hand. The mutated weasel was of a low rank, its skin not even evolved to the point of being resilient, possessing only sharp claws and astonishing speed, thus making it manageable for them. However, the blood on Jing Xia's hand seemed stubbornly resistant to being cleaned, and he rubbed for quite some time before the color faded slightly. "You little rascal," a low, husky voice echoed beside him. He instinctively looked up to see Qin Chu had approached him at some point. "Sister Qin?" Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and after a prolonged silence, she finally sighed and asked, "Where did you learn that fighting technique and that gesture you used earlier?" Chapter 14. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Qin Chu's meaning. In his previous life, Ji Chuancheng had subjected him to rigorous training, imparting numerous combat techniques. It was undeniable that Ji Chuancheng was an excellent teacher. At least these seemingly mundane skills had saved Jing Xia time and again in the past. As for that gesture, with the thumb pointing down and the ring finger tucked inward, it signified 2 feints followed by a final strike, something Ji Chuancheng had taught him later on. A smile graced his face as Jing Xia replied casually, "Oh, that was taught to me by Chuan. He mentioned it during one of his night watches, advising me to cooperate well in case of any incidents. I was merely following orders, heh." Qin Chu regarded Jing Xia thoughtfully for a long while but chose not to respond further. Ji Chuancheng, maintaining an impassive demeanor, cast a fleeting glance at Jing Xia without offering a retort. Thus, the 4 of them continued westward, the little black furball's incessant chirping punctuating the silence. The deeper they ventured, the more it seemed to herald an ominous sign. The layers of dense forest thickened, rendering even the scorching noon sunlight unable to penetrate the thick canopy overhead. The entire woodland was enveloped in a silence so profound that even the sound of their footsteps echoed, devoid of cicada chirps or birdsong, isolating this secluded realm from the outside world. All were acutely alert as they walked, though their expressions remained outwardly relaxed. Jing Xia's right hand firmly gripped the hilt of his knife, never loosening its hold. Throughout the past half-month's journey, they had encountered a series of minor mishaps, with their frequency and danger escalating. "Sister Qin, when will we escape this forest and reach the restricted zone troops?" Jing Xia inquired as he chewed on a piece of compressed biscuit. "If this continues, regardless of whether our supplies can hold out, we may find ourselves unable to contend with the evolved creatures in these mountains." Jing Xia was uncertain about the rate of human evolution, But from their encounters over the past half-month, it was evident that the flora and fauna in the mountains were evolving at an alarming pace. Perhaps they had entered a period of explosive development, as creatures that had previously posed minor threats were now evolving rapidly, while they had yet to witness anyone undergo evolution. Qin Chu took a sip of water and replied, actually, at our pace we should have reached the restricted zone by now. However, the changes in these mountains are too drastic. We may have inadvertently circled back. The rapid mutation of the trees has obscured the sun's position, making it impossible for us to discern our direction. Even the compass has lost its efficacy due to magnetic shifts. Letting out a soft sigh, Qin Chu glanced up at Ji Chuancheng, who was observing their surroundings, then leaned closer to Jing Xia and whispered, "We must have lost our way." Jing Xia was speechless for a while before finally asking, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Qin Chu shrugged helplessly. "If the young master didn't bring it up, I felt it would be inappropriate to say anything. It would be like slapping the young master in the face." Jing Xia gritted his teeth, following Qin Chu's gaze to the tall figure that increasingly annoyed him. He resolutely approached Ji Chuancheng, saying, "Chuan, we're lost. Why do you still look so composed?" Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng silently lowered his gaze to meet Jing Xia's. His handsome features betrayed no hint of emotion, merely observing in silence, which sent a chill down Jing Xia's spine, as though he were being scrutinized by some unseen presence. Rubbing his arms for courage, he pressed on, "Speak for yourself. Are we lost or not?" After a lengthy pause, Ji Chuancheng nodded slightly, "Yes, for the time being." "What do you mean, for the time being?" Jing Xia was so incensed that he felt like slapping the man's face, eager to see if he could maintain his cool demeanor while uttering such things. "What if we can never find our way out?" "Fine, even if we can hunt food in the mountains, what about water? And Sister Qin, hasn't she also run out of supplies? What will happen when her next?" "You little rascal! How do you know about that?" Jing Xia instinctively retorted, "I saw it when I grabbed the water bottle. Did you think Sister Qin had? That's impossible. I really..." As he spoke, Jing Xia's voice trailed off, watching as Qin Chu approached him with a dark expression, her lips curling into a strained smile as she waved her hands dismissively. "Sister Qin, I was just joking. How could I, a grown man, possibly pay attention to that kind of thing? I really..." Qin Chu brandished the long knife still sheathed in its scabbard as she rushed toward Jing Xia, who, terrified, quickly hid behind Ji Chuancheng, continuing to use his childhood companion as a makeshift shield. "Sister Qin, I'm merely concerned for your well-being." "Ha! I truly appreciate your concern," Qin Chu replied, cracking her knuckles with a mocking smirk. "Don't hide behind the young master. A man should step forward and engage in a fair contest with this fragile lady." Jing Xia, his face a picture of indignation, retorted, "I am a man. But is Sister Qin truly a fragile lady?" Qin Chu arched an eyebrow, her smile turning sweetly sinister. "You little rascal, do you imply that I, Qin Chu, am a tomboy?" The warmth of her gentle demeanor sent a shiver down Jing Xia's spine, compelling him to retreat further behind Ji Chuancheng, not daring to show even a hint of himself. He swallowed hard and murmured, "How can that be a tomboy? She is unequivocally a fierce woman." "Jing Xia!" Qin Chu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Young master, you still protect him. I shall not rest until I subdue this insufferable little brat." With that, she recklessly charged forward, swinging her scabbard, fully confident that Ji Chuancheng would not intervene, perhaps even stepping aside to expose that detestable little rascal directly to her blade. Clang! Qin Chu gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "Young master, you would draw your sword against me for this little brat?" Ji Chuancheng's sharp blade clashed against Qin Chu's scabbard, producing a clear, ringing sound. Qin Chu stared at him, astonished, while he remained calm and collected, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Even Jing Xia was taken aback, unable to comprehend why this stoic figure would speak up for him. A warm sensation coursed through him, and he blinked in disbelief. "Ji Chuan, I never anticipated you would be so kind to me. You truly live up to your reputation. Who goes there?" "Step forward." The tall, slender figure suddenly emerged from the grass, covered in fine, tangled roots and sporting a camouflaged face. He stood straight amidst the greenery, his right hand pressed against his temple in a salute. "This is Li Guang, Deputy Commander of the 4th Reconnaissance Company, reporting to Major Ji." Ji Chuancheng nodded with poise. "Yes, it is Major, not Colonel." "Understood, Major." Jing Xia was left aghast, unsure how to confront this unexpected situation. Why was Ji Chuancheng so calm in the face of such an unknown presence? Shouldn't he be questioning how this individual appeared here? Frustrated by his inability to communicate with these extraordinary beings, Jing Xia retreated to his stone perch, observing as Li Guang began conversing with Ji Chuancheng and Qin Chu in hushed tones, their discussion shrouded in secrecy, rendering even Jing Xia's enhanced hearing useless. Biting into his biscuit with irritation, Jing Xia averted his gaze from the trio. Does the young master feel that Ji and Miss Qin consider us outsiders? A gentle voice chimed from the side, and Jing Xia turned to see Butler Wang smiling kindly. Young master, everyone has their own secrets, and you too harbor many that remain unspoken. Currently, Ji and the others are discussing matters of utmost confidentiality. It is essential for you to understand and empathize. With a resigned sigh, Jing Xia replied, I understand, Grandfather Wang. Please refrain from speaking too much. Your health is of utmost importance. Suddenly, a chubby little black creature popped out from Butler Wang's embrace, chattering excitedly at Jing Xia. After a couple of calls, it turned bashfully, presenting its rear as if to show off its round little behind. Ugh, you foul creature. Who wants to see your stinky backside? Chirp chirp. I want to show you my little behind. Ha! Butler Wang laughed heartily at the exchange between his young master and the little creature, his previously flushed face appearing much healthier. After what felt like half an hour, when Ji Chuancheng and Qin Chu returned, the earnest-looking Li Guang followed suit, placing his hefty backpack atop a large stone with a loud thud, drawing the attention of Jing Xia and Butler Wang. The little black creature climbed onto the bag, curiously inspecting it. Lieutenant Qin, I've brought provisions sufficient for approximately a month and a half. For the three of you, it should last around 20 days. As he spoke, Li Guang began to retrieve items from the bag. We are less than 2 days from the base. I have marked our route along the way, so we won't lose our way. When we return, your supplies will be more than ample. Qin Chu nodded in agreement. Good. You should head back to the base quickly. We will follow the markers you've left. If anything unexpected occurs, ignite a signal flare. Understood. We shall depart now and send someone to assist you upon our return. Qin Chu nodded again. Yes, rest assured. But may I inquire what exactly has transpired? Listening to their conversation, Jing Xia's previously awkward expression turned grave. His fists clenched tightly as an ominous premonition washed over him. What do you mean by we? Besides you, is there anyone else who will be leaving? It is I. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from behind. Jing Xia spun around, his eyes widening in shock. Ji Chuancheng had already gathered his belongings, his expression inscrutable as he approached step by step. There has been an incident at the base. Li Guang and I must return immediately. You, along with Qin Chu and Butler Wang, shall proceed at a leisurely pace. Jing Xia instinctively protested. I can accompany you. Your physical condition cannot endure a rapid journey? Ji Chuancheng replied, his brow furrowed with concern as he gazed deeply into Jing Xia's eyes. Butler Wang cannot keep pace with us either. You and Qin Chu must take your time. His voice remained as calm as ever, but Jing Xia's heart was tumultuous. He had never anticipated that, after being reborn, he would once again have to part ways with this man. He recalled vividly that in his past life, they had only been separated once, during an S-class beast tide in City S, which had led to his tragic demise beneath Su Weishang's foot. Feeling a familiar ache of anguish, Jing Xia instinctively cried out, Ji Chuan, please don't. His voice was swallowed by the warmth of Ji Chuancheng's embrace, leaving him dazed as the man's arms encircled him. The warmth of his breath brushed against Jing Xiao's ear as he whispered, the situation at the base is dire. I must return at once. Take good care of yourself, life comes first. Promise, this will be the last time I leave you. Jing Xia, you must reach me in one piece this time. Take care, my dear. Until the gentle voice, which he had not felt for 20 years, completely dissipated into the air, Jing Xia remained in a daze, unable to regain his senses. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft murmur, while Jing Xia pressed his hand against his chest, trembling for a long while. His heart raced with unprecedented intensity, beating faster and faster, igniting the blood within him into a fervent blaze. Just before Jing Xia fainted, his final thought was that the tender voice was certainly not Ji Chuancheng. Chapter 15. Without any high-tech communication devices, the lush green mountains became the most distant barrier, isolating Jing Xia and his companions from the outside world. Unbeknownst to them, the world outside had already undergone earth-shattering changes, causing all the inherent laws and norms to collapse. Since the outbreak of chaos a few days prior, the entire B city had plunged into panic. Crowds of terrified people, cries echoing through the air, roads stained with blood. Everything was devoid of the tranquility that had existed just days before. That once ignored calm, that tenuously maintained order, was utterly shattered by the cries of those who took to the streets. However, the true catalyst for this radical transformation was the emergence of the first evolved being. When that seemingly ordinary middle-aged man writhed in agony on the ground, everyone recoiled in fear, believing he would be the next victim of death. Yet, when the hours of torment subsided, they were astonished to find that he had miraculously survived. Just as quickly as death had manifested, the appearance of the first evolved being heralded the arrival of the second, the third, and gradually a myriad of evolved beings, some who could soar through the skies, others endowed with immense strength, began to appear in the streets. They transitioned from being regarded as suspicious anomalies to becoming the absolute force that dominated everything. In this era of universal fear, possessing power granted one the right to speak. The evolved beings established an advanced human organization, and in a mere encounter, a coalition of evolved beings, numbering less than a tenth of the National Defense Department, seized control of B City, initiating the era of evolved leadership. Meanwhile, Jing Xia was still engaged in a playful tussle with the little black creature, while Su Weishang had just driven away from B City. Xiaoshang, are we truly leaving B City? After having driven past the sign welcoming them to B City, Wu Jiqing could no longer contain himself. B City is our stronghold. Although the evolved beings currently hold the upper hand, they haven't done anything to us ordinary people. Jiqing, I have a premonition that we should leave B City. Su Weishang, sitting in the passenger seat, smiled with a shy innocence. Trust me, once we reach S City you'll still have many friends there. The evolved beings in B City are far too ostentatious, oppressing us ordinary folk to the point where we can hardly survive. Wu Jiqing sighed heavily, nodding in agreement without further protest. Meanwhile, Su Weishang concealed a flicker of darkness in his eyes behind a gentle smile. His right hand, hidden from Wu Jiqing's view, clenched tightly, almost piercing his skin with his nails, filled with uncontainable rage. He could hardly believe that when they arrived at Jing's residence, they would find an empty house. One of the cars in the garage was missing, and the entire house seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time, filled with a stale odor. This is not right. Su Weishang ground his teeth, his face contorting with a grimace. The last time we saw Jing Xia, he was definitely here. How could he just vanish? Could it be that his resurrection triggered this butterfly effect? Su Weishang closed his eyes, burying his resentment deep within. A slight smile curved his lips as he thought to himself. It's all right. This little twist is inconsequential. Perhaps Jing Xia will perish in the beast tide in B City, and I need not worry at all. Of course, should Jing Xia miraculously survive, Su Weishang would be waiting for him at S City, the last bastion of humanity. In his previous life, he perished during the first beast tide in S City. But this time, he would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor of this apocalypse. Little rascal, bring some water. As soon as Qin Chu's voice fell, a stream of clear water suddenly gushed forth from her fingertips, but it only flowed for a moment before vanishing. Shaking the droplets from her hands, Qin Chu helplessly asked, Little rascal, when will you master this ability a bit more skillfully? I've only washed half of this chicken and your water is gone. How am I supposed to finish cooking it? Jing Xia's face flushed crimson as he struggled to produce more water, which ended up splashing directly onto Qin Chu's face, soaking her thoroughly. Little rascal! Sister Qin, I didn't do it on purpose. This ability is really hard to control. Another meal concluded amidst Qin Chu's exasperation, yet it was a rare feast, with even Butler Wang indulging in several extra servings. After the meal, Qin Chu disposed of the leftover bones outside the cave, while Jing Xia handed the medicinal soup she had brewed to Butler Wang, insisting on watching him finish it before he would relent. Ahem, young master, perhaps I should spare my old bones from this? This bowl of bitter black medicinal soup is truly taking years off my life. Having to drink it every day is making me feel like I'm aging several years. Yet Jing Xia insisted on witnessing Butler Wang consume the concoction, leaving him feeling both warmed by the gesture and tormented by the experience. Grandpa Wang, we have the means to treat your cold now. You absolutely must drink it all. All right, I'll drink it, Butler Wang replied, resolutely picking up the bowl and drinking it down. His wrinkled face contorted further from the bitterness, yet the happiness in his murky eyes shone through. Qin Chu stepped back inside the cave, stating, Now, let me check your pulse and see how you've fared these past 3 days. Jing Xia stepped back to allow Qin Chu space to squat down, watching as she took Butler Wang's pulse, her brow furrowed with concern and care. It had been a month since Ji Chuancheng had departed. 12 days prior, they had exhausted all their rations. Initially, they could barely follow the marks left by the scout, Li Guang, but after delays caused by Butler Wang's sudden decline in health, Those already concealed signs were further obscured by the rapidly growing vegetation, rendering them utterly untraceable. The trio had expected someone to return for them soon, but no one anticipated that Ji Chuancheng's departure would result in a complete loss of communication. Qin Chu firmly believed that something significant had occurred within the military, preventing him from returning. Jing Xia had faith in Ji Chuancheng, so none voiced any complaints. Fortunately, on the very day Ji Chuancheng left, Jing Xia awakened his water-based abilities. Jing Xia vividly recalled that when he first regained consciousness, he was met with Qin Chu's anxious and fearful expression. This older sister, who had bullied him since childhood, embraced him tightly, nearly suffocating him with her overwhelming chest, almost causing him to faint again. Yet, amidst all the misfortune, this was a stroke of luck. He had finally awakened his water abilities. Not too bad. As long as you avoid overexertion and keep taking your medicine, you should be fine. Qin Chu smiled and nodded at Butler Wang before turning to Jing Xia. Little rascal, let us discuss how to effectively utilize your powers. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia could only grimace as he followed Qin Chu outside. In his previous life, his abilities were far superior to what they were now, and this feeling of blockage and disconnection was utterly foreign to him. It was likely due to the low level of his powers that he struggled to control them, even less adept than he was in the later stages, often receiving lessons from Qin Chu. Sister Qin, I truly find myself at a loss. You must believe me. In due time, as I become more adept, I shall certainly. This little rascal, I genuinely do not know what to do. Just a few paces from the cave entrance, Qin Chu hung her head, speaking in a hushed tone. The medicinal herbs I carry are already scant, and more critically, I have no idea how to prescribe the right remedy. As for old Butler Wang's ailment, even if granted another decade, my current skills are wholly insufficient to resolve it. Jing Xia swallowed his words, staring blankly at the dejected Qin Chu. After a lengthy pause, he managed to force a smile, saying, Sister Qin, what are you talking about? Hasn't Grandpa Wang's cough improved significantly? Moreover, I have awakened my abilities, and he still stands before me, alive and well. He cannot possibly be in any danger. Jing Xia's greatest confidence lay in the fact that he had awakened his powers and that old Butler Wang had not succumbed to failure in his evolution. In his previous life, old Butler Wang had passed away long before he awakened his abilities, not lingering until this moment. Seeing the disbelief etched on Jing Xia's face, Qin Chu could only shake her head in resignation, gritting her teeth as she said, If you refuse to trust me, then I am powerless to assist you. Frankly, based on the pulse and my observations, old Butler Wang should be exhibiting far more severe clinical symptoms than simply a cough. Perhaps, as you say, he truly is fine. Jing Xia clenched his right hand, unwilling to heed Qin Chu's words. Yet, a voice within him incessantly echoed, suggesting that this might indeed be the truth. He had never doubted Qin Chu's medical expertise. Whatever she stated was undeniably correct. However, he was loath to accept the grim reality that old Butler Wang's condition might be deteriorating by the day. Sister Qin, I shall first seek out dinner for tonight. Please take good care of old Butler Wang. After a moment's pause, Jing Xia slowly raised his head and added, If, by tomorrow, there is still no improvement, we shall ignite the signal flare. Qin Chu hesitated for quite some time before nodding. All right. One turned to head towards the cave, while the other's silhouette gradually faded into the dense, sprawling forest. Suddenly, Qin Chu turned back, only to see Jing Xia's already slender figure gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness of the woods, the diminishing light rendering him entirely invisible. She gazed gravely for a long while, ultimately sighing before re-entering the cave. Having taken only a few steps, she was struck by a flurry of frantic chirps and hastened her pace, calling out, What is happening? Is everything? Her words were abruptly cut off as she beheld the stark crimson stains of blood in old Butler Wang's palm, her mouth agape, momentarily lost for words. The amiable elder sat half-reclined on a large stone, visibly relieved upon recognizing Qin Chu's presence, and with a smile, he implored, Miss Qin, please keep this old man's condition confidential. Do not cough. As he spoke, another violent bout of coughing racked his body, threatening to expel his very insides. Do not let the young master worry. A bitter smile creased Qin Chu's lips as she closed her eyes, unable to mask the taste of despair lingering at the corners of her mouth. What should she do in the face of such a predicament? Chapter 16. Towering trees obscured the sun and moon from the forest, some reaching skyward while others remained diminutive and frail, creating a rather peculiar sight. Amidst this lush environment, a thin, gaunt youth kept his head bowed, steadily advancing. The 2 months of travel and practical experience had transformed Jing Xia's once meager physique into lean muscle. However, the scarcity of food resources rendered him still quite frail, with only the strength concealed beneath his clothing hinting at his true capabilities. With a swift stroke, he cleaved a plump, repugnant caterpillar in two, followed by a rapid water arrow that sent a writhing toxic vine tumbling to the ground. Jing Xia darted through the underbrush with remarkable speed, searching for sustenance for the three of them that evening. The first prerequisite was to ensure the absence of mutations, and the second was that the food must be edible. Satisfying both criteria proved to be a rare occurrence, and thus, during the 12 days of food scarcity, the trio had not always been able to fill their bellies. Fortunately, Jing Xia's provision of water alleviated a significant challenge. Once more, with deft precision, he dispatched a flower spider that lunged toward him, shaking off Qin Chu's earlier words from his mind, determined not to dwell on the matter. His delicate brows furrowed as he tightened his grip on the long knife, racing through the grass. Food, food, food. All that mattered now was the thought of food. Engaging in self-deluding mantras, Jing Xia remained oblivious to the blue-black glow that flickered behind a towering tree merely 100 meters away, inching closer in his direction. When the enemy approached within a mere 20 meters, Jing Xia instinctively crouched low, narrowly evading a sudden aerial strike. His rapidly evolving combat prowess allowed him to discern the identity of this unannounced assailant as he crouched and gazed upward, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the blue-black mutated flying creature. Instinctively, he conjured a faint blue water membrane to shield himself from the descending black venom. What followed was a fierce exchange of speed and defense. The mutated flying squirrel had grown to more than triple its original size, exhibiting astonishing speed, its entire body cloaked in a toxic blue-black hue. Its large, sharp molars were no longer the most fearsome of its arsenal. Rather, the venom spewing from its mouth posed the greatest threat to Jing Xia. Fortunately, he could utilize the water membrane to block the venom. However, each membrane was quickly eroded by the potent toxins, placing Jing Xia in peril on several occasions. Yet, whether due to the creature's prior injuries or incomplete evolution, after several intense encounters, Jing Xia ultimately managed to bring it down with a decisive strike, blood splattering and emitting a sizzling steam. Phew! It has been some time since I encountered such a formidable opponent. Jing Xia wiped the warm blood from his body and mused. At my current level combined with practical experience, this flying squirrel must be at least a D-class mutated entity. The blood on his blade trickled down the sharp edge as Jing Xia frowned, lingering his gaze on the lifeless body of the flying squirrel before finally diverting his attention. Just as he lifted his foot to press onward, he suddenly sensed an intense, searing gaze fixated upon his back, imbued with a palpable aura of hostility and malice. Instinctively, Jing Xia enveloped himself in a thin layer of water membrane and pivoted, retreating a few steps while brandishing his knife to confront the threat. Following the resounding clash of metal, Jing Xia's eyes widened upon encountering a massive, snarling flying squirrel within the foliage, its imposing presence far surpassing that of the previous creature. With a firm grip on the knife's hilt, he prepared to engage, only to be startled by the sound of rapid flapping surrounding him. An ominous premonition surged within him, prompting Jing Xia to abandon his assault and instinctively flee in the opposite direction. Behind him, dozens of mutated flying squirrels, glowing with blue-black energy, flitted and crawled towards him, pursuing the small figure with relentless fervor. The chase ensued, with the pursuers gaining ground as Jing Xia's speed began to wane. Strange. Why has that little rascal not returned yet? Qin Chu, having gathered a bundle of firewood, re-entered the cave, casting a curious glance toward the entrance. It has been 2 hours. He should have come back even if food was scarce. Old butler Wang approached, his voice tinged with worry and a hint of hesitation. Miss Qin, could it be that the young master has encountered some trouble? At his words, a trace of concern crossed Qin Chu's lovely features. She pondered deeply for a moment before finally retrieving her long knife, declaring, "Old butler Wang, I shall go search for him. If I have not returned within an hour, ignite the signal flare. If the little rascal returns within an hour, there will be no need for ignition. I shall return on my own." Steward Wang solemnly accepted the silver metal signal flare from Qin Chu, nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood, Miss Qin. I appreciate your assistance." Qin Chu refrained from saying more, dashing toward the direction where Jing Xia had vanished. Her tall, slender figure quickly disappeared into the inky darkness of the night, leaving behind the anxious elder at the cave entrance and an innocent little black ball of fur, both waiting with trepidation. In less than an hour, a dazzling white firework ignited in the sky, blooming into a magnificent, radiant light. Qin Chu stared in astonishment as the familiar signal flare illuminated the air, its brilliance standing out starkly against the serene mountain forest, untouched by city lights. Yet, at that moment, she could not savor the beauty of it. This light symbolized that Jing Xia's situation was undoubtedly perilous. Damn it! Her current abilities paled in comparison to Jing Xia's. This was a crisis even he could scarcely confront, and she feared her interference would only complicate matters further. On the other side, Jing Xia was also transfixed, gazing at the flickering signal flare in the southern sky. Beneath him lay 3 or 4 mutant flying squirrels, severed in two, his cheeks marred by deep gashes from the enemy's sharp claws, and a torn sleeve hung limp, his body adorned with glaring wounds. Yet, at this moment, he had no energy to concern himself with his own condition. He observed as one of the mutant squirrels, previously engaged in a fierce contest with a sharp blade, suddenly halted its movements, and all the creatures turned their corpulent bodies skyward, fixated on the white firework. Watching the light dim until it ultimately vanished into the silence of the night, he felt a sense of dread. Then, in the next instant, all the mutant squirrels began to flutter their enormous membranes and rush toward the place where the firework had ignited. No! Without needing to speculate, Jing Xia instinctively understood where that direction led, and what the white light represented. He had heard Qin Chu mention that this type of signal flare would not emit any particular signals to living beings. In fact, it exuded a hormone that repelled creatures, preventing beastly incursions. But now, why were these mutated squirrels heading toward that very direction, the one he had desperately tried to avoid? Jing Xia's previously weary body surged with vitality, and he swung his blade in a fervent attempt to catch up with the squirrels, but he always lagged just behind, managing only to barely keep pace with the last one, unable to even brush the tip of his blade against their bodies. The squirrels, who had previously pursued him with relentless enthusiasm, now seemed to possess newfound motivation and purpose, rushing toward the location of the signal flare. Wherever they passed, a commotion ensued, causing other creatures to flee in fear, unwilling to intrude. What had begun as a multiple pursuit had swiftly transformed into a singular chase, the rapidity of the change leaving Jing Xia utterly powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, Qin Chu was scouring the forest, when she suddenly heard a resonant buzzing sound. Curious, she looked up to behold a vast ocean of blue-black and the pale visage of a youth within it. Jing Xia, astonished, Qin Chu noticed that the young man seemed oblivious to her presence. Following the direction where he had disappeared, realization dawned upon her regarding the unfolding events. Alarmed, she hurriedly pursued him but could not catch up to Jing Xia's pace. The sky was filled with mutant squirrels, obscuring her view entirely. Jing Xia's legs had long since become fatigued and numb from running, yet he showed no signs of slowing down, sprinting relentlessly, his eyes bloodshot, his complexion ashen, fixated on the blue-black wall of squirrels ahead, unwilling to divert his gaze. Drawing ever closer to that place, he felt as though his breath had ceased. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, and the surging blood rendered all sounds momentarily mute, save for the frantic, fearful chirps and the buzzing of the squirrels that resonated in his mind, leaving him in a state of complete blankness. No! Chapter 17. No. Ah! The anguished cry of despair echoed through the tranquil forest, a primal scream erupting from the depths of his heart, as if striving to rend the very air itself, causing Qin Chu to halt abruptly, her gaze fixed on the once familiar yet now unfamiliar youth who clung to the elderly man at the cave's entrance, collapsing in despair, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks. The dim light flickered in the darkness, while the small black ball of fur tirelessly supported the frail body of the elder. Dark red blood mingling with shades of black trickled upon the ground, beside a half-destroyed signal flare cylinder, creating a scene of utter disarray. Grandpa Wang? Grandpa Wang? Grandpa Wang? Jing Xia's cries grew progressively softer, until they were ultimately swallowed by his throat. This was impossible, it could not be, this could not be happening. He adamantly denied it, shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before him. Just hours ago, this elder had looked at him kindly, smiling and assuring him there was no need for worry. Why had everything changed so drastically in just a few hours? Coughing, his lips turning purplish as he expelled dark red blood, Steward Wang slowly lifted his hand, his rough palm gently brushing against Jing Xia's cheek. Young master, cough, do not cry, no. Tears dripped onto Steward Wang's face as Jing Xia tightly shut his eyes, attempting to hypnotize himself into forgetting the grim reality. Young master, cough, you have always hidden behind the old man, refusing to confront the truths you wish to avoid. A resigned smile graced Steward Wang's face as he weakly caressed Jing Xia's tear-streaked visage, saying, "But now, the old man can rest easy. Cough, you have grown up. You are no longer that naive young master of the Jing family." Jing Xia's eyes snapped open wide as he cried out, "No, Grandpa Wang, you will be fine. Do not worry. Sister Qin possesses healing powers. She can even mend broken limbs. As long as she is here." As long as she is here, vivid crimson blood continued to spew from his mouth, as a blissful smile slowly spread across Steward Wang's face. "Young master, I can no longer accompany you on your journey. Having been by your side until now has made the old man very happy. I am truly glad that my little young master has finally become a man capable of bearing responsibility." Choking on his sobs, Jing Xia was at a loss for words. "You must live well. Cherish everyone around you. The old man's greatest wish in this life was to see you grow up, no longer needing others to worry." With his rough, calloused fingers, he tenderly wiped away Jing Xia's flowing tears, smiling as he said, "Young master, do not cry. The old man is very happy, very happy." Yet Jing Xia continued to disregard his own tears, unable to find calm within himself. Not far away, Qin Chu stood frozen, quietly observing the scene before her, reluctant to interrupt. She watched as the frail youth released all his emotions through tears, her ears attuned to the heart-wrenching cries of despair, interspersed with increasingly faint chirps. The once adorable and amusing chirps now sounded eerily pale and sorrowful in this moment. When Qin Chu regained her composure, she instinctively raised her hand to wipe her face. The cold water sent a jolt through her heart, awakening her entirely. Cautiously, she approached, softly saying, "This place is very dangerous. We should relocate, little rascal Jing Xia." The night breeze responded to her with the rustling of leaves and the whispering of grass stirred by the wind. The gaunt young man at that moment had his back turned to her, his shoulders trembling incessantly, burying his face deep within the gradually cooling shoulder of the old man, clinging tightly as if he would never let go. Qin Chu wiped away all her tears, slowly crouching down, hesitating for a moment before finally reaching out to the heaving shoulder, saying, "Wang Guanjia's body has long since reached its limit. Perhaps it would be kinder to let him go sooner rather than later. When he departed, he seemed at peace. I think he would not wish to see you in this state." "Why?" The hoarse, ragged voice seemed to scrape against sandpaper, interrupting Qin Chu's words. She puzzledly retorted, "What do you mean, why? Why did the distress signal flare up at this moment?" Each word was bitten off with clenched teeth, as if drawn forth with blood. "Why did the signal flare attract the mutated beasts? Why, while I was desperately trying to divert the enemy, did Grandpa Wang, ignite the signal to lure the mutated beasts?" The early autumn breeze was chilling to the bone in the forest, and as Qin Chu listened to these questions, her heart sank into icy depths, leaving her feeling half-frozen. With a rasping throat, she explained, "You have not returned for several hours, and we have all been worried, so I ventured into the woods to find you. The signal flare was given to Wang Guanjia. If I had not returned within an hour, he was to ignite it, both as a reminder that you had yet to return and as a direct call for help to the young master. As for why it attracted the mutated beasts, I truly..." She bit her lip, continuing, "I truly do not know why this happened." Her voice gradually faded into the air, leaving only the trembling figure of Qin Chu, who felt an ominous and unfamiliar hostility rushing towards her. A little black ball of fluff attempted to climb onto Wang Guanjia's arm but was ruthlessly swatted aside, tumbling heavily to the ground. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qin Chu, astonished, picked up the plump little hamster, her eyes widening as she watched Jing Xia tighten his embrace around the lifeless elder, as if expending all his strength to prevent the cold body from slipping away. He appeared like a lost cub, clinging desperately to the frigid corpse, refusing to accept any truth or reality. After a moment of choking back tears, Qin Chu said, "Jing Xia, I am so sorry. Her voice trailed off as she stared blankly at the suddenly upward-gazing youth, her heart pierced with pain. The once playful peach blossom eyes were now devoid of their former mirth, filled instead with a hatred and sorrow she had never witnessed, sharp and foreign like a poisoned sword stabbing into her heart, spilling forth hot, flowing blood. In Qin Chu's vision, a beautiful, radiant light flickered and blossomed, igniting against the pitch-black night sky, starkly separating her from the young man before her. The pale, tattered remnants of the signal flare had been ravaged beyond recognition by the advancing horde of mutated beasts. These accursed enemies vanished without a trace after committing their heinous deeds, leaving all the sorrow behind for those who cared. The air hung heavy as water, pressing down upon Qin Chu's heart. Silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the faint sobs echoing through the midnight forest, breaking the desolate sound of the evening breeze. Qin Chu kept her head bowed, watching the young man who had buried himself once more in the embrace of the old man. Each time she attempted to reach out to him, he would flinch away, as if avoiding a flood or a ferocious beast, suppressing an unspeakable grief. Her fingers slowly curled tighter, and just as she intended to leave him in solitude, she suddenly heard a familiar, vibrant male voice calling from the thicket, "Qin Chu, you are really here." Startled, Qin Chu turned to look, but the young man beside her remained with his head lowered, seemingly oblivious to the call. A tall man with short hair rushed out from the underbrush, his tight camouflage attire tattered and stained with blood, as if he had just escaped a fierce battle. "You Kai!" Qin Chu exclaimed. The man quickly nodded. "Yes. Come quickly. The major is in serious condition. You must come and see." Upon hearing this, Qin Chu's gaze fell upon the two men behind him. One, a handsome and refined man, looked at her helplessly, his hands tightly shackled, yet he staggered under the weight of an unconscious large man on his back. Seeing Qin Chu's gaze upon him, the fair-skinned man smiled and said, "Aren't you going to hurry and save him? If you don't come soon, your Major Ji may not survive." At the mention of that name, Qin Chu froze momentarily before instinctively rushing over, gently laying the man from the other's back onto the ground and beginning to check the pulse of the unconscious Ji Chuancheng. Due to the lack of medical tools, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and soon her complexion turned pale with panic. She looked up at the burly man, asking, "You Kai, what on earth happened?" "We got separated in the woods. It was just a few of us trying to find you." Yukai was equally anxious. The major suddenly collapsed while dealing with a pack of mutated beasts, so I had no choice but to have that bastard carry him away. Fortunately, I spotted your signal flare and managed to escape. I know the young master has awakened his abilities. His heart rate is accelerating, and blood circulation is increasing. This little bastard has shown similar symptoms before but never like this, with all his organs rapidly failing. Qin Chu's horrified voice echoed loudly in the stillness of the forest, her breaths coming in uneven gasps. He only had a slight fever when unconscious, but after a few hours he returned to normal. What could possibly, during the awakening of his abilities, he pushed himself without stopping to fight, straining his powers to eliminate the enemy. A casual voice interrupted Qin Chu's words. The refined man stood off to the side, smiling as he continued, "I remember your Major Ji burned 2 mutated giant mosquitoes to death before his powers were fully awakened. Perhaps this is his comeuppance?" Yukai's fist connected with the man's cheek, sending him sprawling, sliding across the ground to land beside Jing Xia. The handsome man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying nothing further. Yukai roared, "Qiyang, I warn you, do not speak so alarmingly." With a cold scoff, Qiyang innocently shrugged, raising his wrist where the handcuffs were tightly locked. Yes, Lieutenant Yu is currently holding my life in his hands. I wouldn't dare say anything." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the young man, who had lifted his head from the elder's body. Staring blankly at Ji Chuancheng, lying beside Qin Chu, the tear streaks on his face starkly illuminated by the firelight. Qiyang narrowed his eyes slightly, chuckling, "So, you are Jing Xia?" Chapter 18. "So, you are Jing Xia?" His voice carried a teasing tone, the flickering candlelight in the darkness casting a partial glow on the man's face, as he leered at Jing Xia without regard for his disheveled appearance. Yet Jing Xia paid no heed to this man, seemingly oblivious to the words directed at him. Gently, he laid the cold body of the elder on the ground before stepping over to the group gathered nearby, staring blankly as he called out, "A Chuan?" The only response was an endless silence. The handsome man at this moment furrowed his brow tightly, his expression one of anguish, as if he were enduring immense torment. His eyes were firmly shut, beads of fine sweat emerging on his forehead. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, his hands clutched the ground with a vice-like grip, silently conveying an indescribable pain. Jing Xia suddenly felt as if he were suspended in an abyss of endless despair. The man before him, teetering on the brink of life and death, was his cherished childhood friend, while behind him lay the lifeless, cold body of the elder who had watched him grow. He seemed to witness the hellish scene from the first beast tide in B City, where countless mutated beasts surged from the east. The earth trembled, and the heavens wailed. Humanity had never felt so insignificant as in that moment, akin to millions of years ago, powerless against nature and other life forms, reduced to mere victims of slaughter, torn apart and devoured. Blood sprayed into the air, cries of anguish and lamentation filled the atmosphere, as everyone fled in a frenzy, yet most ultimately succumbed to a ceaseless hell of carnage. Death, despair, Just as he was feeling once more, it extinguished any hope of survival. The sensation of being rendered immobile before the enemy, reduced to merely watching oneself being torn asunder by giant claws, witnessing one's body being crushed by ferocious beasts. Ah! Qin Chu was stunned. She gazed in disbelief as the slender youth suddenly clutched his head, collapsing onto the ground in despair, burying himself deep into his knees. His frail body trembled incessantly, as if it could no longer withstand another heavy blow. Qin Chu felt her throat tighten further, and as she parted her lips to speak, she heard Yu Kai tentatively inquire, are you all right? Noticing the lack of response, Yu Kai awkwardly scratched his head and said, You are Jing Xia? The Major has mentioned you frequently. He has been eager to find you. I believe the Major will pull through. He survived a bullet that pierced through his chest years ago. Truly, so in the end, even Yu Kai's voice trailed off, lacking conviction, and he fell silent. Qin Chu sighed helplessly at the sight and ceased to pay heed to the situation around her. The immediate priority was to save those who could be saved. She promptly opened her medical kit, her fingers barely grazing the slender golden needle when they suddenly froze, suspended in midair, refusing to move. She had no idea how to handle the current predicament. After a prolonged silence, as Yu Kai was about to voice his confusion, Qin Chu suddenly raised her hand to cover her lips, gazing intently and sorrowfully at the man still enveloped in pain, murmuring, I truly do not know what to do. Why I don't know how to save him. Yu Kai's eyes widened. Why you don't know what to do? Qin Chu. How can it be that you don't know what to do? Aren't you the most skilled in medicine? In the unit, you are hailed as a miraculous doctor. Even the old military doctor praises you. His voice abruptly ceased. Tears flowed from her already swollen eyes as Qin Chu choked out. But I truly do not know what to do. Young master, the air grew thick with tension. Time stretched interminably in that moment, the unconscious, suffering man clenching the earth beneath him, his heartbeat quickening, and his complexion gradually reddening. On this cool autumn night, sweat drenched his clothes, leaving a faint trail of moisture on the ground. The three remained in a state of despair, enveloped in silence. Even the stalwart Yu Kai found himself on the verge of tears when suddenly a mocking voice leisurely broke the stillness. This doesn't seem like a significant issue. It's merely a minor mishap in the evolution process. At worst, it's just an evolutionary failure leading to death. How many have perished in the army? You need not be so dramatic. Bam! A fierce punch sent Qi Yang crashing to the ground once more. Yu Kai stared in shock at the youth blocking his path, his fist hanging awkwardly in midair before retracting. Jing Xiao's eyes widened, bloodshot and fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. He regarded Qi Yang with the gaze reserved for the deceased, gritting his teeth as he spat. If you utter another word, I will ensure your demise. Each word fell like a sharp, icy blade in the chilling wind. Qi Yang's eyes, once filled with mirth, dimmed momentarily before returning to their usual demeanor. He regarded Jing Xia for a long while, then replied with a chuckle, If you wish for my death, it appears you do not intend to save Major Ji. Do you? At this statement, everyone fell into stunned silence. Qin Chu was the first to regain her wits. She stepped forward, grabbing Qi Yang by the collar, urgently demanding, Do you have a solution? Speak quickly. Yu Kai slapped his forehead, muttering to himself, Right. How could I forget that this brat is the most formidable among that group of lunatics? Although he has caused the deaths of numerous comrades, he is currently the one most knowledgeable about evolutionary research. Damn it. I actually overlooked this. Qi Yang cast a casual glance at Qin Chu, seemingly unfazed by the grip on his collar, maintaining his leisurely demeanor as he said, Previously, I researched a reagent known as a Z. I extracted bone marrow from 32 successfully evolved mutated beasts, conducted artificial isolation and matrix tissue culture, and successfully promoted rapid evolution in laboratory mice, ensuring their success. Ji Chuancheng is quite fortunate. I have one last dose left on me. Qin Chu exclaimed. Where is it? Hurry and take it out. Don't trust him. Yu Kai interjected, stepping forward to interrupt Qin Chu. That so-called Z is nothing but a form of superhuman hormone. Damn it. You caused the deaths of over 100 brothers in the army, and now you want to harm the Major? Qiang, let me tell you, don't think you can play tricks. If it weren't for the Major saying you still had some value, I would have already cut you down. Qiang sneered. Don't label my Z with such a cliché and vulgar name as superhuman hormone. It is theoretically flawless. Even in practice, the reasons for failure were certainly not due to my Z. A malicious smile crept across his handsome features as he snorted derisively. You may choose not to heed my advice. If you wish to kill me, I have no objections. However, Based on my first-hand experience with 318 cases of failed evolution leading to death, I can guarantee that within an hour Ji Chuancheng will start coughing up blood. Qin Chu forcefully released Qi Yang's collar, while Yu Kai shot a fierce glare at the smiling man, falling silent. Noticing that no one was paying him any attention, Qi Yang shrugged. His hands were tightly shackled with metal cuffs, yet he bore no semblance of humility in this disadvantageous position, instead standing tall as if he were a guest of honor. Why did your AZ fail? Jing Xia's low, calm voice suddenly resonated, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Qi Yang looked up, his expression still adorned with that malicious grin, yet his gaze turned unusually serious after the 287th failure. I made some optimizations, however, the subsequent experimental results still ended in failure. I have predicted 2 reasons. First, it is possible that the subjects were inherently destined to fail or be abandoned in their evolution. Thus my catalyst merely accelerated the inevitable outcome. Unlike Qin Chu and Yu Kai's bewilderment, Jing Xia remained remarkably composed, contrasting with his past demeanor. However, I do not agree that every one of those 300 individuals was doomed to fail or be discarded in their evolution. The likelihood of your reasoning is rather slim. Qi Yang gazed at Jing Xia in surprise, then continued. Indeed, although the number of evolved individuals in the army is shockingly low, I do not believe that among those 318, there isn't at least one capable of successful evolution. Hence, I have predicted a second reason. All eyes were fixed upon Qi Yang, who let out a subdued chuckle before continuing. Z requires a catalyst. By utilizing the blood cells of successful evolvers to introduce a reagent, we can induce the physiological viability of the experimental subject through the activated cytokines, ultimately achieving evolutionary catalysis. Yu Kai shouted in fury, "You didn't actually do this." Qi Yang, seemingly resigned, replied, "I haven't had the chance to do so. After all, you lot apprehended me, didn't you?" After a brief pause, he added with a smirk, "And you haven't even judged me yet, and now the beast tide is upon us again. You can't blame me. Blame yourselves for not allowing me the opportunity to continue my experiments. Oh, and I must mention, I cannot guarantee that the next experiment will succeed. Perhaps after 318 attempts, I might perfect AZ." At this moment, Jing Xia tightened his grip around Qi Yang's neck. Even as the air was ruthlessly siphoned away, Qi Yang endeavored to maintain a mocking smile at the corners of his lips, as if he held the people before him in utter disdain. With an impassive countenance, Jing Xia enunciated each word with gravitas. "Where is AZ?" Qi Yang chuckled softly, "Cough, it's in the inner pocket of my shirt. Cough in a liquid pouch." With a harsh tearing sound, Jing Xia mercilessly hurled Qi Yang to the ground. The strength of his evolved form easily allowed him to toss a grown man. After hitting the ground hard, Qi Yang coughed for quite some time before regaining his composure. He looked down at his chest, finding a large portion of his white shirt torn away, exposing swathes of pale skin to the chilling air, his thin muscles accentuating the prominence of his ribs. With a self-deprecating tone, Qi Yang remarked, "Tisk, how brutal." His voice dwindled, ultimately fading into the evening breeze, leaving only himself to hear, "This is the Jing Xia you speak of every day, TSK." Meanwhile, Jing Xia quickly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fair arms. Without hesitation, he retrieved a disposable syringe from Qin Chu's medical kit, disinfected it swiftly, and filled it with a substantial amount of light blue liquid. Then, without a moment's pause, he plunged it into his own arm. His movement was abruptly halted, and Jing Xia turned to see Qin Chu frowning deeply. "You little brat, this is really..." Without a hint of hesitation, Jing Xia replied flatly, "This is the last resort. I cannot afford to wait an hour and watch a Chuan perish." He effortlessly broke free from Qin Chu's grasp, and in the next heartbeat, the sharp needle pierced his firm arm, swiftly extracting a small vial of bright red blood. The light blue liquid soon mingled with the blood, culminating in a clear and resplendent lavender solution. A sprinkle of dazzling silver shimmered within the light purple liquid, resembling the ascent and descent of crystals, embodying a stunning display of life-s splendor. The tiny puncture on his arm quickly healed, and Jing Xia raised his head, silently gazing at the tormented man before him. The night wind howled, and dark clouds obscured the moon, casting away the last remnants of light. Chapter 19. The waiting period was the most excruciating. The syringe filled with the lavender solution was gradually injected into Ji Chuancheng's arm, and Jing Xia had never felt his actions to be so agonizingly slow. As he pressed the plunger, delivering the final remnants of a Z mixed with his own blood into the other's body, he swiftly retreated. "A Chuan! Young master!" Two astonished voices echoed simultaneously. Jing Xia barely dodged Ji Chuancheng's sudden forceful swipe. Looking back, He noticed that the man still had his eyes shut, seemingly unaware, but the expression of torment on his face had intensified. His body rigid and lifted from the ground, with taut muscles and visible veins. "You bastard! Are you trying to harm the Major?" Without a second thought, Yu Kai yanked Qi Yong up from the ground, shouting furiously. Qi Yong laughed nonchalantly. "I told you before, I have no idea what the experiment's outcome will be. However, you could also choose to do nothing. After an hour, Major Ji will naturally be dead, and that will have nothing to do with me." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze over Yu Kai's shoulder, inquiring, "By the way, Jing Xia, may I ask when you awakened your abilities? What are they?" Jing Xia, still lost in thought from the sudden attack moments ago, snapped back to reality upon hearing his name and reflexively replied, "I awakened over 20 days ago. It's water-based abilities." Upon hearing this, Qi Yong raised an eyebrow, letting out a strange chuckle from his throat but said nothing further. Yu Kai, filled with rage at Qi Yang's heartless demeanor, had just raised his fist, poised to strike again, when Qin Chu's suddenly elevated voice interrupted. "Young master." Yu Kai quickly turned to see Ji Chuancheng suddenly become tranquil, his previously tense body sinking back to the ground, his expression serene as if in slumber, with only beads of sweat on his forehead betraying his abnormal condition. Yu Kai released Qi Yong's collar in astonishment. What happened?" Jing Xia, still in shock, gradually leaned against Ji Chuancheng's body. He felt an overwhelming urge to touch the man seemingly entwined with pain, but as he raised his hand, it hovered momentarily before retracting. Clearing his throat, he said, "Perhaps the normal evolution has begun? We should wait." The layers of dark clouds above slowly dispersed with the evening breeze, allowing the gentle moonlight to bathe the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. The sharp wind grazed the wound on Jing Xia's hand, inflicted during the battle with the mutated flying squirrels. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, remaining steadfastly by Ji Chuancheng's side until the man's breath had completely calmed. Only then did he turn and return to his original position, guarding the lifeless form of the elder in silence. As the night wore on, when the eastern horizon began to glow with a faint pearly white, Qin Chu suddenly exclaimed, and the man who had been unconscious for over 8 hours finally stirred. Everything seemed to revert to a semblance of normalcy and tranquility, yet it felt as though irreparable mistakes had unfolded. After Qin Chu completed his examination of Ji Chuancheng, confirming no abnormalities, Jing Xia remained vigilantly beside the body of Butler Wang, not having moved an inch. His tears had long ceased, yet he silently gazed down, oblivious to the situation unfolding with Qin Chu and the others. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a small black creature emerged from the cold chest of Butler Wang, lifting its plump little body, chattering incessantly. Ji Chuancheng's shirt bore signs of wear, possibly torn by some fierce beast, with the fabric around his chest shredded. Yet only a faint trace of blood remained, the wound entirely healed. Those who had successfully evolved possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, and their senses, reflexes, and agility would gradually enhance, creating an insurmountable chasm between them and the Forsaken Evolvers. What did he say last? Ji Chuancheng cast a gentle glance at the chattering mutated hamster, successfully calming the little creature before lowering his gaze to the silent youth, who had been lost in thought for an indeterminate time. The rising sun cast brilliant rays across his face, illuminating his already striking features with an even more handsome glow. Yet the youth appeared oblivious to everything, offering no reply. Ji Chuancheng was not angered. His eyes remained intently fixed on Jing Xia as he spoke. "My plan is to head to the S-City base. As you mentioned, it is the last refuge for humanity. S-City, located near the East Sea, is rich in resources and has a relatively developed urban system, making it suitable for humanity's final stronghold against the mutated beasts. I want Tigo." The hoarse, weak voice abruptly interrupted Ji Chuancheng's words. With his eyes narrowing slightly and a shadow passing through their depths, Ji Chuancheng spoke in a tone that betrayed no emotion. "Do not be willful. In the end, Grandfather Wang still perished." His voice, dry as if he had not spoken in days, echoed in the air. Jing Xia lowered his head, a slow smile creeping across his face. "I thought I could change something, yet in the end, I achieved nothing. What purpose did going to S-City serve? Faced with those mutated beasts, countless lives continued to be lost, and amidst countless defeats, we could only secure a few rare victories." Ji Chuancheng fell silent, listening to the youth's laughter grow increasingly manic. Grandfather Wang was gone, and many more would follow. The toll of death was rising, rendering him utterly powerless. Whether he existed or not made no difference. Rising slowly, Jing Xia lifted his gaze to Ji Chuancheng, tears coursing down his cheeks. Yet he still managed to muster a pale, feeble smile. "Ah Chuan, I am so weary. I no longer wish to walk. I cannot move any longer. I am incapable of doing anything, unable to effect any change. Grandfather Wang has departed, and no one needs me anymore. What is left for me? I need you." Jing Xia's voice abruptly halted as he was enveloped in a warm embrace, one that felt as expansive as it had a month ago, as if it could encompass his very being. The arms were tightly wrapped around him, binding him in a way that made him feel entirely trapped, unable to escape. "You can accomplish much. You saved the lives of hundreds in the quarantine unit, rescuing over 100 souls from a minor beast tide. Though it may be but a fraction, you succeeded in preventing the catastrophe of total annihilation of the army." His voice remained calm and composed, yet in the unseen corners, his thin lips curled slightly, softening his usually indifferent expression. "We have known each other for 20 years. I once said this would be my last departure from you. I need you, Xiaoxia," that familiar yet foreign term of endearment, uttered for the first time by Ji Chuancheng, made Jing Xia feel as though he had stepped onto a soft, ethereal cloud, rendering everything surreal. A peculiar thought flickered within his heart, yet it remained shrouded in a mist, forever elusive. "Ah Chuan," the choked voice emerged softly as Jing Xia gradually wrapped his arms around the man's back. When his fingers brushed against Ji Chuancheng's straight spine, the latter's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing once more. Housekeeper Wang departed with contentment, for you are no longer the young master he needed to watch over. Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I too find solace, for you stand before me, whole and unbroken. Let us depart, Xiaoxia." Jing Xia opened his mouth, yet the words of refusal lingered in his throat, refusing to escape. Before him, the kind smile of the old man resurfaced, illuminated by flames, gradually cooling in the frigid night. In that moment his heart grew colder, feeling as if he could no longer move. Yet now, warmth seeped through the thin fabric from this man's embrace, reviving his once frozen blood, causing his heart to thrum with life. Jing Xia clenched his fingers tightly. In the end, all his tears were drawn back, and he managed to smile, softly replying, "All right, let us go." Not far away, Qin Chu raised her head to observe the two tightly entwined figures, her pale fingers tightening momentarily before slowly relaxing. Unbeknownst to her, the man, whose hands were bound by chains, leaned against a large tree, bemusedly regarding this unusually tender scene. Qiyang scrutinized Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng for a long while, his lips parting to utter something, yet no one heard his words. Brilliant and gentle sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting circular patterns of light upon the ground. Suddenly, a great fire erupted within the forest, meticulously controlled in both angle and intensity, swiftly reducing the already cold and stiff body to ashes, leaving only a fine, gray powder scattered about. Jing Xia delicately traced the layer of ashes for a long time before finally gathering a small handful and placing it into a small jar, tucking it into his pocket. In the next moment, he rose without a trace of hesitation, hastily pursuing the main group. Behind him, the ashes, carried by the gentle breeze, began to disperse. A small black creature lingered amidst the swirling ashes, letting out a soft chirp. After a moment's pause, it darted forward, racing toward the figure vanishing into the forest. The breeze, as if singing a soft melody, swept through the towering birch trees, clearing away the remnants of last night's chaos. This forest concealed unimaginable terrors, yet it was also traversed by hopeful humanity. If entering this forest marked the onset of an unknown journey, then Jing Xia and his companions emerged with a clear objective. Unlike Jing Xia's flustered demeanor, Ji Chuancheng appeared as a seasoned adept of his newfound powers, having just awakened them yet adeptly mastering the angles and sizes of each flame, clearing obstacles without igniting a conflagration. After nearly 2 months of travel, their exit took merely a day. As Jing Xia prepared to step into the freshly cleaned Land Rover, he could not help but glance back at the dense and flourishing mountains and forests behind him. The unbroken range and lush greenery concealed all dangers, serene as if nothing had ever transpired. After a long, contemplative gaze, Jing Xia abruptly turned and bent to enter the vehicle. Chirp, chirp, with a sudden thud. The little black creature that had stubbornly clung to Jing Xia's head was knocked to the ground by the car's roof. Dazed, it rubbed its small head and scrambled back to its feet, still disoriented, just as the engine roared to life. The little creature widened its tiny green bean-like eyes, hastily preparing to leap onto the vehicle. However, just as it sprang twice, it heard a loud slamming of the door, and the Black Land Rover sped away without mercy, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. "QAQ," chirped the little black creature, feeling neglected, lowered its head and gazed mournfully at the dust below. Though it had not evolved to comprehend why these humans would venture into this strange behemoth, it could faintly sense that this time, they truly intended to abandon it. No matter how desperately it clung on, at this moment, the little black creature could only sit forlornly on the ground, blinking its small eyes and sniffling in distress. "I, Lord Mouse, have no desire to accompany you wretched humans. I am Lord Mouse. Leaving me behind is your loss. You may go, hurry and leave QAQ. Chirp, chirp, chirp." With its entire little head buried in the dust, the small black creature was on the verge of tears when suddenly, felt warm hands scoop it up. The little creature immediately looked up, blinking in surprise. "Chirp," Jing Xia frowned, disdainfully remarking, "You've gotten dirt all over your face. You're utterly filthy. Chirp, 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 chirp. Pa, you're the filthy one." Chapter 20. The journey thus far had proven significantly more arduous than before. The mountain paths were treacherous, compounded by the frequent emergence of towering trees that sprawled across the way, necessitating Ji Chuancheng to personally dismount and set them ablaze. Occasionally, they encountered ambushing mutated beasts, yet generally, it sufficed for Yukai to handle them. Contrary to his outwardly sunny demeanor, Yukai's strength genuinely astonished Jing Xia. He was robust and muscular, requiring no weapon. With merely his iron fists, he toppled a ferocious black bear, all while he had yet to evolve his abilities. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since the onset of the mutations. The autumn arrived with remarkable swiftness, bestowing upon the mountain woods an almost bone-chilling coldness. The sun, having shed its previous fiery intensity, now cast a gentle, tepid light upon the Black Land Rover, as if the clouds had consumed all its warmth. After navigating around the final hill, a modest 400 meters in elevation, this arduous 2-day journey through the mountains reached its conclusion. The 2-lane road abruptly expanded into a 4-lane thoroughfare, blanketed by a thick layer of dust that swirled into the air with each passing vehicle. The imposing Black Land Rover had scarcely traveled for half an hour when a sudden screech echoed as it came to an abrupt halt. With an impassive expression, Ji Chuancheng turned his head and said, "Qin Chu, take the wheel." Qin Chu, seated in the far right of the back seat, was busy organizing the contents of the first aid kit. Startled by Ji Chuancheng's command, she looked up in confusion and gestured to the disarray of syringes and medical supplies on her lap, saying, "Young master, I'm in the midst of tidying up. This isn't very convenient, is it?" Ji Chuancheng cast a brief glance at her chaotic array of items, then turned to the co-pilot seat where Yukai had just awakened. "Yukai, you drive. Qin Chu, take the passenger seat." Still groggy, Yukai instinctively snapped to attention upon hearing Ji Chuancheng's command, exclaiming a quick yes, before hastily exiting the vehicle to occupy the co-pilot seat. Qin Chu, though exasperated, had no choice but to obediently vacate her seat and move to the front. Meanwhile, Ji Chuancheng entered from the right door and settled into his seat, only to find Jing Xia groggily opening his eyes, mumbling softly, "Chuan, what are you doing here? Did something happen?" As he shifted his head from a slender, upright shoulder, the small, fuzzy black creature perched atop his head nearly toppled off, scrambling to cling to Jing Xia's head with its tiny legs. "No, nothing's wrong. I'm just a bit tired and need to rest." As the vehicle roared back to life, Qin Chu, taken aback by Ji Chuancheng's admission, glanced at him through the rearview mirror with astonishment. She blinked in disbelief, pondering to herself. How could the young master, who had driven through 3 consecutive nights without fatigue, feel tired after just half a day's drive? Unbothered by such thoughts, Jing Xia nodded and let his eyelids droop, ready to succumb to slumber again. Just as his head leaned back against the seat, a firm hand with distinct knuckles caught him just before it could rest on that slender shoulder, gently drawing him closer, allowing him to rest securely against Ji Chuancheng's shoulder. In his dream, Jing Xia mumbled sleepily, offering only a slight struggle before slipping back into deep sleep. The vehicle smoothly maneuvered around a series of obstructions. Cars scattered haphazardly, trees both towering and normally growing along the roadside. Sunlight bathed the ground in warmth, while the Black Land Rover steadily advanced towards S-City. "Isn't Major Ji tired?" A voice laced with amusement suddenly pierced the silence within the cabin. Startled by the unexpected remark, Qin Chu and Yukai cautiously glanced at the refined gentleman in the back seat, who was smiling contentedly at the scenery outside, showing no inclination to regard them. Ji Chuancheng, however, remained unfazed by the interruption, his gaze fixed ahead, his handsome features betraying no hint of emotional disturbance. Not anymore, he replied. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Qi Yang's mouth widened. Aren't you going to find me a change of clothes? This shirt has quite the tear. Right here at the chest. Oh, and I must say it was quite unexpected. This young Master Jing is rather rough, isn't he? Perhaps he was just eager to rescue you? As Qi Yang's sardonic words echoed in the air, Qin Chu's expression darkened, her fists clenching as she turned to him, saying, Qiang, do behave yourself. Don't think we won't take action against you. The young master is merely sparing your life for the time being. But should you attempt any further mischief, do not blame us for being ruthless. Qiang chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender, withdrawing his gaze from the window. Of course, Captain Qin, how could I ignore your words? However, if I recall correctly, my rank is higher than yours. The final words morphed into a low, mocking laugh. Qin Chu, incensed, retorted you. Qin Chu later, find him a shirt to wear, Ji Chuancheng stated coolly. Qin Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, this fellow is clearly looking for trouble. We don't have to entertain him. Her voice faltered as she met Ji Chuancheng's indifferent gaze, feeling a lump in her throat, ultimately swallowing the remainder of her words. Frustrated, she turned away, casting a fierce glare at Qi Yang through the rearview mirror before falling silent with a huff. Qi Yang turned his head, seemingly nonchalantly appraising the sleeping Jing Xia, before lifting his gaze to the composed Ji Chuancheng, saying, Major Ji, I recall General Ji once mentioned that those from the Forbidden Zone must possess no weaknesses. I wonder if you remember that? Ji Chuancheng shot a cold glance at Qi Yang, nodding slightly. Qi Yang suddenly erupted in laughter, his elegant features relaxing into a broad smile. Thank goodness General Ji passed away early. Otherwise, witnessing his only son blatantly defy his words would surely elicit a fascinating expression. Qi Yang. This taunt provoked an outburst of anger from Yu Kai. Yet, the target of the provocation seemed unfazed. Ji Chuancheng merely turned his head, regarding Qi Yang with a calm and serious demeanor for the first time in days. His steady gaze lingered on Qi Yang, one radiating indifference while the other exuded a chilling mirth. After a prolonged silence, Ji Chuancheng remarked, Captain Qi, you appear quite intrigued by my personal affairs? Qi Yang raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by you? Suddenly understanding the underlying implication, Qi Yang's expression darkened. Ji Chuancheng subtly draped an arm over the young man's shoulder, pulling him slightly closer. In a neutral tone, Ji Chuancheng continued, having grown up in the Forbidden Zone, it is only natural for you to be curious about the outside world, especially as this is likely your first venture beyond its confines. However, I believe S-City will pique your interest even more. Qi Yang blinked in surprise. Why is that? With a gaze as sharp as ice, Ji Chuancheng's eyes bore down on Qi Yang, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. Because there are many people there who would be very interested in you, and many who share your fascination with dissection, such as the musculature of the strong, the retinal cells of the night visioners, and the gyri of the intelligent. His voice remained flat, as if he were discussing the most mundane of topics, yet the temperature within the vehicle plummeted several degrees with his words. Even Yu Kai, who was typically straightforward and naive, instinctively shrank back, rubbing his arms against the sudden chill. Qi Yang's smile froze abruptly, and after a long pause, he replied, What Major Ji says is quite interesting. I truly look forward to it. Each word seemed to be choked back, laced with a low, sardonic laughter that hinted at barely contained fury. Ah, don't expect too much. We should arrive in S-City within 2 days at most. Qi Yang fell silent. Qin Chu couldn't help but glance at Ji Chuancheng through the rearview mirror, a resigned smile creeping onto her lips. She had known all along that the young master was not one to suffer in silence. Throughout his life, aside from that little rascal, she had never seen anyone gain the upper hand over him. Though he appeared to be a man of few words and a cold demeanor, she was well aware that the young master was brimming with cunning and intelligence. As the warm red sun slowly descended in the west, Jing Xia stirred groggily, rubbing his eyes. Above him, the chubby little black creature also awoke, shaken from its slumber by his movements. In an extraordinary display of synchrony, both a person and a mouse simultaneously rubbed their eyes. After a considerable interval, it was the mutated hamster that let out a squeak, prompting Jing Xia to awaken fully. Hey Chuan, where exactly are we? Is this S-City? Ji Chuancheng shook his head. We are likely on the verge of exiting H province. Jing Xia furrowed his brow. Why is it taking so long? I feel like the car isn't moving slowly. Through the car window, Jing Xia observed a poplar tree wildly flailing its branches in the air and swallowed hard, exclaiming, Is it about to become sentient? Suddenly, a thick, menacing branch surged forth, aiming at the vehicle in the middle of the road. Maintaining his composure, Ji Chuancheng calmly pressed down the window and raised his silver handgun, firing a single bullet. The grotesque branch halted, mere centimeters from the car, before plummeting to the ground with a loud thud, as if writhing in pain, vibrant green fluid oozing from its severed ends. Jing Xia gasped. This creature moves with such audacity and poise. Ji Chuancheng remarked, this Qiang branch has grown rather unruly. Jing Xia paused in surprise. It's a poplar. Ji Chuancheng nodded, yes, my mistake. Chapter 21. Due to the evolutionary selection of organisms, not every species is capable of mutation, resulting in the peculiar landscape before them. The white poplar trees stood erect along both sides of the road, most towering over 10 meters high, with only a few that shot up abruptly, piercing the clouds, and even a couple twisting their branches in a bizarre manner, scattering their kin in disarray. Yukai continuously twisted the steering wheel, evading sudden attacks. Fortunately, there were not many creatures alongside the national highway, and upon merging onto the expressway, the obstructions diminished further, with only a few abandoned vehicles cluttering the road, appearing as if they had been forsaken for an eternity. It seemed that the so-called solar direct threat theory had been dispelled. The vehicle maneuvered past a truck that lay sideways across the road, and Qin Chu remarked, glancing at it, I wonder where all these people have gone, leaving their cars stranded like this. I hope they didn't meet with an accident. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback and reflexively asked, Sister Qin, have you never considered that perhaps the cars simply ran out of fuel? Qin Chu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she coughed awkwardly before turning her head away, saying, I was just joking. How could I not know that? Then, with a teasing tone, she continued, but you, little rascal, that mutated hamster on your head seems to be clinging to you for dear life. Look at you now with a mouse on your head. Ha ha. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The esteemed rodent is a mutated black-striped hamster. You're the real mouse. Its fur bristled, and its short, stout legs clung tightly to Jing Xia's hair, lacking claws or strength, merely struggling to maintain balance, glaring at Qin Chu with its diminutive eyes that possessed no lethal impact whatsoever. Jing Xia glanced at Qin Chu helplessly, choosing not to respond further. When Butler Wang passed away, he had attributed all blame to Qin Chu out of overwhelming grief, and now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of shame. Just as Qin Chu had indicated, he had likely anticipated that Butler Wang wouldn't last much longer, and she had not acted with malice. His unyielding blame was merely a way to express his sorrow, inadvertently hurting another. Butler Wang had departed contentedly, even stating that, in such an apocalyptic world, suffering less was a form of fortune. Once he had regained his composure, Jing Xia had accepted this reality with equanimity, facing the future. Although he had never discussed it with Qin Chu, both tacitly agreed to avoid mentioning that fateful night, treating it as if nothing had occurred. What is this solar direct threat theory? Qiang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired, seemingly intrigued. He turned to Jing Xia and asked with a smile, when did such a saying emerge? Jing Xia replied instinctively without much thought, because several months ago, a sudden disappearance of most electromagnetic waves occurred, and those in charge, claimed it was due to abnormal solar activity, urging everyone to avoid exposure to sunlight. Qiang's handsome eyes widened slowly, and after a prolonged moment of silence, he burst into laughter. Who would believe such nonsense? How amusing! The notion that solar activity could trigger the disappearance of global electromagnetic waves surpassed any ordinary magnetic storm phenomenon. Thus, the X-rays, ultraviolet rays, protons, and electron beams emitted by the sun must have reached an intolerable extreme for humanity. Long before the electromagnetic waves vanished, the atmosphere had already been utterly destroyed. By the time the notification was issued, it was likely that half the world had perished, with microorganisms proliferating and viruses spreading, transforming everything into a hellscape. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, as if he could visualize the scene vividly. Qiang's pale cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes crinkling in mirth. If this is truly the result of abnormal solar activity, we would have perished before even evolving. How endearing are these humans outside. Truly adorable enough to make one want to kiss them. Cough, cough. Jing Xia suddenly choked on his saliva, staring in shock at the evidently deranged Qiang, instinctively inching closer to Ji Chuancheng. Once he felt the warmth emanating from that comforting source, Jing Xia confirmed that he was a safe distance of nearly 20 centimeters away from the grinning lunatic, allowing him to exhale in relief. He certainly did not wish to be considered one of those adorable enough to kiss individuals. Noticing the young man's peculiar behavior, Qiang lifted his gaze and smiled. Jing Xia, It appears you possess an intellect that hovers around the average line. At least you haven't been foolish enough to believe in such drivel and remain ensconced in darkness. Jing Xia shot Chiang a silent glare before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Had he not experienced a rebirth, he would have undoubtedly belonged to the category of ordinary individuals who stayed home obediently, with an intellect below the average line. Once we hit the expressway, the speed may increase. Ji Chuancheng's deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind Jing Xia. He turned to see Ji Chuancheng gazing down, continuing, "We should definitely reach S-City by tomorrow night." Jing Xia nodded. By this time, an organization of evolved individuals should have already been established in S-City. When we arrive, we can directly seek them out to discuss our next steps. Ji Chuancheng gave a slight nod. How can you be so certain that an organization of evolved individuals has formed in S-City? A teasing voice interjected. Jing Xia instinctively replied, "It has been over 4 months since the mutations began. Surely the human self-rescue base in S-City must have been established by now. I recall that. Because your intelligence reaches the average line." Ji Chuancheng suddenly interrupted, cutting off Jing Xia's words. "What a pity, Chiang, your intelligence has not reached the average line." Chiang. Seeing Chiang sulk and turn away, Jing Xia broke into a cold sweat. He had nearly revealed too much. He knew from his previous life in the S-City base that the base had indeed been established 3 months after the day of mutation, led by 3 evolved individuals, initially created solely to separate the evolved from ordinary humans for their own safety. Contrary to public perception, in S-City, those with special abilities did not emerge as paragons among the populace. From the first instance of disdain and assault faced by an evolved individual to the subsequent forced isolation of each, the ordinary humans developed a profound fear of these evolved beings. Deep-seated within them was an inherent belief that those who were different must harbor ulterior motives. Lacking strength, they banded together in rebellion. Out of fear and trepidation, they sought reasons to eradicate those they deemed threats. Thus, in the early days when the evolved individuals were at a disadvantage, their existence was fraught with hardship. Except for a few individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities capable of evading the assaults of ordinary humans, the majority of evolved beings found themselves embroiled in fierce struggles against others under dire circumstances. Tragically, many of these evolvers lost their lives during the arduous process of evolution. Consequently, the initial base for evolvers in City S was established purely as a means to contend with ordinary humanity, striving to secure their right to existence. This phenomenon persisted in City S, with a heavy atmosphere lingering for an extended period, until the first assault by mutated beasts brought about a transformation. The greenery in City S was sparse, rendering the evolution of plants nearly negligible. The few household pets that mutated remained under human control, causing no significant incidents. However, a massive attack by mutated animals at the City S Zoo introduced humanity to the terrifying reality of these mutated beasts for the first time. Located to the west of City S, adjacent to the airport, the zoo was somewhat isolated and initially did not impact the urban populace when mutations began. Yet, on October 3, 2015, a day later dubbed the Bloody Day by the surviving humans, the mutated beasts within the zoo launched a counterattack against humanity. Over 6,000 animals, spanning more than 400 species, exhibited a mutation rate exceeding 10%. Ferocious as leopards, powerful as gibbons, mighty as African elephants, and robust as polar bears. Among the nearly 1,000 mutated beasts, merely the mutated passionflowers and southern snake vines alone claimed the lives of hundreds of humans, who could barely muster any resistance. This long-anticipated counteroffensive raged until it reached the border between Chongping District and Ning'an District, finally halting its advance. Confronted by the chaotic horde of mutated beasts, hundreds of evolvers formed an assault team, sacrificing nearly 100 lives to staunch the beast's progress, thereby successfully safeguarding the lives of millions of ordinary humans within the base of City S. Reflecting on this, Jing Xia let out a soft sigh, her fingers unconsciously clenching. If the Bloody Day marked the first encounter between those gathered at the City S base and the terrifying mutated beasts, it could only be considered a prelude. Rest early today. We aim to arrive in City S by tomorrow, Ji Chuancheng said, breaking a piece of compressed bread in half and offering it to Jing Xia. Noticing the youth's pale complexion, he narrowed his deep-set eyes and remarked, "Once we reach City S, Qi Yang will part ways with us. You need not concern yourself too much about him." Jing Xia, who had been lost in his own dismal thoughts, looked up in surprise at the mention of Qi Yang. What about him? The crackling fire illuminated the night, while the mournful autumn wind carried Jing Xia's words into the air, muffling them so that only Qin Chu and Qi Yang, seated at a distance, remained oblivious. Yu Kai cast a puzzled glance at them but said nothing more. Ji Chuancheng hesitated slightly before replying, "It's nothing. The dim, yellowish moonlight cast a lackluster glow over the stretch of highway, where abandoned vehicles lay scattered every 100 meters. Sitting half a meter apart, Jing Xia lowered his head, staring into the blinding flames of the fire, and tossed a small stick into it. Chuan. We must have passed the first wave of beasts in City B by now, right? Yes, Ji Chuancheng replied. Jing Xia furrowed his brow. That wave wasn't particularly large. But I hope we won't endure such horrors as before. His voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Ji Chuancheng turned his head subtly, fixating his serious gaze on Jing Xia. After a long pause, he spoke softly. I have reported everything that needed to be said. Although we cannot ensure that everyone remains unharmed, I assure you that the tragedy you fear will not occur. City B, nestled among 3 mountains, did not share the same proximity to the East China Sea as City S, and the variety of life forms was comparatively lesser. The beast wave that struck had traversed from the Yanshan and Taihang mountain ranges, lacking the ferocity of the assaults on City S, yet it resulted in the deaths and injuries of hundreds of thousands due to unpreparedness. You cannot save everyone, and given that City B is surrounded by forests and mountains, it is destined not to serve as humanity's final bastion. Our decision to head to City S was indeed correct. You need not feel guilty, for you have undoubtedly saved many. A laugh unexpectedly escaped Jing Xia at this. Chuan, have you noticed that you always tell me not to feel guilty or regretful? You've become quite the caring older brother. Ji Chuancheng shot him a cold glance. Not feeling sad? Jing Xia shrugged. Dared not, caring older brother. Ji Chuancheng responded with a nonverbal acknowledgement. The chilly wind swept across the desolate plains, and the flickering flames gradually extinguished after several replenishments of wood. The first bright rays of a new day pierced through the eastern horizon, shattering the silence of the night. As the faint light of dawn emerged, a black Land Rover sped along the straight highway. When the round sun quietly descended, crossing a long bridge, the lone vehicle on the tranquil earth finally approached the quiet city. As the last remnants of the evening glow vanished beyond the western horizon, the black Land Rover passed under the welcoming sign of City S, arriving at its final destination. The surroundings appeared serene, seemingly undisturbed. Chapter 22. The towering skyscrapers stood resolutely along the sides of the road, their glass facades dull and decrepit, while the pavement bore the stains of dried blood. As the black Land Rover entered the city, an eerie silence enveloped the area, with only a few individuals stealthily peering from the shadows, too fearful to speak. Is this really what City S has come to? Yukai exclaimed in astonishment. I initially thought that a major city like City S with a larger population might be in a better state than those small counties along the way, but it seems to be even more severely damaged. Yukai's gaze fell upon a bronze statue that had been toppled, his eyes widening in disbelief. The statue's head lay several meters away, while its fragmented body was scattered across the ground, surrounded by pools of blood, with flies incessantly buzzing around it. Having more people can actually lead to worse outcomes. Don't you understand that? Qin Chu remarked as he rolled up the car window, chuckling lightly. You haven't seen the state of City B. It's not much different from this. However, it seems City S has suffered even more, young master. Do you have any idea why? The last question was directed at Ji Chuancheng. Before Ji Chuancheng could respond, Jing Xia interjected with a smirk. I believe we need not concern ourselves. Someone will surely provide us with answers shortly. Qin Chu turned in surprise, following Jing Xia's gaze. Through the clean windshield, they observed a tall, muscular man gesturing for them to park as he approached. In the biting autumn wind, he wore only a tight black tank top that showcased his well-defined muscles, unbothered by the chill. Behind him stood a barbed wire fence, with armed guards every few meters, creating an extensive barrier that separated the street, complete with roadblocks and safety barrels, a well-equipped setup. The guards appeared far less imposing than the robust man. As Yukai slowly came to a stop, he had yet to speak when the man approached, barking. Where are you from? You can't drive in the City S base, you know that? Get out quickly. Yukai, intending to negotiate and inquire about certain matters, was taken aback by the man's tone and content. His initial shock quickly turning to anger. We came from City B? Who are you? We're looking for your leader to remove these barbed wires. Given his position within the Forbidden Zone troops, Yukai held a respectable status, even if his rank was not high. However, encountering an unknown man issuing commands in such a manner, especially without military attire, naturally led him to dismiss the authority of the individual before him. The handsome man's temper flared at Yukai's words, his irritation palpable. With a gentle lift of his foot, he kicked the car door beside the driver's seat. Yukai let out a scoff. His laughter caught in his throat when he suddenly felt the entire vehicle tremble violently, lifting a few centimeters off the ground before crashing back down. The door yielded to the force, creating a fist-sized dent, an absurd and bizarre sight that widened Yu Kai's eyes in astonishment. At that moment, even Qin Chu gaped at the deformed iron door, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Behind the driver's seat, Qi Yang let out a cold chuckle, choosing silence over words. A single kick capable of damaging this specially modified vehicle clearly indicated that the assailant was undoubtedly an evolved being. Frowning, he turned to Ji Chuancheng, who had been staring thoughtfully at the dent for a while before slowly uttering, "We should disembark." Impulsive by nature, Yu Kai turned in disbelief, exclaiming, "Major, this guy actually dares to damage our car. You don't need to get out. I'll teach him a lesson." Before Ji Chuancheng could respond, the burly man outside burst into hearty laughter. "Who do you think you're going to teach a lesson to?" As he spoke, he casually grasped the rearview mirror beside the driver's seat, effortlessly crushing the hard mirror made of specialized materials into fine powder. The gray-black dust trickled down between his fingers, and the sharp glass failed to injure him, as if he possessed the legendary resilience of iron cloth. Yu Kai, even with his fiery temper, was rendered meek in the presence of someone clearly more powerful. He obediently exited the vehicle, and as the group disembarked, someone approached from behind the man to drive the car away. Sensing their potential misunderstanding, the man explained, "It's just being moved to a safe location. You won't have any need for the car in the S-City base. Besides, there isn't a functioning gas station left in the city. Even if you had a car, you wouldn't have any fuel for it." Following the imposing figure, the five of them entered an area surrounded by protective nets. The man glanced cautiously at the mutated hamster perched atop Jing Xia's head, provoking the proud little black ball to puff up its tail and bare its teeth, chattering in protest. Jing Xia immediately understood, reaching up to pat the small creature on the head, assuring, "No need to worry. It's merely a pet with no lethal capabilities." He even took the time to lift the little black ball off his head to showcase its stubby, clawless legs to the man, stating, "This hefty leg poses no threat at all." In his previous life, Jing Xia was aware that, following the Bloody Day incident, the S-City base had long since eradicated harmful animals within human habitation. The little black ball seemed to comprehend Jing Xia's teasing, wrinkling its tiny face and huffing at him. With a vigorous push of its hind legs, it leaped onto Jing Xia's shoulder, skillfully balancing as it stood upright, then leapt back onto his head, swirling its tail before settling down in its familiar spot. With a few cheerful chirps, the little black ball then laid back down, adopting a dignified demeanor. The man chuckled heartily and waved his hand, continuing onward. As he walked, he remarked, "It has been quite a while since any humans set foot in S-City. Over 4 months have passed since the mutations began. Those who were meant to arrive have long since come, making you quite rare now. The current population of S-City stands at approximately 7 million. There are still houses available, albeit with fewer resources that require labor in exchange. You can settle in Zone 67, where arrangements for your work will be made." Yu Kai gasped, "Labor?" The man nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Of course. What else would you do? Fight mutated beasts? That's the work of evolved beings. Your task is simply to survive." Qin Chu, intrigued, smirked slightly. "How do you know we cannot slay mutated beasts?" Hearing Qin Chu's words, Jing Xia looked up in confusion. He recalled that Qin Chu had yet to awaken any abilities, and her powers were primarily defensive, centered on healing, making her ill-suited for combat. Blinking, he suddenly noticed Ji Chuancheng gazing at him intently. With just a glance, he comprehended everything. With a slight smile, Jing Xia stepped forward and declared, "I am an evolved being." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a clear stream of water erupted from his palm. The water jet hovered about 5 centimeters above his hand, akin to a fountain, but it only reached a height of approximately 10 centimeters before vanishing, its sudden appearance almost surreal. The man's eyes widened in shock, and he stood frozen for a moment before exclaiming, "You possess water abilities?" His voice brimmed with unrestrained excitement, perhaps too overwhelmed with joy to conceal it. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Where he had previously exhibited a languid arrogance in directing their affairs, he now took on a serious tone as he escorted Jing Xia and the others toward the S-City base headquarters. Qin Chu and Yu Kai went ahead to arrange accommodations, while Ji Chuancheng escorted Qi Yang toward the headquarters. As Jing Xia had previously noted, even in the apocalypse, while government structures and military organizations lay in ruins, the knowledge of advanced technology and skilled personnel remained invaluable. Knowledge was the greatest treasure, garnering universal recognition and support. The S-City base had undoubtedly retained a group of eccentrics secretly cultivated by the state, and at this moment, Ji Chuancheng was seeking out these individuals. You are the second water ability user in our S-City base. Such special abilities are exceedingly rare. Most individuals evolve toward enhanced senses, speed, and agility. For instance, I possess considerable strength, the man explained as they walked. The previous water ability user was a young girl whose powers were not particularly strong. She could only sustain a water source for nearly 1,000 people each day without any threats. With your arrival, you should be able to assist her. Jing Xia was taken aback. You mean you want me to provide the water source? The man replied matter-of-factly, of course. I assent that what water ability users do. That girl can only offer a limited water source and cannot engage in combat. Perhaps you might discover my other capabilities, such as exterminating S-grade mutated beings. The man fell silent for a long moment before responding. If your classification of S-grade corresponds to the standards of our upper echelons, then I regret to inform you that the highest level of mutated beast we have encountered in S-City thus far is B-grade. We have yet to encounter anything higher. Jing Xia could only remain speechless. Chapter 23. Upon entering the protective net, the atmosphere of the city shifted dramatically. The bloodstains seeping into the roads had darkened and could not be entirely washed away, yet the streets were devoid of the haphazardly piled trash and debris. Unlike the desolate and frigid surroundings beyond the protective net, the buildings and street trees within the S-City base, though worn, were bustling with life, with people walking and working, exuding a vibrant vitality. We evolved beings are concentrated in the new district along the coastal edge, with 1/3 of the population stationed around the Huangpu River. The mutated beasts in S-City primarily inhabit the oceans and rivers, while most of the land has been thoroughly eradicated, with a few captured and handed over to the researchers above. The leading man, Zhou Yi, originally a native of S-City, had evolved primarily in terms of muscular strength during the apocalypse, making him one of the foremost offensive evolved beings. Qiyang, surveying the surroundings with thoughtful eyes, suddenly inquired, "Is your protective net electrified? May I inquire how you ensure the supply and conduction of electricity under the current circumstances, as well as how you minimize energy losses?" Zhou Yi was elaborating on the situation at the S-City base when he paused at Qiyang's question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied without much thought, "Our S-City base is home to 2 evolutionists with lightning abilities. One of them possesses particularly formidable powers, enabling us to provide electricity on a large scale." He hesitated, then added, "As for the rotating AC circuit, it was designed by Professor Qi. I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but it is quite efficient. Oh, and the protective net only transmits electricity from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., leaving it inactive for the remaining hours." Qiyang slowly smiled, nodding in acknowledgement and choosing to remain silent. However, Zhou Yi suddenly expressed confusion. "Wait, the power hasn't been activated yet. Even if it were, ordinary people shouldn't be able to perceive that the protective net is electrified. How do you know it is charged?" Qiyang turned his gaze towards the towering skyscrapers around them, offering no indication of answering Zhou Yi's question. Just as Zhou Yi appeared ready to erupt in frustration, Jing Xia quickly interjected, "He is not an ordinary person, so you needn't pay him any mind." With that, Jing Xia gestured towards the shackles on Qiyang's hands, stating, "You see, he has only just come from the facility, hence the restraints. You can disregard whatever he says." Zhou Yi's eyes widened in realization as he nodded. "Ah, so he is a madman." His voice was unreserved, naturally reaching Qiyang's ears. Yet, Qiyang appeared unfazed, instead wearing a smirk that suggested he relished the label of madman. "By the way, I am curious why there are still humans residing outside the protective net." After walking approximately a kilometer, Jing Xia couldn't help but inquire, "Shouldn't the protective net be established to ensure safety? How can people live beyond the base? It seems quite perilous." Zhou Yi maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout their journey, but upon hearing Jing Xia's words, his expression shifted drastically, revealing a grim countenance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "This is not exactly a secret. You are correct. The protective net marks the periphery of our S-City base, and those ordinary individuals live outside it." Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a surprised glance with Ji Chuancheng before continuing, "Although those areas lack proximity to rivers or seas and do not encounter exceptionally dangerous mutated creatures, these individuals have not evolved and lack the capability to confront mutated beasts." "Isn't that?" Jing Xia's sentence trailed off. Zhou Yi sighed, "You may not be aware, but in S-City the initial status of us evolutionists was rather precarious, to the point of being universally reviled. We were not recognized by ordinary people and faced extermination. It took us considerable effort to attain our current standing. Nevertheless, Despite shouldering the primary responsibility for defending against mutated creatures, some ordinary people still view us as aberrations. His tone, while seemingly composed, carried an undertone of melancholy and resignation. This segment of the population refuses to coexist with us and rejects our protection, which is why they have not entered the S-City base but instead reside outside the protective net. After a brief pause, Zhou added, of course, there are also those who, unwilling to contribute, have chosen to live outside. Zhou ceased his discourse, unwilling to elaborate further, and Jing Xia, taken aback, refrained from pressing for more information. In his previous life, Jing Xia had departed from B-City after enduring a harrowing and desperate beast tide, prompted by Su Wei's suggestion to come to S-City. Their group had trekked for a considerable distance, and by the time they arrived at the S-City base, over half a year had passed since the onset of the mutations. At this point, the S-City base had established a comprehensive system for cohabitation between evolutionists and those who had abandoned evolution. Although the relationship remained awkward and strained, it was certainly not as antagonistic and fraught with tension as it was now. After covering approximately 2 kilometers and rounding a corner, the protective net was no longer visible. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a sudden gloom over the land. As time elapsed, the once azure sky succumbed to the enveloping darkness. The moonlight was dim, barely illuminating anything within a 200-meter radius. Zhou produced a black flashlight, grinning as he remarked, while S-City might experience some disturbances due to its population, the vastness has its advantages, particularly the abundance of resources that remain from the pre-apocalypse era. With that, he pressed the rubber switch and a brilliant, blinding beam erupted from the small flashlight, its intense white light illuminating the wall a good 10 meters away. This flashlight has been modified by our base's researchers. It is more durable and can withstand a ton of pressure. Qi Yong suddenly emitted a scoff, a cold smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Zhou was momentarily taken aback and queried, Jing Xia, is your friend a bit peculiar? Could he truly be from the facility? Jing Xia casually glanced at Qi Yong and replied, you can consider him mute. Zhou Qi Yong. Ji Chuancheng slightly raised his gaze towards Jing Xia, his expression as perpetually indifferent as ever, yet a deep-seated amusement flickered in his eyes, his lips curving into a subtle smile, softening his striking features. However, he quickly averted his gaze, continuing to observe their surroundings with an air of aimlessness. Since Qin Chu and Yu Kai had departed, Ji Chuancheng had been trailing behind Jing Xia and Qi Yong, uttering not a single word. Whenever he wished to render himself inconspicuous, he truly seemed to vanish. Unnoticed even by Zhou, he melded into the shadows, walking silently. To conserve energy, the entirety of S-City appeared to be shrouded in darkness once night fell. The moonlight was faint and the stars sparse. The few pedestrians that had once traversed the streets gradually disappeared, leaving only a handful hurrying home. Zhou led Jing Xia and the others for another kilometer before halting in front of a modest 2-story building inhabited by common folk. He approached a wiry, gaunt man with a few words of greeting, then returned with him to introduce, this is an evolutionist from our base. His evolutionary focus is on agility and speed, with some enhancements in strength as well. We are still a distance from the headquarters, so we have enlisted him to expedite our journey. Jing Xia scrutinized the slender man for a while and, upon realizing he was unfamiliar like Zhou, refrained from further examination. He nodded, saying, all right, then we appreciate your assistance. Although he felt somewhat guilty for imposing, Jing Xia understood that the headquarters of the S-City base was adjacent to the Huangpu River, a considerable distance from their current location. Thus, he did not decline the offer. The group boarded an old rickshaw, and before they could steady themselves, the wiry man pulled the front rod and began to run. Jing Xia stumbled, nearly losing his balance, when suddenly he felt a warm, strong arm pulling him back, firmly grasping his hand. Instinctively, Jing Xia looked up, locking eyes with a pair of deep, tranquil orbs, momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure and murmured, thank you. Ji Chuancheng slightly shook his head, replying, be careful. Jing Xia cleared his throat twice and discreetly withdrew his hand from Ji Chuancheng's grip, steadying himself against a half-height iron railing. He lowered his head, oblivious to the way Ji Chuancheng narrowed his eyes briefly at his movement before quickly reverting to normalcy. The howling wind whipped past Jing Xia's ears, the cool autumn breeze tousling his slightly long hair. The air was infused with the ocean's dampness, carrying a hint of danger. The small black creature above him clung desperately to his 2 strands of hair, swaying perilously in the fierce night wind, almost tumbling off several times. Chirp! Jing Xia gently removed the mutated hamster from atop his head, his words laced with disdain. yet his hands moved with tender care. If you tug at my hair again, I might end up with a middle-aged bald spot, and then I'll shear all your fur to fashion a hairless rat. The little creature, after nuzzling its tiny head into Jing Xia's palm as a gesture of affection, squirmed adorably until it found its footing, its bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as it surveyed the unfamiliar yet magnificent Steel City. You mentioned you came from City B. That's quite a journey, Zhou Yi observed with a smile, watching the interaction between Jing Xia and the small black fluff. Interestingly, 2 evolvers from City B visited our city base last month. It was indeed quite a rarity. Jing Xia, who had been engrossed in watching the little black fluff's antics, suddenly stiffened upon hearing this. A thick blanket of dark clouds drifted in from the east, obscuring the already dim moonlight and plunging the earth into darkness. Zhou Yi's powerful flashlight became the primary source of illumination for the group as the lean man effortlessly pulled a cart, sprinting towards the northwest. The chilling night wind howled louder with the man's acceleration. Jing Xia, lost in thought, raised his gaze to Zhou Yi, who appeared on the verge of losing his smile and asking a question. It was then that Jing Xia slowly furrowed his brow and inquired, "The 2 from City B? May I know their names?" His voice, stifled in his throat, trembled slightly, whether from the biting cold of the evening breeze or the cart's unstable speed. Qiyang stood at the front of the cart, oblivious to Jing Xia's faint voice. Only Zhou Yi and Ji Chuancheng, positioned across from Jing Xia, could hear him. Ji Chuancheng's handsome brows knitted slightly as he turned to glance at Jing Xia. In the hazy darkness, the young man's exquisite eyes widened in shock. But he quickly composed himself. Swallowing hard, he explained, "I didn't expect anyone from City B to be here," which piqued my curiosity. "Zhou Yi, do you know their names?" From a distance of over half a meter, Zhou Yi remained unaware of Jing Xia's unusual demeanor and replied, "Since they are not in my group, I'm not very familiar with them. However, I did hear that one of them is a formidable ice-type evolver who, a fortnight ago, killed 3 Class C mutated beasts during a minor attack at the Huangpu River." Jing Xia tightened his grip on the railing, maintaining a calm facade as he remarked, "Indeed, to slay 3 Class C mutated beasts is quite impressive. Perhaps we might even discover if we know each other." Zhou Yi paused, surprised. "You know them?" Just as there are nearly 1,000 evolvers in S-City so far, the number in City B is certainly not insignificant. The likelihood of recognizing 2 individuals amidst the vast sea of people is indeed quite low. Jing Xia shook his head, smiling, "No. I merely thought that since we come from the same place we might share some common ground, making it easier to integrate here." Zhou Yi nodded in understanding, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Jing Xia slowly closed his eyes, his gaze darkening as he fixed his stare on the pitch-black space of the cart, remaining silent. The inky night concealed his expression, yet his fingers gripping the railing were already tightly clenched. "Who are they?" Ji Chuancheng's deep, elegant voice drifted through the night wind, prompting Jing Xia to startle at the question. He nearly dropped the little creature in his palm, which quickly scurried up his arm, coming to rest on his shoulder, settling down comfortably. After a moment's hesitation, Jing Xia raised his gaze and replied, "I suspect they might be Wu Jiqing and Su Weisheng. It would be quite normal for them to arrive in S-City, as I mentioned before." In this public setting, Jing Xia refrained from divulging every detail, yet Ji Chuancheng understood entirely. Before leaving City B, on that fateful afternoon when everything had yet to officially commence, the strikingly handsome youth had shared all those incredible stories with him, including matters pertaining to the S-City base. Contemplating this, Ji Chuancheng lowered his sharp phoenix eyes, concealing the emotions within. Jing Xia had traveled to S-City alongside Wu Jiqing and Su Weisheng, although according to his narrative, Wu Jiqing was not supposed to arrive until 2 months later. However, if they had indeed reached S-City by now, it was undeniable that history had diverged from Jing Xia's account. Wu Jiqing was an ice-type evolver. Although lacking in practical combat experience, his abilities were formidable enough to position him as a significant asset during the subsequent Beast Wave Wars. Su Weisheng, a wind-type evolver, possessed only mediocre physical attributes among evolvers, yet his unexpected survival skills allowed him to navigate perilous situations during successive Beast Wave conflicts. As the night wind tousled his dark hair, Ji Chuancheng remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Perhaps this is merely a butterfly effect. Such occurrences are commonplace. After I escort Qiyang to his destination, I will accompany you to seek out those 2 from City B." He paused momentarily before adding, "I will go with you." The last 5 words, spoken softly, bore an undeniable gravity, leaving Jing Xia momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause he nodded, "All right." As the night deepened, A dark shadow swiftly and fiercely darted through the darkness. Any onlooker glancing into the road would have seen nothing more than a fleeting blink, followed by the muffled sound of a heavy object being dragged before the shadow vanished from sight. When Jing Xia and the others arrived at the S-City base headquarters, less than 10 minutes had passed. After exchanging a few more words with the lean man, Zhou smiled and waved goodbye, watching the figure disappear into the darkness. Zhou turned to Jing Xia and said, "I have already informed headquarters of your arrival through special means. We should be able to enter directly now." Jing Xia inquired with a smile, "Did you notify them while speaking with someone at the protective barrier?" Zhou paused, then nodded, "Indeed. We have established a central communication method at our 3 main defensive points, and there is someone in the base with an ability related to this. You should meet him soon." Jing Xia nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips as he chose not to elaborate further. He was well aware of S-City's unique communication methods, a rare and exceptional ability in this era of communication breakdown. However, this ability came with its flaws, functioning only over short distances, a significant limitation. With a soft sigh, Jing Xia lowered his head, a fleeting sense of disappointment crossing his mind when he heard a low male voice beside him. Now that Wu Jiqing and the others have arrived in S-City, many things have subtly shifted. Have you considered what should be changed and what should be preserved? Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up at the tall, handsome man beside him. He found his gaze serious, as if earnestly seeking an answer. After contemplating for a moment, Jing Xia slowly smiled and replied, "To change what must be changed, while allowing the rest to unfold naturally is sufficient." Their voices were hushed, deliberately lagging in pace so that only they could hear. Unbeknownst to them, the clouds that had obscured much of the sky began to part, blown away by the wind. As the moon ascended to its zenith, it illuminated the surrounding pitch-black night, casting a gentle, silvery light that caressed the earth and accentuated the youthful features of the young man, making his clear eyes appear even more crystalline. Ji Chuancheng gazed at Jing Xia for a considerable time before averting his gaze. A group of 4 strode purposefully towards the 4-story building. The edifice was constructed from dark yellow artificial stone, supported by several ivory-colored ionic columns, while the grand Baroque-style circular archway was flanked by 2 impeccably poised men, each wielding a black Ruger AC, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. As Jing Xia and the others ascended the steps, they nodded at Zhou before proceeding inside. The 2 guards lingered their gaze on Ji Chuancheng for an extended moment, and after he subtly inclined his head in acknowledgement, they promptly stood at attention and performed a flawless military salute. Only after walking a dozen meters did Zhou turn in surprise and inquire, "Are you a soldier?" "I have never encountered such a serious demeanor among these stationed troops." Ji Chuancheng nodded, replying, "Yes, I have visited S-City before." Zhou, understanding, smiled knowingly and explained, "That makes sense. You may not be aware, but among these soldiers, the success rate of evolution is notably low. Although a considerable number attempt to evolve, the odds of failure are significantly higher than for ordinary individuals. Of course, those who do succeed tend to be quite powerful, so I suspect that the high difficulty of evolution accounts for the failures." Qiyang, who had been silently observing his surroundings, suddenly chuckled softly. "If it were truly as simple as you surmise, would I not have conceived it?" His tone was laced with derision, as if he scoffed at the notion. Zhou cast a cool glance in his direction and muttered, "I thought you were mute." Undeterred by Qiyang's increasingly menacing smile, he continued addressing Ji Chuancheng. "The 2 individuals you just saw were brought here by the researchers. They have not undergone evolution but are still considerably strong, far superior to the average person." Ji Chuancheng responded with a thoughtful hum, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhou appeared accustomed to Ji Chuancheng's frosty demeanor, finding it oddly more agreeable than the previous mute lunatic. "The night is growing late. The other 2 members of your team should have already reached the accommodation. Once the researchers conduct some inquiries regarding your abilities, you may also take your rest." As he spoke, Zhou led Jing Xia and the others around a corner, traversing a long corridor adorned in the style of French Romanticism before entering a modest 2-story building. Along the way, several individuals greeted Zhou with cheerful waves, casting curious glances at Jing Xia and the others. Bathed in such sounds and gazes, Jing Xia followed Zhou inside, his vision expanding. In contrast to the enveloping darkness outside the headquarters, upon entering this magnificent architectural complex, Jing Xia felt as though he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. Although the lighting was somewhat lacking, it was adequate for normal navigation, and upon entering the spacious 2-story villa, the illumination was as bright as ever. Shortly after arriving in S-City in his past life, he had encountered the first large-scale beast tide. Thousands of mutated beasts had lain in wait at the estuary, ultimately erupting in an assault in the most densely populated and prosperous area, slaughtering tens of thousands in just over an hour and utterly decimating the base of the evolutionists in S-City. This place, which he had only traversed for 2 or 3 days, had been reduced to dust. This return felt like a bittersweet reunion, mingled with an ineffable sense of unfamiliarity. He surveyed his surroundings with a sense of curiosity, appearing as if he were a newcomer compared to the composed Ji Chuancheng and the disinterested Qi Yang. Now, Jing Xia, you should accompany me to the research institute. As for you two, Zhou paused. Realizing Ji Chuancheng and Qi Yang had not introduced themselves, you may wait here. We will be out shortly. Ji Chuancheng shook his head, gesturing towards the relaxed Qi Yang. I intend to escort him to the research institute and hand him over to Professor Qi. Zhou was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Very well. Then let us proceed together. No sooner had Zhou spoken than a melodious voice echoed from around the corner, imbued with laughter, its charm instantly endearing. Jing Qing, why were you distracted during training today? You nearly allowed that D-class mutated brown bear to injure you. Such carelessness is unacceptable. A bright and clear male voice responded. Xiao Shang, do not worry. It was merely a minor mishap. I assure you it will not happen again. You truly were too careless. I almost thought you would need to visit the infirmary. Yet, I trust in your abilities. You would never. The voice trailed off as a beautiful, delicate face gradually emerged from the corner. Upon seeing Jing Xia, the boy's light-colored pupils momentarily contracted before swiftly returning to normal. Seemingly casual, he scanned Zhou and the others, allowing his gaze to linger on Ji Chuancheng for half a second before his rosy lips curved into an elegant smile. Brother? What brings you here? Chapter 25. The bright fluorescent lights illuminated the corner, bringing the two groups face to face unexpectedly, the air thickening with a heavy and awkward tension. Jing Xia slowly widened his eyes in shock, gazing at the person who had suddenly appeared before him, though he quickly masked his surprise. After a moment's reflection on his past interactions with Su Weishang, he found himself devoid of the inclination to mimic his former self. His lips parted slightly as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by a sudden flurry of frantic chattering above him. A rustling sound broke his concentration, and instinctively, he looked up to see a small black shadow darting forth beneath the blinding fluorescent light. The weight he had gained during this time, coupled with the years of laziness spent lounging on his head, nearly caused Jing Xia to forget this little creature possessed such astonishing speed. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, the small black ball shot towards the fragile boy. Though small in stature and light in weight, its speed was overwhelming, causing Su Weishang to stumble back a step, clutching his stomach and emitting a muffled grunt. With a swift motion, he swatted away the hamster clinging to his shirt, its rotund body landing silently on the ground, agile and nimble. Ji Chuancheng was the first to react, stepping forward swiftly to seize the eager little black ball, restraining its movements without inflicting harm. Perhaps I leapt into the wrong situation, he deduced without question. Su Weishang stared at Ji Chuancheng's stern countenance, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wu Jiqing interjected urgently, Isn't that a mutated beast? Its speed is alarming, and it charged directly at Xiao Shang. This is far too dangerous. As he spoke, Wu Jiqing stepped forward, intent on retrieving the little creature. Jing Xia instinctively moved aside to intercept Wu Jiqing, but the latter merely reached beneath his arm, determined to grasp the squirming little creature. Such entities that pose a threat to human safety must be handled with utmost care. They cannot be allowed to roam freely. Wu Jiqing's voice abruptly ceased, his hand hovering awkwardly just a mere 10 centimeters away from Ji, paralyzed by uncertainty. Meanwhile, Ji Chuancheng, with his gaze cast downward, leisurely unfurled his palm, allowing Ji to rest in the cradle of his hand. The man's slender fingers parted slightly, revealing a faint scar that traced a line from the upper left to the lower right of his palm, demarcating it into two distinct halves, with the pudgy black-furred hamster nestled at the center. The little black ball emitted a couple of surprised squeaks, and upon realizing it had regained its freedom, it excitedly raised its tail, preparing for another assault. However, as it lifted its tiny head, it collided with the man's deep, indifferent gaze. The rotund creature trembled thrice in quick succession, and in a moment of self-preservation, Ji withdrew its head and lay still in Ji Chuancheng's palm, ceasing all movement. On the other side, Wu Jiqing, having calmed his earlier trepidation, swallowed hard and said, Ji Chuancheng, you witnessed it yourself. It attacked Xiao Shang. This is exceedingly perilous. Jing Xia interjected, though Ji may be somewhat simple-minded, it poses no real danger. Ji, The hamster protested. A rodent can be killed, but never humiliated. Wu Jiqing turned to Jing Xia, exhaling deeply, and earnestly remarked, Jing, Xiaoshang did nothing to provoke it, yet it lunged at him unprovoked. Doesn't that speak volumes? You cannot disregard the inherent danger of this creature simply because of your disdain for Xiaoshang. Without a backward glance, Jing Xia snatched the little black ball from Ji Chuancheng's palm, showcasing the plump creature's stout legs, exclaiming, its claws have grown for over a month, yet they remain so soft. He then pinched the chubby hamster's face between two fingers, prompting it to bare its teeth in a comical display, and look at these teeth. They are hardly fit for cracking sunflower seeds. Jing Xia continued. In truth, this mutated black-striped hamster has been with us for more than a month, during which it has posed no threat to anyone's safety. Moreover, its evolutionary trajectory is one of agility. Lacking any offensive capabilities, we could conduct a mutation-level test right now, and it likely wouldn't even register. Wu Jiqing was momentarily taken aback by Jing Xia's eloquent argument. In his memory, Jing Xia had never been so patient in reasoning. Coming from a privileged background and possessing exceptional qualities, Jing Xia had always lived with ease, often embodying the capriciousness of a young master. Perhaps due to guilt over his son's abduction and the untimely death of his mother, Jing's father had always indulged him. As the heir of the Jing family in B City, Jing Xia had been the center of attention since childhood, surrounded by countless admirers. Though Wu Jiqing had known Jing Xia since childhood and considered him a friend, he was acutely aware of Jing Xia's pride, which could not tolerate the slightest imperfection. Thus, he had consistently taken it upon himself to care for Su Weishang, offering quiet support whenever Jing Xia bullied or mocked the unfortunate boy. After scrutinizing Jing Xia for a while, Wu Jiqing realized that the striking young man before him was still the childhood companion he remembered. He furrowed his brow and said, But Jing, this is ultimately a mutated beast. I believe it would be prudent to hand it over to the Research Institute for isolation and study. Isolation and research, these were merely euphemisms employed by the authorities. The so-called isolation involved confining the mutated beast within specially designed cages at the Research Institute, while the research itself entailed subjecting the creatures to various physical and chemical stimuli, culminating in dissection to observe the evolutionary processes and study the physiology of the evolved beings for weapon development. Jing Xia's expression darkened. Wu Jiqing, the mutated beasts that are studied are captured during combat, and they possess aggressive tendencies. Wu Jiqing was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with how Jing Xia had acquired such knowledge, quickly glancing at the bewildered Zhou Yi standing nearby, surmising that he must have been the one to inform Jing Xia. Jing, is it not enough that this creature attacked Xiaoshang? You are his brother. Your blood ties ought to compel you to act decisively, particularly at a time like this. All right, Jiqing, please stop arguing with my brother. A soft, melodious voice interjected, tinged with a hint of a sob. Su Weishang, with his large, beautiful eyes, gazed earnestly at Jing Xia and said, Brother, I'm fine. Please do not worry. Jiqing is merely overly concerned for my well-being. He did not mean to chastise you. It was as if Zhou Yi suddenly comprehended the situation, slapping his thigh in astonishment. You actually know each other. What an extraordinary coincidence. I never realized you were brothers. Jing Xia firmly retorted, I apologize, Zhou Yi, but I believe you are mistaken. My surname is Jing, while his is Su. We are not brothers. Su Weishang's light-colored irises darkened momentarily, and he quickly furrowed his pale brow, saying plaintively, Brother, please do not display anger in front of outsiders. I understand that you have always felt I am not a true member of the Jing family, but now that our father has passed away due to failed evolution, only the two of us remain. No matter how you treat me, I will never abandon you. His implication was clear. Zhou Yi was being led to believe that Jing Xia was bullying him, positioning himself as the weaker party. Jing Xia, who had managed to maintain his composure, now felt his temper flare at the sight of Su Weishang's feigned fragility. Su Weishang had taken after his mother perfectly, perhaps even surpassing her. It was this very demeanor that had once deceived Jing's father, and now the son sought to employ the same tactic to manipulate the public. In his previous life, Jing Xia had recognized Su Weishang's true nature but lacked evidence to confront him. In this life, he was acutely aware of the malice that lay beneath Su Weishang's facade. Yet, he still found himself unable to speak out. Jing Xia harbored intense disdain for individuals who played such duplicitous games, refusing to associate with them. However, this time, he would not allow Su Weishang to provoke him into displaying his anger publicly as he had in the past. A slow smile crept across Jing Xia's lips as he retorted, Su Weishang, one must speak with evidence. I have only just met you. What could I possibly do to you? Surprised that Jing Xia had not erupted in fury, Su Weishang momentarily froze, then quickly blinked his cat-like eyes and said, Brother, that wasn't my intention. I was simply caught off guard by a painful blow to my chest, which caused me to speak in error. Gigi. The hamster interjected. Humph. At this distance, I hadn't even accelerated much. What could possibly have hurt you? Jing Xia chuckled coldly. You must be an evolved being. Su Weishang? Not grasping the implication, Su Weishang nodded. Yes. Jing Xia continued. Such force could render you, an evolved being, speechless. You truly are quite delicate. Please take good care of yourself. His words dripped with sarcasm, yet his earnest demeanor suggested genuine concern, leaving even Wu Jiqing at a loss for words. Zhou burst into laughter. Haha, you two brothers are quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Qi Yang, who had been idly observing from the sidelines, suddenly scoffed. I must say, I've never heard of brothers with different surnames, one following the father's name and the other the mother's. Qi Yang had not intended to pay attention to their conversation, and Su Weishang had not noticed him either. However, this unexpected interjection brought a hint of awkwardness. Su Weishang cautiously scrutinized Qi Yang for a prolonged moment, and upon confirming he was not part of B City's social circle, a smile graced his delicate features. I take my mother's surname. Jing Xia interjected. My mother does not share the surname Su. Upon hearing this, Qi Yang quickly understood. He regarded Su Weishang's face, which was shifting from red to green, and couldn't resist teasing. Who would have thought, Jing Xia, that you have a rather charming father? Qi Yang bore no bias towards anyone as he continued. Jing Xia, what they say holds some truth. Since the Jing family consists of only the two of you now, you ought to live your lives well. His words fanned the flames of discord, utterly disregarding the turmoil he was inciting. Ji Chuancheng, however, cast a fleeting glance at Qi Yang before gently grasping the small black creature nestled in Jing Xia's palm, calmly returning it to the top of Jing Xia's head. This action, particularly jarring at that moment, was executed by Ji Chuancheng with an air of nonchalance, as if it were entirely natural. Afterward, he brushed his hands together and turned his attention back to Qi Yang. The Jing family has but one member remaining, named Jing Xia, he stated, his tone composed and detached, as if merely stating an irrefutable fact. Chapter 26. The declaration that the Jing family has but one member remaining, named Jing Xia, fell like an irrevocable verdict, instantly draining color from Su Weishang's face. Though directed at Qi Yang, its intent was a blatant denial of Su Weishang's identity before all present. Qi Yang, initially inclined to jest further, found himself momentarily captivated by the depth and darkness of Ji Chuancheng's gaze. After a lengthy pause, he let out a soft chuckle, shrugged, and turned away, no longer concerning himself with the matter at hand. Jing Xia, momentarily taken aback, turned partway to face Ji Chuancheng, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. As he turned, his gaze unexpectedly locked with Ji Chuancheng's. The latter's expression remained as stoic and tranquil as ever, yet this very facade of impassiveness imparted an inexplicable sense of reliability to Jing Xia. A sudden tremor coursed through Jing Xia's heart, a peculiar thought flashing across his mind. This was likely the first instance Ji Chuancheng had so openly displayed contempt for someone in such a public setting. Ji Chuancheng, your words are rather excessive. Xiao Shang is indeed the child of Uncle Jing, the younger brother of a Jing. He had no choice in his lineage, yet he harbors the intention to rectify the transgressions of the elder generation. Is that not sufficient? Wu Jiqing interjected, his voice abruptly halting mid-sentence. Ji Chuancheng, towering above Wu Jiqing by nearly half a head, cast a cold, disdainful gaze upon him, silencing the latter's words entirely. With his eyes slightly downcast, Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow and inquired, You are Wu Jiqing? At this, Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback. Ji Chuancheng had departed B City to join the military at the age of 16, and although he returned often, he largely distanced himself from that decaying circle. Nevertheless, Jing Xia found it hard to believe that he could forget Wu Jiqing's appearance entirely. Jing Xia scrutinized the austere man before him for a prolonged moment. Though puzzled by the seriousness of Ji Chuancheng's demeanor, he could not perceive any intent to mock Wu Jiqing, nor did he believe the man capable of such juvenile antics. Wu Jiqing's face gradually flushed crimson as he stammered, Why yes, that's me. Among the trio, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng shared a camaraderie, while Jing Xia also maintained a decent rapport with Wu Jiqing. However, Ji Chuancheng and Wu Jiqing could only be described as acquaintances who kept their distance. At times, Jing Xia even sensed a hint of trepidation in Wu Jiqing towards Ji Chuancheng, Whenever Ji Chuancheng returned to B City after his military service, Wu Jiqing invariably declined invitations to join them, and those refusals always coincided with Ji Chuancheng's presence. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, with everyone discreetly stealing glances at Ji Chuancheng's expression, even forgetting to check on Su Weisheng, who had just been inadvertently struck by the harmless little black creature. Ji Chuancheng gave a slight nod, uttered a casual and pressed his lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. This act only intensified Wu Jiqing's already flushed countenance, leaving Jing Xia feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet, Wu Jiqing's interjection seemed to herald a subtle shift. He appeared to deflate, falling silent. Su Weisheng, however, managed to force a smile and, after exchanging a few words, pulled Wu Jiqing away from the corner. As Jing Xia watched Wu Jiqing's somewhat dazed figure retreat, an inexplicable sense of pride welled within him. Why did it feel so gratifying that this seemingly frigid man, Ji Chuancheng, could be so refreshingly straightforward at times? Following this, Jing Xia accompanied Zhou Yi to undergo a test for his abilities, while Ji Chuancheng escorted Qi Yang to seek out Professor Qi. The two ultimately agreed to reconvene that evening upon returning to their lodgings, parting ways at the corner and traversing in opposite directions. As Zhou Yi led Jing Xia towards a certain room on the first floor, he inquired, "That Jing Xia, don't you find your friend rather impressive?" Struggling to find the right adjective, Zhou Yi awkwardly scrunched his nose, silently substituting the term malicious with impressive. Jing Xia chuckled knowingly, "You mean a Chuan? Though I hesitate to admit it, he truly is remarkable. He's been like that since childhood, as refreshing as an Antarctic breeze, beautiful yet chilling." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi replied, "Chilling, I can certainly attest to. Beautiful." Jing Xia interjected, "Cough, just a figure of speech." Zhou Yi retorted. What Jing Xia remained unaware of was that the strikingly beautiful yet chilling man, now gradually receding from view, had just turned another corner, following Zhou Yi's earlier directions towards a dim and sinister corner. The few individuals who had previously been visible vanished entirely, and an unusual fragrance permeated the air. The light dimmed inexplicably in this area, as if concealing something unspeakable, shrouding all secrets within an impenetrable darkness. The tall figure proceeded step by step into the increasingly shadowy corner, his gait steady and unhesitant. "Who would have thought it would be you escorting me to my final destination?" Major Ji Chuancheng remarked, his tone still laced with flippancy. Stretching his wrists, he continued, "After spending so long in the restricted zone, breathing the outside air feels quite unfamiliar." Ji Chuancheng offered no response. Qi Yang, undeterred, continued with a grin, "It's a pity though. I happened upon someone rather intriguing, and now I shall never see them again." His steps faltered momentarily before resuming their normal pace. Ji Chuancheng suddenly lowered his voice to ask, "Are you referring to Jing Xia?" Qi Yang's smile broadened, his lips curving delightfully. "I haven't said anything. However, I do have a statement for you." Ignoring Ji Chuancheng's silence, Qi Yang pressed on, "Those two individuals earlier are not suitable for friendship. I believe you are aware. One is overly arrogant while the other is hypocritical." Ji Chuancheng shot Qi Yang a piercing glance and retorted, "Wu Jiqing is overly arrogant?" Qi Yang countered, "To persist solely in one's own beliefs and position oneself on a moral high ground, doesn't that qualify as arrogance? Perhaps it's better termed as self-importance." Qi Yang chuckled softly before gradually suppressing his exaggerated laughter, halting his steps abruptly, "But the other is far more dangerous." Ji Chuancheng too came to a stop, turning to face him. The man's refined features bore an uncharacteristic seriousness as he replied earnestly, "Jing Xia's half-brother harbors impure thoughts, exuding hostility. He poses a threat." Realizing he might have overshared, Qi Yang quickly added with a laugh, "Well, I've only met him once, so this might not be entirely accurate." Ji Chuancheng's gaze darkened. "You think so as well?" Qi Yang responded with surprise, "Are you too?" The setting was a small, square-shaped building, encircling a modest garden of over 50 square meters, adorned with nostalgic dark red tiles that enclosed the verdant center. Uniquely, the seemingly ordinary lawn bore no other flora, save for a single flamboyant rose bush planted squarely in the center. Its layers of petals exceeded 10, thick and rich in color, a vivid crimson gleaming under the light. The entire stem towered nearly 2 meters high, while the blossom itself was impressively large, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. It stood there, arrogantly claiming an entire patch of greenery, surrounded by no other of its kind, gently swaying in the cool night breeze. Jing Xia gazed with mild curiosity at the clearly mutated rose, recalling that upon his previous visit to the S-City base, this place had been reduced to nothing but a layer of parched earth, and he had never encountered this flower. He inquired, Brother Zhou, who planted this mutated flower here? Zhou Yi, who had been staring ahead intently, jolted at Jing Xia's question, a nervous chuckle escaping him as he replied, who else could possibly have the audacity to plant a mutated plant in such an open space, if not that group of lunatics? He shuddered slightly, leaning closer to Jing Xia, and whispered, I must tell you in secret, Jing Xia, do not go near that thing. It's terrifying. Jing Xia chuckled at this. It's actually quite beautiful, aside from being a bit larger, and it seems to emit a pleasant fragrance. Brother Zhou, you're overreacting. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the tranquil silence of the night. The moment Jing Xia uttered, You're really making a fuss over nothing, his smile froze at the corners of his lips. He stared in shock at the mutated rose at the center of the garden, his eyes widening in horror, causing him to halt in his tracks. There, amidst the intoxicating aroma that was almost visible as it wafted through the air, a struggling cuckoo was flapping its robust wings desperately, attempting to escape the clutches of the sharp teeth at either end. However, its struggle was evidently in vain. Brilliant crimson blood flowed ceaselessly from the wound inflicted by the vicious fangs, staining its grayish-white belly feathers, until it finally ceased to move, succumbing to death. In that fleeting moment, the once beautiful and vibrant rose suddenly split open its large blossom, revealing sharp, glistening teeth dripping with viscous liquid, ensnaring the cuckoo that had been lured in by the sweet fragrance. What had been so charming was now rendered grotesque and fearsome. Jing Xia swallowed hard. Zhou Yi sighed in resignation. This is the latest pet of that group of madmen. Don't let its beauty fool you. It has been assessed as a D-grade creature. Moreover, its pollen has hallucinogenic properties, and that viscous substance is mildly toxic, capable of paralyzing its prey. Is it truly safe to leave such a thing out in the open? Zhou Yi spread his hands. We've been discussing this with those neurotics for quite some time. According to them, this mutated rose is currently in the wild experimental phase, and they will eventually dissect it. Fortunately, its active range is limited to 2 meters, so as long as we keep our distance, we should be fine. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia's lips curled into a smile. Just 2 meters, you say? Zhou Yi nodded. Yes, just 2 meters. Hey, Jing Xia, what are you doing? Don't go over there. Under the bright, clear moonlight, the slender figure of the youth advanced step by step toward the center of the small courtyard. He halted a few meters away from the mutated rose, disregarding Zhou Yi's shouts, and suddenly unleashed a powerful jet of water toward the half-open blossom. The impact was swift and forceful, causing the feeding mutated rose to tilt back momentarily before it quickly regained its composure, baring its teeth and lunging toward Jing Xia. It swung its enormous leaves and, in a flash, closed the 2-meter gap, aiming directly for Jing Xia's face. Chirp! Jing Xia nimbly recoiled, summoning a thick wall of water that instantly formed before him, intercepting the unexpected assault. Having retreated 2 meters, he successfully evaded the creature's attack. Observing the mutated rose's furious antics, Jing Xia turned to Zhou Yi with an exasperated expression. Clearly, its attack range extends to 4 meters, with a 3-meter buffer. Zhou Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. Who would provoke it like you do? Hearing this, Jing Xia's smile broadened. He feigned innocence, blinking innocently, and remarked, At least now I know the maximum attack range is roughly between 3 and 4 meters. Perhaps we should put up a sign. Safety first. Please admire the flowers from 4 meters away. Zhou Yi. Haha. You're quite the character. Alright, we'll put up that sign tomorrow. Zhou Yi's hearty laughter suddenly echoed in the quiet courtyard, successfully drawing Jing Xia's attention. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jing Xia's delicate eyes widened in surprise, his mouth agape. In the deep, secluded corridor, a series of potted monstera plants lined the walls, their lush green leaves adorned with several deep notches, unevenly spaced. The stems extended over 1 meter in length, their dense foliage obscuring the view within the corridor. The dim lighting added an air of mystery. These monsteras are unaltered, so you need not worry. A kind, smiling voice resonated as an elderly man with graying hair turned to face Jing Xia. Of course, with your skills and abilities, I believe you would not be intimidated by these little things. Professor Liu, you flatter me. Facing a horde of them is hardly less strenuous than that mutated rose we just encountered, Jing Xia replied. Zhou Yi had already taken his leave, leaving the elderly man and the youth to walk together down the corridor, the soft patter of their footsteps shattering the silence. Professor Liu nodded with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Jing Xia's modesty, and inquired, Zhou Yi has shared a bit about you. You possess water-based abilities, correct? Yes, that's right. I lean more towards offensive capabilities which may differ from the water source providers Zhou mentioned, Jing Xia responded. At this, Professor Liu's smile widened, deepening the creases on his face. Clad in a white lab coat, with a beautiful Parker pen clipped to his chest pocket. Oddly, just the cap without the body. He appeared somewhat diminutive, shorter than Jing Xia by half a head. Yet, he moved with a brisk elegance reminiscent of Ji Chuan. We will soon ascertain the differences, but I will need your cooperation afterward, Professor Lu continued. This is a test that every evolved individual must undergo. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Just relax. With a slight curve of his exquisite brows, Jing Xia nodded. All right. After traversing 3 more rooms, they finally halted before a white steel door. Professor Lu subtly shifted his stance, blocking Jing Xia's view, and a series of clicks echoed as he unlocked the door. After nearly a minute, he suddenly pushed it open, turning to Jing Xia with a smile. Please, come in. Jing Xia followed him into the room, not casting a lingering glance at the complex lock. Noting Jing Xia's calm demeanor, Professor Lu nodded in approval and explained. This is my laboratory, housing some confidential materials, such as the ability information of all evolved individuals at the S-City base. Each of us core researchers possesses a copy. You arrived a bit late this evening. Only I and another professor remain here. He is busy with some experiments, and the little ones have all gone to him, leaving me to conduct your testing. Jing Xia's gaze quickly scanned the shelves filled with peculiar preserved animal organs before he turned back, questioning, Professor Lu, aren't you concerned I might attack you right now? It's just the 2 of us here, and I doubt you can, With a swift motion, a silver dart appeared and vanished into Professor Lu's sleeve. Aha! You truly are quite amusing. Though we old folks have evolved little, we have our means of self-defense. While your physical capabilities may have enhanced, your defensive skills are not as formidable as those mutated beasts. We can still manage, he assured. Jing Xia helplessly raised his hands, conceding, all right, Professor Lu, let us proceed with the ability test. The scenario for testing abilities remained unchanged from Jing Xia's previous life. The same silver metallic bracelet, from which a miniature needle extended to extract a drop of blood. Even the room was the very one Jing Xia had entered before, and the person administering the test was this gentle and affable elder. Professor Lu was one of the senior researchers at the S-City Base Research Institute. In his past life, Jing Xia had little interaction with these venerable professors. The only one he recognized was Professor Lu, who had conducted his ability assessment. This room had been reduced to ashes during the first beast tide in S-City, and the elderly man had perished alongside it, becoming fodder for the mutated beasts. Not only Professor Lu, but nearly half of the researchers at the institute had succumbed. The first beast tide had caught everyone off guard. The mutations in animals and plants far exceeded the pace of human evolution, their sudden onslaught plunging humanity into despair and chaos. Perhaps it was during this initial beast tide that intelligent mutated beings emerged as leaders, with the S-City Base and Research Institute as prime targets for the mutated beasts' assault. As Professor Lu had remarked, their defensive measures were effective against humans but utterly futile against those mutated beasts, especially the A and S-class entities, akin to a child's water gun, completely ineffectual. With a soft sigh, Jing Xia was still contemplating when he felt the cold bracelet being removed from his wrist. He glanced down at his right hand, where the tiny puncture from the blood draw had swiftly healed, the minuscule hole closing up seamlessly. After a moment, Professor Lu shifted his gaze away from the data displayed on the screen and remarked, Jing Xia, your water-based ability is remarkable. In terms of potential, it far surpasses that of another water-type evolver in our base. Currently, your ability value stands at 197, which is exceedingly high. Pausing, Professor Lu seemed to recall something suddenly. By the way, you probably don't know what an ability value is, do you? Jing Xia nodded in feigned ignorance, replying, no, I don't. Earlier, he had heard from Zhou Yi that he had the ambition to slay an S-class mutated entity. So it appeared he was aware of the classification of mutated beasts from E to S. I wonder where you learned about this classification, Professor Lu inquired. Jing Xia replied, well, a friend of mine mentioned it. Professor Lu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, a friend of yours? Jing Xia smiled. Yes, his name is Ji Chuancheng. Blaming all his misunderstandings on that icy mountain of a person, Ji Chuancheng, was a tactic Jing Xia had employed over the past 20 years whenever he erred. To his surprise, Professor Lu suddenly laughed. It seems you indeed came with Major Ji. I had my suspicions when Zhou Yi described him, but I didn't expect it to truly be him. Listening to Professor Lu's words, Jing Xia gradually comprehended. Most of the researchers at the institute were directly affiliated with the military, making it somewhat difficult for them to know ordinary officers, yet knowing Ji Chuancheng was quite normal. Even if they were unfamiliar with Ji Chuancheng, they would at least know General Ji. The circle was not vast, yet the number of top-tier individuals was limited. Let me first explain the concept of ability values. Professor Lu said as he placed the silver metallic bracelet back into the drawer of the desk and resumed his seat across from Jing Xia. The bright overhead light illuminated the room, casting light on the bizarre specimens on the shelves, their eerie green liquids shimmering with a transparent glow. Every evolver, upon awakening their abilities, experiences an accelerated heartbeat, heightened blood circulation, and an intensely excited brain, leading to a rapid metabolism and eventual fainting. During this unconsciousness, there are two possible outcomes. The first, successful evolution. The second, Professor Lu's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of resignation. The second, failure to evolve. Understanding the sorrowful tone in Professor Lu's voice, Jing Xia empathized with his feelings. Professor Lu rarely participated in experimental research. He was responsible for daily feedback and observation of the evolver's abilities. In his past life, Professor Lu had also shared these sentiments with him. Back then, Ji Chuancheng had not yet reached S-City. He had entered this room for an ability test alongside Wu Jiqing, Su Weishang, and others, and Professor Lu had discussed the harsh realities and challenges faced by evolvers. These matters seemed like ancient history, but as Jing Xia reminisced, perhaps due to his brain's heightened activity post-evolution, those memories vividly resurfaced, as if they had transpired just yesterday. I understand that feeling. I just don't know how this ability value is determined. Jing Xia subtly shifted the topic, hoping to divert the elderly man from recalling those painful memories. After a lifetime of enduring numerous trials and tribulations, Professor Lu quickly emerged from his melancholic reverie and continued. In fact, during the fainting spell of all evolvers, their heart rate peaks, and we refer to this maximum value as the original ability value. Jing Xia nodded, signaling for him to proceed with the explanation. He had long been acquainted with these terms, yet in this moment, he did not mind hearing them reiterated. Our research has revealed that this number has a special significance and can be used to gauge the level of one's abilities. Seemingly concerned that Jing Xia might not grasp the concept, Professor Lu offered an analogy. It's akin to Fahrenheit and Celsius. 0°C is equivalent to 32 F, and boiling water at 100 C equals 212 F. Regardless of the standard measurement, as long as it pertains to the same phenomenon, it can be harmonized to a certain extent. Jing Xia chuckled. So, you've devised your own metric for measuring abilities? Professor Lu laughed heartily. We established the unit of ability value only after meticulous research and testing. Of course, this data does not represent an individual's combat capability. Reaction time, crisis response quality, and combat skills are all critical metrics for a comprehensive evaluation of a person. However, I believe, based on your recent actions in dealing with Xiaoye, that your practical ability is quite commendable. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeating, Xiaoye? Professor Lu calmly replied, Oh, that's the name our assistant gave to the mutated rose in the courtyard. Professor Lu then elaborated on various aspects related to evolvers, ensuring Jing Xia was thoroughly acquainted with the essential knowledge an evolver should possess. Due to his advancing age, Professor Lu found research increasingly challenging. So he had enlisted Ying to guide the evolvers, thus contributing his share. By the way, why did Major Ji suddenly come to S-City? Shouldn't he be closer to B-City? As he gathered his belongings, Professor Lu suddenly recalled something and asked, Is there a particular reason for his visit? Jing Xia was straightening his clothes when he heard Professor Lu's question. He blinked, pondering for a moment before responding. Chuan has some matters to attend to. He needs to escort Qi to S-City. Reflecting briefly, he continued, I believe it's to hand him over to Professor Qi. Naturally, he could not disclose to Professor Lu that this was all due to his informing Ji Chuancheng that S-City would become humanity's last bastion and would ultimately face several beast tides, also being the most critical point for human defense. With a subtle smile, Jing Xia was about to raise his head and continue speaking when his expression suddenly froze upon seeing Professor Lu's reaction. The elderly man, who had always been kind and amiable, suddenly widened his slightly cloudy eyes, his white brows quivering in shock, as he stared at Jing Xia, exclaiming, Qi, are you referring to that member of the Forbidden Zone forces? Qi. Nodding in confusion, Jing Xia replied, That should be the case. Standing at a height of 181 centimeters and weighing 74 kilograms, he bore a small red mole behind his left ear. His right middle finger was half a centimeter longer than his left. A torrent of words spilled forth, rapid and unrestrained, detailing everything from physical traits to personality quirks. Professor Lu's face flushed with excitement as he crossed the table to stand before Jing Xia, continuing, the one who always wears those red star silver-framed glasses. Qi. Jing Xia swallowed hard, silently noting, it seems he isn't wearing glasses. That old scoundrel Qi Rong was utterly detestable. Not even a word about the little monster arriving in S City. Words left unsaid lingered on Professor Lu's lips as he dashed towards the door. His documents clutched tightly. Just as he reached halfway, he turned back, exclaiming, "Xiao Jing, could you please watch the door for me? My assistant will return shortly to close it." Jing Xia stood momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, ready to respond with an acknowledgement. But Professor Lu was already sprinting out again, his speed reminiscent of a sprinter in the final stretch, defying his age. Jing Xia gazed silently at the swaying metallic door for a long while, eventually murmuring to herself, "Little monster, Qiyong?" Chapter 28. Professor Lu's absence extended to a full half-hour. After waiting a while longer, Jing Xia noticed a young man with dark skin jogging towards her, beckoning her to exit the room before promptly closing the door behind her. Before she could utter a word, he casually remarked, "You can leave now," then spun around and raced back in the direction he had come. The swift movement stirred a gust of wind, tousling the strands of hair from Jing Xia's forehead, revealing her bright, expressive eyes that shimmered with a blend of helplessness and amusement. Was Qiyong truly a national treasure? Why did everyone seem eager to see him? With this inexplicable confusion in mind, Jing Xia made her way to the accommodations for the evolutionaries. The autumn night carried a slight chill, and the rustling leaves of the unmutated trees lining the path whispered eerily in the evening breeze. Along the roadside, patches of greenery were marred by large depressions, remnants of the uprooted mutated plants, leaving behind an unsightly scene. Even while safeguarding the city base, this stark reality spoke volumes in silence. The accommodations for the evolutionaries were slightly more privileged than those of ordinary citizens. As most regions remained uncleared and uncertain in safety, the population of S City, numbering in the millions, was crammed into a mere 30 square kilometers. The scarcity of land resources had led to a stratified system. Ordinary citizens could earn food and water through labor, while evolutionaries undertook regional sweeps, continuously expanding safe living areas for humanity by exterminating mutated beasts within S City. Due to the high-risk nature of their work, the living provisions for evolutionaries were considerably more abundant. Jing Xia greeted a patrolling squad of evolutionaries before stepping into a 12-story residential building. Previously, she had learned from Zhou Yi that her assigned room was on the 8th floor, shared with Qin Chu and 2 female evolutionaries from S City, while Yu Kai and Ji Chuancheng were in the adjacent room. Such conditions would have been considered extremely modest for the Jing family before the apocalypse, but now they were quite luxurious. As Jing Xia raised her hand to open the door, a thunderous snore resonated through the thick iron door, loud enough to shatter the heavens. The sound was remarkably artistic, oscillating like a train whistle, sharp and jarring. With a helpless chuckle, Jing Xia unlocked the door with the key she had retrieved from downstairs, quickly shutting it behind her to isolate the bizarre snoring emanating from Yu Kai. The room was sparsely furnished, containing a 5 to 6 square meter bathroom and a main sleeping area with 3 single beds. Ignoring the man sprawled across the outermost bed in an absurd sleeping position, the room remained remarkably clean and tidy. "Still awake at this hour?" Jing Xia asked, shedding her coat and casually tossing it onto the bed as she approached a long table. "What are you reading, a Chuan?" Beneath the soft yellow glow of a small lamp sat a man with a stern visage, deeply engrossed in a thick stack of documents. The sound of pages turning punctuated the silence, and despite his straight posture, it was unclear how long he had been seated or how long he had been reading. Jing Xia leaned over to catch a glimpse of the A4 sheets. Her curiosity piqued as she read aloud, "Wang Cheng, 28 years old, agile type ability." "Huh? You're actually reading about the evolutionaries at the S City base?" Ji Chuancheng nonchalantly closed the thick folder and lifted his gaze towards Jing Xia. The strikingly handsome young man rested his chin on one hand, his captivating peach blossom eyes blinking at him. Due to the low height of the table, he had to lean forward, causing the wide neckline of his shirt to drape elegantly, revealing a considerable expanse of fair skin. His deep-set eyes darkened slightly as he averted his gaze, nodding, "Well, since we're here, it's wise to understand the current situation." Jing Xia remained oblivious to how undignified her current posture was, snorting softly through her nose as she tilted her head. "Listen to this classified information? Even the door lock has various mechanisms set up. Where's the promised high-level secrecy?" Ji Chuancheng cast a knowing glance his way, replying, "Do you wish to see it?" Jing Xia grimaced, "I have no interest in such things. I already know what they entail. It's merely a compilation of each evolutionary's background and ability data, which doesn't concern me." With a slight smirk, Ji Chuancheng chuckled softly. "Is it that simple?" Jing Xia, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? Is there more?" As he spoke, the earlier recitation of the information concerning Qiyong echoed in his mind. He swallowed nervously, asking, "Could there possibly be any private details, like a small red mole behind the left ear? Heh, now that's something I'd like to know. Purely innocent information." Ji Chuancheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The hint of a smile on his strikingly handsome face vanished without a trace. The once warm glow of the dim yellow light suddenly felt much colder, causing Jing Xia to shiver, as goosebumps prickled her arms. Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened. "How do you know about Qiyong?" Jing Xia gulped, blinking at the strange man before her. Though his expression remained as stoic as ever, a chilling aura seemed to rise from him, dropping the room's temperature several degrees. For some reason, Yukai's snoring had diminished, seemingly affected by the peculiar atmosphere. Jing Xia instinctively responded, "Well, Professor Liu mentioned it. He just finished testing my abilities before rushing off to see Qiyong, calling him a little monster." After Jing Xia spoke, Ji Chuancheng remained silent. Sensing the tension in the air thickening, a sudden thought struck Jing Xia. Could it be that Ji Chuancheng harbored animosity towards Qiyong? The possibility loomed larger in her mind. Previously, Jing Xia had learned that both Ji Chuancheng and Qiyong were from the Forbidden Zone. They were both young, holding the rank of major, and counted among the most promising talents of their generation in all of Huaxia. Even someone as composed as Ji Chuancheng could occasionally harbor unspoken jealousy, which was entirely understandable. A playful smile crept across Jing Xia's lips as she poked Ji Chuancheng's arm, teasing, "You've really had a tough time these years. It hasn't been easy for you." Seeing Ji Chuancheng's puzzled expression, Jing Xia decided not to dwell on the sore subject. As a considerate friend, she skillfully shifted the topic. "By the way, you still haven't mentioned what you're doing with all this information. Surely it's not just to learn about other people's affairs, right?" Qing Ting's brows furrowed slightly as Ji Chuancheng gazed deeply at Jing Xia for a considerable time, causing the young man's expression to shift from playful to awkward. Just as Jing Xia was about to speak again, Ji Chuancheng suddenly remarked, "To integrate into this place and consolidate all the evolvers, it is imperative to comprehend and memorize each individual's information." Jing Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can actually remember everyone's details?" With a tranquil demeanor, Ji Chuancheng nodded, as if merely acknowledging a trivial matter. Jing Xia scrutinized him with skepticism for a long while before extracting a piece of paper from the stack of documents. "Chun Si, 32 years old. Do you recall what his ability is?" "A rare communicative special ability, capable of producing 3 communicators daily, maintaining their form for 8 hours, effective for direct communication within a 3-kilometer radius." After a brief pause, Ji Chuancheng continued, "However, he has a disability in his right ear, which results in hearing impairment, potentially leading to difficulties in comprehending communication content." Jing Xia swallowed hard in disbelief, shoving the paper back and quickly retrieving another one. "What about Qian Yong, 36 years old? A strength-type ability, capable of withstanding a pressure of 3 tons with one hand. His record is shattering a hard stone with a hardness of 64 into powder with a single punch." Jing Xia's jaw dropped as he blinked in astonishment, seemingly unable to grasp that this man could memorize nearly 1,000 documents in just a few hours. As he rummaged through the files, he muttered, "I refuse to believe you can remember them all. I will surely find something you don't know." Beneath the warm, golden light, the tousled hair on the youth's forehead obscured his beautifully arched eyes as he bowed his head. From Ji Chuancheng's perspective, he could only see half of the youth's lips, which were murmuring something indistinct, along with his delicate chin. In that stillness, it seemed as if they had forgotten the perilous situation surrounding them. Ji Chuancheng gradually lifted his hand to support his cheek, lowering his gaze to observe the young man earnestly. The sounds of snoring nearby gradually diminished until they faded away completely. Ji Chuancheng, in an uncharacteristically good mood, allowed a faint, helpless smile to grace his lips, softening his typically aloof countenance. Yet in such circumstances, no one was there to witness it. "I'll take another look at that pile. There must be something." As he spoke, Jing Xia extended his arm to reach for another stack of documents. Just as his hand reached halfway, it accidentally brushed against the pile in front of him. With a loud crash, a thick dossier tumbled off the edge of the table, plummeting towards Jing Xia's feet. Reacting swiftly, he retracted his foot and reached out with both hands, catching one end of the folder just in time to prevent it from hitting the ground. Jing Xia let out a relieved sigh, and as he raised his head, his gaze suddenly fell into a pair of dark, profound eyes. Within those inky pupils, he could see a reflection of himself, so close that he could feel the warmth of the breath escaping from Ji Chuancheng's nostrils. The heated air brushed against Jing Xia's skin, tightening his heart inexplicably, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. In such close quarters, both remained silent, Ji Chuancheng's cold gaze deepening, as if he were grappling with emotions too intense to be unleashed. Jing Xia felt a dryness in his throat. He slowly opened his mouth, intending to speak, when suddenly a small black shadow darted across his line of sight. With a soft thud, a little black creature rubbed its head sleepily, clambering to its feet with its chubby legs. Its tiny, green bean-like eyes surveyed the surroundings, still not fully awake, until it spotted the two humans leaning over it, at which point it abruptly jolted into full awareness. Chirp, 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 chirp. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a sleeping beauty mouse before? Embarrassed, Jing Xia returned the dossier to the table, and the enchanting yet eerie atmosphere dissipated into nothingness at the intrusion of the little creature. Suppressing the odd feeling in his heart, Jing Xia chuckled awkwardly. All right, it's getting late. We should rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Xia reached out to scoop up the chirping little creature. Just then, a long-fingered hand swiftly snatched the plump little mouse, ignoring its incessant protests, opened a drawer, stuffed it inside, and shut it quickly with remarkable efficiency. Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, expressionless. It carries a lot of bacteria. It cannot sleep with you. The little black creature, scratching furiously at the wooden drawer with its tiny claws, instantly became indignant at this statement. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. I, your esteemed mouse, am a diligent and clean creature who bathes regularly. In terms of a sulky revenge mentality, it was akin to a volcanic eruption or tectonic fracture. Chapter 29. In the deep autumn of City S. The air was not shrouded in smog as it was in City B, and the temperatures were relatively mild. The gentle sunlight bathed the streets, and as night fell, those who had been tidying up the remnants of the past emerged to continue their labor, planting new crops. Although the new seeds developed by the Research Institute had reduced the likelihood of plant mutations to below 10%, the cultivation of staple food remained a significant challenge amid the growing scarcity of food. Jing Xia gazed at the vast expanse of soil planting areas that had been cleared and replanted, contemplating for a long while. Today, I will take you to the cleaning team. You are responsible for sweeping through a neighborhood east of base area 81. You can return by noon. The resonant voice of the man cut through the background noise of the bustling market. Zhou Yi, observing Jing Xia's distracted demeanor, followed his gaze and remarked, that used to be a large 6-story residential area. The researchers said the soil conditions there are suitable for cultivating new seeds, so a planting area was established there. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia nodded, turning away from his gaze at that direction, smiling as he said, Are you joining me at the cleaning team today, Brother Zhou? Indeed. You just arrived, and Professor Liu assigned me to guide you, so I must ensure you become acquainted with everything. The cleaning team's task is to sweep through the unknown safe zones and confirm their safety. As Jing Xia listened to these familiar responsibilities, his mind wandered, casting his gaze over the workers tirelessly laboring in the expansive fields. A mere kilometer away, the brilliant sunlight shimmered upon the river's surface, creating a sparkling silver glimmer. This place was one of the landing points for the first Beast Tide battle. Unlike the ordinary citizens bustling within the base, the evolvers appeared to be quite at ease. Jing Xia and Zhou Yi strolled leisurely along the street towards Area 81. Originally, Zhou Yi should have had the day off, but he had been assigned by Professor Liu to look after Jing Xia. This earnest and warm-hearted northeastern fellow led Jing Xia without hesitation, continuously explaining the tasks the cleaning team was set to undertake. After about an hour's walk, they arrived at Area 81, where the number of people dwindled significantly, leaving only a few evolvers behind, no ordinary citizens in sight. The closer we get to the base's border, the fewer ordinary people there are, which is why we need to expand the base's perimeter and confirm safety, Zhou Yi said, greeting an evolver before turning back to Jing Xia. This task is generally somewhat dangerous, but I believe it won't be too difficult for you. By the way, the mutated creature you encountered at the Research Institute was discovered in Area 81, and it seriously injured one of our sensory-type evolvers. Jing Xia paused in surprise. Xiao Ye? Upon hearing that name, Zhou Yi's complexion shifted between red and pale, ultimately conceding, indeed, it was Xiao Ye. Seemingly unwilling to pursue the topic any further, Zhou Yi quickened his pace and soon found a lean man waving and smiling at them. He introduced Jing Xia. This is Su Qi, who will be in our group today. The newcomer was not particularly tall, his stature modest, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he appraised Jing Xia. He extended his hand and said, Hello, I'm Su Qi. I heard Brother Zhou mention you last night in the dorm, Jing Xia. Jing Xia smiled and shook his hand, replying, Then you must already know what my ability is. I wonder, Brother Li, what is your ability? Aha. I am of the five senses type. My retinal cells have evolved, allowing me to see objects 2 kilometers away, and with concentrated focus, I can see through a distance of 10 meters, as well as track dynamic objects moving at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. Joey laughed heartily. This time, the cleansing task assigned to us is to be completed by only the 3 of us. Since it's your first cleansing operation, today's task will be quite light. Jing Xia nodded in understanding. Brother Li is of the reconnaissance type, Brother Zhou is the primary output, and I suppose I am the one with a special ability. Although our team is somewhat simplistic in composition, it shouldn't pose any significant issues. Alright, let us set off, Joey declared. The journey began, merely traversing the boundary defense net of Area 81 to enter the neighborhood. The area had long been evacuated, with only the chirping of birds echoing in the silence, shattering the stillness of a place long devoid of human presence. As Jing Xia walked past a large patch of shattered glass, the lower 2 floors of the complex lay in ruins, stripped bare, while the upper floors fared slightly better. Was this a frantic search for resources? A desperate escape? Jing Xia mused as he surveyed the surroundings. I can only imagine the chaos that ensued when people began to flee this structure. My home is in this neighborhood, Su Qi suddenly interjected, parting a cluster of tall weeds that had sprouted from the ground. Fortunately, I lived on the 17th floor. When I fled downward, I encountered a fair number of people, but few chose to ascend. After all, there were still threats from mutated beings behind us at that time. Su Qi's experience seemed fortunate compared to Jing Xia's. He lived near the S-City Zoo, which had been a scene of utter devastation. Alright, enough of that, Joey interrupted, tossing a stone toward a towering osmanthus tree in the complex. We can ignore mutated weeds like the one we just encountered. Ordinary people will come to conduct reconstruction efforts once it's confirmed safe. Of course, we must first ensure there's no danger. Hearing this, Jing Xia smiled and nodded. Understood. However, this neighborhood is quite expansive. We should accelerate our pace. Before Jing Xia could finish his sentence, a rustling sound emerged from the grass 10 meters away, prompting all to instinctively turn their attention toward the source. From behind a patch of weeds over a meter high, a wave of movement surged from south to north, swiftly approaching Jing Xia. Su Qi squinted and remarked, a white creature, about the size of a medium dog, moving quickly. I believe it's a mutated being. As Su Qi spoke, Jing Xia and Joey heightened their vigilance. Su Qi was not an offensive type, naturally positioning himself behind Jing Xia and Joey. Suddenly, a snow-white figure leaped from the underbrush, its long, slender antennae and small, squinty eyes familiar enough to shock Jing Xia, despite its enormous size. Swish! Chirp! 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 In an instant, Jing Xia launched a water arrow toward the mutated rat, grazing its massive body and drawing a trickle of blood, causing it to turn tail and scurry back into the weeds, its large tail twitching behind it. Simultaneously, a small black ball leapt from above Jing Xia's head, darting after it. Wait, Joey fell silent for a moment before asking, is your mutated hamster going after it? I'll go after it for a bit. You two stay put. The neighborhood isn't large. I'll find you soon. With a quick remark, Jing Xia took off in pursuit of the scurrying creature. Fortunately, the mutated grass was not too dense, and before long, it thinned out, allowing Jing Xia to spot the little black ball zipping about. Furrowing his brow, Jing Xia thought, once I catch this little rascal, I'll ensure it learns the consequences of running away from home. If one were to observe from above, they would see a peculiar chase unfolding amidst the undulating grass, with 2 rodents and 1 person engaged in a strange game of pursuit. The enormous mutated rat led the way, while the smaller mutated black hamster, despite its swifter speed, frequently found its path obstructed by stones and tall grass. Trailing behind them was a young man increasingly left behind. Even with enhanced physical capabilities due to evolution, Jing Xia could hardly keep pace with the naturally swift 4-legged creatures. Just as he was about to unleash a water arrow at the mischievous little creature, he noticed the rotund black ball abruptly halt, standing between 2 mutated weeds, appearing dazed as it looked around, no longer pursuing the white mutated rat. Jing Xia paused in surprise at the odd sight, momentarily perplexed by the antics of the little creature. However, he felt no significant concern. As long as he could retrieve it, he had plenty of ways to teach this little one the meaning of punishment for running away. The distance between man and rodent was a few hundred meters. Jing Xia, moving swiftly, closed the gap within seconds. To his astonishment, the little black ball twitched its tiny ears and blinked its small, beady eyes. Just as Jing Xia was about to catch it, it suddenly darted off in another direction. Don't let it escape. Dashing through the fragmented neighborhood garden archway, and leaping over fallen sidewalk trees. Jing Xia followed the little black ball into the underground parking garage, ultimately watching as it vanished into the thick darkness that matched its fur. In the dimly lit underground garage, Jing Xia slowed his pace, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He switched on his powerful flashlight, illuminating the spacious, empty parking area. Accompanied by the distant sound of dripping water, he carefully moved about, searching for the elusive creature. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the familiar sound of chirping halted him in his tracks. With a cold smile, he turned and approached the source. The crunch of gravel underfoot echoed as he approached the corner, muttering, "You better explain yourself. Why are you running? You'll be locked in the drawer tonight. Don't even think about escaping." His voice faltered as he beheld the small green stone clutched tightly in the little black ball's embrace. The stone, no larger than an adult's pinky fingernail, emitted a deep, ethereal glow in the darkness, reminiscent of the finest emerald, clear and translucent. Its mesmerizing brilliance seemed to beckon one to seize it, a sight so breathtaking it was almost surreal. Jing Xia stood agape, astonished by the clearly extraordinary stone. He reached out to touch it, but before he could, the little black ball suddenly clamped down with a decisive crunch and swallowed the magnificent gem whole. As the emerald light faded from view, Jing Xia snapped back to reality. His right hand awkwardly lingered in midair while his left held the flashlight, illuminating the darkened form of the mutated hamster. The little black ball proudly displayed its pudgy belly, wobbly and triumphant under the white light, its chubby face radiating an expression of sheer delight, as if it could soar to the heavens. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It's mine. I just ate it. What can you do to me? Jing Xia exclaimed. Bah! Who's competing with you? Shameless. Chapter 30. Jing Xia, holding the errant little rodent, exited the underground garage. His short, stout legs flailed helplessly in the air, but being grasped by its tiny tail rendered its struggles futile. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jing Xia cast a cold glance. I can't understand you. Squeak, 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 squeak. With a gentle flick of its slender tail, the black fluff ball spun mid-air, its eyes wide with shock at being unexpectedly tossed aloft. It squeaked in terror, limbs flailing. But within a second, Jing Xia's hands grasped its plump belly firmly. As noon approached, the sunlight outside the garage was resplendent. Rays filtered gently between the towering residential buildings, casting a warm glow upon the earth, isolating Jing Xia from the surrounding shadows. With his left hand, he tenderly held the chubby little creature, while his right index finger traced from its indistinct neck down to the base of its thigh. Squeak, squeak, pervert, rogue. The little rodent protested indignantly. Jing Xia disdainfully eyed the minuscule lump of flesh, sneering, stay still, or I'll have you neutered. Cack squeak, bad pervert. Ignoring the indignant squeaks of the small creature, Jing Xia repeatedly stroked its soft belly. With each motion, his refined brows knitted tighter, until he murmured, to consume such a sizable stone without a trace of it being palpable? Is it even possible? Skeptical, he continued to probe, eliciting a barrage of squeaks from the rodent, yet still failing to locate the green stone it had ingested. A cool, crisp breeze swept in from the south, rustling the leaves and grass. As Jing Xia pondered, he was suddenly interrupted by a swift gust of wind. Instinctively, he conjured a wall of water to shield against the sudden assault. When he looked up, he found himself staring down a mutant golden retriever, roughly half his height, baring its sharp teeth with a menacing glare. Unlike its gentle, pre-apocalypse counterpart, this beast exuded a fierce hostility. Its teeth dripped with saliva, its gaunt frame revealing ribs beneath its matted golden fur, now darkened and clammy. A gruesome wound marred its right flank, exposing a patch of raw flesh and bone. Jing Xia's gaze darkened as he tossed the little black fluff ball back over his shoulder and focused intently on the clearly desperate creature before him. Being a relatively intelligent being, the mutant retriever likely sensed its impending demise. With a reckless resolve, it launched itself at Jing Xia, jaws wide open. A sharp blade of water cleaved through the air, severing its body in two. The halves convulsed on the ground for a moment before falling still, dark red blood pooling around them. Jing Xia silently contemplated the creature for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. It was likely an ear-rank mutant, gravely wounded. In his eyes, it was akin to throwing oneself onto a blade. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Strangely, the mutant retriever's blood continued to flow, failing to congeal even in death, staining the ground a dark hue. As Jing Xia furrowed his brow, contemplating how to cleanse the gruesome sight, he was interrupted by another swift gust behind him. Reacting faster than thought, he sidestepped, narrowly evading the razor-sharp wind blade. When he turned to see the source, he was taken aback by the unexpected presence of a familiar face. Jing Xia. Su Weishang clearly hadn't anticipated encountering him here. His expression of disdain lingered for a moment before quickly vanishing, replaced by a falsely gentle smile. Brother, what brings you here? Jing Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from responding to Su Weishang's inquiry. Instead, he questioned, what were you trying to do just now? With wide, innocent eyes, Su Weishang replied, I suddenly caught a whiff of blood and rushed over here. I didn't see what it was before I unleashed a wind blade. Please don't misunderstand. Beneath a towering mutant ginkgo tree in the lush garden, Jing Xia stood with a cold demeanor, scrutinizing the young man before him. Their gazes locked for several seconds until Su Weishang struggled to maintain his forced smile. Finally, Jing Xia reached up to gently stroke the incessantly squeaking mutant hamster on his head. Su Weishang, what are you doing here? Su Weishang froze momentarily before hastily defending himself. I happened to be assigned to clean up around here today and just happened to encounter a mutant beast. His gaze flicked over the mutant golden retriever on the ground before he added, it was that mutant retriever. I've been chasing it for quite some time. The wound on its belly was inflicted by me. Jing Xia coolly glanced at the mutant retriever's wound before looking back up. That wound is clearly blackened. It must have been inflicted at least a day ago. Su Weishang, you're quite the liar. His tone dripped with mockery and disdain. The smile faded from Su Weishang's face, leaving him pale and embarrassed. He hadn't expected his deceit to be exposed so swiftly, leaving him feeling utterly exposed under the sun's gaze. His fingers tightened into fists, nails digging into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. This rapid contemplation occurred in an instant. Although Jing Xia remained oblivious to Su Weishang's thoughts, he maintained his vigilance around the seemingly benign youth. However, neither anticipated that the confrontation would be interrupted by the seemingly harmless little black fluffball. Squeak! With purpose, the speedy mutant hamster collided with the right pocket of Su Weishang's shirt. As the latter stumbled back in surprise, a glimmering green jade slipped from his pocket, plummeting towards the hard brick ground. Without hesitation, the little black fluffball leaped toward the jade, while Su Weishang's eyes widened, reaching out for the dazzling stone. In a split second, a wind blade shot from Su Weishang's hand, aimed directly at the fluffball. Jing Xia, alarmed, conjured a water arrow to deflect the blade, but the sudden force sent the hamster tumbling into the grass, while Su Weishang skillfully caught the jade just inches from the ground. Jing Xia hastily cradled the little creature, Gigi, which had fallen into the grass, carefully examining its tiny body. An unrecognized anxiety and concern etched upon his face. Upon discovering that the little one was merely dazed from the impact and would soon regain its vitality, he let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Gigi regained consciousness, it puffed up in alarm, standing erect in Jing Xia's palm, emitting its chirps toward Su Weishang, who was not far away, as if on high alert. Su Weishang narrowed his eyes. Under the brilliant sunlight, the darkness concealed within his pupils was obscured. He discreetly returned the verdant jade stone to his pocket and remarked, Brother, your little mutated beast truly requires proper training. It is perpetually crashing into people, posing a significant danger. Perhaps I should report it to headquarters today? With his right hand stuffed in his pocket, filling it to the brim, Su Weishang grasped the icy gem in his palm, maintaining an outward appearance of calm and composure. However, Jing Xia scrutinized Su Weishang for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Su Weishang, are you attempting to threaten me with this? Su Weishang clenched his jaw. Brother, I have matters to attend to today. You wouldn't want those in higher positions to assess the danger of your little mutated beast, would you? The curve of Jing Xia's lips gradually fell, and he slowly narrowed his gaze, coldly observing Su Weishang. Very well, you shall take your well-trodden path, while I tread my solitary bridge. But Su Weishang, I caution you, I am fully aware of your intentions. Do not engage in any futile endeavors. The moment you take a single step, I shall cut off your escape route without hesitation. Su Weishang's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the young man before him. Bathed in the radiant, gentle sunlight, this individual was a favored child of destiny, endowed with privileges beyond compare. His haughty chin and eyes that never met their own gaze mocked Su Weishang, the disparity between them predetermined from the outset, irrevocably unalterable. You are merely fortunate to have a good mother, Jing Xia. You are nothing at all. The suppressed rage and jealousy within Su Weishang surged, and slowly, he broke into a low laugh, revealing a pure and innocent smile. Certainly, brother, I shall always respect you, just as before. Watching Su Weishang's retreating figure, Jing Xia gradually furrowed his brow. It was not that he wished to eliminate Su Weishang outright, but at that moment, he had no justification to accuse the youth. In a previous life, when he had been alone in the Jing residence guarding Butler Wang's corpse, it had been Su Weishang who had come with Wu Jiqing to find him. From that moment they had gathered, to the point where he was ultimately trampled by this young man. Su Weishang had always excelled in his public persona, so much so that even Qin Chu had later altered his perception of him. Observing Su Weishang searching for something with intent, Jing Xia sighed deeply and turned abruptly, departing with the little black bundle nestled in his hands. In the chaotic, abandoned district, one was swiftly sweeping for dangers while appearing equally occupied with slaying mutated beasts, all the while discreetly searching for something. Shortly after noon, Jing Xia concluded his task and walked with Zhou Yi toward the perimeter of Base 81. Unbeknownst to him, until darkness fell and the stars filled the sky, Su Weishang had yet to leave that district. He scoured the underground parking lot thrice, and when Wu Jiqing arrived to look for him, he feigned being lost and smiled as he followed. In the small, cozy dormitory, only Jing Xia remained. A crisp sound of keys echoed at the door, prompting him to turn and watch as a tall, graceful man stepped through the entrance. Removing his black long coat and draping it over the bed, Ji Chuancheng strode over to the table with his long legs. "Why are you still awake?" The plump little black bundle lay tilted atop Jing Xia's head, its stubby legs somehow propping up its head, gazing curiously at the unexpected human. Jing Xia replied, "I'm not quite accustomed to being alone. I'm waiting for you all. By the way, why hasn't Tu Kai returned yet? He awakened while testing his abilities with me. Professor Liu is keeping him for now. He should fully awaken by tomorrow." Sensing that the youth might worry, Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze and added, "It has been confirmed that he has successfully evolved. Tomorrow we will know the specifics of his abilities." Jing Xia nodded in understanding. Ji Chuancheng's cold, sharp phoenix eyes casually swept over the black bundle on Jing Xia's head, and he reached out to grasp its four stubby legs, lifting Gigi up. "Gigi, Gigi, Gigi." Jing Xia was taken aback. "What's the matter?" Qin Chu made it a nest. Ji Chuancheng paused before continuing, "From today onward, it will sleep next door." Wagging its tail vigorously, Gigi shook its little head in protest, persistently chirping in defiance against this enforced arrangement. However, Ji Chuancheng paid it no mind. Furrowing his brow, a bright flame suddenly flared up just 5 centimeters beside Gigi's head. "Gigi!" The little creature shrank into a ball in fright, and this time, there was no need for Ji Chuancheng to hold it. Gigi obediently stood in the man's large palm, pressing its plump face against his hand and making contented sounds. Jing Xia exclaimed in anger, "You cowardly little thing." Having sent away this little black bundle that had accompanied him for over a month, Jing Xia inexplicably felt a pang of longing. After all, it had been perched atop his head for so long. Suddenly losing the weight of its plump body made him feel increasingly uneasy. "How did today's cleanup task go?" A deep, magnetic voice suddenly inquired. Jing Xia instinctively looked up, noticing Ji Chuancheng gazing at him intently under the dim, yellowish light. The light cast a faint shadow across his high-bridged nose on the right side of his cheek, his features sharp and expression stern. It went well. There were no unexpected incidents. Jing Xia intentionally concealed the occurrence with Su Weishang, awkwardly turning his head away to avoid the man's gaze. Noticing the youth's ears gradually reddening, Ji Chuancheng's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, and his thin lips pressed together. "Tomorrow you will accompany me to the research institute." Jing Xia was taken aback, turning to look at him in surprise. "Why?" Seemingly caught off guard by Jing Xiao's sudden wide-eyed expression, Ji Chuancheng observed the youth's bewilderment and gradually formed a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. "To train together, at the very least, I want you to build some muscle." This statement left Jing Xia utterly deflated. He scoffed without a second thought, pulling off his outer layer and rolling up his long sleeves to reveal his pale, slender arms. "See? What need is there to train? This is muscle," he declared, flexing his arm to showcase his so-called muscles. Ji Chuancheng, maintaining a stoic expression, raised his hand to pinch the minuscule amount of barely noticeable muscle, casually remarking, "This is muscle?" As he pressed down with his fingers, Jing Xia winced in pain and quickly liberated his feeble muscle from Ji Chuancheng's grip, then smirked mischievously. "Since you say this isn't muscle, let me see yours." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the young man sprang to his feet and reached out with his hand, only to have his wrist seized in an iron grip. With a twist and a turn, Jing Xia found himself pinned against the cold table, his hands restrained. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, Chuan!" You jerk. Let go. The cold, indifferent expression on Ji Chuancheng's face softened as he chuckled, his fingers climbing upward to rest upon Jing Xia's slender shoulders. Applying gentle pressure, he massaged a specific acupoint, causing Jing Xia to let out a soft moan of relief. As his gaze darkened, Ji Chuancheng murmured, "This is the Jianjing acupoint. It alleviates fatigue and soothes tension. This one is the Shenyun acupoint. It relieves lower back pain." The slender, elongated fingers of the man continuously kneaded the waist and shoulders of Jing Xia, and with each motion, the taut muscles gradually relaxed, yielding to his ministrations. Jing Xia lay contentedly on the bed, indulging in this luxurious massage. The moonlight, dim and gentle, filtered through the window curtains, while the soft, golden glow of the lamp illuminated only a small corner of the room. Ji Chuancheng gazed earnestly at the lean back of the young man, whose skin was fair and delicate, possessing a tactile quality that made him reluctant to part. His touch was exceptionally gentle, each press calculated with the utmost precision, as if he were treating the most precious of treasures. After some time, Jing Xia succumbed to the soothing sensations and slowly drifted into slumber, shifting slightly before turning over, adopting a rather poor sleeping posture as he clutched a large bundle of blankets, his long legs carelessly falling right before Ji Chuancheng. With a soft sigh escaping his lips, Ji Chuancheng shook his head and muttered, "You?" It seemed a mixture of reproach and helplessness. The light was extinguished, and the night stretched on. Chapter 31. Little rascal, get your foul rodent away. As dawn broke, Qin Chu stormed into the corridor, her hair in wild waves, her anger palpable as she pounded insistently on the door of the neighboring room. Despite her disheveled appearance, her mind was too preoccupied to care, her chest heaving with indignation. The morning air retained a hint of chill, but she did not have to wait long before the sturdy door was suddenly pulled open. "Little rascal, I warn you, if you don't." Her voice abruptly halted as she found herself face to face with the man before her. "Young master, what brings you to open the door?" Her tone immediately softened, dropping several octaves. The morning sun, bright yet devoid of heat, poured through the air, illuminating Ji Chuancheng's handsome, aloof visage. He lowered his gaze, momentarily pausing on the small black creature that Qin Chu held in her right hand, before lifting his head to respond. "He hasn't awoken yet. What brings you here so early?" The mention of this incited Qin Chu's ire, yet she found herself unable to unleash her frustration in front of Ji Chuancheng, and could only grit her teeth as she said, "Young master, this little creature is utterly insufferable. Last night, I placed it in a specially crafted cage, and after we fell asleep, it managed to open the cage door and devoured most of the Hisho Wu and Sanchi I had prepared." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Listening to her words, the suspended mutant hamster proudly displayed its rounded belly, seemingly flaunting its bounty. The two small horns atop its head gleamed with a faint golden hue in the sunlight, causing Ji Chuancheng to squint slightly. "Ah Chuan, what's the matter? Has Yu Kai returned?" A crisp male voice, tinged with weariness, emanated from within the room as Jing Xia, tousled hair in hand, ambled over. His gaze landed momentarily on Qin Chu. "Oh, Sister Qin, what brings you here? Are you joining us at the Research Institute today?" "Little rascal." Chirp, 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 chirp. The handsome young man unceremoniously yanked the mutant hamster by its thin tail and headed towards the Research Institute. In his right hand, as Jing Xia swung his arm, the ill-treated creature twirled through the air, upside down and disoriented. Chirp, 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 chirp. "You still dare to call out?" Jing Xia pulled the small black creature close, their eyes locking in a glaring contest. "This morning, I had to plead with Sister Qin for you not to be tossed into a pot of oil. If you had any more flesh on you, I have no doubt Sister Qin would have cooked you up." The little creature, feeling wronged, curled itself up and gave a small, conciliatory shake of its rotund head, chirping softly, "Tonight you will be confined in the drawer. No arguments, no room for negotiation. If you call out again, I will throw you to that mutant white rat we encountered yesterday as a mate." Cradling the little black ball in his hands, Jing Xia scolded the disobedient rodent all the way, eliciting several attempts from the usually lively creature to nip at Jing Xia's fingers in frustration. Yet, each time it attempted to retaliate, an icy chill emanating from the nearby human deterred it, forcing the mischievous hamster to comply. Upon reaching the Research Institute, Jing Xia, feeling parched, tossed the little creature onto his head once more. The pet, familiar with its surroundings, quickly scuttled to its usual resting spot and lay down comfortably. Meanwhile, the previously irritable owner seemed to have forgotten all grievances, cheerfully continuing toward the entrance, completely oblivious to the man trailing behind him. Ji Chuancheng lagged a step behind, silently observing the duo of man and rodent. Truly, they were two carefree souls. Jing Xia, blissfully unaware of the exasperation emanating from his childhood companion, traversed several corridors before remembering who he was supposed to follow. Chuan, why are you walking so slowly? Ji Chuancheng merely replied with silence. In the center of the garden, a vast pit had formed, and the small creature that had once paraded there had vanished. Jing Xia's gaze swept across the glaring hole before he quickened his pace to catch up with Ji Chuancheng. The two navigated through a series of twists and turns into a room, and before Jing Xia could ponder the absence of others, a hearty voice rang out from behind him. Major Ji, you've arrived quite early today. If it weren't for an assistant spotting you entering the research room early, I would have kept you waiting. Jing Xia turned to see a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, standing beside the metallic door, smiling as he entered. His hair was speckled with gray, yet he exuded vitality, wearing frameless glasses and a white lab coat. Ji Chuancheng nodded slightly, murmuring Professor Qi. The man referred to as Professor Qi exchanged a few words with Ji Chuancheng before turning his attention to Jing Xia. He appraised Jing Xia for a moment, then smiled. Hello Jing Xia. I've heard of you from old Lu, your abilities are quite rare. My surname is Qi, you may call me Professor Qi. With that, Professor Qi extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. Hello Professor Qi. Jing Xia nodded, shaking hands with him. By the way, are you Qiang's father? How is he doing? The atmosphere suddenly stiffened, and Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened. A palpable chill emanated from him, causing the air to grow dense. Meanwhile, the young man, oblivious to the gravity of his words, furrowed his brow and expressed concern. Though I'm unaware of what Qiang has done, from our interactions thus far, he seems to be a decent person, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. He hasn't really... Professor Qi, seemingly contemplative, glanced at the grim-faced Ji Chuancheng before responding with a smile. Jing Xia, my surname is Qi, as in orderly. I am not Qiang's father. After a pause, his smile deepened. I believe Qiang would be quite pleased to know of your concern for him. You will soon learn of his situation firsthand, and regarding his actions, I cannot disclose much at present, but rest assured, it is not as dire as you may think. Jing Xia was taken aback by this revelation, instinctively inquiring, not serious? In Jing Xia's impression, Yu Kai had always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Qiang. Without Ji Chuancheng's presence, it was uncertain whether Qiang would have made it to S-City. From Yu Kai's fragmented remarks, Jing Xia had gathered that Qiang must have committed some grievous offense. Though he felt an inherent belief that Qiang was not the kind of person capable of heinous acts, yet felt powerless to defend him. Professor Qi chuckled and nodded. Indeed, the situation is quite intricate. For now, let me take you both to the Evolver training base. Professor Qi, seemingly reluctant to elaborate on the matter, led Jing Xia and the others directly toward the training grounds. As they walked, he began to explain, currently, land resources at the S-City base are extremely precious. Hence our training facility is rather modest. However, it is adequately equipped with essential amenities, primarily divided into a self-training area and a combat zone. Within the combat zone, there are designated arenas for dueling with mutated beasts and for competitions among evolvers. Professor Qi's voice gradually diminished in Jing Xia's ears, eventually resembling a distant murmur, as if he were speaking through a thick layer of water, entering through one ear and exiting through the other. Although he had not been well acquainted with these seasoned professors in his previous life, he had visited the training base several times. Before the mutated beasts from the beast tide had laid waste to everything, the equipment in S-City had always been top-notch. His gaze lingered on the bloodstain at the lower right corner of Professor Qi's white coat, the crimson fluid glaringly vivid, as if it had just splattered. Generally, evolvers have time restrictions when utilizing the training base. However, since this involves Major Ji, you are free to use it at any time. Professor Qi turned back to find Jing Xia lost in thought, staring intently at his coat. He prompted, Jing Xia? Startled, Jing Xia jolted and reflexively replied, Yes, I'm listening. We can use the training base at any time. Professor Qi, observing Jing Xia's distracted demeanor, erupted into hearty laughter. He pointed directly at the bloodstain on his coat and inquired, What? Are you intrigued by this? Jing Xia instinctively nodded, only to quickly shake his head in denial. Aha! That's the blood of that little monster, Qiyang. Quite a bit splattered when I was chopping off his head. The revelation struck Jing Xia like a bolt of lightning, leaving him dazed as he trailed behind Professor Qi, now genuinely unable to absorb anything further. They actually chopped off his head. In a moment of distraction, he nearly collided with a pillar at the corner. Ji Chuancheng swiftly grasped his arm, pulling him back, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the young man's startled expression. Brow furrowed. He sighed softly. Don't worry, it should be fine. Chopped off his head. Jing Xia exclaimed in terror. Qiyang seems to have caused quite a few deaths before. A death sentence is highly probable for him. But to think they actually went so far as to chop off his head. After a brief silence, Ji Chuancheng eventually clarified. Yu Kai and Qin Chu were previously influenced by personal emotions. Qiyang is not as they describe. Although he has committed some irrevocable acts, it is not entirely his fault. Jing Xia gazed at Ji Chuancheng's earnest and solemn expression, momentarily lost in thought. When he regained his composure, he found himself following Professor Qi out of the small buildings, faint flickers of fire visible in the distance. The clang of metal weapons clashing resonated sharply in the stillness of the combat arena, where two shadowy figures deftly evaded each other's strikes, punctuated by flashes of lightning and gusts of wind stirring up dust. As Jing Xia and his companions remained over 20 meters from the arena, a young man in a white coat suddenly sprinted toward them, breathless, exclaiming, Professor Qi, I finally found you. There has been a situation with Xiaoye. Please hurry. Professor Qi halted momentarily. What? The little monster hasn't he been handled properly? Just then, a fierce bolt of lightning struck, crashing into the arena and creating a half-meter-wide crater, the noise drowning out Professor Qi's words. Jing Xia stared blankly at the two, unsure of what was transpiring. The young man, flustered and flushed, continued, Qi. Major Qi has stabilized the situation, but he discovered a new development and intends to conduct a full-body experiment on Xiaoye, which Professor Wang has intervened against. Now, no one dares to take action. This time, Jing Xia finally grasped some clarity, gasping, Qi, Major Qi. Professor Qi furrowed his white brows. Didn't I hand over command to the little monster before I left? What is going on? That old Wang needs to intervene. Alright, I'll come with you. Tell me in detail what is happening with the little monster. No need for him to explain. I'll tell you directly. A teasing voice chimed from behind Jing Xia, the tone slightly rising. It's nothing major, but let us not delay your tour with Major Ji. Jing Xia widened his eyes and turned around, only to see a tall, slender man dressed in a pristine white coat, casually approaching with his hands in his pockets. His right sleeve rolled up to reveal a bandaged forearm with faint traces of blood seeping through. The man, strikingly handsome, locked eyes with Jing Xia, his gaze lingering a moment longer before an amused smile crept onto his lips. Jing Xia gasped. Where is your head? Qiyang replied nonchalantly. Chapter 32. The sun, nearing its zenith, shone brilliantly, carrying a hint of warmth. Two new individuals had already taken to combat in the arena, their clashes breaking the training base's previously tranquil atmosphere. Jing Xia, mortified and frustrated, hid his face in his hands and retreated to sit beside the arena. Above him, the portly little black creature seemed to resonate with its owner's distress, both master and pet covering their faces in an attempt to mask their foolishness. Licking its chubby little paws, Jing Xia's pet glanced curiously at the nearby group, blinking its small, green bean-like eyes. Ji Chuancheng slowly diverted his gaze from Jing Xia and continued to focus on Professor Qi, inquiring, so, that mutated rose, despite being a D-grade mutation, possesses strength close to that of a C-grade. Professor Qi sighed, nodding, indeed. We discovered it while clearing out Zone 76. Upon successful capture, we assessed its cellular mutation to be approximately D-grade. However, we have recently observed a rapid increase in its strength, necessitating immediate dissection for research. I proposed it. Without concealing the mirth in his tone, Qiyang raised his hand. I examined the leaf cell slices for 2 days and found that in the sulfide solution, its cellular growth rate is exceptionally rapid, even showing a tendency to surpass C-grade. Thus, I decided to proceed with the dissection. Ji Chuancheng cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, It seems you're faring well. At this, Qiyang momentarily froze, then shrugged with a smile, not too shabby. Earlier, when I chopped off the head of that mutated rose, I found something in its floral core. After waiting for a considerable time without the conversation concluding, Jing Xia, sitting in the cool shadow of the building, supported his chin and continued to watch the group. The memory of his earlier foolish remark filled him with embarrassment. It turned out they had merely removed Xiaoye's head, not Qiyang's. How utterly humiliating. As the sun shifted, the shadows of the two small buildings gradually moved, leaving Jing Xia fully exposed to the warm, brilliant sunlight. He was idly cleaning a dark stain on the ground with a small jet of water when he suddenly felt the light above him being obscured, a shadow enveloping him. Let us go. A deep, husky voice resonated. Jing Xia looked up to find Ji Chuancheng gazing down at him. Backlit, His figure appeared somewhat ethereal, his dark hair stark against the light. Have they finished discussing? Jing Xia asked, rising and brushing off the dust from his attire. He peered around Ji Chuancheng's frame, watching as Professor Qi and Qi Yang walked away, their figures diminishing until obscured. Ji Chuancheng, expressionless, stepped aside to block Jing Xia's view, saying, "Yes, their matters are irrelevant to us. Let us begin with some warm-up training. We'll start with a 10,000-meter run." Upon hearing that figure, Jing Xia's intention to ask further questions was completely derailed, exclaiming in shock, 10,000 meters. Chuan, my body has yet to undergo any training, and to suddenly commence a 10,000 meter run seems rather. Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow. 15,000 meters. Jing Xia immediately bristled. You cannot hold me to your standards. Even though my physical fitness has improved significantly due to evolution, such a sudden demand is. I am prepared for 20,000 meters. Calmly interrupting the youth's frantic outburst, Ji Chuancheng paused for a moment before adding, warm up, running 5 laps around the training facility, which spans approximately 2,000 meters in circumference, poses a considerable challenge for Jing Xia at present. By the time he reached the 4th lap, he felt utterly exhausted, wishing he could collapse on the ground and crawl faster. The sole advantage was the constant access to water, preventing him from succumbing to dehydration. As he staggered to complete the 5th lap, Jing Xia found himself weakly supporting his body on the ground, when he noticed Ji Chuancheng effortlessly continuing to run past him. His form was athletic, his expression unflinching, a slight sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. Yet his speed showed no sign of diminishing. The 8th lap, an onlooker who had long been watching, excitedly exclaimed this, and Jing Xia, lacking the strength to lift his head, glanced at the speaker, realizing that a crowd of over a dozen evolved individuals had gathered. Among them was a muscular, crew-cut man who squatted down, smiling as he introduced himself. Are you a friend of Major Ji? Hello, my name is Chen Go. I used to serve in the 80th Division in S City. Fortunately, my recovery ability is quite good, and Jing Xia soon regained his strength. He stood up, extended his hand to shake with Chen Go, and smiled. Hello, I am Jing Xia. It is indeed quite rare to encounter an evolved individual from the military at the S City base. I imagine Chuan is pleased to see you as well. The burly man scratched his head, chuckling. I was just an ordinary infantryman in my unit. Major Ji wouldn't know me. However, I am delighted to see him. There are too few of us with military backgrounds among the evolved, and I know of fewer than 20. Jing Xia nodded in understanding, preparing to offer some comforting words to the slightly forlorn man before a cacophony of astonished shouts erupted nearby. For 45 minutes, 20,000 meters. Jing Xia turned in astonishment, just in time to see Ji Chuancheng approaching him, wiping the sweat from his brow and neck with a white towel. Even Ji Chuancheng, while undertaking such a long endurance run, had expended considerable energy and was somewhat breathless. The crowd gaped in disbelief at this unfamiliar figure, parting to create a path for him. This individual had not employed any abilities and merely appeared to run effortlessly. Yet he had shattered the pre-apocalypse world record and was incredibly close to the record for evolved individuals at the S-City base post-apocalypse. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Ji Chuancheng walked directly to Jing Xia, halting before him. Water. He presented the empty water cup directly to Jing Xia, who instinctively covered the cup's opening with his hand, soon hearing the sound of water pouring. Ji Chuancheng tilted his head back, drinking deeply, the faint flush on his face dissipating. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, gradually lost interest and departed, leaving only Jing Xia and the 2 others on the resilient, smooth plastic track. After securely fastening the water cup, Ji Chuancheng turned to Chen Gu. At the moment their eyes met, the towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, suddenly straightened his back, clasped his hands tightly at his sides, and with a swift motion, brought his right hand to his forehead, exclaiming, Major, Vice Squad Leader Chen Gu of the 6th Company, 3rd Battalion of the 80th Division in S City, reporting for duty. Hearing this familiar phrase, Ji Chuancheng momentarily paused his motion of holding the towel, then returned the gesture with an equally precise and elegant military salute. Although he was not in uniform, the solemnity and seriousness of the 2 men created an atmosphere of reverence that made Jing Xia feel somewhat like an outsider. In less than half an hour, Chen Gu excitedly led Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia into the training facility. Instead of directing them to the self-training area, Chen Gu made a beeline for the competition area, explaining as he walked. Major, I am the only one training at the base today. Everyone else has gone to assist with cleanup tasks and experiments at the Research Institute. They did not anticipate your visit today. We will certainly come to see you in a few days. Ji Chuancheng had already donned his outerwear and nodded. You possess a strength-based ability? Chengge looked taken aback. Yes, Major. How did you know? Jing Xia immediately chuckled. He probably knows your ability score too. Let me take a guess. Jing Xia appraised Chenggu's pronounced, well-toned muscles. Approximately 170? Chenggu chuckled sheepishly. Not quite that high. My ability is not very impressive, and compared to the other brothers in the military, it is on the weaker side, only 159. Jing Xia was taken aback, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. Fortunately, Chenggu was a man of simple sensibilities and did not dwell on such minor details. He eagerly introduced Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia to various facilities within the training base, fulfilling the role that Professor Qi had not managed to do to a last-minute obligation. The competition area occupied roughly 3/4 of the entire training base, partitioned by high-intensity barbed wire into 2 sections. On one side, 2 evolved individuals were sparring, while on the other, humans were engaged in combat with mutated beasts. Jing Xia lingered for a while on the sight of a 3-meter-tall mutated tiger, astonished by the creature's swift movements. However, when he shifted his gaze to the other side of the competition area, his attention abruptly fixed, his eyes widening in surprise. In that expansive arena, 2 individuals were nimbly dodging attacks. Deep blue ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, and one individual leapt high, as if held aloft by a gust of wind, soaring 3 to 4 meters above the ground to evade the assault. Just as he ascended, 3 sharp ice arrows shot towards him at lightning speed. The youth's eyes widened in terror, seemingly preparing to take action to defend himself when the 3 ice arrows shattered mid-air, transforming into a shower of ice shards just half a meter from him. I'm sorry, Xiaoshang, did I scare you just now? Wu Jiqing rushed over, concern etched on his face. I think I should refrain from practicing with you in the future. This is far too dangerous. Su Weishang smiled gently, her rosy lips curving into a reassuring smile. Not at all, Jiqing. Such trivial matters do not frighten me. Please do not worry. Xiaoshang, I'm glad you're all right. Although they were separated by approximately 20 meters, the enhanced hearing from their physical evolution allowed Jing Xia to catch every cheesy word, sending chills down his spine. He had never felt so unfortunate as at this moment, finding himself stumbling upon this peculiar pair wherever he went. Chenggu, unaware of Jing Xia's discomfort, furrowed his rugged brow and remarked, "Those 2 are Wu Jiqing and Su Weishang. They are quite renowned in the S-City base, particularly Wu Jiqing, whose ice-type ability currently boasts the highest score in the entire S-City base at 280. Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused as if recalling something. By the way, Major, since you just arrived, you may not know your ability score. Fire-type ability. Ji Chuancheng paused before continuing. Ability score 265. Chenggu seemed taken aback for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent. Listening to Ji Chuancheng's calm and composed voice, Jing Xia glanced back at the 2 individuals not far away. It appeared that Su Weishang was the first to notice the trio, her smile faltering momentarily before quickly returning. She waved her hand to greet Jing Xia, then approached with Wu Jiqing. Jing Xia pursed his lips, diverting his gaze in displeasure. In his previous life, Wu Jiqing had been the evolved individual with the highest ability score at the S-City base, starting with a staggering 280, and had been a crucial asset during the subsequent 3 beast tides. At first, Jing Xia felt a sense of joy for Wu Jiqing, but as time passed, an inexplicable awkwardness settled in. Perhaps it was due to Wu Jiqing's blatant favoritism towards Su Weishang, despite the fact that they had all grown up together. Jing Xia internally acknowledged his own inclination towards Ji Chuancheng. This feeling intensified when he witnessed Wu Jiqing's disdain for Ji Chuancheng, who possessed a lower ability index. What use is a high ability index? It is the overall strength that truly matters. Humph. Jing Xia shot a frustrated glance at Ji Chuancheng before abruptly turning away. Ji Chuancheng? The little black ball, fully aware of its master's tsundere psychology, cheerfully tugged at Jing Xia's hair. Chirp chirp chirp. Chapter 33. Brother, we meet again. Su Weishang's voice was still as gentle and melodious as ever, his lips blossoming into a radiant smile. He then turned to regard the aloof and stern man beside him, his gaze lingering for quite some time, before continuing. It's been a while, Jigu. Jing Xia let out a cold snort. Ji Chuancheng, seemingly deep in thought, cast a sidelong glance at Jing Xia, then nodded slightly. However, Su Weishang appeared oblivious to Jing Xia's frosty demeanor. continuing to smile as he said, "What a coincidence to run into you here. Are you both here for training in the competition area?" Gazing at the boy's dazzling smile, Jing Xia gradually cracked a smile of his own, his tone unexpectedly gentle as he replied, "Indeed, but we're not very familiar with this place. Could you perhaps give us a demonstration?" His sincerity was palpable, a stark contrast to his earlier icy demeanor, prompting Ji Chuancheng to glance at the youth several times in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Su Weishang's clear eyes widened in surprise. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure, asking, "What do you mean, brother?" Jing Xia couldn't help but smirk inwardly, though he maintained a facade of amiability. "Su Weishang, it has been so long since we last met. I find myself missing you a bit." At this, Su Weishang's smile faltered, for they had only seen each other a few days prior outside the base. "What if we have a friendly match? Since I'm still a newcomer and Haven T had much combat experience, my skills are naturally lacking. You seem quite attentive and caring. Surely you could guide me well." His words were impeccably crafted, leaving Wu Jiqing scratching his head in confusion. Why did it feel like this wasn't something Jing Xia would typically say? Yet Jing Xia acted as if nothing was amiss, as if his attitude towards Su Weishang had always been this way. His exquisitely handsome face bore a confident smile that naturally endeared him to others. The superficial charm that Su Weishang often displayed was not something Jing Xia had shunned in the past. Rather, he deemed it insincere. However, he increasingly realized that such insincerity often obscured the truth for those unable to see it, ultimately causing himself harm. If he could easily adopt such tactics, why not? He had no qualms about wielding Su Weishang's own sharp blade against him. The handsome yet indifferent man lowered his gaze, studying the proud youth for a long while. Others might not catch the air of pride emanating from the young man, but Ji Chuancheng could easily discern the smugness reflected in Jing Xia's slight smile, akin to a confident little fox awaiting accolades. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Ji Chuancheng's deep, dark eyes as he glanced at the pale-faced Su Weishang, then nonchalantly shifted his gaze back to meet Jing Xia's. No unforeseen events shall occur. Jing Xia felt a surge of warmth from Ji Chuancheng's reassuring gaze, flooding his heart and radiating outward. Raising an eyebrow, Jing Xia retorted, "Do you still doubt my abilities?" Ji Chuancheng's lips curled into a faint smile, yet he remained silent. Initially, Su Weishang had considered declining, but Wu Jiqing readily agreed, believing it to be an excellent opportunity for Jing Xia and Su Weishang to mend their relationship, one not to be missed. Oblivious to the hesitant expressions of the youth beside him, Wu Jiqing waited until Su Weishang seemed to come to a decision, then smiled and concurred. That day, the competition area was not crowded with many evolvers. Most were occupied in the adjacent training grounds. Occasionally, a few onlookers noticed Jing Xia and Su Weishang stepping onto the competition ground, curious to witness the prowess of the newcomer. Unlike the training area, the competition ground was uneven and rugged. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the ground was damp but not muddy. Sporadic tender sprouts emerged, overshadowed by the expanse of dirt, going unnoticed. Jing Xia surveyed the empty arena before locking eyes with Su Weishang, who stood a dozen meters away. Though no words were exchanged, both heightened their vigilance, contemplating how to break through. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the northern part of the field, the plump little black ball precariously found a stable spot on the man's shoulder. Settling comfortably, once steady, it waved its tiny fists and chirped excitedly, seemingly cheering Jing Xia on, the two little horns atop its head glistening with a golden hue in the sunlight. Suddenly hearing this sound, Jing Xia turned towards the source, spotting the chubby creature clinging to Ji Chuancheng's shoulder. Amusement flickered within him, but before he could fully process it, he sensed a sharp gust of wind slicing through the air towards him. With a flash of instinct, Jing Xia sidestepped, narrowly evading a vicious wind blade. Chirp, 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 chirp. Villain, you're trying to take advantage of me. Su Weishang dashed to the right as a wind blade abruptly swirled up, colliding with Jing Xia's water arrow mid-air, resulting in a splash of droplets. The duel was far from over. Jing Xia's adept defensive maneuvers, offensive strikes, and mastery over his abilities showcased a level of agility and power that clearly surpassed Su Weishang. Su Weishang was almost in retreat, with the distance between them diminishing rapidly until it vanished altogether. Utilizing his water blade, Jing Xia swiftly aimed for Su Weishang's right arm, prompting Wu Jiqing, witnessing the action, to exclaim in alarm, "Xiao Shang." He was about to rush into the fray when he was suddenly halted. "There will be no harm." The calm and unyielding voice rang out. Wu Jiqing, his face flushed, was about to argue when he saw Su Weishang bend low, narrowly avoiding the strike. He let out a sigh of relief, muttering that was still quite dangerous. Ji Chuancheng cast a glance his way, murmuring, Su Weishang will never be in danger, his tone resolute and authoritative. Wu Jiqing felt a lump in his throat, struggling to comprehend Ji Chuancheng's meaning. Yet the latter offered no further explanation, continuing to observe the match. The battle was heavily one-sided. In terms of stamina and combat abilities, Su Weishang was no match for Jing Xia. In the realm of abilities, although Su Weishang was only of average caliber within the S-City base, his reputation was no less formidable than Wu Jiqing's, owing to his amicable and gentle nature, as well as his inexplicable escape tactics. Even Wu Jiqing had sustained minor injuries during purification missions against mutated beasts. Strangely, Su Weishang seemed to be favored by fate, having never left even a scratch despite several perilous encounters. Contemplating this, Jing Xia furrowed his brow, dodging another wind blade. He then retaliated with 3 water arrows, charging forward without hesitation. As Su Weishang barely evaded the 3 projectiles, Jing Xia raised his hand to deliver a swift chop towards Su Weishang's neck. Jing Xia's gaze was intense. Su Weishang could not escape the strike, but since the contest was merely a friendly spar, Jing Xia would never truly bring it down upon him. However, he did not slow his pace in the slightest. In a matter of seconds, the cold, murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he locked eyes with Su Weishang. He was forcing him, compelling Su Weishang to employ his final means, to discern whether the other party was merely fortunate enough to evade successive assaults or possessed some hidden capabilities. In that fleeting moment, Su Weishang's exquisite cat-like eyes widened in astonishment. Faced with the impending peril, he lacked the rationality to contemplate his surroundings, instinctively unleashing his ultimate skill. To the onlooking evolvers, including Wu Jiqing and Ji Chuancheng, it appeared as though Jing Xia had suddenly inhaled sharply, then was violently propelled backward. The force seemed immense, rendering the young man momentarily dazed, incapable of any self-preservation response. Concurrently, 2 razor-sharp blades of wind shot forth from Su Weishang's hands with astonishing speed. One grazed the young man's cheek, severing 2 strands of hair, while the other hurtled directly towards his heart. Observing Jing Xia's inexplicable lack of resistance, everyone soon realized that he had succumbed to unconsciousness without anyone noticing. Ji Chuancheng's dark eyes widened in shock, and his body sprang forward like an arrow released from a bow. Yet, the wind blade was simply too swift, and Ji Chuancheng was too far away. The only sounds that filled the competition area were the anxious squeaks of the small black creature that had been knocked to the ground and the gasps of the onlookers. Just as the wind blade was about to make contact with Jing Xia's chest, an arrow of water, seemingly summoned from nowhere, struck down the wind blade with such precision that it inadvertently tore the fabric of Jing Xia's clothing, revealing a glimpse of his fair skin, merely grazing the surface without inflicting any serious harm. In the next instant, a thick wall of water formed a semicircular barrier, halting the young man's retreat, while Ji Chuancheng rushed to embrace the already unconscious youth tightly. This seemingly intricate sequence of events transpired within a mere 10 seconds, so rapidly that Wu Jiqing and the surrounding crowd barely grasped what had occurred. Upon closely inspecting the unconscious youth and confirming he was unharmed, Ji Chuancheng abruptly turned, his icy gaze fixating on the pale-faced boy not far away. What was that just now? His dark pupils glinted with a chilling, resolute murderous intent, starkly contrasting with the facade of calm Jing Xia had just portrayed, as though they were steeped in countless shades of blood, evoking a scene reminiscent of a hellish realm in Su Weishang's eyes. Su Weishang's complexion seemed to drain of all color. He bit down on his lower lip with such force that it nearly drew blood, remaining silent. Ji Chuancheng clenched his fists, the curve of his lips descending further into a frown. He dismissed the obviously feigned ignorance of the beautiful youth, seizing Jing Xia and striding out of the competition area towards the research institute. Meanwhile, the ruthlessly abandoned mutated hamster hurriedly scampered after them, its small legs moving swiftly to catch up. As it attempted to clamber onto Ji Chuancheng's shoulder, a glance at his expression caused it to wilt, obediently trudging along the ground, too afraid to make any further moves. Chirp, 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 cack. How te hifing, sobi sobi sobi. Within the competition area, which Ji Chuancheng had chosen to ignore, Wu Jiqing seemed to snap back to reality, hastily approaching to check Su Weishang for injuries, and finally exhaled in relief. The crowd remained, murmuring amongst themselves, their expressions a complex mix of concern as they pointed at the 2 figures in the center of the arena. The act of unleashing 2 wind blades while the opponent was already unconscious was a serious breach of conduct in such contests. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the water arrow, the outcome could have been dire. Although some speculated how Jing Xia managed to wield his powers in a state of unconsciousness, the discussion shifted away from that point, and a collective disdain emerged for the seemingly fragile and harmless boy. Xiao Shang, how could you unleash 2 wind blades at the end? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Wu Jiqing could no longer suppress his curiosity, prompted by the escalating discussions around them. In response, the boy offered a pale, radiant smile, feebly attempting to explain, Jiqing, I suppose I was simply too frightened, which is why I failed to consider the implications. At this, Wu Jiqing, who had faced dozens of mutated beasts, felt a flicker of surprise. They had encountered situations more perilous than this, yet he had never sensed such a chilling aura of killing intent emanating from Su Weishang. Perhaps Xiao Shang himself remained unaware that, in that moment, his once gentle and clear eyes radiated a coldness surpassing even that of ice. Struggling to bury his astonishment, Wu Jiqing continued, by the way, Xiao Shang, how did you manage to send Jing flying just now? And how did you cause him to lose consciousness? You didn't seem to possess such powers before. What is this? His tone carried a hint of skepticism, and he failed to notice the subtle shift in his demeanor, which lacked the usual warmth. Su Weishang, oblivious to this change, heard Wu Jiqing's words and felt his already pallid complexion grow even more ashen. Forcing a smile, he averted his gaze, responding, this is merely one aspect of wind-type abilities that I have recently grasped. Wu Jiqing furrowed his brow. Is that so? Su Weishang nodded, lapsing into silence. Wu Jiqing appeared to understand, refraining from further inquiries. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it begins to germinate and grow rapidly, ultimately becoming an insurmountable tree that cannot be felled. Chapter 34. The base was equipped with a medical facility, yet Ji Chuancheng chose to head in the opposite direction. His strides were purposeful and swift as he made his way directly to the small buildings of the research institute, pushing open the door as he inquired, "Where is Qin Chu?" His voice was deep and resonant, suppressing a hint of anger and concern. The startled group turned to him in unison. They beheld the tall man effortlessly cradling Jing Xia while a small black creature scurried around his feet, and behind him stood a white-coated assistant, flustered and unable to prevent his entrance. It was Qi Yang who first regained his composure. He tossed aside the large surgical forceps he had been holding onto a nearby metal tray, producing a sharp clattering sound, and, removing his mask, furrowed his brow as he demanded, "What on earth happened?" At this question, the entire laboratory of professors and assistants snapped back to reality. As if affected by the chill that had seeped in from the doorway, the mutated rose, which had been struggling violently, paused momentarily before resuming its frantic thrashing. Ji Chuancheng lifted his gaze to take in the disarray of the professors in the center of the room, then furrowed his brow further. Xiao Xia is injured. Where is Qin Chu? Follow me. With that, Qi Yang swiftly discarded his white coat, stained with green plant juices, into the hands of a waiting young assistant. Without looking back, he exited the laboratory, prompting the assistant to call out in astonishment, Major Qi, the experiment is not yet complete. You. With a dismissive wave, Qi Yang left those words hanging as he and Ji Chuancheng vanished through the heavy metallic door of the laboratory, which slammed shut with a resounding thud. The young assistant was left behind, tears streaming down his face, utterly speechless. Ever since being assigned to Major Qi a few days ago, he felt as though half of his brain cells had vanished. Qi Yang's expression had never been so serious, drawing curious glances from those around him. He removed the red star glasses perched on his nose and casually tucked them into the pocket of his shirt, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, seemingly a result of being cooped up in the laboratory for the better part of the day. With which mutated beast had he engaged in such an unfortunate encounter? No longer his usual nonchalant self, Qi Yang walked while casting a glance at the unconscious youth and remarked, "I believe I have a fair grasp of your collective abilities by now. Given Jing Xia's level, he shouldn't be in this state. At least, the mutated entities raised within the S-City base should not be capable of rendering him unconscious." It was Su Weishang. Qi Yang's steps faltered momentarily, lagging half a beat behind Ji Chuancheng, before he quickly caught up. "This is the first time I've learned of a human evolver causing harm in the competition area. Does that Su Weishang not understand the rules in the arena? Due to the extreme scarcity of evolvers, one of the most crucial regulations in the competition area is that no harm is permitted. Thus, battles against mutated creatures carry inherent risks, while confrontations between evolvers are considerably safer." Without directly answering the question, Ji Chuancheng's stern visage darkened with a hint of murderous intent. He would never forget the moment when that razor-sharp wind blade shot towards the youth in his arms, how he felt his entire blood run cold, his heart momentarily halting. Such a sensation is one that can never be replicated. I have reviewed the data on Su Weisheng. As a relatively weak evolver, his abilities are not particularly high, and his physical constitution is unremarkable. I do not find him exceptional. Qiyang turned a corner with Ji Chuancheng and ascended the stairs. Oh, by the way, aside from his extraordinary luck, which piques my interest for further investigation, he is quite abnormal. The unexpected declaration resonated in the serene stairwell. Qi Yang's eyes narrowed as he prepared to respond, only to turn and find the youth in the man's arms slowly opening his eyes, his stunning, delicate peach blossom eyes blinking languidly, as if still not fully awake. Ji Chuancheng abruptly halted and softly called out, "Xiao Xia?" Mere seconds later, Jing Xia furrowed his brows, vigorously shaking his head, and when he opened his eyes again, apart from a trace of fatigue and weariness, he appeared to have regained his usual vitality. Ji Chuancheng immediately set him down. What happened? A voice of confusion inquired. Jing Xia surveyed his surroundings and soon realized he was no longer in the training base. Fixing his gaze ahead, his eyes widened in surprise. Qiyang. Qiyang nodded slightly and asked, "How do you feel now?" Jing Xia instinctively replied, "My head is still a bit dizzy, and my feet feel light. Otherwise, I'm fine." Pausing, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "Where is Su Weisheng?" At the mere mention of that name, Ji Chuancheng instinctively tightened his fingers, his gaze darkening with displeasure. "He is still in the competition area. Since you are still feeling unwell, it would be prudent to consult Qin Chu. She is currently at the research facility." Jing Xia nodded, bewildered, then shook his head in an attempt to dispel the persistent buzzing in his mind. As he lifted his gaze, he met Qi Yang's piercing stare. Jing Xia, taken aback by Qi Yang's unusual seriousness, felt the previously light-hearted mood gradually shift to one of gravity. The trio spent a few minutes reaching the third floor to find Qin Chu. As soon as they pushed the door open, the tall woman in a white lab coat was stretching to reach a reagent on the shelf. Upon hearing the door creak, she turned in surprise. "Young master, you little rascal." Although Qin Chu had yet to awaken her abilities, she visited the research facility daily to conduct pharmaceutical research, seeking ways to treat injured evolvers within the base. Ji Chuancheng nodded lightly and instructed, "Examine him," gesturing toward Jing Xia. Although Qin Chu was puzzled by the unfolding events, she was accustomed to following orders. She first checked his pulse, then became serious as she employed some modern instruments retained by the S-City base. Once all procedures were completed, Qin Chu exhaled deeply, stating, "It's nothing serious. Aside from potential dizziness and headache, all bodily functions appear normal." Ji Chuancheng pressed on, "Is there anything unusual?" With a grave expression, Qin Chu replied, "If there is anything noteworthy, I utilized a new type of translucent scanner developed at the research facility to examine the brain. I discovered several blood vessels near the diencephalon exhibiting slight displacement and spasms. The degree of displacement is minimal, nothing to worry about. It should self-correct, and the spasms are subsiding. A follow-up check tomorrow will suffice." As her words fell, silence enveloped everyone but Jing Xia. Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened further, his aura becoming increasingly oppressive. Qi Yang's brow furrowed, devoid of his usual light-hearted banter. Even Qin Chu regarded Jing Xia with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him for a long while before finally asking, "Little rascal, what happened to you? You were lively and well this morning." After a considerable duration, the incessant noise reverberating in Jing Xia's mind began to fade. He touched his forehead, sensing the dull ache that had felt like a blunt blade tearing at him lessen, gradually recalling the events that had transpired. At this moment, even he could no longer maintain his composure. Lifting his head, Jing Xia said earnestly, "Ah Chuan, Su Weisheng is exceedingly strange. At the end, I felt a mysterious force drawing me towards him, and then my mind went utterly blank, with no understanding of what occurred. The little black ball seemed eager to communicate, bouncing energetically yet only managing to emit a series of incomprehensible chirps." Ji Chuancheng cast a discreet glance at the mutated hamster, then said, "You were ultimately thrown backward." Jing Xia froze, instinctively repeating, "Thrown backward." Ji Chuancheng nodded, his gaze steady. Before he could articulate further, Qiyang interjected, "Do you remember how it felt at that moment, Jing Xia? Describe it in detail." With his refined brows furrowed tightly, Jing Xia pondered for a long while before finally saying, "It's difficult to articulate precisely, but if I must describe it, felt as though someone was leading me away. I was entirely disoriented, my body unresponsive, propelling me in that direction. Oh, and just before I reached Su Weishang, I sensed a vague danger, an instinct that if I were fully drawn in, I would surely perish. Does your memory only extend to the process of being drawn in? Ji Chuancheng inquired. Jing Xia nodded. A shadow enveloped his handsome, elegant features as the gentle yet unremarkable afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the room. Jing Xia raised his gaze to find Ji Chuancheng's eyes narrowed, their depths dark and cavernous, as if a black hole capable of absorbing all light, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Chuancheng's mind churned with countless thoughts, from the youth's strange demeanor upon entering the S-City base, to their first discordant encounter at the research facility. And finally, the two blades of wind infused with lethal intent aimed directly at the fatal points. His fingers tightened slightly, nails digging into his palm. This is truly perplexing. I heard Major Ji mention you were thrown backward and caught by him. If it was not of your own volition, could it be that Su Weishang was the one who cast you out? Qi Yang's voice held an air of curiosity, pausing briefly before adding, Su Weishang's wind abilities have been thoroughly documented at the research facility. He has been observed during several battles in the competition area. He has never exhibited such powers, nor could he possess such illogical wind abilities. Jing Xia pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled how he had ultimately fallen to Su Weishang in his previous life. Apart from the injuries sustained during the Beast-Tide War while battling the mutants, Su Weishang had strangely drawn him in when no one else was around. He had always believed this to be a manifestation of wind-based abilities. Could it truly not be a wind ability, the act of drawing someone in? Qi Yang shook his head. While such abilities may exist, they are certainly not Su Weishang's. Through my studies of his cells and blood, I have determined that his wind ability is akin to that of the masses, merely altering air density to create wind. If he could draw a living person towards him, the resulting wind would be substantial enough for everyone in the vicinity to perceive. Jing Xia was taken aback. No surprises? Qi Yang's cultured gaze fell upon Jing Xia, his eyes reflecting not only a sense of inquiry and contemplation but also a myriad of more complex emotions. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded, unless he is a dual ability wielder, a phenomenon humanity has yet to discover. Ji Chuancheng quietly lifted his gaze to Qi Yang. Jing Xia exclaimed, dual abilities? Such a possibility exists. In his past life, among the thousands of ability users he was familiar with, none possessed two powers. The mere possession of an ability was already a rare feat, let alone the amalgamation of two. Qin Chu, equally perplexed, inquired, I have never heard of dual abilities before? Qi Yang replied with a smile. Ignorance does not imply non-existence. From the outset, I have never believed that a person could possess only one ability. I am also researching the potential for abilities to merge. Though I have yet to succeed, I do not dismiss the possibility. Jing Xia contemplated deeply for a moment, growing increasingly convinced of the likelihood that Su Weishang possessed dual abilities. Just as he lifted his head to speak to Qi Yang, his gaze met Ji Chuancheng's. He noticed the solemnity in those dark, tranquil eyes, which were fixed intently upon him. With a grave expression, Ji Chuancheng stated, I need to ask you something privately. Jing Xia. Chapter 35. The research facility's doors and windows were fortified with multiple layers of intricate locks, and the thick walls were remarkably soundproof. As Jing Xia followed Ji Chuancheng into the adjacent room, his face a mask of confusion, he merely closed the door gently. It was only when he observed Ji Chuancheng meticulously locking the door that he grasped the seriousness of the situation. The inner chamber was devoid of windows and appeared to house various medicinal materials and test tubes. Jing Xia stood with his back to a wall lined with jars, watching as Ji Chuancheng approached him step by step. His phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed, his expression grave, finally stopping about half a meter away. A faint medicinal fragrance, tinged with bitterness, wafted through the air, prompting Jing Xia to furrow his brow. Ichuan? Ji Chuancheng's elegantly arched brows knitted together as he gazed earnestly at Jing Xia. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Have you been concealing something from me, Jing Xia? The last two words were pronounced with a weighty emphasis, each syllable carefully enunciated, imbued with a hint of pressure. Jing Xia's body shook slightly. He had seldom seen Ji Chuancheng adopt such a serious demeanor towards him. In his previous life, this man had only once called his name with such earnestness, that being during his second battle against the Beast-Tide when he had been carelessly injured. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched, and Jing Xia widened his eyes, forcing a smile as he replied, What could I possibly be hiding from you? I have already told you that if there were anything I was concealing, it would surely be due to forgetfulness, and that is of little consequence. He held Ji Chuancheng's gaze, his own eyes sincere. Silence enveloped the room, the old light bulb hanging from the ceiling casting a warm, yellow glow that fell upon Ji Chuancheng's head, creating a shadow across his face. His nose was elegantly shaped, his eyes deep, and his thin lips pressed tightly together, seemingly harboring a hint of displeasure while maintaining an air of indifference. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, Jing Xia finally broke the silence, shifting the topic. Chuan, do you think it's possible that Su Weishang possesses dual abilities? However, I had not heard of such a thing before. In the S-City base, despite the multitude of ability users, none were ever said to have dual abilities. Could there have been a misunderstanding, or what about that S-class mutated White Lotus? His words were interrupted by Qi Yang's magnetic voice. The shock on Jing Xia's face could no longer be concealed, and his mind momentarily blanked before swiftly regaining clarity. He smiled faintly. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Did I not inform you that in my last encounter with the mutated beasts, I was caught off guard and ambushed? You need not blame yourself. At that time you were precisely in N-City providing support, not in S-City. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment passed through Ji Chuancheng's deep eyes, but was quickly masked. He sighed softly and ultimately asked, was it Su Weishang? With a clatter, Jing Xia reacted swiftly. Bending down to stabilize a glass vial he nearly knocked over with his foot. Remaining in a half-squatting position, he hesitated, uncertain of his next move. He dared not look up to meet Ji Chuancheng's expression, nor could he bring himself to deny it. The weighty atmosphere seemed to solidify the very air around them, and Jing Xia stared at the light brown liquid in the vial. The ripples created by the earlier impact reflected his bewildered expression, as well as Ji Chuancheng's helpless, sorrowful figure. A peculiar sensation suddenly surged within his mind, and Jing Xia clenched his fingers tightly, rising abruptly. Chuan, I'm sorry, I have kept this from you. You were right, it is Su Weishang. Once everything was laid bare, Jing Xia felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The inexplicable desire to conceal this matter dissipated entirely. In retrospect, he found himself somewhat bemused by his own arrogance in not wanting to share his sordid family affairs with Ji Chuancheng. With a deep breath, Jing Xia slowly lifted the corners of his mouth, offering a gentle smile. Time has passed, and apart from that fleeting moment, there is truly little else to concern ourselves with. You need not dwell on this. I will ensure that Su Weishang has no chance of resurgence. Moreover, what is of greater importance now is the upcoming Beast Tide War in half a month. That is our primary concern. My personal matters pale in comparison to the plight of all humanity in S-City. I believe we should prepare in advance for what lies ahead. His voice trailed off abruptly as Jing Xia found himself enveloped in Ji Chuancheng's embrace. Strong arms wrapped around his waist with such force that it felt as though he intended to meld him into his very being. The thunderous rhythm of Ji Chuancheng's heartbeat resonated in Jing Xia's ears, imparting an inexplicable warmth, perhaps due to their proximity. The fervent, delicate heat permeated through their thin garments, causing a faint blush to rise on Jing Xia's fair cheeks. He felt an urge to push away, yet curiously found himself unable to control his body, his hands instinctively encircling Ji Chuancheng's waist. At the moment his fingers grazed the gently curved spine, he sensed Ji Chuancheng stiffen momentarily before tightening his embrace. After a long hesitation, Jing Xia sighed. I'm sorry, Chuan. The ones who can inflict harm are often those closest to us. Just as Wu Jiqing betrayed the trust he had placed in him, leaving him feeling abandoned and helpless, so too did his own concealment from Ji Chuancheng evoke a sense of coldness and helplessness. A low sound escaped Ji Chuancheng's lips as he buried his face into Jing Xia's shoulder, enveloped in silence. At that moment, Jing Xia found the oddly intimate atmosphere somewhat unsettling. This did not feel like a brotherly embrace. Rather, he swiftly quashed such bizarre thoughts from his mind. He pondered for a moment, then gently patted Ji Chuancheng's back in a comforting manner and jested. All right, I've apologized. Please don't be angry. If you truly want to be upset, after a moment's reflection, Jing Xia could only helplessly concede. If you genuinely wish to be angry, then I am at a loss. After a lengthy silence, just as Jing Xia was preparing to push the other away to conclude the matter, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle ringing in his ears. The warm breath caressed his earlobe, igniting a slight flush of heat within him. In a fit of vexation, he shoved the other away and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Am I supposed to blow you up, boil you, fry you, or roast you?" This outburst shattered the previous elegance that had enveloped the room. With a sudden push, Ji Chuancheng gazed at Jing Xia for a long while, his dark eyes twinkling like a sky full of stars, and he shook his head in resignation. So it really is Su Weishang. Jing Xia was taken aback. You didn't know? I didn't know. Jing Xia huffed and turned away. I can't stand this anymore. You actually deceived me. You actually deceived me. Ji Chuancheng. I am telling you. This is not over. Ji Chuancheng chuckled softly, capturing Jing Xia's wrist and pulling him back as he attempted to turn away. Observing the young man's ears flush with anger, he cleared his throat twice, concealing the mirth in his eyes, and inquired, what exactly is going on with Su Weishang? With a cold snort emanating from his nose, Jing Xia still felt a pang of resentment, yet he had no choice but to respond honestly. What else could it be? Just like today in the competition area. He suddenly harnessed some inexplicable divine power, which has never been greater than mine before, and in an instant he drew me in. I fainted, and that was the end of it. As he spoke, he crossed his arms and turned his head away, refusing to glance at the man across from him. Ji Chuancheng's gaze lingered on the flushed ears of the young man, seemingly savoring the lingering sensation of their earlier embrace, gently stroking his fingers. Yet, after a moment he resumed his normal tone, asking, was it also without any warning like today? Are you certain he doesn't possess dual abilities? Jing Xia pondered deeply for a long time, ultimately nodding earnestly. I believe he doesn't. If one were to argue that he had dual abilities, then perhaps his other ability is bizarrely drawing people in and then casting them away? That seems rather strange. Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Oh, by the way, if we must insist, there is one peculiar thing. Whenever he sought food during our journeys from City B to City S, he always managed to find it. Reflecting on this, Jing Xia felt a tinge of frustration. Typically, the goods in supermarkets and malls would be long gone. Even if we were fortunate enough to stumble upon some food, we wouldn't be able to carry much. Yet he always finds it. Perhaps that could be considered an ability? Ji Chuancheng's icy gaze widened, his brow knitting in silence, while Jing Xia continued with a sardonic smile. Ultimately, it's a matter of eating from another's hand. Our small team has grown closer to him while distancing from me. Even Wu Jiqing's attitude towards him has improved significantly during our trip to City S. Ji Chuancheng spoke gravely. I will handle this matter. You needn't involve yourself. Jing Xia was taken aback. What do you mean I needn't involve myself? This is my affair, and it has nothing to do with you. As soon as these words left his lips, the room fell into an abrupt silence, and Jing Xia stared at Ji Chuancheng's increasingly stern expression, unable to suppress a gulp. The chilling intensity in Ji Chuancheng's eyes seemed to materialize into a tangible chill, not directed at Jing Xia, yet inexplicably causing him to shrink back. Your affairs are also my affairs. With a dry throat, Jing Xia yearned to retort, but upon meeting Ji Chuancheng's unyielding gaze, he sealed his lips, secretly resolving to take matters into his own hands regarding Su Weishang. Chuckling awkwardly, Jing Xia stiffly diverted the topic. By the way, do you also believe Su Weishang might possess dual abilities? That seems too strange. If he had dual abilities, why is his ability value so low? Shouldn't they stack? Perhaps something like 112? Cannot be tested. Jing Xia blinked in confusion. What do you mean it cannot be tested? Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze, quietly observing Jing Xia, who appeared perplexed and blinked in confusion. He softened his tone, rarely displaying such kindness, and explained, dual abilities cannot be detected using the machines in the research institute. They typically only reveal one ability and its value. Jing Xia was astonished. How do you know? With a slight curve of his lips, Ji Chuancheng did not directly answer the question. He gently raised his right hand, instantly capturing Jing Xia's attention. Before the young man could inquire, Ji Chuancheng's fingers curled slightly, and a perfectly round water sphere floated above his palm. The orb shimmered magnificently, adorned with a beautiful deep blue halo, and under the light's glow, it seemed to reflect a myriad of colors from every angle, leaving Jing Xia astonished, his eyes wide, utterly speechless. You are a dual ability user. Chapter 36. The dim, yellowish light seemed to shine brighter, perhaps due to the radiant reflections of the water sphere. Jing Xia stared at the water sphere for a long time, instinctively lifting his hand to attempt to create one as well. However, just as the bright little water sphere expanded to a radius of 5 centimeters, it suddenly burst apart, splattering cold, transparent water all over Jing Xia's hand. Ji Chuancheng watched Jing Xia's actions with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, which he quickly concealed, remarking, well, that might just barely qualify as dual abilities. Jing Xia, exasperated, raised his hand to wipe the water on his clothes, but before he could act, Ji Chuancheng presented him with a simple, clean handkerchief. He was taken aback for a moment, then without further thought, accepted it, wiping his hands while inquiring, "How is it that you are a dual ability user? This never happened in the past. Could it be that you kept it from me?" The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and Jing Xia nodded. "That probability is quite high. If you are a dual ability user, then that is extraordinarily rare. Likely only a few know, and it's understandable that you would keep it from us outsiders." Upon hearing the term outsiders, Ji Chuancheng's piercing gaze narrowed in displeasure, and he replied softly, "I would never keep it from you." Jing Xia was startled. "Huh?" Gazing at the young man's puzzled expression, Ji Chuancheng's lips curved slightly, and he chuckled softly, "Because I could never keep anything from you, it indicates that I did not possess this ability in my previous life. Thus, there are only two possible explanations. First, I never discovered this ability myself. Second, he elongated his tone, teasing Jing Xia's curiosity. As expected, Jing Xia eagerly inquired, "What's the second?" "Second, something went awry or unforeseen this time, granting me this second ability." At this point, Jing Xia had already wiped his hands clean. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly handed the damp handkerchief to Ji Chuancheng, completely oblivious to the sudden rigidity of the man's body. Rubbing his chin, Jing Xia pondered for a while and remarked, "Could it be that a Z reagent from Qiyang? If my blood serves as a catalyst and is injected into you, could it have caused a mutation in your ability?" Ji Chuancheng nodded. "Yes, I suspect that as well." He calmly folded the small handkerchief, his movements gentle and his expression serious, before carefully placing it into his pocket. "Damn it! What on earth did Qiyang create?" As Jing Xia stormed out of the small room and found Qiyang, this refined and handsome man was engaged in a serious discussion with Qin Chu. Although Jing Xia held a less than favorable impression of him, he recognized that Qin Chu could engage seriously when discussing professional topics. Without warning, Jing Xia delivered a solid punch to Qiyang's chest, knocking him back 2 steps as he clutched his chest and coughed for an extended period. "Qiyang, you scoundrel, what exactly are those A and Z? What side effects do they have?" Qiyang, clutching his still painful chest, managed to stand up, a faint smile gracing his lips while his brows furrowed tightly in discomfort. He cast a resigned glance at the furious Jing Xia and teasingly inquired, "It's been nearly a month. Why are you only now bringing this up?" After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the languid Ji Chuancheng, who was emerging from the inner room with his usual expressionless demeanor, yet there was an inexplicable hint of satisfaction about him. Qiyang narrowed his eyes, a sudden unease washing over him. What prompted this question? His tone shifted to one of grave seriousness, the playful smile vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia's words, which had been poised on the tip of his tongue, abruptly faltered. He turned to glance at Ji Chuancheng, receiving a confirming nod before he reluctantly said, "Chuan's A and Z have caused a slight mutation in his ability." As soon as the words fell, Qiyang swiftly approached, his speed astonishing despite being a non-evolved mutant. He stood before Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, his expression grave. "What kind of mutation?" Qin Chu, with evident concern, murmured, "Young master." Ji Chuancheng cast a cold glance at Qiyang, his tone remarkably calm as he stated, "Dual abilities, fire and water." The moment those words were uttered, the room fell into a profound silence. Qiyang was the first to react, his expression darkening as he demanded, "Why are you only mentioning this now? When I tested your abilities earlier, did you deliberately conceal this, or was it undetectable by the machine? What sort of abilities are we dealing with? What is their approximate level, and do they possess any peculiarities, or are they balanced?" A barrage of questions poured forth like a torrent, leaving Jing Xia momentarily stunned, unable to respond. He had never witnessed such a side of Qiyang, no longer the flippant figure he once knew, but rather a genuine researcher, brimming with curiosity and determination to unravel every mystery. Perhaps due to the gravity of the situation, his tone bore a hint of reproach, which felt like a dull knife grinding against Jing Xia's ears, causing him discomfort. Instinctively, Jing Xia interjected on Ji Chuancheng's behalf. "Chuan isn't being secretive. His water abilities should be quite formidable, at least stronger than mine. The machines can only detect one ability and its value, not dual abilities." Jing Xia's words flowed from him with little thought, as if he had been compelled to defend Ji Chuancheng. Ji Chuancheng regarded Jing Xia with mild surprise, his icy gaze softening slightly as he continued, "The reason for my delayed revelation is that I only discovered this during the testing phase. I cannot guarantee how long this water ability will last. It may only persist for a few hours. As for its balance, I have yet to perceive any disparity. But it should be stronger than my fire abilities, and aside from that, there are no special characteristics. This lengthy explanation from Ji Chuancheng left the other three in astonishment, especially Qin Chu. In the past 2 decades, she had never seen the young master so earnest in elucidating a matter. If it were merely Qiyang, the young master had barely acknowledged him during their years in the restricted zone. So why was he so resolutely intent on providing an explanation? A bittersweet aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the room as Qiyang gazed at Ji Chuancheng's stern countenance, realizing that his previous tone had been somewhat excessive. It was no wonder Jing Xia had been so eager to defend him. Jing Xia, feeling the weight of Qi Yang's penetrating gaze, instinctively shrank back and retorted, "Don't look at me. A Chuan wouldn't deliberately hide anything. If anyone is concealing something, it would be you." A fleeting shadow of unease flickered in Qi Yang's eyes as he smiled and replied, "What do I have to hide, Xiazi?" Jing Xia's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Xiazi." Qiyang smirked, his handsome features breaking into a teasing smile as he affirmed, "Yes, Xiazi." Before long, someone came to summon Qin Chu to check on Yu Kai's condition, as his ability awakening had just completed and required careful monitoring. After Qin Chu left, Qiyang ensured the door was clear before securely locking the heavy iron door and began to engage in a collaborative inquiry with Ji Chuancheng. "Based on your descriptions, there is an 80% likelihood that this is a result of A and Z. The spinal fluid of 32 mutated beasts mixed, catalyzed, and subjected to laser mutation, along with modifications from 318 individuals. Who would have thought the outcome would be the activation of dual abilities?" Qiyang leaned against the mahogany table, deep in thought. Jing Xia swiftly occupied the spot that Qin Chu had vacated, his hands pressed against the table as he fixed his intense gaze on the man across from him. As Qiyang lowered his head, he inadvertently met Jing Xia's fierce glare, momentarily taken aback before raising an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room as the two engaged in a silent battle of wills until a deep, resonant voice broke the quiet. Could Su Wei Shang possibly possess dual abilities? The voice, low and gravelly, sliced through the stillness, seemingly deliberate in its slightly elevated tone. Jing Xia instinctively looked up, meeting Ji Chuancheng's displeased gaze, the atmosphere charged with an unprecedented tension. After silently musing about the source of Ji Chuancheng's inexplicable irritation, Jing Xia replied, "If he does have dual abilities, it would indeed be quite challenging to detect. Moreover, even if he does, as long as he remains silent, we would be unable to ascertain it." As Jing Xia pondered how to coax Su Wei Shang into revealing information, a scoff interrupted him. Qiyang chuckled, "Isn't that simple?" Jing Xia blinked in confusion. "What do you mean? Just invite him over and ask him directly," Qiyang stated matter-of-factly. True to his word, within half an hour, he dispatched an assistant to summon Su Wei Shang and Wu Jiqing from the training base. In the entire S-City base, Wu Jiqing held a relatively high status, yet he dared not oppose the research institute. Although the institute appeared to be merely a segment of the S-City base, it had, in fact, propelled human advancement through its innovative post-apocalyptic research achievements. It was undeniable that the latest specialized seeds developed by the institute had ensured the sustenance of the entire S-City base's population. Consequently, the institute's standing had risen to an unparalleled height. When Su Wei Shang and Wu Jiqing arrived at the research institute, the pure and beautiful youth blinked his large cat-like eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, and quietly asked, "Jiqing, why have we suddenly been brought here?" This building was the farthest back among the institute's small buildings, where ordinary evolved individuals were only permitted access to the first 3, with no rights to enter this area. Wu Jiqing reassured him, "You need not worry, Xiao Shang. It's likely due to some special matter. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go amiss." His words were consistently caring. Yet Su Wei Shang failed to notice the subtle estrangement in Wu Jiqing's tone, who was scrutinizing the young man beside him with a hint of suspicion. Wu Jiqing's brow gradually furrowed, a troubled expression crossing his handsome face. Could it truly be related to what transpired in the testing area? Su Wei Shang nodded, and as they followed the assistant around a corner, they arrived at a sturdy, gleaming metal door. The silver door reflected their figures, and Su Wei Shang's complexion paled slightly, his left hand tucked into his pocket, lost in thought. Was it possible that he had inadvertently revealed something during the testing? As his fingers brushed against the warm, smooth jade stone in his pocket, a sense of reassurance washed over him. He raised his head, a harmless, kind smile gracing his lips, banishing his fear as he gazed ahead with renewed confidence. With a loud creak, the door swung open. The assistant quickly turned to leave, and just as Su Weishang stepped inside, he caught sight of a man seated at a long table. The man was handsome and refined, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were obscured by the lenses. He rose, extending his hand with a smile, and said, "Hello, I am Qiyang, a core researcher at the Institute." Chapter 37. The modest room was enclosed by walls on all sides, with a high-wattage ceiling light casting an intense, glaring white light that illuminated the entire space. Su Weisheng anxiously settled onto the cold, hard metal stool, hesitating to meet the gaze of the man across from him. "You also came from B City? What a coincidence. I spent some time there myself, and I find myself rather nostalgic about it now." A melodious and crisp male voice chimed in, sounding as if it were a friendly neighbor's conversation, gentle in tone. Su Weisheng felt a gradual easing of his tension. "I didn't expect you, Mr. Qi, to also be from there?" Qi Yang's eyes crinkled with a warm smile. "Indeed, it is a stroke of fate to meet here. After all, in such a harsh post-apocalyptic world, traversing mountains and rivers to arrive in S City is something only powerful evolved beings like you and Mr. Wu Jiqing can accomplish." His few words caused Su Weisheng to release a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, the metaphorical blade that had hovered over him beginning to lower. Upon entering, Qiyang had first sent someone to escort Wu Jiqing to another room, leaving Su Weisheng alone for conversation. Initially, Su Weisheng was quite on guard, his fingers unconsciously gripping his trousers. However, to his surprise, Qiyang did not inquire about the events that had transpired in the testing area. Instead, he began to engage Su Weisheng in casual conversation. Indeed, casual conversation. This continued for over half an hour, much to the amusement of Jing Xia, who was dozing off behind the wall to the east, while the small black creature perched atop his head had long since fallen into a deep slumber, indifferent to the proceedings. Yet Qiyang appeared to revel in the chat, as if he had never encountered another human being before, speaking without pause. Jing Xia furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to discern Qi Yang's intentions. Sensing the young man's unease, Ji Chuancheng glanced at him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he explained. Qiyang is attempting to bridge the psychological distance with Su Weisheng. Given Su Weisheng's strong sense of vigilance, this will indeed require time. Taken aback, Jing Xia then observed the interaction between Qiyang and Su Weisheng, gradually coming to understand. He aims to make Su Weisheng feel that they are all on the same side? Finding this description of the youth's arduous efforts somewhat amusing, Ji Chuancheng chuckled. That is one way to interpret it. From Su Weisheng's perspective, he cannot see us. He can only perceive a room enclosed by walls. In such a stifling and pressing environment, his psychological pressure is undoubtedly immense. This serves as his first hint. Danger. Jing Xia nodded in understanding, continuing at this moment. Qiyang has deliberately sent Wu Jiqing away, leaving only himself and Su Weisheng in this room. This serves as the second hint. I am the only one you can rely on and trust? After scrutinizing Jing Xia for a while, Ji Chuancheng did not conceal the admiration and astonishment in his gaze. Your intellect is quite impressive. Jing Xia, flustered, punched Ji Chuancheng's solid chest. Ji Chuancheng. Not bothering to evade, Ji Chuancheng took the hit, the hidden mirth in his eyes growing stronger. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the young man's hand and frowned. Enough of that, although the soundproofing of the walls is quite effective, it does not permit you to shout freely. Withdrawing his hand, Jing Xia turned away indignantly, huffing and choosing to ignore him. Ji Chuancheng, exasperated, turned his gaze back to Su Weisheng, his penetrating and contemplative eyes lingering on the boy's slender form for an extended moment. Gradually, his gaze grew colder and more dangerous, as if it had taken on substance, capable of piercing through the thick walls straight into the boy's heart. S-grade White Lotus variant, Su Weisheng. Silently repeating this in his mind, Ji Chuancheng discreetly retracted the menacing aura he had just emitted and turned his attention to Wu Jiqing, who was on the other side of the wall. What role would he play in this matter? Why did Wu Jiqing's expression grow increasingly peculiar? Jing Xia nudged Ji Chuancheng beside him. There stood Wu Jiqing, with an odd expression, staring intently at Su Weisheng and Qiyang in the center of the room, his demeanor grave, seemingly vexed over something. The walls of this room were crafted with intricate materials, rendering the interior invisible from the inside. However, the outer walls allowed for a view into the room. Moreover, Wu Jiqing could not discern the situation on Jing Xia's side, while Jing Xia could deliberately observe Wu Jiqing's every move. After pondering for a while, Jing Xia asked, could this be Qiyang's third hint? Ji Chuancheng, expressionless, shook his head. No, just a prank. Jing Xia exclaimed, "Eh," with a cold expression. Ji Chuancheng's gaze, sharp as a poisoned dagger, sliced through the back of Qi, who stood obliviously. He is foolish and utterly bored. He delights in watching others become jealous. As their conversation approached the 50-minute mark, Qi, perhaps feeling he had squandered too much of his precious time on this individual, finally broached the subject seemingly nonchalantly. "I have heard of you at the S-City Research Institute, Weisheng. Your abilities are not particularly formidable, nor is your combat power high." Su Weixiang's smile faltered slightly, and he lowered his head in disappointment. "Yes, my strength is indeed lacking." While speaking, he slipped his hand into his left pocket, gently caressing something unseen. Qi cast a fleeting glance at Su Weixiang's left hand, then smiled. "However, you possess remarkable luck, always managing to escape perilous situations unscathed. Luck is a form of strength, and I admire that greatly." This remark rekindled a flicker of vitality in Su Weixiang's previously dim expression. He gripped the jade stone in his pocket more tightly, pride and elation unmistakable on his face. "Thank you for your praise, Qi. Is it not barely an hour, and you already call him Weisheng?" Jing Xia grumbled, glancing back at Wu Jiqing, who also appeared somewhat displeased. "Ah Chuan, I think Qi is utterly ungrateful. Just listen to how he addresses him as Weisheng. It's infuriating." Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice interrupted Jing Xia's complaints. "Observe Su Weixiang's actions." Ji Chuancheng's piercing gaze was fixated on Su Weixiang's left hand, his brows furrowing slightly. Within 52 minutes, he has placed his hand in his pocket 12 times, each instance coinciding with Qi Yang's more probing remarks. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this just a habitual gesture?" "No." Ji Chuancheng's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized Su Weisheng. The youth withdrew his hand from his pocket, smiling as he conversed with Qi. The repetitive movement within a mere 52 minutes, especially during moments of sadness, tension, doubt, or fear, was far from ordinary.
Listening to Ji Chuancheng's observations,
Jing Xia gradually became serious. He focused intently on Su Weixiang's left hand, and after a long while, his eyes widened in surprise. "Ah Chuan, look at the palm of his left hand. There seem to be some white indentations." Ji Chuancheng immediately looked down. There, in the center of the youth's fair palm, was an oval-shaped mark, approximately half an inch long. The mark was not deep. If one did not look closely, it would be nearly imperceptible, fading entirely after merely half a minute. Ji Chuancheng decisively concluded. "It is likely an oval-shaped object about an inch long with smooth edges, possibly made of stone or jade." Jing Xia suddenly gasped, realization dawning upon him. "So that's what it is. It is nothing particularly extraordinary. I surmise it is a piece of green jade left to Su Weisheng by his mother. The quality of the jade is not exceptional, yet he has cherished it since childhood, treating it as a talisman." Ji Chuancheng momentarily paused, yet he refrained from speaking further. He raised his hand to press a red button on the wall. Jing Xia, perplexed by his actions, suddenly noticed a red warning light hanging from the ceiling in the southwest corner of the room beginning to flash, casting a soft red glow on the walls. Su Weisheng and Qi both looked up in unison. "It seems there is a matter that requires my attention. Weisheng, would you mind waiting for 10 minutes? I shall return shortly." Qi rose from his seat, apologetically stating, "I am truly sorry. I will have someone bring you a cup of coffee immediately, so please bear with me for a moment." Su Weisheng nodded in understanding, and Qi then exited through the metallic door. As he stepped out, he turned and pushed open the adjacent door. The warm and gentle smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, and he raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is this? Have you discovered something I have not?" Ji Chuancheng regarded him with an impassive expression, stating, "I require an item from the left pocket of Su Weisheng." Qi was taken aback, taking a moment to regain his composure. He looked at Ji Chuancheng with a peculiar expression before jesting. "Major Ji, when did you descend to the level of having to steal from others?" Jing Xia, exasperated, explained, "Su Weisheng has had his left hand in his pocket for nearly an hour, and a Chuan suspects there may be something unusual in there. Personally, I believe it is a piece of green jade that Su Weisheng has carried since childhood, but a Chuan wishes to see it for himself." "Jade?" Jing Xia nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it should be jade." Confident in his stature as the tallest among the three present, Ji Chuancheng looked down at Qi, saying, "You are accustomed to such matters. Go retrieve it, and we shall study it for half an hour before returning it." His tone was exceedingly calm, as if he were merely instructing someone to fetch a cabbage. Jing Xia, unable to contain his disapproval of Ji Chuancheng's blatant criminal intent, was about to voice his concerns when he noticed Qiyang nodding with a faint smile, adjusting his glasses. Very well, at most an hour, but do not cause me any trouble. Not long after, as Jing Xia grasped the warm green jade in his hand, he stared at it in a daze, unsure of what to say. Chapter 38. Qiyang was remarkably swift in his thievery. By the time he dispatched someone to deliver the vibrant jade to Jing Xia remained momentarily stunned. Despite Su Weishang having sat there nearly motionless, and Qiyang having had no direct contact with him, how was it that it had been stolen? Perhaps due to Qiyang's remarkable speed, by the time several assistants brought in the heavy, complex research equipment, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Within the confines of the inner room, Qiyang had already begun discussing matters of supernatural abilities with Su Weishang, speaking seemingly nonchalantly, while Su Weishang listened attentively. Upon hearing that a person could potentially possess dual supernatural abilities, both Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng halted all actions, turning to solemnly gaze at Su Weishang. They beheld the exquisitely featured youth, his beautiful cat-like eyes widening in astonishment, the pale hue of his irises shimmering under the intense white light, his face adorned with a kind and innocent smile, appearing exceedingly obedient. He gasped, covering his mouth, and asked, "Is it possible for someone to possess dual supernatural abilities?" Qiyang's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and then he smiled gracefully, saying, "This is one of the directions of my research. It is indeed a possibility, but I have yet to witness it myself. When I do, I shall certainly bring Weishang along to see." The previously carefree tone of Qiyang had unexpectedly taken on a gentler quality throughout this lengthy conversation. Although Jing Xia understood this was to put Su Weishang at ease, he could not shake the feeling of unease stemming from Qiyang's markedly different demeanor. Su Weishang nodded with a smile. "All right, I am quite curious about this matter. By the way, Qiyang, what exactly did you summon me for? We have been chatting for quite some time, and it seems there is nothing I am required to do." A hint of suspicion began to surface in Su Weishang's inquiry. Qiyang remained unfazed. "Indeed, I do have a request of you. In fact, beyond an ostensibly ordinary wall, Jing Xia's beautifully shaped peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Unlike Su Weishang's deceptively innocent appearance, Jing Xia's striking features exuded a certain aggressiveness. Perhaps it was a reflection of his inner turmoil. After enduring the profound agony of his past life and witnessing the countless tragic losses of humanity, he resembled a gem that had been polished clean. As even Qin Chu had once remarked, the little scoundrel seems much gentler now. Yet, Su Weishang had remained unchanged. Jing Xia gazed at the boy's blinking eyes and eventually sighed. "I believe Su Weishang does not possess dual supernatural abilities." Behind Jing Xia stood a black machine approximately 2 meters long and as tall as a person, occupying nearly half the room. Its exterior was a simple deep black, the hard shell concealing the intricate machinery within, with only a small groove visible in the lower right corner. Ji Chuancheng, with his head bowed, was placing the piece of green jade into the machine when he suddenly heard Jing Xia's words and turned to ask, "Why?" Jing Xia had been observing Su Weishang for quite some time before finally diverting his gaze. A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he gently shook his head. "Perhaps it is merely intuition. Although I have never held any fondness for Su Weishang and have always kept my distance, he did live with me for a period. He has always been quite adept at lying, yet I genuinely believe he is unaware of the existence of dual supernatural abilities." The machine began to hum softly, the noise minimal, yet a faint crackling sound emerged from its core. Uncertain of what Ji Chuancheng had pressed, the jade disappeared into the machine's black interior, and a computer linked to the machine began to rapidly display a series of data. Ji Chuancheng silently regarded Jing Xia for a long while before suddenly speaking. "When you were 10, you broke one of the most cherished Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain fish vases of Old Master Jing." After a pause, he added, "It was during Old Master Jing's 60th birthday celebration." Jing Xia retorted angrily, "That was Su Weishang who broke it." Deep, dark eyes bore into the young man's furious expression, reminiscent of an ocean vast and unfathomable. After a long silence, Ji Chuancheng reached out to gently tousle the young man's soft hair, murmuring, "Yes, I know. I believe you." The gesture caused Jing Xia to feel a twinge of awkwardness. He instinctively shrank his neck and said, "There was no way around it. I wasn't as capable as Su Weishang when we were children. Though he is an illegitimate child and his mother has done questionable things, every adult in the house adored him during the holidays. He is truly quite endearing." "It is hypocrisy," Ji Chuancheng replied blandly. "Jing Xia?" With a soft sigh, Ji Chuancheng reluctantly withdrew his hand from the youth's head, simultaneously turning to manipulate the buttons on the machine, saying, Old Master Jing was not deceived by him. Thus, before his passing, Old Master Jing expelled Su Weishang from the Jing family. At the thought of his grandfather, who had showered him with love during his childhood, Jing Xia felt a lump form in his throat. His father had only provided material compensation, while it was his grandfather and butler Wang who had truly cared for him. Both of these figures had now departed from his life forever. With a deep sigh, Jing Xia pressed his lips together, attempting to dispel the sorrowful feelings that clouded his mind. He watched as Ji Chuancheng adeptly pressed the buttons, his movements natural and practiced, as though he had performed this task countless times before. He expressed his bewilderment. Chuan, how do you seem so remarkably familiar with this machine? Have you used it before? Ji Chuancheng gently shook his head. No. Jing Xia was taken aback. Then how come you operate it so effortlessly? I just glanced at the manual. Ji Chuancheng replied. The task that Qiyang wanted Su Weishang to assist with was not particularly challenging, and it seemed almost tailor-made for her. This simplicity was purely relative to Su Weishang. For others, it posed a slight difficulty. Had Jing Xia not known that Qiyang had not recognized Su Weishang just 2 hours prior, he might have believed he was genuinely seeking assistance. What astonished him further was that merely 5 minutes after sending Su Weishang to the laboratory to assist with the experiment, Qiyang appeared in the room. How is it going? 25 minutes remaining. Ji Chuancheng cast him an impassive glance. Your computer has the highest security clearance of the base. I cannot access it. Jing Xia interjected. Qiyang chuckled softly, then strode over to the computer and took a seat. His fingers flew over the keyboard, as if his mind were not required for the task at hand. The rapid clattering echoed through the quiet room, revealing a long string of binary codes. Once all the permissions were decrypted, he scrutinized the data on the computer screen for a considerable time before concluding, this is a piece of jade with a high level of impurities. While it may appear quite green, based on its molecular composition, structure, and degree of damage, it is indeed a very ordinary inferior jade. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Qiyang pivoted in his black swivel chair, meeting Ji Chuancheng's gaze with a sardonic smile. Are you doubting my expertise, Major Ji? I brought a molecular polar scanning device to analyze a piece of inferior jade. Do you still find that insufficient? Ji Chuancheng's eyes darkened. Insufficient. After a pause, he continued matter-of-factly, let's utilize a more advanced one. Qiyang fixed a cold stare on Ji Chuancheng, yet he maintained his calm demeanor. After a lengthy silence, he finally replied, that can be arranged, but I do not believe it will yield different results. Ji Chuancheng raised an eyebrow. Let us give it a try. In the hurried remaining 20 minutes, assistants entered the room to dismantle and remove the bulky molecular polar scanning device. 5 minutes later, a petite, attractive young lady entered, panting heavily. As she pushed the door open, she leaned against the frame, gasping for breath, her right hand pressed against her flat chest, rising and falling rhythmically. With a single ponytail and fair skin, her features were not exquisitely refined, yet she possessed a refreshing charm. She raised her gaze to the room's occupants, her eyes finally resting on Qiyang. Major Qi, I've arrived. Her speech was fragmented, clearly indicating she had rushed over. Qiyang nodded. Now that you're here, let us not delay. You may give it a try. The young lady nodded and stepped forward to take the green jade from Qiyang's hand. She paid no heed to Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, seemingly already aware of her purpose. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, tightly grasping the jade in her right hand, while her left hand rested upon it. Jing Xia watched in confusion, only to hear Qiyang explain, her name is Zhang Xijing, a native of Cities, possessing the ability to explore the material composition of objects. Her ability level isn't very high, but she can detect down to the quark level. Jing Xia quickly understood. He curiously observed the unfamiliar young lady, and within mere seconds, a crimson glow emanated from the center of her palm, partially obscured by her fingers yet still flickering faintly. As she continued, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Xijing's forehead. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, and her full lips were tightly pressed together, as if she were enduring excruciating pain. This sight rendered Jing Xia momentarily speechless. Qiyang elaborated. Zhang Xijing's ability is quite peculiar. It falls under the category of special abilities. Each time she employs her power, she experiences pain, which diminishes somewhat each time, yet is still quite arduous. However, her ability has another unique aspect. Only by using her power and enduring the punishment from God can she elevate her ability level. Jing Xia was taken aback. The punishment from God? Qiyang turned to Jing Xia with an amused expression. The young man's brows furrowed tightly, seemingly struggling to comprehend the previous statement. With a smirk, Qi Yang remarked, in a world where all life and non-life on Earth should not possess special powers, those who transcend the limits of time and space to acquire abilities, is that not a gift from God? And with a gift, there must be a punishment. Thus, her punishment equates to pain, and pain equates to evolution. Qi Yang spoke with such nonchalance, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, to Jing Xia's ears, it struck like a dagger to the heart, leaving him with an unsettling sensation lodged in his throat. This so-called punishment was solely Zhang Xijing's burden. What then were the punishments that all creatures and non-creatures in the environment must endure after the global evolution? Millions of failed evolutionaries, countless defenseless abandoners of evolution, and those who had become terrifying entities unacceptable to society. The ferocious, violent mutated beasts, the ruthless, bloodthirsty mutated plants, and even the single-celled organisms and viruses beneath our feet could all lead to unimaginable despair. The harmony among living beings had been shattered, plunging the world into a relentless cycle of brutal bloodshed, with waves of carnage sweeping through, staining the earth with blood. This was the greatest punishment that God had bestowed upon humanity. Chapter 39. The elegantly arched peach blossom eyes of Jing Xia lowered slightly as he silently gazed at the ground. A sense of loss and sorrow was evident on his brow, the feelings of helplessness and anguish so palpable that even Qi Yang, who remained unaware, could distinctly sense them emanating from him. With a sigh escaping his throat, Jing Xia nodded. Indeed, we must all confront God's punishment. His tone was slow, laden with a sense of lamentation, yet it also bore a semblance of fearlessness. However, the bitterness lurking behind his words was only discernible to Ji Chuancheng. Narrowing his eyes, Ji Chuancheng cast a cold glance at Qi Yang before casually inquiring, "When did you become a believer in Christ?" The remark was abrupt, laced with disdain and displeasure, his icy gaze piercing like a dagger aimed directly at Qi Yang. As he spoke, Ji Chuancheng draped an arm around Jing Xia's shoulder, prompting Jing Xia to look up at him in surprise. Qi Yang, taken aback, pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me?" Ji Chuancheng nodded with calm assurance. "Yes. I have never believed in Christianity. I am an atheist, I only believe in myself," he stated, unabashedly exuding pride in his words. Ji Chuancheng's gaze lowered. "Oh, then you should be silent." Jing Xia could no longer suppress his laughter. Witnessing Qi Yang's repeated misfortunes brought him a sense of rejuvenation, as if the very air around him had become fresher. Feeling more relaxed, he attempted to free himself from Ji Chuancheng's embrace, but the latter tightened his grip, holding him even closer. Jing Xia paused, calling out, "Chuan?" Ji Chuancheng lowered his expressionless gaze. "Yes, I'm here." "Your hand." Jing Xia pointed to his right shoulder. A long, broad hand rested upon it, in an undeniably domineering manner, refusing to budge. Ji Chuancheng cleared his throat. "It's too cold." Jing Xia blinked in confusion. "But I'm not cold. I am." At last, he comprehended Qi Yang's earlier sentiment. This guy was truly infuriating. How could he expect him to serve as his hand warmer? What kind of extravagant and beautiful hand warmer could possibly exist in this world? With a haughty flick of her wrist, Jing Xia forcefully cast aside the man's hand, her lips curling in disdain as she resolutely averted her gaze. He had just turned his head, thus oblivious to the fact that Ji Chuancheng's taut body had finally relaxed, a gentle sigh escaping his lips as he cast a reassuring glance at the now composed youth, a subtle smile gracing his thin lips. Seeing this, Qi Yang let out a cold snort and stepped forward, jabbing his elbow into Ji Chuancheng's chest as he lowered his voice. "Major Ji, using me to console Xiaoxia, wouldn't that be akin to presenting flowers to Buddha?" His words were delivered in a hushed tone, inaudible to Jing Xia. Ji Chuancheng shot him a sidelong glance, his expression unchanging, and then inquired, "Are you the flower?" 2 minutes later, as if striving to evaporate every droplet of moisture from her body, the delicate and charming young lady opened her eyes, drenched in perspiration. Her jacket was entirely soaked, leaving a large, faint stain on her back. Zhang Xijing wiped the sweat from her brow and looked towards Qi Yang, stating, "Major Qi, I have meticulously examined this jade, and it appears to be fundamentally sound. There are no significant alterations in its composition, structure, or properties." Qi Yang furrowed his brow. Could it be related to abilities? Abilities? Taken aback by his inquiry, Zhang Xijing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "It should be unrelated to any abilities. When I permeated it with my power, there was no unusual reaction." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia let out a disappointed sigh. "It seems we have indeed overthought this." Su Weishang likely just regards it as a protective charm. However, her voice faltered as she struggled to find the right words, finally settling on, though his mother may have questionable character, to Su Weishang, she remains his mother and the last relic she left behind. It is certainly plausible that he views it as a talisman. Qiyang shrugged in resignation. My molecular magnetic polar scanner does not lie. In the vacant room, the four of them stood encircled, the dim, yellowish light casting a somber glow from above. Zhang Xijing spread her palm to cradle the jade, and the gentle light cascaded down, illuminating the vibrant green stone, making it appear almost like an utterly ordinary piece of jade, lacking even in quality. Qiyang reached out to take the jade from Zhang Xijing's hand. Su Weishang will return in 5 minutes. I will take this for now, you all wait. Qi Yang's motion was abruptly halted, and all eyes turned towards Ji Chuancheng. The stern and elegant man slowly furrowed his brow, intently observing the timid young lady until her cheeks flushed crimson. He spoke, truly, there isn't even the slightest peculiarity? Any detail that surprises you, no matter how trivial, is worth mentioning. Zhang Xijing swallowed hard, her face flushed. If I must say, the quarks appear somewhat different from those I have previously encountered in other jade pieces. However, the ones I measured before were all of exceptionally high quality, so this slight variation is quite possible. Ji Chuancheng's gaze sharpened. What sort of difference? Zhang Xijing hesitated. It just feels different. At this moment, Qi Yang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He explained, Zhang Xijing was merely an ordinary art student before awakening her abilities 2 months ago and joining the research institute, where she has been specifically taught in this field. The implication was clear. While Zhang Xijing could not articulate her observations, she sensed a subtle difference. Following this revelation, Jing Xia also felt a wave of disappointment. Only Zhang Xijing could perceive such nuances, yet she lacked the ability to articulate them, rendering her insights virtually ineffective. Actually, I might be able to articulate a bit. It seems that the weak interactions among its quarks are somewhat amiss. If I were to describe it, the CKM matrix elements exhibit some anomalies, differing from my previous encounters. Upon hearing this, Qi Yang's eyes widened in surprise. What exactly is different? I apologize, Major Qi, but I truly cannot express it. It simply feels different. Of course, the discrepancy is quite subtle and difficult to discern, and it likely has minimal impact overall. I believe this could be an isolated anomaly. Subtle? Qi Yang's expression turned grave, almost as if he might burst with intensity. Did you not just test numerous different substances without sensing any anomalies? And now, this jade's weak interactions elicit a reaction from you? His words spilled forth rapidly, devoid of hesitation, articulated in complex terminology that left Jing Xia utterly perplexed. Though she refrained from interrupting, she recognized that Qi Yang's mind was racing at full speed, evidenced by his incessant pacing. This is illogical. How can differences at the quark level yield no distinctions at the macroscopic scale? Such a notion is simply untenable. Zhang Xijing, trembling with trepidation, ventured, Major Qi, could it be that minor errors do not affect the overall structure? You do not comprehend. Qiyang retorted vehemently. This is a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. The weak interactions among every 6 quarks are determined by the CKM matrix elements, cascading from quarks to neutrons, protons and electrons, eventually culminating in atoms and molecules, and ultimately this jade. It's akin to a diamond. When its molecular structure begins to alter, it transforms into C60, 2 entirely different substances. Quarks are minuscule, far smaller than molecular structures. If even the quarks are abnormal, how can the whole remain unaffected? Is it really that serious? Zhang Xijing whispered, her voice trembling. Indeed, Jing Xia silently stepped back, leaving the center of the room to the man who had begun to spiral into a labyrinth of thought. In response to her sudden movement, the small, plump mutant hamster that had been snoozing atop his head tumbled to the ground, its elastic body bouncing twice upon impact. Rubbing its sore little head with bleary green eyes, the hamster gazed at Qiyang, the source of the commotion. Gigi? Tilting its head, the little creature appeared bewildered by the unfolding events. Seeing this, Jing Xia swiftly extended her hand, attempting to retrieve Gigi, murmuring, Gigi, do not disturb Qiyang. He is on the verge of losing his mind. Her voice faltered as she watched Gigi awaken in an instant, as if never having slept, its energy surging as it darted towards Zhang Xijing. Jing Xia had never witnessed such speed from the creature, nor had she seen its eyes widen to such an extent. The innocent young lady had not anticipated an object suddenly lunging toward her, causing her to step back in fright, her grip faltering, and the vibrant jade slipped from her palm. Jing Xia instinctively reached out to catch it, But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, the dark, plump hamster seized the jade and plummeted to the ground. Its chubby hind paws landed softly, clutching the jade that was nearly half its size. Gigi rolled twice on the floor before standing upright, presenting a remarkable display of its acrobatics. Jing Xia, Gigi. The others finally reacted, with Qi Yang being the first to angrily bend down, preparing to seize the disobedient little hamster. You little rascal, return my precious treasure. Jing Xia was taken aback. Isn't this a piece of inferior jade? How has it become your treasure? Yet Qi Yang paid no heed to Jing Xia's words. Within the confines of the small room, he was now engaged in a playful chase with Gigi, a game of tag unfolding. One leaped and bounded, while the other dashed with fervor, the small black ball scurrying throughout the room. Return my beloved treasure. I shall trade you 10 exquisite imperial green jadeite stones in exchange. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fool. Who would wish to trade with you? Ba. Chapter 40. This relentless chase akin to a cat pursuing a mouse concluded in a mere 2 minutes, resulting in an immediate ceasefire. Qi Yang, panting heavily, leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. The prolonged mental exertion left him with little time for physical training, and without the awakening of supernatural abilities to facilitate his evolution, his stamina was drastically inferior to that of the nimble little creature. However, due to the confined space of the room, the proud speed of this little rodent was significantly hampered. If it dawdled, it would be swiftly overtaken by the long-limbed human. Yet if it sprinted too quickly, the wretched human would immediately pivot to seize it. The heart of this human truly is exceedingly wicked. Yet what the innocently naive little black fluff did not anticipate was that, in the end, it would be its master who betrayed it. Through a thick membrane of water, the little creature clawed desperately at the remarkably elastic barrier, seemingly attempting to tear through it with its soft, unclawed paws. Yet neither its feeble claws nor the resilient membrane would grant it any opportunity for escape. Squeak, 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 squeak. Whoa, you vile creature. You dare assist that detestable human in capturing me. Woe is me, I shall not be amicable with you any longer. Jing Xia observed the little rodent attempting to feign ferocity, yet its diminutive eyes rendered its expression indistinct. With a resigned shrug, he turned his gaze to the aloof man standing high above, who seemed indifferent to the commotion. I have unwittingly become your scapegoat. Ji Chuancheng narrowed his eyes, bent down, and with a touch of disdain, pinched the rotund hind legs that were so plump they blurred the line between them and its belly. The moment his fingers grasped the little creature, the water membrane shattered instantly. Upon seeing the translucent blue membrane break apart, the little creature glared fiercely at its stout legs, eager to flee once more. But no matter how vigorously it struggled, Ji Chuancheng held it firmly, providing no avenue for escape. With tear-filled eyes, it clutched the green jade tightly, shutting its eyes tightly, attempting to act as if nothing had transpired. Yet Qi Yang offered it no such reprieve. With a cold snort from his nostrils, he caught his breath and approached the suspended little black fluff with a sardonic smirk. He taunted, "Ah, you little rascal. How dare you pilfer my treasure? Return it to me at once." As his words fell, Qi Yang reached out to seize the jade from the creature's grasp. Effortlessly prying apart its chubby legs, he extracted the precious stone. But before he could even warm it in his hands, it was snatched away by Ji Chuancheng. Qi Yang, furious, exclaimed, "Major Ji, a gentleman does not seize another's cherished possession." Ji Chuancheng raised an eyebrow. "Is this yours?" After a brief pause, Qi Yang replied coldly, "In your hands, you shall never uncover what distinguishes this jade from the rest. Hand it over to me, and there lies the possibility of revealing its secrets." His demeanor was strikingly earnest, devoid of any playful banter. Even the little black fluff suspended between them could sense the gravity of the moment, markedly different from their usual exchanges. Ji Chuancheng's eyes narrowed slightly, an icy aura emanating from him. He regarded Qi Yang with a cold stare for a long while, both men locked in silence. Just as Qi Yang opened his mouth, intending to speak, Jing Xia interjected, "Wait a moment, I sent this jade belonging to Su Weishang?" Ji Chuancheng. Qi Yang. Qi Yang begrudgingly placed the jade, now warm to the touch, into the pocket of his white coat, and stepped out to the adjacent room. Moments later, Su Weishang hurriedly entered, beaming as he expressed his gratitude to Qi Yang. Assisting the laboratory in researching mutated roses aligned perfectly with Su Weishang's wind-based abilities, making the task effortless and an opportunity for him to earn merit within the S-City base. His performance during the cleanup task had been unremarkable, But this latest endeavor would elevate his status significantly. Qi Yang engaged in polite conversation with Su Weisheng, this time refraining from overextending his words. However, his tone remained so gentle that Su Weisheng sensed no anomaly. After a brief interval, Su Weisheng departed the room, guided by an assistant alongside Wu Jiqing, entirely unaware that the jade nestled in his left pocket had been swapped. Behind him, Qi Yang stood with his hands tucked into the pockets of his lab coat, gazing into the distance. He watched as Su Weisheng and Wu Jiqing gradually disappeared into the tranquil depths of the garden, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With a crisp sound, the door swung open, and Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng emerged from the adjoining room, stepping into the corridor. Su Weisheng, indeed, was as I first observed him, duplicitous. Qi Yang spoke candidly, perhaps because I changed my attire. He failed to recognize me from our initial encounter in S-City, of course. He likely never regarded me with any significance. Because you were wearing handcuffs at the time, Jing Xia remarked, taking the seemingly lifeless little black fluff from Ji Chuancheng's hands, his refined features marred by disdain. For someone like you, whose fate is all but sealed, he has no need to pay you any mind or remember who you are. Without utilitarian value, there is no need for remembrance. The still irritable mutated hamster sprawled atop Jing Xia's head, irritably tugging at 2 strands of hair. Jing Xia gently halted its vexation, sighing, but fear not. From this day forth, you shall be bald, disfigured, and Su Weisheng will undoubtedly recognize you. Even if he forgets your name, he will remember you as the core researcher of the S-City base. Upon hearing this, Qi Yang shook his head. In the Forbidden Zone, I have encountered such individuals. However, those who seek to exploit loopholes typically meet with a singular fate: death. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Ji Chuancheng. Major Ji, I recall someone once attempted to gain favor to enter the A-team of the Forbidden Zone. Was it not you who personally ejected him from the area? Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions behind his eyes, and lightly responded with an HM, as if to acknowledge the statement. As evening approached, the warm, golden sun descended slowly toward the distant horizon, resembling a massive fireball. The vast expanse of the sky transformed into a delicate shade of lavender, regal and mysterious, deepening at the edges into an intoxicating violet that captivated all who gazed upon it. Every eye turned toward the stunningly beautiful sky, so magnificent it was impossible to ignore. Even the disgruntled little fluff stretched its pudgy neck, its small, bean-like eyes reflecting the resplendent deep purple. Tonight's sunset is indeed breathtaking. The words seemed to linger in the air, as Jing Xia mused softly, I wonder how long I can still gaze at such splendid scenery in peace. His voice was barely above a whisper, but in the profound silence of the last building in the research institute, it reached the ears of all present. Ji Chuancheng's indifferent expression gradually softened. Whether drawn in by the enchanting view or simply displaying a gentler side of himself remained uncertain. You can look for a long time until you tire of it. His low, resonant voice echoed like the deep tones of a cello. Jing Xia nodded, still in a daze, yet before he could speak, Qi Yang suddenly chuckled. Before the apocalypse, I had never witnessed such an expanse of purple twilight. Especially in the industrially developed Delta region, such meteorological phenomena are exceedingly rare. It seems the apocalypse has brought about some benefits. As Major Ji rightly said, as long as the apocalypse endures, little Xia, you can gaze as long as you wish. Qi Yang's narrowed eyes bore a hint of displeasure, his tone laced with sarcasm. Ji Chuan glanced at him coldly. Major Qi has lingered too long in the Forbidden Zone, lacking experience. Such phenomena are still quite common outside. However, Qi Yang paid no heed to the other's sarcasm and retorted with a smile. Oh, has Major Ji spent a considerable amount of time outside? The exchange between the two was once again marked by a sharp tone. Yet Jing Xia had long grown accustomed to their banter. In fact, he had previously inquired with Qin Chu and confirmed that these two were indeed as he had suspected, constantly compared to each other by others within the restricted area. Were it not for the differing fields they were involved in, it was likely they would not coexist peacefully. With his exquisite eyes curving into a charming crescent shape, Jing Xia deftly shifted the topic, asking, by the way, Qiyang, when you suddenly called Professor Qi over at the training base, was there an issue with the experiment? This question shattered the almost palpable tension in the corridor. Qiyang smirked, turning his gaze towards Jing Xia, and asked with a playful tone, Little Xia, are you interested in this? It's nothing major, just an experimental subject. That mutated rose encountered some complications, diverging from our expectations. Jing Xia's interest was piqued. I encountered that mutated rose when I first arrived in S-City, and I'm quite curious about it. May I know what the issue was? Qiyang replied, I initially thought its rapid mutation, even hinting at surpassing C-grade, was due to having devoured some other mutated beast and absorbed its essence. However, to my surprise, upon dissection, I found its interior comprised merely of ordinary branches and tissues, with only a few mutated sharp blades, devoid of any other anomalies. Jing Xia stroked his chin, deep in thought. Where did you discover it? Qiyang rolled his eyes. Before I arrived at the S-City base, that mutated rose was cleared from Area 81, likely near the Huangpu River. Jing Xia's body stiffened abruptly, and he instinctively repeated, near the Huangpu River? Observing Jing Xia's startled expression, Qiyang narrowed his dark eyes and scrutinized him before nodding. Yes, in that vicinity. After Qiyang spoke, Jing Xia did not respond immediately. He bowed his head in contemplation for a long while, before suddenly lifting it to say, Qiyang, I believe there is something you could assist with and only you can do it. Qiyang raised an eyebrow. First, tell me the reason in specifics, and I will consider it. Seeing the teasing expression on his face, Jing Xia felt an increase in anxiety and hurriedly said, This matter is truly important. I hope you can send someone to investigate the biological conditions in the Huangpu River and see if there are any high-level mutated beasts. If possible, I would like you to have the Research Institute investigate the mutated entities from the Yangtze River to the East China Sea. Jing Xia's tone was urgent, imbued with an unwavering determination. His elegant and beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixed on Qiyang, seemingly pleading, suggesting that a refusal could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chapter 41. The mischievous smile on Qiyang's face gradually faded as he grew serious. I need a reason. Moreover, according to the feedback from the previous investigations conducted by the Research Institute, the results of the underwater mutated beast population scanned within the estuary of the Yangtze River are at most C-grade. The Institute sends personnel to investigate once a month. There is no need for a detailed sweep. Jing Xia, however, shook his head. You mentioned earlier that the mutated rose was evolving at a pace beyond your imagination, from D-grade to C-grade, even hinting at surpassing C-grade. No one can guarantee that there are not high-level mutated entities lurking at the bottom of the river right now. Naturally, Jing Xia could not directly reveal to Qiyang that in just over half a month, the S-City base would face its first wave of beast tide, which would erupt in the central area near the Huangpu River. Thousands of mutated beasts would surge from the water and land on shore. Tens of thousands of E-grade mutated entities, nearly 1,000 D-grade, hundreds of C-grade, dozens of B-grade, and even a few A-grade. These brutal and vicious creatures would land on the shore, attacking the unprepared humans alongside the mutated plants that had been lurking on land for an unknown duration. The air would be thick with bloodshed, lamentation, and cries of despair. The entire S-City would be engulfed in a foul atmosphere, permeated by the stench of decay and death. However, Jing Xia could not directly inform Qiyang about the impending beast tide, not only because he could not explain the reasons, but also because Qiyang would undoubtedly dismiss it. His skepticism towards the existence of powerful mutated entities at the riverbed had already drawn derision, and directly telling him that there were only 20 days left before the first beast tide would elicit even greater disregard. Unless, of course, he exposed his rebirth. Turning his gaze to Ji Chuan, Jing Xia found his eyes locking onto Ji Chuan's. In those deep, dark eyes, he could see a reflection of his own small self, helpless and hesitant, yet resolute, uncertain of how to proceed. Jing Xia's heart sank. Ji Chuan slightly shook his head. Without uttering a word, he conveyed his understanding of Jing Xia's intentions. His answer to this dilemma was clear. It was inadvisable to expose the truth. Qiyang observed the two of them exchanging glances and slowly broke into a smile. Little Xia, merely using instruments to scan for the mutated beasts in the river is already a significant expense and requires considerable time. The last scanning activity was just 5 days ago, and now you want to request another more detailed sweep without providing a valid reason. I truly cannot comply. Jing Xia was momentarily at a loss for words, but after a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, Qiyang, do you truly believe in me? If you assist me with this matter, I can divulge a secret regarding Su Weishang that may relate to his jade piece. Such a labor-intensive endeavor was nearly impossible to realize in the apocalypse. The Research Institute had always been responsible for clearing the mutated entities in the river, and only they possessed the capability to produce the machines necessary for detecting mutated beasts. Even the 3 founders of S-City had no say in this matter. At this juncture, Jing Xia understood that the only one who could lend assistance was the seemingly carefree Qiyang before him. Qiyang chuckled. Oh, then tell me. If it indeed proves valuable, I shall guarantee my assistance. Taking a deep breath, Jing Xia slowly began. Actually, during my previous cleanup mission, I encountered Su Weishang outside the base. At that time, he seemed to be searching for something, and if I am not mistaken, it appeared to be a very small green stone. Moreover, the color and texture seemed to resemble that of his emerald jade. Qi Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Where is that thing now? Before Jing Xia could respond, the mutated hamster that had been lying on his head, pretending to be dead, suddenly began to squeal loudly. It bit down on a lock of Jing Xia's hair with its harmless little teeth, chattering incessantly. Jing Xia, maintaining his composure, glanced up and replied, "It was taken by Su Weisheng. I merely saw it. I did not touch it." His tone was calm and unhurried, as if stating an indisputable fact. Upon hearing this, the little black creature atop his head finally calmed down. It lazily stretched and rolled over a couple of times, stopping just at the edge before rolling back, peering quite pleased. Ji Chuan cast a glance at it but said nothing. After a long period of contemplation, Qi Yang let out a cold snort. "Damn it, that Su Weisheng always steals my things. This is utterly intolerable." After a moment of hesitation, Jing Xia couldn't help but interject. "Well, it doesn't really seem to belong to you, does it?" Qi Yang retorted, "As long as I have my eye on it, it is mine." Ji Chuancheng silently stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind the tall and imposing silhouette of Jing Xia. He turned to glance back, stating, "Qi Yang has been spoiled in the Forbidden Zone. His mind is somewhat unhinged, so you needn't pay him any mind." Ji Chuancheng's voice was not deliberately lowered, and Qi Yang naturally caught the remark. He emitted a derisive snort, chuckling, "I, with a questionable mind, hardly believe that Shazi's recent information warrants such a considerable expenditure of our research institute's manpower and resources for a riverbed cleanup." Jing Xia, flustered, retorted, "Qi Yang, you..." Ji Chuancheng swiftly intervened, restraining the irate Jing Xia from advancing, and cast a disdainful, cold glance at Qi Yang. "Major Qi Yang of Team A in the Forbidden Zone. I, as your captain, command you to assist in investigating the peculiar incidents concerning the mutated beasts at the riverbed." Qi Yang's expression stiffened. "Major Ji, do you intend to defy military orders?" "I dare not." "Indeed." Upon hearing Qi Yang's affirmative response, Jing Xia finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his entire demeanor relaxing. With the resolution of a pressing concern, his vigilance momentarily dissipated, leaving him oblivious to Qi Yang's smirk as he leaned closer to Ji Chuancheng, whispering, "Major Ji, you seem to find amusement in teasing me to entertain Shazi, do you not?" Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze, casting a cold, disdainful look at him. However, Qi Yang remained unfazed. "I never expected the often-discussed Shazi would turn out to be like this. When we first met, I was quite taken aback. I had assumed he would be a delicate boy, fragile enough to shatter at a touch, much like, say, Su Weisheng." At this, Ji Chuancheng finally broke his silence. "Disgusting." Qi Yang blinked, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he ceased further commentary, giving a final instruction before turning towards the laboratory. Jing Xia watched Qi Yang's slender figure retreating, the oversized white lab coat hanging loosely on him, giving the impression that he was merely a skeleton held upright by sheer will, easily swayed by the wind. "What are you looking at?" Ji Chuancheng subtly shifted his body to obstruct Jing Xia's view. Jing Xia, taken aback for a moment, reflexively replied, "I was pondering whether Qi Yang is truly as cold-hearted and emotionless as Sister Qin described, only fixated on experiments, indifferent to others' feelings, a machine devoid of humanity." After a brief hesitation, he added, "A soulless automaton." Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his dark eyes. "Is that what you believe?" Jing Xia immediately shook his head. "Of course not." "Then it is not, is it?" As they spoke, the two turned in opposite directions, the warm, golden sunlight casting elongated shadows behind them, intertwining as they traversed the corridor. Jing Xia walked slightly ahead while Ji Chuancheng lingered behind. As they descended the stairs, their shadows silently merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. Curiosity piqued, Jing Xia inquired, "I just heard that Qi Yang seems to be part of your Team A in the Forbidden Zone?" Ji Chuancheng nodded. "Indeed he is. We were among the first two selected together." Furrowing his elegant brow, Jing Xia queried, "If that's the case, your relationship must be quite close. Why does it seem you both are always exchanging barbs, even to the point of wanting to come to blows?" Jing Xia's observation was not exaggerated. He had sensed that if the two exchanged even one more word, a fistfight could ensue. Unbeknownst to Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng's rigid posture suddenly stiffened before he swiftly regained composure and continued walking. After a considerable pause, when Jing Xia thought Ji Chuancheng would remain silent, he suddenly spoke, his tone oddly inquisitive. You think our relationship is quite close? Jing Xia replied matter-of-factly, is it not? At least you wouldn't treat Kai like that. Of course, Kai could never confront you as Qiyang does, so that must be complimentary. With a significant concern settled, Jing Xia felt a surge of joy and continued, you joined the military at 16. It's natural to bond with your comrades. Yet, I can't help but feel that your attitude towards Qiyang is rather peculiar. As he spoke, he became increasingly convinced of his reasoning and recalled several odd incidents. For instance, when we left the Forbidden Zone, you let Yu Kai and Sister Qin drive while insisting on sitting beside Qiyang. And when we got out to eat, you had to place your sleeping bag next to Qiyang. Hey, that seems a bit strange. Jing Xia's striking, flower petal-like lips widened in realization, and a sudden epiphany flashed through his mind. He remembered how, back in B City, some ruffians would jokingly say, the military is the best place to cultivate same-sex feelings. Chuan, you wouldn't possibly have feelings for Qiyang, would you? His words faltered, and Jing Xia swallowed hard, adding, you can't do this, Chuan. The Ji family is counting on you to carry on the lineage. Uncle Ji is always nagging about wanting grandchildren. How can you? Jing Xia. The suddenly raised voice stifled Jing Xia's next words, leaving him staring blankly at Ji Chuancheng, who now appeared livid, a prominent vein throbbing on his forehead as he seemed to be suppressing his emotions. Jing Xia hesitantly ventured, Chuan? Gritting his teeth, the handsome and elegant man looked down at the youth's innocent expression, his clear features and puzzled eyes causing his pent-up anger to dissipate entirely. Clenching his fists, he ultimately sighed softly, then reached out to tousle the soft strands of the youth's hair. I sit beside Qiyang. Who else would I sit beside? I sleep next to him. Who else would I sleep next to? Jing Xia. Think this through. Chapter 42. Throughout the following week, Su Weisheng felt more at ease in the S-City base than ever before. Although he had always navigated the social landscape with finesse, forming connections among this group of evolved individuals, apart from a few who hailed from the lower echelons of society, most regarded strength as paramount. His abilities were not particularly formidable, which often left him at a disadvantage, leading others to remark, that Wu Jiqing you hang out with is indeed quite impressive. Such comments inevitably reminded him of his past life, when he was also assigned to the first wave of counterattack teams against the mutated beasts, resulting in him being among the first evolved individuals to perish in the resistance against the beast tide. And all of that seemed like a distant memory now. Autumn had deepened, and the once warm and radiant sunlight had long since faded from the brilliance of earlier months. The training base's competition area often echoed with the sounds of evolved individuals sparring, stirring up clouds of dust. Su Weisheng squinted, watching Wu Jiqing engage in combat with an evolved individual wielding lightning abilities. Under the bright, dazzling sunlight, Su Weisheng's translucent, clear eyes resembled a beautiful piece of amber, set against his exquisite and striking visage. He discreetly grasped the piece of verdant jade in his pocket, his previously timid feelings now bolstered with newfound confidence. This lifetime, everything was different, was it not? A smile, as vibrant as blooming petals, curved upon Su Weisheng's lips, filled with determination. Unbeknownst to him, while he stood atop the competition area observing Wu Jiqing's fierce duel, others were also attentively watching him from the small three-story building within the training base. On November 3, 2015, Su Weisheng and Wu Jiqing trained together in the competition area. No abnormalities reported. The slender man diligently recorded the information on a piece of paper, swiftly folding it into a small note and dispatching it for urgent delivery. Within minutes, the note reached a certain underground laboratory at the Research Institute, 500 meters away. The refined gentleman opened it with a light touch before breaking into a sudden, low chuckle. Inform number 3 that I desire to meticulously record his every action, even the slightest cough. Indeed, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow oriole lies in wait. The eyes concealed in the shadows are perpetually the most unsuspected. I recall that wound was inflicted during our inaugural mission, when we ventured to the border to eradicate the drug lord, Leopard Zhang, was it not? Her cascading waves of hair, carelessly gathered into a high bun, exuded an air of charm. Even in this desolate apocalypse, Qin Chu consistently adorns herself in an array of exquisite fashions, never neglecting her own allure. Her crimson lips are striking, and she strides gracefully in a pair of exquisitely high stiletto heels, rendering even the simplest white coat incapable of obscuring her enviable S-shaped silhouette. She elegantly perched herself at the table's edge, curling her vibrant lips as she chuckled softly. Since nothing could possibly go awry, I shall proceed directly, Yu Kai. Due to the recent training, Yu Kai's skin has darkened a shade, yet it now radiates a sun-kissed handsomeness rather than an unattractive appearance. His shirt sleeve is rolled high, revealing a considerable portion of his arm, where a gruesome scar snakes across, reminiscent of a centipede's contorted form. Aha! I remember the scar was left when I saved that brat, Zhang Chong. He laughed heartily, allowing Qin Chu to place her hand upon his arm. Her delicate, pale fingers seem to caress the raised scar gently, and in the next moment, a warm, luminous light emanates from her fingertips, imbued with a potent essence of life. The others in the team are undoubtedly faring well in B City, especially Zhang Chong, who has long awakened his power-type abilities, unlike you, who made quite the fuss over your awakening. As Qin Chu spoke, she earnestly examined her fingers, her tone light, yet beads of perspiration began to form on her brow. Yukai, however, sensed no oddity and remained silent. In fact, within the entire room, even the typically vivacious little black ball was staring intently at Qin Chu's actions, its tiny eyes wide open, not daring to blink. This room, seemingly ordinary, featured a window facing north, through which brilliant sunlight streamed, illuminating the entire space. Qin Chu and Yukai sat on opposite sides of the table. Although they had previously engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere grew tense as the time for treatment approached, silencing them both. In contrast, Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia appeared notably composed. The latter was already well aware of Qin Chu's abilities. Back at the S-City base, she had been capable of fully restoring a severed limb. How much easier it would be to mend this mere scar. As for Ji Chuancheng, he instinctively took a few steps away, recalling the unease he felt when he speculated whether Ji Chuancheng had any connection to Qiyang. Ever since that day, Ji Chuancheng's demeanor had remained frigid. Jing Xia pondered over Ji Chuancheng's words for a considerable time but ultimately reached no conclusion. Whenever a thought began to surface, he found himself lost in confusion once more. He had even dared to directly inquire about it, only to find that Ji Chuancheng's expression had grown even colder. If previously it had been akin to the frigid winds of northern Huaxia, now it felt like the bitterest gales of Antarctica, capable of freezing everything they touched. With furrowed brows, Jing Xia lowered his gaze and contemplated for a while, muttering softly, "Think it through carefully." At this juncture, he understood that Ji Chuancheng and Qiyang could not possibly share any special relationship. However, if his guess were merely mistaken, it paled in comparison to past transgressions. For instance, the time he and his rowdy friends had wreaked havoc in B City for 3 days and nights, only for Ji Chuancheng to retrieve him with a dark expression, yet without much reproach. Or the occasion he had drunkenly missed Ji Chuancheng's birthday celebration, which had earned him a mere 3 days of cold treatment before they reconciled. If he were to dwell further on these memories, Jing Xia raised his eyes, stroking his chin. It seemed that the only significant incident had been when he nearly succumbed to the influence of his nefarious friends who led him towards drug use. At that time, he was still a minor, his grandfather had passed away, and his father was often away, leaving him without guidance. Thus, he frequently indulged with the wealthy and influential. One fateful day, someone among them had become addicted and brought the substance into the private room. Jing Xia, inebriated and caught up in the raucous atmosphere, was about to succumb to the allure of the white powder when a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. The initial uproar swiftly froze, and all were hushed, holding their breath in silence. Jing Xia recalled raising his head in a daze, only to see a childhood friend, who had long since joined the military. He had laughed, buoyed by the alcohol. "Ah Chuan, when did you return? Why didn't you give us a heads up?" The next thing he remembered was Ji Chuancheng delivering a punishing blow that knocked him unconscious. From that moment on, he truly severed ties with those so-called friends, never daring to engage in mischief again. He had never anticipated that such behavior could exist within his circle, and when he awoke sober, he was filled with regret. Had he inadvertently fallen into that abyss, the consequences would have been dire. For this transgression, Ji Chuancheng had left him to stew in silence for half a year, only recently calming his anger. Reflecting on this, Jing Xia began to ponder how he had managed to appease Ji Chuancheng back then. Suddenly, cacophony of squeaks interrupted Jing Xia's thoughts. He felt the little creature atop his head bouncing with excitement. Raising his gaze, he looked up, then down, and was met with the sight of Yukai's arm restored to its former condition. That horrific scar had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yukai gazed at his arm in wonder, his ruggedly handsome face illuminated with disbelief and joy. Qin Chu exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her brow, and with a smile turned to Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia, saying, "Young master, I have conducted several experiments at the Research Institute, and it appears my abilities are functioning as expected." Ji Chuancheng nodded in silence but did not affirm Qin Chu's statement, instructing, You and Yukai should head to the research institute for a checkup. Should any unusual circumstances arise, inform me. Chu nodded and exited the room alongside Yukai. The spacious room was left with only Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng. The mutated hamster perched atop Jing Xia's head held its breath, pretending to be invisible, burying its little head deep within Jing Xia's soft hair, seeking to avoid detection. This week, the little creature had been half frozen by the inexplicable chill, reluctant to emerge. Realizing the awkwardness of his situation, Jing Xia forced an awkward smile to his elegant, handsome face. He chuckled nervously for a moment before turning to Ji Chuancheng, stuttering, Chuan, I have cleaning duties this afternoon. Perhaps I should take my leave? With that, he made to depart but abruptly froze. Jing Xia turned in astonishment, following the grip on his wrist to find Ji Chuancheng, the strikingly handsome yet aloof man gazing intently at him with dark, tranquil eyes that concealed a depth of emotion. Jing Xia unconsciously swallowed hard. Ji Chuancheng gazed at Jing Xia with a calm demeanor for a long while before suddenly speaking, I urge you to reflect deeply. Have you come to a conclusion? Jing Xia's enchanting peach blossom eyes widened in surprise, all her vigilance instantly aroused. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 43. The bright but not scorching sunlight streamed through the thick glass, devoid of the blazing heat of midsummer. The rays cast a mosaic of light within the room, dancing amongst the drifting dust motes that twirled in the sunlight like ethereal sprites. The atmosphere inside was eerily quiet. One could hear a pin drop. The sunlight illuminated Ji Chuancheng from behind, enveloping him in a soft golden glow. His expression was stern. His thin lips pressed tightly together, hinting at a discontent that was both palpable and complex. Jing Xia stared at this simultaneously familiar yet strange man, unfamiliar with his rare solemnity, yet recognizing the warmth hidden within those seemingly icy eyes, which belied the indifference others often attributed to him. Clearing her throat, Jing Xia eventually managed to say, Chuan, what precisely are you referring to? After a long silence without response, she cautiously scrutinized him. Ji Chuancheng maintained his composed demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, conveying, I am still awaiting your reply. His obsidian-like gaze scrutinized Jing Xia for a prolonged moment, and just as she felt the prickling of her skin, Ji Chuancheng suddenly exhaled a long sigh and inquired, Do you recall the incident when you were 17, when you ventured out with the young masters of the Fong and Wei families for a night of revelry? The abruptness of this question left Jing Xia utterly bewildered. Following Ji Chuancheng's words, memories of that time flooded back to her. Nightlife, Fong family, Wei family. Jing Xia gasped, You actually remember that? Ji Chuancheng nodded imperceptibly, acknowledging her surprise. However, Jing Xia's spirits deflated as she coughed lightly, confessing, I was so naive back then. I would never act so foolishly now, as you well know. As she spoke, her hand instinctively brushed against her left cheek, the skin now smooth and delicate. Yet she could still vividly recall the sting of Ji Chuancheng's furious punch from that fateful night. She had nearly succumbed to temptation with that group of reckless friends. That incident had been one of Ji Chuancheng's greatest sources of ire over the past 2 decades. Upon hearing his inquiry, he raised an eyebrow, coolly asking, How did you respond back then? Jing Xia was taken aback, racking her brain for the answer. So much time had passed, and she had undergone countless experiences. That long-forgotten phrase was now a distant memory. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself recalling the specifics vividly. In the garden of the Ji family estate, she stood behind Ji Chuancheng, awkwardly stating, Chuan, I promise this is the last time. If I err again, I shall heed your every word. You say east. I shall not dare venture west. The memory replayed in her mind, and Jing Xia immediately exclaimed, Wait, why are you bringing this up? What wrong have I committed? Since then, I have diligently pursued my studies in management, and even Butler Wang remarked on my significant transformation. Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at her. So you have been listening to me? Seeing that he disregarded her protest, Jing Xia's frustration boiled over. I have committed no wrongdoing. Why must I heed your counsel? The handsome man suddenly adopted a frosty expression, an icy aura radiating from him that chilled the air. Just as Jing Xia was about to cower, she resolutely lifted her chin, vowing not to yield. I have done nothing wrong? She swallowed hard, whispering, No, I haven't. His piercing gaze narrowed. Truly none? Well, perhaps I have. Defeated, Jing Xia finally conceded. I should not have speculated about your relationship with Qi Yang. Your anger is justified. But Chuan, surely this matter is not so grave? I swear, I shall never again presume anything about your relationships with anyone. I assure you, there shall be no next time. Ichuan, think again. Jing Xia blinked in confusion. What should I contemplate? Your relationships with others, particularly. Romantic relationships. The last few words were delivered through gritted teeth, and Ji Chuancheng's cold, dignified visage was marred by barely contained fury. Yet it was clear that the young man before him remained oblivious to the intensity of his emotions. In response, Jing Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, her handsome face etched with bewilderment. Romantic relationships? What? You actually like Sister Qin? Though you are my dearest friend. H1, if it is Sister Qin, I fear you stand little chance. Sister Qin is... Jing Xia. The sudden elevation of his voice startled the small black creature, perched atop Jing Xia's head, causing it to tumble to the ground. It scurried beneath the table, too frightened to glance at the perplexing man again. The dimming sunlight illuminated Jing Xia's features, revealing her shock as she stared at the wrathful man before her. His dark hair fell across his forehead, and his deep, dark eyes blazed with indignation. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his expression far from pleased. She had never witnessed Ji Chuancheng in such a state of fury before. He rarely allowed his emotions to be so transparently displayed, let alone in such a fit of rage. At the age of 17, she only recalled the dimly lit room and that fierce punch, without ever discerning Ji Chuancheng's expression. Yet now she was witnessing it firsthand. It was as though he were both exasperated and thoroughly incensed with himself. Even the composed Ji Chuancheng could no longer mask his feelings, laying bare his emotions before her. The intensity of his sentiment was akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting, causing Jing Xia's heart to clench tightly. A surreal notion suddenly struck her. When Aunt Ji passed away, it was I who held you through the night as you wept in my arms, gasping for breath. You were but 5. When you, in your youthful exuberance, climbed the great banyan tree by the old estate's pond and fell into the river, I leapt in to rescue you, nearly drowning myself. You were 6. When Su Weishang falsely accused you of breaking Grandpa Jing's most cherished vase, and you were punished to kneel in the study all night, it was I who secretly brought you provisions, pleading with Grandpa Jing to lessen your punishment. You were 9. When you skipped class to play without supervision, nearly being struck by a car on the street, it was I who searched tirelessly all night to find you, bringing you before Grandpa Jing, both of us kneeling to plead for his forgiveness. You were 10. You! Ji Chuancheng's usually deep and magnetic voice now trembled with barely contained emotion, each word articulated with palpable intensity. His brow furrowed tightly, and for reasons unknown, his dark gaze shimmered as if teetering on the brink of tears. Though he still bore that domineering, indifferent demeanor, Jing Xia perceived him as oddly vulnerable in that moment. It felt as though a simple denial could cause him to shatter completely. At Grandpa Jing's funeral, you were provoked by Su Weishang, nearly leading to a physical confrontation that displeased Father Jing. I discreetly sent someone to confine Su Weishang to his home, preventing him from leaving. You were 12. Jing Xia trembled slightly, her gaze fixed on Ji Chuancheng's expression. Her heart felt ensnared by these seemingly mundane recollections. Each word scraped against his heart, carving ghastly and mottled scars upon his chest, causing blood to seep forth in a relentless flow. Yet there was no escape, for he knew that the individual speaking was not mistaken. You took to the roads without a license, nearly crippling someone in the process. It was I who accompanied you to the hospital bed, offering apologies and pleading for the family's forgiveness when you were but 15. After much effort, I returned to B City with the intention of seeing you, only to find you lost in a drunken revelry with your debauched companions. Upon my arrival, I was horrified to discover you contemplating drug use, my rage nearly compelling me to violence. Yet I ultimately restrained myself, carrying you back to the Ji family home, too fearful to return to Jing Manor, when you were 17. His eyes gradually reddened, and Ji Chuancheng's voice lost its once fervent excitement, slowing in cadence. The typically proud and aloof gaze softened, fixating on the ground. The waning sunlight seemed to have lost its warmth, although it illuminated the man's towering frame. Jing Xia felt as though he were encased in ice, his heart cooling with each passing moment. His throat parched. Jing Xia, with reddened eyes, attempted to lift a hand, only to discover that his strength had been utterly drained, dissipating into the lengthy yet fleeting memories conjured by the other's words. From their first encounter at the tender age of 5 to the present standoff, this man's shadow had intertwined with his life for the past 20 years, never once receding. Even during his military service, he made it a point to call daily, assuring Jing Xia of his safety. He was a man of few words, not one to express his feelings openly, yet he stood resolutely by Jing Xia's side, fulfilling duties both expected and unexpected. His missteps were addressed by Ji Chuancheng. The burdens Jing Xia could not bear were shouldered by him. Everything seemed to flow naturally, so much so that even Ji Chuancheng himself did not perceive any wrong in his actions. His austere and graceful visage was momentarily shrouded in a dim hue, and suddenly, a faint smile flickered across his thin lips as he exhaled a deep sigh, as if attempting to expel the warmth from his very being, lacking the strength to utter another word. For 20 years, since the age of 9, the specter of you has never left my life. When you fell ill, I yearned to take your place, remaining steadfast until your recovery. When you rebelled, my anger flared with a desire to chastise you, yet I could not bear to do so. Jing Xia, do you believe that merely calling you my best friend can encapsulate my feelings after 2 decades? Time stood still. The air thickened. Jing Xia stared wide-eyed in disbelief, choking on his words, feeling as though he could not utter even a single syllable. Chapter 44. The sun had nearly reached its zenith. Rays cascaded from directly above, no longer slanting, as the once bright light filtering through the expansive windows began to fade. The room dimmed, the sun retreating to a position just above the window ledge. The atmosphere became stifling. Ji Chuancheng's piercing gaze shimmered with unshed tears. His eyes reddened, his voice hoarse, as if submerged within his own throat. Following his confession, he fell silent, his gaze cast downward, refusing to look at Jing Xia again. He seemed to sink into a muted shadow, his silence rendering him almost non-existent. Yet the tension in his tightly clenched hands betrayed the turmoil roiling within. Meanwhile, Jing Xia stood rigid, his throat dry, unable to voice a single word. Each syllable resonated within him, piercing through his eardrums and echoing within his mind, stirring an array of emotions. Memories flashed before him, from the indifferent yet beautiful boy who had held his hand through gatherings to the quiet, handsome youth who silently supported him from behind. And now, the two stood in this small room, wordlessly confronting one another as time slipped away without a sound. "Chuan is my brother. You have no right to speak." The phrase echoed unexpectedly in Jing Xia's mind. It was uttered on his 18th birthday, a day Ji Chuancheng could not attend due to military duties, and someone had jokingly remarked that Ji Xiao had likely forgotten. Without hesitation, Jing Xia had blurted out that very line. They were friends, brothers, individuals bound by an unbreakable bond, willing to sacrifice for one another. Yet could there be more? Could they breach the unspoken taboo that lingered in the air, shattering the fragile barrier that had remained untouched? Tears brimmed in Jing Xia's eyes, his vision blurring. He gazed at his fingers, now roughened and scarred from months of trials and tribulations, the delicate lines of his lifeline marred by jagged wounds. Yet he understood that these paled in comparison to the man before him. No matter how perilous the tasks he faced, no matter the weight of the scars he bore, when this man returned to B-City to see him, he would always wear that calm, composed expression, uttering a simple, "Yes, I'm back." It was akin to a spell, a promise unspoken. No one dared to articulate it, nor to expose the facade of brotherhood that cloaked 2 decades of profound devotion and unyielding protection beneath a veil of incredibility, deceiving themselves. It felt as though a fire raged within his throat. Jing Xia trembled slightly, striving to maintain his composure, oblivious to the fact that even a single misstep in his breath would betray him, shaking the very foundation of their bond. Chuan, he croaked, his voice hoarse, pausing for what felt like an eternity, summoning immense courage. "I truly do not know how to express this." Ji Chuancheng remained fixated on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the youth's words and actions. Only his nails, digging into his palm, silently revealed the turmoil of fear and helplessness within him. Some truths could be concealed for a lifetime, pretending all was well, merely for a fleeting glimpse of this person's modest happiness. However, once uttered, there would be no retreat. Silence enveloped the room, thick enough to suspend time itself. Jing Xia's voice trembled. "Chuan, if I were to say I'm sorry, what would you think?" The stillness stretched, and just as Jing Xia feared he would receive no reply, a deep, raspy voice broke through the silence, as if it had been ground through sandpaper, emerging from Ji Chuancheng's throat with a heavy sigh. "It's all right." The unexpected response stunned Jing Xia, prompting him to repeat, It's all right?" Ji Chuancheng's dark, penetrating gaze lifted to meet Jing Xia's, concealing all emotions within, his silence profound as still waters. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again, his voice low yet trembling with restrained emotion. "If you say it is fortunate to be mine, I will accept it. If you apologize, I will also accept it. As long as you desire it, I will comply," until his lips moved. Yet the piercing wail of a siren abruptly shattered the stillness of the room. Jing Xia could only watch as Ji Chuancheng's lips formed words that he could not discern, the once stagnant atmosphere now violently disrupted. Before the two could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a door was violently breached. They swiftly turned their gazes to find Qin Chu, her complexion ashen, staring at them with reddened eyes, glistening with unshed tears. It was unclear when she had arrived, nor how long she had been there. When she finally spoke, her voice was hoarse. "Young master, we are in grave danger. The third squad sent by Qi Yang to investigate the anomalies at the riverbed has been completely wiped out. A massive horde of mutated beasts has breached the embankment at Zone 80. Her tone was urgent, and although her face still bore the marks of distress, she had already immersed herself in the tense atmosphere. Ji Chuancheng's handsome visage revealed a complex expression as he furrowed his brow and stepped forward briskly. What level of anomalies are we dealing with? How many are there? What is the current casualty count? The trio disregarded everything that had transpired in the room moments before. Hastening towards the door, swiftly descending the stairs, their strides quickened, for every second was a precious commodity. The trio's barrage of inquiries fell heavily upon Qin Chu's ears. Though her mind still felt somewhat dazed, her intellect had fully regained its clarity. Zone 80 is a considerable distance away, and we cannot ascertain the casualties just yet. However, prior to the destruction of the border instruments, the last readings indicated 128 E-level anomalies, 65 D-level anomalies, 32 C-level anomalies, 9 B-level anomalies, and, her voice suddenly dropped, laden with gravity, 1 A-level anomaly. Jing Xia's delicate eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could an A-level anomaly arrive so swiftly? The scale of this attack may be small, yet the strength of the anomalies is exceptionally high. Typically, low-level anomalies are deployed as cannon fodder at the front lines, making it improbable for high-level anomalies to appear this early." Having endured 3 waves of beastly assaults, Jing Xia noted that aside from the first instance, there had never been an appearance of anomalies exceeding A level. Despite the variations in the scale of the beast tides, the timing and locations differing, one truth remained unaltered. It was inconceivable to unleash the highest level of mutated beasts at the onset of a conflict. Ji Chuancheng clearly grasped this logic as well, his expression grave. This implies that a more formidable anomaly is lurking undetected in the rear, and these anomalies, even the A-level ones, have emerged prematurely to shield its presence from being discovered too soon. As the weight of his words settled, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng exchanged astonished glances, both abruptly realizing the implications. An S-level anomaly? The once vibrant and ambiguous atmosphere that had enveloped them, along with the lingering sorrowful emotions, dissipated entirely in the face of this sudden enemy incursion. Ji Chuancheng refrained from mentioning the events that had unfolded in the room, while Jing Xia, with a grim countenance, sprinted towards the embankment of Zone 80. Even from a considerable distance, approximately 1,000 meters away, they could already detect the acrid stench in the air and the overwhelming scent of blood. A towering 15-meter-tall mutated beast was sweeping across a vast area with its elongated black appendages, which, once suction cups, had transformed into razor-sharp blades glinting with metallic sheen under the sunlight. With each sweep, blood sprayed forth, and its path remained utterly unimpeded. With a jolt of determination, Jing Xia quickened his pace. Not all of the evolutionists at the S-City base could arrive promptly. The first to reach were those engaged in cleanup tasks near Zone 80. As a farming area, Zone 80 was predominantly populated by ordinary individuals during the midday hour. When the mutated beasts landed, their first targets were these defenseless evolution castaways. This A-level mutated octopus, with its impenetrable exterior, brazenly crashed through the embankment painstakingly constructed by humans over 2 months. Behind it, countless mutated beasts ascended the shore, initiating a massacre marked by a staggering disparity in power. Dried blood flowed from severed limbs, staining the soft, loose earth, transforming the brown soil into a deep, piercing black. The blood seeped into the ground, nourishing the seedlings still in the throes of life, absurdly nurturing the hopes of the future. Move swiftly. Li Cheng, you must evacuate these people. Leave Zone 80 and head to the research facility. A robust man delivered a powerful punch, sending a grotesquely mutated beast flying. His muscular frame marked him as the leader of the first arriving squad. Li Cheng wasted no time. Alongside another female evolutionist, he methodically gathered the surviving ordinary citizens, urging them towards the direction of the research facility. At that moment, 2 newly arrived squads merged with them, dividing their forces. Half to facilitate the evacuation of personnel, while the other half prepared to thwart the advance of the mutated beasts. A man, splattered with corrosive venom, screamed in agony as he clutched his face, now darkened and eroded. Another individual rushed forward, using their body to shield against the advancing beasts. The majority of those present had witnessed the bloody ordeal from months prior. They understood that any sign of retreat equated to death. Heads occasionally fell, yet new evolutionists continued to arrive, joining the fray. This was a violent slaughter far surpassing the earlier bloodshed. While the evolutionists had progressed, the mutated beasts had outpaced them at an astonishing rate. It was as though they were cutting through rice paddies. The occasional fallen beast was swiftly replaced by others, perpetuating the horrific massacre. The foul stench of the beasts permeated the air, while humanity fought valiantly without retreat. When Jing Xia finally arrived at the scene, he was met with a hellish tableau reminiscent of a battlefield. The sounds of howls and wails ignited the entirety of Zone 80. Aside from 1/3 of the evolutionist squads dispatched to the more distant borders, the remaining 2/3 divided into 3 groups, one to lead the residents of S-City near the landing area of the mutated beasts to safety, another to facilitate the retreat of high-ranking personnel from the research facility, and the largest group to engage the enemy. As Jing Xia and his companions rushed to the scene, blood had already stained the entire beach crimson. An array of mutated beasts, varying in size, charged forth, some merely reaching knee-height, while others towered at 5 to 6 meters. Among them, the most prominent was the indiscriminate A-level anomaly, a 15-meter terror. It resembled a cold-blooded, merciless creature, trampling the humans attempting to impede its progress with utter disdain, crushing them beneath its weight in the simplest of manners. With venom spraying and appendages retracting, its body oozed dark, putrid fluid. "Captain, be careful." The warning was abruptly silenced beneath the crushing weight of the A-level anomaly's appendage, becoming an unvoiced farewell. The strong man, alerted by his comrade, felt his vision narrow, his eyes blazing with fury. "Chuancheng!" His anguished cry, barely audible amidst the chaos of the beach, was met with no time for hesitation or grief. He swiftly raised his blade, aiming it at the monstrous beast still ensnaring humanity. The sight appeared ludicrous, a being nearly 8 times larger than him. For the A-level anomaly, it should have felt like mere scratching. Yet the reality unfolded starkly different. A blade, shimmering with a chilling blue-black luminescence, severed a small portion of a curling tentacle, which continued to convulse upon the ground. The A-class mutated octopus finally directed its full attention towards the insignificant human below, howling in agony as it cast a terrifying glare at the figure. "Joey!" Jing Xia exclaimed. The very individual who had, single-handedly, inflicted damage upon this A-class beast was none other than the robust man encountered by Jing Xia and her companions upon their initial arrival at the S-City base. However, Ji Chuancheng did not linger on the battle unfolding nearby. Instead, he surveyed the narrow expanse of the beach, nearly a kilometer long, where only a massive breach in the southwest embankment allowed mutated beasts to surge in from the outside. His gaze sharpened. "You Kai, you are to establish a defensive position at the breach. Gather the strength of all nearby squads without haste, as sealing the breach is our paramount command." After a brief pause, he added, "Take Captain Wang's personnel with you." Yukai swiftly acknowledged the order, leading a contingent of newly arrived evolved individuals from the Research Institute towards the densely packed area of mutated beasts at the embankment breach without looking back. "Qin Chu, you go to the rear for logistical support and treatment. Full healing is unnecessary. Preserving life is our priority." A fleeting hesitation crossed Qin Chu's striking features, but she quickly acquiesced, darting away in the opposite direction of the crowd. "As for you," Ji Chuancheng gradually turned to face Jing Xia, whose eyes were brimming with urgency. He regarded her intently for a fleeting moment, though only a second or two. It felt as if an eternity had passed in the depths of his calm, contemplative gaze. The elite evolved individuals from the S-City base, led by Wu Jiqing, were stationed some distance from Area 80. They could not arrive in time. "Your current ability levels do not permit you to engage A-class mutated entities directly. Quality over quantity is our guiding principle, Jing Xia. Your task is to assist other evolved individuals in repelling the lesser mutated creatures." Jing Xia clenched her jaw and looked up earnestly at the man whose face bore a stoic indifference. "Chuan, you lack experience in dealing with high-level mutated entities." "I do not. There are few evolved individuals capable of stalling Zhou. I will go with you now." A fleeting flash of complex emotion crossed Ji Chuancheng's cold eyes, yet he did not refuse this time. Nodding, the two hastened towards the conspicuous A-class mutated entity amidst the throng of beasts, reaching it in a mere minute and halting 30 meters away. Ji Chuancheng lunged forward, intercepting Zhou Yi, who had been struck unconscious, while Jing Xia looked up, facing the terrifying brutality of the high-level mutated entity for the first time since her rebirth. The sea breeze carried a foul stench of blood, and behind her were the evolved individuals providing cover for the retreat, while in front lay the advancing horde of smaller beasts. Jing Xia's expression hardened. She sprang forward with remarkable speed, her left hand raised to conjure a thick wall of water to block the strike of a C-class mutated entity. And as she approached within 10 meters of the A-class beast, she suddenly ducked, narrowly evading a sweeping attack, and grasped the slender blade that Zhou Yi had dropped. The wind howled, and the humans on the beach initiated their first counterattack. Unlike the chaotic scramble several kilometers away, the area surrounding the research institute remained eerily quiet. Few ventured outside under normal circumstances, and at this hour, even the occasional passerby had vanished without a trace. It was so silent that it seemed as if no one had ever been there at all. Yet, in the basement of the last small building, a high-wattage light remained illuminated. Major Qi, the research institute is too close to Area 80. We must evacuate immediately. What on earth are you doing? The pale-skinned assistant, nearly in tears, paced anxiously within the laboratory, exclaiming, Professors Qi and Liu have already been escorted to safety. If you remain here any longer and the mutated beasts attack, we will have no means of defense. The refined and handsome man appeared oblivious to the urgency around him. His head bowed as he sat at a long, wide laboratory table, with oversized metal goggles obscuring most of his face. He pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed in concentration as he examined a minuscule metallic chip beneath the microscope. Major Qi! The assistant's voice cracked, tinged with desperation as he felt utterly powerless. Qi Yong disregarded him, placing the still-smoking welding tool down, removing the goggles to reveal his bloodshot eyes, weary in appearance yet radiating an endless light. Which individuals have gone to Area 80? Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, the assistant hesitated before responding. Over half of the evolved individuals in S-City have been dispatched there, though a small fraction has yet to arrive, including 2 teams of advanced evolved individuals. However, Major Ji has just confirmed his departure from the Research Institute and is en route to Area 80. As Qiyang stood, he delicately pinched the small, gleaming metallic chip with tweezers. Upon hearing this, he froze momentarily, then chuckled. What is there to rush about? At least 3 hours. The Research Institute will remain secure. Major Qi! The assistant stomped his foot in frustration. All researchers in the institute except for you have evacuated. You are still the core researcher. If anything were to happen to you, I would be unable to explain it to Professor Qi. Qi Yang's gaze lowered, his demeanor calm and composed, though his eyes held a serious intensity. He focused intently on the tiny metallic chip as he began attempting to embed it. Sure, keep your voice down. If I tremble, you'll have to wait another hour. Major Qi! The assistant's pleas fell on deaf ears as Qi Yang continued his meticulous work, his expression unusually grave. With his left hand steadying his right, he held the tiny chip with the tweezers, preparing to load it into the core energy device. The first metallic protrusion grazed the underside of the chip, emitting an almost inaudible sound that caused Qi Yang to frown. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow as he slowed his movements, exercising even greater caution with each action. Insert embed, success. When the thin, silvery chip finally nestled into the core energy device, Qi Yang's previously taut body relaxed slightly. He exhaled softly, then rapidly began reassembling the components. Metal hardware of various sizes danced in his hands as if they were mere toys, transforming from a small barrel to the most complex energy storage device at the center, the core energy device, and the automatic targeting apparatus, until a finely crafted, silver-hued long firearm materialized in his grasp. The assistant, who had been despairingly beating his head against the ground, abruptly looked up to find Qi Yang admiring the elongated, mysterious object in his hands with satisfaction. Despite feeling utterly impotent before this eccentric man, the assistant was nonetheless a talented individual at the Research Institute. He rapidly scanned his mind for a plethora of known and unknown designs from the market, blueprints from within the country, and even schematics from distant lands, including the lightsabers from Star Wars. Yet he could not fathom what Qi Yang held. Major Qi, the assistant ventured cautiously. Qi Yang finally set aside his expression of paternal pride and looked up at the assistant, whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears, teasingly curling his lips. What? Are you not planning to head out now? The assistant sprang to his feet in a flurry, exclaiming, You intend to go out? His tone expressed greater astonishment than if he had just heard of the appearance of an A-class mutated entity. Chiang nodded with a faint smile, his tone composed. Indeed, let us venture forth to save the world. Chapter 46. The previously chaotic situation, akin to a headless fly, finally experienced a turning point with the arrival of reinforcements from the Research Institute. A sharp clang echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding, as Jing Xia, wielding a blade, was suddenly forced to retreat, struggling to stabilize himself. The skin on the webbing of his right hand began to split, oozing fine threads of crimson, and his entire arm felt weakened, as though it had sustained a slight fracture at the elbow joint. Jing Xia was, after all, not a power-type evolver. Even with enhanced physical attributes, he could not compare to Zhou Yi's formidable strength, let alone contend with an A-level mutated octopus. The long knife in his hand, frequently wielded by Zhou Yi, was one of the Institute's recent innovations following the apocalypse. Crafted from iron-based alloys and meticulously honed at precise angles, this blade could sever steel with ease. However, in Jing Xia's grasp, it evidently lacked the same effectiveness. Jing Xia had managed to inflict a deep wound, 3/10 of the way through, on the second left limb of the A-level mutant, from which thick, black ichor dripped, hissing as it met the ground and emanated wisps of smoke. Yet, the creature merely howled in agony for a brief moment before launching another offensive. The two dark blue limbs swept towards Jing Xia, and he sprinted desperately, narrowly evading the assault. He skidded across the rough terrain, preparing to re-engage when suddenly, a massive dark claw erupted from the sandy depths, attacking him directly. Jing Xia's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively raised his blade to counter the strike. The crab claw met the edge of his knife. The aggression of this mutated frog crab was evidently lower than that of the previous A-level mutant, and in his panic, Jing Xia effortlessly severed the claw, causing the creature to convulse in pain. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, but with the surprise attack from the mutated frog crab, Jing Xia lost precious seconds to defend against an assault from behind. An ugly, massive limb lunged towards him, and when it was merely 3 meters away, a silver metallic edge suddenly protruded from its dark skin, exuding an aura of death. Aware of the imminent threat behind him, Jing Xia was unable to move while he was still engaged with the crab claw. His brow furrowed as a thick wall of water abruptly materialized behind him, the flow nearly freezing in place, gradually taking on a solid form. This, however, could only serve as a temporary buffer. The A-level mutated octopus effortlessly shattered the so-called water barrier, the sharp currents slicing through its skin as if it felt nothing, leaving only a faint white scratch on its rough, dark limb. At that moment, Jing Xia turned his head just in time. He was horrified to see the limb less than half a meter away, and as he attempted to retreat, he was utterly unable to evade the swift attack. In a split second, Jing Xia's eyes widened in terror. Numerous escape strategies flashed through his mind, but just as he was about to execute the most viable option, the fearsome limb abruptly halted a mere 20 centimeters from him. The sounds of battle between other mutants and beasts filled his ears as Jing Xia slowly shifted his body, finally glimpsing the scene obscured by the massive form of the octopus. In what appeared to be a slow motion, he thrust his blade backward, piercing through the resisting A-level mutated frog crab. Blood gushed forth, and the stench pervaded the beach, where most of the evolvers continued their arduous struggle against the relentless onslaught. In that moment, the movements of 2 individuals and 1 beast seemed to have been frozen in time. Ji Chuan was seen holding a slender knife in each hand. His head bowed, both blades plunged into the ground. The knife in his left hand was firmly embedded in the limb of the mutated octopus, flames scorching where the blade met flesh, and even from a distance, one could feel the heat distorting the air. His right-hand blade, angled at 30 degrees, followed the previously inflicted wound deeper, cutting through the lack of the outer layer of tough skin and rendering the octopus's second limb utterly useless. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound pierced the ears of everyone on the beach. It transcended the human auditory range, lacking a defined tone, as if it penetrated the eardrum and the auditory nerves, directly reaching the human brain, distinctly conveying a sense of agony. Ji Chuan's right-hand strike dealt direct damage to the mutated octopus, while his left-hand blade completely immobilized its movements. Standing firm, he anchored the blade into the ground, preventing the creature from advancing even a step. The enraged octopus, driven to madness, swung its remaining 5 healthy limbs towards Ji Chuan, who calmly supported himself with the blade of his left hand, leaping over the attacking limbs and pivoting in midair. Throughout this maneuver, the blade that constrained the octopus's movements remained steadfastly in place. The octopus, in a fit of fury, desperately flailed the limb that Ji Chuan had pierced, yet it could not free itself. It quickly altered its strategy, choosing instead to relentlessly assault the human who had confined it. The red-tinged flames seared the grotesque limb. charring the skin and releasing a foul odor. Ji Chuan was unable to move far, using only one arm to contend with the mutated octopus. Without the need for words, Jing Xia and Ji Chuan synchronously attacked from either side of the octopus's body, evading the corrosive venom it sprayed, striking with their blades to create deep gashes, entangling the highly intelligent creature in a manner that left it unable to divide its attention between two foes. The assessment of a mutated beast's evolutionary level is somewhat analogous to that of humans. The Research Institute can devise instruments to objectively measure the evolutionary status of cells using data, employing established metrics to denote the potency of abilities. However, cannot ascertain an individual's specific strength. Similarly, the measurement of mutated beasts follows a similar principle. Due to the varying degrees of cellular evolution, humans can only crudely categorize them into levels, unable to guarantee that a mutated beast of a particular level is actually stronger than one of the next tier. Just like the small creature known as Xiaoya that resided in the Institute's garden, despite being a mere D-level mutated plant, it could undoubtedly defeat the vast majority of C-level mutants in terms of actual combat ability. Fortunately, this A-level mutant, among the numerous high-level mutants Jing Xia had encountered, could only be considered of moderate strength. Had a few months passed, the S-City base would undoubtedly find it much easier to confront such a mutated beast. However, there are no what-ifs. The reality is that Ji Chuan and Jing Xia can only barely hold back the creature's advance, buying time while battling it, occasionally fending off ambushes from other mutated beasts. As Jing Xia observed the fresh wounds appearing on the A-level mutant's body, his expression grew increasingly grave, compelling him to exercise even greater caution. As the saying goes, a cornered beast will bite. The closer one gets to the endgame, the more vigilant one must be against the opponent's counterattacks. The octopus is among the most intelligent of animals, and with its mutations, it is likely to have evolved even further in its cunning. Jing Xia could not comprehend why such a creature, possessing intelligence approaching that of a human, would choose to lead a horde of beasts into battle at this moment. Even if Chiang's people had detected its presence, the most prudent course of action would have been to flee immediately, returning to the ocean through the river's mouth. Yet it chose to fight. As Ji Chuancheng previously articulated, the recent attack by the mutated beasts is exceedingly abnormal. Bang, bang, bang. Jing Xia immediately propelled himself off the ground, narrowly evading the two powerful tentacles that were aimed at him. The mutated octopus struck the ground, creating two deep craters, yet it failed to make direct contact with Jing Xia. As if truly driven to its last resort, the mutated octopus raised one tentacle without hesitation and severed the other, which had been restrained by Ji Chuancheng. A jet of black, corrosive pus surged toward Ji Chuancheng, causing his gaze to sharpen as he swiftly evaded. Lifting his head, he was utterly astonished. Panic, fear, terror, all the emotions of dread and alarm flickered across his handsome visage, accentuated by the darkened, corroded wound on his cheek where the liquid had splattered. Jing Xia. A shadowy figure landed with remarkable agility, dashing forward without the slightest hesitation. His speed was akin to lightning, although he was not of the agile evolution type. In those fleeting milliseconds, Ji Chuancheng's velocity surpassed his own limits. Jing Xia watched in horror as a torrent of thick, dark fluid advanced toward him. Reacting instinctively, he conjured three formidable water walls before him, the maximum capacity of his current abilities. Nevertheless, a chilling sensation began to creep up from his feet, silently signaling that an A-level mutated creature's full counterattack was far beyond his capacity to withstand alone. In the next moment, without his awareness, a tall, imposing figure abruptly shielded his view. The 5 frozen water walls solidly stood before them, 3 reinforced from Jing Xia's initial efforts, while the other 2 represented Ji Chuancheng's last desperate measures. His speed eclipsed even that of the octopus, as he positioned himself in front of Jing Xia, enveloping the still-dazed young man in his embrace. The warmth of his hold contrasted sharply with the thunderous heartbeat that drowned out the external chaos. Jing Xia's cheek pressed against the broad, heated chest, and as he widened his eyes, he suddenly sensed the man's body convulsing violently, warm liquid dripping from above and sliding into his line of sight. It was a vivid crimson. Chapter 47. Jing Xia's world seemed to have been stained red by blood. The sharp, red blades gleamed ominously, while the crimson evolvers continued their resistance, and the air reeked of death. Raid, 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 raid. Everything was drenched in red. He numbly lifted a finger, wiping away the warm, viscous liquid from his cheek. The scent of rust filled his nostrils, mingling with blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, intensifying the metallic tang that made him tremble, fearful to bear witness to what had transpired. In what felt like an instant, yet also an eternity, Jing Xia slowly raised his head and beheld the man, seemingly on the brink of death. The black, corrosive pus appeared to have spread from his right cheek, corroding it to reveal bone. His left side retained the strikingly handsome features that were unforgettable, while the right side bore a grotesque visage reminiscent of hell. Pockmarked wounds revealed protruding white bones, blood continuously dripping down, trailing along the flesh and the fat that had been eroded. The agony was unspeakable, a torment beyond description. A Chuan! A cry of despair suddenly pierced the air, laden with anguish, as if the speaker had already wept, their voice becoming hoarse. Yet, within the chaos of the beach, this lament went unnoticed, as everyone was preoccupied with repelling the seemingly endless tide of mutated beasts. Without indulging in sentimental lamentations, less than 3 seconds after the incident began, Jing Xia swiftly and gently laid the unconscious man down on the ground. Upon seeing the gaping, bone-exposed wound on the man's back, he hesitated to check for a heartbeat, unwilling to confront the possibly unbearable reality. Drawing the long blade that Ji Chuancheng had plunged into the ground, Jing Xia emanated a frigid aura, his expression cold and unfeeling as he directed his gaze toward the mutated octopus, which was now fiercely attempting to shatter the icy barriers. The wall of ice loomed nearly 20 meters high, the utmost limit of Ji Chuancheng's capabilities. He had used these 5 walls to block the majority of the corrosive pus, ultimately sacrificing his own body to shield against the remnants. Jing Xia's mind had never been as lucid as in this moment. He felt his heart pulsating vigorously within his chest. Thump, 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 thump. With both a tranquil and fervent rhythm, it beat on. The A-level mutated octopus's ice-breaking endeavor had progressed to the 4th wall, yet Jing Xia could no longer wait. He raised the sharp blade and shattered the final ice barrier. With his own hands, he dismantled the last line of defense that the cold, stoic man had erected for him. The mutated octopus seemed momentarily startled by his actions, hesitating as it raised its tentacles, suspended in the air without moving. It was an exceedingly intelligent creature, yet at this moment, it could not comprehend what this human was attempting. Jing Xia's face was drenched in hot blood, which dripped from his clothing, creating small depressions in the soft earth below. But his eyes shone brightly, filled with a vengeful intensity as he fixated on the hideous mutated octopus, as if he were wielding daggers laced with venom aimed at his foe. The standoff between man and beast lingered for a moment, and it was unclear who struck first. The mutated octopus lashed out with its remaining 4 tentacles, its fearsome suckers launching directly at Jing Xia. Yet he felt no fear, brandishing the blade stained with Ji Chuancheng's blood, ready to retaliate. In that instant, Jing Xia's powers seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation, as 2 sharp water blades severed the octopus's 2 tentacles. He disregarded the other 2 that were advancing toward him, stepping on the severed limbs as he aimed for the octopus's head. The blade sank into the slick, glossy surface of its head, eliciting a furious roar from the creature. Simultaneously, Jing Xia was struck and sent flying, landing beside Ji Chuancheng. His leg bones shattered, his right arm fractured. Jing Xia felt as if he had been crushed beneath a heavy truck, utterly immobilized. Even more terrifying was that his left leg had been severed by the razor-sharp edge of the octopus's suction cup, leaving only a thin layer of skin barely clinging to it, seemingly ready to fall apart at the slightest touch. Desperately, he attempted to brace himself to stand, but found it futile. Time stretched infinitely in that moment, as memories flooded his mind. From the first time he saw his father bringing Su Weishang into their home, to the terrifying smile of the youth, from his first kill of an E-level mutated wolfhound to their final collaboration in slaying an SS-level mutated golden eagle. From the first encounter with that cold, beautiful boy under his grandfather's guidance to the last sight of the man's glaring, mottled blood and rotting wounds, his heart sank heavily. Jing Xia finally relinquished his struggle, a faint smile suddenly gracing his lips as he extended his left hand, yearning to touch the man who might never breathe again. Around him, people began to notice the situation, but they were too far away, and the overwhelming number of mutated beasts hindered their advance. As they rushed toward the scene, they could only watch helplessly as the sharp, metallic edges of the octopus's tentacle descended toward Jing Xia's chest. Yet Jing Xia did not look back. He tilted his head, gazing at the man whose chest no longer rose and fell. The right side of his face was grotesque, resembling a demon, while the left side still bore the familiar visage from Jing Xia's memories. Rarely smiling, his eyes remained tender, as his fingers brushed against the now cold arm of that man. Jing Xia slowly closed his eyes, the curve of his lips widening, imbued with a sense of happiness and contentment. It seemed as if there were words left unspoken, a confession he had not yet delivered. Ji Chuancheng, I like you. A sharp sound erupted, piercing enough to be unbearable for everyone on the beach, as the mutated octopus let out a wretched cry, thrashing in agony. Its tentacle, which had aimed at Jing Xia, was shot away nearly 100 meters, disappearing into a blinding white light, reduced to ashes. Before this A-class mutant could react, another searing beam of light erupted from the muzzle of a gun with a mere 5-centimeter diameter, ultimately forming a colossal white energy pillar that shot directly at the mutant octopus's head. As everyone regained their senses, a massive black hole materialized at the creature's brain. It convulsed feebly a couple of times before succumbing to defeat, collapsing onto the beach, rapidly withering. A large group of freshly arrived evolutionary teams, including 2 advanced squads, plunged into the fray, decisively turning the tide of battle. The numerical advantage of the mutants had finally been curtailed, and Yukai led the effort to seal the gaping wound. A handsome, refined man wielding a silver weapon sprinted towards the center of the beach. He immediately crouched down, placing his palm over the chests of Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, and only when he confirmed that their hearts were still beating did he exhale heavily. Get them to the rear, hand them over to Qin Chu. 2 agile evolutionary types carefully lifted Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, sprinting at full speed away from the embankment. Their pace was swift. They swiftly vanished from sight. Qi Yong furrowed his brow, watching them disappear, his expression grave. After a brief moment, he turned to a sturdy man, saying, Lieutenant Chen, lead an advanced squad and 2 teams with me upstream. Chen Gu immediately nodded, yes, Major Qi. Qi Yong gave a slight nod, preparing to take a step when suddenly he heard a small assistant exclaim in alarm. As if just realizing the gravity of the situation, the assistant said, Major Qi, this area is currently the focal point of the mutant beast attacks. Why are you heading upstream? There's nothing abnormal occurring there. Qi Yong narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang, may I inquire about the progress of the team I dispatched to investigate the mutated entities at the riverbed? Which locations have they reached? I'm Zhang Benden. The assistant retorted angrily, today we were supposed to search for mutated entities from District 71 to District 79. Before we could complete our mission, the peculiar mutated entities beneath District 80 began their assault. Is there a problem with that? Qi Yong slowly curled his lips into a smirk. With such formidable foresight, do you believe that areas prior to District 80, which we have yet to investigate today, would be free of anomalies? It's a simple case of surrounding way to rescue Zhao. It appears at least 1 S-class mutant has been lurking there, undetected. Zhang Benden. Qi Yong snorted coldly, then led his battalion towards the upstream region, tightly gripping what appeared to be an innocuous new weapon, though all present understood the immense power it wielded. The clouds that had long gathered in the sky began to dissipate, allowing the sun to gently cascade its light upon the earth, illuminating the weary evolutionary fighters on the beach. Once the embankment was sealed, everything became a matter of time. In this small-scale beast tide, where the mutants were powerful yet few, humanity ultimately persevered to achieve victory. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng were rapidly transported to the rear medical station, while Qi Yong led the elite team from the Research Institute towards the mysterious upper reaches of the Huangpu River. They had, after all, secured victory. Chapter 48. When Jing Xia awoke from his stupor, less than 2 hours had passed since he was brought to the medical station. As he opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming inability to move, as if he were unable to control his own body, consciousness trapped within. In that moment, he recalled the final image before death. Jing Xia rasped, attempting to speak, but the effort resulted in only a hoarse, torn sound escaping his painfully constricted lungs. Each attempt to utter a word felt like fire searing through his chest, an indescribable agony. Do not speak. Your internal organs have suffered some degree of infection, particularly your lungs, which were splashed with the mutant beast's venom along your trachea. A soft, low female voice suddenly resonated, tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver. Jing Xia immediately lowered his gaze, spotting the woman gently stroking his severed leg, using a white orb of light to heal. However, he did not heed her advice, stubbornly straining his damaged voice to call out, Ji Chuancheng. Qin Chu paused momentarily, a pale smile curving her crimson lips. Are you asking about the young master? When you were brought in, his injuries were far more severe than yours, so I treated him first. After a brief pause, she continued, but at this moment, I cannot fully heal anyone. There are too many injured. I can only save the lives of those on the brink of death and then attend to the others gradually. As if reassured, Jing Xia suddenly calmed, ceasing his restless movements. Qin Chu's beautiful brows were knitted with sorrow, her lashes fluttering slightly, as if still haunted by the terror of 2 hours prior, when they had narrowly escaped death. I performed basic healing on the wounds on his back and face, preserving his life, but for full recovery, I must find the time to utilize my abilities. A warm current began to flow from Jing Xia's left leg throughout his body. Where Qin Chu's hands caressed, he felt a gentle touch for the first time, distinctly sensing a force of vitality coursing through him, alleviating the crushing pain. After seeing you both brought in, I kept thinking, if I hadn't awakened my abilities 2 days ago, or if I had awakened a different power. A drop of warm liquid suddenly fell upon Jing Xia's left leg, startling him. He looked down to see tears streaming down Qin Chu's once proud and radiant face. Large droplets cascaded from her eyes. At this moment, seeing someone finally awaken, Qin Chu could no longer maintain her composure. The overwhelming emotion she had been holding back fully erupted. So good that you're alive. As Qin Chu hastily packed her belongings and completed the treatment of Jing Xia's wounds, she did not strive for total healing, as she had stated, for there were many others awaiting her, relying on her finite abilities to heal, and precious time that could not be squandered. This tall, graceful woman stubbornly rose once more, still wearing her strikingly beautiful high-heeled shoes, and when she reached the tent's entrance, she suddenly halted, not turning back as she stated, "By the way, you little brat, there's something I forgot to tell you." Brilliant sunlight streamed through the tent's seams, and Jing Xia stared blankly at Qin Chu, her hair shimmering with golden light, momentarily lost in thought. She said, "We have one." In stark contrast to the chaotic and cacophonous 80th District Dike Beach, the environment in the upstream area of the Huangpu River appears remarkably serene and tranquil. The river water crashes forcefully against the embankment, sending up foamy splashes akin to white bubbles. The continuous sound of rushing water resonates, while the long-awaited sunlight bathes this turbulent stream, revealing that the water, though not crystal clear, is murky, concealing the secrets of its depths. A squad of evolvers has concluded their swift march beneath the towering dike. Lieutenant Chen, unleash your most formidable attack upon this spot. The refined and handsome man casually gestures towards a location on the river's surface. The robust Lieutenant Chen nods in acknowledgement, stepping forward without hesitation. He crouches into a horse stance, crossing his hands in unison and extending his arms towards the center of the river, delivering his most powerful strike. A dazzling, robust bolt of lightning surges from his palm, striking the water's surface, and instantly a faint blue electric glow ripples across the river, accompanied by the faint crackling sounds of small fish and shrimp succumbing to the electric onslaught. After a brief pause, silence reigns. Major Qi, I presume there are no issues here. Shall we proceed to another area? Lieutenant Chen remarks, as this marks the third dike entrance they have traversed, and the third location he has targeted. The surroundings remain eerily calm, seemingly unchanged. However, Major Qi furrows his brow, raising a hand to halt Lieutenant Chen. Wait, right here. The sudden command startles everyone. In the previous 2 locations, aside from the unevolved fish and shrimp, a few reckless D-class and C-class mutants had been angered by the lightning and charged forth to their demise. Qiang pauses, adding, but this time there's nothing. Lieutenant Chen is taken aback. Major, many mutated beasts have migrated to District 80. It is entirely plausible that none are present here. If there were an S-class mutant, it would not fear our small group, especially unaware of your high-turnover, powerful electromagnetic cannon. Qiang glances at him, his eyes narrowing. Then why would it send that A-class wretch accompanied by a horde of minions to District 80, disrupting our vision? Lieutenant Chen falls silent. Without granting him further opportunity to speak, Qiang steadies his elegant and ornate weapon, aligning it with his shoulder. With swift precision, his left hand manipulates the intricate instruments along the barrel for 2 seconds before his right hand pulls the trigger, unleashing a formidable beam of white light directly into the river. The immense energy generates towering waves, drenching those on the shore in a deluge reminiscent of rain. Major Qi, your actions may disrupt the ecological balance of this waterway, and could potentially accelerate mutations, which would be detrimental to us. The booming sound of splashing water interrupts Lieutenant Chen's protest. Instantly, everyone turns in alarm towards the source of the noise, their breath catching as they behold a colossal creature of astonishing proportions thrashing upon the water's surface, its abdomen torn open, gushing forth dark crimson blood. With its movements, the river churns violently, creating tumultuous waves. An A-class mutant? Qiang muses, glancing at the condensed version of the mutant measurement device on his wrist before scrutinizing the creature for a moment, then suddenly smirking. It truly knows how to make a scene. My clothes are drenched. He disdainfully regards his white coat, now clinging to him due to the water. his expression turning icy as he quips, "Had I known, I should have brought along an evolver with water manipulation abilities. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this predicament." His voice trails off as he casts a dangerous glance at the still wreaking havoc beast. "I almost forgot. Those capable of controlling water to such an extent have all been nearly incapacitated by your comrades." No sooner had he spoken than Qi resolutely raises his powerful electromagnetic cannon, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the wounded A-class mutant. With a resounding crash and the sound of the creature crashing into the water, the grotesque beast disappears as if it had never existed. The other evolvers in the squad subtly step back, distancing themselves from the man exuding an aura of menace, warning all who approach him. After a moment, Qi turns to witness the scene, raising an amused eyebrow. "Who will retrieve that creature for me and bring it back to the research facility?" Two eager evolvers immediately plunge into the water to transport the carcass. "Major Qi, do we still need to search other areas? We have yet to locate that S-class mutant." Lieutenant Chun wipes the cold sweat from his brow, cautiously inhaling as he tentatively inquires, "Shall we continue?" Qi nods as a matter of course. "Yes, first, let us deliver this ugly creature to the research facility. I will personally dissect it tonight. Now we must wait." "What is that?" His voice suddenly halts, and Qi squints towards a shadow moving slowly beneath the surface of the river, near the opposite bank. The shadow is quite small, measuring no more than half a meter in length. Due to its diminutive size, Qi can only vaguely discern a palm-sized silhouette across the narrow expanse of the river, and had it not been for the slight splash, he might not have noticed it at all. This time, he refrains from taking action himself, merely signaling to Lieutenant Chun, who promptly understands and fires a lightning cannon towards the distance. The creature's strength proves unexpectedly feeble, as the long-range strike exposes it, causing it to tumble onto the opposite dike. Qi smirks slightly. "Make sure to collect that thing as well. It is likely either the offspring of that mutant or simply a lucky survivor." Lieutenant Chun. Chapter 49. As night descends, the S-City base gradually succumbs to an endless darkness. Unlike the previous scarcity of electricity, tonight S-City seems to have returned to a pre-apocalyptic vibrancy. The brilliant lights gradually dispel the darkness, illuminating the streets as electric lamps flicker to life, casting daylight-like brightness upon the roads. Among the most luminous are the headquarters of the S-City base and the adjacent research facility. Most of the injured civilians have been relocated to the headquarters for treatment, while the research facility accommodates hundreds of wounded evolvers from across S-City. Many continue to scour the vicinity of the 80th District beach, searching for the bodies of both evolvers and ordinary people, remaining vigilant against potential enemy attacks. This type of injury appears to have been inflicted by a mutant beast resembling a kissing bug snake. The mutation has evidently granted it toxicity, suggesting it is a C-class mutant or higher. Clad in white infection-proof masks and garments, the researchers swiftly assess the body before them, marred and unrecognizable from the bites, before moving on to the second corpse, initiating a new round of documentation. This scenario is continuously unfolding across the 80th District beach area. To promptly dispose of deceased human bodies and prevent contamination of air and water sources, it is imperative to maintain an accurate death toll, thus minimizing personnel losses and discrepancies. The research facility is divided into 5 sectors, occupying nearly a dozen small buildings and vast unclaimed land. At this moment, all injured evolvers have been assigned to the medical support department in the 3rd sector for treatment. By evening, Jing Xia has begun to regain mobility. This is not solely due to Qin Chu's initial healing of the severe injuries to his leg, but also owing to the evolver's inherently accelerated metabolism, enhancing his recovery, in addition to the secret new medications being researched at the facility. The potion known as X1 transcends the highest understanding of elixirs that humanity possessed before the apocalypse. It was ingeniously crafted by Professor Qi through the modification of 3 mutated peptide substances secreted by 2 Class C mutated beasts, significantly enhancing the human body's immune recovery speed. In a remarkable feat, it successfully revived an evolved individual whose heart had been largely corroded, despite the side effects remaining uncertain. Moreover, the true capabilities of the Research Institute were unveiled during this sudden assault, revealing merely the tip of the iceberg. The Institute boasted formidable and enigmatic offensive weaponry, several potent healing potions, and precise exploratory instruments for assessing mutated beasts, all of which left onlookers in awe. Beneath the twilight, the obscured elements lurking in the shadows seemed to retreat further into the night. Jing Xia, unsteadily leaning on a makeshift cane hastily crafted by Kai, struggled to navigate the bustling corridor. Occasionally, passers-by cast puzzled glances in his direction before hastily diverting their attention to their own affairs. Compared to many evolved individuals on the verge of death, Jing Xia's relatively minor injury of a broken leg was rather commonplace. After inquiring with several individuals, he finally located the rooms situated on the highest floor of the medical ward. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the significant enhancement of the physical capabilities of evolved beings rendered the establishment of ICU wards nearly unnecessary. Except for a few mutated viruses, there were hardly any microorganisms capable of infecting the wounds of evolved beings, which would pose a fatal threat. Jing Xia cautiously pushed open the door, immediately spotting the man lying quietly on the bed. He appeared tranquil, his body sinking into the soft, comfortable mattress, forming a gentle curve. Although the sound of the door closing was not insignificant, it evidently did not disturb his slumber. The once sharp and indifferent eyes were now tightly shut, his thin lips pressed together, and his brow furrowed. Ji Chuancheng remained tense even in unconsciousness. This room housed only Ji Chuancheng, or rather, the few rooms on the top floor, which could be barely considered intensive care, were all single-patient wards. Jing Xia painstakingly made his way to the bedside, finally allowing the cane to rest beside him as he settled into a small chair. The sole source of light in the room emanated from a soft yellow lamp on the bedside, illuminating only a small area, leaving the majority of the space shrouded in shadow. At that moment, Jing Xia had no inclination to observe anything beyond the figure on the bed. He lowered his head, intently gazing at the man before him. Just hours ago, he had feared he would never see this man again. Yet now he lay before him, alive, albeit in a frail and vulnerable state, embodying an indomitable spirit. Time seemed to freeze in the charged air, allowing him to remain in silence, simply watching. It was only when the door creaked open that Jing Xia slowly turned his head to see Qin Chu entering. She appeared entirely unfazed by his presence there. Without hesitation, Qin Chu walked to the other side of the bed, pulling out another small wooden chair identical to Jing Xia's from the darkness. Sighing softly, she lowered her head and remarked, "Though your injuries are not extremely severe, you should refrain from moving about. I have connected and repaired the nerves, blood vessels, muscles, and glands in your leg, but this is merely external assistance. The most crucial aspect remains your own recuperative abilities." Jing Xia nodded gently, his weary eyes drooping as he replied, "Yes, I understand. Sister Qin, you must be quite exhausted. What brings you back? I heard from the 5th floor staff that you had come in, so I wanted to check," she responded. A single curled lock of hair fell across her smooth forehead, her beautiful features appearing even more enchanting in the warm light. "The young master's injuries are quite serious, affecting most of his organs, but I estimate he should awaken by tomorrow." Jing Xia silently nodded, uncertain of what to say. After a prolonged silence, Qin Chu suddenly spoke. "While I was with Yukai in the lab earlier, I suddenly remembered something and went back." Jing Xia's body froze momentarily, realizing the implication of her words. He recalled the events that had transpired in that small black and white room not long ago, and his throat felt parched, emotions welling up within him. Qin Chu raised her gaze to meet Jing Xia's downcast eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she continued, "In truth, I never anticipated hearing those words. I thought I would have more time or perhaps never hear them at all. The young master is an introverted person. He has never been adept at expressing his inner thoughts, often solitary and lonely, yet indifferent to these feelings. Such a disposition may not pose a significant issue for a soldier, but for a human being, it is indeed fatal." Without acknowledging Jing Xia's silence, Qin Chu continued with a gentle smile, "We three have known each other for 20 years. There is little more to say. You know most of it, and I understand that you are not entirely oblivious. However, this particular matter is something you genuinely do not grasp, and it is indeed something I had not anticipated. Actually, I know." Jing Xia's voice, light as a feather, interrupted the stillness of the room, causing Qin Chu to swallow her words. He slightly shook his head, looking at the man still in a coma on the hospital bed. Opening his mouth, he ultimately exhaled deeply and said, "If I had not realized it before, then this time he demonstrated it so thoroughly that I could no longer ignore it, only to escape and forget." What Jing Xia meant was that in his past life, after the apocalypse, he had not shared such peculiar interactions with Ji Chuancheng. However, in this reincarnation, the man no longer stood silently behind him. Instead, he had stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of him. Qin Chu, without further contemplation, smiled wryly. The young master was quite resistant when he was sent to the army at 16 by the general. He did not wish to leave B City and even contemplated never enlisting. Yet he ultimately relented. Do you know why? Jing Xia was taken aback. Why? Because he understood that without becoming the foremost individual, There were many things he could neither achieve nor accomplish. He could only be the heir of the Ji family, unable to become Ji Chuancheng and pursue endeavors that others would not permit. Jing Xia's fingers instinctively tightened, beginning to grasp her meaning. Yet, when he first returned from the army, do you know when that was? Listening to Qin Chu's inquiry, Jing Xia furrowed his brow, attempting to recall events from many years ago, but all he could remember was that Ji Chuancheng had only stayed for a few days before returning to the army. Oblivious to the reasons behind it, you attended the Wu family's banquet with a girl. He wished to greet you, but upon seeing the girl by your side, he could only silently retreat. Qin Chu's soft voice resonated with a distant tranquility, reminiscent of a song in the serene atmosphere, and she chuckled softly. I recall that was your first love. Jing Xia's exquisite eyes widened in sudden realization as memories of his naive youth flooded back. He had excelled academically from a young age, unlike many other wealthy heirs who had to pay for their education. He had gained admission to the prestigious B City S school through merit. However, adolescence often brings forth elements of ambiguity and rebellion, and during that time, he had been involved with a girl of remarkable beauty. She was a vibrant and spirited girl, always sporting a high ponytail, headstrong and flamboyant, captivatingly beautiful. In hindsight, Jing Xia could no longer recall her name or appearance, yet he vividly remembered being drawn to her unadulterated charm. Ultimately, however, reality proved that it had merely been a fleeting dream of his own. A bitter smile danced upon the corners of Jing Xia's lips as she gently shook her head. That is merely a jest, a lesson etched into my memory. There is a saying that rings true. The more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. In her youth, Jing Xia had believed that the young girl genuinely cherished her, but in the end, she succumbed to the allure of wealth and power, revealing her true nature under the slightest provocation from Jing's father. It was from that moment onward that Jing Xia refrained from engaging in romantic relationships, embarking instead on 2 years of rebellious and headstrong defiance. Chapter 50. Times, I ponder the myriad external forces in this world that we ordinary individuals cannot possibly contend with, such as parental choices, societal norms, and the delicate balance of emotions. Qin Chu let out a soft laugh, her voice languid. Though I am but a few years your senior, I have watched you grow. Jing Xia, do you know why I always bullied you when we were children? The dim, yellowish light, seemingly brightened by prolonged illumination, failed to reach Qin Chu on the other side of the bedside table, casting only a warm, hazy glow upon the hem of her white coat. Jing Xia momentarily froze, lifting her gaze to Qin Chu across from her, but could only discern the faint smile playing on her lips in the dim light, unable to see clearly. Why? I always thought this was your way of showing concern. Nodding gently, then shaking her head abruptly, Qin Chu sighed deeply. Indeed, that is part of it. Like the young master, I am not particularly adept at expressing my emotions. However, there is another reason, Jing Xia, I have always been envious of you. These words acted as a dividing line, slicing the atmosphere of the room in two. Jing Xia's heart trembled slightly, and in the quietude, she could hear the faint breaths of the three of them. Rather than being angered by Qin Chu's revelation, he remained composed, analyzing. Sister Qin lost her parents at a young age and grew up in the Ji family. Your jealousy towards me stems from the belief that I am surrounded by love and can freely pursue my desires, while you have endured a stern grandfather and a loving father, both of which I lack. Not surprised by the sudden admission, Qin Chu gazed at Jing Xia for a long moment before nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, and the young master's care. You have received many things that I have not, which made my younger self quite envious. After a pause, she continued, however, as I matured, I gradually realized that I possess more than you do. Jing Xia lowered her gaze in silence, quietly observing the pale, frail hand resting on the bed without uttering a word. Qin Chu spoke wisely. She had lost her family and lived as a guest in someone else's home. Yet the Ji family treated her with great care, almost as if they were raising her as their own daughter. In contrast, Jing Xia had a mother who had been driven to death by anger and a duplicitous half-brother. Despite appearing to be favored and cherished, her life was far less comfortable than Qin Chu's. Thus, I gradually comprehended why the young master has done so much for you, Qin Chu remarked, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair visage, and offering a gentle smile. Remember when you were 17 and the young master carried you back to the Ji residence in the dead of night? I was the one who prepared the hangover tea for you. At that moment, I realized that if nothing unexpected occurred, we would inevitably face this very scene today. Jing Xia suddenly shuddered, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked, that hangover tea, Was it Sister Qin who prepared it? Qin Chu raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Yes, I added a bit more of the bitter herb, Liao Ping Chao, without compromising the medicinal properties, to help quell your agitation. Liao Ping Chao is an herb known for its bitterness, warmth, and non-toxic qualities. Seemingly recalling an amusing incident, Qin Chu smiled faintly, casting a playful glance at Jing Xia, as if reproaching him lightly. You needn't take this matter too much to heart. The hangover tea was first consumed by the young master, who assured himself of its safety before administering it to you. Feeling a flush on his cheeks, Jing Xia averted his gaze, embarrassed. At that time, I merely intended to punish you a bit, causing the young master to feel sorrow for an entire night. I never expected him to be the first victim. Qin Chu sighed, shaking her head. You were out enjoying yourself, with your father turning a blind eye. You were like a wild horse running amok, indulging in revelry. Had it not been for the young master bringing you back, who knows what would have become of you during those years? Qin Chu's tone was remarkably casual, as if discussing something mundane, yet Jing Xia's expression grew increasingly somber. Eventually, he managed a faint smile, shaking his head in resignation. I am fortunate to have met you both. I am also fortunate to stand here and express these words. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Time passed, and the clouds that had obscured the bright moon gradually dispersed, revealing the long-awaited brilliance of moonlight. Through the clear glass window, the luminous moonbeams cast their glow upon the floor, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Qin Chu suddenly let out a light laugh, rising from her chair and crossing to the other side, playfully ruffling Jing Xia's soft hair. You, the patient, still lingering here? Since you are injured, you must rest well. If you truly wish to watch over the young master, I will arrange for another bed in this room tomorrow. But for now, it is time to rest. You little rascal. Jing Xia, resigned to her playful assault on his hair, allowed her to assist him as he leaned on his cane and made his way to the door. Turning back, he remarked, given my current recovery rate, I believe I shall be able to be discharged in just a few days. Qin Chu regarded Jing Xia's bent figure, a brow raised in amusement. Before your recovery, you must promise me to rest properly. Once Jing Xia vanished around the corner with the help of the medical staff, Qin Chu reluctantly returned to her previous room. Just as she closed the door and turned, a deep, magnetic voice resonated behind her. It seems you've been rather talkative today. The voice bore a hint of hoarseness, as if it had been scraped against sandpaper, somewhat unappealing. Yet at that moment, to Qin Chu, it was the most enchanting sound in the world, prompting her to hasten to the bedside. Young master, you are awake. The pallid-faced man lowered his gaze slightly, offering a soft in response. Qin Chu had not anticipated receiving the answers she sought directly from the patient. Instead, she reached out to grasp Ji Chuancheng's wrist, feeling the steadying pulse beneath her fingertips. Sighing in relief, she smiled at last. It seems you are truly fine. You have awakened earlier than I expected. His left cheek retained its former handsome aloofness, while the wound on his right cheek had markedly improved under Qin Chu's care, yet it remained a grotesque patch of twisted scar tissue, reminiscent of burns, somewhat terrifying. Nonetheless, at that moment, Qin Chu was indifferent to his appearance, having finally set her worries to rest. Ji Chuancheng, evidently unconcerned with his looks, lifted his gaze and asked, Why did you say those things to him earlier? Qin Chu was momentarily taken aback. When did you wake up? I was able to hear your voices when you said, I don't want to leave B City. Not long after, I was mostly awake. Qin Chu inquired, astonished, then why didn't you just wake up? Why pretend to be unconscious? Her voice trailed off as she gazed into Ji Chuancheng's deep, dark eyes. An answer floated to the surface of her mind. He was afraid to confront that answer. Sighing heavily, Qin Chu replied, Young master, perhaps the answer may not be one of rejection. Why not ask directly? He uttered, I'm sorry. That was conditional. Ji Chuancheng slowly closed his eyes, as though his silent stillness was hinting at his answer. Qin Chu observed this unfamiliar side of Ji Chuancheng, her delicate brows knitting together slightly. The current incarnation of Ji Chuancheng is utterly unfamiliar to her. Timid and fearful, hesitating to advance, lacking the courage to seize even the opportunity to inquire directly, in stark contrast to the decisive and resolute Major Ji. No matter how formidable one may be, when confronted with matters of the heart, one remains an ordinary mortal. The one who falls in love first inevitably finds themselves lacking the assurance of victory in the emotional chess game. Although I may not excel in many aspects compared to you, when it comes to matters of the heart, I consider myself a woman endowed with a modicum of intuition and insight. Qin Chu sighed, stating with clarity, certainty, and responsibility that during those fleeting minutes, he had incessantly revealed a singular truth. Jing Xia harbors feelings for Ji Chuancheng. The man upon the bed suddenly stiffened, yet it appeared he sought to feign ignorance, unwilling to open his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Qin Chu, receiving no response, reluctantly returned her chair to its original position. Once she confirmed that all the windows in the room were securely locked, she extinguished the small lamp on the bedside table. Instantly, the entire room was enveloped in an oppressive darkness. Clad in her slender high heels, Qin Chu slowly made her way toward the door, the sharp clicks of her heels echoing in the stillness. Upon reaching the door, she abruptly halted, turning her head not even slightly, and asked, "Major, have I ever told you that I liked you?" By omitting the title of young master, she seemed to deliberately wish to diminish the distance between them. However, the only reply she received was the enduring silence that hung heavily in the air. A bittersweet smile gradually curved the corners of Qin Chu's vibrant lips. Just as she believed she would never receive an answer, a rich voice eventually broke the stillness. "How long ago was that?" At his words, Qin Chu's entire being froze. After an extended pause, she turned with a smile and replied, "I hadn't expected you to discover that. It must have been when I was around 14 or 15, during those heady days of adolescence, though I never confessed my feelings. Now I wish to clarify." Her tone was remarkably composed, laced with a hint of jest, as if she were merely reminiscing about her lost youth. Even someone as meticulous as Ji Chuancheng, after a moment of contemplation, failed to detect any anomaly. With a hint of resignation, Qin Chu continued, "Of course, I later realized that this was merely a fluttering sensation typical of young girls. I am quite over it now. However, Major, I just remembered that I am actually 2 years older than you." After a prolonged silence, Ji Chuancheng suddenly spoke, "I'm sorry." The smile on her face gradually froze, but in the cloak of darkness, none could discern the emotions etched upon Qin Chu's countenance. She nodded with a smile, saying, "That was a long time ago. I've long forgotten how I could have harbored such absurd thoughts." After a brief pause, she swiftly changed the subject. "Major, tomorrow morning I will come to treat the scars on your back, which are rather severe. As for your face, I may have to wait a while to treat it, as there have been many casualties lately, and I cannot overuse my abilities." Ji Chuancheng nodded gently, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." Qin Chu smiled in acknowledgement, offered a few parting words, and exited. As the melodious sound of the key turning in the lock echoed behind her, the tears that had long filled her eyes finally overflowed, streaming down her beautiful, radiant face, tracing the contour of her cheeks before pooling at the corners of her lips, a taste of bitterness. Qin Chu pressed her right hand firmly against her lips, stifling the sobs that threatened to escape her throat. The burning tears cascaded down through her fingers, silently dripping onto the floor and forming dark, damp spots. Though she cried helplessly, she maintained a bittersweet smile, a mixture of sorrow and resignation. She understood that this man was exceptional, nearly beyond reproach. Yet he remained woefully unskilled in matters of the heart. That secret affection, hidden for over a decade, which had first surged to life during the tumultuous throes of adolescence, was now destined to revert to a state of normalcy and tranquility. It felt like a mistake, yet rectification was not so easily achieved. Her only choice was to relinquish it. The clear, translucent moonlight seemed to envelop her like gentle hands, softly caressing Qin Chu's trembling shoulders. Finally, she lifted her feet and began to distance herself from that hospital room, turning and descending the stairs. Though her pace was slow, her steps remained steady, resolutely and sorrowfully moving away from the dreams she once cherished. Chapter 51. The following morning, Jing Xia awoke to the news that Ji Chuancheng had regained consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned on his cane and hurried to the top floor. His leg wound had healed considerably thanks to medication and his remarkable recovery abilities, and he reached the top floor in just a few minutes, standing before what appeared to be an ordinary door. Hesitating, he knocked gently. To his surprise, the moment his hand touched the door, it swung open, indicating it had not been securely closed. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he looked up to see the man reclining on the bed. With striking features and a cool demeanor, Ji Chuancheng's visage was rendered warm and ethereal by the sunlight filtering through the window. "Is your leg better?" Jing Xia asked, momentarily stunned, before nodding vacantly, "Yes, much better." After closing the door, he nervously approached the bedside and pulled up a chair. He felt restless, his beautiful peach blossom eyes cast downward, unable to meet the gaze of the man before him. It was a feeling he could not quite articulate, a discomfort that arose after the emotional upheaval he had just experienced. Ji Chuancheng, however, appeared unaffected by recent events. He glanced at Jing Xia's awkward demeanor and remarked, "Qin Chu was just here. According to her, you nearly met your end after being sprayed by the corrosive liquid from that A-level mutated creature?" Jing Xia immediately looked up in protest. "I did not intend to perish alongside it. I merely underestimated the strength of its tentacles. I exerted my utmost abilities to defend myself, but ultimately, I was unable to withstand it. My powers are still too weak to confront an A-level mutant head-on." Ji Chuancheng nodded impassively. "Next time you encounter such a situation, just run." He continued calmly, "If your strength cannot contend with it, do not act foolishly. Had Qin Chu not awakened her healing abilities, it's likely no one in the entire city base could have saved you, and you truly would have perished. And you?" At this, Jing Xia could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Your injuries are far more severe than mine. Did you not consider protecting yourself?" Under the radiant yet gentle sunlight, Jing Xia's tousled hair glimmered with a hint of gold. His eyes widened slightly as he earnestly regarded the man on the bed, his tone unexpectedly serious. He continued, "A-level mutated creatures have begun to exhibit a degree of intelligence, and this particular creature is from a species, octopuses, known for their high cognitive abilities. Clearly, its attack on me was a calculated lure. It deliberately exposed its back to you. You should have chosen to attack immediately. That would have given us an 80% chance of victory." Silence engulfed the room, spreading like a thick fog. Jing Xia gradually recognized that his previous actions had been somewhat excessive. He had known the true reason all along, yet he had chosen to voice it at this moment. His cheeks flushed slightly, and as he swallowed hard, ready to speak, he heard a long, helpless sigh. "I have said that was the last time I would leave you. From now on, I shall never again allow you to be placed in danger." He spoke with remarkable composure and poise, as though merely recounting an immutable fact, one that would never alter. Ji Chuancheng's gaze was profound and enigmatic, resembling a deep pool of water, rendering Jing Xia momentarily speechless as he looked into those depths. Memories of that embrace in the jungle surfaced in his mind, gentle, warm, and tender. Jing Xia understood that no one could promise the future. However, Ji Chuancheng had never lied. He could not guarantee what might transpire, nor could he assure that formidable adversaries would not emerge beyond his control. Yet he had vowed to shield Jing Xia from all dangers with his own body, and he had indeed fulfilled that promise. Like a dazzling fireworks display, countless images flashed before Jing Xia's eyes. From every moment of tender care in his childhood to the unwavering protective embrace that had shielded him as he grew. From the frail boy who nearly drowned while attempting to save him, to the towering man who could still withstand everything in the face of an A-grade mutant. His heart began to race violently, warm currents flowing from the core of his being to every extremity, blocking all retreat, erasing hesitation and doubt. A long sigh escaped his throat as Jing Xia slowly curved his lips into a smile, reaching out to grasp the pale, emaciated hand resting on the hospital bed. His fingers delicately traced the contours of that broad palm, feeling the increasing rigidity of Ji Chuancheng's body. Lifting his head, Jing Xia smiled and said, "Do you remember that time when I broke my leg from playing too recklessly? You held my hand and helped me walk for an entire month." The handsome man maintained his calm demeanor, yet the slight tremor in his pupils betrayed the turbulence within his heart. He gazed at the young man before him, who smiled gently under the bright sunlight, illuminating his fair complexion and rendering him almost translucent, reminiscent of the first time he had seen him under the moonlight many years ago, as beautiful as an ethereal sprite. Ji Chuancheng remained silent. Jing Xia, however, was undeterred. His fingers glided down the gaps between Ji Chuancheng's fingers, gradually intertwining them, their palms radiating warmth, even feeling a slight dampness. Jing Xia chuckled softly. "It's been so long since I've held your hand, probably since I turned 10. I've noticed your hand has grown significantly larger than when we were kids." His voice was soft and soothing, like a delicate feather brushing against Ji Chuancheng's heart, igniting a fervor within him. Unable to suppress the tremors coursing through his body, he straightened up and said, "Jing Xia." His tone was distant and lingering, appearing calm yet concealing an undeniable fragility. A glimmer of hope could lead to a more devastating fall, and he could not endure such ruthless blows repeatedly. Yet, Jing Xia evidently did not intend to disappoint him. He gently clasped their intertwined fingers with his left hand and met Ji Chuancheng's gaze with a warm smile. "Chuan, would you allow me to hold your hand from now on?" The certainty in his voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Ji Chuancheng's eyes widened in astonishment, trembling as he gazed at the young man before him, who seemed almost surreal. The air in the room felt as though it had thickened after those words, layers of water enveloping the short distance between them, stretching it into an eternity. Through the cascading veil, the smiling youth appeared both tangible and dreamlike, making it difficult for him to discern the truth. The lingering apology echoed in his ears, while this lifelong promise was impossible to ignore. After a considerable pause, Ji Chuancheng discreetly withdrew his fingers from Jing Xiao's grasp, letting out a soft sigh. If you think my saving you creates a sense of guilt, there is no need for that. We have known each other for 20 years. Even as friends, I would risk everything to save you. His words were delivered lightly, as if brushing off the clouds, yet his beautifully shaped eyes cast downward, unable to meet Jing Xia's gaze. Hidden beneath the bed covers, Ji Chuancheng's left hand formed a tight fist, his nails digging into his flesh, leaving crescent-shaped red imprints. Jing Xia paused, suddenly understanding, and grew anxious. That's not what I meant. Chuan, please don't misunderstand. Yet Ji Chuancheng continued to avoid his gaze. If you insist on this, then I must say, I cannot accept such a concession from you. I truly haven tea. You've never liked being indebted to anyone. When you were 14, you borrowed 500,000 to buy a motorcycle you long coveted. And when Uncle Jing found out and reduced your allowance, you saved for a whole year to repay me. So, Jing Xia, you truly needn't feel this way. I truly haven tea. Qin Chu can heal all these wounds. Your guilt is entirely unnecessary. You have had girlfriends, you like girls. You can disregard everything I've said before, as if it never happened. Ji Chuancheng. I like you. Did you hear that? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jing Xia suddenly bent down and pressed his lips against the silent, thin ones of Ji Chuancheng. Contrary to his outwardly cold demeanor, Ji Chuancheng's lips were fervently warm, transmitting a searing heat through the points of contact that made Jing Xia's head spin. Just as he intended to pull away, the arm around his waist tightened, denying him the opportunity. Their lips melded together passionately, tongues intertwining as they navigated the uncharted territory of each other's mouths. With breaths growing heavier, their kiss became a fervent declaration, Ji Chuancheng ravaging this long-desired territory with tenderness and intensity, savoring every inch of Jing Xiao's mouth. Jing Xia felt at a loss. He had kissed before. Even the most boisterous girls had kissed with a gentleness akin to the serene waters of Jiangnan. But this man was undeniably dangerous, instilling a sense of fear in Jing Xia. He wanted to retreat, yet Ji Chuancheng showed no signs of yielding. The sound of their lips and tongues mingling echoed in the air, as if making up for years of longing. Ji Chuancheng kissed him for what felt like an eternity before finally releasing the dizzying youth. Jing Xia lay limply against the broad chest of the man, his face flushed, gradually regaining his strength. Ji Chuancheng, are you not being a bit too arrogant? A trace of moisture lingered at the corners of his lips as Jing Xia glared at him, his eyes sparkling with indignation. You moved too quickly for a second base. You were the one who kissed me first. After a brief silence, Jing Xia, unashamed, retorted, I don't care. When I was with girls, we held hands first, exchanged sweet words, bought gifts, and only then would we share a farewell embrace, making it a challenge to kiss. Jing Xia rambled on, oblivious to the deepening intensity in Ji Chuancheng's gaze, which had turned dangerously narrow. You're moving too fast. Who does that? His words were abruptly cut off as Jing Xia felt a warm sensation at the corner of his lips. He realized that Ji Chuancheng had unexpectedly leaned in, tenderly licking away the silver thread connecting his lips, his actions laced with suggestiveness. Chuan, what are you, That hurts, Jing Xia exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise as he jumped back, hastily distancing himself from this perilous situation. Removing his fingers from his lips, he noticed a faint trace of blood, and his anger flared. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Ji Chuancheng glanced at him, unfazed. You can hold hands and kiss girls. I have no choice, so I can only bite. Chapter 52. Just as Jing Xia was seething with indignation, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Instinctively, Jing Xia raised his hand to shield his injured lips, turning to see Qin Chu walking in with a smile. Qin Chu donned a pristine white lab coat, her tall figure and exquisite features radiating elegance as she strolled to the bedside with a smile, hands nestled in her pockets. What? I didn't expect this little rascal to be so lively so soon, she teased. Jing Xia, covering half his face with one hand to obscure the bite mark near his mouth, seemed oblivious to how transparent his actions were to others. His cheeks flushed, lips glistening. It was evident to any astute observer what had transpired in the room moments before. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring, Does your tooth ache? little rascal? Jing Xia quickly retorted, of course not. I'm just feeling hot from the sun. Qin Chu chuckled softly, deciding not to tease him further. She proceeded to meticulously examine Ji Chuancheng's physical condition using the equipment in the room, ultimately exhaling in relief. Aside from some scars that had yet to fade, he was essentially in good health. Ji Chuancheng nodded slightly, but before he could speak, Jing Xia interjected hastily, Sister Qin, are all the wounds on his back completely healed? I remember they were so severe they nearly reached the spine. I could see his insides. Sister Qin, upon hearing this, snorted in disapproval. Are you doubting my medical skills? Or my abilities? Jing Xia's voice dropped to a whisper, almost imperceptible to Qin Chu across the bed, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the handsome, aloof man beside him. I'm just a bit worried about a Chuan. Jing Xia turned his face away, only to collide with Ji Chuancheng's meaningful gaze. His throat dry, he stammered, Chuan, what are you looking at? Ji Chuancheng scrutinized Jing Xia for a moment, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his dark eyes before he masked it. Have you seen my insides? He inquired nonchalantly, what is so fascinating about that? I've suffered enough. I should at least see something in return. Ji Chuancheng, hurry up and pass out. Never wake up again. Observing the youthful man's temper flare, Ji Chuancheng couldn't help but smile with a hint of reluctant affection. He watched as the crimson hue crept from Jing Xia's ears, painting most of his face a delightful shade, his beautiful eyes shimmering like stars, captivating Ji Chuancheng completely. Ji Chuancheng chuckled silently, fully aware of the guilt gnawing at him for nearly losing his life to save Ji Chuancheng. No matter how trivial it might seem, this event would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on someone as earnest and stubborn as Jing Xia, and all he could do was help him forget, time and again. All right, little rascal, calm down. If you keep throwing a tantrum, I might just kick you out of the window, Qin Chu declared imperiously, her commanding voice resonating in the small room, rendering Jing Xia, who had endured much turmoil since childhood, momentarily still. She continued, I'll treat the wounds on your back first. Although they are mostly healed, it's beneficial to expedite the recovery. As she prepared to begin, Jing Xia casually inquired, what about the wounds on his face? They look a bit strange. In the well-lit room, Ji Chuancheng's visage was divided by a straight, prominent nose. The left side remained his usual handsome self, while the right side bore an abnormal unevenness. Though not as grotesque as the corrosive damage Jing Xia had witnessed the previous day, it was still hard to overlook. Before Qin Chu could reply, Ji Chuancheng raised an eyebrow, asking, do you find me ugly? Jing Xia hurriedly clarified, not at all. You're not ugly. You looked terrible when the corrosive liquid splashed on you. Your bones were visible, and your eyes were horrifying, like a bloody pit. I couldn't possibly think this looks ugly. Ji Chuancheng simply responded with a noncommittal expression. Qin Chu shrugged her shoulders, finally unable to suppress her laughter. She gazed at the serious expression on the youth's face under the sunlight, feeling her last vestige of helplessness dissipate completely. In this warm atmosphere, her once broken heart felt whole again, as resilient as the three of them had been over the past 20 years. Indeed, only this little rascal could bring Ji Chuancheng to heel. After sharing a few more laughs, Qin Chu retrieved a small, round black creature from her pocket. With a bubble forming at its nose, the mutated hamster let out a few squeaks as it shifted positions in her palm before drifting back to sleep. Ji, Jing Xia exclaimed. Qin Chu shook her head in resignation, nodding, I found it under the table when I returned to the lab. It must have been trapped in the room, hungry for quite some time. I fed it a bit and it went back to sleep. As she spoke, she poked the creature's plump body with her fingers, the contrast of her delicate nails against its black fur amusingly evident. It must be dead tired from scratching at the door yesterday. As Jing Xia took the sleeping Ji from Qin Chu, he curiously asked, scratching the door? It probably wanted to come out to find you, considering we left in such a hurry and forgot about it. Qin Chu suddenly recalled something. By the way, little rascal, your pet scratched my door quite a few times. You need to take responsibility for that. Jing Xia gasped. How could that be possible? Sister Qin, your lab's door is made of a new metal alloy. It can't even be scratched by a fingernail. As he spoke, he fiddled with the soft little paws of the hamster as evidence. Qin Chu narrowed her eyes. I don't care. The evidence is right there on my door. You can't deny it, little rascal. Jing Xia slumped in defeat, poking the now sleeping mutated hamster while grumbling under his breath. Meanwhile, Qin Chu began a new round of treatment. After spending about half an hour, she finally lowered her hands, having completely treated Ji Chuancheng's back wounds. She wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and said, Young master, The wounds on your back are fine now, and the scars have vanished. However, I might not be able to treat your face today. Please wait a bit longer. It will be done by tomorrow. Ji Chuancheng nodded gently, and as he turned to pull his shirt back down, he added, come early tomorrow. Qin Chu paused, a bit taken aback, before agreeing. Jing Xia, confused, asked, Chuan, why are you in such a hurry? Ji Chuancheng shot him a cold glance. Didn't you say you found me ugly? After a moment of silence, Jing Xia hurriedly exclaimed, you're not ugly at all. You're a million times better looking than this guy. As Ji Chuancheng's gaze darkened upon seeing the small black creature Jing Xia held aloft, the atmosphere grew tense enough for Qin Chu to sense impending trouble. She discreetly retreated a couple of steps, and before she could steady herself, Jing Xia continued unabashedly, Chuan, I really think you look super handsome. Honestly, I've never seen you look this handsome before. Qin Chu couldn't help but facepalm. You should say less. Ji Chuancheng, furious yet amused, retorted, should I just keep this up forever? Then, Jing Xia quickly replied, you can be even more handsome. Ji Chuancheng was left speechless. Qin Chu sighed deeply. A chuckle escaped. You are truly amusing, Xia. A melodious and pleasant male voice resonated from behind Jing Xia. Turning to look, he saw a fair and handsome man entering the room, wearing the simplest red star silver-rimmed glasses. His thin lips appeared somewhat indifferent, yet the seemingly gentle smile at the corner of his mouth made him incredibly approachable. A genuinely good person. Jing Xia pursed his lips. If this guy were a good person, he might as well write GG backwards. Qiyong scanned the room, his gaze eventually landing on Ji Chuancheng. With hands tucked in the pockets of his coat, he sauntered leisurely to the bedside, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Major Ji, it seems you're recovering well. Can you get out of bed now? Ji Chuancheng raised his gaze and cast a cold glance at him, his expression indifferent. Qiyong, unfazed by the other's demeanor, slowly shifted his attention to Jing Xia, finally resting his gaze on the corner of his lips. Qi Yang's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he remarked, Xia Zi, I truly had no idea you were attacked by some mutated beast at your lip yesterday. Jing Xia immediately flushed. Raising a hand to cover his cheek, he replied, Ahem, there was a mosquito last night. Qiyong discreetly scrutinized both Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, noting the former's embarrassment and the latter's calmness. He chuckled softly, a wry smile gracing his lips, and said, what a remarkably large mosquito. As Jing Xia's face reddened with indignation, Qiyong swiftly interjected, I've come today to investigate a matter. Unlike the careless attitudes of Jing Xia and Qin Chu, Qiyong had closed the door upon entering. In this top-floor ward, the soundproofing was quite effective. With only 4 individuals present, Qiyong was confident that his forthcoming words would remain unheard. The teasing smile on his face gradually faded, and Qiyong adopted a serious demeanor, stating, although there was an enemy attack yesterday, the personnel I dispatched to monitor Su Weisheng did not withdraw. Their primary task is to record Su Weisheng's every action, and thus, I have discovered something intriguing. The fact that Qiyong had arranged for someone to surveil Su Weisheng was not a secret. At least all 4 present were aware of it. While Jing Xia found the practice somewhat inhumane, he did not obstruct it, as it allowed them to gain insight into the peculiarities of Su Weisheng's abilities. Of course, in the subsequent days, Su Weisheng behaved quite normally, evading their grasp. After Qi Yang's statement, even Qin Chu, who typically had a contentious relationship with him, furrowed his brows seriously and asked, Su Weisheng and Wu Jiqing's team were on a mission in the farthest area from Zone 80 yesterday. They arrived at Zone 80 just as the threat had dissipated. Did something happen to him on the way? No, Qiyong scoffed lightly, a smile curling his lips. He traveled without incident. Nothing occurred. Jing Xia inquired curiously, so, it seems he encountered an accident while dealing with the mutated beasts? He stole something he could not possibly have taken. Chapter 53. The room's floor was adorned with smooth, white tiles, warmed by the gentle sunlight filtering through the glass window, preventing the cold colors from becoming warm, yet not rendering it frigid. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng focused their gazes intently on Qiyong, who appeared markedly different with a solemn expression. His brows knitted together, a complex emotion manifested on his fair face. Yesterday, while my personnel were monitoring Su Weisheng, they were astonished to discover he had stolen a knife. Qiyong paused before continuing. The individual assigned was number 3. Before the apocalypse, he was a reconnaissance soldier, possessing exceptional tracking skills. After the apocalypse, he awakened a sensory-type ability, significantly enhancing his dynamic vision. Tests indicate he has surpassed the 1 frame per second limit, nearing 0.005 seconds per frame. Qin Chu nodded. Such dynamic vision is indeed remarkable. Coupled with his background as a reconnaissance soldier, he is well suited for surveillance tasks. Qi Yang elaborated. Yesterday, while I was away from the beach in Zone 80 searching for an S-class mutated entity, Su Weishang arrived. Although the A-class mutated entity had already met its demise, a multitude of mutated beasts were still attacking humans on the beach. At that moment, Su Weishang found himself in peril while battling a C-class mutated beast, and suddenly, a long knife appeared in his hand, effectively turning the tide. Jing Xia was taken aback. Suddenly appeared? Did he pick it up from the ground? Qi Yang shook his head. No, number 3's dynamic vision is undoubtedly among the finest in humanity. He confirmed that the knife appeared in Su Weishang's hand without any forewarning, only to inexplicably vanish thereafter. Jing Xia pondered deeply for a moment and then stated, this rationale is straightforward. Su Weishang's wind-based ability optimizes speed, allowing him to surpass No. 3's dynamic vision. The knife must have been concealed on him from the start and was quickly stowed away again. It resembles magic. There is no true sorcery in this world. Most magic relies on speed, deceiving the human eye. Qi Yang regarded Jing Xia thoughtfully for a while, then smirked, revealing a teasing grin. Xia Zi's deductive skills are commendable. Yet there is one matter I have not disclosed. As he uttered the final words, Qi Yang's tone grew increasingly grave, compelling everyone to pay heed to his forthcoming revelations. That knife is a newly developed alloy long knife produced by the Research Institute. The entire institute possesses only 3. One is retained by Professor Qi for further study and improvement. Another is in the possession of the captain of Team 9, which is the one you later acquired. The last one was given to the captain of Team 17, a power-type evolved individual. Jing Xia's eyes widened in realization, comprehending Qi Yang's implication. His astonishment was short-lived, however, as Qi Yang's subsequent statement surpassed the expectations of everyone present. However, that evolved individual was consumed by the beast tide at the onset of the enemy attack and has since perished. His corpse was later sent to the Research Institute, and I conducted a simple autopsy to ascertain that the cause and time of death were devoid of any suspicious elements. With a soft sigh, Qi Yang continued, I previously mentioned that number 3's dynamic vision is exceptional. In truth, although he has not evolved in this regard, as an exemplary reconnaissance soldier, his memory is also remarkable. That knife, the newly developed alloy long knife, was confirmed by number 3 to have been embedded 34 meters from its owner, and just 1 second before it appeared in Su Weishang's hand, it was still firmly lodged there. That is impossible, Jing Xia exclaimed. Are you certain that knife was indeed lodged there and vanished from its original position as it emerged in Su Weishang's hand? Qi Yang nodded gently. I trust No. 3's capabilities. As a chill ran through him, Jing Xia involuntarily recoiled, an ominous premonition surfacing in his mind. He parted his lips to speak, but Ji Chuancheng's deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated. Given that the distance was narrowed to such an exact figure of 34 meters, No. 3 naturally knows how far Su Weishang was from that knife at the time. What was the exact measurement? Qi Yang replied quietly, 315 meters. Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened. Has anyone inspected the scene to verify that a knife was once embedded there? Qi Yang chuckled softly. Though the beach has endured prolonged warfare, fortunately the knife mark remains intact. I compared it with Professor Qi's knife and conducted measurements. Indeed, an A-class alloy long knife had once been lodged there. Ji Chuancheng's handsome features gradually clouded over, his refined brows knitting tightly as he posed the final question. That knife ultimately vanished in Zone 80, correct? It abruptly appeared in Su Weishang's hand, then disappeared again, and since then your surveillance personnel have yet to see it. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Yang chuckled lightly. Conversing with intelligent individuals is quite effortless. Indeed, the knife disappeared when Su Weishang met up with Wu Jiqing. According to number 3's account, it was still in Su Weishang's left hand in the previous frame, but in the next frame it had completely vanished, and it has not reappeared since. Everyone fell silent, pondering in reflection. Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze in contemplation. Qin Chu furrowed his brow, and Jing Xia strained his memory, attempting to recall if he had ever witnessed Su Weishang perform such peculiar acts in his past life. But ultimately, he could find no answer. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Qi Yang slowly lifted the corners of his mouth, exuding a sense of resigned amusement as he spread his hands and declared, There is no need for further contemplation. I have devised 3 potential solutions to this predicament. The first option entails having the Research Institute fabricate a reason to place Su Weishang under surveillance. allowing me to personally inspect any anomalies in his physical condition. Jing Xia immediately retorted, that is impossible. The S-City base is a coalition of evolved beings, lacking the concentrated authority of the former state apparatus. Su Weishang possesses a commendable reputation among the evolved in S-City, and he has a formidable ally in Wu Jiqing. He would never acquiesce so easily. The smile on Qi Yang's lips broadened slightly as he responded, that is merely the least favorable approach. The second option is to intensify the level of surveillance on Su Weishang and create opportunities for him to encounter accidents, placing him in perilous situations to uncover his vulnerabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chu interjected with a shake of her head. No, ordinary threats pose no danger to Su Weishang and Wu Jiqing. If they frequently face life-threatening circumstances, they will undoubtedly begin to harbor suspicions and investigate the research institute that assigns such tasks. Qi Yang's smile remained undiminished as he continued. Then there is a third option. I will issue a bounty across the city. Observing the confusion on Jing Xia's face, Qi Yang explained with a smile. The new alloy longsword was the latest cold weapon developed by Professor Qi. It holds significant value in the current research process, warranting a reason to announce a bounty. He paused before adding, thus, I could assert that due to a recent experimental mishap by Professor Qi, his sword has been rendered useless. And Jing Xia, during your battle with that A-grade mutated octopus, the new alloy longsword valiantly fulfilled its purpose and can no longer be studied. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia quickly grasped the implication. He chuckled and continued, consequently, the entire S-City base would be left with only that last sword. You would issue a bounty to draw Su Weishang in, compelling him to voluntarily surrender the sword. Qi Yang slightly raised an eyebrow, his refined features displaying a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing. Before he could speak, Ji Chuancheng interjected, no. What he means is that this sword has exhibited anomalies in Professor Qi's latest research, presenting special side effects for its user, necessitating its isolation. Hence, we require a bounty to locate the sword and successfully control Su Weishang. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Ji Chuancheng. Gazing into the depths of his profound eyes, he queried, doesn't this essentially mirror the first strategy? Monitoring Su Weishang and examining his physical condition? However, Qi Yang gently shook his head, chuckling softly, no, this is entirely distinct from the first. Firstly, Su Weishang willingly approaches me, requesting that I confine him for a physical examination. Secondly, I would acquire that sword from him, thereby confirming that he indeed possesses some peculiar ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Jing Xia's eyes widened in sudden realization. Yet after a moment he curiously asked, but if we monitor and examine him, and find no anomalies, shouldn't we then release him? That sword, in fact, has no unusual side effects. Qi Yang regarded Jing Xia with an amused gaze for a prolonged moment. Finally unable to suppress a bemused tone, Xiazi, are you perhaps a bit too naive? Jing Xia? Observing the youth's simplistic demeanor, even Qin Chu, who had been silently listening, couldn't help but sigh heavily. She tucked the stray locks of hair behind her ear and remarked dryly, you little rascal. Don't you realize that the absence of any issues with that sword is precisely what we require? Jing Xia was momentarily stunned. Qin Chu continued, since we can easily fabricate a flaw, then whenever he recovers we can manipulate the situation to suit our needs. Although I personally do not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Su Weishang, to be frank, individuals like him should ideally be monitored to ensure the safety of others. For some inexplicable reason, Jing Xia suddenly felt a chill course through his body. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and life continued to flourish. Yet within the confines of the room, the temperature felt uncomfortably cool. Jing Xia swallowed hard, silently stepping back to create some distance from the trio, ensuring his own safety. Why did he suddenly find himself feeling a pang of sympathy for Su Weishang? Chapter 54. On November 8th, the S-City base endured one of the most arduous assaults since the bloody day of reckoning. This time, the enemy was no longer the land creatures familiar to humankind. They landed from the embankments, showcasing their overwhelming power for the first time. The ocean, a territory long overlooked by humanity, harbored the greatest diversity of life on the planet, teeming with myriad species and elements. The Mariana Trench, the deepest point in the world's oceans, conceals over 2 million marine organisms, all hidden in the depths, seemingly disconnected from the outside world. Until this day, when their vicious fangs were fully revealed. No longer was the river calm and serene. No longer was the azure sea gentle. This realm, which humanity had never truly explored, finally unleashed its might, launching a comprehensive assault on humankind. Their strength far exceeded the evolutionary levels humanity had anticipated, and even within the inland riverbed, 3 A-grade mutants were discovered during the search. 2 were killed outright, while 1 was successfully captured for research. To defend their homeland, the sacrifices made by humanity were staggering. The already sparse population of the S-City base plummeted to below 1,000 evolved beings, with ordinary casualties being even more horrific, leaving just over 1 million inhabitants. For 10 consecutive days, efforts were consumed in cremating the deceased, clearing the battlefield, and reconstructing the embankment defense systems, diverting humanity's focus entirely. When it seemed that all matters had finally reached a conclusion, the delayed wave of grief truly engulfed every heart, with silent weeping echoing through the streets. Walking down the eerily quiet streets, even the most cold-blooded individuals could not escape the pervasive sorrow, refraining from loud laughter and instead succumbing to their pain. After the previous beast tide, they had not mourned with such intensity as they did now. Jing Xia, donning a light blue medical mask, observed the numbed expressions of the crowd around him and remarked, the casualties back then were far more severe. Nearly half of the evolved in the S-City base perished, and the research institute was almost entirely obliterated. Yet, there was no sorrow as profound as this. The tall man walked alongside the youth, traversing against the flow of the crowd toward the research institute. They appeared as anomalies among the masses, their distinct aura setting them apart from the despondent figures, not resembling the lifeless shells of despair. Ji Chuancheng lowered his head slightly, observing Jing Xia's furrowed brow and stated, "That is because, now, they have nothing left to do but grieve." Jing Xia paused momentarily, slowly comprehending the truth. With a soft sigh he replied, "Indeed. For last time they had no energy for mourning, remaining vigilant against the ever-looming threat of attack, whereas this time, at least for the time being, they are safe." His tone carried a sense of resignation and reflection. His deep, penetrating gaze fixed on the youth, just as a cool autumn breeze swept from the east, blowing Ji Chuancheng's loose hair back, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. He remained silent for a moment before stating, "Rest assured, Professor Qi will not allow this phenomenon to persist for long. Within 2 days at most, they will find new hope." Jing Xia nodded gently, choosing not to speak further. The 2 individuals swiftly arrived at the research institute within S-City, currently housing the greatest number of injured individuals. Upon entering the premises, they adeptly navigated their way to the confidential laboratory situated 2 levels below ground. Under the guidance of Assistant Zhang Bendan, they entered a modest room, their expressions grave as they gazed through the special glass at the figure opposite them. This chamber resembled the one where they had once deceived Su Weisheng during an interrogation. The walls were constructed from a unique material that allowed visibility and sound to traverse from one side to the other. Now, the scene beyond that wall was as familiar as it had been a month prior. Su Weisheng lay paralyzed upon a metallic long bed, his body adorned with numerous metallic patches, nearly 100 in total, all connected to a black machine towering nearly 2 meters high, with an intricate array of buttons and blinking indicator lights. The small LED screen flickered with incomprehensible information at a rapid pace. Witnessing this sight, Jing Xia's heart felt heavy, leaving him at a loss for words. Zhang Bendan seemed to notice the unusual expression on Jing Xia's face. He turned to glance at the unconscious youth in the center of the laboratory and then slowly smiled, saying, "I've heard that the one lying there is your brother. But you need not worry. The experiments conducted by Major Qi are entirely harmless and will not affect his physical well-being in the slightest." Aside from Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, Qin Chu, and Qi Yong, everyone else believed that Su Weisheng's condition was merely a complication arising from the side effects of the new alloy long knife. It was unclear how Qi Yong had persuaded Professor Qi, as no one in the entire research institute doubted his claims. Or perhaps it was simply that this little monster's every action was deemed perfectly normal by them. Jing Xia glanced at Su Weisheng's tightly shut eyes and inquired, "By the way, why haven't I seen Wu Jiqing around the institute these past few days?" Sensing that the other party might not recognize Wu Jiqing, he added, "He's the man who first came to the institute with Su Weisheng and the long knife." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Bendan replied nonchalantly, "That person only came by once the day after and has not returned since. With the current border defense tasks at the S-City base being quite numerous, he might have gone to participate in the coastal defense reinforcement missions." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia nodded slightly, though a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. Given Wu Jiqing's strength and his status at the S-City base, it was inconceivable for him to be summoned for such a trivial coastal defense task. In truth, as far as he knew, Wu Jiqing had recently been frequently training at the training base with a relatively relaxed schedule. His delicate and beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and Jing Xia found himself at a loss regarding the current relationship between Wu Jiqing and Su Weisheng. Sensing the youth's bewilderment, Ji Chuancheng lowered his voice and remarked, "If their relationship is indeed quite solid, then even in absence it would have no effect. Since this is Wu Jiqing's choice, he naturally knows what he is doing." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia instinctively lifted his gaze to Ji Chuancheng, only to find the handsome man earnestly staring back at him. That gaze was distant and tranquil, imbued with profound emotion, causing his throat to dry and his heart to race. Ji Chuancheng slowly curled his lips into a smile and said, "I, too, am aware of what I am doing." Caught off guard, Jing Xia reflexively asked, "What are you doing?" Before he could process the question, he suddenly felt his hand gently grasped. First, it was just the thumb, but soon their palms were pressed together, fitting snugly without a sliver of space between them. The intense warmth transmitted through their contact left Jing Xia momentarily stunned, before he gradually reciprocated the gesture. This man had directly answered through his actions. This is Major Qi's final experiment. Should there be no means to uncover the anomalies of the experimental subject, he may have to be temporarily isolated. Zhang Benden's clear voice shattered the room's somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. The straightforward little assistant remained oblivious to the unusual dynamic between the two behind him and continued, "To be honest, I don't quite understand why Major Qi has chosen to personally conduct these experiments over the past few days." Curious, Jing Xia asked, "You find it strange too? Major Qi suddenly taking an interest in someone and spending considerable time on experiments without yielding results." Zhang Benden scoffed, "Is that even strange? Major Qi previously dissected our little Yaya. That was little Yaya, after all. She was so beautiful. I can't fathom how that disgusting pervert could do such a thing." As he grew more agitated, Zhang Benden lamented, "Don't tell Major Qi, but as his assistant, my life is truly miserable. I watched helplessly as he severed little Yaya's head and extracted her living cells for research to create energy bodies." Suddenly realizing that the two individuals beside him might not recognize his beloved little Yaya, Zhang Benden explained, "Little Yaya is a mutated rose in our research institute. She's stunning. With a slender waist and lush foliage, each petal's layering perfectly aligns with Wittgenstein's aesthetic standards, embodying the golden ratio." Jing Xia involuntarily swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from this man who had begun to gawk. Little Yaya, could it possibly be the same one he knew? The one adorned with sharp, grotesque serrations, mercilessly devouring its prey and reducing it to mere pulp? Major Qi was indeed the most twisted individual I have ever encountered. How could he bear to lay hands on such a beautiful and adorable little Yaya? A madman, a scoundrel, a lunatic. Jing Xia thought, indeed, the entire research institute was inhabited by beings he could not comprehend. Just as Jing Xia was becoming increasingly unsettled, the metallic automatic door slid open, and Major Qi, clad in a white lab coat, entered. Although Jing Xia was quite certain that he could not be seen from the opposite room, Major Qi nonetheless flashed a smile in his direction, his gaze penetrating as if he could see right through the wall. After a brief moment, he quickly withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to the unconscious youth on the metallic long bed. The 10 days of research had granted Major Qi an unparalleled understanding of Su Weishang's bodily information. He had conducted experiments from molecular studies to organ composition, delving into bodily magnetic fields and abilities. Yet, just as the knife had appeared and vanished inexplicably, Su Weishang remained perplexingly normal. This time, it could be said to be Major Qi's final gamble. He personally began to remove the metallic patches affixed to Su Weishang, murmuring a few words in a hushed tone that prompted the assistant standing nearby to exit the laboratory in haste, unsure of his next move. Zhang Benden, puzzled, asked, "Hey, what is this for? Isn't it for the HT magnetic field scan?" Jing Xia also watched in confusion as Major Qi meticulously peeled away the disarray of patches from Su Weishang's body, only to begin removing Su Weishang's clothing. What the hell? This pervert! With Zhang Benden's exclamation, even Jing Xia was left speechless, astonished at a loss for words. Major Qi remained composed, methodically unbuttoning the light blue experimental attire from Su Weishang's upper body, revealing his thin, pale skin. It was impossible to deny that Su Weishang was indeed quite slender, his ribs faintly protruding, as if he could be swept away by the wind. Jing Xia pondered for a moment, exchanging a glance with Ji Chuancheng before settling his mind. He trusted that Major Qi had his reasons for such actions. Sure enough, moments later, a petite and delicate girl entered the laboratory through the metallic door. Like the assistant who had brought her there, she wore a light blue experimental outfit, her hair tied high in a ponytail, her expression timid and seemingly apprehensive. Jing Xia gazed at the familiar girl and murmured softly, "She is Zhang Xijing?" Beside her, the already bewildered assistant exclaimed upon seeing the girl, Isn't she Zhang Xijing, a member of the Special Abilities Evolver Group E? What is she doing here? I recall her task today was to attend Professor Lu's Advanced Technology Guidance course to enhance her knowledge. Casting a glance at Zhang Bendan, who appeared thoroughly perplexed, Jing Xia's mind gradually settled on a conclusion. Perhaps they were to undertake the same peculiar task related to that strange piece of green jade. With this thought, Jing Xia furrowed her brows and inquired, "By the way, Assistant Zhang, after Su Weisheng arrived at the Research Institute, where did you place his belongings?" Zhang Bendan pondered for a moment before responding. The experimental subject didn't bring much to the institute. Apart from personal clothing, we received no other items. The high-wattage ceiling lights illuminated the room with a harsh brightness, yet the seemingly transparent glass walls obstructed visibility, rendering those in the adjacent room unaware of the activities within. The overly bright light made Jing Xia's hair appear somewhat translucent, reflecting a hint of silver. She turned her gaze towards Ji Chuancheng and whispered, "Su Weisheng did not bring anything to the institute, including the green jade we previously discovered. Do you think he may have anticipated this, or?" Ji Chuancheng contemplated for a moment before replying, "If you suspect that jade poses a problem, we could discreetly send someone to retrieve it." After a pause, he added, "There are merely two possibilities. First, it is hidden in his apartment. Second, it has been entrusted to a reliable individual for safekeeping, such as Wu Jiqing." At this, Jing Xia nodded slightly and turned her gaze back to the opposite side. Just as her eyes met the reflective lenses of Qi Yong, a sudden realization struck her, and she froze momentarily, quickly grasping the situation. With a resigned sigh, she murmured, "A Chuan. I believe there is no need to search." Following a certain individual's robber logic, since Su Weisheng has not willingly surrendered it, he will naturally seek to acquire it himself. It is likely that he will only retrieve his piece of jade once he has recovered and been discharged. In this oppressive underground space, Jing Xia shook her head with a sigh, saying, "Firstly, we do not know when Su Weisheng will recover. Secondly, I truly doubt whether he will acquire his original piece of jade by then. After all, it is a precious gem, and according to the antisocial psychology of some individuals, it is entirely possible that he may end up sacrificing several pieces of imperial green jadeite." Ji Chuancheng's dark eyes flickered over Jing Xia's helpless expression, and he subtly tightened his grip on her hand, encouraging her to move past her dismay. When they turned their attention back to the laboratory scene before them, they were both momentarily taken aback. They beheld the shy, beautiful girl blushing fiercely, unwilling to move as she glanced sideways at the man with his hands tucked into his pockets. From Jing Xia's perspective, she could only see Qi Yang's back, rendering her unable to discern his expression. Yet this did not prevent her from hearing his brazen, lascivious remarks. "Place your hand 2 centimeters below his navel. According to the principle of torque balance, this is the center of gravity when the experimental subject lies flat. The molecules throughout his body can be distributed more evenly at this point, facilitating the use and measurement of your abilities." Qi Yang's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were simply discussing a matter of routine. He seemed entirely oblivious to Zhang Xijing's face, which was blushing to the point of near embarrassment, resembling a crimson apple, as she vehemently shook her head. As a normal girl just past the age of 20, Zhang Xijing had never encountered a man's nakedness. To clarify, she had seen men shirtless during summer, but she had never witnessed a man, like Su Weisheng, with his trousers lowered nearly to his hips. Moreover, to ask her to place her hand in such a position was utterly unreasonable. "Major, I really could measure my abilities without placing my hand there. Truly," she protested timidly, her eyes cautiously observing Qi Yang's demeanor, fearful that he might command her to comply. Although there were no explicit hierarchies within the Research Institute, Zhang Xijing secretly harbored an ongoing dread of this madman before her. Due to her unique abilities, she was often summoned by several core researchers to participate in experiments, and ever since she had witnessed this man tear off the grotesque gill sac of a mutant with his bare hands, lick it, and then toss it into a test tube, she could no longer face this man who surpassed human imagination. Seemingly oblivious to Zhang Xijing's increasingly curled posture, Qi Yang wore a smile that was both ambiguous and disarming. He slightly curled his lips and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I specifically calculated the optimal location for you to exert your abilities, yet you deem it unnecessary." His tone was calm and soothing, as if engaging in a casual afternoon chat, yet an underlying sense of danger was unmistakably woven into each word, causing Zhang Xijing to shudder involuntarily. "Cac Major, I will comply immediately. Please do not." "Enough, Qi Yang. Cease these trivial antics and proceed with the experiment directly." A deep, resonant male voice echoed throughout the laboratory, interrupting Zhang Xijing's capitulation to the oppressive force. Ji Chuancheng maintained a stern expression as he lowered the communicator and resumed his indifferent gaze towards the scene across the room. Suddenly hearing this voice, the oblivious Zhang Xijing glanced around in shock. Before she could gather her thoughts, Qi Yang withdrew his gaze from the ordinary wall and, with an exasperated shrug, advised her, "Then simply choose the most suitable spot for your task, and be gentle. Do not concern yourself with the duration of the anesthetic's effect." Feeling a wave of relief, Zhang Xijing relaxed entirely. She immediately extended her hand to cover Su Weishang's forehead. The youthful, fair forehead was enveloped by her small hand, and a faint white light flickered at the point of contact. This glowing orb was evidently much brighter than when Jing Xia had last observed it, exuding a palpable vitality even from a distance. Unlike Qin Chu's vibrant essence, Zhang Xijing's abilities possessed a sensation akin to steel piercing through cells. It was as if she were employing the coldest, most unfeeling detector, reducing the probe to a scale of picometers or even femtometers, traversing through each molecule to seek out the minuscule anomalies. Every living organism is composed of cells, which in turn consist of matter, and matter is made up of molecules. Even viruses, lacking cellular structures, are composed of molecular systems. A clear, melodious voice resonated within the laboratory, seemingly providing commentary. Theoretically, substances composed of molecules do not differ. What truly causes abnormalities in the human body is the cellular composition of those substances, as well as the selective expression and structural arrangement of the cells. Fine beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Xijing's forehead, clearly indicating the immense pressure she faced with such a significant task. The number of cells within a human body is unfathomably vast, and even a single droplet of water contains approximately 10 to the 21st power of molecules. Had this been the newly awakened Zhang Xijing, she would have been utterly incapable of completing a full measurement of a human body. However, after months of potential development at the Institute, she could barely ensure the task's completion. This was a strategy to be employed only at the last moment, as while this method had not induced any abnormalities in the biological subjects during current experiments, no one could guarantee that such molecular-level exploration would not yield adverse reactions in the human body in the future. Chiang's voice gradually turned cold, transmitting through the peculiar wall with an almost metallic timbre. Zhang Benden's expression grew increasingly grave as he abruptly stood up from his chair, exclaiming, "He's gone mad. To conduct such experiments under forced unconsciousness is utterly reckless. The safety of the subject cannot be guaranteed. No, I must report this to Professor Qi and let him decide the fate of the experiment." With that, Zhang Bendan strode toward the door, his demeanor serious. Listening to his words, Jing Xia could not help but recall the anger and discontent expressed by Yu Kai when they first encountered Chiang. "He has caused the deaths of many brothers," she thought, her expression becoming increasingly solemn. Though he bore no protective sentiments for Su Weishang's life, the idea of Chiang assuming this nominal responsibility was something she wished to avoid. Zhang Bendan swiftly reached the door, his fingers just grazing the cold metal handle when he suddenly heard Chiang's voice, laced with a teasing undertone. "However, 10 days ago, when I first received the subject, I personally prepared for this experiment, including the preparation for ability detection, personnel arrangements, and physiological research of the subject." His actions faltered as an ominous premonition echoed in his mind. Could it be that, during 10 days of observational research, the subject had exhibited no physiological abnormalities? There seemed to be a hint of laughter in Chiang's voice, which was inexplicably manic in such a serious environment. "I Chiang, a core researcher at the S-City-based Research Institute, holding the rank of Major, have successfully completed humanity's first molecular-level exploration of the human body. According to the physiological data feedback from the subject, the results of this experiment are exceedingly promising, yielding a safety certification unprecedented in human history." The atmosphere in the laboratory grew palpably tense. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jing Xia slowly covered her face with her hands, exhaling a helpless sigh. What a madman. Chapter 56. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The trio of Jing Xia had ceased to remain passive in their seats, focusing intently on the scene unfolding in the adjacent room. Zhang Xijing's complexion began to pale, as if she had exhausted a considerable amount of her abilities and was now struggling to cope. Everything was proceeding steadily, just as everyone had anticipated. The gentle white light emanating from the girl's palm silently hinted at the experiment's stable progression. Just as that orb of white light grew increasingly bright and stable, after an unknown duration, Zhang Xijing suddenly gasped, stumbling backward and nearly falling to the ground. The white light that had enveloped Su Weishang's forehead vanished in an instant. The boy, seemingly under anesthesia, muttered uncomfortably, his delicate brows knitting as if awakening from slumber. Chiang immediately cast a glance at the research assistant, who promptly increased the dosage of anesthesia, successfully calming Su Weishang's erratic eye movements and stabilizing his breathing. Zhang Xijing, struggling to steady herself against the heavy black machinery, raised her head, her terrified eyes trembling as they met Chiang's serious countenance. Major, this person. He is not normal. The words struck like thunder, reverberating through the room and leaving everyone stunned. Ji Chuancheng activated the communicator, his deep voice resonating throughout the laboratory, tinged with urgency. What is the issue? What is abnormal about him? Zhang Xijing trembled in fear. He's absorbing my abilities. When I attempted to assess his chest, I felt a gravitational pull akin to a black hole, drawing my powers in. I wanted to retrieve them, but it felt as though I was being held back. That immense suction nearly drained all my abilities. Seizing upon the pivotal point in her statement, Chiang furrowed his brows and inquired, "A suction?" "Yes." Zhang Xijing seemed to have finally subdued the terror that surged from within, swallowing hard before replying, "Major Chiang, it's not just my powers. When I made contact with it, I could feel my blood, tissues, and bones creaking, as if they were being drawn toward it. But I have a foreboding sense that if I am truly pulled in, I might perish. It is that mysterious power of Su Weishang." Jing Xia's voice rose sharply, resonating through the communicator in both rooms simultaneously. He then murmured to himself, could it be an ability? No, he doesn't possess dual abilities. His wind-based power is indeed quite normal. So what exactly is there anything else abnormal? A calm voice beside Jing Xia interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, he turned to see Ji Chuancheng gazing intently at the boy in the center of the laboratory. Aside from his strikingly exquisite features, everything about him appeared ordinary, devoid of any anomalies typical for his age. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable boy possessed a power that defied comprehension for all present. Zhang Xijing had gathered enough composure by this time, suppressing the chilling sensation of impending doom within her heart. After a moment of deep contemplation, she replied, "Though our contact was brief, I am certain that when my abilities were drawn toward that force, I distinctly encountered an anomalous interaction with molecular quarks, akin to the green jade that Major Chiang had me test, an anomaly in the CKM matrix elements." With her words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Apart from the assistants, Zhang Bendan and the research assistant, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events, Jing Xia could no longer ignore the peculiar possibilities that loomed. The green stone, Su Weishang, and even the small green stone that had been devoured by the creature. As all improbable occurrences began to converge toward a singular point, and as every unscientific hint coalesced into one explanation, uttering impossibilities transformed into possibilities, ultimately leading to the final answer. Gradually raising his head, Jing Xia pressed the communicator, letting out a resigned sigh. "I believe I have discerned the cause." In the midst of Zhang Bendan and others' puzzled gazes, the research assistant wheeled the still unconscious Su Weishang out of the laboratory, leaving Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, and Chiang alone in the securely enclosed underground laboratory, enveloped in silence. The glaring fluorescent lights further chilled the already cool atmosphere, as Jing Xia stood beneath the round ceiling light, slightly bowing his head to shield himself from the harsh brightness. Time passed quietly, with no one breaking the silence. Finally, Jing Xia could no longer contain himself and began to express his thoughts. "I have spent significantly more time with Su Weishang than you all, and this matter has become a pressing concern for me. Now, I believe I can surmise the astonishing reason behind this." "You mean this?" As he spoke casually, Chiang reached into his coat pocket and produced a piece of translucent green jade. The moment it appeared before their eyes, it seemed as if profound waters rippled through it, creating waves of intrigue. "Since we are in an apocalyptic scenario, I believe the existence of divine artifacts is entirely plausible." Jing Xia regarded the green jade in Chiang's palm with solemnity, stating, "Throughout the years of Huaxia, the legends of deities are not without merit. I suspect this may very well be an artifact obtained by Su Weishang, capable of absorbing whatever he desires." Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow. "You believe this object has the ability to draw things from a distance?" Jing Xia nodded, seemingly struck by another thought. He quickly added, "Perhaps it also possesses the ability to conceal objects from afar? As I say this, even I find it somewhat implausible. After pondering for a moment, I conclude that it may indeed have the capacity to store items within." As soon as the words left his lips, both Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng turned their gazes in unison towards the composed Qiyong, who was wearing a half-smile. Upon noticing the focus of their attention, he paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, It seems you wish to hear my thoughts? Jing Xia nodded. Indeed. After all, you appear to possess considerable knowledge regarding these unusual, peculiar matters. At Jing Xia's remark, Qi Yang's eyes sparkled with mirth. He seemed unfazed by the underlying sarcasm in her words, interpreting it instead as a compliment. He chuckled softly. The existence of celestial artifacts is nearly impossible. The Ninth Bureau of Huaxia has conducted numerous experiments in this realm but has yet to uncover these legendary items. I do not believe we can attain proof so easily. As he toyed with the smooth, translucent jade in his hand, the smile on Qi Yang's face gradually faded. He continued, after dissecting the mutated rose at the S-City base, I extracted its spinal fluid and the mutated cell nucleus, which I then combined with other discovered anomalies to form an energy entity. Pausing for effect, he added, this energy entity later became the core of that high-torque, high-powered electromagnetic cannon. Jing Xia, somewhat perplexed by his words, furrowed her brows and was about to inquire further when Qi Yang's expression turned serious. To this day, I have yet to identify the cause of this mutation, nor have I discerned any patterns. The types, intensities, and directions of these mutations are beyond my control. If I were to concede the existence of celestial artifacts, I would rather believe that this jade, or perhaps Su Weishang himself, has undergone a unique transformation of its CKM matrix elements, creating a dimension unknown to others, an independent space. Independent space? Seizing upon the key term, Ji Chuancheng contemplated for a moment before adding, this could explain why he is able to conceal and retrieve objects. However, what about the allure of it? In 1960, 5 American reconnaissance planes vanished from the face of the Bermuda Triangle, and to conceive a space capable of absorbing even the latest fighter jets could be likened to a black hole. Yet, this black hole is currently under human control, specifically, under Su Weishang's personal control, hence it does not indiscriminately absorb objects. Qi Yang's voice remained calm, although tinged with urgency. The concept of dimensions is a realm I have yet to explore, but I currently have an 80% probability of believing that Su Weishang possesses a dimension akin to a black hole. Ji Chuancheng's deep-set eyes swept over the verdant, lustrous jade, which shimmered with an unusual brilliance under the light, as if silently echoing Qi Yang's words. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, if this is the explanation, then all current issues could be readily resolved. Su Weishang, a wind elemental ability user, with an ability score of 176, has utilized his personal dimension to alleviate crises and conceal a plethora of resources unknown to others during multiple missions and enemy attacks. Jing Xia suddenly grasped the implication, exclaiming, being able to effortlessly acquire resources when others struggle to find them is due to his inherent ability to carry them. To turn peril into safety time and again undoubtedly involves utilizing space to absorb those life forms that pose threats to him. However, Qi Yang gently shook his head, his fingers tightening around the jade, yet unable to suppress the emerald glow seeping through his fingers, revealing its unique hue. No, I do not believe his dimension can contain living beings. First, if he truly possessed such advanced capabilities, he would not need to confront mutated beasts himself. With a mere thought, he could draw all living entities within his sight into his space. If he had such an ability, he would not be a being humanity should fear, but rather a savior. Observing Qi Yang's serious demeanor, Jing Xia nodded in understanding. Qi Yang continued, secondly, there was something you and Zhang Xijing said that has particularly captured my attention. Danger, death. When you felt that pull, there was a premonition that being drawn in meant death. For this reason, I deduced that Su Weishang's space cannot absorb living beings, but can only take in inanimate objects. If it were to absorb living beings, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the living being dies without any adverse effects. Second, the living being dies, resulting in significant backlash against Su Weishang himself. Chapter 57. It is the second possibility. Jing Xia immediately interrupted Qi Yang, asserting if it were the first, he would not need to face mutated beasts, for he would be virtually invincible against anyone. Qi Yang's meaningful gaze lingered on Jing Xia for a long moment, carrying a hint of unnoticeable approval. After a while, he gently nodded, indeed, my conclusion aligns with the second possibility. However, now that we have surmised a conclusion with over 90% probability, the pressing issue at hand is how to handle this. Once this question was posed, the previously fervent atmosphere in the room fell into an immediate silence. Noticing that both Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng wore serious expressions and did not respond, seemingly hesitating on how to evaluate an acquaintance, Qi Yang, unburdened by such concerns, quipped, Su Weishang's abilities are crucial for the S-City base, or perhaps, for all of humanity. A sudden jolt ran through Jing Xia, and she quickly looked up at Qi Yang. her strikingly handsome face betraying a hint of hesitation. Are you suggesting we should properly utilize Su Weishang, making him a cornerstone of humanity's stronghold? Rationality told Jing Xia that someone with such a unique ability as Su Weishang was indeed a vital asset for humanity. Yet, she could not shake the memory of the boy's mad, venomous gaze and his cruel words just before his death. Although he presented himself flawlessly to everyone else, a person capable of coldly plotting and gleefully murdering his own brother could not be trusted to selflessly contribute to humanity, regardless of the circumstances. A person with talent but lacking virtue is a dangerous entity. Such a person ought to be isolated. Resolute in her decision, Jing Xia even contemplated that if Qiyang insisted on employing Su Weishang, she would not hesitate to eliminate him if necessary. Then, unexpectedly, Qiyang burst into laughter. Xia Zi, did you truly think I would advocate for Su Weishang's reintegration? The scene before her was entirely contrary to her expectations, leaving Jing Xia utterly taken aback. Wasn't there supposed to be a vehement debate and discord? How was it that I understood what kind of person Su Weishang was the first time I met him? I, Qiyang, am not so naive as to prioritize this trivial dimensional space over him. While he may serve as a pivotal pawn, he will certainly not sway the grand scheme. His refined, delicate features, framed by the dazzling reflection of his red star, silver-rimmed glasses under the lights, obscured Jing Xiao's perception of Qi Yang's expression. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. Well then, Major Ji, you have been watching the show for long enough. Please proceed to issue a command regarding Su Weishang's fate. Jing Xia immediately turned her gaze to Ji Chuancheng. This statement suddenly reminded her of the man beside her, who had been silent for quite some time, standing as if forgotten. The strikingly handsome man, illuminated by the overhead white light, had even more defined features now. He silently regarded her, seemingly lost in thought, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, hinting at a barely perceptible satisfaction and joy. Ignoring Qi Yang's teasing tone, Ji Chuancheng cast a cold glance in his direction and simply stated, "Eliminate him." Those two terse words lacked the hesitance that had marked Jing Xia's earlier demeanor. Despite having little to gain from the situation and lacking the mortal enmity that characterized his relationship with Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng issued his commands with resolute decisiveness. His tone bore no trace of hesitation, his voice cold and steely, infused with a barely perceptible hint of menace. It was as though he had never known Su Weishang, casually uttering words as simple as discussing dinner plans. Jing Xia's heart sank heavily at this realization. It was not out of concern or doubt. Rather, it was the stark acknowledgement that even after an entire lifetime, he was still not as unyielding and ruthless as Ji Chuancheng or Qiyang. Growing up in a world of affluence and peace, he had never tasted the bitterness of human blood, despite having slain thousands of mutated beasts in his previous life. In this lifetime, he had not even contemplated resorting to the direct violence that Su Weishang had. However, should Qiyang truly wish to protect Su Weishang and elevate him to a core member of the base, he would indeed employ every means at his disposal to eliminate him, preventing any potential threat to humanity. Was it truly that simple? Seemingly caught off guard by Ji Chuancheng's succinct reply, Qiyang paused before inquiring further. There are numerous methods to eliminate him, over 20 that come to mind, all leaving no trace and convincing everyone. Yet, Qiyang's voice trailed off as he exchanged a teasing glance between Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, continuing, "Is it really just a matter of needing to eliminate him?" This time, Qi Yang's subtle hints were unnecessary. After dispelling the last remnants of his reservations, Jing Xia regarded Qi Yang's demeanor with amusement. Contemplating for a moment, a mischievous smile crept across his delicate features as he inquired, "Do you know what Su Weishang fears most?" Nearly 2 months after the initial onslaught of the Jiangdi beast tide, the entire S-City base had gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, bustling with life once more. The agricultural zones were alive with the labor of both people and machines, and the broad thoroughfares bustled with hurried pedestrians. Aside from a handful of severely injured evolvers unable to engage in vigorous activity, the training base saw a substantial increase in the number of evolvers participating in daily drills. The base's directives for cleanup and development had diminished significantly. S-City began to relinquish its claims over less critical areas, instead focusing on internal matters to ensure basic safety. As Ji Chuancheng had asserted over a month prior, the upper echelons would not permit a pervasive atmosphere of despair and apathy to fester within the base. Within a week following the attack, the Research Institute had publicly announced humanity's new adversary, the marine mutation swarm. Proximity to the ocean endowed S-City with abundant resources and a temperate climate, yet it also ushered in inevitable calamities. By presenting humanity with both a glimmer of hope for survival and an unavoidable crisis, they would naturally cast aside trivial sorrows, prioritizing survival and immersing themselves in strenuous labor once again. Unlike ordinary humans who might only ponder their next meal, evolvers were compelled to consider the unknown enemies lurking beyond. Thus, they fervently honed their abilities, and in the absence of sufficient mutated beasts for combat, they engaged in duels with one another, determined to enhance their strength as swiftly as possible. On the second day of Su Weixiang's return to the sunlight, the glaring rays seemed anything but the subdued light of late autumn. Instead, they blazed down with an intensity surpassing that of October. This peculiar weather had persisted since early November, and despite any fear or trepidation, it paled in comparison to the lurking threats beneath the waves. Given the apocalypse, humanity had grown indifferent to such inexplicable phenomena. Yet, Su Weixiang, having just emerged from the underground, found himself unaccustomed to the brightness. Sitting alone at the center of the training base's seating area, he shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight and focused intently on the striking figure of a man approaching from the periphery. Upon recognizing him, he swiftly descended the steps to hand over a prepared water bottle to Wu Jiqing. "Jiqing, you've already fought 4 matches today. You should take a break," he said, his youthful voice as melodious as ever, accompanied by a gentle smile that illuminated his cherubic face. Wu Jiqing flinched slightly, instinctively retreating a step. He awkwardly reached for the water bottle, only to hesitate and withdraw his hand. An awkward silence ensued. Su Weixiang blinked in surprise and softly called out, "Jiqing?" Wu Jiqing's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly masked his discomfort. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Little Shang, you've just come out of the lab. You should rest in your dormitory. I've grown accustomed to battling 10 matches daily over the past 2 months. You can simply watch from the sidelines." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiqing turned and hurried back into the arena, as if pursued by some unseen beast. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the nearly cloudless sky, casting a golden hue upon the boy's flaxen hair. He squinted his beautiful light-colored eyes, intently observing Wu Jiqing's receding figure, the smile that had adorned his face gradually fading away. "Hey, isn't that Su? Su something? Su Weixiang. Oh yes, that's right, Su Weixiang. What is he doing here at the training base? We should hurry back and keep our distance from him, right? I never thought he would be that kind of person." Their voices dwindled, the last words dissipating into the air. Yet, that faint whisper reached Su Weixiang's ears with startling clarity, causing him to freeze, nearly stumbling and collapsing onto the plastic seats as his complexion turned ashen. He gripped the metallic water bottle tightly, his fingers pressing so hard that the flesh turned pale. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Whether from the scorching sun or his rising anxiety, his body trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, "No, this is absolutely wrong. Something must be happening that I'm unaware of. No." Chapter 58. The blistering sun scorched the earth, and the streets were lined with people dressed simply, evoking the essence of summer. Were it not for the short daylight hours that saw the sun setting by 4 o'clock, one might struggle to believe it was winter in the northern hemisphere. Jing Xia, for once, did not head to the training base but hurried to the research institute. Over the past 2 months, several formidable evolvers had undergone specialized training under Professor Lu's guidance. Since Jing Xia possessed water-based abilities, Professor Lu had arranged for him to train in the waters near the dam. That area had been thoroughly inspected every 3 days by the institute, ensuring no A-class mutations were present, making it virtually safe for Jing Xia's current capabilities. He felt confident that even when faced with the A-class mutated octopus from 2 months prior, he would not flounder as he had before. Remembering the urgent summons from Professor Lu, he quickened his pace, nearly dislodging the little plump creature perched atop his head. The small black ball scrambled to hold onto Jing Xia's hair, its tiny body bouncing in the wind yet remaining steadfastly in place. In truth, this leisurely time was a paradise that the little creature had longed for. Basking in the warm embrace of the morning sun, Gigi lay lazily on the beach embankment, indulging in a tranquil sunbath. By noon, it would receive sustenance from Jing Xia, who would provide it with the nearly lifeless body of a water-based mutant beast. This idyllic existence felt akin to an early retirement, making Gigi wish to remain reclined for eternity. Initially, Jing Xia had resolutely picked up the little black ball clinging to the dying C-grade mutant body and set it aside, forbidding it from consuming such a peculiar creature. However, after one unsuccessful intervention allowed Gigi to savor a bite of a B-grade mutant body, Jing Xia waited silently for 10 minutes to witness the little black one's inevitable demise. When he noticed that Gigi was still lively, climbing onto his head, he decided to relinquish control, thinking, if this creature were to perish, it would surely be from gluttony. Gigi chirped excitedly, running too swiftly, as if understanding Gigi's voice. Jing Xia eased his pace slightly. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the familiar location he often frequented and deftly located Professor Lu's laboratory. The moment he opened the door, he found himself momentarily frozen. A tall, elegantly poised man stood with his back to him, illuminated by the bright light streaming through the expansive glass windows, creating an ethereal ambience. Hearing the door open, the handsome, graceful man turned, his deep-set eyes gazing down at Jing Xia, lost in thought. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jing Xia stepped into the room, closing the door behind him with a smile. "Chuan, what brings you here? I recall your task today was to investigate the whereabouts of an A-grade mutant beast detected by the microradar at the estuary." He approached Ji Chuancheng, who towered over him, prompting Jing Xia to tilt his head slightly to meet his gaze. Strangely, as he observed the man's perpetually stoic visage, Jing Xia felt an inexplicable sense that this man was unusually pleased today. Ji Chuancheng regarded Jing Xia with seriousness. Then, after a moment, a slight smile graced his lips. There was indeed such a matter, but an unforeseen incident arose, prompting Professor Lu to summon you back. After a pause, he added, "He also called for me." What unforeseen incident could warrant Professor Lu to call for me? Jing Xia exclaimed in surprise, his sharp, clear eyes widening, their hue appearing faintly amber in the light, bearing an expression of astonishment. However, in an instant, he realized something. Where was Professor Lu? Scanning the unobstructed laboratory, he wondered if the amiable, jovial elder had simply vanished. Ji Chuancheng's gaze lingered on Jing Xia's slightly parted lips, his brow furrowing as his own eyes darkened. Before Jing Xia could react, Ji Chuancheng suddenly reached out, brushing his fingers against those full lips, gently caressing them with his calloused fingertips. This unexpected, suggestive gesture caused Jing Xia's cheeks to gradually flush crimson. He cleared his throat a couple of times. Yet before he could speak, Ji Chuancheng lowered his voice, saying, "There is a trace of blood from something that splattered." All the enchanting ambience was instantly shattered. Irate, Jing Xia swatted away the slender fingers of the man, vigorously rubbing his lips as frustration surged within him, contemplating whether to deliver a punch to this man before him. Over the past 2 months, Jing Xia felt as though he had regressed with this dense-headed ice mountain of a man. He was not one to dwell on ambiguity, even somewhat indifferent to desire. Yet, in comparison to Ji Chuancheng, he felt his own passion burned as fiercely as the summer sun, exuberant like a Hawaiian hula dance. Aside from that one impulsive kiss 2 months prior, this man had not dared to cross any further boundaries. It was as if they had regressed to an ancient feudal society, where even hand-holding had been infrequent, let alone embracing. No, in a feudal society, there would be a defense between genders, but there was no precedent for male-male matters ahem. Jing Xia quickly coughed a couple of times, trying to dispel the increasingly peculiar thoughts from his mind. "Enough with the rubbing. You'll break the skin," Ji Chuancheng suddenly interjected, halting Jing Xia's actions by grasping his slender wrist, feeling the bony structure devoid of any fat. His brow furrowed slightly. "Why are you so lacking in flesh?" Confused, Jing Xia raised his other arm, gesturing toward the small muscle that was easily visible without any effort. "Don't tell me my training has been in vain. My body is filled with muscle." A hint of barely perceptible amusement flickered in Ji Chuancheng's eyes as he responded with a dismissive grunt. "Oh, is that muscle?" Ji Chuancheng. Observing the man's teasing demeanor, Jing Xia, fueled by indignation, threw a punch. His strike was swift and fierce, akin to that of a professional fighter from before the apocalypse. Yet, Ji Chuancheng effortlessly caught the fist that flew toward him like a bullet, gently redirecting it, causing Jing Xia to lose his balance and tumble against his solid chest. "It appears your muscles still require some work." Ji Chuancheng's voice trailed off. The young man's dark eyes bore into him, shining with an unusual brilliance, exuding a prideful nobility akin to a defiant little beast unwilling to submit. Ji Chuancheng felt a sudden dryness in his throat, instinctively swallowing hard. Following the elegant curve of the young man's neck, he observed the delicate collarbone and the exposed pale skin at the neckline, which was accentuated by the current posture, along with a hint of red barely visible in the shadows. His gaze darkened further. Ji Chuancheng's brow knit tightly as a muscle in his forehead twitched involuntarily. The desire surging from his lower abdomen was effectively suppressed, but mere moments later, the young man began to rub against his chest, the warmth of his breath tickling Ji Chuancheng's jaw like soft feathers. "This morning, I faced off against 2 B-grade mutant beasts by the embankment. Are you keen to test your strength?" Jing Xia provocatively suggested. If you find that insufficient, let us forego our abilities and compete in pure stamina. I could easily run 50,000 meters right now. Silence enveloped the room, an unsettling stillness hanging in the air. Chuan, why are you silent? Jing Xia finally sensed something amiss and raised his gaze, only to be jolted by the sight of Ji Chuancheng's eyes, which were so dark they seemed capable of devouring all light. A shiver coursed through him, and he suddenly comprehended a series of inexplicable questions. Instinctively, he attempted to free his right wrist from its constraint, but it was in vain. A tremendous force yanked him forward, and he collided with Ji Chuancheng's sturdy chest. Still dazed, Jing Xia felt a warmth upon his lips. His eyes widened in shock. Thoughts raced through his mind, incredulously questioning the man's erratic behavior, yet he was swiftly overwhelmed by the unexpected fervor emanating from Ji Chuancheng. Following the man's assertive movements, Jing Xia reciprocated the kiss, the soft sounds of their lips mingling ringing in his ears, igniting a warmth in his lower abdomen. Rationality reminded him that the door was locked. Even if anyone were to attempt entry, they would have ample time to conclude their affair before the door could be unlocked, erasing all traces of their encounter. With all inhibitions cast aside, Jing Xia embraced the lean waist of the man, eagerly engaging with the invading tongue, entwining, licking, and nibbling. The clash of power between them was palpable, gradually drawing Jing Xia into a state of defiance. If he were to concede to this ice mountain of a man, how could he ever live up to the title of the former nightlife prince of B City? As the temperature gradually rose, Jing Xia felt a subtle dizziness enveloping his mind, and the air in his lungs became alarmingly thin. Yet, his indomitable willpower compelled him to persist, unwilling to concede defeat. He could only struggle to keep pace with his opponent, ultimately finding himself pressed against the lengthy table, his body slowly being pinned down. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, breaking the tension. Bang! Squeak! 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 The shrill cries jolted Jing Xia out of his languid stupor, and he swiftly realized the inappropriateness of his current circumstances. With a forceful kick, he shoved the man, pinning him aside, gasping for breath as he half raised himself to face the incessantly chattering little black creature on the ground. Cough! Cough! What's the matter with you? That little height won't hurt you. If you keep squeaking, I swear. However, upon witnessing the mutated hamster, now resembling a spiky ball of fur, Jing Xia's threatening words were abruptly swallowed. The long, slender tail bristled with anxiety as the creature remained on high alert, fixated on the tightly locked metallic door. In the next instant, the sound of the lock mechanism echoed through the room. A faint noise, yet in the stillness of the space, it resonated like the blaring horn of a train. Instinctively, he turned to see Ji Chuancheng, who was struggling to maintain his balance. Without needing words, they exchanged a vigilant glance, both on high alert for the impending opening of the metallic door. The silver, multi-secure door creaked open after a flurry of activity. First, a narrow gap allowed sunlight to spill in, followed by a 5-centimeter width revealing a pair of polished leather shoes, and finally, a reflective pair of silver-rimmed glasses that concealed the owner's expression behind the lenses. Why are you all staring at me? Tis K. Look at your flushed faces. Have you been indulging in debauchery in broad daylight? Chapter 59. The sharp sound, akin to metal scraping, stood out starkly in the quiet room, as if confronting a formidable foe. The mutated hamster's wary gaze remained fixed on Qi Yang, never wavering. Its body trembled with an almost imperceptible shiver, seemingly eager to advance but hindered by an oppressive weight, as if a colossal mountain was pressing down upon it. Qi Yang's previously relaxed demeanor shifted immediately. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the peculiar little black creature before him. A faint, metallic scent of blood wafted from him, prompting the hamster to sniff delicately. Taking a step forward, Qi Yang caused the hamster to bolt in fright, retreating to the safety of Jing Xia's heels, desperately trying to shield its rotund body. Yet, within moments, it scurried up Jing Xia's pants, burrowing into his pocket. The little creature, all soft and pudgy, nestled within Jing Xia's palm-sized pocket, causing it to sag under the weight. Jing Xia looked down to see the plump little creature with its head buried, trembling as if in fear, employing the simplest method of evasion. What have you been up to lately? A deep, melodious voice filled the room, initially carrying a hint of husky allure before settling back to normalcy. Qi Yang approached Jing Xia, casting a brief glance at Ji Chuancheng. After that incident with Su Weishang, you all seem to have relaxed, while I've been quite busy. We captured several mutated beasts during the enemy attack, including 3 A-grade corpses and 1 living A-grade specimen. The research facility has been overwhelmed. Jing Xia reached to pat the quivering hamster in his pocket. But as his fingers grazed its body, he was startled by its tremors. After a moment of confusion, realization dawned upon him. Taking a deep breath, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you been killing a lot of mutated beasts recently?" Noticing the slight movement of Jing Xia's nostrils, Qiyang paused for a moment before not denying it. Not an excessive amount, but they certainly didn't die easily. The implication was clear. Many of the captured mutants had been subjected to various inhumane methods for research. With a resigned gesture, Jing Xia sighed, "You've frightened the hamster." Surprised by Jing Xia's reaction, Qiyang pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me? The mutants I encounter at the research facility, ranging from A to E grade, don't react as strongly as this little beast does. Besides, I haven't done anything particularly terrifying. Just skinned the living A-grade mutant, sliced its flesh, drained its blood, and, Jing Xia took a serious step back, pressing against the cold table, determined to maintain a safe distance from the madman. Qiyang's penetrating gaze swept over both him and Jing Xia before landing on the trembling creature in Jing Xia's pocket. Ji Chuancheng quickly assessed, after all, it's a mutant. This little mouse's nerves are a bit sensitive, and it likely caught the overwhelming scent of blood from you. At the mention of the word mouse, Jing Xia intentionally glanced down at the creature, only to find it unresponsive, still buried in its hiding place. He shot Qiyang a sidelong glance. If even a mouse can't be coaxed out by your presence, it seems you've indeed killed quite a few mutants. That scent of blood is so strong that even without its nose, I can detect it. A peculiar shade crossed Qiyang's fair complexion as he contemplated, then retrieved a square black box from his belongings, placing it on the long table. My scent couldn't possibly be that strong. You must be referring to this. As he spoke, Qiyang pressed the silver button to input a code, and with a click, the safe opened. An overwhelming stench of blood immediately filled the room. Jing Xia frowned, and before he could react, a shadow darted from the box. Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened as he swiftly flicked his wrist, unleashing a fiery blaze that twisted forward like a serpent. Swiftly, it caught up with the shadow, forming a fire cage barely half a meter long, and snaring the creature. "Well, that saved me a bullet," Qiyang remarked, retracting the silver pistol he had been readying. His gaze cold as he stared at the trapped creature. "Aren't you coming over?" His tone carried a hint of latent menace, directed sharply at the dark mutant beast. The creature quivered, then, disregarding the danger, bolted through Ji Chuancheng's fire cage, singeing patches of its skin, yet it pressed on through the pain, racing towards Qiyang, where it obediently crouched before him, too frightened to move. Qiyang observed it with a cold smirk. "You find it amusing to run every time? What a game." Perhaps startled by Qiyang's concealed menace, the black mutant beast lay flat on the ground, trembling in fear, seemingly offering a silent apology. Qiyang casted a glance, prompting the creature to hastily jump back into its box, curling up in a corner, shivering. This allowed Jing Xia the opportunity to peer into the now open box, revealing the entirely black mutant beast. Its right arm appeared to have been severed at some point, crudely stitched with surgical thread, adorned with dark scars of dried blood. Even more horrifying, blood was gushing from its chest, soaking its fur and matting the hairs together. The sight of its numerous wounds, burnt, corroded by acidic substances, and festering to the bone, was enough to send a chill down Jing Xia's spine, even as someone who had witnessed the brutal ways mutants attacked humans. Yet, he felt no sympathy or pity. He merely found the cruelty of such methods beyond his imagination. Ji Chuancheng's gaze lingered on the mutated beast for quite some time before he silently turned to Qiyang and inquired, "A total of 329 wounds. Did you inflict them all?" Qiyang lowered his eyes and replied, "I personally left 321 wounds with my sharp blade and top-tier firearms. The remaining 8 were inflicted by 3 assistants." Pausing for a moment, he continued in a calm tone, "By the way, all 3 assistants are deceased, thanks to it." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia looked at Qiyang in astonishment and asked, "You began the experiment without administering anesthesia to restrain its movements?" Qiyang frowned, stating, "I would never commit such a fundamental error. Although this mutated beast is merely classified as C-level, its self-healing capabilities are remarkably formidable. I peeled its heart away for an hour, and just as I was about to return it to a complete state, it grew a new, albeit diminutive, heart." Ji Chuancheng's expression suddenly turned serious, and he remarked, "This is even more impressive than Qin Chu's abilities. Have you been studying it these past few months?" Qiyang shook his head, "Certainly not. I only began experimenting on it last week. I had no idea it would resist so fiercely. It killed the 3 assistants assigned to me during the first experiment. Fortunately, an evolver was present. Otherwise, I might not be standing here speaking with you now. Jing Xia's tone grew grave. A sea-level mutated organism, and it's this powerful? We were simply unprepared. Clearly, its combat strength is not impressive. It could be subdued easily. After a brief pause, Qi added, however, it has never ceased attempting to flee. It is unsafe in the hands of other researchers, so I have chosen to keep it close. As if recalling something troubling, a complex expression crossed Qi Yang's handsome features. Initially, I corroded its left leg with sulfuric acid and removed its eyes for research. Only then did it develop a modicum of fear towards me. Nonetheless, its self-healing ability is astonishing. It has recovered to this extent. At this revelation, Jing Xia staggered back 2 steps, finally realizing the depths of the man's abnormality. Noticing the fear and faint disdain in Jing Xia's gaze, Qi cast him an amused glance. Please, it nearly gnawed my hand down to the bone. Such a deep-seated grudge must be avenged. I have never even caught a cold in my life. To be injured to this extent, not dismembering it into 1,000 pieces would be the height of mercy. Ji Chuancheng did not display the same level of shock as Jing Xia. He merely regarded Qi with a calm, unyielding gaze and coldly remarked, "You have refrained from taking action solely due to its high research value. Otherwise, it would have ceased to exist." With the lie exposed, Qi did not appear particularly embarrassed. He chuckled softly and shifted the topic. "Well, I did not come here to discuss this creature. A few days ago, Su Weishang has already left the research institute. The plan has proceeded quite successfully." Realizing the focus of their meeting, Jing Xia quickly understood. "So it was you who had Professor Lu summon us?" "Indeed," Qi responded with a soft hum, casting a cold glance at the trembling, fearful creature within the box before shutting the heavy box door. "Su Weishang's recent actions have truly taken me by surprise, yet they align closely with our anticipated outcomes. He has learned of that rumor," Ji Chuancheng asserted confidently. Qi nodded, spreading his hands in resignation. "Indeed. Although others ought to have remained tight-lipped, there are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. He would eventually discover the truth, albeit sooner than I expected." What is it that Su Weishang fears most? Simply put, it is the inability to deceive anyone ever again. Chapter 60. This cannot merely be considered a rumor. Privately informing Wu Jiqing, due to Su Weishang's peculiar behavior the night before the enemy attack near the dam in Zone 80, we have not spoken incorrectly. Jing Xia shrugged helplessly and continued. He was indeed searching for something near the dam all night. With a resounding click, Qi closed the sturdy safe door, significantly diminishing the room's overpowering metallic scent of blood, allowing Jing Xia to breathe more easily. Qi fingers lightly tapped rhythmically on the metal safe. It is unfortunate that the individuals I dispatched to monitor him have yet to discover what he was searching for. I have a premonition that knowing this could grant us deeper insights into his personal dimensional space. Jing Xia's expression suddenly froze before he masked it with a slight smile. What kind of premonition is that? A woman's intuition? Sensitive to the teasing tone in the young man's voice, Qi sensed an unusual vibe. His handsome, refined eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Jing Xia intently. Before he could speak, Ji Chuancheng interjected. "Deliberately allowing a few evolvers to overhear your conversation with Wu Jiqing has achieved our desired effect. But it was indeed somewhat reckless." The sudden spark of inspiration in Qi mind was interrupted. He turned to Ji Chuancheng and countered, "I do not consider this particularly risky. At least those evolvers would never expose the research institute, so Su Weishang will remain oblivious." Seeing Qi attention diverted, Jing Xia finally exhaled in relief. He subtly grasped the small, trembling black creature, feeling its warm fur brush against his palm, making it difficult to associate such a small being with the murderous mutated beasts. Jing Xia slowly lowered his gaze, meeting Ji Chuancheng's eyes, which were equally gentle, as if he understood what Jing Xia was about to say. He could never allow Qi to know that Ji had once swallowed the green stone. Nor could he reveal that Su Weishang sought something in Zone 80 that night because Ji had accompanied him and consumed a pale green gem. Too much evidence and too many clues had led Jing Xia to the unmistakable conclusion. Ji undoubtedly comprehended Su Weishang's dimensional space. Perhaps Ji had been hinting at this from the moment they first encountered Su Weishang, demonstrating hostility and attempting to dislodge the green jade concealed on him. These were all indications from Ji, yet Jing Xia regrettably had never noticed. The secrets hidden within Ji weighed heavily on Jing Xia, and he had yet to find an opportunity to discuss them with Ji Chuancheng, feeling apprehensive about the other's potential reaction. Ji Chuancheng had maintained a dispassionate stance towards the small black creature, neither fond nor disdainful. However, it was still a mutated beast, one that could significantly impact mutation research. In matters of such importance, Jing Xia felt uncertain about Ji Chuancheng's thoughts. He could only privately contemplate. If Ji Chuancheng insisted on sending Ji to the research institute for study, then he would absolutely not permit such a thing to transpire. The primary purpose of this visit was to discuss Su Weishang's situation following his departure from the research institute. Although he exhibited certain actions in response to his predicament, the individuals I dispatched will influence him, so there is no need for concern about the outcome, Qiyang scoffed lightly. If it weren't for his questionable character, I might have developed a slight fondness for such a cunning individual. To deceive others to such an extent, one wonders if he has been deceiving himself all along. Jing Xia, taken aback by this, inquired, "What is he like?" The report from number 3 states that during a mission, he intentionally sustained an injury to elicit sympathy from Wu Jiqing and the other team members. Regrettably, the informant I embedded within their ranks discreetly revealed to others that Su Wei had intentionally exposed a vulnerability, provoking an attack from the mutated beast. As the conversation progressed, Qi Yang sighed with a sense of resignation, remarking, "To go to such lengths, one could say it's rather tenacious." Jing Xia instinctively completed his thought. Indeed, without a doubt, truly, the younger brother of Xiao Xiazi is remarkable. Had he been a mutated beast, I would assuredly preserve him as my specimen, adorning the wall above my bed, admiring him each night as I drift into slumber. After a brief pause, Qi Yang lowered his voice, a low chuckle emanating from his throat. "Just like this creature. Once the experiment concludes, I shall treat it with utmost care." A loud bang resonated, akin to the sound of a box colliding, as the black safe rattled violently on the table. Jing Xia was suddenly confronted with the ghastly sight of a wound that ran deep to the bone, putrid and blackened. Just as anxiety tightened within him, he recalled Qi Yang's mention of the 3 deceased assistants. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a serpentine, twisted scar on Qi Yang's right wrist, grotesquely raised against his skin, reminiscent of a centipede's crawl. Jing Xia stared for a moment, instinctively asking, "Is this the scar left when that mutated beast nearly severed your hand?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yang looked down at his right hand. His gaze softened upon encountering the unsightly scar, and he gently replied, "Yes, that's it. It nearly took my hand completely. Had it truly been lost, you wouldn't be witnessing this loathsome creature today." Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Since you've already had Qin Chu reattach your hand, why not erase the scar as well?" Qi Yang shrugged his shoulders, matter-of-factly stating, "It's a rare encounter with something that has caused me such significant loss. I shall keep this scar as a reminder. After all, it was my recklessness that led to the untimely demise of 3 innocent lives." His tone grew somber as he narrowed his eyes. "Such a tragedy will never occur again." As if in response to his words, a muffled, low growl emerged from the box, filled with fear and trembling. The scant compassion Jing Xia had felt dissipated entirely, and he sighed softly, resolving to say nothing further. After exchanging a few more words with Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, Qi Yang hefted the heavy box and departed. Jing Xia watched his slender silhouette retreat, his brow furrowed, burdened with an unshakable sense of foreboding, unsure of what to say. The prospect of harmony between humans and mutated beasts seemed almost unattainable. A deep, resonant voice broke the silence in Jing Xia's ear, prompting him to instinctively turn. He found Ji Chuancheng's handsome, chiseled face devoid of expression, silently observing Qi Yang's diminishing figure. Even within the realm of mutated beasts, conflicts were inevitable. However, at present humanity stood as their greatest adversary, allowing for a fleeting semblance of unity in their collective assault against humans. After a brief pause, as if exhaling a profound sigh, Ji Chuancheng continued, "Humans are no different." His voice was soft, yet it struck Jing Xia like a thunderclap, snapping him from the confusion and helplessness that had enveloped him in recent days. After a lengthy silence, Jing Xia confessed, "Ah Chuan, there are matters regarding Ji that I have kept from you." "Yes, I am aware." The response came swiftly. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly comprehended, a wry smile spreading across his face. "As expected, I knew I couldn't keep it from you. What do you intend to do?" "I wish to protect it. As you mentioned, even among humans there are friends and foes. I believe that, despite not being of the same race, Ji is our friend." His tone grew resolute, and his clear, beautiful eyes gleamed with fervor. Ji Chuancheng's approving gaze fell silently upon the young man's exquisite features, observing him without uttering a word. Yet the warmth in his eyes hinted at his delight. After a prolonged silence, Ji Chuancheng suddenly proposed, "Let us resume our previous discussion." With the nearly 50-pound specialized metal safe in hand, Qi Yang effortlessly swung the carrying handle, seemingly oblivious to the clattering sounds emanating from within the box. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even those who had not undergone evolution saw significant improvements in their physical capabilities. This was especially true for Qi Yang, who hailed from a distinguished military background, inherently surpassing the average person. As if handling a mere plastic bag, he navigated the heavy box down the stairs. Upon reaching a corner, blinding sunlight streamed through the stairwell window, illuminating his face and rendering his already pallid complexion almost translucent. With a resounding crash, the black box collided with the wall at the stairwell's corner, causing Qi Yang's wrist to tremble. The box emitted a muffled groan, as if it could no longer endure the agony. A smirk graced Qi Yang's lips as he casually sat down on the staircase, placing the black safe beside him and inputting the code to unlock it. As sunlight flooded in, the bloodied, mutated beast within instinctively struggled to escape. Yet, upon taking a single step out of the box, it was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome face adorned with reflective silver glasses, a smile gracing his lips, though anyone could perceive the underlying menace concealed within that smile. Did it hurt? The mutated beast, recalling some fearful memory, immediately recoiled into the corner of the box, trembling and silenced. With a low sigh, Qi Yang reached in and yanked the creature out, gripping its severed right arm with a roughness that elicited a pained whimper. Holding it before him, "Where does it hurt?" The beast emitted a series of chattering sounds, seemingly comprehending his inquiry. Qi Yang, with a smile, attentively listened for a considerable time. He extended his hand toward the mutated beast's head. The creature flinched, retreating from his slender fingers. Qi Yang hesitated momentarily, his expression growing cold. Observing the creature's fearful gaze, he coldly scoffed, "My apologies, but I do not understand." As soon as the words left his lips, he forcefully tossed the mutated beast back into the box. The collision against the walls of the box produced a jarring sound, causing the creature to grimace in pain as its recently healed wound tore open anew, blood flowing profusely, blending with the black box, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Qi Yang coldly regarded the trembling creature, his gaze lingering on the bleeding wound on its chest. After a moment's hesitation, he pursed his lips and retrieved a small white vial from his pocket, uncorking it before reaching back into the box. The mutated beast instinctively recoiled in fear, yet found itself helplessly pressed against the box's wall. Qi Yang let out a derisive snort, a mocking smile curling his lips. "I won't let you die so easily. Today's wound was indeed severe, having pierced your heart, liver and stomach. It is a miracle you have survived this long. I cannot allow you to perish from blood loss." As he spoke, Qi Yang gently shook the vial, letting the pale blue powder cascade onto the visible bone of the mutated beast's wound. The creature trembled violently, yet remained compliant, submitting to Qi Yang's ministrations. Gradually, the bloodied wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. Observing the rapid recovery, Qi Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then his smile deepened. "Your healing speed truly becomes more impressive by the day. It seems you wish to convey that my earlier actions were unnecessary?" His tone turned icy, the warmth of his smile vanishing entirely. Upon meeting Qi Yang's frigid, indifferent gaze, the creature trembled uncontrollably, its fearful chattering escalating anew. That familiar expression, that familiar gaze, served as an incessant reminder of the torment yet to come. This time, however, it was disheartening for it to realize that Qi Yang merely regarded it with a profound look for an extended moment, before finally letting out a cold chuckle, closing the safe with a resounding bang, and once more hoisting the box as he descended the stairs. This unexpected reprieve left the mutated beast within the box momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that this individual would so readily spare its life. Whether intentional or accidental, Qi Yang's movements with the box gradually diminished, and the occasional collisions posed no threat whatsoever to the beast, which possessed an extraordinarily robust self-healing ability. Curled up at the bottom of the box, emitting soft, sibilant sounds as if attempting to convey something, yet, as the human had previously stated, it was utterly incomprehensible. Sibilant sounds filled the air, yet were entirely drowned out by the impeccable soundproofing of the box. Qi Yang approached a door and began to input the lock's code. Inside the laboratory, upon witnessing Qi Yang enter, all personnel ceased their actions and nodded in acknowledgement. After casting a smile at each assistant present, Qi Yang strode to the center of the room, placing the black box down before the immense metallic bed. He gently pressed the code on the box, while the other assistants readied their weapons, bracing for a potential onslaught from the creature within. With a faint sound of opening, A dazzling light seeped through the minuscule gap, illuminating the interior of the box. Suddenly, the mutated beast trembled and lifted its gaze towards the gradually opening lid, continuing its sibilant calls, though these were overshadowed by the cacophony of machinery in the room. Due to its numerous wounds, it could scarcely produce any sound, let alone move with any ease. Observing the creature's rare lack of resistance, Qiyang raised an eyebrow, peering inside with astonishment. Just as he lowered his head, a shadow darted towards him in an instant. His eyes widened in shock, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The sound of an energy cannon echoed loudly throughout the laboratory, striking the beast squarely in the head. Crimson blood erupted, splattering across Qiyang's face, causing the rigid smile at the edge of his lips to bloom into a chilling radiance. He cast a seemingly indifferent glance at the convulsing creature sprawled across the metallic bed, then raised his gaze towards the shooter, remarking, "Had it been a mere centimeter closer, it would have struck my head." "Seems that Captain Qin is in the laboratory?" The assistant who fired the shot trembled. Report, Major Qi. Captain Qin is not here." "Oh?" His voice elongated in a mocking tone. Qiyang replied, "So Captain Qin Chu is absent?" He then furrowed his brow in feigned distress. "As an assistant, you possess no combat experience, and should know to aim for the beast's grotesque body rather than its repulsive head, lest you hit my own. Where would Captain Qin come from to tend to my wounds then?" Receiving no response, Qiyang expectedly raised his gaze, stating, "Your weapons are to be fired only when it attacks you, not as it escapes the box. Did I grant you permission to fire?" The laboratory fell into an oppressive silence, thick enough to make the assistant sweat profusely. His trembling lips attempting to articulate words, yet finding his throat constricted, too fearful to speak. The mutated beast, writhing on the metallic bed, was bleeding profusely from its head. A wound evidently lethal, yet it remained alive, even conscious. It struggled to lift its head towards the man who was now smirking coldly, and with that motion, the blood flowed even more freely. Silence. With a swift motion, Qiyang seized a small knife from a metallic tray, plunging it directly into the beast's wounded right arm, rendering it unable to move, firmly pinning it to the bed with the glinting blade. "If you allow my precious experimental material to come to harm, can you bear the responsibility for it?" Ignoring the creature's cries beneath his gaze, Qiyang fixed his cold gaze upon the assistant, drenched in cold sweat and pallid in complexion. "Lin Yong, you did not act to save me. You simply panicked and fired when it lunged at you. Now I can assure you, the value of this creature far surpasses my own." Pausing momentarily, as if recalling something, Qiyang scoffed. "No, it far exceeds that of everyone present." In the hushed room, no one dared to utter a word, fully understanding Qiyang's implication. Regardless of the torment inflicted upon the mutated beast, Qiyang never resorted to lethal measures. He gradually intensified the experiment, yet always remained in control of his strength. However, this assistant had recklessly nearly jeopardized the experimental material. If the secret of its formidable regenerative ability could be uncovered, then we would possess greater assurance in facing these beasts. The assistants and researchers present dared not utter a sound, collectively holding their breath, bowing their heads in obedient silence. Observing their compliant demeanor, Qiyang suppressed his urge to voice his thoughts, choosing instead to remain silent. He lowered his gaze to the ailing black mutated beast. Its emaciated form bore two significant wounds, one inflicted by the knife that pinned it to the bed, and the other a gaping hole from the energy cannon's attack. The latter wound was severe enough to draw a frown from Qiyang, his expression grave. "Go summon Qin Chu," he commanded, his voice laced with restrained fury. The closest female assistant reacted first, her voice trembling as she asked, "Huh?" Qiyang clenched his fists tightly, turning to her with a measured tone. "I said, go summon Qin Chu." Upon meeting his icy, murderous gaze, the female assistant stiffened momentarily before hastily exiting the laboratory in search of assistance. Qiyang then turned back to the still convulsing beast, his gaze sweeping over its grotesque scars and festering wounds before curling into a smirk. "If you die on me, be prepared to be dismembered into 1,000 pieces." His tone remained eerily calm, as though he were merely stating an undeniable fact. The feeble sounds emanating from the beast were now so faint they were nearly inaudible. Qiyang concentrated, leaning closer to listen, yet he remained unable to decipher its utterances. Choosing to disregard it, he unexpectedly extended a hand towards the creature he derogatorily referred to as a repugnant pest, gently prodding at the bloodied wound on its head. His pale fingers quickly stained with red and black, yet he found amusement in pressing on. Ignoring the beast's panicked expression, Qiyang eventually withdrew his fingers, placing them before his nose to inhale lightly, and then, without any forewarning, he extended his tongue to lick them. Sweet? The other individuals present remained utterly silent, evidently accustomed to this man's bizarre behavior. Uncertain whether it was due to Qi Yang's bizarre and terrifying actions that had startled him, the black mutated beast convulsed its body, widening its narrow, slit-like eyes, seemingly struggling to articulate something. Zhiyang, the sound, however, was barely audible, weak and feeble. Qi Yang raised an eyebrow. You are not permitted to make a sound in my presence again. If you wish to converse with me, learn to speak in human language first. If you utter another sound, I shall sever your vocal cords, grind them into mince, and then stuff them into. With a sudden crash, the emaciated figure toppled backward, collapsing to the ground unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Major Qi! Major Qi! What has happened to you? Everyone rushed to Qi Yang's side to assist him, only to discover that the man had lost consciousness, blood of a dark crimson hue trickling from the corner of his mouth, his already pallid complexion now resembling that of gilded paper, emanating an air of death. Major Qi! The gaunt body crumpled suddenly, and at this moment, no one cared whether he was the man transformed into a grotesque creature or the terrifying figure they had feared. They anxiously began to devise a plan, their thoughts no longer occupied with the mutated beast, which had been regarded as more significant than all present. What they failed to notice was that the black mutated beast was firmly pinned to the metallic long bed by a small knife and, even if it wished to move, it was helpless. Yet it continued to shake its body, seemingly striving to direct its gaze toward the head of the bed to discern what had transpired. Zhiyang. No one responded. Chapter 61. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the air to near liquid form, causing the distant ground to appear as if melting into water. In such sweltering conditions, only the Research Institute offered a semblance of shade, devoid of the heat that enveloped all else. Strangely, amidst the lush foliage, there was not a single cicada's chirp, merely the silent canopy above. As Jing Xia stepped out of the institute, barely having taken a few strides, he received news of Qi Yang's sudden collapse. He hurried back, disregarding the man who stood a meter away from him, brushing past him as he hastened toward the building. Observing this, Ji Chuancheng couldn't help but smirk, his lips curling in an enigmatic manner as he absent-mindedly stroked his lower lip. Minutes later, both men returned to the Research Institute, where most patients had been discharged by the end of last month, and the previously scarce beds were now abundantly available. Upon Qi Yang's entrance, the entire medical staff sprang into action. Even Professors Liu and Qi rushed over in astonishment, only to be shooed away by Professor Wang with the admonition that they were not professionals and should remain out of the way. However, none of this succeeded in extricating Qi Yang from his peculiar peril. When Jing Xia arrived at the doorway, he found Professors Liu, Qi, and Wang squatting in a corner, deliberating the cause of the incident. The throng before the operating room was immense, clogging the 2-meter-wide corridor, predominantly filled with young faces clad in white lab coats. Jing Xia halted before the crowd, and before he could speak, Ji Chuancheng strolled over casually, casting a subtle glance that prompted the young ones to part ways. Spotting familiar faces, Jing Xia approached Professor Liu without hesitation. Professor Liu, what exactly happened? I just saw Qi Yang and he was lively then, but now he is. Professor Liu's aged face darkened, helplessly covering his face. Alas, the world has deteriorated, and human hearts have grown cold. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward Professor Qi, who, with his graying hair, also shamefully concealed his face. No pain, no gain. Jing Xia. Observing Jing Xia's bewildered expression, the usually brazen Professor Wang burst into hearty laughter. It's nothing. That little monster licked something he shouldn't have during the experiment. It's nothing serious. Qin Chu has gone in, and she should emerge shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the crisp sound of a door opening echoed down the corridor. Though faint, it resonated loudly amidst the commotion, drawing everyone's attention. Qin Chu slowly unveiled her face, removing the blue medical mask she wore, disdainfully tossing it to her assistant while grumbling. Does Qi Yang's physical constitution require me to wear this thing? Her beautiful eyes swept over the area, and upon spotting Jing Xia, she exclaimed, You little rascal, what are you doing here? I happen to have business at the Research Institute, so I thought I'd come by. Jing Xia replied, noting Qin Chu's less-than-ideal complexion. Everything is all right, right? Qin Chu's delicate visage bore exquisite features. Yet at this moment, she appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion a touch pale. Yes, everything is fine. This little troublemaker will likely wake up soon. Jing Xia nodded gently, and before he could speak again, Professor Wang excitedly rushed forward. What exactly is going on with this little Qin? Our machinery failed to detect the issue, only revealing hyperactive cell activity, leading to accelerated aging. Upon learning that Qiyang was indeed safe, Professors Qi and Lu exchanged a few words before retreating to the lab alongside a throng of assistants, leaving the previously congested corridor now occupied only by Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, Qin Chu and Professor Wang. Although Qin Chu's complexion appeared somewhat unhealthy, she patiently addressed Professor Wang's inquiries. During my healing process, I discovered this issue as well, though I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I did my utmost to assist. The situation has stabilized, and cell activity has returned to normal. Professor Wang furrowed his brows. Currently, it is stable, but without understanding the cause, we cannot ascertain whether a complete recovery is possible. Qin Chu pondered for a moment before shrugging. My abilities can only extend this far. Isn't that guy quite capable? Let him wake up and concoct his own remedy. I have no time to attend to him. With that, she turned to leave, appearing as though she wished to linger in this place no longer. As she passed by Ji Chuancheng, Qin Chu momentarily paused, calling out, "Young master," before hastening her pace to depart. Professor Wang shouted after her, trailing behind as they quickly vanished at the corridor's end. Jing Xia observed Qin Chu's slightly unsteady gait, his brow furrowing. Sister Qin seems unwell? Ji Chuancheng glanced at the departing pair, nodding. Overuse of her abilities. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If Qin Chu's abilities had been overextended, it indicated that Qi Yang's condition was exceedingly grave. Qin Chu's healing powers were exceptionally remarkable. Upon awakening, her ability score had reached a staggering 210, and it was now nearing 300. During the mutated beast's assault 2 months prior, she had managed to heal nearly 100 individuals in a single day, earning her the title of the modern-day Hua Tuo. Yet now, this evidently stronger version of herself had overexerted her abilities merely to heal Qi Yang, underscoring the peril he faced. With a somber expression, Jing Xia entered the room, where 2 assistants clad in white coats were tidying up. In the center of the room lay the man, quietly resting with his eyes closed, an unusual calmness devoid of provocation. His body was exceedingly thin, appearing almost skeletal as he lay there. His cheekbones protruded, and there was not an ounce of flesh on his face. His pallid complexion suggested illness, with dark hair cascading over his fair forehead, the marks of glasses still visible on his nose. For reasons unknown, as Jing Xia gazed at the tranquil and serene Qi Yang, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He had never seen Qi Yang in such a state. Stealthily approaching the bedside, Jing Xia maintained a distance of 2 meters, observing the patient from afar. When did he become so thin? I recall that during our journey, when we had no food, he did not appear this emaciated. Has the research institute been unkind to him? As she spoke, Jing Xia turned her gaze towards Ji Chuancheng. The man's deep and intricate eyes lingered upon Qi Yang for quite some time. Just as he parted his lips to speak, an assistant beside them sighed and remarked, "Who in the institute would dare mistreat Major Qi? Although Major Qi possesses a fearsome and somewhat peculiar demeanor, he is undeniably diligent and responsible." Another assistant, who was adjusting a tube inserted into Qi Yang's abdomen, could not help but add, "I've heard that since Major Qi joined the research institute, the pace of experiments has accelerated nearly threefold. Over the past 2 months, he has single-handedly studied over 100 mutated beasts, working tirelessly without rest." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia cast a surprised glance at Qi Yang. Once the 2 assistants had completed their adjustments, they exited the room, leaving Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng alone with an unconscious patient. I always assumed that the people in the research institute would not favor Qi Yang. Much like Yu Kai and Qin Chu, Jing Xia sighed in a tone of resignation. I was unaware of what Qi Yang had done before, but I sensed that his nature wasn't fundamentally bad, so I did not harbor any aversion towards him. Yet, I did not anticipate that everyone in the institute would view him in this light. Ji Chuancheng gazed intently at Jing Xia, his youthful and handsome peach blossom eyes slightly drooping as they stared blankly at the floor. After scrutinizing him for a while and confirming that Jing Xia's sentiments were merely reflective and devoid of deeper feelings, he replied, "I previously mentioned that Yu Kai and Qin Chu hold a biased perspective. Qi Yang has not committed any grave offenses, merely errors." At his words, Jing Xia's body stiffened momentarily. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly inquired, "What exactly did Yu Kai refer to?" In order to ensure adequate lighting in the hospital room, the small building designated for the medical area was equipped with exceptionally large windows. These nearly floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to flood in, illuminating the room with a comfortable brightness while keeping the oppressive heat of the outside world at bay. The man's handsome visage appeared somewhat ethereal under the bright light. Ji Chuancheng fixed a serious gaze upon Jing Xia, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. This matter pertains to military secrets and my father. I can only say that Qiyang has erred, yet he is not guilty. This error can vary in severity, and Professor Qi represents the senior personnel of the S-City base who have allowed Qiyang to remain at the institute to atone for his mistakes. A sensation of dryness gradually crept into Jing Xia's throat, as if a heavy burden was pressing down on his shoulders, rendering him breathless. Although Ji Chuancheng did not specify, it was evident that this was a confidential matter, and Jing Xia felt he could not press further. He sighed softly and said, "All right, I understand." For a moment, silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere was unusually tranquil, with only the two elongated figures standing across from one another, their shadows stretching across the floor, cast upon the door. Suddenly, the door swung open. "What's going on?" "I just returned to the research institute and heard this news." "What has happened?" "Major Jing Xia? Why are you two here? Where are the other assistants?" Zhang Bendan's breathless voice shattered the still air. His chest rose and fell rapidly, evidently having rushed over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached and asked, "What has Major Qi done this time? Did he go in standing and come out horizontal?" "Major Ji, do you know?" His anxious words faltered upon seeing Ji Chuancheng's cold and indifferent expression. Recognizing the situation, he turned to Jing Xia and asked, "Jing Xia, do you know what has transpired?" "I was just sent by Major Qi to gather some information and have only just returned." After pondering for a moment on the words exchanged earlier between Qin Chu and Professor Wang, Jing Xia could not help but cover his face with his hand, saying, "He must have brought this upon himself." Chapter 62. The specifics of the situation only became clear when Zhang Bendan inquired with an assistant who was coming to collect items. Jing Xia finally understood the reason behind Professor Qi and the other's reluctance to speak, instinctively distancing himself from the man lying on the hospital bed, not wanting to be tainted by association. Due to Qi Yang's sudden fainting spell, no one had attended to the circumstances in the laboratory. Once Zhang Bendan learned of the situation, he hurriedly led several assistants towards the laboratory. Incessantly grumbling, they completely forgot about the experimental subjects. "When Major Qi wakes up, he will surely have your heads." The other young assistants, hearing this, turned pale with fright and hurried towards the laboratory. In the spacious hospital room, only Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng remained, exchanging silent glances, the atmosphere heavy with silence, broken only by the faint beeping of medical equipment. Jing Xia cleared his throat twice and said, "A Chuan, since Qiyang is no longer in danger, we should head back. I have a task to complete this afternoon, and the team is waiting for me." With an expression devoid of emotion, Ji Chuancheng silently regarded Jing Xia for a long while before suddenly asking, "It has been quite some time since we last spoke." "Since last month, when the upper echelons of the S-City base issued major tasks to prepare for the threat of mutated sea beasts, all the evolvers had become busy." Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia belonged to two different categories of major tasks, and despite residing in the same dormitory, they scarcely saw one another or exchanged more than a few words. Moreover, Yukai, who shared the same room, had moved to a dormitory closer to the task area due to the overwhelming burden of his responsibilities, illustrating the arduousness faced by all evolvers over the past month. "I recall that you spoke a few words to me yesterday morning as you were leaving." Jing Xia struggled to retrieve a memory from the vast sea of his recollections. Ji Chuancheng lowered his eyes, maintaining his usual impassive demeanor, yet Jing Xia sensed an unmistakable shift in his mood. Furrowing his brow, Ji Chuancheng coldly replied, "Was it the part about getting up early, or that I left first?" The temperature in the room dropped noticeably. "Achio, Gigi." Suddenly, the little black ball of fluff that had been hiding in Jing Xia's pocket sneezed unexpectedly, sniffing the air as if detecting something. After a moment, it energetically climbed up Jing Xia's shirt, reclaiming its spot where it had resided for several months. "Gigi! Gigi! Gigi!" The sharp, high-pitched calls seemed urgent as the little creature stood atop Jing Xia's head, waving its tiny paws animatedly. It would occasionally flop over as if playing dead, then grasp its own neck, striking a comical pose as if performing in a play. Jing Xia's gaze lingered on the lively mutated hamster, though he could not see its movements. Ji Chuancheng slowly shifted his gaze away from the creature and, with a subdued expression, remarked, "Your mouse appears to be having a fit." "Gigi." "Buh buh buh buh." Exasperated, Jing Xia grasped the little creature that was writhing atop his head and looked at its comical expressions, suddenly recalling its peculiar behavior in Professor Lu's laboratory, leading him to a realization. You don't want to be in the same room as Qiyang, do you? Gigi? Jing Xia nodded, of course. After all, you are a mutated beast, and given all the experiments he has conducted on mutated creatures, it's only natural that you would dislike him. With that, Jing Xia placed the little black ball back into his pocket and, seizing the opportunity, looked up at Ji Chuancheng, saying, "A Chuan, let's leave for now. Look at how distressed Gigi is. We shouldn't linger here any longer." His tone was cheerful and upbeat, eager to escape the current awkward atmosphere. Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened as he discreetly glanced at Jing Xia's bulging pocket. Just then, a round little head peeked out from Jing Xia's pocket, its tiny, bean-sized eyes darting anxiously at Ji Chuancheng, as if trying to convey something. Is it showing off? With a decisive conclusion, Ji Chuancheng raised his gaze and remarked, "It seems this little mouse wishes to accompany me on my mission. I shall take it with me." Gigi. Eh? Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback. He had naturally noticed Gigi's earlier display of eagerness towards Ji Chuancheng. After a moment of contemplation, he gently grasped the soft, plump creature and handed the small black bundle to Ji Chuancheng, suggesting, "It appears particularly inclined to be near you today. Why not take it along for a try?" A low grunt emanated from Ji Chuancheng as he cast a dispassionate glance downward, extending his hand. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the plump mutant hamster, he abruptly halted. Initially, Gigi had been squirming restlessly in Jing Xia's grasp, seemingly attempting to escape. However, the moment Ji Chuancheng's fingers were nearly upon it, the mutant hamster suddenly stiffened, as if someone had pressed the pause button. After a full 3 seconds of immobility, it mustered an unexpected burst of strength, breaking free from Jing Xia's fingers and swiftly darting into his pocket, burying its head deep within, adamantly refusing to lift it. Jing Xia's hand lingered in the air as he gazed down in confusion. He could feel the tiny creature trembling in his pocket, its movements growing increasingly frantic, as if every bone in its body were quaking. After pondering for a moment, Jing Xia looked up and said, "You frightened Gigi." Ji Chuancheng responded with a mere, Suddenly, the sharp sound of a door opening resonated from the entrance, causing both Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng to turn towards the source. Their gazes met with a youthful, delicate face that seemed equally surprised by their simultaneous attention. Zhang Benden's cheeks bore a hint of crimson, as if he had just sprinted over. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Aren't you two leaving yet? I'm here to deliver something to Major Qi." As he spoke, he stepped into the room, revealing a black iron box measuring half a meter in length, firmly grasped in his left hand. While walking, he continued, "This item was previously under Major Qi's supervision, so I have brought it to him." Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze to inspect the black box but remained silent. Jing Xia, however, recollected, "It seems Major Qi was indeed carrying this box when we last saw him. It must be the experimental subject the assistant mentioned, right? I heard that Major Qi fainted after, coming into contact with its contents?" Zhang Benden nodded, expressing a sense of resignation. Major Qi has always had a penchant for engaging in rather unconventional activities, even experimenting with my pet Xiaoya's cellular fluids. Now, it seems he has finally landed himself in trouble. I doubt he'll engage in such frivolous endeavors again. The sound of metal being placed on the table was particularly crisp, capturing Jing Xia's full attention. After placing the item down, Zhang Benden quickly departed, stating he needed to attend to subsequent matters. The sudden presence of this object in the room, though it was quiet, carried a significant weight. Approaching the box with a furrowed brow, Jing Xia remarked, "I remember the assistant mentioning that this mutant creature's head was struck by an energy cannon and that Major Qi even stabbed it. So is it dead now? Only one way to find out." Unlike Jing Xia's uncertainty, Ji Chuancheng's gaze was fixed directly on the simple double combination lock on the sturdy metal box. He casually pressed a few digits, effortlessly unlocking the combination lock to Jing Xia's astonishment. "You actually know the code?" Jing Xia exclaimed. Ji Chuancheng replied matter-of-factly, "Major Qi only ever used one code during his time in the restricted zone. Everyone in Team A is aware of it." After a brief pause, he added, "Now you know too. It's 6 zeros. His long, slender fingers grasped the handle of the box, the stark contrast of white against black strikingly vivid. Having learned from the previous encounter, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng exchanged a glance before stepping back in unison to avoid any potential attack from the ferocious creature within. With a click, the lock opened, yet to their surprise, there was no sound from within, as if the box contained nothing at all. Ji Chuancheng frowned slightly, bending down to assess the situation inside. Just as he leaned over, a hoarse, raspy voice emerged from behind him. S1. Jing Xia turned around in surprise. What is the condition of S1? The voice was deeply strained, as if scraped across a rough surface, accompanied by a faint cough. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia found it hard to reconcile that this man had been conversing normally with him just an hour prior. Qi Yang's face looked quite pallid, partially obscured by a translucent breathing mask that covered the lower half of his face. He pulled the mask down slightly, resting it against his cheek. As he spoke, a thin mist formed on the mask before dissipating. Propped up on the bed, he surveyed Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng. Jing Xia hesitated before responding. S1? Is that referring to this mutant creature? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiyang managed a slow nod and murmured, yes, it is, an important experimental material. Understanding the implication, Jing Xia quickly turned back to peer into the box. The moment he leaned down, his gaze met a pair of bright, fearful eyes. The creature's eyes were round at the front yet elongated at the corners, a gruesome scar running from the eyelid of its right eye downwards, revealing strands of red and white flesh. It was curled up in the corner of the box, with a black circular scar on its forehead, likely a remnant of the energy cannon. Despite its seemingly weak state, incapable of struggle, its eyes remained fixed on Jing Xia with an air of vigilance, as if prepared to unleash a final counterattack, cornered like a young beast. Caught in this thought, Jing Xia stood still for a moment before turning to respond. Its condition seems stable. Although the injuries are quite severe, they have stopped bleeding, and the wounds appear to be healing. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, it seems no one has bandaged its wounds. Was it because those assistants were unwilling? After a few minutes of familiarization, Qiyang could speak normally, though his voice remained hoarse. Without my presence, they dared not administer treatment. It is highly resistant. Recalling the creature's previous defiance, Jing Xia replied, However, it appears to be recovering well. You need not worry. What kind of mutant creature is this? Ji Chuancheng's voice suddenly rang out, as he abruptly shut the box door. Qiyang slowly curved his lips into a faint smile, though his pallid complexion rendered the expression less sharp and aggressive than usual, instead appearing somewhat fragile. From its appearance and organ composition, I cannot discern its species. After conducting DNA comparisons, it does not resemble any biological entities we have previously encountered. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia's brow furrowed slightly, perhaps due to his lingering illness. Qiyang spoke slowly but clearly articulated his words. It possesses a total of 24 pairs of chromosomes, with DNA resembling various marine organisms, such as dolphins and manta rays. Almost every chromosome pair exhibits anomalies, yet when combined, its overall appearance does not reflect characteristics of these creatures. Jing Xia's tone turned grave. Are you certain this mutant creature possesses only formidable self-healing abilities? Propped against a soft white pillow, Qiyang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Do you doubt my capabilities? I assure you, from the moment I first captured it, it has been a Class C mutant. And to this day it remains so. Aside from its formidable and almost incomprehensible self-healing abilities, its offensive power is rather feeble, easily subdued by ordinary evolvers. Have you deciphered its self-healing capabilities? Ji Chuancheng inquired. Upon hearing this, Qi Yang's smile gradually faltered. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. There exists an abundance of phenomena in this world that elude our understanding. To this day, with my limited capabilities, I am yet unable to ascertain the cause of its mutations. Just as I have yet to comprehend the origins of the abilities possessed by Qin Chu or yourself. Qiyang directed his words squarely at Ji Chuancheng. Suddenly, Jing Xia realized. Are you implying that you understand my powers yet cannot grasp those of Ah Chuan and Sister Qin? Qiyang smirked and nodded. Your hydrokinesis is among the most fundamental, allowing you to distinctly perceive water molecules, gather or disperse them, and utilize them accordingly. At times, you can alter the physical state of water molecules to achieve heating or cooling effects. If wielded adeptly or if your powers reach a certain level, you could directly extract water molecules from a living organism, effectively slaying your foes. Her eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident on her face. Jing Xia had never encountered such revelations before. In her previous life, no one within the human factions had ever conducted a thorough study of abilities to draw such conclusions. Qiyang chuckled softly, however, reaching the level I described is exceedingly difficult. It is likely you shall never attain it in your lifetime. As for Qin Chu, her abilities are the most perplexing within the S-City base. The reasons behind her healing, the methods she employs, and the source of energy for the cells she utilizes are all subjects I yearn to explore. Ji Chuancheng's expression cooled slightly. Thus, when she first awakened her powers, You had Professor Qi conduct ability tests on her. Confronted with this revelation, Qi Yang displayed no shame, boldly admitting, "Indeed, but regrettably, I have yet to uncover the truth. And you, Major Ji, your dual abilities also baffle me. Fire and water are inherently disparate elements. How do you achieve harmony between them?" "I do not wish to hear more," Ji Chuancheng interrupted, his expression impassive, then turned to Jing Xia. "We should depart." Qi Yang. Jing Xia. The elegant, elongated phoenix eyes of Ji Chuancheng briefly scanned the black box. He lowered his head and said, "Time is fleeting. We cannot afford to linger here. Let us hurry." His urgent tone starkly contrasted with the earlier nonchalance. Jing Xia found herself perplexed by this sudden shift in demeanor. Qi Yang, however, smirked derisively. "Does Major Ji find my presence as a glaring distraction?" Ji Chuancheng coldly regarded him. "Indeed, you are correct." Acknowledgement given plainly and succinctly. Qi Yang. Unable to remain in the room any longer, Jing Xia quickly grasped Ji Chuancheng's hand, leading him outside. Initially surprised, Ji Chuancheng's gaze softened upon noticing the firm grasp around his wrist, and he ultimately followed her out. "Ah Chuan, your words are truly astonishing. You spoke so audaciously before others. What if, others?" The inflection of his voice lifted slightly, tinged with amusement. It was Qi Yang. It would be rather unfortunate for him to overhear. "In any case, you shan't return to the dormitory tonight. The open-air grand seating awaits you at the entrance." The man, referred to as others, gazed at the receding figures, instinctively placing a hand to his forehead, murmuring, "I am others? How amusing." With that, he chuckled, the sound reverberating softly throughout the room as he leaned back against the metal bed frame. The cold, silver-glinted railing transmitted a chill through his thin clothing. Merely observing it felt refreshingly cool. In the vast expanse of the room, only Qi Yang remained, leaning against the bedside, his head bowed in contemplation. His laughter dwindled, ultimately dissolving into a long, drawn-out sigh. His slender frame appeared frail, his complexion pallid, and the stillness of the room rendered the air even colder. A profound sense of solitude enveloped him. Suddenly, a series of pounding knocks disrupted Qi Yang's thoughts, causing him to turn in surprise towards the nearby table. The faint sound of collisions persisted, seemingly striving to break free, yet at this moment, it also echoed a silent resonance. The man's astonished gaze lingered on the black box for an extended period before he finally lifted his head, staring at the pristine white ceiling, murmuring, "If the brain can withstand the impact of an energy cannon without fatal repercussions, then where shall I commence tomorrow's experiment?" Ah, what a perplexing dilemma. The sounds of impact abruptly ceased, as if responding to his words, or perhaps stilled by the danger and menace within them, yielding a prolonged silence. Qi Yang smirked, concealing his face with a hand. The vast, boundless ocean, a deep azure, occupies 71 of the Earth's surface area and contains 97 of its total water volume, spanning an area of 36 million square kilometers, of which humanity has explored less than 5. Beneath this seemingly tranquil sea surface lies a myriad of mutated beasts. Among them are low-level mutations classified as C and E, as well as countless A and B grade entities, and even some S grades, yet to be detected by humankind, not to mention those of even higher classifications. These potential threats have long remained concealed, seemingly awaiting an opportunity, or perhaps a catalyst for eruption. 12 nautical miles from the reefs of the Zhoushan archipelago, a colossal, circular head cautiously emerged from the water's surface. Its head was adorned with numerous protruding bumps, reminiscent of a toad's warty skin, marked by patches of crimson. With eyes as round as copper bells, it fixated on the nearby beach, its gaze seemingly penetrating through the land to the distant S-City base, where busy activity unfolded. Its elongated tail bristled with sharp spines, and with a powerful slap against the water's surface, it conjured a towering wave reaching 30 meters. Countless fish and shrimp were thrown into chaos, some rendered unconscious, while various mutated entities slowly surfaced, gazing up at the gigantic beast with reverence. The eerie sound of stones grinding against one another echoed, followed by a cacophony of catastrophic noise in response. Yet, moments later, these suddenly appearing mutated beasts collectively sank beneath the waves, as if the earlier commotion was merely an ordinary gathering, or perhaps concealing a terrifying conspiracy. Chapter 64. Approaching the coastal embankment area, throngs of people toiled, transporting massive boulders from the landward side to carve and stack them, enhancing the already imposing dam to even grander heights. At this juncture, a thick blanket of ominous clouds drifted in from the distant horizon, casting a heavy pall over everyone's hearts, compelling those on the beach to gaze upward at the foreboding sky. They paused their labors, bewildered by the ominous clouds that signaled ill omens. Yukai silently set down the massive machinery in his hands, his expression grave as he observed the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. The surface of the ocean remained calm and serene, unchanged from its usual state, save for the peculiar weather conditions that left everyone perplexed. They waited in silence for an extended period, yet no oddities manifested. The oppressive clouds loomed, atmospheric pressure dropped, and the air thickened, making it difficult to breathe, instilling a sense of heaviness in their hearts. In the southeastern corner of District 93 of the S-City base, Jing Xia swiftly severed the head of a massive, ferocious mutated beast with a water blade. As blood splattered before it could touch the ground, he looked up at the sky in shock, his expression grave. In the training area of the S-City base, Ji Chuancheng slowly lifted his gaze to behold the oppressive expanse of dark clouds above, his piercing phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, his thin lips pressed together, and his gaze deep and contemplative. In the laboratory on the second subterranean level of the S-City Research Institute, a cadre of assistants clad in white lab coats busily tidied their belongings, streaming out one by one through the metallic door. Only a tall, lean man remained, forcefully seizing a black mutated beast from the metal examination table and violently tossing it into a dark metal box. Qiyang adjusted his spectacles, a flash of white light momentarily obscuring his vision, as he impassively regarded the ailing creature within the box, revealing no signs of emotion. After an indeterminate period, he retrieved a small vial resembling white jade from his pocket, uncorked it, and sprinkled its contents over the creature's grievous wounds, then unceremoniously shut the lid. All of this appeared routine, indistinguishable from the mundane occurrences of the past month. Yet, beneath the surface, an unusual tension lurked in the shadows, poised to erupt. Emerging from the elevator, Qiyang clutched the hefty box and stepped outside, turning down the corridor. Upon noticing the thick clouds hanging ominously in the sky, he paused momentarily, surprised, but quickly averted his gaze, resuming his composed stride towards another building. This inexplicable meteorological phenomenon persisted from noon until dusk, cloaking the once resplendent evening glow. As the moon ascended in the east and twilight enveloped the sky, the entire S-City base gradually descended into silence, the clamor of daytime subsiding. Since the unforeseen incident during the last experiment, Professor Qi and others had sternly mandated that Qiyang reside within the medical quarters of the Research Institute, even arranging for Qin Chu to stay next door for prompt medical attention. However, more than a week had elapsed without incident, the tranquility suggesting that the previous mishap was indeed just an anomaly. Following the incident, the experimental team led by Qiyang had developed the potential self-healing abilities of the mutated entity S1 to the cerebral cortex. Surprisingly, unlike the regenerative capabilities observed in other bodily fluids, blood, cells, and nervous tissues, the brain cells and tissues of S1 ceased to exhibit vitality within a mere 5 minutes of being severed from the organism, rendering them lifeless. Even attempts to cultivate regeneration using cells from other mutated beasts only prolonged the survival of those brain cells by a few minutes, far from replicating that extraordinary self-healing ability. This ongoing unsuccessful experiment had persisted for over a week, marking it as the most critical and diligently pursued research within the institute. Qiyang tossed the heavy black box into the corner of the room, the contents rattling against the walls, producing a mournful sound. The corner of the room bore indents, clear evidence of repeated impacts. The prolonged strain of research weighed heavily on Qiyang, who, upon entering the room, succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the bed and drifting into a deep slumber. Before long, a series of loud knocks echoed on the door. Qiyang, I warn you. Stop slamming things against the wall every day. Living next door to you has driven me to the brink of madness. If you do it again, I swear I'll move out tomorrow. The next time you find yourself in trouble, don't come looking for me. I'm done. Qin Chu's furious voice rang out from the other side of the door, reverberating through the quiet room like thunder. Yet the man lying on the bed remained oblivious, his steady breathing signaling his deep slumber. Receiving no response from within, Qin Chu unleashed a few more expletives before entering the adjacent room. At this late hour, apart from a few on-duty doctors and nurses, only these 2 rooms on the top floor were occupied. One resident returned exceedingly late each night, repeatedly disturbing the peace by slamming boxes against the walls, inciting the ire of the neighboring occupant. This scenario had played out frequently over the past week, invariably concluding with Qin Chu emerging in her pajamas, tousled hair, slamming the door behind her. With a resounding bang, the door closed, restoring the building's tranquil ambience. Darkness enveloped the room with simple furnishings, Tables, chairs, and cabinets, remarkably clean and seemingly untouched. The gaunt man lay sprawled on the bed, his delicate brow furrowed, as if haunted by unsettling dreams. He had not removed his lab coat, oblivious to the dark, congealed bloodstains clinging to its hem. Silence descended, the air thick with tension. After an indeterminate amount of time, a series of ragged breaths echoed within the room, muffled as if filtered through a veil of mist, only discernible due to the profound stillness surrounding it. Gradually, a dim, grayish light flickered to life in the northeast corner of the room. Despite being obstructed by the opaque metal box, the radiance persisted, illuminating the space. After approximately 10 minutes, the light began to fade, prompting the man on the bed to frown and roll over, now lying on his back. A faint crackling sound emerged. The noise intensified, transitioning from a feeble murmur to a resounding clamor. Interspersed within the cacophony were peculiar utterances, fragmented words like person, I know, and save, with the most frequently repeated being yang. It resembled a child's babbling, struggling to articulate complete thoughts, yet persistently attempting to convey a coherent message. Perhaps disturbed by the bizarre sounds, the man stirred in his sleep, a slight grunt escaping his lips, causing the strange noises to abruptly cease, leaving the room in an eerie silence as though nothing had occurred. Moments later, reassured by the man's continued slumber, the sounds resumed. Yang, yang, yang. Unlike the previous week, this time, the incessant attempts at vocalization were accompanied by a gentle swaying of the black box. A white glow slowly intensified, flickering erratically, rendering the box increasingly transparent until it appeared almost non-existent. After 5 minutes of this peculiar illumination, in a sudden flash, the mutated creature's right arm reached out towards the wall. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with disbelief, for its right arm seemed to pass effortlessly through the thick metal walls of the box, extending beyond its confines. Following the initial movement, the left arm followed suit, then half of its body, until, astonishingly, it had fully emerged. The white light vanished. The experimental beast S1 bore remnants of black scars upon its cranium, its blood long dried, yet the wounds remained unhealed. Concealed in darkness, the multitude of injuries across its body appeared less gruesome. Dragging its injured right leg, commenced its arduous crawl forward. With each tentative movement, it appeared to struggle against an unseen force, hindering its progress. Yet, within its round, glistening eyes, a faint white luminescence began to flicker, propelling its frail form forward with great difficulty. The sound of its dragging body echoed, akin to a brush sweeping the floor. After approximately 10 minutes of laborious effort, the emaciated creature had barely reached the clean, white bed. It exerted itself to grasp the pristine sheets with its forepaws, wrinkling the fabric, and with immense effort, it managed to hoist itself onto the bed. The farther it distanced itself from the box, the stronger the invisible force became, rendering its movements increasingly sluggish. The clouds, which had been shrouding the S-City base since noon, were dispersed by the wind, as if an invisible force had swept them away. The bright moonlight streamed through the expansive glass windows, which gleamed with a pristine reflection. The silvery radiance illuminated the pale, handsome face of the man lying on the bed, casting a stark contrast against the terrifying mutated beast that lay beside him. Suddenly, 5 blades, glimmering with a metallic sheen, erupted from the beast's right arm, emerging from the tips of its claws without any warning. The moonlight, enchanting in its silver glow, reflected off the sharp edges of the blades. Should any of the researchers involved in the experiment witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. Since the capture of this mutated creature, during countless experiments of various scales, they had employed numerous methods and advanced machinery to assess the danger posed by the test subject S1, yet they had never discovered these 5 razor-sharp blades. It was as if they had materialized from another realm, appearing suddenly, leaving no trace behind. The beast's eyes were round at the front and elongated at the tail. Within its clear, innocent gaze, the handsome visage of the man was reflected, and merely half a second later, a chilling glint flashed across its eyes. With a sudden, sharp motion, the 5 blades lunged toward the sleeping man, aimed directly at his forehead. In the 65th chapter, the moonlight was cold and devoid of warmth, casting a stark illumination. The room lay in a profound stillness, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Apart from the 2 figures on the spacious white bed, there was no other motion. A low, muffled groan broke the silence. The razor-sharp blades halted a mere half-centimeter from their intended target. The man, lying on the bed, slightly furrowed his brow, revealing a look of struggle on his delicate features, perhaps stirred by a troubling dream. His gaunt frame accentuated his prominent cheekbones, and with each shallow breath, his chest rose and fell slowly. The claws of the mutated beast remained poised in mid-air. Its once menacing and bloodthirsty gaze now transformed into one of innocent confusion, akin to that of a child, as it regarded the man lying so close to it. With merely a slight deepening of its breath, those deadly blades could pierce through the man's high-bridged nose straight down. Time drifted slowly, with neither creature nor man making any movement or uttering a sound. The beast blinked, its wide eyes fixated on the man's peaceful face, showing no sign of aggression. A faint, almost melodic sound broke the stillness, tinged with an element of surprise, as if it could not comprehend the current situation. Following this sound, a brilliant white light suddenly flared, dazzlingly bright, as if daylight had abruptly surged forth, surpassing the moon's silvery glow. After several seconds, the brilliance began to wane, and in its stead, a pale, emaciated figure of a man abruptly appeared at the edge of the bed. His body was marred by ghastly wounds, all cruelly exposed due to his nakedness. From 3 gaping wounds at his Achilles tendon, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in length, to a myriad of scars densely covering his calves. Some appeared as if burned, others corroded by acidic substances, while many bore the marks of precise incisions made by an exceedingly sharp scalpel, covering his emaciated back in a gruesome tapestry. His body appeared exceedingly pliable, as if it lacked bones, slumped at the edge of the bed. His lower half lay limply on the ground, while his upper body clung desperately to the white bedding for stability. His long black hair cascaded past his earlobes, and in the moonlight, a deep gash crossed his skull. Though it had scabbed over, the lingering pain of the injury was unmistakable. His jawline was sharp and defined, his lips thin, his nose straight, and his eyes, elongated and sunken, bore a peculiar, otherworldly allure. His irises were a striking translucent white, reminiscent of the most exquisite cat's eye stone, with a slender silver line running through them, hinting at a primal nature that set him apart from humanity. Upon his face, which should have been strikingly handsome, were countless minute wounds, haphazardly scattered, rendering it grotesque and difficult to behold. The most severe of these scars slashed diagonally from his left cheek to the right, cleaving his nose in two and exposing the white bone beneath, a horrifying sight indeed. Those transparent eyes, untainted by the world's chaos, reflected the sleeping visage on the bed, blinking slowly. Gradually he tilted his head, gazing at the man before him with an expression of utter bewilderment. Uncertain of how long he had been watching, he remained there, naked and vulnerable, at the edge of the bed, as the cool night air enveloped him. He began to exert himself, attempting to rise, yet each time he slipped, his weakened bones failing him, collapsing back to the ground. He imitated a child striving to speak, to stand. Time and again he faced failure, yet he persisted with effort. As his once pure and transparent eyes darkened with each setback, the color deepened until they resembled obsidian, cold and exuding an unfeeling malice. Suddenly, he halted his attempts to rise, lifting his gaze sharply toward the tranquil figure of the man. There lay Qi, still frowning in his slumber, seemingly discomfort, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. Kill him, Yang. The voice rose suddenly, echoing through the room, accompanied by 5 lethal glints that flashed past, aimed directly at Qi Yang's fair face, striking with blinding speed, the tips icy cold. With a sudden movement, Qi Yang's tightly shut eyes flew open. Beads of sweat broke out upon his forehead as he stared ahead, horrified, into the stillness of darkness. The room was eerily silent. Though moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the interior, Qi Yang remained furrowed in concentration, taking a moment to adjust to the shadows. He wiped the sweat from his brow, only to realize that his clothes had become soaked, clinging to his body. Cautiously, he propped himself up, scanning the room for anything unusual, and only after confirming his surroundings were clear did he allow himself to exhale slowly. He had just endured a nightmare, one in which that hideous mutated beast S1 had attacked him using a high-powered electromagnetic cannon, exhibiting astonishing intelligence as it deftly maneuvered its clumsy claws along the barrel, before a cruel shot rang out, obliterating him. With his left hand pressed against his forehead, Qi Yang half sat on the bed, gasping for breath. His cheeks flushed slightly, yet his complexion remained pale. After taking a moment to compose himself, he rose and made his way to the northeastern corner of the room, crouching down to gaze at the quiet black box. His cold, skeptical gaze lingered on the tightly shut door for some time, before he suddenly pressed the code and opened the box. Lowering his head, his eyes met those of a terrified beast, trembling in fear. Those eyes, strikingly beautiful and transparent in the darkness, now glistened with moisture, reflecting its profound terror. The creature pressed itself tightly against the box's wall, maintaining the maximum distance from Qi, yet it continued to shiver. It was afraid. Qi squinted, drawing this conclusion. His gaze hardened further. In the shadows, he could only discern the glimmering depths of the beast's eyes. Its body merged with the darkness, rendering it nearly invisible. Yet even without a clear view, Qi recalled every wound that marred its form. From the 35 marks upon his face to the 17 upon his hind paw, each inflicted wound bore witness to his meticulous and earnest approach to experimentation, as well as the undeniable thirst for retribution that simmered beneath the surface. It was this very aberrant beast that, before his eyes, had savagely taken the lives of his 3 assistants. Each attack was executed with such precision that he was rendered powerless, forced to watch the crimson mist spread before him, ultimately culminating in the near severance of his own right hand. It was the first time Qi felt the icy grip of fear. Despite his current demeanor of meekness and timidity, the image of that merciless, bloodthirsty creature, with its glinting black eyes, had never vacated his mind. It remained indelibly a wild beast, forever untamed. Slowly lifting his hand, Qi gazed at his right wrist, where the scars that once marred his skin had completely vanished. Just a week prior, when he had succumbed to unconsciousness, Qin Chu had utilized his abilities to heal him, resulting in a complete cellular transformation that erased the grotesque scar. With that reminder removed, Qi felt an unexpected softness within himself. In the shadows, the mutant beast curled its body, paralyzed with fear. It trembled as it observed the human's silent expression, watching as the elongated, gaunt hand reached into the box. It was the very hand that had once inflicted pain upon it, now pristine and devoid of any marks. The hand slowly approached, pressing forcefully against the wound on its cheek. Sizzling sounds erupted as it writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape the excruciating pain, but it was restrained by the confines of the box. With pleading eyes, it gazed at the unyielding human, tears welling up in its moist, beastly orbs, ultimately spilling over and cascading onto Qi cold hand. Startled, Qi withdrew his hand, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he observed the drop of searing tear upon his skin. Under the moonlight, it shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, far hotter than human tears, scorching his hand with its intensity. "You weep," Qi murmured softly. He gazed at the tear for a long while, suddenly wiping it away with a swift motion, then coldly lowered his gaze to the quaking mutant beast, stating, "Do you understand? You have killed Chen Yun, Fang Chenglong, and Bai Xiaojun." Chen Yun's girlfriend nearly took her own life in despair. Fang Chenglong's son has become an orphan. Bai Xiaojun's parents are engulfed in sorrow and rage. His frigid, detached gaze lingered upon the gaunt frame of the mutant beast. Humans and mutant beasts were inherently different. Their disparate natures destined them to strive for conflicting interests, with neither eternal peace nor perpetual enmity possible. Only when one side overwhelms the other can a superficial semblance of harmony be achieved. "And I am human. You are a mutant beast." Qi voice echoed distantly, as if resonating from the horizon. "In these 17 days you have endured 8 cuts from those 3, while I have personally bestowed upon you 618 wounds." His words sliced through the air like sharp blades. "Tomorrow marks the 18th day. On that day, I shall dissect you into 108 pieces and submerge you in formaldehyde for further study. I shall grant you one final bout of suffering, a tribute to those 3. Qi demeanor was remarkably tranquil, his handsome features calm as if confronting a mere stranger, as if preparing for a final farewell. "Tomorrow, your pain will not be excessive. You have already paid a substantial price over these past 17 days. From now on, I shall harbor no hatred towards you, nor shall I inflict further torment. Your debts will have been settled completely. Tomorrow shall signify an end." He articulated the words of forgiveness with ease. "What you have given to Chen Yun, Fang Chenglong, and Bai Xiaojun you have also given to me. It is, likewise, the final conclusion I offer to you." Chapter 66. The azure sky stretched above, pristine and devoid of clouds or dust. The sun blazed down with fervor, seemingly determined to rectify the previous day's failure to pierce the overcast sky, its heat intense enough to scorch the earth. Unbeknownst to many, the construction of the coastal dam had entered its final stages, a towering edifice exceeding 30 meters, constructed from the most durable granite interspersed with carbon nanotechnology, its Mohs hardness approaching 7. Numerous workers remained engrossed in ensuring the dam's stability. Morning rays of sunlight pierced the atmosphere, casting mottled shadows upon the cerulean surface of the sea. The brilliance of daylight intensified, the temperature steadily rising. However, within a few hours, the heavy clouds reminiscent of yesterday began to drift in from the horizon once more. Yukai paused in his actions, straightening his posture. His resolute visage was illuminated by the waning sunlight, his brow furrowed, expression grave. This mass of dark clouds arrived earlier and bore greater weight than the day before, the sky darkening and the winds quickening, as if brewing a ferocious storm, danger lurking just beneath the surface. Something felt amiss. We must evacuate the unenhanced individuals from this area. Yukai swiftly issued orders, and a small team mobilized to begin evacuating the ordinary populace near the beach. In the distance, where Yukai's gaze was fixated, the horizon erupted with splashes of water. White foam concealed within the deep azure was difficult to perceive, but under Yukai's keen observation, anomalies began to reveal themselves. Before long, the magnitude of the splashes escalated, growing increasingly violent, until finally, just 2 kilometers from the shore, it manifested before the eyes of all. A towering tsunami, nearly 20 meters high. Panic spread across the faces of every individual upon the dam, and Yukai shouted urgently, "Alert! An A-level mutant entity is approaching. All personnel in the base must retreat immediately." "Why you, Lieutenant?" A quavering voice broke through, as a short, slender man, with a look of horror, pointed towards the colossal black beast that had emerged, unmasked by the tsunami's fury. "Is that also an A-level mutant beast?" In a pristine laboratory on the second basement level of the research institute, everyone maintained their composure, speaking not a word. Even their breaths were deliberately hushed under the glaring high-wattage lights, as the assistants focused intently on the black box positioned at the center of the metallic examination table. Masked in blue and clad in white latex gloves, only narrow slits revealed their attentive eyes, fixated on the box. Moments later, the door on the opposite side of the laboratory swung open, and Qi entered, donned in an immaculate white lab coat. His gaze fell upon the solemn faces of the assembled scientists, causing him to momentarily halt in his steps before smirking. "Did you think you were preparing for surgery? Dressed so formally, yet when you were wielding a scalpel on me, I did not see such seriousness." After a pause, he scoffed, "Remove these cumbersome garments. Today, I shall conduct a practical lesson on the anatomy of mutant beasts." With that, his gaze swept across the laboratory, quickly identifying 2 interlopers who had infiltrated the ranks. A smirk graced his lips as he teased, "When did Professors Qi and Wang become my assistants?" Professor Qi's weathered face flushed crimson as he removed his mask, declaring, "Little monster, I've been rather idle lately, so I thought I'd come to observe. What, am I not welcome?" On the other side, Professor Wang was far more forthright, chuckling, "Haha, I knew you would catch us. Old Qi, your ruse is truly lacking. A fitting punishment is in order." Qiang cast a cold, derisive glance at the audacious duo, stepping forward to the metallic examination table. Leaning against the icy edge, he pronounced deliberately, "Now, all unrelated personnel, kindly exit." Through the thick-tempered glass, I observed the contents within. Following the conclusion of today's dissection, I shall arrange for assessments. Those who do not pass. The voice abruptly ceased as Qi, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, regarded his perspiring assistants. "Those who do not pass shall never again appear before my eyes." "Yes, Major Qi." In unison, the chorus of voices erupted, and nearly all clad in sterilized laboratory attire exited the laboratory, eagerly vying for the best vantage points to witness the long-anticipated dissection that had been awaited for 18 days. Only Zhang Bendan hesitated briefly before departing. Yet under Qi Yang's increasingly frigid gaze, he shuddered. Then he opened the door, stepped out, and deftly closed it behind him. Suddenly, the vast laboratory was left solely to Qi Yang. The entire room exuded a stark pallor, with everything in sight rendered in white, save for a singular black metal box positioned at the center. The surgical lights illuminated it, casting a unique metallic sheen that made Qi Yang squint as he scrutinized it intently. On the other side of the thick glass, Professors Qi and Wang, Zhang Bendan, and all the young assistants held their breaths, awaiting the commencement of this experiment. Prior to this moment, the mutated beast had been administered a tranquilizer to ensure the experiment's smooth operation. Thus, when Qi Yang pressed the code and opened the box, the creature, which had always been prone to escape and had directed all its energy towards this grand endeavor, lay quietly in the box's corner, utterly motionless. His gaze deepened, and a barely audible sigh escaped his throat as he gently lifted the anesthetized beast from the box, employing a tenderness he had never exhibited before. He then placed it on the meticulously prepared metal stand. The subject, a Class C mutated beast designated S1, comprised the genetic makeup of 38 marine creatures, including dolphins, dugongs, and leatherback turtles, with its primary mutation direction remaining unclear. Qi Yang's cool voice, now mechanical, continued to elucidate. Over the past 17 days of experimentation, we have conducted thorough examinations of S1's nervous, circulatory, and digestive systems. For silver metallic rods ascended from the corners of the stand, firmly binding the beast's limbs. S1's nervous system exhibited sluggishness, demonstrating a muted response to acidic stimuli while being acutely sensitive to temperature changes. We severed a nerve in S1's spinal region for study and discovered that in a sodium cyanide solution, Qiyang, exhibiting rare patience, meticulously donned his latex gloves, his focus unwavering on the sleeping beast, his expression composed. All the professors and assistants outside the laboratory concentrated intently on his actions, observing as he retrieved the experimental scalpel from the metal tray, listening to his monotone recounting of the experiment's outline. Once all preliminary preparations had been articulated, Qiyang suddenly paused, silently gazing at the limp creature on the metal stand, lost in contemplation. This oppressive silence rendered all present momentarily breathless, and just as Professor Qi could no longer restrain himself from speaking, Qiyang resumed. Next, I will proceed to terminate it. Based on past research, S1 possesses formidable self-healing capabilities. Therefore, in this experiment, I will preemptively dissect it into 2 parts and inject venom to ensure its demise. Upon concluding his statement, Qiyang decisively raised the sharp scalpel, plunging it into S1's chest. Immediately, crimson blood erupted forth, and Qiyang made no attempt to evade, allowing the blood to splatter across his face. The emaciated form convulsed violently from the sudden assault, blood gushing down the blade. Yet the injured beast remained unperturbed, its body merely quivering in response, suggesting the screams it ought to emit and the pain that could not be concealed. Previously, we had conducted an experiment whereby S1's heart was extracted, yet it still did not lose its vital signs. Therefore, in this instance, I shall inject a 95 concentration of potassium cyanide into its cardiac region. Extracting a slender tube from the tray, Qiyang calmly withdrew the scalpel, and the thin stream of blood sprayed forth like a jet, though it only gushed for about 3 minutes before gradually tapering off. Due to its extraordinarily potent self-healing ability, S1's artery could completely heal within 2 minutes and 30 seconds and form a new layer of blood wall cells within 5 minutes. As he spoke, Qiyang opened the reagent bottle containing potassium cyanide solution and began injecting the pale yellow liquid into S1's body with the tube. Qiyang uttered no further words. His gaze lowered as he silently observed the fluid entering S1. When he first captured the black mutated beast, it measured approximately half a meter in length. Even when struck by Lieutenant Chun's laser cannon, it remained vibrant and thrived in harsh conditions. Qiyang suddenly recalled the moment of his initial encounter with S1. This fierce and savage creature bared its sharp teeth, menacingly surveying everyone around before being subdued. Having been administered an ample dosage of anesthetic suitable for a standard Class C mutant, it had still awakened prematurely, brutally killing 3 individuals and nearly severing its own right hand. Now, the solution was gradually disappearing into the creature's emaciated chest. Its muscles had been stripped bare over the past 17 days. A thin layer of skin was the latest to grow, its bones protruded, and its body was riddled with ghastly scars. S1's body convulsed incessantly, and with the injection of potassium cyanide, the intensity of its spasms escalated, ultimately colliding with the metallic rods, producing a series of resounding thuds. The noise persisted for an extended period until, suddenly S1's round, elongated eyes snapped open, glimmering with a blood-red hue as they fixed upon the indifferent, composed man beside it. Zzz. Zzz. Qiyang lowered his gaze, remaining motionless, as if he had heard nothing. Zzz. Zzz. He gently placed the bloodied scalpel into the tray. Zzz. Yang. Zzz. Yang. His movements froze abruptly, and Qiyang's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Chapter 67. S1's cries were faint, intertwined with its agonized shrieks, rendering them difficult to discern. Behind the tempered glass, Professor Qi and his colleagues exchanged bewildered glances as Qiyang swiftly extracted the tube from the mutated beast's chest, the pale yellow solution coursing over its ribcage, emitting a sizzling sound. The sounds of searing flesh and the beast's wailing resonated continuously as Qiyang turned and dashed about the laboratory in search of something. He rummaged through shelves and examined various reagent solutions, muttering isopentyl nitrite, with increasing perspiration beading on his forehead. The onlookers behind the glass were left somewhat perplexed. Professor Qi, regaining his composure, pressed the intercom on the table, inquiring, "Qi Yang, what is happening? Your experiment is incomplete." It should not be abruptly halted. Qi Yang hurled a bottle of waste reagent aside and turned to shout. "We were mistaken. It is not an ordinary Class C mutant. It is not merely a typical mutated beast. We were all wrong. We were all wrong." Professor Qi, observing Qi Yang's frantic demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, its self-healing ability is indeed the most formidable we have encountered. It is certainly not ordinary. Yet we have confirmed it possesses no other special attributes. Simply it can speak. It can speak. Do you not understand? The moment the words left his mouth, the entire laboratory fell into silence. Behind a thick layer of tempered glass, the onlookers froze, their bodies stiffened in disbelief as they gazed at the pallid man, then shifted their collective attention to the black mutated beast bound to the experimental table. In this eerie atmosphere, silence enveloped the room as everyone fixated on the beast's convulsing form. In the next moment, without any forewarning, an overwhelming surge of individuals rushed toward the narrow door. Cacophony of shouts erupting. "Let me in! Let me in! I am Professor Qi. Allow me to enter first. Bah! Old Qi, have you no shame? We all need to get in. It's a talking mutated beast. A talking mutated beast." Amidst the crowd, a male assistant adorned with glasses as thick as beer bottle caps remained perplexed, adjusting his spectacles as he muttered to himself. Parrots can speak due to their syrinx and tongue, the collaboration of cartilaginous rings and membranes enabling vocalization. Even so, it requires rigorous training to articulate properly. This mutated beast. Can it really speak? The tumultuous clamor transformed the otherwise tranquil laboratory into a disarray of noise, while Qi Yang was far too preoccupied to concern himself with the raucous crowd. After a fruitless search for the vital antidote, he resorted to a minimal application of thiosulfate for detoxification. Gazing at the writhing beast, he lowered his head, suppressing his voice. "You are powerful, you are formidable. You won't perish like this, will you? You cannot die, no, you will not die." It felt as though he was attempting to deceive himself, reciting these words in a desperate mantra. The uproar from the entrance darkened his expression, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, commanding, "Silence. All of you, go find something. Stop this uproar. If it dies, we will all pay the price with our lives." Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded from outside the laboratory, causing the entire building to tremble, dust cascading from the ceiling, forcing everyone to stagger unsteadily. Before they could regain their composure, a more violent clamor ensued, lights flickering, staircases shaking, and debris beginning to fall. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yang pressed the switches of 4 latches, swiftly cradling the powerless, convulsing S1 in his arms. Before he could act further, another deafening roar echoed as a massive stone plummeted down. Waves surged violently towards the shore, towering nearly 10 meters high. The sky darkened, thick clouds obscuring the sunlight, and bolts of silver lightning descended from the heavens, crashing into the waters, eliciting anguished cries. In the pre-apocalyptic days, this location was a vibrant seaside resort, with fine white sands gracing the beach, the cerulean waters tenderly caressing the once stubborn stones into smooth softness. Yet now, the beach had transformed into a scene of carnage, strewn with lifeless bodies, congealed black blood, and the twitching forms of mutated beasts. A truly harrowing sight. No, this black behemoth is not an A-level mutant. It is an S-level mutant. A man shouted in terror, his handsome visage splattered with dark blood, as he swiftly unleashed a deep blue ice spear, cleaving a C-level mutated beast in two. "Captain, I just saw Su Weisheng pass through another path toward Zone 75. The crew-cut man, clutching his injured bleeding left arm, continued, "His unilateral departure from the team is simply, let him go. He has already distanced himself from the group." Wu Jiqing sighed heavily. "Liang, accompany me to attack this S-level mutant from behind. We must impede its pursuit of the retreating team." Liang nodded firmly, following Wu Jiqing as they dashed in another direction. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the dam in Zone 77, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng advanced rapidly toward the beach with the assistance of a swift evolutionary. The streets were chaotic with panicking civilians, significantly hindering their progress. In the chilling wind mingled an unpleasant, fishy odor, deepening Jing Xia's solemn expression. "Something is amiss with this beast tide," Jing Xia murmured, lowering his voice so only Ji Chuancheng could hear amidst the surrounding chaos. "What I once knew has been entirely disrupted in this life. Logically, the second beast tide should erupt a month later, beginning from Zone 17. Ji Chuancheng's gaze deepened, observing the anxious youth for a moment before responding. Given the current strength of the base, an A-level beast tide would not lead to significant casualties. Even against an S-level tide, we can manage one S-level mutant. What if there is more than one? Jing Xia finally dared to inquire after a prolonged silence. Ji Chuancheng's slender eyes narrowed slightly, falling silent, yet his large, warm right hand tightly clasped Jing Xia's, offering silent encouragement as warmth flowed through the youth's cold palm. As the weight in his heart inexplicably lifted, Jing Xia sighed softly, then reciprocated the grip, raising his gaze toward the smoke-filled horizon, feeling that regardless of the challenges ahead, they would not falter. However, when Jing Xia beheld the colossal black beast spanning much of the beach, his eyes widened in shock, as if even breathing became a struggle. Approximately 20 evolutionaries surrounded the beast from all directions. Thunderbolts, boulders, ice arrows, and various abilities struck the beast's resilient hide, merely a jest against its formidable toughness. The enormous mutated creature stood firm on 4 stout legs, possessing a fish-like appearance yet capable of breathing and moving freely. With a powerful flick of its lengthy tail, it sent 3 evolutionaries crashing to the ground before unleashing a lightning-like beam, reducing a lightning-based evolutionary to mere ashes. Ji Chuancheng's expression hardened, and as he stepped forward to enter the fray, he suddenly felt a tug at his sleeve. Turning, he found Jing Xia with dilated pupils, trembling in fear. Chuan, this is a mutated conger eel. Momentarily astonished, Ji Chuancheng's gaze flickered from Jing Xia's grasp on his sleeve to his face before he nodded. Yes, I understand. Given its combat prowess, it is likely an S-level. No, you don't understand. Jing Xia bit down hard on his lip, his complexion draining of color. Chuan, it is an SS-level mutated beast. During the 3rd beast tide, the one that led to my demise, it was this creature that commanded a horde of mutated beasts to assault the S-City base, utterly annihilating us. His heightened emotions rendered Jing Xia oblivious to the need for composure. Yet in this chaotic moment, others had no time to attend to their circumstances. Ji Chuancheng's calm demeanor began to crumble as he stared at Jing Xia, his cool eyes widening slightly, and finally murmured, "Is it? Really?" A hint of uncertainty laced his voice. Jing Xia, however, nodded solemnly, his previous terror evaporating, replaced by unwavering conviction. "I am certain. 2 SS-level mutants attacked the S-City base, and this mutated conger eel nearly reduced 5 zones to ruins. Moreover, Chuan, it possesses intelligence." A tremor coursed through Ji Chuancheng's body as he pondered for a moment before urgently asking, "In what ways is its intelligence manifested? What level? Can it strategize, evade danger, or?" "Its intelligence is exceptionally high. It can speak. Moreover, it is capable of conversing with humans." Jing Xia interrupted Ji Chuancheng's words with urgency, continuing fervently, "At that time, you were not embroiled in this war. The power of the 2 SS-level mutated beasts was nothing short of catastrophic for us. Midway through the conflict, they proclaimed a severance treaty between the mutated beasts and humanity, unilaterally designating a space for human survival, demanding that we acknowledge their sovereign as our ruler, and submit as slaves. You foolish subjects, merely the discarded vessels of my will. Our sovereign commands me to convey to you, mere insects, that becoming slaves is your only path to survival." The SS-class mutated beast, Kong Ji Eel. Chapter 68. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air, its acrid aroma transforming the vicinity near the beach embankment into a desolate wasteland. Approximately 10 districts of the embankment had been breached by the enemy, allowing a massive incursion of mutated beasts onto the shore. They allied with the mutated beasts that were already entrenched on land, further amplifying their threat. If the initial assault on the S-City base was likened to a city-level war, then this time all the mutated beasts seemed to concentrate their might, intent on waging a war of annihilation between races, with no quarter given. Chuan, I have never witnessed so many mutated beasts." Jing Xia's voice trembled slightly. Although he had anticipated the scale of this beast tide would be significant, the sight before him still left him in shock. Observing the grim and valorous scene, Jing Xia's initial trepidation gradually subsided, and he eventually stated calmly, "From my vantage point, there are at least 3 S-level mutated beasts." Ji Chuancheng, who had just drawn his S7-type lethal weapon, paused at Jing Xia's words, his expression turning grave. "This situation is peculiar. We must not act recklessly." No sooner had he spoken than Ji Chuancheng looked up to see the SS-level mutated Kong Ji Eel unleash a blinding bolt of lightning from its maw, which Wu Jiqing barely managed to block with 2 thick ice walls, sustaining significant injury in the process. Given Wu Jiqing's current capabilities, He could not possibly withstand the full might of an SS-level mutated beast's assault. Jing Xia raised his hand, cleaving a C-level mutated beast in two. Then continued, in my previous life, it did not appear until approximately 6 months later. I believe its current strength may not be as formidable. Thus, we can still engage it with our present powers. The two of them began sprinting down the slope at a rapid pace, dispatching numerous lower-level mutated beasts along the way, even engaging in a skirmish with an A-level mutated beast. As they neared the Kong Ji Eel just 50 meters away, Jing Xia looked up to see Wu Jiqing hurtling toward him, flung by the beast's tail. Stunned for a moment, he had yet to react when Ji Chuancheng's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly conjured a massive waterbed, which elastically caught the severely injured Wu Jiqing. Blood-marred Wu Jiqing's left arm, his face splattered with crimson, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Witnessing Wu Jiqing in such a state, Ji Chuancheng, despite having previously ignored him, solemnly entrusted him to a nearby agile speed-type evolver, urging them to expedite his transport to the medical area. Big matters aside, little matters trivial. With a soft sigh, Ji Chuancheng quickly assessed the situation and then raised his long black lethal weapon, blasting apart the left half of an A-level mutated beast. Suddenly hearing Jing Xia's words, the latter, while decapitating a B-level mutated beast, chuckled. You once held the same opinion of Wu Jiqing? Identical, not a word altered. After a pause he sighed. In the face of such a beast tide, it would not be surprising if we met our end here. These mutated beasts are fighting for their lives. We still have options. A drop of unknown blood splattered across Ji Chuancheng's austere and elegant visage, as he shouted for a sensory-type evolver to approach him. Although the evolver's mutation was not offensively inclined, the severity of the current enemy assault compelled nearly all physically capable evolvers to engage. That evolver was unfamiliar with Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia. Before the apocalypse, he was not part of the military, and after hesitating for a moment, he simply inquired, "What do you need me for?" Ji Chuancheng wasted no time, asking directly, "Qian Mingho, your ability is the sound amplification type among sensory abilities, correct?" Qian Mingho, surprised, touched his head, momentarily hesitating to question how Ji Chuancheng knew his name and abilities, when an A-level mutated beast's claw came swinging toward him. Jing Xia furrowed his brow, quickly springing forward to confront it, allowing Ji Chuancheng and Qian Mingho a moment to converse. No longer daring to hesitate, Qian Mingho replied, "Yes, precisely. My ability is to consume sound waves in a medium, thus creating an amplifying effect. In this situation, it's rather trivial." Nodding in satisfaction, Ji Chuancheng replied sternly, "I need you to use all your abilities to convey a message." Qian Mingho, puzzled, soon produced a voice that resonated like a bell tolling across the beach, echoing throughout 3 districts. The sound seemed to create a unique reverberation in the air, penetrating the ears of every human and mutated beast alike, whether they wished to hear it or not. Kong Ji Eel. The 3 succinct words struck like thunder, causing a momentary hesitation in the movements of all humans, while a few higher-level mutated beasts paused briefly before resuming their previous actions. As the representative of all humanity in the S-City base, I have a message for you. Many craned their necks to discern what was unfolding, yet they were held back by the mutated beasts, leaving them no room to divert their attention. Only the evolvers near the Kong Ji Eel found respite, as the colossal creature abruptly ceased its movements, scanning for the source of the voice. After a brief search, it located the 2 figures standing atop the rocks. One appeared timidly agape, while the other, with his left hand resting on his lethal weapon, held his right hand behind him, gazing solemnly at the giant mutated beast. Their eyes locked for a protracted moment, during which several evolvers attempted to exploit the opportunity to strike at the Kong Ji Eel's hide, but their efforts merely left a white scratch on its steel-like back, causing no significant harm. I know you can understand. In the face of such perilous circumstances, Qian Mingho felt a tingling at the back of his neck, yet he pressed on. I do not comprehend why you chose this moment for a sudden attack. It is decidedly disadvantageous for you. Most of your strength derives from marine creatures, and even post-mutation, your combat effectiveness on land is greatly diminished. This information had initially been imparted by Jing Xia to Ji Chuancheng, and following the previous assault, the Research Institute had diligently investigated the landing of marine life, concluding that their power was significantly reduced. We are currently unclear about your objectives, but I can assure you that humanity now possesses the weaponry capable of slaying an S-level mutated beast with a single fatal strike. Even at great cost, I dare to promise that the ultimate outcome of this battle will still be your retreat back to the ocean. The moment those words left his lips, an uproar ensued. Nearly all A-level and some B-level mutated beasts halted their assaults, brandishing their weapons and howling in response. They expressed their displeasure in the simplest manner, a direct retort to Ji Chuancheng's provocative words. Having personally slain a frenzied B-level mutated horseshoe crab, Jing Xia stood beneath the towering rock, gazing up at the steadfast figure of the man above. Before the heavy, ominous clouds, Ji Chuancheng stood proudly like a peak, his murderous intent concealed within his narrowed phoenix eyes. The wind howled, and the anguished cries of the mutated beasts echoed across the beach. Moments later, a voice, raspy like coarse sandpaper, boomed forth. Humans, foolish, surrender. It resembled a distorted radio transmission, with the words of the mutated Kangji eel fragmented and laced with incomprehensible terms. Yet, this did not hinder the comprehension of those on the beach. It mocked humanity's arrogance, deeming them utterly foolish and demanding their surrender. The morale on the blood-soaked beach surged further as a squad worked in tandem to slay two A-class mutated beasts. Yet the massive Kangji eel, which dominated a significant portion of the beach, remained still. It emitted incomprehensible, mocking sounds from its throat. Jing Xia's expression darkened instantly. In this scenario, it was evident that the enemy had no desire for negotiation and offered no room for compromise. The attack power and strength of marine beasts far surpassed that of humans. Indeed, most creatures possessed a physical prowess superior to that of humanity. Yet, over the past few millennia, humans had managed to dominate these beasts through sheer intellect, until this extraordinary apocalypse marked a true turning point. With the disappearance of the vast majority of electromagnetic waves, most advanced weaponry had become obsolete. Light weapons proved ineffective against these mutated beasts, while heavy weapons malfunctioned. The paramount focus for humans now lay in enhancing their own strength and developing new weaponry. Among these, the most formidable was the high-torque, strong electric nuclear railgun developed by Qi Yong from C-class mutated roses. Yet it could only inflict significant damage on S-class mutants, and against SS-class mutants it was merely a trivial nuisance. Gripping the handle of his gun, Jing Xia swiftly drew it and fired at the enemy. The next moment, he turned to Ji Chuancheng, his anxious gaze meeting the latter's calm demeanor, causing Jing Xia to pause momentarily before suddenly realizing. His eyes widened in awe. This mutated Kangji eel is S-class. Chapter 69. Jing Xia's voice was completely drowned out by the chaotic surroundings. Ji Chuancheng cast a glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly acknowledging the unintentionally conveyed message of the arrogant beast. Though Jing Xia did not survive until the end of that great beast tide, he vividly recalled the first time he beheld this mutated Kangji eel, which spanned nearly 50 meters in length, its body covered in dark, menacing scales, appearing far more terrifying than it did now. Now, it struggled to articulate a complete sentence, let alone exhibit its capacity to annihilate 5 districts. Standing atop the rocks, with the fierce winds sweeping in from the sea, Ji Chuancheng's black cloak billowed dramatically. He lowered his head, casting a fleeting glance at Jing Xia, and without uttering a word, the two silently coordinated their combat strategy. Since you have dismissed my suggestion, it seems you are unwilling to continue this dialogue, Ji Chuancheng whispered to Chen Mingho, who trembled in fear and repeated, however, there is one thing I still wish for you to know. Do you know how many mutated beasts we humans have slain thus far? Ji Chuancheng maintained his composure, showing no signs of a fractured negotiation. Silently, he diverted the attention of the mutated Kangji eel, successfully eliciting a response from it. No problem, you. The Kangji eel's reply remained peculiar, with only a few words discernible, the majority of its utterances a cacophony of harsh sounds. Seeing his tactical plan succeed, Ji Chuancheng's handsome visage betrayed no emotion. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jing Xia leading 2 small teams that had circled behind the S-class behemoth. Calmly, he stated, E-class, 156, D-class, 851, C-class. As if genuinely comprehending the bizarre beast language, or perhaps indifferent to the creature's responses, Ji Chuancheng continued, A-class mutants, 7. Just as he spoke, Ji Chuancheng raised his gaze and observed a team of evolvers bringing down an A-class mutant, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, it is 8. Damn it. Shut up, humans. The massive tail of the Kangji eel swung violently, stirring up fierce winds, while simultaneously, a bolt of immense energy erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at Ji Chuancheng. With swift agility, Ji Chuancheng pulled the bewildered Chen Mingho down, and just 3 seconds after they rolled off the rock, a terrifying electric strike shattered the boulder into fragments. After rolling several times to regain his footing, Ji Chuancheng wasted no time in looking towards the rear of the mutated Kangji eel. He could hardly believe the creature's impulsive reaction to attack. especially since Jing Xia had just approached its tail, intending to launch a surprise assault. As his gaze swept across the dust-laden area, Ji Chuancheng caught sight of a lithe figure climbing onto the massive body of the S-class Kangji eel with remarkable speed. His movements were quick and adept. As the long tail swayed, he firmly grasped the protruding spines along its back and began to ascend. As the dust gradually dispersed in the wind, Ji Chuancheng's eyes widened in realization. It was Jing Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the A7 model killing machine from his left waist, activating the energy loading mode with a chilling gaze as he calmly pressed the cannon switch. He appeared remarkably composed, yet his fingers trembled involuntarily, revealing the anxiety within. At that moment, Jing Xia had reached the top of the Kangji eel, and amidst the violent swaying, he raised the newly developed blade from the research institute, plunging the gleaming black blade deep into the creature's nape. Roar! Humans! The blade pierced while the gunfire erupted simultaneously, prompting the Kangji eel to unleash a frantic scream. Jing Xia's strike momentarily distracted it from observing Ji Chuancheng's actions, while Ji Chuancheng's shot obliterated a portion of its left arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain, delivering a pain it had never experienced before. Jing Xia, unwilling to linger in battle, forcefully withdrew his blade and retraced his steps. However, the intelligent Kangji eel was not one to be easily defeated after a single misstep. It swung its long tail and turned its head, unleashing a menacing bolt of lightning that struck towards Jing Xia like a silver serpent. At the same time, Ji Chuancheng shot forth like an arrow, deploying two thick walls of fire and water to intercept the lightning mid-flight, dissipating much of its energy. By the time Ji Chuancheng leaped with all his might to tackle Jing Xia to the ground, the situation had dramatically shifted in mere seconds. Aside from Jing Xia's minor abrasions and a few lightly injured evolvers, the team confronting the mutated Kangji eel suffered minimal injuries. Conversely, the once formidable beast now lay in disarray, its bloodied and battered body a stark reminder of its earlier hubris. Damn it! Pests! Jing Xia coldly observed as the mutated Kangji eel struggled to turn with one arm. In the next moment, he and Ji Chuancheng swiftly darted in opposite directions, joining other evolvers to encircle the now significantly weakened beast. Gunfire roared, swords slashed, and the air crackled with unleashed powers of fire and lightning, accompanied by the crushing weight of boulders. The mutated creature found itself in a pitiful state, desperately evading attacks, and any feeble counterattacks resulted in only a handful of individuals sustaining serious injuries and exiting the fray, failing to alter the tide of battle. Humans dream on victory. Jing Xia scoffed. So you can talk after all? Close your filthy mouth. With that, a water rope, thick as half a meter, materialized in mid-air, swiftly constricting around the beast's neck, immobilizing its movements. The anguished conger eel thrashed desperately, its struggles hindered by the water tether that, while incapable of strangling it to death, rendered its movements rigid for a time. It lashed out with its immense tail, fiercely retaliating. Although it appeared to be tormented by Jing Xia and his companions, its skin, as tough as steel, proved impervious to their assaults, leaving only superficial wounds that failed to inflict mortal harm. Apart from the A7 caliber lethality of Ji Chuancheng's weapon, which could slightly prolong its healing time, the other wounds could mend within a mere 10 minutes. Jing Xia's expression grew increasingly grave. This course of action was ultimately untenable. Their current levels of extraordinary abilities had yet to reach the threshold necessary to vanquish an S-class mutant. They could only await the arrival of the singular high-energy nuclear electromagnetic cannon capable of exterminating S-class mutants from the S-City base. However, reinforcements from the research institute had yet to arrive. An inexplicable sense of foreboding began to unfurl within Jing Xia, a faint intuition that he could grasp the subtle anomalies. Yet each time he attempted to focus, he was interrupted by the mutant conger eel's counterattacks. Under such circumstances, the situation was undeniably perplexing. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted, as if in response to Jing Xia's bewilderment, accompanied by the earth's tremors emanating from the inland. Jing Xia, astonished, turned his gaze towards the direction of the research institute. There, a colossal beast towering over 60 meters rose from the ground, manifesting in the vicinity of the institute in an astonishing manner. It shook off the waters of the Huangpu River, drenching all nearby humans as if a torrential downpour had descended upon them. His voice, akin to that of the mutant conger eel, could only manage to articulate a few disjointed words, sounding as if gravel were grinding together, a cacophony so jarring that even Jing Xia, 5 kilometers away, felt his mind reverberate with the noise. Without hesitation, he exchanged a glance with Ji Chuancheng, and in an instant they comprehended the situation. A diversion. The research institute, adjacent to the Huangpu River, was almost leveled following the emergence of the giant beast. Debris lay strewn about, and every structure had collapsed completely, sending ordinary citizens who had sought refuge within the base scattering in terror. Within moments, they had fled over a kilometer from the institute. The massive mutant creature was not alone. Behind it, a number of grotesque mutant beasts surged ashore, commencing a ruthless slaughter of innocent humans. Fortunately, several evolved humans remained at the institute to protect the populace, with Zhou leading his elite team in a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, the most menacing of the giant beasts searched through the ruins of the buildings, its large, bell-like eyes scanning as if in search of something. It overturned one collapsed structure after another, occasionally encountering some crushed mutants, yet it wasted no time in continuing its relentless search. Beneath the rubble, Qi Yang lay half-propped against the ground, gazing in terror at the figure shielding him. Though he was human, he also was not. His body bore countless small wounds, each one a vivid reminder of its origin, time, and manner of infliction. On his chest lay a gaping wound, raw flesh exposed, revealing blackened tissue corroded by potassium cyanide. Slowly healing. For the first time, Qi Yang experienced the sensation of immobility. His mind clearly informed him that this was no dream. His body reminded him of the pain coursing through him. Yet, the creature he had derisively deemed a disgusting pest had suddenly transformed before his very eyes. He bore witness to an event that utterly subverted his previous scientific worldview. A massive rock pressed against S1's back, a remnant of the research institute's collapse that had sent the first floor crashing down to the second. At that moment, Qi Yang had been cradling the battered black mutant, seeking refuge from the unforeseen tremors, prepared to sacrifice himself to protect the precious creature, only to find himself saved by the very beast he had thought to shield. Blood sprayed from the mutant's mouth, the metallic tang of the liquid staining Qi Yang's pale face with crimson streaks that continued to drip. His body remained steadfast against the immense boulder, his seemingly feeble arms straining to support it and prevent further collapse. The sanguine hue enveloped Qi Yang's vision, rendering him tremulous and speechless. The fierce blood flow from S1's chest, where a blade had pierced and toxins infused, gushed forth in red-black torrents. His mouth too expelled blood in torrents. With his back pressed against a stone block weighing no less than a ton, his spine contorted in an unnatural manner. Just moments ago, as the ceiling bore down, Qi Yang had heard the crisp sound of several ribs fracturing. His right hand lay trapped between his body and S1's, the searing warmth radiating from the latter's abdomen igniting visions of ribs piercing through skin, intestines torn asunder, and blood flowing freely. The scene painted in shades of deep red consumed Qi Yang's vision, a shocking scarlet that seared his senses. His face aflame with heat as droplets of blood from S1 fell upon his cheeks, leaving him with nowhere to flee. S1, at such a critical juncture, he still clung to disbelief, tentatively posing the question. The figure in his embrace, who had transformed from a mutant beast into human form before his eyes, spoke in a familiar rasp, and the myriad of wounds that he could vividly recount from memory failed to convince Qi Yang of the fantastical occurrence before him. Speaking was a skill possessed by certain animals, such as parrots and magpies, but this was transformation into a human. Qi Yang had previously confided in Jing Xia that for years, the Ninth Bureau of Huaxia had devoted itself to researching such fantastical phenomena, yet had yielded no results. Thus, he had confidently deduced that Su Weishang's piece of jade was the result of a CMK matrix anomaly, which could generate dimensional space. Now, he found himself on the brink of overturning his previous understanding. S1's nasal bones were strikingly prominent, and at this close proximity, Qi Yang felt an almost illusory inclination to merely lift his gaze to touch them. His eyes met the grotesque scar that marred S1's nose, and in that intimate distance, he could clearly discern the charred flesh that had rolled back. He had seen this injury on the black mutant's visage before, yet it had never evoked such visceral shock within him. When that wound, now stretched to a length of 15 centimeters, was deeply etched into a face resembling that of a human, Qi Yang truly comprehended the severity of his prior actions. Zizizi, pain, Zizizi, Yang. The fragmented words spilled from S1's lips, his speech still faltering, but Qi Yang could surmise their meaning. S1's left hand, free and unencumbered, trembled as it brushed against the once handsome visage, now marred by scars. Qi Yang stared into S1's translucent, crystalline eyes, which, though distinctly inhuman, reflected a clarity that seemed to purify his very soul, instilling a rare sense of tranquility within him. His blood-stained, frigid fingers gently caressed the scarred face, and Qi Yang felt his heart, once as hard as stone, softened considerably. No one could witness such a scene without being moved. The blood pooled like an unyielding mist, soaking into Qi Yang's palm. For the first time, he sensed that the other might truly be at the brink, potentially facing death. No matter how formidable the self-healing abilities, they ultimately falter against repeated acts of murder. The knife that pierced the heart injected a significant amount of potassium cyanide, akin to a colossal boulder collapsing. Each strike capable of ending a normal human life instantaneously. Yet only he could endure to this moment. His thin, merciless lips curled slightly, and as Qi Yang closed his eyes, he calculated the opponent's current blood loss in silence. The air was filled with fragmented screams and the sounds of conflict. Yet at this moment, Qi Yang felt an inexplicable calm within. It was as if he had returned to a time long ago, a period when he had yet to wield the experimental knife. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His fair and delicate features were smeared with blood, adding an unusual luster to his otherwise pallid visage. He sighed softly, a smile of bitter resignation gracing his lips. Well, as I mentioned last night, from this day forth, I shall harbor no hatred towards you, nor shall humanity. Everything you owed has been repaid in full, from now on. His voice faltered abruptly. A cacophony of crackling sounds interrupted him, and Qi Yang suddenly laughed, drawing a deep breath, his smile imbued with sorrow and helplessness. You no longer have a future. However, perhaps this was for the best. Even if he survived this unfortunate incident, the suffering that lay ahead would be far greater. Perhaps I may not be the one to conduct the experiment, but I can assure you, that person shall not treat you with the same cruelty I have. Coughing, a large gush of blood flowed down his elegantly contoured jaw, dripping precisely at the corner of Qi Yang's lips. He opened his mouth in astonishment, his lips moving as if to utter something, but the blood flowed as he moved, slipping down his throat into his stomach. Each drop of blood was a prolonged torment, and Qi Yang remained in a daze for a long while before managing a bitter smile, murmuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure you have a complete corpse." As soon as the words left his lips, Qi Yang closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the final moment of farewell. Upon realizing that the other had developed the bizarre ability to transform into a human, this mutated beast was destined to perish completely, even if it meant sacrificing itself to save him. Despite his cold-heartedness, a part of Qi Yang's innermost being was inevitably touched, unable to remain unmoved. Humans often say, repay virtue with virtue. S1 had slain his 3 brilliant assistants, yet he had subjected S1 to every conceivable punishment imaginable. There were myriad methods for conducting experiments and numerous ways to extract tissues, yet he consistently chose the most brutal and painful options, all driven by selfish motives. At this juncture, the mutated beast owed him nothing, while he, in contrast, owed it a life. Time elongated in that moment, each minute and second resonating clearly in Qi Yang's ears, dripping like the sound of water. Yet he understood. It was neither the sound of dripping water nor the passage of time, but the blood of the mutated beast splattering against the ground, each drop a piercing echo. Indeed, life was ebbing away, the sound of approaching death. Living was arduous, yet death came easily. With a crash, Qi Yang suddenly felt a bright light flash before his eyes. Instinctively, he opened them, immediately squinting against the blinding glare. In that narrow field of vision, the massive stone that had trapped them was effortlessly displaced, revealing a towering, grayish-black mutated beast glaring fiercely with its savage eyes. An ambush, Qi Yang realized instantly. The sudden earthquake had finally found its explanation, and the absence of rescuers now made sense. S1, already at its limits, lost the support it needed, toppling to one side. Unbeknownst to himself, Qi Yang gently yet swiftly steadied the other's body, laying it carefully upon the stony ground. Before the colossal mutated beast could notice the commotion, Qi Yang scanned for a weapon. Upon discovering a silver electromagnetic cannon scattered among the debris, he wasted no time and sprang toward it. However, he had gravely underestimated the beast's strength. In the blink of an eye, its massive, grotesque foot stomped down before him. He instinctively stumbled back, barely escaping being crushed into a pulp. Surveying the surroundings, Qi Yang's expression grew solemn as he confirmed the absence of aid within a 200-meter radius. He was not an evolved being and was currently devoid of weaponry. Faced with such a predicament, unless he received immensely powerful support, he was doomed. Lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently landed on the limp form of S1 sprawled on the ground, its back marred and mangled. In that moment of distraction, he saw the gigantic mutated beast reaching for S1 on the ground. Without a hint of hesitation, Qi Yang dashed toward the beast, drawing a long knife embedded in the earth, raising it to strike. With a clang, the dark blade shattered upon contact with the beast's body, splintering into fragments, leaving only a faint white scratch upon its steel-like skin. Yet, this action halted the beast's advance towards S1, and it lowered its gaze to Qi, who stood at the height of its toes. Human Die Foolish One. Chapter 71. After encountering a talking mutated beast, Qi was no longer astonished by this apparent S-class entity. He did not abandon his actions despite the broken knife. Instead, he gripped the shattered hilt tightly and plunged the sharp tip into the deep white gash. Hell, human, you shall perish. The previously torn skin succumbed entirely to Qi Yang's forceful strike, the broken blade embedding itself into the beast's foot, eliciting a pained howl. Instinctively, it brought its other foot down, but Qi Yang deftly dodged and sprinted towards S1's unconscious form. Yet, just 5 meters away, he watched helplessly as a hand covered in coarse fur seized the injured humanoid mutant, crushing it effortlessly, as if it had been reduced to mere pulp. No! His eyes widened, and a pair of transparent, clear pupils flashed through his mind. From their initial encounter, filled with caution and distrust, to the later, beautiful pearly eyes that now reflected only fear and terror. In a swift motion, Qi Yang extracted a battered A5 gun from the rubble, his expression frigid. He swiftly assembled the weapon in a blur, barely managing to fire a round. The bullet spiraled through the air, aimed directly at the beast's chest. Everything transpired too rapidly for the creature to evade. It instinctively raised its arms to shield its torso, yet hesitated mid-motion, then hastily tucked its right hand behind its back, displaying a sense of panic. Boom! The bullet detonated upon the giant mutated beast's chest, erupting into a magnificent spray of blood. It staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing, then raised its gaze to Qi Yang, its enormous eyes reflecting the man's cold and indifferent demeanor. Surprisingly, as a sentient S-class mutant beast, it instinctively executed evasive maneuvers and turned to flee. This human bore little threat, yet an ominous premonition gripped it. Should the struggle persist, it would surely meet its demise, and perhaps face even graver consequences. The ground trembled as if thousands of colossal elephants were racing forth. Initially, the S-class giant mutant beast galloped on its formidable 30-meter-long legs, but soon it resorted to using all fours, desperately escaping. Even amidst this frantic flight, it cautiously ensured that its left palm never touched the ground, as if it harbored within it an exquisitely fragile treasure. The gargantuan mutant beast plunged into the river's depths, vanishing beneath the placid surface, sending forth ripples of considerable magnitude. Following its plunge, a piercing roar echoed, startling all the evolutionists engaged in fierce combat with hundreds of mutant beasts along the riverbank. They collectively recoiled in astonishment. Everything unfolded with the same eerie unpredictability as before, as the mutant beasts that had ambushed the research facility retreated with remarkable swiftness. Apart from the rippling waves on the river's surface, the scattered debris of colossal stones on the ground, and the suffocating stench of blood in the air, everything remained unchanged. Had we triumphed? As the first cheer erupted, it was soon followed by a cacophony akin to a tsunami. Everyone, unable to contain their elation at surviving the ordeal, expressed their exuberance with jubilant cries, a contagion of excitement sweeping through the crowd. Moments later, a roaring cheer echoed from the direction of the beach embankment. However, scarcely had the jubilant sounds begun to fade when a hoarse, desperate voice pierced through. "Help! Come save us!" This voice, almost drowned by the thunderous cheers, was exceedingly faint. "Quick! Come save us!" Qi Yang shouted, straining his voice. At this, the nearby evolutionists snapped to attention. They turned and beheld the desolate and tragic ruins, along with a solitary figure standing amidst the wreckage. A man, upright and resolute, clutching a pitch-black A5 death machine, its barrel pressed against the ground to support his weight. He stood tall and straight, yet the wind threatened to topple him. "Major Qi, save us!" Countless evolutionists, grasping the gravity of the situation, hastily set to work unearthing the injured. Among them were many with immense strength, who effortlessly tossed aside massive boulders in search of those buried or injured beneath the debris. Qi Yang, supported by a female assistant clad in a white coat, slowly made his way to safety. Only after stepping off the blood-soaked ruins did he cast the now empty A5 death machine aside. "Major Qi, should we recover this weapon?" "No need." Cough cough. A fitful cough escaped him, and after a prolonged moment, Qi Yang finally caught his breath. Even if there were bullets, it would be useless. Leave it here as a... His voice trailed off. He slowly turned back, gazing at the site where he had labored for over 4 months. The small building lay in ruins, reduced to a mound of bricks and stones. A massive boulder was thrown several meters away from the wreckage, and a vivid pool of crimson blood stained the white wall, etched deeply into Qi Yang's memory. Major Qi? The assistant inquired, perplexed. Qi Yang gradually closed his eyes, whispering as if to himself, "This shall serve as your tribute." No sooner had he spoken than he fell silent, unwilling to utter another word. The astute assistant refrained from probing further, guiding Qi Yang to the medical area for treatment. Behind them, the heavy clouds that had obscured the light began to disperse. The wind ceased its fierce howling, as though it had contained a tempest that never erupted. As the dark clouds lifted, the brilliant sunlight once again enveloped the land. The warm rays filtered through the clouds, not as scorching as before. They caressed the blood-stained sands washed by the sea, illuminating the S-City base, casting light into every heart and dispelling the chilling, ominous atmosphere. When the sunlight touched the vivid bloodstains on the rock, it appeared to ignite a golden flame, gradually fading the red into a resplendent gold. Meanwhile, all were engrossed in their urgent search for potential survivors, unaware of this subtle phenomenon. The shimmering, golden bloodstains slowly vanished under the clear sky, dissipating into the air. Indeed, after the mutant beasts launched their assault on the research facility, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng swiftly resolved to return for rescue. At that moment, the S-class mutant Kangji eel unveiled its true terrifying strength, having previously concealed its prowess to ensnare the majority of evolutionists on the beach battleground. Now that its plan had succeeded, it unleashed its full might in retaliation without hesitation. Initially, it had merely sought to buy time. Now, it resorted to a more violent and chaotic delay. Jing Xia attempted to break free several times but found it futile. He had to resort to lethal intent, determined alongside Ji Chuancheng to eliminate this troublesome creature as swiftly as possible. Yet, as they truly committed to the fight, Ji Chuancheng, nursing a gaping wound on his left leg, was astonished to see the mutant Kangji eel turn and flee without a hint of reluctance. Although continuing the battle would surely inflict severe injuries on the evolutionists, they could undoubtedly bring down the equally battered Kangji eel within 10 minutes. However, should the creature choose to escape, it would be a trivial matter, especially in its current reckless flight. Gazing at the mutant beasts that had completely vanished into the vast ocean, Jing Xia furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a moment. He approached Ji Chuancheng, supporting his injured frame, and murmured, "This situation is highly abnormal. It seems as if their attack was purposeful. Having achieved their objective, they can now withdraw." Ji Chuancheng, propped up on his A7 death machine, leaned heavily against Jing Xia. His sharp brows knitted together, and after a moment, he nodded in agreement. "The research facility possesses what they seek, and now, I believe they have obtained it." As he finished speaking, Jing Xia suddenly realized, could it be Stab 1? This answer had been dismissed by Qi Yang. His gaze was icy, his demeanor detached as he retrieved a black remote control from his inner pocket, its size barely larger than a palm. It bore a single button, illuminated in stark red, ominously hinting at something sinister. "Stab 1 has remained with me. It has not been taken." Qi Yang, his head wrapped in thick bandages, his arm bound with a makeshift sling around his neck, and a bandage affixed to his left cheek, appeared far more grievously injured than Jing Xia, who had just emerged from the battlefield. He continued, "Yet your conjecture holds merit. The S-class mutant that attacked the research facility must have discerned that I possessed Stab 1, prompting its retreat and the swift withdrawal of its companions." Having already informed Qi Yang about the events on the beach embankment, the refined and gentle man pondered briefly before adding, "Two S-class mutant beasts, this is nearly the maximum we can currently contend with. Moreover, these two are among the most elite within the S-class, even hinting at a potential progression toward SS-class. Coupled with your earlier observation of several ordinary S-class mutants on the beach." Pausing, Qi Yang sighed. "If it truly aligns with your assessment, amidst the presence of so many high-level mutants, I might indeed be compelled to detonate Stab 1. His tone bore no trace of remorse or hesitation, as if he were merely discussing something as straightforward as igniting a firework. Yet this time, Jing Xia refrained from retorting. He lowered his head in silence, a quiet voice within him silently endorsing Qi Yang's choice. "Stab 1 is currently the most formidable weapon developed by the Research Institute in City S, truly a trump card. With nuclear weapons rendered ineffective in the apocalypse, humanity's mightiest arsenal has long lost its terrifying efficacy. After more than 6 months of research, Qi Yang invented Stab 1 through the study of the brain tissue of the experimental C-class mutated beast S1. This powerful missile is buried beneath the former core commercial street N of the City S base, extending from one end of the street to the other, with a missile planted every 50 meters. If detonated, it could trigger a chain reaction, resulting in an unparalleled explosion. Due to the impossibility of testing its use, Qi Yang and Professor Qi, after extensive discussions and fervent debates, deduced that the effective range of Stab 1 encompasses the entirety of the city S-base, with the potential to radiate into surrounding areas. Thus, it is a matter of either abstaining from use or, if employed, facing an inescapable catastrophe. Jing Xia sighed, acknowledging the presence of 2 top-tier S-class mutated beasts, alongside nearly 10 ordinary S-class mutants and close to 100 A-class variants. Should we truly detonate Stab 1, the power of the oceanic mutated beasts would be diminished by at least half, sacrificing the lives of several 100,000 for the hope of victory for billions on the continent. A notion devoid of any hint of resentment. Regrettably, it escaped far too swiftly. Jing Xia silently nodded. Before long, the medical personnel began to examine Qi Yang's condition, and he seized the opportunity to step out of the tent, intending to check on Ji Chuancheng's situation. Just as he exited, he involuntarily turned to glance back into the room. There, the handsome and elegant man was staring vacantly ahead, his gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in the simplest act of daydreaming, an indulgence he would never allow himself. The red star glasses perched on Qi Yang's nose seemed to have vanished amidst the chaos, and for the first time, Jing Xia beheld those eyes, usually brimming with mockery and provocation, now revealing a semblance of helplessness and despondency. Is this Qi Yang? A peculiar question sprang to Jing Xia's mind, and after a prolonged contemplation, he abruptly turned and strode away. Yes, this is Qi Yang. Chapter 72. Following the frenzied assault of the mutated beasts, the casualty count at the city S-base has significantly escalated compared to before. The previous encounter with just one A-class mutated beast had nearly rendered humanity incapable of retaliation. Although there has been substantial progress in human capabilities during this time, it is still far from possible to truly overcome so many S-class mutants. The outbreak of conflict has transformed the once orderly streets of City S into a landscape of shattered bricks and tiles. People tirelessly clear the debris obstructing the roads, yet the buildings, half collapsed and damaged, have lost all hope of restoration. Aside from the initially attacked beach embankment, the City S-base and the Research Institute are among the most severely affected areas. Particularly the Research Institute, where most of the precision instruments housed within have been destroyed by falling debris, leaving it in ruins. Consequently, a dense cluster of makeshift tents has been erected in the vast open space adjacent to the institute. The injured have been placed here for protection and treatment, yet many have succumbed to the initial onslaught or perished from severe injuries. Qin Chu removed her earphones, revealing tightly pressed red lips beneath her blue medical mask. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and took a step back to clear the path, watching as nurses carried away another gravely injured and deceased evolver from the tent, heading towards a covered area draped in white fabric to the east. There lay the bodies awaiting cremation. Given the staggering number of casualties, even Qin Chu could not attend to every injured individual. Her pale and gaunt cheeks had begun to hint at the excessive use of her powers and the relentless support she had provided day and night. This was the 28th today. As she watched the evolver, who had lost an arm, disappear from her sight, Qin Chu unconsciously murmured to herself. Her hands were buried deep in the pockets of her oversized white coat, a cool breeze sweeping from behind, making her silhouette appear all the more desolate. Dr. Qin, over there, there's someone just pulled from the rubble. His left leg is crushed, and the blood vessels have necrosed. You must hurry and see what needs to be done. A nurse rushed over in a flurry. In no time, Qin Chu turned and sprinted towards a small tent in the distance, leaving no room for rest or lamentation. The scorching sun showed no sign of abating, continuing to beat down on the ravaged earth. In the evening, the first cremation took place, having begun 4 days ago to prevent the spread of infectious diseases in this sweltering heat. Ji Chuancheng personally ignited the first flame, which swiftly engulfed the bodies of dozens, the roaring fire consuming them, sending acrid smoke into the sky, leaving only gray ashes and remnants of bones behind. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the ashes away as dusk fell. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng walked through the deserted corridor of the dormitory, now deep into the night. Silence enveloped them as they moved forward, their intertwined hands silently exchanging warmth. After an indeterminate time, Jing Xia could no longer suppress a sigh, saying, "Ah Chuan, today I saw Sister Qin faint again from overexerting her powers. This must be the 5th time since that day." Aside from her exceptional medical skills, Qin Chu's healing abilities were her most unique talent. When gravely injured individuals, nearly beyond saving, were brought into the medical area, she would always use her powers to buy time and save lives. This excessive use of her abilities had caused her to grow increasingly frail, her form diminishing day by day. Ji Chuancheng slightly tilted his head, gazing at Jing Xia with a composed expression. The young man's elegant brow furrowed gently, as if lost in thought. After a moment he nodded, yes. The number of injured has been decreasing significantly these past few days. This situation will improve considerably. Jing Xia bowed his head, remaining silent. While the number of injured dwindled, the death toll continued to rise. Even with his prior warnings to reinforce the embankment, the city's base had suffered a blow heavier than the third beast tide from his previous life. This dichotomy of loss and gain led him to question himself. Was this truly right or wrong? Had he not urged Qi Yang to investigate the mutated beasts beneath the Huangpu River, perhaps history would not have been altered, nor such a calamity unleashed. Initially, many lives were saved, yet the events of 4 days prior had brought misfortune to even more. You are not at fault. As if sensing Jing Xia's wavering emotions, Ji Chuancheng's deep, dark gaze fixed intently upon him, his eyes softening, a hint of a helpless smile playing at his lips. This beast tide is undoubtedly abnormal. The mutated beast's awareness and defenses against Stab 1, and the revelation of their true strength, provide us with invaluable data. Just as they reached the corner of the staircase, the bright, silvery moonlight streamed through the half-meter-high window, illuminating Ji Chuancheng's handsome features. The high bridge of his nose cast a small shadow in the moonlight, accentuating his sculpted facial contours. Ji Chuancheng explained, had you not alerted us earlier, we would never have discovered S1, nor would we have developed Stab 1. The existence of such a weapon, capable of directly threatening the mutated beasts, is worth more than an entire city to humanity. Although Jing Xia understood that the other party's words were meant to comfort him, he also grasped the profound significance of Stab to humanity. Not to mention, Qi Yang and the surviving Professor Qi were already engaged in researching new weaponry based on the Stab series. The two of them slowly approached the quiet door, and as Ji Chuancheng opened it, he whispered, in truth, what you have changed may not be limited to these matters. Today, a message arrived from B City, informing that they had successfully weathered the second beast tide and emerged victorious. As Jing Xia was about to push the door open, he suddenly paused, astonished by the news. B City has won. Ji Chuancheng gently embraced Jing Xia's slender waist as they entered the room, using his heel to close the door behind them. The room was dimly lit by the bright, serene moonlight streaming through the window, softly illuminating the decor within. Indeed, Ji Chuancheng affirmed in a low voice, continuing, aside from Yu Kai, Qin Chu, Qi Yang and myself, the other members of the restricted zone have gone to B City, bringing advanced instruments and weaponry with them. Aside from the initial beast tide which caught them off guard, this time they were thoroughly prepared and achieved a resounding victory. Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped Jing Xia for days finally began to dissipate. He exhaled gently, leaning back against the cool wall, feeling the dampness of his sweat seeping through the thin fabric between his back and the rough wallpaper. At last, there was some good news. Nodding slightly, Jing Xia remarked, the point of concern in B City would be the mutated beasts from the Taihang and Yenshan mountain ranges, while S City must remain vigilant regarding the vast ocean. The creatures of the sea outnumber those on land by several folds, making them far more challenging to confront. If you had not made changes and continued as you did in your previous life, then besides myself and Qin Chu, the entire restricted zone would face annihilation. In the narrow, dimly lit hallway, Ji Chuancheng's dark pupils appeared strikingly bright as he quietly regarded Jing Xia, a smile gracing his lips. Though I am reluctant to admit it, you have indeed saved Qi Yang's life. Jing Xia was taken aback by this remark. Why are you reluctant to acknowledge it? Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze. Do you still harbor feelings for him? After a moment, Jing Xia playfully punched Ji Chuancheng's broad chest. What nonsense are you spouting? In the days leading up to this, Jing Xia had frequently checked on Qi Yang, not out of excessive concern or special treatment, nor merely to offer comfort due to Qi Yang's injuries. The true reason was something he found hard to articulate. He sensed that Qi Yang's emotions had been somewhat amiss. Initially, Qi Yang had devoted himself entirely to research, but now he seemed to have forgotten everything, consumed by relentless experimentation, neglecting his own well-being. Today, when Jing Xia made an excuse to visit Qi Yang, he learned from assistant Zhang Bendan that Qi Yang had only eaten his first meal of the day at dusk, and even then, he had consumed only half before diving back into yet another round of experiments. The test subjects for Stab 2 were already being secretly fabricated, and Qi Yang appeared to have fallen gravely ill, with sunken cheeks that accentuated his already prominent cheekbones, and his lips were pallid. Jing Xia feared that he might collapse at any moment. I feel that something is amiss. What is it? Ji Chuancheng asked, furrowing his brow as he noticed the flickering gaze of Jing Xia. I recall that the S-level mutated creature we captured was sent for research 3 days ago. But many machines in the lab have been damaged. You have been checking on the experimental progress these days. How is the research on Stab 2 progressing? Jing Xia briefly recollected and recounted Professor Qi's words. The theoretical effective range of Stab 2 is half the radiation area of Province J. Such immense energy cannot be proven solely through theory, so they plan to secretly transport it to the uninhabited region of Province X for experimentation. He paused and added, by the way, they have already begun developing the test subjects for Stab 2, and it is estimated that they will be completed within half a month. The Stab series was initially intended for further in-depth research, and this time, the Research Institute had finally pushed past its limits after studying the residual cells of the deceased S1 and the cells of the captured S-level mutated creature. They successfully delineated the design blueprint and operational principles for Stab 2. If I recall correctly, that S-level mutated creature was slain by Su Weisheng, right? Suddenly recalling something, Jing Xia's expression shifted from elation to disappointment, and he sighed. Given his strength, even with 2 teams of evolved individuals assisting, it should have been impossible for him to slay an ordinary S-level mutated creature. Yet he succeeded. Do you feel regret for him? Ji Chuancheng raised an eyebrow, questioning. Jing Xia lowered his gaze, staring at the tiles on the floor. His long eyelashes brushed against the fair skin beneath his eyes, resembling a delicate fan that subtly tugged at Ji Chuancheng's heart. I understand his intentions. He likely aimed to change the other evolved individuals' attitudes towards him by slaying the S-level mutated creature and sustaining honorable injuries. However, he truly chose the wrong path. Jing Xia lifted his gaze, a hint of helpless amusement flickering in his clear eyes. Previously, others merely doubted and mistrusted him, but after this incident, their perception has added a new layer: extreme danger. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, encouraging Jing Xia to continue. The ability to slay an S-level mutated creature is formidable enough to instill deep apprehension in others, prompting them to question the source of such immense power. Jing Xia shrugged, his tone indifferent. In last week's ability value assessment, his ability value has only just exceeded 200. It is not an exceptionally unique ability. Even someone as powerful as Wu Jiqing could not slay an S-level mutated creature. Yet he managed to do so. What do you think others will think? More suspicion and wariness. Jing Xia nodded. Indeed, if he had been a touch more rational, he would not have made such a foolish choice. However, I heard from Qi Yang's associates that after more than a month of exclusion and skepticism, Su Weisheng's mindset has undergone a rather abnormal change. Coupled with the previous 2 months of isolation, what he has achieved now has truly opened my eyes. Ji Chuancheng glanced at Jing Xia, then chuckled softly. Yes, he is indeed far superior to you. His tone was straightforward and natural, laced with a hint of admiration, yet concealed a deep teasing undertone. Jing Xia immediately bristled. What? This guy has tarnished my reputation since childhood. Just look at my father. If it weren't for his guilt over the despicable things he did with Su Weisheng's mother, he might have genuinely considered bringing him back to the Jing family. At this moment, Ji Chuancheng's obsidian-like eyes darkened, a storm brewing within them. When you were kidnapped at 5, I was extremely anxious. When my father and I found you, you were already delirious from a high fever and even bit me. Cough. How could you still remember that? Ji Chuancheng's expression soured. I was very angry. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, staring at Ji Chuancheng's grim visage. The cold elegance of his features was now overshadowed by darkness, the dim moonlight failing to illuminate his expression, leaving only a palpable sense of anger emanating from him, causing Jing Xia to shiver involuntarily. Jing Xia's voice wavered slightly. Hey, there's no need for that. I merely bit you once. You truly hold a grudge. I apologize. If it makes you feel better, let me bite you back. I was angry because I was still too young at the time. I couldn't do much to save you. At worst, let you bite back. The voice abruptly ceased as Jing Xia stared blankly into Ji Chuancheng's profound gaze. Those cool and ethereal phoenix eyes were now half closed, intensely scrutinizing him, as if they were steeped in a deep, distant emotion. The vastness of that feeling, akin to the boundless ocean, gradually made Jing Xia's throat feel a touch parched. After a long pause, he helplessly reached out and lightly patted Ji Chuancheng's shoulder, sighing softly. How long has it been? Do you even remember what happened? I will not forget, came Ji Chuancheng's voice, imbued with a resolute determination. Slowly, he lifted Jing Xia's slender, exquisite right hand, examining it inch by inch, and remarked, it was this hand that was accidentally cut by a knife wielded by the kidnappers. As he spoke, Ji Chuancheng's fingers caressed the back of Jing Xia's right hand, tracing over a scar that was markedly paler than the surrounding skin. No matter how good the medication, this mark had never faded. You bled profusely, staining that filthy floor red. Jing Xia felt warmth radiating from the spot where Ji Chuancheng's fingers lingered, an awareness he had not even realized. In this confined space, he spoke in a voice slightly hoarse, "If you dislike it, I can ask Sister Qin to use her abilities to erase the scar tomorrow." The moment the words left his mouth, Ji Chuancheng abruptly halted his caressing motion. He lifted his gaze, his eyes growing a shade colder. "No, I want to keep this scar as a reminder that without the power to act, one can only watch helplessly as those dear to them fall into peril." Jing Xia's throat tightened, leaving him speechless. Or perhaps, gazing at Ji Chuancheng's serious and solemn expression, he found himself devoid of words. After a long silence, he shook his head in resignation. "Please, I am no longer the child I once was. You are far stronger than I am, but my abilities are not insignificant. I do not require your protection. Did I not personally slay an A-grade mutant before?" Ji Chuancheng silently regarded Jing Xia, and just as the latter thought he would remain silent, he sighed softly and replied, I understand." He did not directly address the matter, instead allowing the conversation to drift. Just as Jing Xia felt a sense of relief, Ji Chuancheng slowly lifted his chin, adopting an expression that seemed to await praise. "However, I have already asked Su Wei Shang to." A sudden flash of white light illuminated the space as an explosive clap of thunder echoed outside. Ji Chuancheng's subsequent words were spoken softly, nearly drowned out by the rumbling storm, leaving Jing Xia unable to discern them amidst the cacophony. "What did you just say?" Jing Xia leaned in closer, tilting his head to look at Ji Chuancheng. Their bodies were nearly touching, their proximity almost intimate. The thin summer clothing provided little barrier against the heat radiating between them. Ji Chuancheng's handsome, solemn visage momentarily faltered, and though he struggled to maintain his composure, he could not ignore the two prominent curves pressing against his chest. Being so near in such a quiet space heightened their senses, making their bodies more sensitive and the atmosphere increasingly charged. In a hidden corner, the depth of Ji Chuancheng's dark eyes grew even more profound. He cleared his throat, attempting to soften the husky, desire-laden tone of his voice. "It's nothing." Yet, Jing Xia perceived no oddity. He responded with a surprised hum, and inquired, "Did you do something to Su Wei Shang?" Despite the scorn and skepticism directed at him, if we were to make any significant moves, it was highly likely he would discover them and suspect our involvement. Another bolt of cold lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the young man's exquisitely beautiful face. His lips moved, captivating Ji Chuancheng's full attention, while his eyes sparkled with a strange brightness, reflecting the dazzling lightning. This visage lacked the fragile beauty that made one reluctant to mar it, yet it possessed a breathtaking and flamboyant allure. Although he could not enact any significant schemes, it was unwise to let him know our plans, as it could hinder our future endeavors. Therefore without a word, Ji Chuancheng decisively silenced Jing Xia's incessant chatter. His strong arms encircled Jing Xia's slender waist with a force that suggested he wished to meld their bodies together. Unwilling to release him, unwilling to part, the mingling of their lips became the ultimate test of will, prompting Jing Xia to instinctively resist for a fleeting moment before surrendering. Engaging in a fervent kiss, the confined space, the escalating temperature, and the fervent, almost gnawing motions of their lips led Jing Xia to gradually part his lips, allowing Ji Chuancheng to enter. Their tongues entwined, exchanging warmth, heavy breaths mingled with suppressed moans. A silvery strand of saliva tracing down Jing Xia's half-parted mouth, glistening with lascivious allure beneath a brilliant flash of lightning. The sounds of their passion resonated, creating a symphony of desire, lingering in the quiet foyer, seductive and deeply melodic. The embrace, the sounds of their collision, all drowned in the intensifying roar of thunder, while the moonlight was shrouded behind dark clouds, silently retreating from view. The night had yet to wane. Chapter 74. Su Wei Shang gazed at the scene before him, feeling an undeniable strangeness. The medical tents were all adorned in white, and he lay within one such spacious tent. On either side, two beds housed evolutionaries moaning in pain from their injuries. Though he appeared to be severely hurt, in comparison, he could only consider himself lightly wounded. Su Wei Shang's expression grew complex as he observed a nurse exiting the tent with bloodied bandages, shortly followed by a handsome man who parted the curtain to enter. Su Wei Shang's lips instinctively curled into a gentle, benevolent smile. He blinked his large, cat-like eyes, exuding an air of vulnerability, and whispered, "Ji Qing, how is your injury?" Wu Jiqing's left arm was bound in a sling around his neck. A thick bandage wrapped around his forehead. He appeared relatively well, his complexion flushed. Yet his gait seemed tentative, and as he dragged a chair over to sit by Su Weishang's bedside, he unconsciously maintained a distance of half a meter. This distance was not significant, and Su Weishang failed to notice it. The youthful, exquisite features of the boy seemed as if they could be concealed by a single hand, and Wu Jiqing's expression of conflicted emotions reflected in the clear depths of his light-colored irises. "Jiqing, why are you so quiet?" Su Weishang asked, smiling. Wu Jiqing hesitated for a long while before finally managing a perfunctory response. "I'm fine. Little Shang, how is your injury?" Su Weishang glanced at his leg, suspended in a metal frame, and sighed. "The doctor said it would be a few more days before I could get out of bed, and even then, I would need to use crutches to walk. But don't worry, my injury isn't serious. It's nothing major." Sister Qin said so too. His tone carried a playful, almost childlike quality, yet it evidently failed to elicit the desired effect from Su Weishang. Wu Jiqing's finely arched brows furrowed slowly, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. "It's precisely because your injury isn't serious that it feels most terrifying. That was an S-grade mutant that even I could not defeat." Noticing Wu Jiqing's silence, Su Weishang keenly sensed the atmosphere growing awkward. He quickly smiled and changed the subject. "You wouldn't believe it. That doctor today was so rough. He accidentally cut my hand with a utility knife while examining me. I wonder why he carries a knife with him. It's quite strange." As he spoke, the innocent and pitiable young man deliberately raised his right hand, revealing a 7-centimeter-long laceration across the delicate, fair skin of his hand. Though it had been treated with some basic ointment, it was inevitably destined to leave a scar. Wu Jiqing was momentarily taken aback. How could one be so careless? Noticing that this topic piqued the other's interest, Su Weishang immediately lamented, "I have no idea. Perhaps the doctor was simply too young. If it were Captain Qin Chu, she would never have made such a trivial mistake." Nearby, 2 severely injured individuals, unable to even turn over and confined to listening to the soft-spoken young woman, rolled their eyes in unison upon hearing Su Weishang's words, lamenting his hopelessness. "Not only did you, the traitor, sell our information to the enemy, but even if you were innocent, how could Captain Qin Chu possibly spare the time to personally attend to you, a mere lightly wounded individual?" One could not help but feel sympathy for Su Weishang. Indeed, the saying "3 become a tiger" rings true. Rumors can be a person's most formidable weapon. As the information deliberately spread by Qi Yang passed through countless mouths, all initial doubts and speculations vanished without a trace, gradually transforming into, "Oh, Su Weishang. He is the one who opened the dam during the last attack by the A-class mutant. You didn't know? That person even stole items from the research institute. I'll let you in on a secret. But don't tell anyone else. I heard from Xiao Ji that he personally witnessed Su Weishang merrily battling with a mutant beast last time. If anyone were to inquire why Su Weishang wasn't directly sent to the base headquarters for punishment, the answer was quite simple. They simply lacked the evidence to capture this detestable traitor. This fellow truly harbors malicious intent." When Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng arrived at the small building temporarily serving as the research institute, Professor Qi was rarely flushed with anger, bellowing as he sparred with a handsome man. Although Professor Qi was not known for his gentle demeanor, Jing Xia had never seen him so enraged. The dynamic between the two was peculiar. One was deeply engrossed in meticulously testing a piece of milky white soft material, while the other was nearly out of breath, his face flushed red from speaking. Upon spotting Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng's arrival, Professor Qi dashed over as if he had seen a savior, exclaiming, "You must help me persuade this little monster. He has strayed from the path. He has utterly lost his sanity." Jing Xia swallowed hard, trying to calm him. "Professor Qi, take a breath, don't be hasty. What exactly has happened?" Only then did Professor Qi recount the entire sequence of events. The experimental subject Stab 2 had been secretly dispatched to Province X 2 days prior, awaiting testing in an uninhabited area. Yet before the experiment could commence, Qi Yang had begun contemplating a complete overhaul of the previous model, intending to establish a theoretical framework for Stab 3. The issue lay within this theoretical model for Stab 3. Qi Yang's newly proposed concept aimed to align the mutations of mutant beasts with the evolution of evolvers, maximizing the use of the mutant beast tissue cells currently available at the Institute, and embarking on a study of the mutations from their inception, determined to unravel the true cause of this apocalypse. Without understanding the source of it all, we cannot possibly create a Stab 3 with our present resources. This was a statement Qi Yang made after a night of researching Stab 3, suddenly abandoning a table scattered with design blueprints. From that point onward, he disregarded everything else. Initially studying the spinal fluid of the simplest E-class mutants, eventually even acquiring S-class mutants, reducing them to mere research material. If he could discover something of significance, it would be one thing, but he seemed to regress to observing the most fundamental life forms and organizational structures, akin to a doctoral student suddenly reduced to elementary school level, forsaking complex problems for simpler calculations. Returning to simplicity and artistic notion. Picasso, before turning 20, focused on realism, but later pioneered the unique style of cubism. However, in the scientific community, such absurd beliefs are scarcely upheld. Now this man, hailed as the rational blade of the Forbidden Zone forces, appeared utterly foolish. After listening to Professor Chi's grievances, Jing Xia finally understood Qi Yong's current posture at the table. Qi Yong was intently gazing at the milky substance under the microscope, diligently recording his observations. With a sigh, Jing Xia first ushered Professor Qi out of the laboratory before approaching to examine Qi Yong's notes closely. "What are these?" Jing Xia queried, pointing to a crumpled A4 sheet adorned with what looked like haphazard half-circle doodles. Ji Chuancheng lowered his gaze, delicately pinching the edge of the paper that was about to fall from the table. Qi Yong glanced at the white paper under the bright light, the black shapes appearing almost translucent against the back. Without a moment's delay, he replied, "The mutation points of the dorsal fin cells of a C-class mutant pufferfish." No sooner had he finished speaking than he returned to his monumental task, not even sparing a glance for Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng. Seeing this, Jing Xia exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Chuancheng, both nodding in tacit understanding. Jing Xia then picked up another piece of white paper, asking, "And this?" "An outline of the mutated dorsal bone cells of a B-class mutant candlefish." "What about this square one?" "The protruding points of the teeth of a D-class mutant sardine." "What of this peculiar scribble?" This back and forth continued for over half an hour, with the inquiring youth brimming with curiosity, while the handsome man seated in the chair ceased his work, leaning back languidly as he responded. Meanwhile, Ji Chuancheng's profound gaze rested quietly upon Jing Xia, who appeared earnestly engrossed in learning, a subtle smile gracing his lips, betraying an undeniable desire to possess the young man entirely, coupled with a sense of satisfaction and pride. "Ah, such intelligence and eagerness to learn. He is truly mine." This peculiar exchange came to an abrupt halt when Jing Xia unwrapped a crumpled piece of paper from the bin, astonished as he pointed at the chaotic design, posing yet another question. "What is this? I've never seen anything so disordered before. Is it also a mutant beast?" Qi Yang's articulate voice abruptly ceased, his gaze fixed on the crumpled paper in Jing Xia's hand. Time stretched infinitely in that moment, causing the expressions of both Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng to grow increasingly solemn. After a long pause, Qi Yong slowly removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose. He rubbed the aching acupoint on his left hand, a faint, resigned smile forming at the corners of his lips as he replied, "That is a cross-sectional mutation point diagram of the brain marrow tissue fluid of the C-class mutant, experimental subject S1. Its degree of mutation is the most complex and, indeed, the hardest to delineate." Upon receiving this answer, Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, before recalling the mutated beast he had encountered once before. Its terrifying scars, crisscrossed like deep ravines, and the festering, ghastly wounds that exposed its bones, made it the most timid and cowardly creature he had ever seen, starkly contrasting with the wild ferocity of other mutated beasts. This unexpected impression lingered in his mind. To his astonishment, this C-class mutant had managed to create such a complex diagram. Jing Xia lowered his gaze to scrutinize the dense black lines on the blueprint, remarking, "I recall it was crushed to death during that collapse." Qi Yong squinted slightly, murmuring in acknowledgement without further comment. Observing Qi Yang's demeanor, Jing Xia pondered for a moment before saying, "In truth, Qi Yong, I do not entirely concur with Professor Qi's assessment of you. I have heard it said that to uncover the origins of this mutation, one must delve into the unknown. While he did not succeed, I believe you may not be destined for failure." The table was positioned in the southwest corner of the room, pressed against the wall, which was adorned with a chaotic array of peculiar diagrams and formulas, blending into a disordered amalgamation. Ji Chuancheng leaned gently against the grimy wall, his serious expression causing a flicker of amusement to dance in Jing Xia's eyes. "Those who have not succeeded." A melodious, gentle voice resonated in the silent laboratory as Jing Xia carefully placed the blueprint on the cluttered long table. Seemingly sensing the piercing gaze upon him, he cleared his throat, saying, "Don't look at me, it's you." However, he added, "I think you should prioritize your health first." Jing Xia scrutinized Qi Yang's gaunt physique, suggesting, lately, Sister Qin has been using her abilities daily to treat the injured. Since you aim to research evolvers and mutated beasts, perhaps you could temporarily set aside your current research and explore the realm of abilities. After a moment of silence, Qi Yang suddenly straightened, his expression complex as he queried, Jing Xia, do you think I should abandon the relatively simpler study of mutated beast cellular organization in favor of tackling human abilities? Do you have any notion of how much more complex human cellular differentiation is compared to these mutated beasts? Hearing his name spoken with such seriousness for the first time, Jing Xia was momentarily startled, feeling an odd nostalgia for the often infuriating moniker Xiazi. Yet, observing Qi Yang's solemn demeanor, he contemplated before responding. Though it is indeed complex, as Professor Qi mentioned earlier, you should not confine yourself within the walls of the laboratory. While you may believe your chosen research path is correct, other avenues may also inspire you. Qi Yang's brow furrowed slightly. That is akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Without addressing the fundamental theories, one cannot truly delve into the matter. He speaks true, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interjected, interrupting Qi Yang's explanation. It was Ji Chuancheng, who, for the first time since entering the laboratory, spoke with a cool, husky voice that overshadowed Qi Yang's somewhat agitated discourse. His long, elegant brows lifted slightly, and his penetrating gaze swept over Qi Yang before finally resting on the astonished youth. A deeper smile flickered in his eyes as Ji Chuancheng pulled Jing Xia closer to his side, unabashedly displaying his favoritism. That little mouse has been quite clever lately, shadowing Qin Chu as he heals wounds with his abilities. After a brief pause, Ji Chuancheng added, You sit here every day. Do you even remember what color the sun is? Jing Xia was taken aback by this remark and instinctively replied for Qi Yang, The color of the sun? White or full spectrum? Is Major Ji trying to provoke me? Qi Yang chuckled softly. What does that mutated mouse do every day with Qin Chu? Quite intriguing. Indeed. I suppose I shall venture out for a look. With that, Qi Yang sprang into action. The chair scraped against the floor with a screeching sound as he suddenly seemed to radiate boundless energy, leading the way ahead. Jing Xia observed this man, who could switch moods faster than turning a page, muttering under his breath, that SGG, a mutated hamster, not a mouse. Following Qi Yang, Jing Xia exited the heavy laboratory. Upon encountering the blinding brilliance of the sun outside, he couldn't help but sigh. At last, we've managed to get this lunatic out. It seems he should return to normal now. Not quite. The rich, deep voice echoed in Jing Xia's ear. Turning to see Ji Chuancheng squinting slightly as he appeared to watch Qi Yang's slender, carefree silhouette, he remarked, I have seen him like this before, on the day Yu Kai bound him and threw him before the remaining brothers in the Forbidden Zone. Jing Xia gazed at Ji Chuancheng in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard him recount this event directly, prompting Jing Xia to adopt a more serious demeanor. They had just endured a minor beast tide in the forest, with less than 400 brothers remaining in the unit, and only Qi Yang and 2 other lieutenants left in the research team. Most viewed the experimental mishap with a degree of rationality, yet many others blamed it entirely on Qi Yang. After a moment of hesitation, Jing Xia said, I recall you mentioning that it was merely a mistake, not a crime. Indeed, Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia deliberately slowed their pace, trailing Qi Yang by about 5 meters while intentionally lowering their voices. As an evolver reject, Qi Yang could not possibly hear their conversation. If we are to speak of crimes, then my father bears at least half the responsibility. However, Qi Yang once said something that solidified my resolve to bring him to the S-City base. Jing Xia was taken aback. What did he say? Ji Chuancheng's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling distant memories, and he sighed softly. He said, Do you know what my only regret in life is? It's that you all arrived a day too early, preventing me from completing my final research. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Jing Xia's eyes widened in shock, standing frozen in place. Ji Chuancheng turned to look at him, also coming to a stop. His profound gaze seemed to traverse vast distances, imbued with silent affirmation. Was he contemplating self-destruction? Ji Chuancheng neither affirmed nor denied. Yes, I know he wished to die. Thus, I brought him to the S-City base, to have his mistakes judged by Professor Qi and the others. Yet, I have always believed that individuals like him and me, once we resolve not to continue living, will find no chance of redemption. Ji Chuancheng's tone was relaxed, his words delivered in a remarkably flat manner, but to Jing Xia, they resonated with an icy chill that crept from his feet up to his heart, rendering his blood frozen, unable to circulate. Individuals like him and me, once we resolve not to continue living, will find no chance of redemption. Lowering his gaze to the rocky ground, Ji Chuancheng's handsome visage dulled the sunlight slightly. He remained unaware of Jing Xia's distress and continued. However, perhaps this was his fortune. He found meaning in continuing to live here, thus avoiding that dead end. Today, I seem to see once again the expression he bore back then. Chuan, a faint voice, barely perceptible, suddenly broke the silence. Jing Xia's complexion gradually paled, as if all color had been drained from his face. His typically stunning peach blossom eyes trembled slightly, and after a long hesitation, he finally asked, Chuan, what is your meaning of living on? The midday sun blazed like a searing flame, scorching the flat earth and causing wisps of white smoke to rise. Jing Xia stood tall before the shattered remnants of ruins, his posture erect as he regarded the man before him with an unprecedented seriousness. Ji Chuancheng's phoenix eyes gradually widened, his strikingly handsome features momentarily revealing a crack in their usual stoicism. The indifferent, frigid expression faltered for but an instant before swiftly returning to its original guise. He gazed at Jing Xia with eyes as profound as the ocean, earnestly asking, "What do you wish to know?" As he was about to speak, Jing Xia felt the dryness in his throat. In a half-choked voice, he inquired, "Ji Chuancheng, what is the meaning of your existence?" Each word was articulated with deliberate slowness. Despite the low volume, it seemed as if he were exerting all his strength to pose the question. At present, the purpose of my existence is to eradicate all those who threaten humanity, to ensure that every individual can dwell in a peaceful sanctuary. No longer shall we live in constant dread of the mutant beasts that may strike at any moment, nor shall we worry about whether there will be food tomorrow. This is my duty as a soldier, my obligation. And what about thereafter? The silence in the air thickened as Jing Xia's heart raced, acutely aware of the sensation of his blood almost stagnating. His senses dulled at that moment, rendering his vision solely focused on the man opposite him, who had lowered his gaze to deliberately avoid making eye contact. On that day, when you came to my home and told me of your rebirth, I once uttered a phrase to you. The unexpected answer left Jing Xia momentarily stunned, his consciousness slowly returning. He looked at the man before him, his expression still devoid of emotion, yet somehow conveying an extraordinary sorrow. This cold demeanor was not a barrier pushing them apart, but rather a shield to protect himself. Captain of the Huaxia Restricted Zone's A-Team, Major Ji Chuancheng, codename X. His fingers began to tremble slightly as Jing Xia asked, "What does this mean?" A faint smile began to curve the man's thin lips as he regarded the young man with an indescribable tenderness. He reached out, gently caressing Jing Xia's fair skin, as if comforting a stubborn child yearning for sweets. X refers to summer. Summer has perished. X cannot exist alone. At that moment, the warmth of tears welled up in Jing Xia's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. It was only then that he realized the weight of the emotional burden the man bore when they so casually discussed the matter of his own death. Summer is gone. X cannot survive. This was a perpetual assurance, a vow of life sealed with blood. Jing Xia had always believed that his death would merely be an inconspicuous ripple in the vast ocean of human history. In the 3 great battles against the beast tide, the death toll had exceeded 1,000,000 each time. His demise would elicit only a few sighs before being forgotten amidst the continuous threats from enemies. Yet this man had stated that he would not survive alone. The warm tears streamed down his exquisitely contoured cheeks, gradually wetting Ji Chuancheng's hand as it caressed him. The hand bore several scars, now dampened by his tears. An inexplicable anger surged within him. In this sweltering heat, Jing Xia felt his body turn icy as if plunged into a frigid abyss, while simultaneously, his heart blazed with fury, evaporating all moisture from his being, pouring out his tears. "Who permitted you to die? Who allowed you to leave this world?" His voice, laced with sobs, echoed loudly in the desolate ruins. Qiyong had long since wandered off, and Ji Chuancheng had swiftly erected a barrier to shield themselves from external scrutiny. Yet, Jing Xia cried even harder, disregarding his own dignity, weeping as he had in childhood when he lamented before this man, utterly unreasonable, leaving the other helpless. "Did I grant you permission to die? How could you do this? You are Ji Chuancheng, the most exceptional individual in Huaxia. How could you so easily forsake your life? You are destined to become the finest of us, to lead a life of utmost beauty, to possess a radiant future. How could you follow me into death? You are capable. You led us to victory against the second beast tide. You could even vanquish foes single-handedly. Yet without you, my future is shrouded in darkness." His voice crescendoed, drowning out Jing Xia's subsequent words, leaving him in a daze as he felt the man embrace him tightly. The strength of Ji Chuancheng's arms was overwhelming, compressing his waist painfully, yet from that irrational grip, he sensed the hidden fear that this man had always concealed. Through the layers of thin fabric, Jing Xia's chest pressed against Ji Chuancheng's. The intensity of his heartbeat seemingly transmitted to him, igniting a warmth within him, evaporating his tears. I will strive to continue, to eradicate all threats to humanity, executing my duties with my life. But when all is said and done, how can you selfishly demand that I live alone? The usually calm and composed voice lost its tranquility at that moment. Ji Chuancheng's voice trembled, just as he exerted immense strength to keep the young man from leaving, pouring forth a heavy lament from his heart. From the moment he learned the painful news from Jing Xia, he understood that regardless of the outcome, this person could not survive, be it at the hands of mutant beasts or through treachery. That was an irrevocable conclusion, transcending time and space, one he could foresee. Once he had fulfilled all necessary obligations, he would resolutely accompany this person into the void. There could be no hesitation. If you cannot bear to let me accompany you into death, how could you bear to see me live alone in this world, in a world that is solely mine? Burying his face deeply into the warmth of the young man's shoulder, Ji Chuancheng slowly lifted the corners of his lips, revealing a helpless yet tender smile. His voice rasped, "Jing Xia, your existence is the most cherished desire of mine over the past 20 years. Any additional words felt inadequate at that moment. The long, winding years of those 2 decades flashed before Jing Xia's eyes, ultimately crystallizing in another realm, where this same man had once uttered words to him as he departed the S-City base. His expression remained as stoic as ever, his earnest gaze seemingly imprinting itself deeply within Jing Xia's heart. That was 3 days prior to the third beast tide's arrival, 3 days before his death. When this man had said to him, "I will return shortly. Take care." How had he responded then? Perhaps it was, "What could happen? Haha. The world has never been safer. It has been ages since the mutant beasts last attacked. You can rest easy. I await your return with treats from the N-City base." And what had he replied? It seemed he had said nothing more, merely gazing intently at him, a look that sent shivers down his spine. Yet in the next moment, he had turned and walked away, a departure that would mark their final farewell. Tears could no longer flow. Jing Xia could not resist extending his arms, embracing the man with equal fervor. He had always known that this man's stature was imposing, a bastion capable of withstanding all storms. Yet in that moment, as Jing Xia gently caressed Ji Chuancheng's upright spine, he sensed an inherent fragility cloaked beneath that formidable exterior. Words failed to convey the tumultuous emotions within. The brilliant, blinding sunlight filtered through the thick membrane of water, dissipating the heat, leaving only the gentle warmth of sunlight to caress the 2 tightly entwined figures. Fortunately, nothing has transpired yet. Fortunately, there remains a chance for redemption. To fall in love with this individual is indeed his fortune. When Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng arrived at the medical area to find Qin Chu, Qiyang had already been there for over half an hour. Upon seeing the 2 individuals who had mysteriously vanished, playfully toying with the plump little feet of Ji, he humorously inquired, "I wonder if you both have circumnavigated the globe to arrive here." Qiyang's voice abruptly halted as he gazed in astonishment at Jing Xia's visage. Jing Xia's eyes were still slightly red. He deliberately averted his gaze from Qiyang, yet could not prevent the latter from making swift conjectures about what had transpired. With a resigned shrug, Qiyang raised his eyes and teasingly surveyed the pair, saying, "Major Ji, how did you manage to make little Xia cry? I must say, had I not known your physical data and been aware that you are not a sharpshooter, I might have genuinely believed you accomplished something in that brief 30 minutes. Qiyang, you pervert. There are ladies present. If you wish to make lewd remarks, kindly excuse yourself." Qin Chu could no longer contain her frustration and erupted, casting a fierce glare at the man lounging nearby. She then approached Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, stating, "This guy has been shadowing me through 3 medical wards. Just moments ago, someone even misconstrued our relationship as improper. How could that be possible? Even if I were blind, I would never be interested in this lunatic." It was rare for Jing Xia to witness Qin Chu in such a less domineering manner. The weighty feelings in his heart gradually dissipated, compelling him to mischievously inquire, "Sister Qin, he actually followed you through 3 wards? Now that's true love." Qiyang, rendered speechless, interjected, "Hey, don't drag me into this. I'm still present. Who has true love for him? Good heavens, had he not mentioned some young master sent him to observe my use of abilities, would I have even considered him?" Qin Chu rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Her lips pressed tightly as she turned to Ji Chuancheng, saying, "Young master, do you truly think I would believe such a pitiful lie? What a dull endeavor it would be to have him observe me." Ji Chuancheng replied impassively, "Yes, I proposed it." Qin Chu fell silent, as if deflated, and angrily turned to a hospital bed, forcefully tossing the stethoscope she held into a metal tray, producing a sharp clatter. "Raise your right hand. I shall assess your recovery," she commanded, her tone displeased and her expression dark. An innocent evolved creature, cack. Manipulating and kneading the plump little paws, Qi Yang rose from his chair, blatantly disregarding Qin Chu's evident fury, and approached, saying, "Little Xia, your little mouse is rather amusing. It even has 2 horns on its head. Yi. G. Pa pa pa. You're the mouse. I am a mutated hamster." Ji is a hamster, Jing Xia explained, lifting his hands in exasperation. The chubby little black ball of fluff immediately turned tearfully to Jing Xia, yearning to leap into his arms and rub its tears and snot all over its master. Yi. This is my beloved master, moi. Jing Xia smiled warmly and added, "It does resemble a mouse somewhat." Yi. G. You scoundrel. We are adversaries. Chapter 76. Once Qin Chu had thoroughly examined the 3 injured individuals in the tent, rather than proceeding to the next location, she furrowed her brow and scrutinized the dark, pudgy little creature in Jing Xia's hands, disdain evident on her face. "You little rascal. This pet of yours has been following me for a full 6 days." As her words fell, Ji seemed to comply, inching closer to Qin Chu while incessantly chattering. Its brazen demeanor mirrored that of a mouse that had just spotted cheese. Jing Xia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recognized that as the nominal owner of this creature, it was wholly disregarding his dignity, even showcasing its antics before Qin Chu and Qi Yang, tarnishing his reputation. Naturally, he placed a firm hand on the little black creature's head, chuckling, "Sister Qin, it likely finds following you quite entertaining. Since you've mentioned it, why not allow me to take it away today?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chu erupted with laughter. "That's not what I meant. It's just that this little fellow tends to come over to observe whenever I use my abilities to heal wounds." Several female evolved beings have screamed upon seeing it. Jing Xia paused, taken aback, and inquired, "Female evolved beings? What injuries did they sustain?" Qin Chu pondered for a moment before casually responding, "Legs, waist, near the arms, and chest." As she spoke, she fell silent, recognizing the implications of her own words. Moments later, Jing Xia tightened his grip on the 4 flailing legs, exclaiming in irritation, "You lecherous creature! You perverted little mouse! You've been waiting daily to sneak a peek at others." The small black ball of fluff squirmed uncomfortably, attempting to clarify, G. Jing Xia scoffed, I cannot comprehend. As he spoke, he scratched the soft belly of the little creature, prompting it to roll in his palm. The lightness of the exchange brought amusement even to Qin Chu. However, Qi Yang, who had initially worn a faint smile, suddenly froze upon hearing the phrase "I cannot comprehend," causing his smile to falter. Qin Chu chuckled softly. "It hasn't he done anything extraordinary. It merely enjoys snuggling up to me while I use my abilities?" The levity in Qi Yang's demeanor vanished abruptly as he fixated his gaze on the curled-up little creature, taking a step forward, and asked, "What level of mutated entity is this hamster?" Jing Xia ceased his movements, raising his gaze to meet Qi Yang's serious expression. A jolt of trepidation surged within him as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. He answered, "When I first arrived at the research institute, it was measured as a D level. During the last assessment, it reached C level. Among the experimental mutated entities captured at the institute, D and C levels are the most prevalent. Creatures of this classification possess moderate strength, often regarded as cannon fodder during the Beast Tide Wars." Unconsciously, Jing Xia turned his palm downward, pressing down on GG's little head that had poked out from between his fingers. His palm inadvertently pressed against the 2 tiny horns, previously likened by Qin Chu to aspiring dragon horns, causing a slight tingling sensation. Yet, the young man's delicate features remained composed, as if nothing had transpired, as he lightly remarked, "By the way, Qiang, when I asked you to observe Sister Qin using her abilities to heal the injured, did you glean any insights?" He subtly redirected the topic, though he neglected to address a crucial point. The individual before him was undeniably no ordinary person. Qiang, rather than overlooking Jing Xia's inquiry, turned his serious gaze toward Qin Chu and directly asked, "Has this mutated hamster really been following you for 6 days? What does it typically do?" Jing Xia shuddered, having taken a step forward to explain, only to be halted by Ji Chuancheng, who narrowed his eyes and shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Qin Chu appeared to sense the underlying tension, candidly answering, It follows me each day to assist in examining patients. There's nothing particularly strange about it. It merely tends to linger near the wounds of the injured while I apply my powers, chattering away. Qi Yong's handsome eyes widened slowly as he abruptly turned to look at Jing Xia. The latter instinctively concealed the plump little creature behind him, managing a nervous laugh. Ji simply enjoys playing. When I was training my abilities to create water orbs, it would always try to pop them, which is quite normal. As soon as the words left his lips, a cacophony of self-satisfied chirping erupted, seemingly to justify that it was not merely being playful. Qi Yong gazed at the worried Jing Xia, and for reasons unknown, he suddenly broke into a smile, his elegant, pallid brows curving gently as he remarked, "I must admit, little Xiazi, your words hold a certain truth. Indeed, I should not expend my mental energies on those lifeless entities. Who would have thought that such a magnificent treasure lay hidden right beside me?" Upon hearing this, Jing Xia realized that he could no longer keep this little creature concealed behind him. He suppressed his expression and replied earnestly, "Qi Yong, I understand that Ji possesses many unique qualities worth your study. However, it is no longer merely a pet to me. It has become my friend." After half a year of companionship, the plump little black ball had taken to hovering above Jing Xia's head, a simple yet profound gesture of affection. Ji was the first creature he encountered shortly after his rebirth into this world. It represented his memories with Butler Wang, serving as both a friend and a family member. Were Ji merely an ordinary mutated beast, Jing Xia would have been indifferent to Qi Yang's potential intentions, knowing that the latter must have his reasons for any actions taken. But this was Ji. Qi Yang seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as he paused for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. "Do you believe I would harm it?" Jing Xia remained non-committal. "I hope that when I next see Ji, it hasn't become another S1. The impact of this statement struck Qi Yang harder than Jing Xia had anticipated. He stared in shock as his complexion drained of color, his pupils quivering as if he recalled some dreadful thought. Jing Xia cautiously inquired, "Qi Yang?" The latter's expression abruptly returned to normal, though his pallor still betrayed the brief turmoil he had just experienced, as if he had glimpsed an unforgettable nightmare that left him ensnared. "I would never engage in such actions as you might imagine," Qi Yang sighed gently. "The method of experimentation varies according to the subject. S1 possesses remarkable self-healing abilities, which is why I adopted that rather extreme approach. Your mutated beast, while merely a C-grade entity, seems to exhibit no particularities of note from my observations over these past few months. I am simply curious as to why it is so attached to Qin Chu, or rather to the abilities of Qin Chu." At this point, Jing Xia understood that Qi Yang would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. After pondering for a while, he finally asked, "Are you certain you will not harm Ji?" Qi Yang smiled wryly. "Harm is unavoidable. I must extract certain cells, tissues, and bodily fluids. But I swear, when you see it again it will still be a plump, black rodent. Furthermore, you are welcome to observe my experiments firsthand. I have a feeling that I might discover a breakthrough through your mutated beast." Thus, unbeknownst to Ji, it had been loaned to a pervert by its owner, without receiving a single penny in interest. Clutching its rear end, which had been left half-bald from the extraction, Ji looked up at the man approaching with a smile, trembling in fear as it backed away until it found itself pressed against the cold, smooth wall. In the next moment, a shriek echoed through the quiet laboratory, causing Jing Xia, who was watching from behind a glass panel, to cover his face and turn away in exasperation. Ji, clutching its rear where a small puncture wound had been made, was in a state of utter distress. Chapter 77. The search for an appropriate uninhabited zone in Province X to detonate Stab 2 had already consumed half a month, not to mention the time spent previously transporting Stab 2 and the specialists to Province X. By the time news of the experiment's failure reached the S-City base, 2 months had already elapsed. Subsequently, the entire Research Institute staff convened to improve the design of Stab 2, conducting further experiments and research. After 3 months, they finally succeeded in detonating Stab 2, leveling the barren test area into a wasteland, with smoke rising ominously. The second beast tide that occurred 6 months prior and the apocalyptic mutations from a year ago now felt like distant memories to the inhabitants of the S-City base. In the past 6 months, 2 to 3-story buildings had been erected day by day. The outermost layer of residential construction featured 2 tall, secure walls. An exaggerated and cautious electric fence was installed half a meter from the walls, receiving daily power supply as the first line of defense. At the end of the walls, a safety passage was established, capable of evacuating nearly 1 million residents within the base in 2 hours. Amidst the maze of buildings encircled by construction, the only 4-story research institute stood out. With 3 underground levels and 4 above, It was spacious enough to harbor whales, unlike other buildings teeming with people. At this moment, in the innermost laboratory of the third underground level, Jing Xia stood before a sturdy pane of tempered glass, quietly observing a group of people in the opposite room busily engaged in experiments. "What brings you here today?" Qiyang approached, holding a glass cup and offering another cup of water to Jing Xia. Jing Xia accepted the cup, glancing at the clear, transparent liquid. Once reassured that it contained no extraneous components, he relaxed. Rubbing the smooth glass surface, he remarked, "Wasn't Gigi brought here a few days ago? Naturally, I had to come and see." However, as he turned his gaze to the little black ball trapped within a glass enclosure, he sighed. "It seems I was overly concerned." Upon noticing this, Qiyang followed Jing Xia's gaze to a long table in the corner of the lab. There, an assortment of experimental apparatus cluttered the brown table, from DNA molecular analyzers to the simplest surgical clamps, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. In the center of it all sat a transparent glass box, within which a plump mutated hamster was energetically attacking its toy, a lumpy pine cone. Qiyang chuckled softly. "It was merely something I picked up from outside. I never expected your little mouse to take a liking to it." Though the distance was considerable and Gigi could not possibly hear, it nevertheless raised its little head as if evaluating the situation, seemingly searching for the source of the disparaging remarks. Its long tail and pointed little horns added a humorous charm to its cuteness. Jing Xia sighed in exasperation. "Don't be surprised. It seems it can assume any role. For instance, it once thought itself a cat and chased after a mutated white rat." At this, Qiyang let out a low laugh. After a moment, he began to share the recent experimental developments regarding Gigi. 3 months ago, your mutated hamster was released. At that time, I recall it was still a C-grade entity. Wasn't it?" Jing Xia nodded in agreement. "Yes, C-grade." With his gaze distant, Qiyang's eyes pierced through the thin layer of glass and sturdy tempered pane, fixating on Gigi's form, causing its chubby body to quiver with life, making it drop the pine cone it had been clutching onto the glass floor. Qiyang observed it with a complex expression for some time before stating, "In just 3 months, it has evolved into an A-grade mutated entity. This rate of mutation is the fastest I have ever witnessed, even surpassing the mutated rows from earlier." The classification of mutated beasts is based on the degree of cellular mutation, encompassing various factors such as mutation direction and evolutionary degree, indicating that each organism's mutation level cannot be directly compared. I have captured and studied mutated mice before, but yours is truly the most extraordinary. Qiyang's long fingers gripped the glass cup firmly, his tone earnest. Both in terms of mutation speed and the subsequent changes it underwent, can be said to be utterly unique, bizarre. Jing Xia lowered his gaze to the cup in his hands, observing the clear water ripple slightly due to a momentary tremor between his fingers, only to dissipate into nothingness upon touching the walls of the cup. "It is indeed remarkable." Initially, its mutation exhibited little beyond that astonishing speed. After it reached Class C, the speed did not alter significantly, and its attack power was not notably enhanced. "If it were not for," he paused, Qiyang continued, "if not for the 2 horns atop its head gradually turning golden, I might not have paid attention to the changes it underwent in these brief 3 months." Jing Xia's gaze remained fixed on the tiny ripples, and because the floor was made of black marble, the bottom of the glass faintly reflected his pensive expression, filled with hesitation and uncertainty about how to proceed. From the outset, Jing Xia had not disclosed to Qiyang that Gigi had once ingested 2 green stones. He had not mentioned this to Ji Chuancheng or anyone else either. A peculiar feeling lingered in his heart, a sense that if he revealed this matter, Gigi would no longer be treated as simply as it was now, and might even face more terrifying scrutiny. However, when Gigi had dragged him to the desolate ruins of an abandoned factory outside the S-city base a week prior and consumed a green stone the size of a fingernail in his presence, Jing Xia knew he could no longer keep this secret concealed. Since that day, the 2 small horns on Gigi's head had taken on a faint golden hue, deepening in color until 3 days ago when they had transformed into a striking deep gold, impossible to overlook. Thus, it once again entered this laboratory. Jing Xia felt a sense of relief that Qiyang's prolonged research had not yielded any significant findings regarding Gigi. Except for the cells being remarkably similar to those of most Class A mutants, Gigi's external abilities were rather ordinary, even inferior to some more formidable Class D mutants. At times, Jing Xia pondered whether Gigi's lack of overt mutation might signify an enhancement in intelligence. Yet, he turned his gaze back to the glass enclosure, observing for a long while, before finally covering his face in silence. That creature, wearing a pine cone like a crown and grinning foolishly, could not possibly possess high intelligence. I have also contemplated whether its mutation might be in the realm of intellect. Qi took a sip of water and remarked. However, as you can see, it truly is. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, akin to the shame of a pet so foolish that it reflects poorly on its owner. Heat rose from his neck, reddening his ears, and he finally admitted, "You need not consider that aspect any longer. If it possessed extraordinary intelligence, I would have to take over the research institute." A deep mirth glimmered in Qi Yang's elegant, narrow eyes as he smiled silently. In the laboratory, Zhang Bendan and the other assistants busily prepared for the extraction experiment of pancreatic fluid from a Class B mutant. As they turned, sweat glistening on their brows, Zhang Bendan wiped his forehead and gestured to Qi with an all-is-well sign. "Yes, my experiment is about to commence. Today's experiment primarily concerns a Class B mutant, and if you are interested, you may observe." Gently placing the glass cup on the table, he turned to begin his research. Hesitating, Jing Xia watched Qi Yang's tall, slender figure make its way toward the metal door, and just as the sound of the door creaking open echoed, he could no longer restrain himself. "Qi actually." At his words, the fair and handsome man turned back, gazing at Jing Xia with surprise. Taking a deep breath, images began to materialize before Jing Xia's eyes. From the brutal hell he had witnessed with corpses strewn about, to the resolute confidence of humanity uniting against the tide of mutated beasts, from that man once drenched in blood, nearly pierced through by the corrosive liquid of a mutant octopus, to Ji Chuancheng, who had cast a deep, trusting glance at him as he walked further away before his arrival. "Qi, I noticed Su Weisheng sneaking around an abandoned building outside the base, searching for something. Out of curiosity, I followed him for quite some time and discovered he was looking for a small green stone. I believe this green stone may be related to his dimensional space, and possibly to his jade as well." In the end, Jing Xia still buried part of the truth, placing the blame entirely on Su Weisheng. Qi paused slightly, then smiled. "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, in the past 3 to 4 months, he has nearly reached his limit. No matter how much he endures, all it takes is one opportunity, and we can close in." With that, Qi nodded lightly and entered the laboratory. Jing Xia watched him with a complex expression as he approached the metal long table in the center of the room, his gaze lingering on the bustling figures clad in white coats before settling on the mutated hamster staring intently at him. Yi. Upon noticing Jing Xia, the little black ball excitedly bumped its furry behind against the prickly pine cone, performing a comical display. However, as Jing Xia beheld this amusing sight, he found himself unable to muster a smile. After a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh and turned to leave the laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Qi slowly lifted his head, his expression calm as he watched Jing Xia's departing figure, his gaze lingering long after he had vanished from view. When Jing Xia's silhouette finally disappeared from the laboratory, Qi sighed softly, removing the earphones hanging from his ears. "Major Qi," Zhang Bendan, holding the contact handle of the electromagnetic resonance instrument, noticed Qi Yang's action and asked in surprise, "Is there something you need? Our experiment is nearly complete. If you have matters to attend to, we can handle the rest." Qi looked down at the lifeless body of the Class B mutant, nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Proceed." The assistants meticulously extracted all the organs from the mutant creature, placing each one into prepared chemical solutions. Once the final action was completed, the assistants carried the transparent containers out of the laboratory, and Zhang Bendan organized his materials to head to the next experimental location, awaiting Qi. The bright, blinding shadowless lamps illuminated the surgical laboratory with dazzling intensity. Qi stood quietly for a long while before removing the blood-stained latex gloves from his hands and turning to the glass enclosure in the corner, pausing. Ji, curled up in its small form, curiously raised its head to meet Qi Yang's gaze. After some time, it chirped in confusion and tilted its plump little head, blinking its tiny eyes. "What is this human looking at? Has Lord Mouse become even more handsome?" A deep sigh escaped Qi Yang's throat as he reached out to stroke the smooth, cold surface of the glass enclosure, murmuring to himself, "He fears I may pose a threat to you. Even Jing Xia has developed a sense of fear due to my past actions toward it. Tell me, have I truly?" His voice abruptly trailed off. After a lengthy silence, a faint sigh resonated in the quiet laboratory. It was as if a figment of imagination, or perhaps someone was silently lamenting. Chapter 78. Following 6 months of training and adjustment, the task distribution within the S-City base has been unified and allocated. The ordinary populace, constituting nearly the entirety of humanity, bears the burden of fundamental daily tasks, sustaining the livelihoods of nearly 1 million individuals. In contrast, merely a few thousand evolved beings primarily engage in daily operations outside the base. Depending on each evolved individual's unique abilities, the headquarters has organized them into various task groups. Some coordinate the reconstruction of the base, while others lead personnel in expanding towards the mainland. Most crucially, they remain vigilant against the potential resurgence of mutated beasts in a series of elongated zones near water sources in City S. Since the incident over 4 months ago, assaults from these mutated creatures have been relentless. At times, a B-class mutant would lead lesser creatures into battle, while on other occasions, formidable A-class mutants would engage in fierce combat against the evolved beings. These attacks have grown increasingly organized, making human resistance ever more arduous. However, it is undeniable that during these 4 months, humanity has not suffered an assault from an S-class mutant, nor has it incurred such devastating losses. Presently, the conflicts between the species resemble mere skirmishes, a series of probing encounters maintaining a facade of tranquility. For the majority of ordinary individuals residing within the base, who are spared from the violent struggles against the mutated beasts outside, there exists a subtle sense of peace, as if the external threats had dissipated. Yet, the intensifying heat serves as a silent reminder that danger has not truly abated. The existence of this apocalyptic world remains ever looming. The blazing sun hangs like a fiery orb in the azure sky, casting its brilliance across a cloudless expanse, as if the flames of the sun itself have driven away any hint of clouds. Only the increasingly oppressive temperatures hint at the abnormality of the weather. As Jing Xia emerged from the underground laboratory of the Research Institute, he squinted against the dazzling sunlight. Unlike some passers-by on the streets clad in mere tank tops, seemingly yearning to strip entirely and run naked in the heat, he wore a white shirt and light-colored trousers, which offered some respite from the sun's scorching rays. The physical prowess of evolved beings far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Thus, even in such weather, as long as one refrains from vigorous activity, Jing Xia does not feel excessively hot. Nevertheless, he preferred to traverse shaded areas, seeking to evade the oppressive warmth. The anomalous weather that began last winter has persisted for nearly half a year. The sun, suspended in the sky, appears larger than ever, with temperatures soaring to over 30 degrees even in the depths of winter, and now reaching a terrifying 40 degrees in the months of April and May. Fortunately, the enhanced resilience of people compared to pre-apocalyptic times mitigates the risk of heat-related illnesses, or else the mere heat could lead to widespread cases of heatstroke. Upon Jing Xia's swift arrival at the sub-headquarters of District 53, he found Ji Chuancheng and Yukai waiting under the eaves for quite some time. A long black firearm was holstered at Ji Chuancheng's left waist, its handle intricately designed with silver metal, while the sleek black barrel exuded a chilling aura. Standing tall in the shade, his stern demeanor softened slightly upon spotting Jing Xia approaching from afar. He nodded slightly and inquired, "How is the situation at the Research Institute?" Having rushed in haste, a fine sheen of perspiration glistened on Jing Xia's fair forehead, which he wiped away with a hand. His cheeks flushed slightly from the exertion of running. He steadied his breath and replied, "I first visited Professor Qi. He is currently leading a team to study Stab 3, while Qi Yang is dissecting a B-class mutant. Ji is safe for now with no anomalies." At that moment, Yukai noticed an issue with the handle of his blade and turned to enter the sub-headquarters to replace his weapon. Only Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng remained, exchanging glances while other evolved beings warmed up in an open area several meters away. After a moment of silence, Ji Chuancheng suddenly asked, "Is Qi Yang not collaborating with Professor Qi on Stab 3? Taken aback by the question, Jing Xia paused briefly before recalling the answer he had received from an assistant earlier. His refined brows furrowed slightly as he sighed softly, responding, "I heard that Qi Yang and Professor Qi have differing views on Stab 3, and they are currently approaching the design of its model through 2 distinct methodologies." A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Chuancheng's features as he pondered, then asked, "Does Professor Qi permit him to pursue such endeavors?" Due to the increasingly frequent activities of mutated marine beasts, the tasks assigned to Ji Chuancheng had become more burdensome, leaving him little time to monitor the progress of the Research Institute, hence his unfamiliarity with these matters. Jing Xia nodded, "Yes, I too find it quite strange. Professor Qi has even allocated a team to assist him with the experimental research, suggesting that even Professor Qi himself may lack confidence in the development of Stab 3. Although still young, Qi Yang's reputation as a prodigious talent is well deserved. From the initial A-series long knife to the subsequent high-torque electromagnetic cannon, and from the first A-series killing machine to the first Stab series heavy ammonium explosive, All were independently developed by Qi Yang and have become principal weapons produced by the Research Institute in City S. It is evident that age cannot be equated with strength. Nor can the wisdom and experience accumulated over time completely overshadow the emergence of a genius. Despite Yu Kai's disdain for Qi Yang, he once carelessly remarked to Jing Xia about the elite members of the Forbidden Zone Unit A, all of whom are top young talents from various fields. Among them, Captain Ji Chuancheng stands as the youngest major in China, with a bright future ahead. Conversely, Qi Yang, who was awarded the major rank merely a year after Ji Chuancheng, is undoubtedly a rare talent in China. His parents are researchers within the Forbidden Zone unit. Born within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, Qi Yang was immersed in advanced scientific technologies from a young age, even participating in high-tech missile research at the age of 12 as a reserve researcher. Qi Yang has never left the Forbidden Zone, or rather, he has never ventured beyond that mountainous region. Due to his unique birthright, it was predetermined that he would remain hidden within the Forbidden Zone because of his parents. Subsequently, as his extraordinary talents emerged, the entirety of China endeavored to retain him, exhausting resources to do so. Yu Kai once lamented, "That guy's bizarre personality must have been cultivated from a young age. You cannot fathom it. He began dissecting rabbits and frogs at the age of 5. What kind of person does such things?" Upon hearing Yu Kai's assessment, Jing Xia felt a sense of silence wash over him. At 5 years old, he had once believed himself to be the most unfortunate person in the world. His father had come out, leading to the revelation of a 3-year-old illegitimate child. His father's mistress had kidnapped him, nearly taking his life, and ultimately drove his mother to her death. However, in comparison to these events, Qi Yang's experiences elicited an entirely different layer of horror. A mere 5-year-old child could not possibly initiate such experiments independently. Thus, it was undoubtedly his parents or other adults who compelled him to mature prematurely into realms of research that he should not have entered. Due to his prodigious intellect, he was fed a cold diet of experimental data and research methods far beyond his years. This represents the pinnacle of cultivation under abundant resources, yet simultaneously it stifles a child's most innocent childhood, inflicting irrevocable trauma upon his life. Every cause has its consequence, and the ruthless character that Qi Yang exhibits in his relentless pursuit of research is inevitably a result of those who failed to foresee this outcome. Contemplating this, Jing Xia let out a profound sigh, a hint of resigned amusement curling at the corners of her lips as she remarked, "A Chuan. My rationality compels me to be wary of placing Ji in Qi Yang's care, yet my heart whispers that he is not devoid of compassion." Ji Chuan's deep, dark eyes fixated intently on Jing Xia, a subtle nod acknowledging her words, though he remained silent. Jing Xia lifted her gaze towards the distant sea. They stood on a gentle slope over 30 meters high, allowing them to glimpse the azure expanse of the ocean beyond the towering dam walls. The sunlight danced upon the water's surface, casting a shimmering glow that melded the pure, pristine blue with the dazzling gold, creating a serene and harmonious tableau. Jing Xia smiled. "Even though I have witnessed his cruelty towards some mutated beasts, I still believe he would never inflict such harm upon Ji. When I first met him, I perceived him merely as a shamelessly mad scientist, yet now, I find myself uncertain of when it began, but he appears to have transformed." Upon hearing this, Ji Chuan's eyes widened slightly, his lashes fluttering as he inquired, "You think he has changed?" "Indeed." Turning her head to face the astonished visage of the handsome man, Jing Xia smiled softly, "Though our acquaintance has been brief, I now understand that he is merely an ordinary person." As if suddenly recalling something, she chuckled lightly, "You wouldn't believe this, but when I observed him conducting experiments on Ji, I often saw him touching his right wrist. I once asked him if he had some sort of watch there. Do you know how he responded?" Not far off, the command to assemble echoed, and Ji Chuan subtly lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings as he queried, "And what was his response?" Jing Xia reminisced for a moment before replying with a smile. He said he had once been injured there. Although Qin Chu healed him and the scar vanished, he still occasionally recalls the pain he once endured. It is said that touching it alleviates the ache, so he does just that. The sound of waves crashing against the shore felt jarringly out of place at that moment, and Jing Xia's voice seemed distant, as though it were drifting from the far reaches of the sky, elusive and enigmatic. His expression, a blend of nostalgia and sorrow, was forced to masquerade as playful mockery. "It reminds me of you back then, when General Ji punished you to kneel in front of the villa all day, the sun nearly scorching you into submission, yet you remained unyielding." The sudden shift of the topic to himself caused Ji Chuan's previously darkened countenance to gradually lighten, and he raised an eyebrow, asking, "I was unyielding?" Jing Xia replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, I recall that I pleaded on your behalf, and only then did General Ji pardon you. Ah, speaking of which, you still owe me a favor. Ji Chuan cast a cold glance downwards, his expression unreadable. For whom was I punished? Jing Xia quickly recalled the incident, stating bluntly, you were punished for using a military vehicle to race to the bar to find me in the dead of night. His voice trailed off, and with a nervous chuckle, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he hesitated to meet Ji Chuan's gaze. A soft hum escaped Ji Chuan's lips as he pressed them together, concealing the teasing glint in his eyes as he inquired, why did you stop? Swallowing hard. Jing Xia raised both hands. A Chuan. I was wrong. Chapter 79. The blazing sun rendered the air warm and sluggish, waves of heat rising from the scorched earth, curling up from the soles of people's feet to their bare calves. The exquisite and handsome youth wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as though he had been placed in a steamer, the heat unbearable. Ji Qing, a voice, soft and cat-like, emerged slowly. Su Wei-shang's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his thin shirt clinging to him. Shall we slow down? It's past 2 in the afternoon, and it's far too hot. The handsome man walking ahead turned to glance at the breathless youth. A fleeting expression of disdain and aversion flickered in his eyes, perhaps unnoticed by himself as it swiftly vanished behind a frown. Xiao Shang, every team has the same mission. If we do not expedite our task, we may hinder others. Su Wei-shang and Wu Ji-qing were grouped in Area 78, with each group comprising 16 members, further subdivided into smaller teams based on the daily task's difficulty and quantity. The leader of their small team was none other than Wu Ji-qing, the highest-ranked evolved individual within S-City, boasting an ice-type ability with a value of 577. Today, their mission was not particularly challenging but required considerable effort, prompting Wu Ji-qing to divide the workload among 8 smaller teams. At this moment, it was he and Su Wei-shang who comprised one such team. True to his title as the foremost evolved individual, Wu Ji-qing's recovery speed was remarkable. Within a week following the second wave of beast attacks, he had healed and returned to the base's reconstruction efforts. Over the past 3 to 4 months, Wu Ji-qing subconsciously sought to distance himself from Su Wei-shang, yet his indecisive nature rendered him unable to sever ties with the individual he viewed as an emotional anchor. At this juncture, Wu Ji-qing had entirely forgotten how he once regarded the pure, kind-hearted youth before him with adoration, how he had perceived him as innocent and charming. His mind replayed the image of this person personally bringing back the corpse of an S-class mutated beast. Such terrifying strength sent chills coursing through Wu Ji-qing, compelling him to tread carefully. Naturally perceptive, Su Wei-shang sensed the growing chill in Wu Ji-qing's tone. Yet despite his efforts to mend their relationship, he found no tangible progress. With his large cat-like eyes blinking a few times, Su Wei-shang's long lashes fluttered, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Ji-qing, that's not what I meant. It's just that it's so hot right now, and I haven't rested well these past few nights. Why don't we find a place to rest for 10 minutes? As long as we conserve our strength, I'll quicken my pace to catch up with everyone. With that, he wrapped his arms around Wu Ji-qing, his tone laced with a playful charm, his elegant features rendering it difficult for the man to utter a refusal. All right then, 10 minutes it is. Near the dam in Area 78, numerous dilapidated structures lay in ruins, and the two of them chose a spot beneath a partially collapsed roof to sit. As Su Wei-shang settled onto a smooth rock, he eagerly retrieved a round cake from his supplies and offered it to Wu Ji-qing. Ji-qing, would you like something to eat? I saved this from lunch today. Given the rigorous daily tasks, the energy expenditure for evolved individuals was substantial. Yet with nearly 1 million residents in S-City needing sustenance and no external aid, it was nearly impossible for anyone to be well-fed. Wu Ji-qing gazed in surprise at the small cake in Su Wei-shang's hand, pondering how the boy had managed to save anything, before shaking his head. I'm not hungry. If you are, go ahead and eat. Conserve your energy. I'll check the situation ahead. As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Ji-qing rose and exited the building, heading southwest to assess the circumstances. His sudden movement caused Su Wei-shang's hand, which had just reached for his waist, to freeze mid-air, a shadow passing through his clear, beautiful eyes. He slowly bit his rosy lower lip, watching the handsome figure of the man recede into the distance. Wu Ji-qing, he murmured softly to himself. The response he received was a fleeting gust of wind, whistling through the shadows of the buildings devoid of direct sunlight. It was a rare, somewhat refreshing chill that sent a shiver down Su Wei-shang's spine. He bit down harder on his full lower lip, until it bled ever so slightly. The round, thin pancake crumbled in his pale fingers, shredded by the slicing winds, quickly whisked away. When Wu Ji-qing returned, Su Weishang had already risen, greeting him with a smile. I feel nearly recovered, Jiqing. Let's not waste any more time. We should hasten to complete our task. This overly enthusiastic demeanor caused Wu Jiqing to swallow the words he had intended to speak, and he nodded, moving forward. Unbeknownst to him, the youth who had always trailed behind him had, after nearly half a year of neglect, finally shed the dependent posture and stepped out from his shadow. Su Weishang's gaze turned icy as he watched Wu Jiqing's retreating figure, a faint, sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the previous life, it was Ji Chuancheng. This time it is you, Wu Jiqing. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. One day you shall regret it. Regret casting me aside like a worn-out shoe. Regardless of the bustling chaos outside, the research institute remained eerily silent, as if untouched by human presence. The upper 4 floors primarily housed weaponry for external diplomacy, display areas, and trading zones, while the true sanctum of confidential experiments lay 3 floors below. This marked the 7th day of GG's presence in the research institute, coinciding with the final day agreed upon by Qiyang and Jing Xia. Since 3 days prior, Jing Xia had not returned, merely stating before his departure that he would come to collect Gigi when the time was right. In the brightly lit laboratory, a plump, mutated hamster lounged lazily inside its glass chamber. The glass enclosure was left uncovered, yet the creature showed no inclination to escape, contentedly playing with its brown-black pine cone. Qiyang stood before the long metallic bed, his gaze lowered, quietly observing the little black bundle wriggling about. Before long, Zhang Bendan rushed in, clutching a dark metal box, sweat glistening on his brow. Major Qi, the items have arrived. Qiyang nodded gravely, extending his hand to take the heavy box. As he held the box, he lowered his gaze to watch the mutated hamster's reaction. Gigi remained engrossed in its play with the pine cone, hardly acknowledging him. With narrowed eyes behind the lenses, Qiyang smirked, placing the black box beside the glass chamber. As the item approached within half a meter of Gigi, the small paws that had been busy with the pine cone suddenly froze. Gigi straightened up, blinking its little green bean-sized eyes and scanning the surroundings. Gigi. Its chubby little head swiveled, the 2 golden horns atop glimmering softly under the lights. Suddenly, as if it had spotted something it desired, it halted its frantic gaze, eyes widening at the black box beside it. Gigi. The dark figure sprang forth, charging out of the glass chamber. Qiyang cast his gaze downward, swiftly grasping the glass lid to seal the enclosure, his movements fluid and precise. Bang! Gigi's exuberant leap caused its little head to collide with the glass pane, and it looked up at Qiyang with a pitiful expression, cradling its head, while he remained impassive, gazing down at it with calm detachment. Want this? With a glance, Qiyang signaled to Zhang Bendan, who promptly opened the safe and retrieved a tiny green stone, no larger than a fingernail, handing it to him. The surface of this green gem reflected an ethereal, profound emerald light, reminiscent of a deep pool, its interior rich in color, while the outer layer appeared somewhat muted. Upon the appearance of this jade stone in the box, several assistants in the laboratory, unable to maintain composure, began to breathe unevenly, their faces flushed. Qiyang shot a cold glare at them, causing them to quickly suppress their burgeoning desires. He then shook the glass vial before Gigi, the green gem sparkling with dazzling brilliance through the 2 layers of glass. Gigi. Chapter 80. The blazing sun hung in the sky like a colossal furnace, scorching the earth and the heavens. Even the deep azure waters of the sea felt a hint of evaporating humidity, drawing moisture from the ocean to form wispy clouds, in a continuous cycle. Today's heat was so oppressive that Jing Xia found it somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, as a water elemental, he could skillfully envelop himself in a curved membrane of water, creating a barrier against the sweltering air, rendering the oppressive temperature less tormenting. Today, their group had a relatively light task. Only 3 of them were assigned to inspect the breach in the embankment of Zone 67. This breach had been caused during the Second Beast Tide War, when an S-class mutant had rammed its massive horn into the embankment, resulting in 4 or 5 cracks, each with a radius of 5 to 6 meters, at the midsection of the 30-meter-high embankment. Such breaches were difficult to repair, yet generally did not lead to significant incidents, and thus had been left unattended, with daily tasks assigned to evolutionists to ensure that no small, agile mutants or flying beasts could leap across. Then I shall lead you one by one up to the top, starting with Jing Xia, said a burly man with a hearty smile. Jing Xia nodded in response and, with a few powerful jumps, was propelled up to one of the larger gaps. Only after confirming that Jing Xia was stable at the fracture did the man leap down to assist another evolutionist with their assigned task. The area around the breach was littered with small stones, the gap itself roughly circular, uneven and jagged. Jing Xia gently traced the contours of the fractured rock face. The embankment had originally been constructed from exceptionally hard granite, and now, after fracturing, the sharp stones pricked at his palm, leaving small white marks. The embankment of Zone 67 was situated near the mouth of the Yangtze River, and standing at this height of about 15 meters, he could see a vast expanse of deep blue ocean stretching into the distance. The blazing sunlight illuminated the surface, shimmering with golden reflections, and this rare tranquil beauty caused Jing Xia to squint, his mind easing considerably. In this post-apocalyptic world, particularly in the perilous S-City base, he had not experienced such magnificent splendor for quite some time. Jing Xia recalled the breathtaking golden waves of wheat he had once admired with Ji Chuancheng while driving towards the S-City base. Though not as boundless, it possessed a beauty equally captivating and resplendent. His throat quivered slightly as Jing Xia gradually smiled, revealing a serene and content expression. He gazed into the distance, towards the far-off horizon, sweeping his gaze over the meeting point of water and sky, chuckling softly, "No wonder a Chuan assigned me this task. Such scenery is indeed a rarity." His voice trailed off abruptly. Jing Xia's eyes widened as he spotted a dark, undulating shadow on the horizon. After his evolution, his eyesight had sharpened considerably. While not as extraordinary as some visual evolutionists, he could still discern flying insects from 200 meters away. Now, he beheld a massive black silhouette creeping in from approximately 10 kilometers away. Surrounding it were countless splashing white water droplets, a formidable sight that was utterly impossible to ignore. "It's an enemy attack." Jing Xia swiftly turned, anxiously addressing the two evolutionists who had just ascended to the breach. The two individuals were evidently among the more elite members of the Evolver team. One boasted remarkable muscular mutations in his legs, significantly enhancing his leaping prowess. The other, by fortunate coincidence, was a visual evolver whose dynamic vision reached an astonishing 50 frames per second, allowing him to discern insects and ants a kilometer away. Upon hearing Jing Xia's voice, he hurried to his side and gazed in the direction indicated by Jing Xia. Unlike some who squinted to better see distant objects, this evolver's eyes were wide open, with a faint bluish hue shimmering near his pupils. After a prolonged examination, he confirmed his assessment with palpable terror, exclaiming, "I recognize that leader. It is the mutated Kongi eel that led the attack of the mutated beasts 4 months ago, an S-class mutant." Jing Xia stood frozen in shock. At that very moment, this sudden adversarial group was a mere 9 kilometers from the S-City base. In the underground laboratory on the 3rd floor of the Research Institute, a rotund little black ball had never before endured such humiliation. Vowing by the pine cone of Master Mouse, it swore that if it did not rend this detestable human before it into a patchwork of fur and skin, it would never again clutch its beloved pine cone. Outside the transparent, pristine glass chamber, Qi Yang was bent over, observing the frenzied leaps of the mutated hamster. Its speed was astonishing, appearing almost as a fleeting shadow to the human eye, darting incessantly. Its intent was unmistakable. Whenever Qi Yang moved the glass vial containing green pebbles, it scurried to that very spot. If Qi Yang pointed east, it would not stray west. This spectacle left all the assistants, including Zhang Bendan, utterly astonished. After one of them muttered, "Isn't this too bizarre?" Zhang Bendan, representing the others, inquired, "Major Qi, does this mutated hamster possess intelligence?" Anyone witnessing the scene would undoubtedly comprehend that this mutated hamster was far from the foolish and playful creature they had previously assumed. The green gemstone had been discovered that morning in District 13 by an ordinary individual, inciting a riot that led to a fierce scuffle among those who first laid hands on it, resulting in varying degrees of injury. Subsequently, the Evolver team responsible for maintaining order within the base confiscated the stone. Although the Evolvers exhibited a significantly higher resistance to the stone's allure, there were still some who narrowly escaped its grasp. Thus, by the time the stone reached Qi Yang, it had already incited numerous conflicts among those drawn to its enigmatic power. Observing the hamster, which clearly no longer feigned ignorance, Qi Yang adjusted his glasses, his handsome features remaining inscrutably calm. He remarked, "Indeed, it possesses intelligence, though not on par with the 2 S-class mutants we previously encountered that could speak human language." The hamster, seemingly oblivious to Qi Yang's words, was wholly fixated on the vibrant green gemstone. No matter how ardently it clawed, the tempered glass walls of its enclosure remained impervious, preventing any escape. Chirrup, chirrup, chirrup. In a fit of urgency, it continued to dart about. Finally losing patience, Qi Yang let out a soft sigh, placing the vial containing the green stone back into the safe. After verifying the password and securing the door, he opened the glass lid. No sooner had he done so than the hamster bolted out, making a beeline for the nearby safe. Yet, despite its frantic efforts, the material of the safe was evidently no less sturdy than the tempered glass. Qiyang gazed down at its futile struggle and instructed, "Zhang Bendan, prepare yourself. We shall conduct a thorough analysis of this gemstone." Zhang Bendan was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Major Qi, this stone has already undergone molecular scanning, and even Zhang Xijing has examined it. Aside from a minor anomaly in the quark CMK matrix, there are no other irregularities." However, Qiyang lifted his gaze, calm yet resolute, and stated, "One stone is certainly insufficient." He then lowered his voice to a confidential whisper, audible only to Zhang Bendan. "Which team was dispatched to monitor Su Weisheng today?" At this, a spark of realization ignited within Zhang Bendan. He replied, "Today. It was Team 4. Qiyang nodded lightly. "Have Team 4 procure the green jade from Su Weisheng. There is no need for haste. Ensure safety and avoid detection. Team 5 can assist." Zhang Bendan promptly exited the laboratory, leaving Qiyang alone with a group of assistants clad in white lab coats. Qiyang's expression remained calm and composed, betraying no emotion, yet the slight furrow of his brow hinted at a tumultuous inner state. Just as he began to grasp the edges of a revelation, even someone as composed as Qiyang could not fully dispel his unease. Moments later, equipment in another laboratory was prepared. A female assistant reached for the black box, intending to retrieve it, but was abruptly thwarted by the hamster's fierce resistance. The little black creature had puffed up into a spiky ball, defiantly perched atop the safe, unwilling to budge. The assistant, momentarily stunned, looked helplessly at Qiyang. He slowly lowered his gaze, his cold and indifferent eyes resting on the hamster. Qiyang's eyes held no warmth, akin to one observing an inanimate object, sending a shiver through the little creature. "Chirrup!" Qiyang waved his hand, instructing the assistants to proceed to the next laboratory, leaving himself and the hamster locked in a silent standoff. "Chirrup! Chirrup! Chirrup! Do not move. This is mine, my treasure." Qiyang lowered his gaze. "I assure you, I mean you no harm. However, do you truly wish to impede my progress?" His tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating an undeniable truth, his voice so even it felt as though he were engaged in casual conversation. Yet this very warmth made the little black creature involuntarily shudder, instinctively retreating slightly. Just as it seemed about to tumble from the safe, it abruptly recalled something, refusing to yield as it stood resolutely before Qiyang. "Chirrup!" Qiyang narrowed his eyes dangerously, falling silent. This tense standoff persisted for what felt like an eternity. Just as someone from another laboratory approached to inquire about the situation, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, causing the entire underground facility to tremble, dust cascading from the ceiling. Qiyang staggered back a step, barely regaining his balance. As he looked up in astonishment towards the ceiling, he heard a resounding and penetrating horn echoing from 3 floors below. The sound was distant yet urgent. The horn reverberated as if resonating through a serene and expansive valley, weaving through twists and turns, penetrating layers of concrete, reaching the 3rd underground floor, and resonating clearly in the ears of everyone in the laboratory. The first blast heralded the approach of a beast tide. The second denoted an A-class beast tide. The third signified an S-class beast tide. Upon hearing the third blast, Qiyang was already in motion. In the chaotic laboratory, he was the sole figure, swiftly inputting the safe's code and seizing the glass vial containing the green stone, shoving it into his pocket. Just as he prepared to place the hamster into the pocket of his white lab coat, the little creature leapt in unhesitatingly, clutching the smooth glass vial tightly. After a moment of surprise, Qiyang dashed out of the laboratory, leaving behind a plethora of research equipment. Outside, chaos reigned. Numerous assistants and researchers were orderly evacuating through the safety passage. Upon spotting Qiyang, they quickly parted to create a path. At this juncture, it was imperative that those of greater value secured their chance for safe escape first. Qiyang did not hesitate, swiftly ascending the safety stairs. Remaining underground is akin to trapping oneself in a jar. Even if the enemies are incapable of assaulting the research facility nestled at the heart of the base, they must first find a way out. As Major Qiyang traversed the lengthy corridors and emerged outside, he was greeted by a sky ablaze with fire. The distant east was shrouded in billowing smoke, flames illuminating the heavens, while the tumultuous cries of anguish echoed from miles away, instantly clarifying the dire situation to the researchers emerging from the laboratory. Major Qi had just confirmed that all personnel from the institute had successfully evacuated to safety. A perspiring soldier in uniform rushed around the corner, seemingly having just located Qi Yang and the others. Professor Qi, please find a place to take cover quickly. You and the others must come with me at once. Qi Yang scanned the deserted building and, upon confirming its emptiness, solemnly nodded to the soldier. Very well, let us proceed. A group of nearly 10 swiftly navigated the corridors and exited the research facility, heading towards the emergency shelter. Meanwhile, on the beach embankment approximately 10 kilometers away, the site had already prepared all the evolved beings. The sporadic enemy attacks over the past 4 months had not only inflicted casualties on the base personnel, but had also honed their combat skills. Among these evolvers, only a small fraction were systematically trained soldiers, yet in this apocalyptic world fraught with pressure, even the most ordinary individuals previously untouched by strife, were destined to rise above their former mediocrity. The resounding clash of blades echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield, occasionally interspersed with the thunderous sounds of gunfire, each strike capable of reducing an A-level mutant to mere mist. Evolvers typically selected their weapons based on their unique abilities and evolutionary paths. However, those proficient in firearms were a rarity, and even fewer could wield advanced weaponry. Consequently, the majority resorted to long blades or relied solely on their powers to confront the adversaries. Possessing a weapon did not necessarily equate to an enhancement of strength. For those unskilled in its use, it could prove to be more of a hindrance. As the two most formidable fighters present, Jing Xia and Wu Jiqing launched their assault on the mutated Kangji eel from 2 flanks. Defend left, attack right, and end this swiftly. 3 strikes, Jing Xia instructed, exchanging a glance with Wu Jiqing before they sprang into action. Although their relationship had not improved, the urgency of the situation necessitated the formulation of essential strategies. Over the course of 4 months, the mutated Kangji eel had grown far beyond expectations. Its skin now resembled an impenetrable fortress rather than the previously robust exterior. Jing Xia's swift strike only left a faint white scratch upon its surface. Surprised by the dulled blade, he deftly evaded the eel's sweeping tail and discarded his weapon. Wu Jiqing, you can abandon your weapon too, he shouted. Understanding immediately, Wu Jiqing cast aside his long blade. The next moment, piercing icy spikes erupted from the ground, emanating a deep, eerie blue that pierced the eel's tail, drawing forth its blood. How dare you, wretched humans! Unlike the stuttering speech of 4 months prior, the mutated Kangji eel now cursed fluently. Its massive form hindered it not in the slightest. Instead, it launched itself at Jing Xia and Wu Jiqing with remarkable agility. As Jing Xia unleashed a powerful water blast towards the Kangji eel, Wu Jiqing deftly froze it upon contact. Their coordination, though somewhat awkward, afforded them a fleeting opportunity to breathe amidst the chaos. Jing Xia's expression grew increasingly grave. Their combined efforts merely yielded a tenuous stalemate against the mutated Kangji eel. This was a testament to its potential SS-level prowess. Today, Ji Chuan had been dispatched to another location on a mission, estimated to arrive in over half an hour. Here, aside from him and Wu Jiqing, it was improbable that anyone could impede the ferocious beast. Su Weisheng, Jing Xia suddenly exclaimed. This outburst halted his movements for a moment, and in that instant of distraction, a fierce bolt of lightning struck him, sending him crashing backward. His right shoulder was pierced entirely, yet he had no time to dwell on the pain. At this moment, only Su Weisheng could possibly organize a defense against the onslaught of mutated beasts. Jing Xia scanned his surroundings for the exquisite young man, but as mutated creatures surged ashore, their massive forms obscured his view, rendering him incapable of locating the individual who had just been alongside Wu Jiqing. Blood flowed profusely from the gaping wound in his right arm, rendering Jing Xia unable to rise. He had been struck by the Kangji eel, injuring both his left calf and his right arm. Even if he could stand, he could only stagger backward with the group. His figure was concealed behind a massive rock, remnants of the embankment bitten away by an unseen beast, the jagged granite edges vividly clear. Chuan will arrive soon, he thought, but now it seems only Su Weisheng possesses the peculiar power to halt its advance. Struggling to rise, Jing Xia muttered to himself, though his character is lacking, he should. A sudden swish interrupted his thoughts, leaving a thin trail of blood on his right cheek. Jing Xia turned in surprise, but before he could discern the newcomer, an overwhelming force knocked him to the ground. The back of his head collided with the rock, and stars danced before his eyes. When Jing Xia regained consciousness, he found a face as radiant as a white lotus gazing down at him, cold and merciless. Jing Xia, at last, I found my opportunity. 5 emergency shelters had been established throughout the S-City base, the nearest one a mere 2 kilometers from the research institute. For this group of physically enhanced researchers, the journey would take less than 10 minutes. However, their progress had been delayed by a full 20 minutes, preventing them from reaching their destination. A flock of birds with crimson eyes descended from the sky, a dark mass obstructing their path. Lieutenant Chun, accompanied by several adept evolvers from the S-City base, swiftly cleared the aerial obstacles while protecting the defenseless researchers in white coats. Fortunately, they faced no terrestrial beasts, allowing them to conserve their energy. The dense swarm of mutated avians, such as the peacebird, sandpiper, and great bustard, numbered nearly 100, encircling this small group of humans. Most were researchers, accustomed to dissecting mutated beasts but unprepared for such a harrowing spectacle. The mutated birds exhibited a savage and mindless bloodlust, their scarlet eyes instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Yet, standing calmly at the center of the crowd was a handsome man, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, observing the scene with an unsettling calm, as though they were not the ones blocked in their path. In his right pocket rested a fluffy mutated hamster, his fingertips brushing against the glass vial tightly clutched by this little black creature. Qi Yong regarded the unfolding scene with a tranquil demeanor. He bore no fear of death, and in fact, felt a strange anticipation. Living could sometimes prove far more arduous than dying. As mutated birds fell to the ground, slain by the evolvers, more continued to swarm in. Some among them screamed in agony as limbs were severed, creating a tense stalemate that seemed to await a pivotal moment to shatter the impasse. Suddenly, a high, resonant cry pierced through the cacophony of avian sounds, reaching the ears of all present. Chiang looked up in astonishment, only to see the dense flock of birds parting to reveal a pathway, through which a gray-black mutated vulture swiftly approached him. In an instant he was taken aback. The mutated vulture moved with astonishing speed, darting toward him in the blink of an eye. Before he could gather his thoughts, a small black shadow shot up from below, slicing through the air with 2 streaks of silver, leaving 6 bloody gashes on the vulture's sharp, cruel visage. A piercing cry of despair erupted from its jagged beak as the mutated vulture fled in agony. Chiang gazed in surprise at the tiny black creature clinging tightly to the glass bottle in his arms, turning its little body to cast a triumphant glance at him, as if awaiting his praise. However, before he could react, that mutated hamster suddenly stiffened, trembling like a leaf in the wind, and glanced anxiously behind him. A sudden jolt of fear gripped his heart. Slowly, Chiang turned to look, his eyes widening as a horrified expression crossed his face. Chapter 82 The Howling. Chilling wind swept past, drowning Chiang's words in his throat. The air was thick with the pungent stench of wild beasts and the acrid scent of blood, suffocating and oppressive. All actions froze as everyone stared in astonishment at the tall, slender man stepping forward. He moved slowly, yet each step resonated profoundly in the hearts of all present. Dressed in a long, pitch-black coat, its tattered edges gave an impression of having been violently torn, simple yet imbued with a unique, haunting beauty. His skin was unnaturally pale, resembling that of no ordinary person, and his strikingly handsome features bore a profound depth, with his elongated eyes and shoulder-length black hair tousled by the wind, failing to conceal his fathomless, dark pupils that seemed to absorb all light, cold and indifferent as a tranquil well. He approached step by step, his tall frame appearing somewhat fragile in the wind, and the eerie pallor of his face rendered him almost sickly. An oppressive, terrifying aura surrounded him, as if he had emerged from the depths of a hellish realm, having traversed rivers of blood and fields of bones, instilling a sense of dread that left everyone present unable to regard him as anything but extraordinary. His prominent collarbones were exposed to the chilly breeze. The sun had long been obscured by layers of dark clouds, the scorching heat dissipating, yet around this man, an unnatural chill seemed to prevail, akin to a black hole, absorbing all warmth and light, with no escape. Unbeknownst to him, Chiang's fingers trembled slightly, the subtle quivering concealed beneath his loose white coat, yet the shock and disbelief in his expression could not be masked. The previously fierce mutated vulture circled high above, then, without warning, dove down towards the man in black. The latter raised his head slightly, his motion appearing slow yet in reality swift, as he lifted his right arm. The fierce and brutal vulture alighted gently on his elbow, its movements surprisingly tender, as if seeking approval. Lieutenant Chun, on high alert, observed the bizarre scene, his throat dry as he managed to utter, Who are you? That mutated creature is dangerous. You should release it immediately." The man paid no heed to Lieutenant Chen's warning, his long, elegant neck tilting slightly as he regarded the mutated vulture with a peculiar, almost childlike curiosity, and spoke, "How foolish you are." His voice was deep and resonant, akin to the most exquisite cello, each note perfectly pitched, as if calculated to perfection. The mutated vulture trembled, its wings quaking as if it sensed the threat, and even Lieutenant Chun, who stood at a distance, felt an inexplicable fear emanating from it. The man continued to gaze at it impassively, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he inquired, "What happened to you to become like this?" The only response was the oppressive silence of the wind. Lieutenant Chun felt as though he were submerged in icy water, struggling to breathe. The oppressive atmosphere reminded him of Major Ji's authoritative presence. Yet this was different, an all-encompassing dread that suggested any misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Unsurprisingly, after a prolonged silence, the man received no answer. The mutated vulture seemed desperately inclined to flee, yet it trembled, unable to move. Just when Lieutenant Chun thought the stalemate would persist, the man spoke innocently, "Since you are so foolish, why not just die?" Lieutenant Chen's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, the man moved with astonishing speed, grasping the vulture's wings and with a swift motion, snapped them. The sickening sound of metal shattering echoed, and the bloodied wings were cast onto the ground. The once ferocious beast now lay on the brink of death. The abruptness of the transformation was jarring, leaving everyone unprepared. Despite the man appearing human, a profound sense of danger enveloped all the evolved beings present, including Lieutenant Chun. Someone, in a fit of panic, raised a weapon against the man, and soon, chaos erupted as countless others followed suit, attacking with guns and abilities. Limbs were severed, bodies hurled away, and firearms shattered into fragments. 5 or 6 researchers stood pale and trembling behind the only unscathed Lieutenant Chun, guarding the most vital treasure of the S-City base. They were not unwilling to flee, but a paralyzing terror gripped them, leaving them feeling that escape was utterly futile. The handsome man in black approached with measured, graceful strides, surrounded by an invisible storm of razor-sharp wind, rendering any attempt at approach futile. As he effortlessly cleaved through all obstacles, Lieutenant Chen's gaze fell upon his fallen comrades, their wounded forms strewn about, and his eyes slowly reddened, veins bursting with rage. "Oh!" he cried out defiantly, crossing his arms, palms outward, unleashing a brilliant bolt of lightning that scorched the ground as it surged toward the man. This time, the invisible blades of wind did not appear. The bolt of blue lightning, imbued with a sense of impending death, struck the man, enveloping him in a blinding sphere of light. This victory came too suddenly. Lieutenant Chun relaxed his stance, but before he could exhale in relief, he was struck by the sight of the man, unscathed and standing firm, tilting his head in astonishment as he regarded him. This familiar sensation, he murmured, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, "You have used it to harm me?" The color drained from Lieutenant Chen's face as he realized the gravity of the situation, his heart racing with terror as he beheld the unharmed man just 2 meters away, feeling utterly powerless. Yet the man offered no chance for a response. He slowly opened his eyes, his dark, fathomless gaze locking onto Lieutenant Chun as he confirmed, "Yes, you have harmed me with it. I remember." It was quite painful. As his words fell, the massive ball of lightning he had toyed with like a plaything surged forth from his palm, hurtling directly toward Lieutenant Chen's face. At that moment, fear rendered Lieutenant Chun paralyzed, unable even to evade the impending doom. Just then, a soft, low sigh echoed, "S1. Suddenly, the lightning halted merely a centimeter from Lieutenant Chen's nose. S1's right hand still half raised in the air, but slightly turned away as he spoke calmly. "That voice, Yang?" The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path that revealed Qi Yang, who had been blocked at the back. A faint, enigmatic smile lingered on his lips, and his refined, handsome face was framed by a pair of silver-rimmed glasses that obscured much of his gaze, rendering it inscrutable. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he approached with an air of nonchalance, halting a meter away from S1. The sincerity of his smile was uncertain as he sighed deeply and said, "You ultimately survived." The strikingly beautiful face before him, with its sharp brows and pale, thin lips, evoked memories for Qi Yang of the scene from 4 months prior when this very person had pinned him down, shielding him. At that time, a deep wound had marred his nose, exposing bone beneath. Yet now, Qi Yang could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, with this mutated beast's exaggerated and terrifying regenerative abilities, as long as new wounds were not inflicted upon it frequently, it would inevitably recover completely one day. However, the speed of that recovery was far beyond his expectations. S1 blinked his innocent, beautiful eyes, gazing vacantly at Qi Yang before suddenly asking, "Why did you help him?" Qi Yang paused, momentarily perplexed by the question. Yet, in the next instant realization dawned upon him. Lieutenant Chun had indeed injured him with a lightning cannon during his capture, but it was he who had inflicted the pain. There was no need to seek others for blame. However, S1 seemed not to have heard Qi Yang's words. His dark eyes lowered as he continued to question. "Why are you silent? Why did you help Yang?" Stiffening suddenly, Qi Yang's heart raced as clarity washed over him. He slowly lowered his gaze to the mutated hamster nestled in his shoulder, noticing how this usually plump and adorable creature trembled as if faced with a terrifying sight, yet was compelled to turn its head in fear to gaze at S1 after the latter's question. "Chirp, chirp." S1 seemed to realize something, his cold brow furrowing slightly. "How foolish, you still cannot speak." Qi Yang narrowed his eyes and swiftly grasped the small, black creature, hurling it with all his strength, watching as it vanished from sight. He had not forgotten that the term foolish was often paired with to die. S1 merely stared blankly at Qi Yang's actions, showing no intent to intervene. His inorganic black eyes observed him, devoid of emotion, as if gazing upon an inanimate object. After a long pause, as Lieutenant Chan and the other researchers trembled in uncertainty, S1 finally lowered his gaze, his elegantly elongated eyes fixated on Qi Yang as he stated, "I will not kill it." Qi Yang's expression turned icy. "I know." This response evidently surprised S1. His pupils dilated, then abruptly constricted. "What do you know?" Qi Yang raised his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You will kill me." Chapter 83. You will kill me. Qi Yang's lips curled slightly, adorned with a serene smile, as if he were merely uttering a casual greeting rather than a statement concerning life and death. Behind him, Lieutenant Chun and Zhang Bendan turned pale upon hearing his words. "Major Qi," Lieutenant Chun exclaimed, "you will not die. I have been ordered to ensure your safety, and I will not allow anything to happen to you." In contrast to Lieutenant Chen's impulsive directness, Zhang Bendan's mind raced with agility, deducing the essence of the situation from the exchange between Qi Yang and S1. When the stark truth lay bare before his eyes, he recalled the solemnity with which Qi Yang once proclaimed that it will speak, and the memory of witnessing this seemingly harmless and handsome man skinning a once ferocious beast. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words emerged. Only a deep sigh escaped him. "Major Qi, the experiment is not solely yours. We should all remain here with you. It possesses the strength to exact revenge. And none of us can escape unscathed." The raucous, piercing wind swept through the desolate street, stirring up fine dust and debris, rendering the air murky. Two tall, slender figures stood facing each other. One slightly lowered his gaze, his expression indifferent, while the other raised his head slightly, unafraid. Qi Yang observed S1's frigid demeanor, feeling a tightening in his chest. He heard Zhang Bendan's words of despair but suddenly chuckled. "You all should leave. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. He aims to kill me, not you." Zhang Bendan's words superficially suggested that S1 would not spare anyone present, yet subtly intertwined their safety with Qi Yang's, implying that they would not abandon him to escape alone. Hearing Qi Yang's declaration, Zhang Bendan grew anxious. "Major Qi, you can't. This is a military order. Go. Consider this my final command." Zhang Bendan's eyes reddened with urgency as he struggled to articulate further, stepping forward only to be halted by a robust arm. Lieutenant Chun gazed solemnly at Qi Yang's slender figure, remaining silent. Zhang Bendan urged, "Lieutenant." Yet, the formidable soldier appeared oblivious to his words, continuing to regard Qi Yang's silhouette. After a prolonged silence, Lieutenant Chun stood at attention, his right hand saluting his temple in a precise military gesture. "Yes, Major Qi." With that, he turned resolutely, addressing the group of researchers clad in white coats. The once youthful and mature faces now bore pallor and reddened eyes, understanding his intent. Lieutenant Chen's gaze swept across them, finally settling on Zhang Bendan as he sighed. "Assistant Zhang, Professor Qi has ordered me to escort you all to the nearest emergency shelter. Please cooperate with my orders." Zhang Bendan's lips moved, but he ultimately turned his gaze back to the lone figure standing resolutely against the howling wind. A sudden sense of desolation enveloped him, and with a heavy nod, he acquiesced. Several researchers assisted the severely injured evolvers and turned to leave, progressing slowly but steadily. With no further obstructions, their pace quickened, soon covering several hundred meters, nearing the edge of S1's sight. The strikingly handsome man emanated an aura of dangerous mystery. He raised his elongated gaze, the pure clarity of his pupils reflecting the long road and the small buildings flanking it, along with the retreating figures of humanity. His long lashes fluttered slightly, and S1 suddenly inquired, "Why will I not kill them?" The smile on his lips broadened, subtly infused with a tenderness that even Qi had not noticed. He regarded the childlike yet terrifyingly powerful man before him earnestly. "Because you first need to kill me." Upon hearing this, S1 tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Is there a conflict between killing Yang and killing them?" Qi fingers, nestled in his left pocket, lightly caressed the compact A6 killing machine as he replied with a smile, "Since you've waited so long to watch them leave, you will not kill them." S1's puzzled gaze lingered on Qi, his deep, dark eyes reflecting a white silhouette, rendering his obsidian pupils slightly more endearing. Yet the words he uttered sent a chill down Qi spine. "However, I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to kill them." As soon as the words left his lips, S1's inorganic pupils widened dramatically, the whites of his eyes nearly consumed by the encroaching blackness. This eerie and terrifying scene compelled Qi to instinctively draw his A6 executioner, unwaveringly aiming at the target and pulling the trigger. With a sharp crack, the gunfire echoed, and two massive blades of air sliced swiftly past Qi sides, almost solidifying into form as they approached the speed of sound. Before he could ascertain whether he had hit his mark, he turned to glance behind him. A chilling scream pierced the air, reverberating through the 300 meters that separated them, directly reaching Qi ears. The overwhelming crimson hue stained his vision, revealing two individuals cleaved in half, their bodies twitching a few times before falling utterly still. Veins on his forehead throbbed incessantly as Qi struggled to maintain a facade of calm, turning to face the man clad in black. He observed that S1's right shoulder bore 3 gaping wounds from the executioner's pellets, blood gushing forth in a steady stream. The darkened crimson fluid diminished rapidly, and as S1 delicately wiped the blood and tasted it, the wounds had already begun to seal, leaving only scars that hinted at a near-complete recovery. S1 furrowed his brow slightly. "You've shot me again, Yang." Qi countenance darkened. "You have slain my kin. We are destined to be of different races." S1, however, offered no reply, his gaze fixated on Qi exposed wrist. The motion of raising the gun had caused his white sleeve to slide down, revealing a smooth, pale wrist, unnaturally thin with protruding bones. S1's tone grew even colder. "And your injury, Yang?" Qi eyes darkened, dismissing the inquiry. "S1. The A6 executioner can unleash 32 pellets with each activation, enough to annihilate a C-class mutant. Even you would require at least 2 minutes to regain mobility, during which I could orchestrate numerous actions to render you immobile forever." S1's pupils narrowed slightly, his voice low. "You are threatening me, Yang." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Qi lips. "You and I are not of the same kind. There is no need for conversation between us." Beneath his composed visage simmered a concealed fury, akin to a dormant volcano deep beneath the ocean, not on the verge of eruption but having already erupted without spilling forth. Yet, at that moment, Qi could not afford to consider whether S1 was angry. He had no alternative. After a prolonged gaze, S1 suddenly chuckled, asking Yang, "May I inquire about your injury?" This was the first smile S1 had displayed since his appearance. Contrary to Qi countless fantasies over the past 4 months, S1's grin seemed to ascend from the depths of hell, his exquisitely pale and handsome face curving into a terrifying smirk. Qi body trembled involuntarily as he asked, "What? Your injury, of course." Qi tightened his grip on the A6 executioner, his throat dry, struggling to articulate. S1's voice grew louder. "I ask again, where is your injury? There is no need to repeat yourself. If you move again, I will immediately." This time, the color drained completely from Qi face, beads of sweat pouring from every pore, as if he were about to lose every drop of moisture in his body. After the sharp, slicing wind blades had struck, his right wrist bore only a smooth, clean hole. The pallid bone and neatly severed flesh released a torrent of blood, staining the ground crimson and forming a pool. His right hand lay submerged in the sanguine mire, the vivid red soaking through, the distinctly articulated fingers seeming to quiver faintly. The pain in Qi entire right arm escalated to a level that made his whole body convulse. The agony of severing one's hand at the root was so profound that he lost all control over his tears, allowing them to flow freely, dampening his pale, bloodless cheeks. S1 observed this scene, a flicker of light passing through his deep, dark pupils, only to be swiftly engulfed by an endless shadow. He tilted his head slightly, saying, "Yang, this is unbecoming. When you severed my right arm, I was quite accommodating, you know." As he spoke, he supported his chin with one hand, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, S1 snapped his fingers. "Ah, yes, I remember. I fainted from the pain then. Did you forget? When the saline solution seeped through the flesh and saturated the wound, you mentioned it was a 95 concentration of salt water, amplifying the sensation of pain. His voice abruptly ceased, and S1 blinked innocently. But Yang, I cannot find any concentrated saline now. How about this? I sever your left hand as compensation, shall we? The implication of negotiation was clear, yet S1's tone left no room for discussion. He leaned slightly, grasping Qi Yang's left hand, which was clutching his injured right arm. The contrast between his alabaster fingers and Qi Yang's trembling wrist transmitting a chill. S1 slowly curled his lips into a smile, revealing an expression that seemed harmless. What do you say, Yang? Chapter 84. What do you say, Yang? S1's voice retained its rich elegance, as though he were adorned in a black tailcoat, nobly gracing the world's most brilliant stage with a graceful performance. However, to Qi Yang's ears, it sounded akin to a devil's whisper from the depths of hell. Was he naive? No, he had never been naive. Qi Yang slowly closed his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Fine. Before I conduct this final experiment, I have already stated that I forgive you. Our entanglement ends here. If you wish to harbor hatred, I can understand. You possess the capability for vengeance. That is your prowess, your strength. S1, come at me with sincerity. The foul, rancid wind blew in from the direction of the beach, carrying Qi Yang's voice away, rendering it somewhat distant. He lacked S1's formidable regenerative capabilities. In fact, he even fell short of the self-healing abilities of an average evolved being. Despite his enhanced physique compared to the pre-apocalyptic era, he had turned pale from blood loss, swaying precariously in the wind. S1 remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently on Qi Yang. He no longer donned the guise of innocence, shedding the pretense of ignorance as a mutant beast. His bloodthirsty gaze, sharp and predatory, sliced through every inch of Qi Yang's skin, yet the man did not open his eyes. After a lengthy pause, S1's thin lips curled into a cold smile. Since you are aware, why feign this facade? A drop of crimson blood splashed onto his radiant face, contrasting starkly with his pale complexion. Shocking to behold. Yang, open your eyes and look at me. With a low, resigned sigh, Qi Yang forced his eyes open, revealing a despairing glint that he had not even recognized within himself. This person, whom he had thought to be merely playing the fool, was indeed as cold-blooded and unfeeling as he had imagined. The strange sorrow that emerged from every corner of his being was palpable. S1, it truly is hatred. Only a hatred so profound could compel such a powerful being to engage in deliberate torment. His air blades served as a punishment to himself. Yet, the feigned naivety only deepened Qi Yang's anguish. For what kind of intense hatred could compel such a creature to resort to deception? S1 gently lowered his gaze, the slender corners of his eyes lifting slightly, while his pitch-black pupils were fixed on Qi Yang as he remarked, "You have inflicted upon me a total of 618 wounds." Pausing momentarily, a sly smile crept upon his lips as he added, "I almost forgot about that final thrust that pierced my heart. It makes it 619 wounds." In the wake of profound sorrow and a heart rendered numb, Qi Yang unexpectedly burst into laughter, teasingly asking, "Would you like me to detail the precise location of each wound? Furthermore, which one was delivered at what angle, which one was corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, and which one was Suddenly, 2 deep gashes, exposing the white of his bones, appeared on the 3rd rib of his right side. His white coat and inner shirt were torn apart, revealing his ghastly ribs, while thick blood flowed down from Qi Yang's waist, dripping into the crimson pool below and creating ripples. S1 looked at Qi Yang with a mixture of helplessness and pity. His tone tinged with concern. "Yang, why do you intentionally provoke me?" Blood surged from Qi Yang's insides, trickling down the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to retort, he was seized by a sudden wave of blood, causing him to vomit a mouthful of crimson liquid. S1's brow furrowed slightly but quickly returned to a semblance of normalcy. "Yang, given your current condition, you should not be able to withstand the 619 wounds I have suffered." His tone was laden with resignation, tinged with a hint of distress. "Perhaps just 20 wounds would suffice to claim your life. What shall we do now, Yang?" It seemed to be a query, and the tone of mockery felt familiar enough to Qi Yang that it struck him as a bitter jest. This confrontation, this condescending demeanor, this indifference once shown to the tortured, battered black aberration, was it not reminiscent of his former self? Back then, it seemed he harbored a deep-seated hatred. Hatred for the grotesque aberration that had slain his 3 capable aides. Hatred for the scar it had permanently etched upon his right wrist. Hatred for its unwavering defiance. and its contemptuous, hateful gaze directed at humanity. And now he felt all of this acutely, as if he were being regarded with the coldness reserved for something unworthy of existence. Each wound he had endured, each scar, was eroding Qi Yang's resentment towards S1, while simultaneously intensifying a hidden, morbid thrill. Even Qi Yang dared not admit that when witnessing the other's suffering due to his own actions, the sorrow of losing 3 trusted disciples began to dissipate. No matter how many times he hypnotized himself into believing that the aberration was to blame for the tragedy of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one, deep within, Qi Yang's heart quietly mocked him. It was your own hubris, your own arrogance that led to this irretrievable state. Was it not the arrogant and self-satisfied Qi Yang that he should truly despise? Transparent, icy tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Not the physiological kind, but the kind born of profound anguish, a sensation Qi Yang had not experienced in over 20 years. It had been an eternity since he had tasted such bitter tears, and a long time since he had genuinely recognized how blind and capricious his past actions had been. Finally, a victim had come seeking retribution. With lips pale and tinged with a bluish hue, Qi Yang raised his blood-stained face, gazing at the indifferent and cruel aberration with a faint smile. His refined and delicate pupils reflected the pitch-black, emotionless eyes of the creature before him. Though he smiled, it seemed far more grotesque than tears. S1, kill me. I possess countless methods to illustrate how to inflict 619 wounds upon my body. A low chuckle escaped his throat, and the expression on Qi Yang's face was devoid of fear. He even regarded S1 with an air of eager anticipation. It was a resolute rejection of vibrant life, a weary sorrow for a long existence, laid bare upon his pallid visage. S1 looked upon this unfamiliar figure with shock. Such fragility and sorrow rendered him utterly unable to reconcile this with the cold-blooded, ruthless human from his memories. His fingers, gripping Qi Yang's left wrist, trembled slightly, and in the next moment, for reasons unknown, he stumbled back a step, relinquishing his hold on Qi Yang. Black, stinging strands of hair fell across his forehead, obscuring the alabaster skin beneath, as he stared at Qi Yang, bewildered and at a loss. Yet Qi Yang smiled gently. This time I concede. I leave your judgment to you. What manner of execution do you prefer, S1? Would you favor more blood, or would you prefer it to hurt more? If you wish for a prolonged existence, I can guide you on where to strike, how much force to apply, at what angle, and with what silence. Coughing violently, S1's right arm suddenly tightened around Qi Yang's neck. His dark, elongated eyes widened. He choked Qi Yang's fragile throat with great force. Each squeeze elicited a fit of coughing from Qi Yang, whose pallid complexion slowly began to flush. Blood continued to flow from the severed area of his right wrist, and dark blood seeped from his ribcage. Were it not for his significantly enhanced physical condition, Qi Yang would have perished long ago. Yet even so, he was perilously close to death now. Deprived of oxygen, his face turned dark and ashen, yet he still managed to force a smile, albeit weakly. Casting a strange gaze at the man intent on ending his life. Cough. S1. His long, slender fingers trembled slightly, and S1 involuntarily loosened his grip. At that time, cough. Why did you? S1 furrowed his brow, his voice hoarse as he questioned. What do you mean, why? The smile on Qi Yang's lips grew even more bitter as he struggled to articulate a few words from his throat. Why, cough, why did you save me back then? This question seemed to serve as a pause button, jolting S1 into stillness. His deep, dark pupils grew even more profound, yet the grip around Qi Yang's neck gradually relaxed. Qi Yang slowly closed his eyes, his body reflexively ceasing its struggles. S1's profound gaze reflected Qi Yang's gradually tranquil expression, and a sudden look of terror appeared upon his face as the once pitch-black depths of his eyes transformed into a clear, translucent white. Yang! He immediately released his right hand, panic-stricken, as he caught Qi Yang's descending form. His touch was remarkably gentle, and traces of moisture glimmered in his deep, beautiful eyes, as if fearing that this person might vanish at any moment. Yang, what is wrong? Who has done this to you? Who dares to treat you so? He tenderly embraced Qi Yang's emaciated waist, trembling as he called out. In response, Qi Yang bore a slightly astonished expression, with a flicker of understanding deep within his gaze. S1 held him tightly, as if imprinting him into his very being, as though loosening his grip would result in the eternal loss of this individual. He kept murmuring, Yang, Yang, you will not die, you must not die, you certainly cannot die. He continued to whisper these words into Qi Yang's ear, as if by uttering them repeatedly, he could genuinely save the life of the person he held. Qi Yang gradually felt his eyelids grow heavy. His body felt as if it had lost all strength, and the world around him darkened. With a mere effort to close his eyes, he could slip into a deep, blissful sleep. Yet at that moment, a persistent buzzing sound in his ears kept him from resting. It was too loud. Qi Yang's eyelids began to droop, and through the veil of his lashes, he saw many faces standing before him, impassively gazing at him. Those cold, unfeeling parents, the imposing General Ji, and those lives lost in his misguided experiments, so many people, so many, they were all waiting for him, to walk together toward the final destination. Well, it's time to go. It should be. Chapter 85. A clear, sweet liquid, reminiscent of a pristine stream, suddenly cascaded down Qi Yang's esophagus. The moment this liquid made contact with his throat, his hazy consciousness abruptly sharpened. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the man before him, so close that he could feel the warm breath escaping from his flared nostrils. The searing heat on his lips emanated from the mouth of this mutated beast, which seemed to be solely focused on savoring that delectable liquid. Their lips pressed tightly together, devoid of any superfluous movements. Perhaps it was the scorching intensity of the kiss, or perhaps the shock of the scene that left Qi Yang momentarily stunned. Yet, he felt a surging vitality coursing through his veins, flowing to every corner of his body. It traversed his severed right arm and the jagged wounds on his ribs, as if a warm hand were gently caressing all his injuries, gradually allowing him to forget the pain. Such a deadly presence, such a sweet flavor. He craved more, yearning for it. Qi Yang lunged forward, forcefully pinning the dark-haired man to the ground. The other's frail body astonished him. With merely a slight exertion of strength, he had managed to overpower this man. The gentle, lingering rhythm of their lips and tongues echoed softly in the deserted street, the sounds of their intimate embrace undisturbed by the chaos beyond the scattered debris. However, anyone witnessing this scene would be taken aback to find the man beneath him growing increasingly pallid, his already fair complexion revealing faint, pale veins. The arms that had once attempted to resist now fell limply to the ground. Yet, the strikingly handsome man above seemed utterly oblivious to the anomaly beneath him, continuing to embrace the other tightly, fervently drinking in the sweet liquid that flowed between their lips. The delightful sensation was intoxicating, liberating every cell in his body, rendering Qi Yang, typically so self-disciplined, utterly helpless. Just a little more, no, even more, there could be more. Yang. His translucent, clear eyes gradually lost their luster, and his exquisitely noble features, for reasons unknown, appeared somewhat innocent and pure at that moment. A faint voice whispered in Qi Yang's ear, like the tolling of a great bell, snapping him back to reality. He abruptly pushed against the man's chest, rising. The silken strands of saliva lingered between their lips as Qi Yang struggled to catch his breath, still unable to hide the flush on his cheeks. At that moment, he had little concern for his own predicament. As one so frail, he vaguely sensed that the liquid that had saved his life was far from benign. Yet he had more pressing matters to attend to, urgent tasks to complete. Suddenly, he drew a slender blade concealed in his left pocket, raising it above S1's body. S1 tilted his head slightly, confusion evident in his crystalline eyes. Yang? After a moment of hesitant struggle, Qi Yang swiftly plunged the knife toward S1's chest without a moment's hesitation. S1's exquisite eyes widened in shock, as a dark contagion spread from his pupils, staining his clear gaze with blackness. In the next instant he flipped over, pinning Qi Yang beneath him. The blade was sent flying through the air, landing several meters away. S1's complexion remained pale and sickly, yet his now dark, profound eyes fixated intensely on the man beneath him, incredulously exclaiming, "You want to kill him? You want to kill him? He saved you. Why would you still want to kill him?" Qi Yang's back slammed against the ground, the rough surface littered with tiny stones, causing him to cough lightly. He gazed at the man atop him, whose once terrifyingly beautiful visage now seemed less menacing. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Qi Yang's lips as he chuckled softly. "You know of his existence, yet he knows nothing of yours. Are you a subordinate personality?" S1's eyes widened in horror, unable to fathom how Qi Yang had unraveled the truth in such a brief span of minutes. Suppressing the sorrow and pity that even he could not acknowledge, Qi Yang sneered, "He is kind, but you are dangerous." S1, no, you are not S1. That substance that saved my life must be of great significance to you. Do you realize how weak you are right now? S1 pressed his pale lips together, unwilling to utter a word, yet his colorless face silently betrayed the reality of his diminished strength. "You cannot survive," Qi Yang declared coldly. "If you dare linger here for even half an hour, the evolutionary search teams will discover you. Subordinate, do you understand how weak you currently are? S1's trembling fingers remained silent. Yet Qi mercilessly exposed the truth. I have encountered too many mutated beasts, from S rank to E rank, even those that defy classification. Your currently feeble body might be capable of killing me, but your power is at most that of an A rank, or perhaps merely a B rank mutated entity. The cold, desolate wind continued to howl, as Qi calmly regarded the man frozen above him, stating, "Listen, subordinate, I wish to convey that I no longer wish to die." His lips curled into an emotionless smile, his icy gaze glaring down at S1. The fingers pressing him to the ground tightened slightly, concealing the unease within as he maintained a composed demeanor before the pale S1. He spoke with confidence, yet deep down, he harbored no certainty of success. Qi knew that what he had just said held only half a truth. First, the other could certainly kill him, even in his weakened state. Reduced to that of a B-rank mutated entity, he was no match for this savage beast at such close quarters without a weapon. Second, the likelihood of S1 being discovered and killed by the evolutionists was slim. While others might be unaware of S1's abnormal regenerative abilities, Qi was acutely aware. The path they had traversed had been cleared, and the evolutionists typically would not venture here. Even if Lieutenant Chen and his team reached the emergency shelter to find Professor Qi and report the situation, Professor Qi would never dispatch personnel for support. No. Sending rescuers with a reasonable assurance of success would constitute support. At present, based on Lieutenant Chen's and Zhang Bendon's descriptions of S1, Professor Qi would undoubtedly refrain from sending anyone to their doom. To consider it from another perspective, if Qi knew that Professor Qi had been held captive by such a formidable mutated beast for over 10 minutes, he too would certainly refrain from dispatching a rescue team. This was a scenario with a mere 0.001 chance of success and a 99.999 chance of complete annihilation, something researchers who relied on data would never attempt. Moreover, the evolutionists' primary mission now was to secure the safety of those within the shelter. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the daylight gradually dimmed. S1 lowered his gaze upon the man he had firmly pinned beneath him, his slightly long strands of hair cascading down his shoulders, dark and smooth, obscuring Qi view. The latter, however, smiled unperturbedly at S1, his expression a blend of mockery and indifference. After a moment, S1's pale lips trembled slightly, his expression devoid of emotion as he uttered, "I am a subordinate?" It seemed more a question, yet it was laced with profound self-mockery. Qi narrowed his eyes. "Are you not?" Upon hearing this doubtful remark, S1 suddenly burst into laughter. A subdued chuckle was trapped within his throat, the resonance between his chest and trachea allowing Qi to feel the vibrations born from their physical proximity. However, he maintained a stoic visage, coldly observing the other's unrestrained actions. S1 laughed for an extended period, his merciless black eyes fixed intently on Qi, rendering the latter incapable of any defiant gestures. "Do you perceive me as an accessory, Yang?" S1's voice was exceedingly gentle, with the final note rising slightly, akin to the most intimate whispers shared between lovers. Coupled with his deliberate lean against Qi chest, he resembled a beguiling poppy, exuding an aura of profound danger. "No. Is it?" Qi appeared unfazed, lifting his gaze to glance at S1 and retorting, "Then I shall address you as S1. S1, I do not wish to perish." His voice was barely audible, mingling with the howling wind, almost indecipherable. Yet S1's expression grew increasingly frigid, culminating in a demeanor akin to a sharpened blade, poised to shatter upon impact. "Who bestowed upon you this confidence, allowing you to believe you can make choices?" Qi stood undaunted. "I desire to survive. I have numerous endeavors yet to pursue. Therefore I refuse to die. This is not within your purview, S1. Before you end my life, I can devise at least 3 strategies to inform other evolvers of your whereabouts, thereby ensuring your demise. You are perpetually threatening me, Yang." S1 gradually straightened, casting a pale, exquisite visage downwards at Qi. The dim light barely penetrated the strands of hair cascading from his forehead, rendering the depths of his obsidian pupils even more profound. His countenance bore no trace of emotion, resembling a cold-blooded creature observing its prey beneath its claws. Yet Qi smiled, audacious and self-assured. They maintained their locked gazes for an extended moment, until Qi fingers found the cold, sharp surgical knife nestled in his left pocket. Suddenly, he noticed a slight curl at the corners of S1's thin lips, his eyes widening abruptly. In the next instant, a massive blade of air sliced directly towards Qi smiling face. Without a hint of hesitation, S1 appeared as cold as the earlier version of himself that had displayed some semblance of emotion. A fleeting glimpse of transparent white flashed through his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by an abyss of darkness, fixated on the air blade targeting the man's grinning visage. How I longed to shatter that smile into fragments. Chapter 86. The air blade approached Qi Yang's cheek when, suddenly, it was intercepted by a razor-sharp water blade. The translucent water blade nearly condensed into ice, deflecting the air blade while shattering into a cascade of icy shards. Both Qi Yang and S1 turned in astonishment, barely able to focus when 5 or 6 icy, needle-like blades sped toward S1. The velocity was so swift it seemed to vanish from the naked eye, slicing through the air. S1 swiftly braced his right arm against the ground, evading to the side. Yet even with his rapid reaction, one of the sharp blades grazed his arm, drawing forth a bead of blood. Qi Yang propped himself up, directing his gaze toward the newcomer. The figure strode confidently over the jagged stones, each step deliberate and graceful. His gaze remained fixed on S1, undeterred despite the latter's minor injury. His vigilance remained unwavering. The cold, indifferent eyes briefly flicked to Qi Yang, pausing momentarily at the severed limb of his right arm before shifting back to S1. "You are not human." It was a definitive statement. S1 narrowed his eyes dangerously at the suddenly materialized man, refraining from answering his inquiry and instead posing a question of his own. "Who are you?" Ji Chuancheng's handsome brow furrowed, and a sharp needle-like blade formed in his right hand. The blade bore an icy hue, its tip glinting with a chilling light under the sun. Before he could speak, the somewhat disheveled Qi Yang interjected with a smile. S1, with his skills, could eliminate an A-level mutant within 30 seconds. "Do you wish to die?" As soon as the words left his mouth, both men turned to regard Qi Yang simultaneously. Ji Chuancheng frowned, clearly displeased, while S1 looked astonished, perplexed by the sudden warning. Yet, in the next heartbeat, S1 turned and departed without a second thought, his movements swift enough that Ji Chuancheng, who had just begun to pursue, abandoned the chase. Casting a cold glance at the man whose lips danced with a smile, Ji Chuancheng coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" Qi Yang struggled to prop himself up with his left arm, his expression calm and composed. "Me? I was nearly killed by a mutant beast." As he spoke, he approached the blood-soaked puddle, stooping to retrieve his severed right hand, maintaining a serene demeanor. "Okay. I wonder if Qin Chu can reattach it." Ji Chuancheng's brow furrowed deeper as he observed Qi Yang's gaunt form, his expression complex. "Was that a mutant beast?" "This one. The one you once experimented on. If he can transform into human form, what level would he be?" Qi Yang casually tucked his right hand into his pocket, the fingers already turning black and purple, half protruding from the pocket. His appearance was grotesque, with a severed hand nestled within his pocket. Yet he approached Ji Chuancheng, smiling. "By my estimation, he is at least SS level. Beyond that, I cannot say." Ji Chuancheng's handsome countenance remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he quietly regarded the man who continued to smile. Before long, a small black creature suddenly dashed towards them from a distance, heading in the direction Ji Chuancheng had arrived from. Ji. Qi Yang was momentarily taken aback. "So it's you." The creature leapt onto Ji Chuancheng's shoulder, its tiny horns having transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The trembling mutant hamster cautiously sniffed Qi Yang before returning to its pitiful position on Ji Chuancheng's shoulder, exposing only its beady eyes to Qi Yang. Qi Yang's gaze dropped. "You devoured the food." Ji. The creature puffed out its little chest as if to defend itself, but after flailing its tiny paws and realizing it had no justification, it buried its face in Ji Chuancheng's shoulder, feigning innocence. However, its ruse was short-lived. The next moment, Qi Yang grasped its slender tail, lifting it into the air. Ji. "Let go of me, you rodent master." Qi Yang cast a gentle glance at it, then turned to Ji Chuancheng. "Major Ji, I predict this beast-tide will be at least S level. Please, hurry to the beach and organize personnel for rescue." Ji Chuancheng glanced at Qi Yang's severed right arm, noting the wound had ceased bleeding, yet the gruesome, raw scar remained a source of horror. "Your wound requires immediate attention from Qin Chu." Qi Yang smiled widely. "I will certainly seek her out. But are you sure you wish to delay any longer? If I recall correctly, today, Xia was assigned to inspect Area 67, which is a likely breach point and may be before Qi Yang could complete his sentence." Ji Chuancheng turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. His swift figure quickly vanished around the corner, moving with such urgency that it seemed an impending disaster awaited him should he delay even a second. Qi slowly closed his half-open lips, silently watching the desolate street, his gaze lingering on the slender blade lying on the ground. He remained in contemplation for an extended period before quietly stepping forward to reclaim the failed weapon, a faint smile gracing his lips. At least now, I have something to defend myself. His voice seemed to sigh, gradually being swallowed by the rushing wind. Without further hesitation, he turned and walked away, his desolate figure appearing particularly forlorn against the scattered stones along the road, eventually vanishing around the street corner. The brutal conflict between races on the beach had never ceased. Howls and wails echoed incessantly, as blood stained the fine sand, transforming it into vast patches of darkness. The heavens were shrouded in gloom, while the sea breeze whipped up waves that crashed against the rocky shore, sending up frothy sprays. Just before Su Weixiang's blade of wind descended, Jing Xia swiftly delivered a kick to his chest and rolled to the right, narrowly evading the attack that could cleave rocks asunder. Having previously battled this individual, Jing Xia was acutely aware that he could not afford to grant his opponent even a moment's respite. Thus, an unrelenting onslaught of attacks surged forth. Jing Xia found this confrontation arduous, perhaps even more so than when he had faced the mutated Kangji eel. A mysterious force consistently triggered strange reactions in his body, disrupting his offensive maneuvers. Su Weixiang, evidently well acquainted with such peculiar tactics, seemed to have mastered the art of combat. Just as Jing Xia had concealed many truths from Qi, so too did Qi laboratory harbor a locked drawer containing documents that meticulously detailed Su Weixiang's various methods of attack, including his unusual combat style, analyzed in each encounter. At this moment, Su Weixiang's mastery over space was evidently no less formidable than Jing Xia's in his previous life, perhaps even slightly superior. In a world where all evolvers regarded him with hostility, Su Weixiang's attempts to win hearts had all but failed, leaving him to solely enhance his own strength. Although the proficiency in wind-based abilities was inherently limited by one's innate talent, with the assistance of spatial manipulation, Su Weixiang had inflicted numerous shallow wounds upon Jing Xia's waist and arms, exhausting him and occasionally hindering his escape from the mutated beasts. The geographical advantage presented by the towering rocks concealed the internal circumstances from the outside world, yet Jing Xia, upon glancing upward, witnessed the mutated Kangji eel roaring as it advanced towards the base. A wave of anxiety washed over him, indicating that Wu Jiqing had failed to halt the beast's progression. Suddenly, a sharp blade of wind surged toward Jing Xia's waist. By the time he instinctively turned around, it was too late. A deep gash marred his left abdomen. The pale fabric of his long shirt was instantly stained crimson, blood gushing forth as he staggered backward, only to lift his gaze and find Su Weixiang approaching him with an icy demeanor. Jing Xia, do you have any idea how much I loathe you? While Jing Xia pressed one hand against his wound, he sought an opportunity to counter. Su Weixiang, when did I ever claim to harbor any affection for you? Implicitly, he conveyed his utter disdain for Su Weixiang. However, Su Weixiang's lips curled into a slow smile. Yet I still harbor an intense hatred for you. Why is it that you were born a privileged heir while I am but a shameful illegitimate child? Why do others regard you as a friend while I am ridiculed behind your back? Why does a useless heir like you glide through life effortlessly while I languish in the shadows? His words tumbled out in a flurry, and it took Jing Xia a moment to grasp their meaning. He observed Su Weixiang's movements warily before retorting with a sneer. Your mother bestowed upon you the bloodline of the Jing family, yet her actions are utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, Su Weixiang, the Jing family has never treated you poorly in the past 20 years. Your resources far exceed those of ordinary people. What more could you possibly want? The third young master of the Cheng family is also a bastard, yet he earned his recognition through merit. What about you? Su Weixiang's exquisitely pale cheeks flushed slightly as he seethed. Don't mention that woman. What has she ever given me but years of suffering? Ha! Jing Xia, stop struggling. While you have made my past 20 years feel like hell, I am merciful enough to grant you a swift end. Jing Xia's eyes twitched involuntarily, and he instinctively inquired, what do you mean? Do you remember what you said to me at your 20th birthday banquet? Su Weixiang pressed on. Jing Xia feigned indifference while searching for an escape. Such trivial matters, I naturally wouldn't recall. Su Weixiang, however, erupted into a mad laugh. His once beautiful countenance appeared chilling beneath that terrifying smile, the manic laughter echoing for some time before gradually subsiding. You said that I had to step on your head to be worthy of speaking to you. As he spoke, he pointed at his own head, laughing hysterically. The apocalypse has granted me this opportunity. I can directly tell you that I will thrive in this world better than you. Without the title of heir to the Jing family, you are nothing. Su Weixiang's visage twisted into a snarl as he continued. I am forging alliances with Wu Jiqing and am befriending various individuals. Had it not been for those damned rumors, I would have long since brought you to ruin. But now there are no ifs. I want you dead. I want you to suffer more than I have in the past 20 years. Jing Xia's pupils constricted slightly. That was an event from his previous life now nearly a decade past. He could hardly remember a mere utterance from that time. Nor would he dwell upon such humiliations inflicted upon Su Weishang, utterly trivial in comparison to his own deep-seated loathing. Yet at this moment, he suddenly understood why Su Weishang had appeared so exhilarated and fulfilled when he crushed his skull in the past. Su Weishang had long awaited this moment. Far too long. Or perhaps he had always harbored the intention to leave him without a complete corpse. Jing Xia's gaze sharpened, and he began to formulate a direct breakthrough. Just as he gathered translucent water whips between his fingers, he was taken aback, glancing incredulously at something behind Su Weishang, his movements abruptly halting. Su Weixiang's terrifying, maniacal laughter had yet to subside when a quivering male voice pierced through the cacophony of beastly roars, directly reaching Su Weixiang's ears. So, this is truly you, Su Weishang. Chapter 87. So, this is truly you, Su Weishang. Su Weixiang's eyes widened in horror as he turned to face the person standing atop the massive rock. Wu Jiqing was drenched in blood, likely from a fierce struggle with the mutated Kangji eel, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. He bent slightly at the waist. His incredulous gaze locked onto Su Weishang, momentarily igniting a flicker of guilt in the latter's eyes before it quickly vanished. Su Weishang lifted his gaze. Wu Jiqing, do you think of yourself as a good person? Do you truly believe you are as magnanimous, kind, and compassionate as you presume? Let me tell you, you are not even worthy of being called a saint. Rage and resentment had rendered Su Weixiang's eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness. You have never understood the kind of person I am. You never have. I have never known you, that much is true. I believed you to be genuinely innocent and kind, that your forebears' mistakes bore no relation to you. However, it is only in these past few months that I have truly come to know you. Wu Jiqing leapt from the 3 or 4 meter high rock, stumbling to a halt about 4 or 5 meters away from Su Weishang, continuing, you just claimed you sought to solidify your power by befriending me. You approached me with ulterior motives. This statement did not strike Su Weishang as hard as Wu Jiqing had anticipated. Instead, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his intense hatred manifesting as if it could turn to blades, and had Wu Jiqing been struck, he would have been riddled with wounds. Wu Jiqing, 6 months ago, you told me you wanted to be with me, to protect me, promising that I would no longer suffer or be saddened. But what have you done since then? You harbor suspicion towards me, distrust me, and even regard me with wariness, all due to those baseless rumors. Do you truly believe you are being cautious? You foolish individual. Even if I wished to deceive myself, I would find it impossible to hypnotize my own mind. The air is thick with the scent of blood and the stench of beasts, causing Jing Xia to squint slightly as he meticulously surveyed his predicament, only to discover that Su Weishang had left little room for error. Given Su Weixiang's current prowess, Jing Xia assessed his chance of escape to be a mere 50%. Thus he refrained from making any rash moves. Wu Jiqing's complexion paled as he listened to Su Weixiang's words. After a lengthy pause, he retorted, you speak nonsense. If those rumors were untrue, why have you never told me what you were doing alone in Zone 80 that night? What circumstance caused you to return to the dormitory only at dawn? Furthermore, do you dare explain how you managed to slay an S-class mutated creature? Su Weixiang's exquisitely beautiful face turned pale. As Wu Jiqing's words fell, each one like a hammer, he remained silent, gazing at the man who had once been so close to him, without uttering a single word. You are too afraid to respond, aren't you? You cannot possibly tell me, for those rumors are no mere fabrications. They are all true. Wu Jiqing's tone was charged with agitation, his voice rising in pitch, which grated upon Jing Xia's ears. He was aware that those rumors were disseminated by Qi Yang, but he had never anticipated Wu Jiqing would take them so seriously. The bond between these two had been as strong as glue in his previous life. This current rift was something Jing Xia could scarcely fathom. A mocking smile graced Su Weixiang's stunning visage as he coldly regarded Wu Jiqing, stating, Wu Jiqing, I have indeed kept certain secrets from you, and now, I am grateful that I have. Your character is simply not worthy of my trust. Wu Jiqing's expression darkened. You. However, he continued, I can share some inconsequential truths with you. Indeed, you are correct. I initially sought to exploit you. In the circles of City B, who else but you the arrogant and self-important heir of the Wu family, would bother to care for a mere illegitimate child like me? Moreover, the woman who bore me is hardly commendable. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia regarded Su Weisheng with a peculiar gaze, having never before heard him utter such words. Since the incident of Jing Xia being targeted for assassination, the Jing family had begun an intense investigation. When the trail eventually led to Su Weisheng, it was swiftly buried. Family shame must not be aired publicly. Yet, the Jing family began monitoring Su Weisheng. Reports from their surveillance indicated that he maintained excellent relationships with friends, many of whom admired him and defended him. Su Weisheng observed Wu Jiqing with indifference, remarking, "You derive a sense of accomplishment from caring for me, believing you are aiding the weak and upholding justice. Ha! Wu Jiqing, how laughable. You assume I am as feeble as you envision, yet I have never considered myself righteous. You have never truly seen my true self, and yet you wish to care for me? Speak of love?" This barrage of words visibly struck Wu Jiqing hard. His teeth clenched tightly, yet he could not muster a single retort. Jing Xia silently observed the exchange, feeling no inclination to interject. "Since you have uncovered the truth, allow me to directly inform you," Su Weisheng sneered. "The person I sought to rely upon was never you, but Ji Chuancheng." Upon hearing Ji Chuancheng's name, Jing Xia looked up in astonishment at Su Weisheng, who met his gaze with a cold, mocking smile. Wu Jiqing's face turned a deeper shade of fury at the mention of this name. "Enough, Su Weisheng. Do not continue." Su Weisheng, however, grinned wickedly. "What? Are you feeling your pride wounded? Do you feel deprived of the masculine protection and strength you crave? Indeed, I know you despise Ji Chuancheng the most, but I must inform you that I never had any interest in you. My first attraction was always to Ji Chuancheng." As Jing Xia listened to these revelations, a surge of anger welled within him, yet it morphed into laughter. The wounds Su Weisheng had inflicted upon him were already scabbed over, and he found himself oddly hoping Su Weisheng would continue. This grand spectacle was unfolding in a manner he had never anticipated, and it was evident that Su Weisheng had no intention of striking while Wu Jiqing was present. Now, this exquisite couple was truly providing him with a feast for the eyes. Su Weisheng continued to provoke Wu Jiqing. "The first time I laid eyes on him as a child, I was smitten. He surpasses you infinitely, being the sole heir of the Ji family. What do you amount to? Beyond your identity as the young master of the Wu family, what else do you have to compare?" Wu Jiqing's face was a mask of fury. "Su Weisheng, I have never sought to compete with him. Yes, you have never considered it because you know you cannot compare. I have pursued him by every means, and the moment I witnessed him rebuff your sister's advances, I realized he was homosexual." Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback. Wait, this unexpected turn of events was becoming hard for him to digest. Wu Jiqing's sister's advances? What manner of absurdity was this? Su Weisheng continued. "I, too, attempted to seduce him, feigning innocence to stir his compassion. Yet he remained unmoved. Initially, I thought him sexually indifferent, but..." His voice softened as he shook his head, changing the subject. "But what about you, Wu Jiqing? The first time I tried to entice you, you fell for it, didn't you?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wu Jiqing's eyes, his anger directed at the clearly deranged Su Weisheng. He cast a furtive glance at Jing Xia, only to find him regarding him with an expression of profound understanding, as if truly seeing through him for the first time. Jing Xia scoffed inwardly. "Truly, a perfect match. What a fitting pair." Wu Jiqing stammered. Su Weisheng, do not speak such baseless accusations. My sister passed away from illness while we were leaving City B. You are simply fabricating lies." A glimmer of tears shimmered in Su Weisheng's large cat-like eyes. Yet as he gazed at Wu Jiqing, he steeled himself and wiped away the tears. "Ah, Wu Jiqing, I am the one speaking falsehoods, am I? But you have never been a paragon of virtue. You wretched little man." Wu Jiqing's throat constricted. "You," Su Weisheng sneered. "There is no possibility left between us. I should have known from the start that a person like you is utterly unworthy of trust. I was blind to believe that beneath your cowardice you were still a man." His mocking tone incited Wu Jiqing's ire, causing him to grit his teeth. "However, now, nothing is an obstacle. Wu Jiqing, since you are aware of matters that should remain hidden, should you not pay a price?" Wu Jiqing paused. "What do you mean?" As he spoke, he grew increasingly vigilant. Su Weisheng merely laughed derisively. "Now that your facade has been torn away, what pretense of morality remains? You deserve to die." Wu Jiqing, Chapter 88. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wu Jiqing was suddenly drawn forward by an inexplicable force. The abruptness of this power left him with no time to react, rendering him helpless and devoid of control. Simultaneously, Su Weishang seized a large, formed blade of wind, his right hand poised to strike at Wu Jiqing. Clang! Jing Xia's water blade fell to the ground, shattering into a pool of water. Jing Xia! Su Weishang's furious roar accompanied the fierce wind blade as it hurtled toward Jing Xia. Jing Xia's wound was not yet fully healed, and as he evaded the wind blade, it tore at his injury, eliciting a soft groan from him. In that moment, the suddenly liberated Wu Jiqing had already taken precautions, engaging in a fierce struggle with Su Weishang. Jing Xia pressed a hand against his reopened wound, barely managing to maintain his stance. If one were to identify the individual most acquainted with Su Weishang's attacks, it would undoubtedly be Wu Jiqing, not Jing Xia, nor Ji Chuancheng. Despite possessing the experience from a previous life in dealing with Su Weishang, Jing Xia's understanding of him in combat was far inferior to that of Wu Jiqing. Prior to the emergence of those rumors, Su Weishang had consistently battled Wu Jiqing using their respective abilities. Following the spread of the rumors, Su Weishang frequently invited Wu Jiqing to duel, seeking his trust. Their familiarity with each other's styles was profound, resulting in an unexpected synergy in this moment. Aside from their equally matched combat skills, Wu Jiqing's ice abilities and overall prowess surpassed Su Weishang's by a considerable margin. However, the latter possessed an enigmatic spatial ability, effectively bridging the gap and even hinting at a potential superiority. As blood flowed from his wounds, Jing Xia's face turned pale. He observed the two figures, swords clashing 10 meters away, both of whom bore injuries, yet it was evident that Wu Jiqing was subtly at a disadvantage. If this trend persisted, it was certain that Wu Jiqing would be the first to fall. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cluster of ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, catching Su Weishang off guard and piercing his ankle, causing him to stagger and reveal an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jiqing thrust a chilling, blue-hued ice sword toward him, poised to strike Su Weishang's chest. In an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. Su Weishang, grinning maniacally, unexpectedly drew a long knife, his blade marred and stained with dark blood. By the time Wu Jiqing realized the imminent danger, he was less than half a meter away, unable to halt his momentum. Wu Jiqing, you hypocrite! Su Weishang's voice was abruptly cut off as blood spewed from his mouth. The long knife in his grasp veered violently, stabbing Wu Jiqing in the left side of his abdomen, missing the intended heart. He slowly lowered his head, staring blankly at his cooling chest. A transparent, water-like long knife pierced through his torso, protruding outward. This seemingly fragile water blade had now solidified into ice, its transparent surface stained with bright red blood that continued to flow from the wound, soaking his front. Jing Xia stood precariously, his right palm tethered to a slender ice thread, which connected to the ice blade impaling Su Weishang. Wu Jiqing collapsed to the ground, gravely injured and convulsing as blood poured from him, while Su Weishang staggered forward a few steps, his complexion ghostly pale as he gazed at Jing Xia. Jing Xia's expression was equally grim. Having overexerted his abilities while injured, blood also trickled from his lips. He regarded Su Weishang, who approached him step by step, with a detached calmness, devoid of sorrow or joy. Cough! Su Weishang spat out a mouthful of blood, declaring, I have not lost. Jing Xia, clutching his wound, replied flatly, you have lost. No. Su Weishang's voice rose sharply, his face contorted with rage. I have not lost. I will kill you. I will kill you. Jing Xia had already allowed his right hand to drop naturally, yet the ice blade piercing Su Weishang's chest remained, staunching the flow of blood, albeit with a subtle tendency to melt under the blazing sun. Su Weishang advanced slowly, his voice laced with desperation. Why? Why do you possess these things? Why must I perish in the first beast tide? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. As he spoke, Jing Xia's eyes widened slowly. He suddenly felt a void in his mind, his body cold except for the warm residual heat at his left flank, while every other part felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, rendering him breathless. Trembling, he asked, what do you mean by dying in the first beast tide? Su Weishang staggered toward Jing Xia, his steps slow and faltering, yet he persevered. His exquisitely beautiful face was marred by an expression of rage and jealousy, diminishing the freshness of his beauty with an unsightly hue. Behind him, Wu Jiqing's consciousness began to fade. Do you think you have won? Do you believe you have succeeded? Impossible. I tell you, I live this life solely to witness your demise. As the last words left his lips, Jing Xia felt a powerful force pulling his body forward. The suddenness of this force left him no time to react, and his injured body made it difficult to resist. At the end of this advance was Su Weishang, brandishing the fractured long knife. Just as mysteriously as it had appeared when it stabbed Wu Jiqing, it now coldly pointed at Jing Xia's chest, imbued with the aura of death. Instinctively, Jing Xia attempted to resist, but the realization came too swiftly. By the time he could barely regain control of his body, the blade was less than a meter away. Su Weishang, summoning the last of his strength, swung the knife forward, while Jing Xia strained to erect a water barrier. Bang! The force that had been pulling him vanished abruptly, and Jing Xia fell to the ground. He saw Su Weishang crash violently against the rocks, emitting a muffled groan as he expelled a large volume of blood, collapsing onto the ground in convulsions. The ice blade that had pierced him shattered into icy shards upon impact, scattering across the ground. Jing Xia pressed firmly against his bleeding wound, gasping for breath, and looked up, his gaze locking onto the anxious figure of a man rushing toward him. Ji Chuancheng, clad in a long black coat, appeared flustered, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. He disregarded the fallen Wu Jiqing and Su Weishang, rushing straight to Jing Xia and tremblingly supporting him, his voice quivering. "How is your wound?" "Qin Chu is in the medical area just behind. I will take you to her immediately." Panic and fear marred his handsome features, completely devoid of his usual elegance, as if he feared that a mere second of delay would cost him something precious. Thanks to the enhanced healing abilities of evolutionaries, the flow of blood from Jing Xia's abdomen had begun to slow, yet his pallor betrayed the loss he had sustained. He shook his head slightly. I am fine. Wu Jiqing and Su Weishang may not last much longer." Ji Chuancheng, however, did not spare a glance at the convulsing forms of Su Weishang and Wu Jiqing behind him. He furrowed his brow, assessing Jing Xia's injuries. Only after confirming that there was no immediate danger did he let out a slow breath, murmuring to himself, "Thank goodness." Jing Xia blinked in surprise. "What? Nothing." As his words faded, Ji Chuancheng raised his hand, effortlessly shattering the massive rock that obstructed their view. As the debris fell, nearby evolutionaries turned their astonished gazes toward the scene. Ji Chuancheng swiftly lifted Jing Xia into his arms and called out, "There are 2 injured here. They need to be taken to the medical area immediately." Without further ado, 2 sensory evolutionaries hurried forward to carry Su Weishang and Wu Jiqing, racing toward the medical area. As Jing Xia's gaze followed Ji Chuancheng's movements upward, the removal of the massive rock allowed him to finally perceive the entirety of the external situation. The beach was strewn with deep, dark pools of blood, the stench lingering thickly in the air, surrounded by the corpses of mutated beasts and humans alike. Here and there, individuals were methodically collecting the bodies, clearly indicating that the battle had concluded while Jing Xia had been absent, marking an imperfect end to the conflict. Jing Xia's heart jolted. "Chuan, what on earth is happening?" Just half an hour ago, she had seen that mutated Kangji eel heading towards the embankment, and now, as she spoke, her gaze suddenly fixed on the severely damaged high defensive embankment, her voice gradually faltering. Ji Chuancheng's handsome, deeply etched features betrayed a complex expression, which he quickly masked. With a gentle sigh, he narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. "The mutated Kangji eel has retreated, merely minutes after I arrived here. Those mutant beasts followed it back to the beach, and now they are clearing the battlefield." There was no need to enter and exit through the embankment's outlet. Ji Chuancheng swiftly carried Jing Xia through the breach into the base's interior. Jing Xia, astonished, inquired, "They clearly came prepared today. How could they retreat so easily?" Ji Chuancheng's countenance darkened significantly, and after a long pause he lamented, "Because their king has sustained grave injuries and departed. Their priority is to protect it, rather than confront humanity." Jing Xia shuddered, rendered speechless. The sea breeze howled from the boundless ocean, dispersing the pungent scents of beasts and blood from the beach. The waves tirelessly rolled over the sands, yet failed to wash away the dark, deep stains of blood. This war, which had formally commenced, would undoubtedly leave no path for retreat. Chapter 89. Since the bloody outbreak of the mutant beast attack at S-City Zoo, humanity and the mutant beasts had found themselves in stark opposition. It could be said that humanity was subtly at a disadvantage in the presence of these mutated creatures. The coastal geographical position granted S-City an exceptionally advantageous transportation network before the apocalypse, with a sprawling system of railways and roads, making it the preferred destination for many surviving humans post-catastrophe. However, this very advantage of abundant port resources rendered it vulnerable to countless marine mutant beasts. The mutants could choose to retreat, while humanity was left with no choice but to continuously bolster their defenses. Their fortress was the impenetrable ocean, while humanity could only cling desperately to their cities. Retreat was not an option. A single withdrawal would only diminish their already scant territory and expand the enemy's dominion. On this beach, where the sea breeze howled, hundreds of evolved individuals and medical personnel were diligently collecting information about the deceased and the carcasses of the mutant beasts. They silently documented each casualty's details before gathering the bodies for final disposal. Yukai was in charge of consolidating the mutant beast remains, coordinating with strength-type evolved individuals to drag their enormous, foul-smelling forms through the breach in the embankment into the base, where they would be sent to the research facility for further examination and dissection. This medical area was no longer the expansive army green tents of before, but rather a cluster of small houses near District 80. Individuals clad in white coats bustled in and out, while some severely injured evolved individuals were covered with white cloth and carried out. Jing Xia still felt a lingering weakness throughout his body, particularly in his waist, which rendered him nearly powerless. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to exit his room, shared with 5 others. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered Ji Chuancheng descending the stairs. Seeing Jing Xia's pale countenance, Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow and hastened to support him, asking, "Why are you out? You should be resting. The number of injured this time is greater than last. Only Qin Chu possesses healing abilities, and she cannot attend to you at the moment." Jing Xia's injuries were indeed severe. A deep wound approximately a centimeter long extended from the 3rd rib on his left side to his lower back, with flesh rolled outwards. However, in comparison to others who had suffered severed limbs or internal damage, his injuries were relatively minor. Jing Xia gently shook his head. "I feel all right. The doctor has done a fine job, and I don't want to waste a bed." Pausing, he grasped Ji Chuancheng's arm, inquiring, "What is Qin Chu doing now? I just saw several severely wounded individuals being treated by other doctors. She isn't present." Ji Chuancheng fell silent. His deep, penetrating gaze rested quietly upon Jing Xia, gradually soothing his anxious heart. Along the way, Jing Xia had witnessed numerous severely injured evolved individuals being wheeled in, as well as some confirmed deceased. The shock of such scenes, no matter how many times one had experienced them, was impossible to dismiss. Ji Chuancheng sighed. "She is attending to Qiyang." Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeating, "Attending to him?" A flicker of inscrutable complexity crossed Ji Chuancheng's handsome features as he spoke softly. Qiyang lost his right hand to a mutant beast while heading to the emergency shelter. Qin Chu has already attempted to reattach it 5 or 6 times. Jing Xia gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, 5 or 6 times? How can this be possible? You know Qin Jia's abilities. Even before the apocalypse, a severed hand could be reattached within a certain time frame, ensuring normal function. She saved you last time when your internal organs were corroded, ensuring you suffered no aftereffects. How could she struggle so with just a hand? People were moving up and down the stairs. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng had naturally positioned themselves in a corner of the landing, not obstructing others. The crowd paid little attention to the two, as all uninjured individuals had various tasks to fulfill. Ji Chuancheng's expression remained grave. Qin Chu has not failed, yet her attempts have all been unsuccessful. Jing Xia was momentarily stunned. Unsuccessful yet not a failure? What does that mean? Though Qi Yang's retrieved right hand had begun to show signs of cellular necrosis, under Qin Chu's healing abilities, it had regained normal functionality. However, when she attempted to reattach it, she found that the hand rejected integration with Qi Yang's body. Ji Chuancheng suddenly paused, contemplating for a moment before explaining. In other words, all the nerves should have been successfully connected for normal use, yet the signals from the nerves are no longer recognized. Jing Xia's expression grew serious. How could this happen? My leg was nearly severed before, and it was successfully reattached. There hasn't been a case of this among other evolved individuals. What could it possibly be? Qin Chu had recently successfully treated another evolved individual who had lost a leg. However, Qi Yang's right hand had indeed failed in all 5 or 6 attempts. Jing Xia lifted his head slightly, gazing at Ji Chuancheng. A large window had been opened in the corner of the staircase wall, allowing a sliver of brilliant golden sunlight to break through the dark clouds, illuminating Jing Xia's face through the cold glass and casting his hair in a faint golden hue. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally murmured, "Are you implying that Qi Yang's right hand is beyond saving?" Ji Chuancheng remained silent, his gaze downcast, his handsome features devoid of expression, silently affirming Jing Xia's words. Upon receiving the answer, Jing Xia had no choice but to accept the reality. His expression grew somber. "Even if my right hand were to fail, it wouldn't be this grave. Qiyong conducts numerous experiments and research daily. If his right hand is rendered useless, it would be a substantial loss for both the base and humanity. I understand why Jing Xia has prioritized him over others in her treatment. This matter. The bustling crowd seemed to create an invisible barrier between the two, prompting Jing Xia to gradually fall silent. His gaze fixed on the injured individuals being wheeled in and out of the infirmary. Injury, death. These were events that would appear deeply sorrowful in times of peace. Yet now, they seemed almost commonplace. Wu Jiqing had awakened before Su Weisheng. They were both brought to the medical area and assigned to the same ward. Since they were injured, there was no distinction in value. Even Wu Jiqing, recognized as the strongest individual in S-City, was placed in a room shared with 5 others, just like the other injured evolved individuals. Unfortunately, his attending physician is Su Weisheng. Their injuries are quite severe, so a healer-like evolved doctor was called upon to administer treatment for both him and Su Weisheng. Thus, when Wu Ji awakened, only a little over half an hour had elapsed since his admission to the hospital. As he opened his eyes, before he could register the pain coursing through his body, particularly from the wounds in his abdomen, his gaze fell upon Su Weisheng, who lay sleeping across from him. Having been pierced through the chest by Jing Xia's icy sword and subsequently hurled against the rocks by the arriving Ji Chuancheng, Su Weisheng, were it not for his fortuitous luck, might very well have succumbed to his injuries before reaching treatment. Yet, despite his grave condition, Su Weisheng's exquisitely beautiful visage, contrasted against the white sheets, appeared strikingly enchanting. His lightly pink lips, straight nose, and long eyelashes resembling a delicate fan left Wu Ji unable to suppress a swallow. In the next moment, he was taken aback by his own beastly thoughts. Even at such a time, he found this person adorable. Hastily burying those sordid musings, Wu Ji's mind was suddenly invaded by Su Weisheng's earlier words. Hypocrite, scoundrel, sanctimonious. Once those thoughts surfaced, they proved difficult to erase from his memory. He instinctively attributed these words to Su Weisheng's desperate retort. Wu Ji, the scion of the Wu family in B City, who had always been lauded for his politeness and willingness to assist others, had even invested significantly in charitable causes before the apocalypse. The notion of hypocrisy was utterly absurd. Humph. Seeing that smug expression on your face, I knew you were entertaining some ludicrous thoughts. A hoarse and frail voice from the adjacent bed shattered Wu Ji's contemplation. He immediately turned to regard the source. There lay Su Weisheng, propping himself up with great difficulty, regarding him with derision, and coldly remarked, Wu Ji, why is it that the moment I wake, I must behold your loathsome visage? Where are Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng? Have them come and grant me a swift end. To be treated alongside you is akin to inviting my own demise. His tone dripped with scathing satire, leaving Wu Ji's complexion a tempest of white and red, rendering him speechless in embarrassment. Among the other 4 injured individuals in the ward, 2 had awakened, and even a nurse conducting examinations feigned indifference while stealing glances at Wu Ji and Su Weisheng. The former was a well-known evolved individual within the base, while the latter had become the focal point of rumors over the past half-year. Having had his true nature unveiled, Su Weisheng seemed unfazed, curling his lip. Wu Ji, why the silence? If you feel shame, continue your charade of virtue, and let me be the one to spit blood. Su Weisheng's voice did not lower but rather took on a deliberately elevated tone, compelling passers-by outside the ward to furtively peer inside. Upon discovering that the individuals embroiled were these 2 renowned figures from the base, their curiosity only intensified. Before long, a throng had gathered at the door, creating a bottleneck that rendered the room nearly inaccessible. Su Weisheng continued his tirade, and after recounting their departure from B City, he seemed to recall something and added, Oh, Wu Ji, do you remember your birthday banquet last year? I recall your family intended to arrange a marriage between you and the young lady of the Liu family. Just the day before, you were whispering those nauseating sweet nothings to me, and by the next day, you could jest with her like an old friend? Wu Ji, do you not find yourself excessively duplicitous? Shut the hell up. Chapter 90. Shut the hell up. When Su Weisheng publicly divulged personal matters from a year prior, Wu Ji could no longer contain his expletive-laden outburst. Yet Su Weisheng merely laughed. Oh? Is the young Master Wu enraged by shame? I, Su Weisheng, am certainly not a good person, and for all you onlookers, take note, you guessed correctly. I am a bastard child. My mother a mistress who kidnapped another son, leading to the heart attack and death of the man's wife. And I have even pilfered commercial secrets. The moment those words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Whispers began to circulate as people pointed fingers at Su Weishang and Wu Ji. Yet, rather than retreating, Su Weishang pressed on. I have never claimed to be virtuous. Since you've already been gossiping behind my back, I shan't shy away from revealing the truth. Yes, my greatest folly in this life has been being born to such a mother. As Su Weishang spoke with fervor, the surrounding chatter diminished considerably. Naturally, the onlookers were aware of the rumors that had circulated about Su Weishang over the past few months, and most among them suspected these might hold some truth. However, discussing such matters in hushed tones and suddenly being confronted with the subject of their gossip created an awkward atmosphere. While Su Weishang's mother might indeed be a questionable character, that bore no direct relation to Su Weishang himself. Moreover, they held no evidence to substantiate the myriad rumors surrounding him, prompting many to feel a sense of embarrassment as they witnessed the quarrel between the two young men. Su Weishang, you are so shameless as to only speak half-truths. A magnetic voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd, eliciting astonished glances from all. As the crowd parted to allow her passage into the ward, it became clear who had spoken. To facilitate the treatment of the injured, Qin Chu's wavy hair, tinted a soft yellow, was casually tied back, although a few strands rebelliously fell across her forehead, which she impatiently tucked behind her ear. Clearly fatigued, dark circles adorned her eyes, and even the vibrant red lipstick could not mask her pallor. Upon observing her condition, the medical staff instantly recognized the signs of overexertion of her powers. Striding into the room in a pair of striking red high heels, Qin Chu fixed her gaze on the boy, who bit his lip in silence, a cold smirk curling at her lips. Su Weishang, why not share just how deep your cunning has been since childhood? You can push someone into a river and feign innocence, or deliberately shatter antiques and frame others. As for the other mischiefs before you turn 10, they can be dismissed as mere childish pranks, leaving others to pity you as a little scamp, lacking in virtue. As Qin Chu spoke, several in the crowd, who possessed clearer logic, experienced a moment of enlightenment. With a hint of disdain in her arched eyes, she cast a cold glance at Su Weishang's clenched fists and continued. Why not recount how, at 16, you managed to persuade the second son of the Luo family to mobilize men to intercept that little scamp? The Luo family was devastated by your actions, and that incompetent Luo second son was even cast out from his home because of it. Throughout Su Weishang's tirade, Wu Ji had remained at a loss for words. However, upon seeing Qin Chu, he felt as though he had found a savior, momentarily extricating himself from the mire that Su Weishang had ensnared him in. Yet upon hearing this, even Wu Ji began to sense something amiss. While the other onlookers were unaware, Wu Ji certainly recognized the Luo family, a second-rate gang in B City. It was common knowledge that beneath the surface various gangs, large and small, existed within the capital of B City. These underworld forces could never be entirely eradicated, and those in power paid little heed to their petty developments, simply suppressing them before they grew stronger. The Luo family had been quietly eliminated long before Wu Ji reached adulthood, leaving him puzzled at the time, as they had not engaged in the smuggling and drug trafficking that was strictly forbidden. What, then, had warranted their expulsion from B City without a sound? With Qin Chu's words, he finally began to understand. At the tender age of 17, Jing Xia found himself cornered in an alley by a band of unruly thugs, some of whom were brazen enough to brandish firearms, nearly sealing the fate of the heir to the Jing family. If one were to heed Qin Chu's perspective, it would become evident that Wu Jiqing, no matter how muddled, could unravel the sequence of events. It was likely that Su Weishang had forged a connection with the second scion of the Luo family, enlisting his aid to exact vengeance on an individual. The name must have been a fabrication of Su Weishang's imagination, for even if Luo Ershao possessed 100-fold courage, he would not dare to lay a finger on the Jing family's young master. It is little wonder that Wu Jiqing found the situation perplexing upon first hearing of it. How could these ruffians have fortuitously encountered Jing Xia in solitude? Once linked to Su Weishang, the rationale became clear. Su Weishang, you selectively disclose matters that serve your interests. Why do you not bring forth the sordid and repugnant deeds you've committed? Qin Chu regarded Su Weishang with a glacial stare, while the latter's complexion had already turned ashen, each word she uttered striking him like a blow. Despite his cunning and experience, Su Weishang remained merely a youth barely past 20. The revelation of his past misdeeds in front of the gathered crowd had already left him mortified, and Qin Chu's more substantial disclosures incited the onlookers to unite against him. Who would have thought that Su Weishang possessed such depths of malice? The very thought of hiring a hitman was chilling. Su Weishang's face oscillated between shades of pale and green, and ultimately he bit down hard on his lip, rendered speechless. His full lips turned a ghostly white from the pressure, and gradually, a thin line of crimson seeped forth, lending him an air of tragic vulnerability. Yet, at that moment, empathy for him had all but evaporated. Qin Chu did not spare him a glance, instead tending to the two other unconscious victims in the room before casting a scornful glance at Su Weishang and striding out. Her voice icy as she declared, "Su Weishang, I shall await you at the Research Institute." Su Weishang was rendered utterly bewildered. The cacophony of derisive voices had already unsettled him, and now, upon hearing Qin Chu's words, he looked up in confusion, only to catch sight of her tall silhouette retreating. Qin Chu had no intention of providing him with any explanations. However, it was not long before the sudden influx of Research Institute personnel from the throng of spectators sent a ripple of foreboding through Su Weishang. "What are you doing? What do you want?" He cried out in panic, his body immobilized by his injuries, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Occasionally, a bystander would voice their confusion, only to be met with the explanation from a white-coated researcher. "He encountered an accident while battling a mutated beast. We must take him for isolation treatment." "Oh, I recognize you. You are Assistant Zhang from the Research Institute." Zhang Bendan nodded with a slight smile as he heard the voices from the crowd, then gestured for the personnel to transport the incessantly protesting Su Weishang onto a stretcher and out of the room. Once everything was in order, he turned to the bewildered Wu Jiqing, a smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Wu, we may need to take Mr. Su away for a while. During this time, please refrain from attempting to contact him." "Oh, I understand," Wu Jiqing replied, his comprehension muddled as he nodded absently, without fully absorbing Zhang Bendan's words. Zhang Bendan cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if appraising a beast awaiting slaughter. Yet he concealed this disdain well, quickly restoring his scholarly demeanor, burying any contempt he felt towards the man. This individual truly possessed a core of cold-bloodedness. The decision to remove Su Weishang was not merely Zhang Bendan's idle attempt to cleanse the atmosphere of the base. It was in fact part of Qiang's plan to bring Su Weishang into the Research Institute for an in-depth study prior to the onset of the beast tide. The rationale had not been fully formulated until the current crisis provided Zhang Bendan with a legitimate pretext to bring Su Weishang in for isolation and experimental research. The unique properties of the green stone had already manifested in both Ji and Su Weishang, indicating a possible correlation with spatial phenomena or the evolution of mutated beasts. Regardless of the specifics, Qiang was determined not to overlook this mysterious research opportunity. In the medical area on the second floor, at Jing Xia's persistent request, Ji Chuancheng reluctantly accompanied him to visit Qiang. Upon seeing Qiang in person, Jing Xia finally grasped the implications of Ji Chuancheng's earlier remarks. During the previous assault by multiple S-class mutated entities, Qiang had sustained injuries. However, Qin Chu had swiftly healed him, preventing Jing Xia from witnessing him in such a weakened state. Qiang lay quietly in the center of the hospital bed, his complexion pale and emaciated, evoking a pang of distress in Jing Xia as he peered through the window. "Is his right hand still non-functional?" Jing Xia inquired, pointing at Qiang's seemingly intact right hand. Ji Chuancheng turned his gaze to Qiang's right arm, which lay outside the covers. The skin on his wrist was smooth and delicate, bearing a sallow pallor, yet devoid of scars or wounds, appearing wholly unscathed. Nevertheless, Ji Chuancheng nodded solemnly, replying, "Yes." After Qin Chu reattached his hand, "It seems it has yet to regain functionality. Otherwise, he would not still be under isolation." Jing Xia furrowed his brow, questioning, "I simply cannot comprehend why it remains non-functional. It is the same body. Even if there were a rejection response due to the mutation, it should not render it entirely ineffective." Pausing, Jing Xia continued, "By the way, how did he fall into a coma? Even with a severed hand, it shouldn't lead to this state." Ji Chuancheng was momentarily taken aback. After rescuing Qiang, he hadn't returned him to the medical area, nor did he know how Qiang had left. However, according to Qin Chu, Qiang had exerted himself to reach the medical area before collapsing, and he had yet to regain consciousness. After a lengthy contemplation, Ji Chuancheng finally responded, "His right side ribs were also injured. It appears he sustained internal injuries, which likely caused his temporary unconsciousness." His voice trailed off as he suddenly widened his eyes, astonished, his mouth agape in silence. Jing Xia, puzzled, asked, "What is it? A Chuan?" Ji Chuancheng exclaimed. "Qin Chu claimed he only had the severed right hand, but I distinctly saw 3 wounds on his right ribs at that time. Although they were nearly healed, I could not have mistaken it." Jing Xia stood frozen in place. Chapter 91. Dozens of individuals clad in white coats moved in and out of the ward with grave expressions. When Professor Qi finally exited the room with a sigh, only Qin Chu, Ji Chuancheng, and Jing Xia remained, alongside the still unconscious Qi Yang lying on the bed. After a tempest that had brewed for hours but never descended, faint and lackluster sunlight filtered through the window, casting a dim glow in the room, rendering it less gloomy yet devoid of the previous fervor, as if all heat had been extinguished, and a resurgence was unlikely in the near future. A stray lock of hair fell across Qin Chu's forehead, yet she lacked the inclination to tuck it behind her ear. Her hands had lingered over Qi Yang's right ribs for a considerable time, and only when her complexion turned pale and beads of sweat began to form on her brow did she withdraw her hands, stumbling slightly backward. Jing Xia instinctively moved to support her, only to see Qin Chu quickly regain her footing, her right foot stepping back to steady herself. Her fingers trembled slightly as she spoke. I truly cannot detect any remnants of past wounds on his right ribs. Ji Chuancheng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and after a prolonged silence, he finally asked, I am certain there were 3 deep and lengthy wounds on his right side. Even for me, such injuries could not have healed so swiftly, although it is widely acknowledged that Wu Jiqing has attained the highest ability value of 589, securing his position as the foremost expert in base S. It is a well-known secret among Jing Xia, Qin Chu, and Qi Yang that Ji Chuancheng, endowed with a fire-based ability, possesses an impressive ability value of 477, not to mention his water-based powers that far surpass those of Wu Jiqing. Presently, even the leading evolver within the base cannot guarantee the swift healing of 3 severe wounds to a point of undetectability within such a short time frame, let alone Qi Yang, who is deemed an evolution outcast. Jing Xia's enchanting peach blossom eyes fixated intently on Qi Yang, his gaze traversing the subtle elevation of his collarbone and the pronounced ribs, ultimately resting on the smooth expanse of his right rib. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Qi Yang, could it be that you have evolved? Before his evolution, Chuan had once been attacked by a horde of mutated beasts, and after evolving, those wounds vanished rapidly. Pausing briefly, Jing Xia noticed the astonishment in Ji Chuancheng and Qin Chu's expressions, prompting him to elaborate. In truth, while such instances of evolution facilitating wound healing are rare, they do indeed occur. Moreover, Chuan did not heal his other old injuries. He simply mended the new ones. I believe this situation bears a striking resemblance to Qi Yang's current condition. Qin Chu nodded gently. I do not dismiss this possibility either. As evolution is not Qin Chu's specialty, she dispatched someone to seek Zhang Xijing. Under the relentless demands of the Research Institute over the past 6 months, Zhang Xijing's abilities had evolved far beyond her initial mediocrity. She had gained immense confidence in her expertise in critical high-level knowledge. The physical qualities of evolvers exhibit significant enhancements across various domains, including memory and intellect, surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Coupled with Qi Yang's harrowing and intense academic pressure, Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback when Zhang Xijing entered the ward. This girl had long since shed her youthful and naive demeanor. A pair of glasses now perched upon her nose, obscuring her delicate eyes yet adding an air of mature sophistication, rendering her strikingly distinguished. Zhang Xijing closed her eyes to commence her examination of the changes within Qi Yang's body. A warm, white orb of light emanated from the palm of her hand, gently resting against Qi Yang's exposed right rib. Her expression remained amiable and composed. Yet after 5 minutes, a hint of astonishment furrowed her brow, and the luminous orb beneath her hand intensified. This signaled the commencement of a second round of scanning. After 10 minutes, Zhang Xijing finally withdrew her hands from Qi Yang's waist, wiping the fine perspiration from her forehead, her exquisite face tinged with a faint pallor. For Zhang Xijing, who had already elevated her abilities to a remarkable level, such a challenging human scan was an experience she had not encountered in months. I was somewhat taken aback by the initial scan. Thus I proceeded with a second round, Zhang Xijing remarked. There are no abnormalities in the epidermal cells, muscle cells, or nerve cells of Major Qi's right rib. However, the cells in his right hand exhibit peculiar characteristics. A flicker of intrigue danced in Ji Chuancheng's eyes. What do you mean? Zhang Xijing took a shallow breath, her chest rising and falling gently. Although the cells in his right hand are active, they are evidently not on par with the cells throughout the rest of his body. This pertains to the connectivity of blood and nerves, as well as the molecular composition of cellular structures. To put it simply, it is akin to affixing the claw of an inferior creature onto a human body. Jing Xia felt a jolt of confusion in his mind, struggling to grasp Zhang Xijing's meaning. Meanwhile, Ji Chuancheng subtly signaled to Qin Chu, who immediately understood and utilized her abilities to examine the discrepancies between Qi Yang's right hand and other parts of his body. Once all actions were completed, Qin Chu shook her head. It is futile, young master. My abilities reveal no abnormalities. Turning to Zhang Xijing, she nodded affirmatively. Each field has its own experts. Yet at this moment, Jing Xia remained perplexed. What does this mean? Could it be that this hand does not belong to Qi Yang? But even if it does not belong to him, it must still be a human hand. Why would it yield such strange results? Suddenly, a realization struck Jing Xia. Could it be that Qi Yang forgot to evolve his hand during the process? Before Qin Chu could respond, Zhang Xijing thoughtfully provided an answer. Major Qi likely did not undergo evolution. After a brief pause, she added, you may be unable to discern it, but I can sense that evolvers exhibit subtle differences at the molecular level compared to ordinary individuals. However, at the quark level, Major Qi's body appears indistinguishable from that of an average person. Ji Chuancheng, however, seized upon the crux of the matter. Then why do you say that his right hand differs from other regions? If his body is normal at the quark level, why does it exhibit such significant discrepancies at the broader cellular level? Zhang Xijing was taken aback by the question. Despite her current wisdom and erudition, she had once been an ordinary university student, unversed in the ways of the world just half a year prior. Ji Chuancheng's inquiry felt akin to a lingering assignment from a mentor, prompting her to ponder deeply before tentatively responding. Perhaps there have been changes at an even smaller scale that I cannot detect. Her words lacked conviction. Alterations at a finer scale, yet normality at a slightly larger range. Only to diverge significantly when magnified, a realm bordering on the divine, defying comprehension. Yet Ji Chuancheng refrained from pressing further, as if he had suddenly recalled something, his lips pursing in silence. Zhang Xijing exhaled a tentative sigh of relief. With the matter unresolved and the individual in question still in a deep slumber, unaware of when he might awaken, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng departed from Qi Yang's hospital room, granting the injured a moment of respite. Zhang Xijing had pressing internal matters to attend to at the research institute, and Qin Chu had numerous injured patients requiring her care. As Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng made their way towards the temporary dormitory area, dusk had descended, and the layered hues of the evening glow painted the western sky in resplendent colors, dissipating the eerie atmosphere that had permeated Base S during the day. Jing Xia walked silently, his gaze cast downwards upon the gravel-strewn ground. The deep crimson stains seemed eternally etched into the earth, impossible to cleanse thoroughly. After a prolonged silence, he could no longer restrain himself and asked, Chuan, do you already know something? The response was an abyss of silence. The echoes of cries and commotion throughout the base deepened the inexplicable dread swelling within him. He sensed that Ji Chuancheng was aware of something and was reluctant to divulge. Chuan, I must understand what transpired. You must have comprehended why Qi Yang is experiencing these changes, correct? After waiting in vain for a reply, Jing Xia's heart sank further, grasping the gravity of the situation. Chuan, I need to know. Yes, I understand. Chapter 92. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light dimmed further. The overcast sky appeared increasingly somber as Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng traversed the sparsely populated stairwell, their shadows oscillating between light and darkness, often blending seamlessly into the gloom, indistinguishable from one another. Qi Yang's injuries were likely inflicted by a mutated beast. Ji Chuancheng's voice momentarily faltered, but he quickly continued. It was Wang. Jing Xia halted abruptly, astonished as he turned to the tall, imposing figure beside him. Wang. Ji Chuancheng nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing as the shadows of the staircase obscured his handsome features, rendering his expression unreadable. It is a humanoid mutated beast, with exceedingly pale skin. Jing Xia was no longer astonished. He had already synchronized his pace with Ji Chuancheng. When the latter uttered the word king, Jing Xia had braced himself to confront a terrifying and vicious mutated beast. His subordinates were as fearsome as the SS-level mutated Kangji eel from the day before, and in Jing Xia's subconscious, he envisioned the king as a beast exceeding 100 meters in length, with a grotesque appearance, perhaps even possessing a peculiar ability to become invisible, allowing it to infiltrate the base undetected. Yet it was astonishingly humanoid. This also explained why no one else in the base had witnessed the mutated beast that had harmed Qi Yang. However, Jing Xia suddenly pondered. If it was indeed the king, why did it allow Qi Yang to escape? Qi Yang was merely an ordinary human. The creature should have been able to dispose of him effortlessly. Even if you had arrived in time, I doubt you could have gained the upper hand against it. Although he had not displayed his full strength, Jing Xia vaguely sensed that the opponent's current level was likely on par with that of the mutated Kangji eel. This moment coincided with when Jing Xia had experienced the third beast tide war in his previous life. The mutated Kangji eel had, just as Jing Xia recalled, showcased its unparalleled SS-level prowess today. Last year, Ji Chuancheng had been dispatched to the N-City base for support, yet this year, due to the Research Institute reallocating resources to provide talent and combat power to N-City, the disastrous sequential attacks that had plagued Jing Xia's previous life had not occurred. With Ji Chuancheng remaining, Jing Xia was confident that even if the mutated Kangji eel were to lead its minions to replicate the third beast tide, humanity would not suffer such a devastating defeat. Jing Xia took a step down the last flight of stairs. The ominous clouds had once again begun to shroud the vast sky, and the moonlight faintly filtered through the gaps in the clouds. The most formidable lightning ability within the S-City base belonged to Lieutenant Chen, who had sustained minor injuries during a mission today, thus unable to provide much lightning to stimulate Professor Chi's rotary AC circuit. Consequently, the entire medical area was enveloped in darkness, with only a few intensive care units illuminated, akin to the flickering stars of hope igniting humanity's dawn. By the time I arrived, it was already quite late. Given Qi Yang's injuries at the time, I did not believe he would survive. Ji Chuancheng lowered his voice deliberately, mindful of disturbing the rest of the patients in the surrounding wards. However, Qi Yang was in surprisingly good spirits, while the humanoid mutated beast seemed to possess strength below A level. Jing Xia questioned, puzzled, how could a mutated Kangji eel that could articulate human speech and a mutated giant beast be classified as an SS-level mutation, while a mutated beast king capable of transforming into human form be rated below A level? Suddenly realizing the implications of Ji Chuancheng's words, Jing Xia exclaimed, Ah Chuan, with your strength you could have easily slain it on the spot, yet you let it escape? Ji Chuancheng's expression grew inscrutable. It was Qi Yang who deliberately let it go. Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback. His lips moved silently, but in the end, he refrained from voicing his doubts. He sighed softly, bypassing the issue and honing in on the crux. Does anyone else know about this? Deliberately releasing an SS-level mutated beast constituted a betrayal against humanity. If it was indeed an SS-level beast that had been let go, such an act, even if performed by Qi Yang, would likely not earn the forgiveness of Professor Qi or others. Yet, Ji Chuancheng shook his head. No one else knows. For some inexplicable reason, Jing Xia felt a sense of relief wash over him. He himself found it strange. Although Qi Yang had intentionally released the king mentioned by the Kangji eel, he felt alleviated by the absence of others' knowledge of this matter. After pondering for a moment, he understood. Perhaps he genuinely regarded Qi Yang as a friend. This eccentric individual, despite lacking kindness, was not inherently malevolent. Compared to the two seemingly virtuous yet insidiously treacherous individuals, Wu Jiqing and Su Weishang, Jing Xia couldn't help but reflect. Beauty arises from contrast. In this light, Qi Yang could be viewed as a paragon of goodness, at least in terms of his consistency in character. The following day, upon awakening and learning from a conscious Qi Yang that Su Weishang was being treated and isolated by the Research Institute, Jing Xia further appreciated Qi Yang's rare wisdom and virtuous nature. I believe that even if Professor Qi and others find out, Qi Yang can handle it. Jing Xia gazed up at the crescent moon obscured by clouds, sighing, I just wonder when he will awaken. Moreover, when he does awaken, he will likely discover that his right hand is rendered useless. This will be a blow for him. Ji Chuancheng slightly lowered his gaze, silently observing the young man's slightly upturned face. Although the moonlight was not particularly bright, Jing Xia's full lips glistened with a hint of moisture in the night. It seemed that his upper lip had been cut at some point, leaving a faint fissure, causing Ji Chuancheng to furrow his brow tighter, yet feeling a stirring from deep within at this imperfect beauty. When he realized he had raised his hand to touch Jing Xia's lip wound, both of them froze in surprise. Jing Xia's initial expression of helplessness instantly transformed into confusion, as he appeared to struggle to comprehend Ji Chuancheng's unexpected action. Yet, the deepening darkness in Ji Chuancheng's gaze made Jing Xia involuntarily swallow hard, his body recalling the long-lost sensation from over a month prior. Due to their overwhelming tasks, even when they returned to their dormitory alone, they could not engage in any other activities. One would return late through rain and dew while the other was already asleep, or both would wearily exchange greetings before collapsing into slumber. No one had ever broached the subject of the increasingly rare intimate gestures, yet they had all tacitly agreed to overlook any sense of distance. Just like the past 20 years, with a mere glance from Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng would inevitably shoulder the blame. Conversely, with a cold glance from Ji Chuancheng, Jing Xia would hastily adjust his posture, afraid to move. Yet, at that moment, Jing Xia faintly sensed a warmth spreading through his body. From the moment Ji Chuancheng's fingers brushed against his lips, that tender and delicate sensation gradually caused him to lower his guard, and he helplessly emitted a low laugh, reaching out to grasp Ji Chuancheng's hand, which had been suspended in midair. When their hands made contact, Jing Xia was momentarily stunned by the searing heat radiating from Ji Chuancheng's palm. "Why is your hand so warm?" In his previous life, Jing Xia had disliked getting too close to Ji Chuancheng during summer due to his fire abilities, often gravitating towards Wu Jiqing instead. Even after severing ties with Wu Jiqing, he would not foolishly embrace the awakened cold volcano. However, in this life, Ji Chuancheng possessed water abilities. This seemed to create a balance, rendering his body temperature controllable, no longer the hidden warmth he had previously exuded. Ji Chuancheng gently lowered his gaze, allowing his long lashes to conceal the turbulent emotions within. "I may have overexerted my abilities during the confrontation with the mutated Kangji eel today. It's nothing serious." When Jing Xia was absent, Ji Chuancheng had refrained from using his water abilities. Previously, it had been unnecessary. Now it was to retain a trump card. Mutated beasts possessed intelligence. If they acquired this information, humanity would undoubtedly lose a vital advantage. Jing Xia didn't ponder this further, nodding in agreement. "Well, thankfully the temperature has dropped a bit today, so it's manageable. Overexertion isn't a concern as long as you're uninjured." "Ah Chuan." Jing Xia suddenly lifted his gaze to Ji Chuancheng, just as he was about to speak. Their eyes met, and he instantly swallowed his words. He stared blankly at Ji Chuancheng, tilting his head slightly, observing the latter's expression, feeling somewhat at a loss. "What's wrong, Ah Chuan?" In response, he received a fervent embrace. Ji Chuancheng pressed him tightly against his chest, his strong arms encircling the young man's somewhat slender waist as he whispered softly in his ear, "Xiao Xia, when I heard today that you had gone missing after being attacked by that mutated Kangji eel, I was truly terrified." Jing Xia was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he grasped Ji Chuancheng's meaning. He raised his hand to gently return the embrace, a hint of a resigned smile playing on his lips as he soothingly patted the man's back, murmuring, "Though that mutated Kangji eel is indeed formidable, I am not so easily felled by it. Have you forgotten? I can now independently slay an S-class mutant, and even escape from an SS-class mutant without difficulty." However, Ji Chuancheng shook his head slightly. Jing Xia sensed the sudden stillness in the other's movements and explained, "Today, it was only Wu Jiqing and I who had the time and capability to thwart the landing of the mutated Kangji eel within the base. Had it not been for that, I would have easily escaped. You needn't worry." After a prolonged silence, amidst the fragrant scent of fresh grass, Ji Chuancheng's sigh seemed to linger like a timeless echo. "I fear you may repeat the mistakes of your past life." Jing Xia's eyes widened in shock, his arms stiffening. Since all the truths had been unveiled by Ji Chuancheng, Jing Xia had disclosed every detail of his previous life to him without reservation, including how he had been treacherously killed by Su Weishang during the Third Beast Tide War. Now, the very moment marked the onset of that same conflict in this lifetime. Jing Xia suddenly comprehended why Ji Chuancheng had been leaving a light on for him every night, returning to the dormitory early only after confirming he bore no injuries, before finally allowing himself to sleep while embracing him. He also realized why the tasks assigned by Su Weishang had been situated so far from him, rendering their meetings scarce for days or even weeks. He finally understood that this person had been continuously concerned, fearing the past would repeat itself, fearing the chasm of separation would reemerge. A sudden tightness gripped his throat, and after a long pause, Jing Xia slowly rested his head against the broad, warm shoulder of the man. He gently lifted the corners of his lips in a smile, the trace of resignation hidden deep within the night, unnoticed by all. "Ah Chuan, have you been busy lately?" The abrupt question caused Ji Chuancheng to hesitate for a moment before he replied. "Yes. Area 3 near K-City has recently seen an influx of mutated beasts migrating from the county town of K-City to the outskirts of our base. Although there are no high-level mutants, the sheer number poses a bit of a challenge." In conclusion, Ji Chuancheng added, "But I can handle it with ease." Jing Xia gazed up at the sky, musing in a daze. It seemed this man rarely spoke so much. When did that change occur? Perhaps it began after he confessed the events of his previous life. Was it that he no longer wished to conceal his true self behind a facade of indifference? Or was it? It seemed this person was never as detached and composed as he had once believed. In the end, Jing Xia arrived at a decision in his heart. "So, you don't find it tiring to wait up so late for me to return?" Yet Ji Chuancheng simply released his embrace, causing Jing Xia to look up at him in confusion. He noticed a trace of displeasure cross Ji Chuancheng's handsome, refined features, his brows furrowing slightly as he retorted, "And you don't feel weary?" Jing Xia burst into laughter. Not only did the other always wait for him, but he too was guilty of the same. As long as he wasn't exhausted to the point of collapsing into sleep, he would muster enough energy to wait, even if drowsiness threatened to overwhelm him. He would generally stay awake until Ji Chuancheng returned to the dormitory, only then would he collapse into bed. On that slightly cool summer night, a gentle breeze swept through, cleansing the lingering stench of blood that had permeated the S-City base throughout the day. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, hand in hand, a rare occurrence, strolled slowly toward the temporary dormitory for the defense personnel. "Oh, by the way, is Ji all right? I was supposed to pick him up from the research institute today. But then this happened." Jing Xia suddenly turned and asked anxiously. Before he could react, a fluffy little head suddenly popped out from Ji Chuancheng's pocket. Ji. Yi. Ji. And now you remember me? Lord Mouse. Humph. I shall spare you this time on account of your memory. However, upon hearing this chattering, Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened abruptly. He raised his hand and pinched the plump little creature, lifting it to eye level. "Where will you be sleeping tonight?" His gaze was icy, devoid of warmth, and his voice low, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. One wrong word from the creature, and it would face dire consequences. Ji blinked in confusion, its little bean-like eyes wide, exclaiming, Ji. "Of course. I'll be sleeping in the room, you foolish human." Ji Chuancheng seemed to understand everything and nodded slightly. You want to keep watch?" Yi. Seeing this, Jing Xia couldn't help but chuckle. "A Chuan. When did you start enjoying bullying Ji?" The little black ball of fluff eagerly nodded in agreement with its owner. Ji. Exactly. Ji Chuancheng's handsome, noble face momentarily darkened, and he silently gazed at Jing Xia for a long time before discreetly bending his right middle finger, teasingly brushing it against the sweaty palm of Jing Xia's hand. The sensation, akin to a feather's caress, caused Jing Xia to startle, instinctively grasping the meaning behind the gesture. Crimson flush crept upon his cheeks, and he awkwardly raised his hand to cover the slight curve of his lips. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace, striding forward while solemnly addressing Ji. "Chuan is right. The mutated beasts just attacked during the day, and we don't know if any unexpected events will occur tonight. You keep watch. We'll feel reassured." Such words were clearly meant to deceive a child, and even as Jing Xia uttered them, he felt a pang of shyness. Yet the plump mutated hamster blinked its little eyes, tilting its head as if pondering for a long while, before it wagged its tail. Ji. "Leave it to Lord Mouse." Jing Xia thought, first of all, there are always guards on the front lines keeping watch for further enemy attacks. Secondly, even if the human camp suffered heavy losses today, the mutated beasts fared no better. Truly, what a naive little creature. As the moon hung high and the clouds dispersed, a chubby mutated hamster stood guard at the door, propping its head on its paws. Inside the room, breaths and moans were deliberately lowered, the air thick with an ambiguous and seductive atmosphere that enveloped everything in a profound warmth. It was precisely this fear of being discovered that intensified the atmosphere within. As Jing Xia's low voice sent the man's gaze darkening further, he felt the young man entwining him with fervor, and he could only respond with more fervent collisions to express the indescribable depth of his love. An entangled passion. After such prolonged restraint, the eruption was all the more overwhelming. The creaking of the bed echoed through the night, and had it not been for the enhanced physique of the evolved beings, Jing Xia had no doubt he would have been utterly spent by this man. As he embraced the firm back of his partner, gently tracing the small scars that lined it, his cheeks flushed and breath shallow, he finally realized. This rascal had once again taken matters into his own hands. Yet Ji Chuancheng lifted his head, his serious gaze fixed intently upon the young man nestled in his arms. After the fervor of passion had subsided, the young man's fair cheeks were tinged with the flush of desire, a sight that rekindled his impulses. Yet he understood that his partner was utterly incapable of enduring yet another bout of fervent struggle. He forcibly restrained his carnal cravings and, with a sense of responsibility, declared, "I shall take care of the cleansing." With a swift kick, Jing Xia sent the shameless man tumbling off the bed, exclaiming, "Get the hell out of here!" Some were engrossed in the sweet embrace of love, happily returning home hand in hand, while others found themselves awakening with a throbbing headache, finally grappling with the reality of their situation. Qi, who typically possessed remarkable self-control, could not help but emit a soft moan amidst the excruciating pain that felt as though he had been crushed to pieces by a truck. Grasping his head, he propped himself up. Once his consciousness was fully restored, he prepared to extend his right hand to press the call button at the head of the bed, seeking an explanation for his current predicament. However, just as he straightened his arm, ready to touch the red button, his body suddenly froze. His middle finger remained curled and motionless, refusing to extend. In the boundless darkness, Qi Yang's pallid face bore no expression. He remained silent for an extended period, his hand hovering mere centimeters from the call button. No one knew how many times he had attempted to command his body, but after maintaining this statue-like stillness for nearly 10 minutes, he finally succumbed, collapsing back onto the bed. Lifting his right hand, he scrutinized the features he seldom regarded, illuminated by the moonlight that had finally pierced the thick clouds. Some things, the more familiar they are, the less they are truly observed. This was the first time in over 20 years that Qi Yang had examined his right hand with such meticulous attention. It appeared slightly more slender than he remembered. Each knuckle seemed merely encased in a layer of skin, clearly outlining the shape of the bones beneath. The bone structure was undoubtedly sound, and the form itself was rather exquisite. A smirk graced Qi Yang's lips as he reached a conclusion. He remained in silence, observing for a considerable time. The room was so quiet that the rustling of leaves outside could be heard, casting ghostly shadows upon the walls. Qi Yang's jawline appeared strikingly gaunt, the loss of flesh revealing a subtly pointed chin, slightly raised in a pose of derision as he regarded his hand, which had served him faithfully for over 20 years. "Ah, you've done remarkably well," a voice rasped, akin to the sound of a blower. "How did you manage that, S1? The only response was the profound silence of the darkness. "In truth, you are of no significance to me." Qi Yang chuckled softly, his throat vibrating with mirth. Without the facade of the red star glasses that concealed his true nature, his striking eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could once again see the trembling, fearful black mutated beast from the past. "S1, you saved my life. I shall return the favor. Henceforth we are even." It seemed as though he was conversing with himself. After a lengthy pause, Qi Yang slowly lowered his head, letting out a sigh in a voice barely audible to himself. "No, you still owe me a hand, and I owe you so much more." Chapter 93. The serene yet profound ocean appeared particularly enchanting under the pitch-black night sky. Though thick clouds obscured the heavens above the continent, in this small expanse, countless stars shone through the thin veil, reflecting their light upon the cool, flowing surface of the sea, resembling tiny crystalline gems, captivatingly beautiful. Having departed from the continental framework for several dozen kilometers, they exited the domain of the East China Sea. The Pacific Ocean, the largest body of water on Earth, harbors an immeasurable diversity of life. A school of orderly glowing fish leaped from the distant horizon, shimmering with a deep blue brilliance in the softly illuminated shallow waters. These unmutated lower species possessed the primal instincts that other intelligent species had long since lost. As they approached the tranquil waters, it was unclear which fish halted first. Soon, a wave of urgent braking ensued, and the glowing school paused for a moment before swiftly retreating. In mere moments, a colossal shadow surged from the tranquil depths, angrily exclaiming, "Damn it, Orca! It must be you who scared them away. Your wretched scent. Keep your distance from me." The irate voice of the mutated conger eel echoed across the sea's surface. Shortly thereafter, a massive head emerged from the water. The mutated orca, so transformed that its original form was barely recognizable, scrutinized the conger eel for a considerable time before coldly stating, "You were too hasty," causing a slight disturbance in the water. "Shut up. S1 is injured. I need to catch something for him to eat. You failed to catch anything after 4 hours. Be quiet." Such discord echoed across the eerily tranquil waters, causing other unmutated marine creatures to shy away. The mutated conger eel seethed. "It's you, old fool. When S1 awakens, I shall tell him you stole his food. All you know how to do is complain. You little creature. You're so ugly that I pity you and refuse to speak with you. Then who else can you converse with, you hideous thing?" The conger eel was momentarily rendered speechless. The mutated orca wasn't wrong. Among the mutated beasts they knew, whether in the sea or on land, only the two of them and S1 could communicate. In fact, there was no need to count the beings inhabiting the land and sky. The three of them were all marine creatures capable of speech, while those lower-tier mutations were not worthy of dialogue with them. What the conger eel did not realize was that, in the land they scorned, there existed an intelligent mutated beast that had yet to learn to speak. which had perhaps betrayed the mutated beast camp long before they were aware. The mutated conger eel opened its slippery mouth, opting for the adage out of sight, out of mind. Lowering its enormous body, akin to a 3-story villa, it gazed intently at S1, who lay on the back of the orca, and finally could not help but inquire, "Tiger, when do you think S1 will awaken?" The mutated orca, referred to as Tiger, cast a cold glance at it. Tiger is a terrestrial forest creature. Do not confuse me with it, Little Kong. The mutated conger eel, nicknamed Little Kong, immediately bristled with indignation. You're the one who s Little Kong. Don't think I don't know. Little Kong is a term used for those foolish little insects. The orca disdainfully snorted, and before it could respond, S1 slowly raised his upper body from the orca's back, awakening from slumber. Rubbing his head, as he gradually regained consciousness, S1's aura turned ice-cold. A bloodthirsty smile crept across S1's lips, his pale complexion starkly illuminated by the radiant moonlight, making him appear strikingly alarming. He licked his dry, wrinkled lips and murmured to himself, "Yang, you did remarkably well." Strangely, he echoed the sentiments of the patient who had just awakened several dozen kilometers away. As S1 lifted his head, he immediately encountered the nearly 1-meter-wide round eye of the conger eel. A gaze as sharp as a blade swept over the conger eel, and the smile at S1's lips was swiftly drowned in a cold, merciless grunt as he commanded, "Get away from me." The mutated conger eel blinked awkwardly, then obediently swam aside, cautiously observing the clearly still recovering S1, and ingratiatingly remarked, Your Majesty, the tiger just scared away a school of fish. I know you favor fresh fish meat the most. It's all his fault." The mutated orca rolled its eyes in annoyance, ignoring the conger eel's smugness. S1, however, paid no heed to its words. His icy gaze drifted from the conger eel's head downwards, gliding past its gill slits, pectoral fins, dorsal fins, and finally landing on the tail fin, which was nearly burnt away and still slightly charred. The darkness in his eyes deepened, and S1 gradually widened his pupils, suddenly asking, "Who did this to you?" The mutated conger eel froze, then, elated, replied, "Your Majesty, it was those little insects. Damn it, how dare these lowly mutated creatures come to harm me? Humph, with such vast expanses of land, they shall not take it from me." The congy eel continued to grumble indignantly, oblivious to S1's silent, piercing gaze which lingered upon it for quite some time. When it finally recognized that cold, unyielding stare, it abruptly fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. "You are exceedingly noisy." The congy eel clenched its jaw, yet the fissure extending to its eyes rendered it unable to fully close its mouth. With an expressionless demeanor, S1 warned, "Should you persist, I will cook you." Cack. Upon confirming that the most critical subject had regained its former strength, the decidedly more composed mutated orca realized that 9 days had already elapsed. As the sun began its descent from the distant horizon, S1, who had sat in silence for an entire 9 days, suddenly rose, standing tall upon the broad back of the orca. "We shall depart." The congy eel shivered with excitement, hastily approaching. "Depart? To where, my king?" S1's gaze gradually shifted to its grotesque visage, the unusual warmth in those eyes a treatment the congy eel had never before experienced. Unable to restrain its delight, it flicked its long tail, splashing the sea with waves soaring dozens of meters high. As the spray threatened to drench S1, the orca swiftly altered its course, using its body to shield against the tsunami-like waves. "Little congy, behave yourself." The mutated congy eel's intellect had yet to grasp the underlying implication in the orca's words. "You are envious of me, aren't you? The king is looking at me gently. Did you see that? He even complimented me. Did you hear?" Before the congy eel's words could dissipate into the air, the orca suddenly felt a chill upon its back. "Silence!" commanded. "Are you blind and deaf? The king has not uttered a single word, so cease your chatter." Well, he is not mistaken. S1's gaze, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell and imbued with the chill of Antarctica, settled calmly upon the congy eel before curling into a smirk. "I have mentioned before, you are quite noisy." Thus, with a swift motion, 2 colossal blades of air sliced past the mutated orca's head, traveling at supersonic speed, directly severing the 2 mutated whiskers of the congy eel, which fell with a splash into the ocean. Blood spurted forth, and the congy eel cried out in pain. "Ah! It hurts so much!" Yet, S1 merely cast a cold glance at it, sneering, "This is a failed product of mutation, and it should have been discarded long ago." The congy eel, on the verge of tears from the pain, gradually utilized its formidable self-healing abilities to staunch the bleeding. Once it had managed to stem the flow, it cautiously approached the orca's side, whispering to the handsome, pale S1, "My king, I shall not dare to speak again." S1 lifted its gaze, casting a gentle glance in its direction. The Kongi eel bit its jaw once more, unable to suppress its curiosity. "Where exactly are we headed?" "It seems to be in the direction of those little insects." "Damn it, my king, are you unaware? They released numerous inexplicable devices into the sea 5 days ago. I sent a C-class little fellow to investigate, and it was obliterated into a mist of blood." The Kongi eel's tone still bore the remnants of fear. Yet this time, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to a good mood or an interest in the topic, S1 refrained from silencing it again. It listened quietly as the Kongi eel rambled on before returning to the question of their destination. S1 then casually glanced at it, straightened its back, and, with its deep, dark eyes, gazed out towards the seemingly boundless ocean. What appeared to be mere sea mist, S1 seemed to be staring into the abyss of something profound. After a long silence, it finally spoke in a deep tone. The Kongi eel paused, abruptly halting its incessant chatter, and asked once more. Upon comprehending the answer, it excitedly began splashing water again, only to awkwardly cease its actions under S1's cold, unyielding gaze. S1's words were, "Commence total war." 3 days were ample time for the majority of the evolved beings to recover and be discharged from the base's exemplary medical team. Qiang left even earlier, claiming that aside from his incapacitated right hand, the rest of his body was in far superior condition than Jing Xia's, rendering further time wasted. Though Jing Xia felt a twinge of anger, he had to concede that Qi Yang's physical condition had indeed improved remarkably. For instance, his previously nearsighted vision had returned to normal, and the scars that once marred his body had vanished entirely. Even Qi Yang's skin had gradually become so fair and smooth before his discharge that Jing Xia found it utterly astonishing. It was as if he had shed his old skin. Had he not been certain that this man, whose smile dripped with sarcasm, was not a mere impostor, Jing Xia would have suspected him to be a supernatural being. Once a deranged psychopath, he now seemed to transcend humanity. To ensure Qi Yang's safety, Jing Xia was assigned to the task of closely guarding him, leading them both through the hospital doors and into the research facility into the laboratory where dissection commenced. Over the past 9 days, Jing Xia had evolved from initial nausea to a state of numbness. He had become accustomed to watching Qiyang deftly extract the liver from an A-class mutated beast, meticulously hollowing it out in no time at all. Qiyang gently set down the forceps in his left hand and began issuing commands for the subsequent tasks. At the outset of the first day, Qiyang struggled to stabilize the use of his left hand. Although his fingers trembled slightly, he could not manage the precision required for intricate experiments. Yet by the afternoon, Jing Xia was mystified to discover that this fellow had become left-handed. Truly miraculous. The experiments commenced in an orderly fashion, dissecting mutated beasts, developing new weaponry, and issuing orders to establish the first layer of defensive alerts beneath the sea. Jing Xia followed closely behind Qiyang as they participated in an urgent meeting with the senior personnel of the Base and Research Institute. The Human Alliance had finally acknowledged their passive disadvantage over the past 6 months and began employing every conceivable method to regain their momentum. The first step was to shift the focus to counteroffensive measures. Defensive lines were established 10 kilometers from the port, and while the concentrated firepower could only obliterate a single A-class mutated creature, and only the weaker ones at that, the underlying purpose of this mechanism was evident: to impede the tide of mutated beasts, predominantly composed of lower-tier mutations. Even if they could only intercept 50% of the C-class and below among the first wave of foes, it would create significant opportunities for the ordinary populace within the base to escape. Following this, a new radar system was developed. This was a project initiated by Professor Qi after abandoning the research on Stab 3. With most electromagnetic waves having disappeared in the apocalypse, the radar systems of the pre-apocalyptic era had lost their utility, rendering them mere scrap metal. While Professor Qi could invent a gyroscopic power system to restore electricity to the base, he could not alter the fact that electromagnetic waves could no longer propagate. Perhaps it could be created but not transmitted through the air, at least not in gaseous mediums, making the transmission of electromagnetic waves impossible. However, through the combined efforts of Professors Qi and Liu, they devised a new communication system that utilized the ocean's water wave fluctuations to detect enemy incursions within a 10-kilometer radius and transmit alerts, marking a significant advancement in human communication history post-apocalypse and greatly enhancing humanity's defensive capabilities. Qiyang, however, scoffed at this. He mockingly addressed Jing Xia. "If defense were truly effective, I would have devoted my efforts to researching a wall so impenetrable that even an SSS-class mutant could not breach it. thereby successfully enclosing all of humanity within. As Jing Xia stepped out of the conference room, he felt somewhat dazed. Although he comprehended every word spoken, when assembled together, they transformed into an unintelligible script, impossible to articulate yet deeply understood. Jing Xia turned to Qi Yang, poised to utter something, only for his gaze to abruptly land upon the other's fair complexion. Qi Yang, who could only be described as merely handsome, possessed a fundamentally twisted nature, yet his scholarly demeanor was nonetheless disarming. However, at this moment, Jing Xia found that those otherwise unremarkable features held an inexplicable allure. The more he gazed, the more he was captivated, as if he were being stared down by the most perilous of mutated beasts, both terrifying and exhilarating. "What are you staring at?" The words struck Jing Xia's ears like a clarion call, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze, unconvincingly stammering, "Nothing, nothing at all. By the way, have you gleaned any insights regarding Stab 3 from your recent studies of the experimental materials?" This clumsy attempt at diverting the conversation was so rudimentary that even Zhang Bendan, who had remained silent, found it utterly crass, let alone Qi Yang. The handsome man slowly curled his lips into a smirk, adjusting his silver-rimmed glasses, now devoid of lenses, leaving only the delicate frame as a facade. His teasing gaze lingered on Jing Xia for an extended moment, before he suddenly wrapped his arm around Jing Xia's waist, leaning in with feigned intimacy, whispering conspiratorially, "Shazi, has Major Ji mentioned that you have a red mark behind your ear? Seems rather sizable. What sort of mosquito did that?" His voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that even Ji Chuancheng, whose senses had evolved to an extraordinary level, could not discern Qi Yang's words. Ji Chuancheng's icy gaze gradually descended, ultimately fixating on Qi Yang's conspicuous left hand. He scrutinized the handsome face of Qi Yang for an extended period, until the latter reluctantly released his grip, at which point Ji Chuancheng remarked, "Do you not value your left hand?" Qi Yang's body froze instantaneously. His complexion drained of color, only to quickly return to normal, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. With a resigned shake of his head, Qi Yang sighed, "Why am I being dragged into your little couple squabbles? I truly feel like an innocent bystander." Ji Chuancheng's profound gaze lingered on his face for a considerable time, leaving Qi Yang with no choice but to take his leave with Zhang Bendan, awaiting Jing Xia in the laboratory. Once the disruptive presence departed, Ji Chuancheng immediately shifted his focus, his eyes softly fixed on the young man before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "My task has been accomplished. How has your day been?" After a prolonged silence with no reply from Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng's brow furrowed in confusion. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, their eyes met, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Jing Xia's beautiful peach blossom eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brightness, and the directness of his gaze caused Ji Chuancheng's body to tense, an involuntary swallow escaping him. He sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite grasp what was unfolding. Ji Chuancheng cautiously inquired, "What is it?" Jing Xia suddenly scoffed coldly, "What were you gnawing on last night?" Ji Chuancheng, perplexed, responded, "Huh?" Without mercy, Jing Xia raised his foot and kicked. "You need to curb your tendency to bite indiscriminately. Today you're on gate duty with Ji Chuancheng. As the saying goes, evil begets evil." And Qi Yang, even without turning around, could likely predict the amusing developments that would transpire between the two once he had left. Although he would not witness Major Ji's misfortune firsthand, the satisfaction derived from the situation offered Qi Yang considerable relief, dispelling the lingering gloom that had weighed on him for days. "Major Qi, are you quite pleased?" Zhang Bendan scrutinized Qi Yang for a moment before unable to contain his curiosity. Qi Yang appeared somewhat startled. "Am I?" To the others, brash and domineering Zhang Bendan, who was typically obedient to Qi Yang like a lapdog, earnestly nodded and began to articulate his observations from the past 5 minutes. "You've been smiling the entire time. I recall that since your discharge you haven't smiled at all." Qi Yang's smile instantly faltered. The corners of his lips slowly drooped, and after regaining his usual composed demeanor, he seemed to recall something and suddenly smirked again, a teasing grin reappearing on his otherwise handsome face. "When have I ever stopped smiling? Enough of this. We must complete the trial run of A10 today." Zhang Bendan promptly silenced himself, refraining from further conversation. The two figures clad in white lab coats traversed the lengthy staircase leading down to the laboratory, the spiraling steps seemingly endless, compelling Zhang Bendan to focus intently on the slender man ahead. This individual, tall yet so thin that he appeared less imposing, drew Zhang Bendan's gaze to Qi Yang's exceedingly slender shoulders. Was it the weight of responsibility that rendered him so fragile? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Bendan was startled by the peculiarity of his own musings. In the entire S-City base, even the infamous ice-cold Major Ji could not be considered frail compared to the man before him. Just as he dispelled these unrealistic thoughts, Zhang Bendan began to hesitate again. He suddenly recalled the insincere smile that had been intentionally projected, a mimicry of his former self, yet the bitterness behind that smile rendered it utterly unconvincing. After much deliberation, Zhang Bendan finally spoke up. "Major Qi, your smile just now seemed rather forced." The moment the words escaped his lips, he promptly shut his mouth. To have accused the man in front of him of a false smile, had he truly become a fool? However, contrary to Zhang Bendan's expectations, Qi Yang paused in his tracks upon hearing this, remaining silent as he stood motionless between the second and third levels of the staircase, hands shoved into his pockets, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Bendan suddenly heard a faint voice that seemed like a figment of his imagination. Was it very forced? He responded with a puzzled as he had not quite caught Qi Yang's earlier words. Qi Yang slowly turned around, his expression impassive as he met Zhang Bendan's gaze. There was a calmness about him, yet an unspoken sorrow lingered, as if he was burdened by an immense weight. Zhang Bendan felt a tightening in his throat, forcing a smile as he attempted to speak. "Major Qi, you..." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the ground, shaking the very foundations, and both Qi Yang and Zhang Bendan quickly braced themselves against the staircase. Before they could steady themselves, 3 resounding horns echoed throughout the entire base. Qi Yang's eyes widened in alarm. S-Class Beast Tide. Chapter 94. Due to the previous aggressive assault, the S-City base had already established a stringent protective perimeter near the coastline. This lightweight sea mine, specifically designed by Qi Yang and personally executed by Ji Chuancheng, had been buried deep, 10 kilometers from the port. Thus, when the horde of ferocious mutated beasts surged forth, upon crossing the infrared scanning zone, they triggered the underwater artillery, obliterating the majority of D-Class and E-Class mutants in the first wave. The resounding explosion echoed clearly even in Zone 1, the farthest from the port. The tremors radiating from the depths of the sea resembled the onset of an earthquake, propagating through the soil and causing everyone to sway momentarily, while several hastily constructed shelters crumbled into ruins. Professor Qi's newly developed detection apparatus, which had only been positioned on the coastal embankment a few days prior, was swiftly put to use, providing a preliminary assessment of the mutant beast's levels. Following 3 resounding blasts of a horn, Ji Chuancheng promptly learned from the arriving Yukai about the enemy's numbers and classifications. Leading the charge was a colossal mutant beast that had previously wreaked havoc in City S. After being scanned by Professor Qi's device, it was determined to be at least an S-level entity, with a high likelihood of being classified as SS level. Its entourage was formidable: 4 or 5 S-level mutants, dozens of A-level mutants, and countless B-level and lower-tier beings. Apart from those obliterated into a mist of blood, D and E-level mutants were tragically few in number, while the injured C-level mutants raced frantically towards the coastline. Ordinary citizens had long been relocated to districts 1 to 10, situated a safe distance from the shoreline following the last enemy assault. With a 10-kilometer head start, aside from the evolvers assigned to patrol duties, 4/5 of the remaining evolvers were rushing towards the front lines, leaving the remaining 1/5 to safeguard the civilians. Yukai spoke rapidly, and upon concluding his report, Ji Chuancheng's brow furrowed deeply. Even Jing Xia sensed that this assault by the mutant beasts had come with alarming suddenness. Despite the ongoing surveillance and defense of the coastal embankment, everyone harbored the same unsettling thought. The last conflict had resulted in devastating losses for both humanity and the mutant beasts. Many elite evolvers had either lost their lives or were severely injured and unable to fight, while the mutant horde had also suffered casualties, including several S-level and numerous A-level mutants, not to mention the countless B-level beings that acted as foot soldiers. Under such grim circumstances, although both sides were compelled to heighten their vigilance, there was an unspoken understanding that a temporary truce should be brokered to recuperate their strengths. Among the mutant beasts existed intelligent entities. They should not choose this path of aggression. Jing Xia's expression grew grave, as if it might drip with water, and after a prolonged contemplation, he remarked, moreover, with an SS-level mutant beast leading them, "This formation is not to be underestimated compared to the previous attack by the Kangji Eel." The trio, accompanied by several evolvers, hurriedly made their way towards the embankment. Yukai sprinted ahead, while Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia trailed slightly behind. Acknowledging Jing Xia's words, Ji Chuancheng nodded. Indeed, that giant mutant beast should be the one responsible for the collapse of the research institute last time. Its arrival is abrupt and ominous. The collapse of the research institute and the main base in City S remained a painful memory for many evolvers and researchers. Professor Wang, a core researcher at the institute, had perished in that disaster, representing a significant loss of expertise in the medical field for humanity. Jing Xia's keen gaze suddenly lifted, locking onto a faint shadow. They were now less than a kilometer from the embankment, while the mutant beast was still approximately 4 to 5 kilometers away. Its massive size allowed it to be visible even behind the towering embankment. A dull white mark marred its head, with sharp, menacing teeth that appeared terrifying. The Research Institute had previously conducted some analyses on this mutant beast but had ultimately failed to identify its species. Many mutant beasts had undergone such bizarre mutations that their forms bore little resemblance to any pre-apocalyptic species, making identification based solely on appearance nearly impossible. This was Jing Xia's first encounter with the mutant beast. He barely rounded the embankment and halted on the beach, his gaze suddenly fixating on a concealed white spot on the dorsal fin of the mutant beast. This white patch had taken on a somber hue, blending almost seamlessly with the dark, scaled skin, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye. Jing Xia's eyes widened slightly in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that a orca?" Yu Kai had already led a team to the summit of the towering 60-meter seawall, while Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia remained in a small structure situated midway along the embankment, gazing at the rapidly approaching giant mutant beast. Ji Chuancheng paused momentarily at Jing Xia's words before nodding affirmatively. It is indeed an SS-level mutant orca, perhaps due to the orca's relatively slow speed, or perhaps it was intentionally delaying its approach. It would require at least a minute or two to cover the remaining 4 to 5 kilometers. Meanwhile, Yu Kai had assembled the base's most proficient mechanized gunners along the embankment, establishing an extensive defensive line of A4 kill zones, spanning 1,000 meters. While the A4 kill zones lacked overwhelming lethality, they could fire shotguns capable of delivering deadly blows to sea-level mutants if they struck a vital point. This kilometer-long defensive line effectively served to cull lower-tier D-level mutants, thereby reducing their numbers. Beneath the embankment, thousands of evolvers stood poised for action, led by the long-absent Wu Jiqing. This once handsome man now bore a stubbled chin, and his eyes lacked their former vigor, instead reflecting a profound despondency, as if he had endured significant psychological torment. Despite the fact that nearly everyone at the base had adopted an attitude of disregard and exclusion towards Wu Jiqing, and even the higher-ups and Research Institute personnel had grown increasingly wary of him, it was undeniable that, on the surface, Wu Jiqing remained the strongest combat force among the evolvers in City S. Jing Xia was more than willing to allow him to draw the bulk of the enemy's fire at this moment. Wu Jiqing's countenance was grim. His previously optimistic demeanor had turned volatile and fierce. He coldly regarded the approaching mutant orca, raising his hand to collaborate with another ice-type evolver, initiating the use of their abilities. In an instant, visible white mist emanated from their palms, drifting out over the sea. The salinity of the seawater was considerable, and unlike freshwater, it required temperatures below freezing to solidify. Achieving this feat over such a vast expanse of seawater nearly drained the color from Wu Jiqing and his partner's faces, as their abilities demanded great exertion. The mutant orca, compelled by the freezing of the seawater within a 500-meter radius of the shore, halted its advance. It lifted its mutated, robust right leg and stomped down upon the ice, causing spiderweb-like cracks to radiate outward from its foot center. The mutant orca bellowed, "Humans!" Jing Xia observed its composed demeanor with an expression of calm detachment, remarking, "It is not as frenzied as the Kangji eel. It appears quite composed, warranting careful observation." After a pause, he added, "Its address of us as humans rather than little insects suggests that its animosity towards humanity is not as profound as that of the Kangji eel." Ji Chuancheng nodded slightly. Their positions were conspicuously evident to humans, yet to the mutant beasts unfamiliar with human architecture, they were remarkably concealed. Ji Chuancheng's piercing gaze searched the densely packed crowd, yet he could not find the figure of Ji Chuancheng, the human who had nearly roasted the Kangji eel. "Humans, I speak to you in the name of my king, formally notifying you of our mutant beast group's decisions regarding your kind, these lowly creatures." Its voice was thunderous, seemingly amplified by some special means, echoing clearly in every corner of the base in City S. In the makeshift emergency shelter of the underground mall, Professor Qi and a group of researchers clad in white lab coats exchanged astonished glances, then collectively turned their gaze towards the eastern sky. In the bustling medical area, Qin Chu diligently treated an injured person, the gentle white light emanating from her hands illuminating the gruesome wound. Though she feigned indifference to the words of the orca, her ears perked up with intrigue. Meanwhile, halfway down the staircase between the second and third floors of the research institute, Zhang Bendan felt utterly despondent, contemplating the idea of ending it all. Major Qi, why are you still here? Although we are not in immediate danger, we cannot predict if the enemy will breach our defenses. We should seek out Professor Qi and the others and head to the emergency shelter, rather than Shu. Qiyong interjected, pressing his left middle finger against his lips, his gaze alertly fixed on the dark ceiling above as if he could see through the concrete to the towering, formidable mutant beast lurking above. This creature, imbued with intelligence, was likely the backbone of the current assault. Listen to what it has to say. You. Zhang Bendan's face flushed with indignation. Unlike the arrogant mutant orca, its fellow mutants, even the S-class ones, dared only to press against the thick ice without advancing, seemingly awaiting orders. Surrender and become slaves. My king permits this city of 500,000 souls to continue existing. Chapter 95. Surrender and become slaves. My king permits this city of 500,000 souls to continue existing. The orca's voice bore an unsettling, sharp edge, reminiscent of fingernails scraping against glass. However, the evolved beings present disregarded the unpleasantness of its tone, their fury ignited by the more excruciating implications of its message. Damn it! What do you think you mutants are? We humans will never become your slaves. Dream on. I'll strike you down with lightning. A cacophony erupted chaotically along the beach, seemingly anticipated by the mutant orca. Without a hint of hesitation, it proclaimed, since you desire war, then my king has one final message for you. This war was initiated by you, and it will be concluded by us. An eerie sound, akin to metal chains clanging against a door, resonated from the jaws of the mutant orca, leaving Jing Xia momentarily bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, the multitude of agitated mutant beasts clarified the meaning of that sound. Charge! The slick, treacherous ice merely slowed their advance, but they swiftly clambered atop the ice, racing towards the beach. Yukai's expression turned cold. Fire! Boom! Boom! The piercing explosions marked the unmistakable signature of the A4 artillery, as the skilled gunners accurately dispatched numerous C-class mutants, painting the smooth ice crimson. Wonderful! Let them continue their cries. An ecstatic evolver cheered. However, his elation was short-lived as the leading mutant orca coldly surveyed the evolvers hiding behind the protective barricades, its long tail lashing out in furious retaliation. The A4 shells struck its body without leaving a scratch, a testament to the resilience of its hide. At that moment, it shielded itself from artillery fire within a radius of several hundred meters, prompting Yukai to remain vigilant. Just as he suspected, the mutant orca suddenly opened its massive, fearsome jaws, unleashing a barrage of water arrows that shot forth with astonishing speed. Defend! Defend! Yukai ordered, but the velocity of the water arrows exceeded his expectations, and their precision was terrifying. The evolvers atop the barricade, primarily adept in mechanical skills, each possessed different abilities, predominantly those enhancing their sensory perception. This sudden long-range assault caught them off guard, resulting in several being knocked off the barricade, mortally wounded. Humans! I am not that fool Kangji Il. I won't grant you time to play and mock. Listening to the orca's words sent a chill through Jing Xia. He understood that this attack signified an all-out war. However, observing the familiar attack pattern of the orca brought him a modicum of comfort, prompting him to glance at Ji Chuancheng beside him. Chuan. The Kangji Il's mutation leaned towards lightning, while this orca seems to be water. The haunting images of the falling figures lingered in his mind, stirring unease within him. Yet, the calm demeanor of Ji Chuancheng steadied his resolve, allowing him to regain composure. Ji Chuancheng nodded. Leave this mutant orca to us. As Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia circled around from the opposite side of the beach, the mutant orca was already entangled with Wu Jiqing and several other evolvers. Wu Jiqing's ice-based abilities could be loosely categorized as water abilities, but Qiyong had previously remarked that such powers constricted his evolutionary potential. While formidable in the early stages, their effectiveness would diminish as others advanced. If one possessed true water abilities, the potential to manipulate surrounding water and eventually conjure tidal waves was entirely plausible. Furthermore, Qiyong had mentioned the possibility of water abilities transforming into ice abilities, offering greater room for enhancement due to lower differentiation levels. Jing Xia steadied himself, gazing at the colossal mutant beast before him. He and Ji Chuancheng had stealthily approached from behind, yet an inexplicable sense of mental connection seemed to exist between them. After swatting an evolver aside, the orca suddenly turned its gaze upon them. Its enormous, round eyes reflected the seemingly insignificant figures of the two humans. In silence, they regarded one another, and after what felt like an eternity, Jing Xia clenched his fists, turning to lock eyes with Ji Chuancheng, then sprang into action. As the influx of injured individuals continued to pour into the medical area, the experience of countless battles had rendered everyone adept at their roles, urgently tending to the wounded. Qin Chu was using her abilities to bring a severely injured evolver back from the brink of death. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she had yet to regain her composure when a frantic young man rushed in. The young man, smudged with dirt and grime, hurriedly approached, carrying a limp body on his back, the injured man's arms dangling helplessly at his sides. Qin Chu immediately realized the gravity of the situation and directed him to lay the injured person flat on a makeshift bed. "I will take charge here. If you are injured, seek out another doctor." "You Kai." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the blood-soaked face of the man before her. The young man, eyes red with urgency, pleaded, "Dr. Qin, Yugu was injured in the lungs and heart while trying to protect me from two A-class mutants. Please, you must save him." Without needing further prompting, Qin Chu employed all her abilities to swiftly treat Yu Kai. She sensed the rhythm of his heartbeat slowing, becoming increasingly faint, and beads of sweat began to pour down her forehead. Her eyes reddened with distress. "It's going to be fine, it's going to be fine, it must be fine." Meanwhile, several kilometers away at the emergency shelter, Professors Qi and Liu, along with other high-ranking officials from the Research Institute, commenced discussions regarding the orca's recent statements. Professor Qi, whose once lustrous black hair had turned predominantly white in just half a year, spoke gravely. "It has been established that mutated beasts can possess intelligence. However, we have now come to comprehend that they have developed a sophisticated hierarchical system." Professor Liu, on the other hand, remained non-committal. The system of kingship is exceedingly primitive and rudimentary within societal structures. Regardless of how rapidly they evolve, their intelligence will undoubtedly remain inferior to that of humans. That much is indisputable. Professor Qi shook his head. "Old Liu, your perspective is rooted in a time of peace. I ask you, in this tumultuous apocalyptic era, what kind of system do you deem most appropriate?" Before Professor Liu could respond, a young assistant interjected. "Strength is paramount. We simply follow whoever is the mightiest." Professor Liu, upon hearing this, could only remain silent, resignedly raising his hands in agreement. Professor Qi sighed softly, his murky, aged eyes gazing into the distant eastern horizon, stating, "They are indeed preparing for war. However, other bases are preoccupied with their own adversaries, leaving us with scant reinforcements." Professor Liu appeared to suddenly recall something. "Old Qi, I sense that the so-called king may be one of the more advanced members of the mutated beast population, perhaps even the most formidable among them. The mutations have only begun for a year. Neither the mutated beasts nor humans have evolved to a significantly advanced level. Why would they launch a full-scale assault at this juncture?" After a pause, Professor Liu added gravely, "Moreover, it is specifically targeted at our S-City base." This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. While the S-City base is indeed a crucial stronghold on the entire Eurasian continent, it does not imply that these mutated beasts must breach it or do so within such a brief time frame. What, then, has drawn them here? Suddenly, someone gasped, their voice echoing through the quiet emergency shelter, capturing the attention of all researchers, evolved beings, and ordinary individuals alike. Most were in a state of confusion, yet the researchers understood immediately. Professor Qi was the first to react, scanning the area. "Where is that little monster? Qiyong? Where has he gone now?" The only response was the hollow reverberation within the desolate shelter, and the researchers clad in white coats exchanged glances, collectively concluding, "Professor Qi, it seems Major Qi has, well, disappeared again." Professor Qi's face darkened considerably. He felt as though he had lost an abundance of hair since bringing the little monster into the Research Institute. He lamented that he should have had the creature executed. In the underground laboratory of the Institute, Zhang Benden wore a mournful expression, on the verge of tears. "Major Qi, I implore you, even if you refuse to join Professor Qi in the shelter, at least find a place to hide." Qiyong, with his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely forward, casually replying, "Is there no place to hide in the Institute?" Zhang Benden vehemently countered, "This is certainly not a suitable hiding place. Without evolved beings for protection and lacking earthquake-resistant infrastructure, you are recklessly risking your life here." Yet Qiyong paid him no heed, instead picking up a silver long gun from the corner of the laboratory. gazing at the noble and elegant barrel with a fond expression for a prolonged moment before slowly looking away. This is a high-torque electromagnetic cannon. The gun, as exquisite and precious as a noblewoman, seemed to respond to Zhang Benden's words, glimmering brilliantly under the bright lights. Qiang weighed it thoughtfully, then turned to Zhang Bendan, tossing him another black firearm nonchalantly. Zhang Bendan barely managed to catch it, nearly stumbling backward. Qiang smirked. If you wish to venture out, you must at least take something for self-defense. Chapter 96. The mutated orca had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Unlike the mutated conger eel, it had never openly expressed disdain for humans, yet deep down, it considered these diminutive creatures as merely insects that could be crushed underfoot. However, it now found itself ensnared in a predicament. Given the current strength of Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia, even their combined efforts could merely match a top-tier SS-level mutated beast, failing to achieve their present extraordinary effectiveness. It was precisely due to their opponent being a water-manipulating orca that they could dominate the situation so effortlessly. The orca howled in anguish, its tail suddenly suffering a gruesome wound, 1/2 meter deep and 3 to 4 meters long, exposing its bloody flesh and continuously spouting bright red blood. The blood sprayed for more than a minute before gradually ceasing. Ji Chuancheng tore a strip of white fabric from his clothing, crudely binding the wound on his left arm. In an instant, the stark crimson hue seeped through the fabric, causing Jing Xia, who was a distance away, to pale. Humans, you cunning creatures. Jing Xia disregarded its furious outburst, resolutely continuing to combat the colossal mutated beast alongside Ji Chuancheng. One must concede that if mutated beasts could also be classified by special abilities beyond mere rank, then this SS-level mutated orca's water abilities at least surpassed those of Ji Chuancheng. However, at that moment it resembled a bull seeing red, losing all semblance of its previous calm and pride. For mutated beasts, their inherently powerful physiques were an innate advantage, and their rapid mutation rates allowed them to contend with humanity, the dominators of Earth for millennia. But despite their swift evolution into special abilities, they still lacked the finesse to wield them effectively. It was akin to a child wielding a firearm, incapable of besting an adult armed with a sword. Ji Chuancheng's water abilities, while not as formidable as the orca's, allowed him to adeptly restrict the latter's use of its water powers. This reliance on brute force was a foreign experience for the orca, which had long surpassed the need for such primitive combat typical of A-level mutated beings. It felt as though it had been ages since it could not utilize its powers and had to rely solely on physical strength. This sensation of being full of strength yet unable to unleash it made even the typically composed orca exhibit rare agitation. What was it like to confront an SS-level mutated beast that could not employ its special techniques? Jing Xia truly felt that sensation. The orca's physique was incredibly robust, its skin impenetrably tough, yet at that moment in Jing Xia's eyes, it merely resembled a top-tier A-level mutated being. Were it not for its overwhelming physical prowess, Jing Xia might have already dispatched it. What despicable methods are you employing? The orca bellowed. Jing Xia naturally had no intention of responding to such a trivial query. Throughout the conflict it was the loquacious antagonist, was it not? Their fates typically unfolded as, those who do not chatter do not perish. Bang! The acrid scent of gunpowder wafted from Ji Chuancheng's black cannon, as the orca found itself ensnared by Jing Xia and unable to move, and he aimed for its vital points. Yet, whether it was a final surge of strength born of desperation, the orca abruptly twisted, its already split tail completely severed. Ji Chuancheng's brow furrowed in disappointment. However, the orca was now so panicked that it could no longer maintain its composure. Achoo! Achoo! Suddenly called out bizarrely, prompting Ji Chuancheng to halt his actions in surprise, staring at the orca. Moments later, Ji Chuancheng swiftly understood, turning to Jing Xia. Reinforcements. Jing Xia nodded vigorously, knowing that they could not afford to waste any more time. Countless wounds, capable of inflicting fatal damage on an A-class mutated creature, began to appear on the body of the mutated killer whale. Most of these merely left white marks, while a few resulted in a gruesome display of flesh and blood, terrifying the creature even further. It seemed to sense the aura of death, one it had only previously experienced in the presence of S1. A shuddering cry erupted from it, more anguished than before. Yet, Jing Xia showed no mercy, refusing to grant it a moment's respite. Their figures became ephemeral shadows, each thrusting directly toward the whale's vital points. Meanwhile, approximately 8 kilometers away, an enormous and grotesque mutated beast led a throng of other mutated creatures, advancing with remarkable speed. Upon hearing the desperate cries of its old companion, The conger eel wasted no time and rushed over. It understood that the tiger was not one to call for help lightly. It would only do so when truly on the brink of collapse. But the conger eel found itself perplexed, wondering what calamity could bring the tiger to such a perilous state. Could there really be such formidable entities among humans? After all, it had not encountered anything of the sort in its previous 2 encounters. However, the significant damage inflicted upon the capital suggested that this group of little bugs should not be underestimated. The conger eel swished its long tail joyfully as it sped toward the S-City base, eager to rally its underlings for a heroic rescue of the tiger. But upon witnessing the current state of the familiar beach, it abruptly halted, its subordinates crashing into it from behind. Conger eel. Jing Xia stood confidently atop the enormous, unsightly black head of the mutated beast, gazing down with an air of arrogance at the always boisterous conger eel. He raised his right foot and forcefully pressed down on the trophy beneath him. Despite the ongoing chaos around them, with numerous mutated beasts still battling against human evolvers, the once mighty mutated killer whale lay unconscious, perilously close to death. The conger eel blinked its enormous eyes, its gaping maw slightly ajar, clearly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Ji Chuancheng had already discreetly departed to conceal his true strength, observing the battlefield from the shadows with calm composure. Meanwhile, Jing Xia stood tall and regal upon the fallen body of the killer whale, coldly regarding the befuddled conger eel and disdainfully remarked, "When you declared war, you presented us with 2 choices. We, too, adhere to principles of humanity, and now I offer you 2 options in return." The conger eel roared in fury. "You little bug! Don't even think about it. Then you wish to choose the second option?" Jing Xia elongated his voice deliberately, his tone chillingly piercing as it reached the conger eel's ears, thanks to the unique evolver's transmission. "It appears this killer whale is not of significant value. Let it perish." As his words fell, Jing Xia raised the ice-cold blade in his hand, cruelly plunging it directly toward the whale's crown. "Wait!" The conger eel's horrified voice rang out, but Jing Xia paid it no heed, continuing his downward thrust until a small wound appeared atop the whale's head. Only then did he slowly lift his gaze to meet the conger eel's furious, gaping expression. The conger eel was seething with rage. "Human, you have gone too far." Ignoring it, Jing Xia kept the blade lightly embedded in the whale's flesh, leaning on the hilt and stating, "It seems you are inclined to accept the first option?" Observing the conger eel's speechlessness, Jing Xia's expression grew increasingly frigid, ultimately becoming so icy that it sent shivers through the mutated beast. "Take your shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and get out." The conger eel sighed in relief, asking, "Is it really that simple? Then hand over the tiger to me." Jing Xia chuckled at the absurdity. "Why would I relinquish this mutated killer whale to you? It is my trophy, a prize of humanity, a captive of our kind." Despite the hundreds of evolvers still entangled in battle with the mutated beasts, Jing Xia's declaration elicited silent nods of agreement from them, a muted sense of pride swelling within each heart, including Ji Chuancheng, who observed from the shadows, and Qiyang, who remained concealed behind the killer whale. The conger eel gritted its teeth in frustration. "Human, you are overstepping your bounds. Release the tiger, and then you may negotiate with me." Jing Xia paid it no mind, continuing, "Releasing it is acceptable. First, you must refrain from any active aggression against us for 1 year. Even in the event of a surprise attack, the highest level mutated beasts must remain below A class. Second, you are responsible for withdrawing all other mutated beasts from various regions worldwide, whether through intimidation or command, however you see fit." Upon hearing the first condition, the conger eel's complexion turned ashen, and by the time the second was uttered, it erupted in disbelief. "Withdraw them all? That is absolutely impossible." Jing Xia raised an eyebrow and countered, "So, is that your choice of the first option?" As he spoke, he pressed down further on the hilt of the knife, causing the weakened mutated killer whale to tremble. The conger eel immediately acquiesced. "Fine, we accept that condition." Jing Xia was slightly taken aback by the response. He discreetly exchanged a glance with Qiyang, who stood on the beach, receiving a nod of affirmation before turning back to the distant conger eel, saying, "Then are you not going to order these repugnant mutated beasts to retreat immediately?" The conger eel shouted a few commands, and soon the mutated beasts on the beach began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Qiyang, however, silently observed Jing Xia's slender figure above, his brow furrowed. "Is this truly the real you, capable of commanding all mutated beasts across the globe?" The conger eel fumed. "I have agreed to all your demands. Why have you not released the tiger yet?" Its voice was filled with rage, shaking the sea and causing waves to rise 5 meters high. The sound waves reached Jing Xia, who tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, barely managing to steady himself. No one knew the extent of the sweat that had already soaked his palms since the moment he first laid eyes on the mutated conger eel. Negotiations. Diplomacy, especially when faced with such a fierce beast while humanity was at a disadvantage, placed immense pressure on Jing Xia. Had it not been for Qi Yang's strategic counsel behind him, he might have doubted his capacity to represent all of humanity and speak these words, securing these promises. The heavy burden in his heart gradually lifted, allowing him to withdraw the knife tip from the whale's head. Since the other party had accepted the terms, he could indeed release the mutated killer whale, especially since Qi Yang had quietly extracted sufficient genetic data, and time had almost run its course. Yet, at that moment, an unusual change occurred. Have I granted you the authority to make such decisions? A deep, menacing voice suddenly echoed from afar, sounding both distant and near, its chilling malice causing Jing Xia to involuntarily stiffen, halting his action of drawing the blade. The reaction of the mutated conger eel was far more severe than Jing Xia's. Its enormous, grotesque body froze entirely, its massive, gaping teeth trembling ever so slightly. Though the movement was minute, it became profoundly evident when magnified across its lengthy fangs. In the next instant, Jing Xia witnessed a man clad in black emerge from the throng of mutated beasts, strolling toward them with deliberate slowness, as if taking a leisurely walk. Yet, his speed was deceptive, as he soon traversed the separated masses of mutated creatures and approached the conger eel's side. The vast, ebony-hued mutated beast stood in stark contrast to the human form, presenting an almost absurd sight. Yet, Jing Xia harbored no inclination for amusement. Instead, he abruptly unsheathed the hilt of his knife, casting a vigilant gaze upon the evidently abnormal man before him. Is it the king? Jing Xia whispered softly to himself. S1 raised his pitch-black, inscrutable eyes, his fierce gaze slicing through the air like an icy blade gliding over the head of the mutated eel, leaving the latter mute with trepidation. After this warning gesture, S1 slowly turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Jing Xia. The conditions you proposed are untenable. Jing Xia furrowed his brow, grappling with how to respond when he heard Qi Yang's quiet admonition from behind. Inform him that if he persists in this assault, humanity is prepared to fight to the death. Although Jing Xia was somewhat perplexed by Qi Yang's intentions, he repeated the message. Upon hearing this, S1 gradually pressed his thin lips together, his chilling gaze fixating on Jing Xia. After a lengthy silence, he declared, Jing Xia, you lack the qualification to converse with me. The moment those words left his lips, Jing Xia froze, shock etched across his features. He stammered, how do you know I am? His voice faltered abruptly, as if he had suddenly realized he was falling into S1's rhythm. S1, however, slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smirk, sidestepping Jing Xia's question. The first condition is amended to 1 month, the second to an area of 100 square kilometers, to be chosen by you. A fine sheen of sweat began to bead on Jing Xia's forehead. After hearing Qi Yang's voice, he felt a semblance of calm wash over him, and he replied, no, 9 months, encompassing the entirety of the Eurasian continent. S1 countered, displeased, 2 months, 500 square kilometers. Jing Xia shook his head, 6 months, 2,000 square kilometers. S1 paused for a significant duration, his gaze drifting down to the nearly lifeless mutated orca, lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze back to the outwardly composed Jing Xia and stated, 1 final opportunity, 3 months, 1,000 square kilometers. Jing Xia, unable to contain his eagerness, exclaimed, agreed. His rapid affirmation took the other evolved beings present by surprise, not to mention S1 himself. A flicker of pale light danced within S1's dark pupils as he gradually comprehended. From the very beginning, you were toying with me. His enraged voice summoned a tsunami nearly 20 meters high, yet as the waves surged towards S1, they halted abruptly half a meter away, as if an invisible wall of air had barricaded them. Jing Xia snorted disdainfully, showing no intention of engaging further. Meanwhile, Qi Yang, concealed behind the body of the mutated orca, slowly curved his lips into a teasing smile and murmured, no matter how astute you may be, you are merely a mutated beast that has barely gained consciousness for a year. S1. S1, of course, did not hear this remark. Realizing Jing Xia's clever ruse, he furiously stormed away, delegating all subsequent matters to the mutated eel, whose intelligence was rather limited. The creature, trembling at the sight of its king's darkened expression, cautiously returned the nearly lifeless orca to the ocean. Puzzled, the eel wondered if the humans had just mocked the king. As the swarm of darkened mutated beasts finally vanished over the distant horizon, Jing Xia exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling his body grow weak. Following his evolution, alongside the enhancement of physical prowess, humanity's combat instincts had undergone an astonishing transformation. Each individual experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Jing Xia fell into the category of those who were somewhat less perceptive. Yet in this moment, he vividly recalled the palpable sense of impending death he faced when confronting the Beast King. Though they were nearly a kilometer apart, the sensation of staring death in the face brought forth memories of the despair that had echoed through every cell of his being in his previous life. Coldness, ruthlessness, brutality, and terror. All these emotions silently reminded Jing Xia of the true horror embodied by this king. The recent mutated beast assault had not inflicted significant damage upon the city base. As Jing Xia stepped from the beach towards the interior of the base, he lifted his gaze upon reaching the towering embankment and spotted Ji Chuancheng. The strikingly handsome man stood tall beneath the high embankment, surrounded by injured evolved beings being assisted into the base. Among the bustling crowd, he stood out distinctly, as if an invisible aura set him apart from the rest. The unyielding spine of Huaxia. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in Jing Xia's mind. He paused momentarily before approaching Ji Chuancheng, stating, "The mutated beast poses a considerable challenge. We truly cannot afford to underestimate it during this 3-month respite." Ji Chuancheng's warm and encompassing gaze swept over Jing Xia from head to toe. Once he confirmed that the young man was indeed uninjured, his displeased gaze settled on a minor abrasion on Jing Xia's right arm. "You are injured." Jing Xia, taken aback by this observation, instinctively replied, "I'm not injured." Following Ji Chuancheng's line of sight, he glanced at the already healed small wound, feeling somewhat speechless. Does this even count? Yet Ji Chuancheng nodded gravely. Yes, it does. The two proceeded towards the base, assisting injured evolved beings with directions along the way. The warm yet gentle sunlight pierced the atmosphere, illuminating the flat terrain, while behind them, the ceaseless waves of the beach crashed rhythmically, and ahead lay the bustling medical area. Observing this scene, which seemed somewhat milder than previous encounters, Jing Xia couldn't help but murmur. 3 months. Ji Chuancheng's meaningful gaze lingered on the young man before he finally replied, 3 months is ample time for us to accomplish much. Jing Xia, puzzled, inquired, "Have you already devised a plan?" Ji Chuancheng, however, did not provide a direct answer. He slightly lifted his gaze to the clear blue sky that emerged after the apocalypse. Absent the emissions of waste and debris, this azure expanse was something never witnessed before the cataclysm. Wisps of clouds rolled gently, while the sunlight lingered, softening Ji Chuancheng's stern visage. With a sigh escaping his throat, Ji Chuancheng remarked, "My task is to enhance the overall strength of the evolved beings and improve the collaborative capabilities among all combat forces. 3 months is sufficient to double our combat effectiveness." Jing Xia nodded gently. "I believe in your capabilities." Ji Chuancheng continued. "Though the reasons remain unclear, it is evident that their leader has primarily targeted us. Even though other bases face their own terrifying adversaries, leaving them unable to provide substantial support, we must secure their assistance during these 3 months. Jing Xia understood his implication. They will send personnel. After a brief pause, he expressed some doubt. However, even if we double our strength, we are all aware that the power of mutated beasts escalates far more rapidly than ours. Though they lack strategy, this remains a threat to us. Suddenly, Ji Chuancheng halted his steps, causing Jing Xia to stop as well and turn to face him. The young man's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with confusion, and as he prepared to inquire further, Ji Chuancheng spoke again. "Qiyang initially sought to secure 3 months of safety for you." At this mention, Jing Xia puffed out his chest with pride. "He proposed 2 months, but I managed to negotiate for 3 on my own." A fleeting smile flickered across Ji Chuancheng's eyes, his lips parting slightly. "It appears he only requires 2 months to effect some changes." Upon hearing this, Jing Xia looked at Ji Chuancheng with curiosity, only to see the latter composedly stride into the medical area, prompting him to follow suit. As they traversed through 2 small buildings, Jing Xia suddenly realized, "You mean he has found a solution?" Ji Chuancheng remained non-committal. After pondering for a while without grasping the situation, Jing Xia had just grasped Ji Chuancheng's right hand to inquire further when he spotted Lieutenant Chen hurrying towards them from the end of the corridor. Before he could come closer, he anxiously shouted, "Major Ji." "Captain Yu." Ji Chuancheng's eyes widened in alarm, his fingers trembling slightly. "What happened to you, Kai?" Lieutenant Chen finally managed to catch his breath. His face flushed with urgency, and replied, "Captain Yu is still not out of the danger zone. Captain Qin is using his abilities to treat him. In an instant, Jing Xia comprehended the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly followed Ji Chuancheng as they swiftly made their way to the last building. Upon arriving at the ward, they found Qin Chu wiping the sweat from her forehead, looking at them in surprise, and inquiring, "Young master, what's the matter?" Although Jing Xia had known Yukai for a short time, he clearly did not possess the same composure as the two soldiers beside him. He rushed to the bedside and asked, "Sister Qin, how is Yukai?" Suddenly, Jing Xia halted his voice, scrutinizing the resolute man on the bed for a long moment before exclaiming, "Hey, who is this?" Qin Chu elegantly tucked her hands into her white coat, casting a knowing glance at the panting Lieutenant Chun, and immediately understood what had transpired. "Oh, Yukai? Yes, resting in the bed next door. Yes, fine, quite resilient, actually." Jing Xia hurriedly dashed to the adjacent bed and spotted the deeply slumbering Yukai. His complexion rosy, occasionally furrowing his brows and smacking his lips as if in a state of utmost comfort. With the weight in his heart lifted, Jing Xia finally relaxed and turned to ask, "Sister Qin, what exactly is going on?" Lieutenant Chun said Yukai is still in a dangerous state. Qin Chu's vibrant, beautiful lips curled into a slight smile as she raised an eyebrow, glancing at the pale Lieutenant Chen, and explained, "Little Chun has been humming nonsense in my ear while I was treating Yukai. It was too noisy, so I told him, what were my exact words?" Not daring to raise his gaze to meet the expressions of Ji Chuancheng and Qin Chu, Lieutenant Chen's eyes remained fixed on the ground, involuntarily echoing Qin Chu's words. "If you don't go find Major Ji soon, I'm afraid he won't get to see Captain U's final moments." Jing Xia, Chapter 98. 3 months' time with rapid effort could erect a skyscraper, or even construct an entire community if one so desired. Yet for Jing Xia, this period felt like an eternity, as if he were enduring relentless torment in hell. Ji Chuancheng had declared from the outset that he aimed to enhance the cooperation and rapport among the evolvers within these 3 months, and Jing Xia had been well prepared for this. Within the S-City base, apart from military personnel like Yukai and Qin Chu, those ordinary evolvers had never undergone formal training. The so-called military training students had received pre-apocalypse was merely superficial. According to Qin Chu, it lacked even a fraction of the intensity of a single day's training with the Forbidden Zone troops. Before the systematic training commenced, Jing Xia had secretly reveled in his anticipation. In his previous life, he had witnessed Ji Chuancheng's rigorous methods of honing individuals, which had caused him considerable hardship. He even nearly found himself wishing to punch that man's face the next day, tugging at his collar and shouting, "Let us break up, we're done." However, in truth, after enduring such hellish training, Jing Xia's strength had indeed improved considerably. Yet, he never anticipated that in this lifetime, Ji Chuancheng could be even more unforgiving. High-intensity physical training, relentless reaction exercises, combat training, cooperative drills, strategic training, and so forth had stripped Jing Xia of his previous nonchalance regarding training, leaving him quite exhausted. Had it not been for the recent cooling of the weather, he had no doubt that more than half of the evolvers would have suffered from heatstroke and collapsed on the first day. Amidst this torturous regimen, the sole source of comfort for Jing Xia was Ji Chuancheng. "Xiao Xia, Jing Xia. I'm tired. Good night." Ji Chuancheng. Ji Chuancheng. "Xiao Xia, wash up first." Jing Xia, "Good night." Ji Chuancheng. Ji Chuancheng. Jing Xia, "Good night." After enduring a month of this exhausting routine, Jing Xia finally began to recover. In fact, among the entire cohort of evolvers, his condition was already considered quite exceptional. One could see how many evolvers with inferior physical condition had not even managed to endure the training, collapsing right on the field. Yet, despite this, no one had ever uttered a word of complaint. They all understood that these 3 months represented not leisure and tranquility, but rather the calm before the storm. Should they let their guard down, the brewing time would yield an even more terrifying outcome. The eastern horizon was beginning to lighten with a hint of dawn, and the vast sky was still dotted with scattered stars, while a slender crescent moon hung high above, not yet entirely diminished by the sunlight. On such a slightly chilly morning, Jing Xia's biological clock stirred him awake early, and he quickly began to dress. Just as he grasped the coat atop the blanket, having slipped one arm into it, his gaze suddenly fell upon the man beside him, who was leisurely putting on his clothes. Jing Xia's exquisite eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah Chuan, why are you still in bed? Shouldn't you be standing on the training ground by now, scolding everyone like the king of hell?" Ji Chuancheng. Donning a somewhat snug black jacket, Ji Chuancheng sighed softly and replied helplessly, "Didn't we agree last night that we're going to the research institute today?" The training duties are primarily handled by Yu Kai and Lieutenant Chun today. We don't need to go. After a brief silence, Jing Xia suddenly blurted out, "Sleep, sleep." The young man, who had just been prepared to rise early, immediately flopped back down to sleep, the speed so swift it left Ji Chuancheng momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to coax the youth to rise again, he heard the low, steady sound of breathing, causing his outstretched hand to freeze mid-air. Eventually, Ji Chuancheng resignedly placed his hand gently on Jing Xia's slender back, contemplating for a moment before deciding sleep. By the time Jing Xia finally awakened and made his way to the research institute with Ji Chuancheng, it was already close to 9 o'clock. For those pre-apocalypse, this hour was not considered too late. Yet Jing Xia felt a twinge of guilt in his heart knowing that for the past month, they had been rising before 5. The morning sun was gentle and warm, devoid of glaring heat. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng quickened their pace along the road, soon turning a corner to arrive at the gates of the research institute. The streets were relatively deserted, as ordinary people had gradually evacuated to the newly constructed homes in zones 1 to 10 over the past few months. Meanwhile, most evolvers had to follow Ji Chuancheng for their grueling training, leaving no time for leisurely strolls. However, upon arriving at the research institute, they found several evolvers standing guard outside. Upon seeing Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, they nodded slightly and then resumed their watchful duties. When Jing Xia found Qi Yang, he was wielding a sharp, slender knife, slowly approaching a quivering, tearful black ball of fur. The knife glinted ominously under the bright lights, causing Jing Xiao's heart to shudder, and he instinctively shouted, "Qi Yang, what are you doing?" Qi Yang remained unperturbed by the sudden sound that pierced the air. He gently poked the round, chubby little paw before him, extracting a droplet of blood laced with morsels of flesh. Handing the specimen to his assistant, he rose and turned his gaze towards Jing Xia. His eyes lingered on Jing Xia's subtly sun-kissed complexion for an extended moment before he burst into laughter. "Xiazi, your skin is just exceedingly healthy." Jing Xia couldn't help but scowl. Even for someone like him who rarely tanned, his skin had darkened slightly under the relentless sun. While his complexion remained somewhat fair compared to the average Han Chinese, standing beside the abnormally pale Qi Yang made him feel inexplicably inferior. Ji Chuancheng's deep, penetrating gaze fixated on Qi Yang's smiling face for what seemed like an eternity, finally resting on the visibly prominent veins on his neck. His brow furrowed slightly as he spoke coolly, "You are far too pale." "Exactly. You are too pale." Jing Xia chimed in immediately. However, Qi Yang dismissed their comments with an unconcerned glance, surveying Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng with an appraising eye. Finally, he nodded slightly and murmured, "A couple united in heart can cut through metal." Though he spoke softly, his words echoed clearly in the ears of everyone in the laboratory. Jing Xia felt a blush creeping to his ears. Conversely, Ji Chuancheng's handsome and noble visage betrayed no sign of disturbance, as if he had not heard Qi Yang's teasing at all. His gaze briefly landed on Qi Yang's busy assistant before he furrowed his brow and inquired, "When did you become so pale?" At Ji Chuancheng's words, Jing Xia finally noticed Qi Yang's distinctly abnormal complexion. While Qi Yang had always possessed a fair skin tone, likely a consequence of prolonged confinement, his pallor had become even more pronounced during their month-long separation. Jing Xia had observed this before, but seeing him again after such a long time left him stunned. Qi Yang was truly alarmingly pale. It was not the fair complexion of a Caucasian nor the sickly pallor of a patient. It was an eerily strange whiteness that made the veins beneath his skin faintly visible. Jing Xia had never encountered anyone with such a ghastly shade of white. No, wait. Jing Xia suddenly recalled the mutated beast that had exhibited a similarly ghastly pallor. The thought flitted through his mind and vanished just as quickly, leaving no trace of a connection between the beast and Qi Yang. Just then, a shrill cry from the little creature brought Jing Xia's attention back. He hurried over to the rectangular glass container, helplessly watching as the pudgy little creature scratched at the glass with its tiny, nail-less paws, producing a cacophony of sounds. "Chirp chirp, now you notice me. I don't love you anymore, you scoundrel." Jing Xia nodded. "Yes, you've gained a bit of weight lately. It seems life is treating you well." "Chirp chirp. You get lost." Qi Yang, hands in his pockets, smiled as he observed the interaction between the two. Suddenly, he heard a low, resigned voice next to him. "Qi Yang, what has happened to your body?" His body stiffened momentarily before quickly returning to normal. A playful smile crept onto Qi Yang's face as he retorted, "What? My right hand? Well, it's still ineffective. It's not a major issue. But Major Ji, are you not afraid that Xiazi might grow jealous of your concern for me?" He deliberately raised his voice, catching a glimpse of Jing Xia's deepening scowl. "Qiyang, you better get lost." Jing Xia exploded. Qiyang shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Ji Chuancheng, however, silently observed Qiyang's carefree demeanor, his lips moving slightly but ultimately remaining silent. Aside from Qiyang, the others in the research institute primarily focused on developing large-scale offensive weaponry. Qiyang, however, led an elite team dedicated to researching the most potent weapon humanity could currently conceive, Stab 3. During a high-level meeting, the initiator of the S-City base had once proposed that if, in 3 months, humanity could not withstand the enemy's onslaught, they would have no choice but to resort to Stab 2, choosing mutual destruction to eliminate the terrifying apex mutated beasts. This proposal was met with unanimous opposition from both Ji Chuancheng and Qiyang. Regardless of whether the enemy would mobilize all their forces against the S-City base, Jing Xia harbored a nagging worry. Could Stab 2 truly slay that monstrous mutated beast king? The unshakable terror he had felt during their confrontation lingered in his mind, an unspoken pressure that bore down upon him. Without absolute certainty, humanity could not afford to take such a risk. Holding a thick genetic analysis report in his left hand while his right hand hung limply in his pocket, Qiyang scrutinized the densely packed numbers for a long while. Then he raised his gaze to Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng, stating, "The reason I brought you here today is that I have some thoughts on Stab 3, and there is a 50% chance of reducing its effective range to a diameter of 10 meters. Chapter 99. Upon hearing this, Jing Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. The assistants in the laboratory had already gathered their belongings and left, leaving the three of them a quiet space to converse. In an instant, the laboratory was left with only Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng, Qiyang, and a lively, chaotic mutated hamster. The creature's incessant chirping provided an oddly rhythmic background, shattering the silence of the room. Before Jing Xia could speak, Ji Chuancheng fixed a serious, grave look on Qiyang and asked, "If the effective range is reduced, what cost must be paid?" "This matter concerns you, Jing Xia." Qiyang placed the documents on the table but did not directly answer Ji Chuancheng's question. Instead, he turned to face Jing Xia. He uttered not a single word, yet the solemnity in his gaze caused Jing Xia's throat to constrict, a chill spreading from his heart throughout his body. Out of the corner of his eye, a small black figure suddenly appeared, playfully bouncing around. As Jing Xia's gaze shifted towards it, the little black bundle turned, presenting its rear playfully towards him and wiggling mischievously. Such a seemingly humorous act now failed to evoke any laughter from Jing Xia. Slowly, he turned his head, his lips twitching stiffly as he spoke in a voice that surprised even him with its hoarseness. "You mean chirp? Chirp, chirp, chirp." The creature responded, rolling around joyfully. The tense atmosphere in the laboratory thickened immediately, the air nearly solidifying, causing even the previously boisterous hamster to shrink back. Ji Chuancheng let out a soft sigh from his throat and stepped back, creating space for these two who needed to communicate. The thin frame of the remaining glasses on his nose, Qiyang nodded slightly, maintaining a neutral expression. "Indeed, it is essential, and in fact, it is indispensable. If I am to establish the Stab 3 design as I envisioned and make it practical, I can currently only guarantee a 20% chance that it will not die." Jing Xia's left hand suddenly clenched into a fist, his fingers digging tighter until it felt as though he might break the skin and draw blood. After a long silence, just as Qiyang prepared to repeat himself, Jing Xia exhaled sharply, sighing, "All right, I agree. However, chirp possesses intelligence, and I hope you can grant me some space to communicate with it." This situation represented the best possible outcome Qiyang could conceive, and he readily agreed, stepping out first. Ji Chuancheng finally turned to glance at the slender back of the youth, a complex expression flickering across his handsome visage as he softly spoke. "To you it is more than just a pet. If you truly do not wish it, or if it does not wish it, I shall take responsibility." The implication was clear. He would respect Jing Xia's every decision. However, Jing Xia understood that behind such promises lay the burden of countless lives lost. This was a commitment Jing Xia could not bear, and he had even contemplated that in the balance between humanity and Ji, no matter how selfish he might be, he would ultimately choose humanity. "In this past month, has Qiyang ever mistreated you?" Jing Xia's voice was slightly hoarse as he bent slightly, gazing into Ji's small, green bean-like eyes. He managed a pale smile, saying, "You should understand my words. You should." His voice faltered, choked with emotion, rendering him speechless. He simply could not bring himself to utter the words. "Would you sacrifice yourself for us?" Ji was a mutated beast. No matter how much it enjoyed being adorable or how foolish it seemed, the reality of its nature as a mutated creature could not be erased. To ask it to stand with humanity and attack other mutated beasts, Jing Xia found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, the possibility of requiring its life as a sacrifice rendered him utterly mute. The act of sacrifice could lead even humans, driven by selfishness and the instinct to survive, to hesitate. Such actions could invite the ire of millions. Yet without the use of force, no change could be enacted. Suddenly, a cacophony of Ji's cries interrupted Jing Xia's contemplation. He looked down at the small, pudgy black ball, momentarily taken aback. The creature was nodding its little head vigorously, seemingly affirming his words. After a lengthy silence, Jing Xia's voice trembled as he asked, Ji, how long have you been with me? His tone carried a hint of nostalgia, as he reminisced about their first encounter. You were fast back then, and now it seems you've become even swifter. Grandpa Wang was there too, but now he has left me. A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he gently shook his head, concealing the tears welling in his eyes behind that smile. Ji, the creature's voice seemed to offer comfort, yet it only deepened the tightness in Jing Xia's throat. After finally managing to steady his emotions, he knew he had to make a decision. I have something to tell you. You understand my words. If you agree, nod. If you disagree, shake your head. Ji ceased its cries and nodded vigorously in response. In a little over a month, the king of the mutated beasts, whom I forgot to mention is also your king, will lead his minions to attack us. We cannot even contend with a single mutated Kongji eel. Had it not been for that mutated killer whale being restrained by me and Chuan, we shudder to think what the outcome of the battle over a month ago might have been. Ji listened intently, its little eyes shimmering with brilliance. Jing Xia continued, Now, regarding the impending full-scale war, truthfully, even if Qiyang does not speak, I am aware that our chances of victory are slim. However, he just informed me that he has confidence in a trump card, but that trump card involves you. Ji's green bean eyes widened in understanding, seemingly grasping the depth of Jing Xia's words. You are a mutated beast. You were never meant to be on our side. Moreover, Qiyang's demand for your life is something I cannot decide upon. If you are unwilling, I understand and wholeheartedly agree. But, I am sorry, Ji. His voice completely choked with emotion. Tears streamed down his cheeks, leaving faint trails on his face. The profound ache in his heart made it impossible for him to articulate further, yet he felt compelled to press on. Ji nodded repeatedly, as if encouraging Jing Xia to continue, yet its little head drooped, the sparkle in its eyes dimming, unlike the vibrant liveliness from before. If you wish to flee, I will understand and support your choice. However, Jing Xia resolved firmly, clenching his fists as he gazed at the mutated beast that had accompanied him for over a year. Qiyang will undoubtedly use every means to confine you, and I, too, shall support him and employ every strategy to trap you. Ji froze, staring blankly up at the tearful, smiling Jing Xia. Your life, compared to all of humanity, cannot choose you. For this, I apologize. It is my failure and helplessness. Rest assured, Ji, once everything concludes, I shall provide you with an explanation. Ji blinked, a small tear rolling down the corner of its eye, whether from fear or sorrow, or perhaps for the fragile youth before it who trembled even while speaking. I must force you to sacrifice your life. This is my selfishness and the burden of guilt I must bear alone. Ji, I must say this one last time. I am sorry. With that, Jing Xia turned away, determined to disregard everything. However, the sudden sound of Ji's cries in the laboratory halted his steps, prompting him to gather his courage and turn back to face the mutated beast. Do you have something to say to me? Jing Xia's voice was hoarse and somewhat unclear. Ji nodded vigorously. Jing Xia smiled wryly, raising the corners of his lips. All right, I know you hate me, you want to scold me. I am sorry. I accept all this guilt. Ji shook its head insistently, its little paws flailing anxiously, jumping up and down with urgency. Seeing this, Jing Xia was momentarily stunned, and the tears in his eyes gradually dried. After a long hesitation, he finally voiced a response he himself scarcely believed. You want to say that you don't hate me? Upon hearing this, Ji nodded emphatically. Yet, this revelation only deepened the dull ache in Jing Xia's heart, as he struggled to comprehend. You actually do not hate me? Why do you not hate me? I have personally led you to this dead end. Why do you still not hate me? You should loathe me, and yet. Ji continued to shake its head, simultaneously flailing about in the glass enclosure, attempting to convey something. It waved all four paws in the air, as if trying to express a message, but its pudgy form made it difficult for Jing Xia to discern its movements or deduce their meaning. What are you trying to say? Ji's frantic jumping left Jing Xia puzzled, and ultimately, in desperation, he sought out Qi Yang, hoping that someone with a higher intellect could decipher Ji's cryptic gestures. Surprisingly, Qi Yang simply exchanged a few words, and amidst Ji's animated motions, he calmly looked at Jing Xia and replied, I don't understand. Jing Xia. In the end, Jing Xia, along with Ji Chuancheng, reluctantly departed from the research facility, casting a lingering glance at the frantically bouncing black figure. When the narrow door finally closed completely, he turned away. Slowly, he unfurled his clenched fist, gazing at the palm marred by 5 deep impressions of blood, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It truly was impossible to let go. Ji Chuancheng silently furrowed his brow, observing the young man's self-inflicted wounds, and with a gentle sigh, he grasped Jing Xia's wrist and led him toward Qin Chu's office. Perhaps due to his excessive concern for the youth, even the typically calm and meticulous Ji Chuancheng failed to notice the fleeting astonishment and glimmer in Qi Yang's eyes earlier in the laboratory. Once he confirmed that no one was outside, Qi Yang locked the door and approached Ji, bending down to look at it. Ji? Qi Yang's expression was grave. What happened to S1? In the tranquil laboratory, the slender figure of the man contrasted sharply with the small, dark creature, as a deep male voice occasionally broke the silence, interspersed with the incessant chirping that disrupted the stillness of the lab. Outside, the sun shone as brilliantly as ever, yet in a realm unnoticed by both humans and mutated beasts, the warmth in the air gradually diminished, slowly fading away. Just half a year prior, the winter had been unseasonably sweltering, akin to the height of summer, yet now, it was refreshingly pleasant, even subtly turning colder as summer approached. In the aftermath of that incident, Jing Xia visited Ji 3 more times. Each time, the little creature endeavored to exhibit a proud and narcissistic demeanor, chirping incessantly in an attempt to convey its vivacity. However, no matter how much it pretended, Jing Xia could not overlook the evident weight loss of Ji. The flesh was slowly diminishing. The once small and round green bean-like eyes appeared significantly larger due to the loss of plumpness in its cheeks. Jing Xia would always converse with Ji for a few minutes, but time was scarce as it had to participate in experiments. These were not the cruel and merciless trials S1 had endured. Rather, the gentle methods of extracting blood and cells were far better than Jing Xia had imagined. Yet, every time he observed Ji convulsing through the glass window, his heart would wrench painfully, trapped in despair. It was sacrificing itself for the sake of its own existence. As the final 3 days approached, the evolutionary beings from various regions of Huaxia and even nearby countries gathered at the S-City base. However, this was merely a small fraction of the evolutionary forces from East Asia and Southeast Asia. In the face of this sudden apocalypse, where mutated beasts posed a severe threat to human survival, countries that had once been at odds were too exhausted to engage in internal strife. Nevertheless, the Americas, Europe, and Africa had yet to send support to the S-City base, not due to lack of desire, but rather due to barriers that obstructed their paths. The vast Pacific Ocean separated Huaxia from the Americas, while Europe and Africa were too distant, and Australia had long lost contact with humanity. This land, once referred to as the primal Earth before the apocalypse, was encircled by the Pacific Ocean. Its land harbored fierce beasts, and its waters contained the most venomous creatures in the world. In such dire circumstances, with a mere tens of millions of inhabitants, one could hardly fathom the catastrophic outcome. Even if one wished to send aid, they could not breach the natural barriers imposed by nature. All supporters from neighboring regions converged to form an army nearing 10,000 strong. Although this seemingly paltry number compared to the millions in pre-apocalyptic armies, every individual in this force was an evolutionary being, exceptionally capable ones at that. While they might not be able to fight 100 foes single-handedly, each could effortlessly dispatch a B-grade mutated entity with bare hands. The individual differences in their abilities were considerable, but collectively, they constituted a formidable fighting force. On the eve of the third-to-last day, Jing Xia visited Ji one final time. Training had ceased in the remaining 3 days to conserve energy for the impending battle. Shortly after Jing Xia arrived at the laboratory, Qi Yang approached him, removing his latex gloves with a somewhat awkward demeanor. He deftly discarded the right glove into the nearby trash, but had to use his teeth to remove the glove from his left hand. Qi Yang's movements appeared fluid and graceful, imbued with a hint of wildness, yet to Jing Xia, they seemed somewhat jarring. His right hand remained incapacitated. I cannot guarantee the timely completion of the experiment. Qi Yang's face bore signs of fatigue, dark circles under his pale skin accentuating his weariness. But I can assure you, Jing Xia, that once everything concludes, you will see a complete Ji. This was the first time Qi Yang uttered Ji's name, a faint smile gracing his thin lips, stirring something within Jing Xia. whose eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Can Gigi be saved? Yes. Chiang nodded. A month ago, when I spoke to you, the probability was only 20%. I refrained from telling you that to prepare you for the possibility of failure. Now, with the Stab 3 research nearing completion, I can make certain promises. Jing Xia suddenly felt a wave of lightness wash over him. He turned his gaze toward the corner of the glass enclosure, where the seemingly exhausted mutated hamster lay. Tears began to pool in his eyes, the familiar sting in his nose, yet he did not allow them to fall. Having nearly lost something precious, he felt a deeper appreciation for the possibility of salvation. Chiang followed Jing Xia's gaze to the frail mutated hamster, his glasses slightly askew. He raised his left hand to adjust them, inadvertently revealing a portion of his forearm, pale and emaciated, marred by several long scars, each about 5 centimeters in length. They were the result of direct cuts to the veins, the scars twisted and grotesque, resembling centipedes. Alongside these conspicuous wounds were shallower white marks, which, if Qin Chu were to witness, would surely exclaim, such terrifying self-healing abilities. Indeed, the shapes of these white marks indicated they had been inflicted with a sharp blade, each deep incision suggesting excruciating pain, as if one could feel the blade tearing through the skin merely by looking at them. Chiang lowered his gaze, subtly concealing his arm with the wide sleeve of his garment. Meanwhile, Jing Xia had already stepped forward, fixated on the slumbering Gigi, oblivious to the situation behind him. In preparation for the one-sided declaration of war from their adversaries in 3 days, each of them had made significant sacrifices. A total war was imminent, not only at the S-City base but also at the B-City base, N-City base, and even beyond Huaxia to regions like the United States, Japan, Southeast Asia, and the United Kingdom. Yet, these areas had dispatched a portion of their elite forces to assist the S-City base, as everyone understood that the primary target of the enemy's assault was S-City. This location, once the largest cargo port in the world before the apocalypse, had now become a beacon of hope for humanity, boldly confronting the terrifying foe that loomed ahead. On the final night, Jing Xia sat before his bed, gazing up at the starry sky. The inky darkness held no stars, yet the handsome young man remained steadfastly staring upwards at the vast expanse. Even the moonlight seemed dim, obscured by an overwhelming darkness, barely managing to emit a faint glow. The delicate almond-shaped eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as Jing Xia stood in silence for a long while. Professors Qi and Lu had successfully developed a remotely controlled electromagnetic cannon. The energy expenditure was immense, yet with precise targeting, it was certain they could eliminate an S-grade mutated entity from a distance. Ji Chuancheng's deep, magnetic voice resonated in the quiet room, prompting Jing Xia to slowly turn his head. He found Ji Chuancheng gazing at him with those deep, dark eyes, quietly studying him. That gaze, as warm and loving as it had been for over 20 years, gradually calmed Jing Xia's anxious heart. As he accepted the hot tea that Ji Chuancheng offered, Jing Xia cradled the cup to warm his hands against the cool air. Eliminating just one S-grade mutated entity is still not enough. Jing Xia's gaze extended far into the distance, surveying the land ravaged by darkness. 3 months had elapsed, and he could scarcely fathom the extent to which the mutated beasts had transformed. This time, uncertainty loomed over whether they could once again suppress the mutated orca. Jing Xia's expression was steeped in melancholy. Despite his attempts to reassure and hypnotize himself, he understood that humanity held less than a 30% chance in the impending battle. Over a year ago, you had driven to my doorstep, incessantly knocking. Suddenly struck by this memory, Jing Xia looked up at Ji Chuancheng in surprise, puzzled by the intent behind this reference. Ji Chuancheng continued, "My study may now be reduced to rubble. Yet you once told me that humanity had hope in overcoming the mutated beasts. In the second beast-tide battle you experienced, humanity emerged victorious." His voice fell silent as he lowered his gaze, earnestly observing Jing Xia. "Do you not believe me now?" Jing Xia found himself momentarily speechless. He recalled the time when he had just been reborn, fervently seeking Ji Chuancheng, the leader who had once led humanity to its singular victory. A smile gradually crept to Jing Xia's lips, as he felt the sorrow and trepidation that had long plagued him dissipate into nothingness. "Yes, I believe you." They now possessed conditions far superior to those in his previous life. The research facility had remained unscathed during the initial assault of the mutated beasts. Professors Qi and Lu were still alive. And there was Chiang, a person he had never encountered in his past life, who had now brought monumental changes to the S-City base and significantly increased humanity's odds of survival. Along with Gigi, Yukai, and countless other evolvers from around the globe who had rallied to their aid, and, of course, Ji Chuancheng. They were no longer the rudimentary, unscientific group that had blindly retaliated in their previous life. Even though the enemy was now considerably stronger, they had acquired far superior strength. To concede defeat now would be premature. Jing Xia turned his gaze once more to the profound, silent sky. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Chuancheng had not averted his eyes, continuing to gaze tenderly at the handsome youth before him. His fingers tightened around the now cooling cup, as if transported back to that evening over a year ago. The young man had approached him with fervor in that study, his back against the words he had inscribed long ago, his eyes filled with trust and assurance, looking steadily at him. With just a glance from the youth, Ji Chuancheng had been willing to believe in everything, to give his all. Because he believed in himself, he was determined to exhaust every resource to honor that trust, including the imminent tomorrow. Heavy clouds loomed in the sky, pressing down on everyone's hearts, as if to foreshadow the encroaching darkness. Yu Kai sat at the bedside, polishing his beloved blade, while Qin Chu leaned against the windowsill, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Countless evolvers lay quietly in bed, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the pitch-black ceiling, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, in the laboratory on the third underground level of the research facility, Chiang and a group of assistants remained tireless. Under Zhang Benden's pained gaze, Chiang lifted his right arm, gripping a knife in his left hand, and without hesitation, made a long incision across his pale wrist. Bright red blood gushed forth, yet the prepared assistants caught it all, ensuring not a drop was wasted. The wound healed rapidly, ceasing to bleed after just 3 or 4 minutes, but Chiang's complexion grew even paler. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand once more to inflict another wound. Cut, collect. This grim procedure repeated 5 times before concluding, the glass vessel finally filled with silky blood. As Chiang swayed slightly backward, he quickly steadied himself. His solemn gaze swept over each assistant present, beginning with Zhang Bendan. He nodded gently and declared, "This is our final experiment. We have collected all the materials. If we fail again, we may never have the opportunity to study Stab 3. Silence reigned among them as they absorbed his words. Slowly, a smirk appeared on Chiang's lips as he jested. "Then let us begin, you fools." Chapter 101. The eastern sky had just begun to blush with a faint grayish-white hue when countless massive black forms surged forth from the boundless Pacific Ocean. Their movements were swift, cleaving through the waves and shattering hidden reefs, white spray cascading around them, spurring their advance. As these grotesque, mutated beasts converged upon the East Sea harbor, a contingent of nearly 10,000 evolvers had long assembled, awaiting their arrival. This time, the mutated beasts clearly boasted a minimum rank of C. The thunderous sound of artillery from 10 kilometers away merely injured a few, failing to claim a single life, a scenario Professor Qi had anticipated. The elderly gentleman, now over 50, stood resolutely at the monitoring station on the embankment, unflinching in the face of the throngs of mutated beasts gathering from the horizon, darkening the azure waters. 3 months of rigorous training had rendered the entire team disciplined and orderly. Faced with the overwhelming advance of their foes, no one felt fear or uncertainty. They had transformed into the most cold-blooded and resolute soldiers, their eyes fixed solely on the enemy, waiting for the command to strike. To retreat meant certain death. Jing Xia stood at the forefront of the second echelon, observing the colossal SS-level mutated beast leading the charge halt a kilometer from the shore. He exchanged a glance with Ji Chuancheng, seeking and receiving mutual acknowledgement before turning to the sensory-type evolver beside him, nodding for them to relay his message. "Mutated Orca, the 3 months have come to an end. Humanity offers you one last chance to surrender and retreat. We may overlook past grievances." In response came the cold, brutal laughter of the mutated Orca. "Humans, have these 3 months of mere survival not made you foolish, inferior beings aware of your precarious situation?" How pitiful! As its words faded, the air resonated with the thunderous roars of the mutated beasts, rallying in support of their leader's proclamation. Yet, not a single evolver among the iron-willed army was swayed. They remained stoic, gazing straight ahead, awaiting orders. Seeing the lack of desired response, the mutated Orca ceased its rhetoric. "Humans, my king has granted you over 3 months of life. From this day forth, your fate is sealed. There will be no opportunity to serve as slaves. Only death awaits you." Jing Xia regarded the massive beast with cold disdain. "Is that so? Your arrogance led to your downfall last time. Have you forgotten?" As his words echoed, Jing Xia raised his left hand, and in an instant, a long-range electromagnetic cannon erupted from the high embankment. Whoosh! Boom! "Humans!" The mutated Orca roared. Just a kilometer away, an ordinary S-level mutated beast was obliterated by the electromagnetic cannon, reduced to a mere splatter of blood. You will pay the price. Countless frenzied mutated beasts commenced their assault upon the shore, seemingly bereft of rational thought under the leadership of the mutated orca. Their vision was clouded solely by a veil of hatred, driven only by an insatiable urge to attack, and attack. Witnessing this, Jing Xia tightened his grip on the long blade in his hand. He turned to exchange a glance with Ji Chuancheng, then proceeded to divide the entire team of evolutionaries into 4 groups, launching a counteroffensive towards the 4 cardinal directions of the beach. The sounds of clashing swords and the roars of beasts filled the air, as blood began to flow from both the mutated creatures and the evolutionaries, swiftly staining the dark sands a vivid crimson. Lifeless bodies, devoid of warmth, collapsed upon the cold beach, predominantly that of the mutated beasts. Yet the corpses of fallen evolutionaries were not absent. The artillery unit on the embankment continued to take aim and fire. Whenever an S-class mutated entity or an SS-class mutated orca attempted to retaliate against the artillery unit, other high-ranking elite evolutionaries would immediately intervene to ensure their safety. Even if they could only eliminate a few mutated beasts below A-class, the existence of the artillery unit, in some respects, guaranteed a chance for a decisive strike. Jing Xia raised the slender, sharp blade in his hand and swung it directly at an A-class mutated creature. The shell of this mutated hermit crab was exceedingly tough, causing Jing Xia's blade to become lodged within it, rendering it useless. Opting to forsake the weapon altogether, he conjured a long water sword in the palm of his hand. Though it appeared soft and pliable, it effortlessly cleaved the hermit crab's claw in 2 as it lunged towards him. Swiftly dispatching this A-class mutated creature, Jing Xia hastened towards the center of the beach where the mutated orca was situated. Its landing point was somewhat distant from Jing Xia, and perhaps intentionally so. It was even farther from Ji Chuancheng. Jing Xia rapidly eliminated all obstacles in his path, yet was momentarily hindered by an S-class mutated entity. While entangled in combat, he managed to divert his attention just in time to witness Wu Jiqing's ice cannon being swept aside by the orca's tail, followed by a barrage of water jets that severed Wu Jiqing's left leg at the thigh. The agonized screams rang out, sending a tremor through Jing Xia's heart, compelling him to quicken his pace to slay the S-class mutated entity. Ultimately, it was Ji Chuancheng who first reached the side of the mutated orca. With a furrowed brow, he instructed others to carry the writhing Wu Jiqing away before he fixed his expressionless gaze upon the mutated orca. The orca's massive eyes locked onto Ji Chuancheng, disregarding the evolutionaries incessantly assaulting it, instead wasting precious moments in an intense stare-down before finally speaking. Human, you and he were the ones who captured me last time. Jing Xia had just arrived when he suddenly overheard the orca's words. Because of you, I suffered the king's punishment. A ghastly scar marred the orca's right eye, stretching from the eyelid to the jawline, revealing raw flesh that seemed perpetually unhealed. Jing Xia's expression darkened at this revelation, realizing that with the mutated beast's abnormal self-healing abilities, the orca's wound remaining unhealed was a testament to the king's terrifying power. Ji Chuancheng, maintaining his composure, looked up at the orca's wound and abruptly inquired, "Where is the mutated Kongi eel, and where is S1? Jing Xia was taken aback. He turned to Ji Chuancheng in astonishment, unable to fathom why he would mention the long-deceased experimental mutated beast at such a moment. Yet the orca's panicked voice immediately provided the answer. How do you know the king's name? Jing Xia stood frozen in shock. He finally grasped the previously unfathomable truths. Why Qiyong had released this king, and why this king had allowed Qiyong to go free. Because it was S1. That mutated beast which had once trembled in the dark corner of the black box. Rotting away. Ji Chuancheng's expression darkened. Where are they? Why is it that only you have appeared today? The orca, however, quickly regained its composure, sneering at Ji Chuancheng. You have no right to know these things. No more idle chatter. I shall now reveal to you my true power. To prevent Ji Chuancheng from speculating further, the orca unleashed a torrential rain of ice arrows. Jing Xia swiftly erected a wall of water, and as the barrage ceased, the water wall shattered in response. Jing Xia turned to exchange a glance with Ji Chuancheng, then proceeded to execute the tacit cooperation they had honed over the past 3 months. They had previously speculated 4 potential scenarios for today's battle. The first scenario foretold the most perilous outcome. The king, along with the orca, the Kongi eel, and other SS-class or even higher mutated beasts, would launch a coordinated assault. This would almost guarantee a deadlock, leaving humanity in a position of desperate struggle. The second scenario involved the absence of the king, presenting a slim chance of survival. The third scenario consisted solely of the orca and Kongi eel as the primary offensive forces, thus enhancing their odds of victory to 50%. The final and most dangerous scenario mirrored the current reality. Only the mutated orca launched the primary attack, while the Kongi eel, other high-tier mutated beasts, and the king remained conspicuously absent. The enemy concealed while they remained exposed. This was a grievous military blunder, and humanity had no opportunity to maneuver. They could only endure and seize any chance that arose. In this instance, the collaboration between Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia did not significantly limit the Orca-S abilities, perhaps due to the vast disparity in their powers, or perhaps because the mutated Orca had made substantial progress over the past 3 months. Jing Xia occasionally managed to hinder its movements, yet more often relied solely on his own strength. Ji Chuancheng, possessing far greater power than Jing Xia, predominantly took on the role of restraining the Orca's mobility, allowing Jing Xia opportunities to launch surprise attacks. This guerrilla-style battle persisted for an extended period. The Orca's massive form made it easy for Jing Xia to attack, yet landing a fatal blow proved elusive. Meanwhile, the Orca, faced with the diminutive stature of the humans, found itself in a state of perpetual agitation. With a furious roar, the Orca-S long tail suddenly lashed towards Jing Xia. Taken off guard, Jing Xia had no choice but to quickly deploy a protective water net, yet was still flung several meters away, pain erupting in his chest. An ominous anger flickered across Ji Chuancheng's handsome visage as he swiftly withdrew the water net that had been restraining the Orca's movements. In the next moment, he nimbly leaped onto the Orca-S back, assembling his lethal weapon as he ran. A brilliant white light erupted from the barrel of Ji Chuancheng's A9 firearm. Boom! Chapter 102. The beach resounded with deafening roars, while the temporary medical station, situated merely 3 kilometers from the battlefield, began to bustle as the war commenced. Medical personnel hurriedly transported stretcher after stretcher, occasionally bearing out the lifeless forms covered in white cloth, carried by expressionless nurses. The casualties among the evolutionaries steadily rose, yet the number of fallen mutated beasts was even more staggering. In the eastern region of the S-City base, apart from the blood-soaked battleground and the frenetic medical station, scarcely a soul could be seen. Non-essential personnel had long been evacuated to secure areas, and apart from resolute researchers like Professor Qi, who had pledged to share the base's fate, only Qi Yang and his small team remained unwilling to withdraw. However, they did not venture to the front lines. Instead, they remained steadfast in the laboratory on the 3rd underground level, diligently conducting their research without a moment's respite. The pH value has risen too high, Zhang Bendan exclaimed, gazing at a complex instrument. A young female assistant immediately nodded and began to prepare a solution using 3 or 4 different concentrations of liquid, promptly pouring it all into the containment unit surrounded by protective glass. Within the 3 layers of bulletproof glass lay a metallic sphere, roughly the size of a fist. Its surface resembled a layer of semi-melted liquid, seemingly in a constant state of flux. The metallic sheen reflected a cold light, and the sharp protrusions resembling quills added to the sphere's unsettling instability. Qi Yang, donning a sterile mask, scrutinized the sphere for an extended period. Suddenly, he met Zhang Bendan's gaze. The moment of their silent exchange was fleeting, yet it conveyed an unspoken understanding, culminating in Zhang Bendan conceding first. The Stab 3 projectile has reached its final phase. How is the barrel modification for your group progressing? In the laboratory, there were 2 experimental tables. Upon hearing this, the leading elite researcher on the opposite side immediately looked up and reported, the Stab 2 launcher has theoretically succeeded in the modification for the Stab 3 series. Zhang Xijing is currently conducting the final scan, and the results on the computer are remarkably stable. It can be put into use. Zhang Bendan gently nodded, then silently raised his gaze to the man in the white lab coat across from him. Qi Yang had slowly removed his latex gloves, now with both hands tucked into his coat pockets. His narrow, elegant eyes fixed expressionlessly on the quilled sphere. The Stab 3 projectile had transcended the realm of ordinary biochemical weapons. In terms of its vibrant life expression, it had acquired the fundamental ability for cellular reflexes, enabling it to evade risks. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Bendan ventured, Major Qi, we should commence the final step. Just as he was about to repeat his inquiry after a prolonged silence, he suddenly heard a low chuckle emanating from Qi Yang's throat, followed by, I will administer the final catalyst. You all may leave. Its theoretical range is within 10 meters. Even if the experiment fails, as long as you exit the underground facility, you have an 80% chance of survival. Major Qi, Professor Qi, Major Qi. The other assistants and researchers hastily removed their masks, calling out anxiously. Yet, Qi Yang remained silent, raising his head to cast a profound and intricate gaze over their faces, silencing them all. This solemn demeanor from Qi Yang was seldom witnessed by the assistants who saw him daily, as if he were engraving each of their visages deeply within his heart, as though they might never meet again. Zhang Bendan, with a lump in his throat, softly called out, "Major Qi." Qiyang gently shook his head. "You all should leave. Those who do not trust my research may stay." Such words, spoken by someone as proud and arrogant as Qiyang, were akin to a solemn eviction notice. All the assistants hesitated for a moment. Eventually, someone turned and exited, followed by the group as they walked through the electronic door, taking with them the drowsy mutated hamster. When only Qiyang and Zhang Bendan remained in the laboratory, Qiyang coldly lifted his gaze and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Witnessing this scene, Zhang Bendan couldn't help but chuckle. "Major Qi, I have waited for you so many times, pleading for you to evacuate, and you were unwilling to leave. Now, are you trying to send me away?" Qiyang chuckled in return. "Zhang, when did you become so quick-witted?" After becoming acquainted with this peculiar and eccentric man, Zhang Bendan had long since grown accustomed to the affectionate moniker bestowed upon him. He shrugged and replied, "Major, your right hand is incapacitated. Allow me to assist you with the injection." Qiyang raised an eyebrow. "What if it fails?" Zhang Bendan countered, "Are you truly so lacking in confidence?" For the first time, Qiyang found himself thoroughly defeated in the presence of anyone other than Ji Chuancheng. Zhang Bendan, however, had no intention of boasting verbally. He observed Qi Yang's peculiar expression, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Major Qi, when I was under Professor Qi's tutelage, I had heard of your name. No, it should be said that no one in the entire Huaxia Military Research Institute is unaware of you." Qiyang raised his gaze, silently observing Zhang Bendan. "Your reputation is illustrious, and your contributions are numerous. I could say that I grew up listening to your research achievements. I was genuinely thrilled when Professor Qi assigned me as your assistant." Qiyang maintained his nonchalant demeanor, yet his eyes were earnest as they focused on Zhang Bendan. Zhang Bendan continued, "Professor Qi initially sent me to your side with the hope that I could help you acclimate to the workings of our research institute in S City. I did not fulfill this task well, but I assure you, even at the final moment, I will not abandon you." Upon hearing this, Qiyang furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Bendan interrupted, "Major, let me administer the injection." Zhang Bendan's voice was filled with sincerity, trembling slightly as if laced with a hint of pleading. In that moment, this assistant, whom Qiyang had always considered a bit naive, resembled countless soldiers he had witnessed in restricted zones. Fully aware that the outcomes of the experiment were uncertain, those injured soldiers still held their spines erect, lying rigidly upon the cold metallic gurneys, trustingly entrusting their lives to him for experimentation. A pang of bitterness stirred in Qi Yang's throat. What would the outcome be? Under his watch, countless cold bodies had emerged. Even after repeatedly submitting materials to terminate the anomalous ability experiments, he was consistently rebuffed by superiors. He could only grit his teeth and persist with the experiments, facing failure after failure, collapse after collapse. If not for the resolute character instilled in him since childhood, his mental world would likely have shattered into fragments, impossible to piece together. After a prolonged silence, just as Zhang Bendan anxiously sought to advocate for himself once more, Qiyang suddenly sighed. "Zhang Bendan, since you are so insistent, I believe you possess the capability to handle everything." Zhang Bendan was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a moment to comprehend what had transpired. His eyes suddenly welled with heat, and he vigorously nodded, cautiously transferring the prepared liquid from the test tube into the thick syringe. Then, under Qi Yang's silent gaze, he stepped closer to the incessantly jabbing metallic sphere. The liquid within the syringe was a deep, tranquil crimson, with bubbles the size of fish eyes gently rolling within. This liquid contained the spinal fluid of 6 S-class mutants, the gene extract of SS-class mutant orcus, and the cellular activation fluid of S-class mutant hamsters, with the most substantial component being Qi Yang's own blood. Zhang Bendan felt as though the small syringe in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. Once he managed to steady his grip, he stared at the sphere, which seemed to breathe with life, hesitating to proceed. "Begin." Qi Yang's sigh resonated in the quiet laboratory, sounding particularly distant. This voice provided Zhang Bendan with immense encouragement. He nodded vigorously, then held his breath and forcefully injected the liquid from the syringe into a small tube of the glass chamber, watching as the dark liquid flowed through the transparent tubing and gradually merged within the stab 3. A brilliant white light abruptly illuminated the room. The battlefield involving Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng has reached a fever pitch. The air on the beach has become saturated with the acrid stench of beasts and the metallic tang of blood, occasionally mingled with the salty breeze from the sea. Yet this is soon overshadowed by the relentless tide of blood flowing from the fallen mutated creatures and evolved beings. The orca has sustained numerous wounds, its stamina greatly depleted, to the point where its use of abilities has become infrequent. After all, it has been significantly restrained by the powers of Ji Chuancheng and Jing Xia, leaving the mutated orca in a precarious state, even somewhat disadvantaged. However, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng remain vigilant. If the enemy is fully aware that the mutated orca can be curtailed by their two evolved beings, why would they choose to send it as their commander? Such a move would not even be undertaken by someone as thoughtless as Wu Qiqing. In fact, just as Jing Xia lifted her icy sword to pierce the orca's long tail, a horrified voice suddenly rang out on the beach. What is that?" This exclamation momentarily distracted Jing Xia, causing her to falter, allowing the mutated orca to escape. In no time, cries of alarm erupted from all around the beach. "Are those mutated beasts? How on earth can we deal with so many? That's the Kongi eel. I recognize it." Jing Xia quickly turned to look, and to her shock, the hideous and menacing mutated Kongi eel was racing toward the beach, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha! You little insects! Prepare to die." Chapter 103. The situation, which had subtly favored humanity, was instantly overturned. The edifice crumbled, leaving no time for a reaction as the mutated Kongi eel led a charge of nearly 10,000 C-rank and above mutated entities, crashing onto the beach. Most of the evolved beings felt their confidence waver before the overwhelming sight. The sheer mass of creatures was enough to instill dread, and when they finally landed, the earth trembled with their presence, even before the battle commenced, highlighting the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng exchanged a glance, both immediately grasping each other's intent. Meanwhile, Professor Qi and the others, positioned at a vantage point, were seething with rage. Professor Qi's gray eyebrows shot up, his cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and urgency. They showed us a glimmer of hope before ruthlessly overturning it. These mutated beasts have truly become cunning. They have transformed into something monstrous. Hearing Qi's outburst, Professor Lu, though considerably older and more composed, also radiated ire. "Are they so certain of victory that they treat us like mere playthings?" Upon hearing this, Professor Qi gradually calmed down. He gazed intently at the unfolding scene on the beach for a long moment before suddenly exclaiming, "If it comes to it, let us perish together." Professor Lu was taken aback for a moment but did not oppose. Indeed, they had anticipated the worst outcome 3 months prior. It merely involved deploying Stab 2 to ensure mutual destruction with this horde of mutated beasts. However, both Qiyang and Ji Chuancheng had opposed such extreme measures, as the dire scenario they had foreseen was now laid bare before Professor Qi. The mutated Beast King had not arrived. An SS-level mutated Kongi eel, an SS-level mutated orca, along with dozens of S-level mutated entities and countless other high-tier mutants, were all dwarfed by the presence of the mutated Beast King. After studying the genetic material of the mutated orca, Qiyang discovered that, like the mutated Kongi eel, these rapidly evolving supermutants exhibited peculiar traits, disordered genetic sequences. The number of chromosomes they possessed deviated from their ordinary counterparts, and their selective gene expressions embodied characteristics from multiple species. The mutated Kongi eel was relatively recognizable, but the mutated orca was almost unidentifiable, not to mention the S1 species type which Qiyang still could not comprehend. Having confined the S1 mutated beast for several months, the genetic data and blood analyses of this creature surpassed those of any other high-tier mutant in the research facility. Yet, once removed from its body, these elements became mere refuse, yielding no results. It was as if a mystifying essence existed solely within the mutated beast, the fundamental reason behind its extraordinary mutations, yet to be discerned by humankind. The human front retreated to a position near the embankment. The elite teams from Group A to Group G formed a defensive net, both to cover the retreat of those behind and to buy time for the artillery on the embankment to take down a few more mutated beasts. However, Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng did not follow the retreat. The outermost line of defense was composed of the evolved beings from Groups A and B, with the former being Ji Chuancheng's personal guard, currently led by Kai. The latter assembled the pinnacle of external evolved beings, one of whom, a geomancer, possessed strength nearly equal to that of Ji Chuancheng. "Drag them back," Kai shouted. Jing Xia and 3 members of Group A positioned themselves at the rear of the mutated orca. Without a moment's pause, they leapt onto the slick body of the beast, unleashing their abilities to drive the orca's tail fiercely into the ground. With a sharp explosion, water projectiles, as piercing as icicles, erupted from the enraged orca's mouth, hurtling toward Ji Chuancheng and Kai. Yet the two showed no fear. Yukai even let out a joyous laugh. Then they split to evade. After much time battling alongside Ji Chuancheng, the once calm mutated orca had transformed into a furious tyrant. Upon realizing where its attack was directed, the Kongi eel turned in anger, bellowing, "You filthy tiger! I come to rescue you, and you dare to attack me!" The orca, recognizing the trap, quickly regained its composure. Had it been at its original speed, even if Ji Chuancheng and Yukai had managed to evade, it would have been able to turn and retaliate instantly. However, its tail had been pinned down by Jing Xia and the others for several crucial seconds. In that brief moment, it had no opportunity to pivot, and it inadvertently punctured the already charred tail of the Kongi eel multiple times. The mutated orca was well aware of humanity's schemes, understanding that they simply aimed to incite discord among them. "Shao Kong, stay calm. We need to hold off these elite humans, preventing them from coming to each other's aid." The Kongi eel exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor. Although its tail still stung, it had no objections to the orca's plan. Jing Xia, however, found the situation somewhat amusing. These 2 mutated beasts were so brazenly positioned among the human ranks. Could their strategy truly be sound? Were they genuinely this confident? This, indeed, was a misunderstanding on Jing Xia's part regarding the mutated orca. It yearned to communicate in a non-human tongue with the Kongi eel. Yet the truth was that this mutated Kongi eel was so dim-witted that it could only articulate human language and the peculiar jargon of its own species. The former was begrudgingly learned under the orca's command. Without the cold-blooded measures of S1, it would likely still be limited to uttering a few trivial phrases like little bugs or the like. Group A consisted of the elite evolved beings from S-City S-Base, now entangled by the mutated orca. Group B comprised elite individuals from outside S-City S-Base, similarly ensnared by the mutated Kongi eel and unable to escape. This deadlock was precisely the scenario humanity wished to avoid. The 2 mutated beasts are undoubtedly formidable adversaries. However, the capabilities of these elite evolvers, who can single-handedly contend with 100 foes, extend far beyond merely stalling them. Whenever one among them attempts to seize an opportunity to escape and aid other humans being pursued by the mutated beasts, either the Kongi eel or the orca immediately unleashes their formidable strength to thwart them. The standoff persists, seemingly without resolution. Aside from the 2 SS-class mutated beasts still engaged in fierce combat with 2 groups of human elites, other mutated creatures have already driven humanity back to within 500 meters of the embankment. The battle has shifted from a balanced contest to a scenario where humans are on the defensive against the relentless assaults of the mutated beasts, a pace so swift it leaves one breathless. Professor Chi watches as a member of Team B is struck by a bolt from the Kongi eel, losing his right leg, while the mutated army has forced the remaining evolvers back to a mere 100 meters from the embankment, and he can no longer contain his frustration. "Lieutenant Chen, bring over the Stab 1 equipment." After a pause, Professor Chi raised his right hand, hesitating in the air for a long moment before sighing. "Also, bring over the Stab 2. An assistant in a white coat froze upon hearing this and quietly asked, "Professor, shall we not wait for Major Chi?" Professor Chi let out a deep sigh. A bitter smile etched on his wrinkled face. "I understand that little monster too well. If he were capable, he would have already arrived, rather than making us wait until now. Furthermore, even if he were to develop the Stab 3 to the explosive range he mentioned, he would be even less inclined to use it." The assistant, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Professor Chi lifted his gaze, staring at the blood-soaked battlefield where the evolvers fought valiantly. A single Stab 3 shell, within such an explosive range, can only slay 1 mutated beast. His research on Stab 3 has never been solely for this battle. It is for humanity. The young assistant, bewildered, scratched his head, while Professor Liu, understanding his old friend's intent, interjected, "That little monster previously stated that the most challenging aspect of Stab 3 is the shell itself. It must possess greater striking power than Stab 2 while reducing the effective range to a diameter of 10 meters. At this juncture, artillery is not of primary importance. Rather, it is the ammunition." Professor Chi nodded and continued, "What he seeks to eliminate is neither the SS-class mutated Kongi eel, nor the SS-class mutated orca. Perhaps the only occasion upon which humanity would be justified in utilizing the Stab 3, even in the absence of practical testing, would be against the king of mutated beasts." The assistant, picking up on Professor Chi's words, felt a wave of despair wash over him, his head drooping in silence. The researchers who had followed Professor Chi, reluctant to be evacuated to a makeshift shelter, now looked dejectedly at the blood-soaked beach, their hearts heavy with sorrow. If one were to ask whom these young individuals admired most, it would not be the stern and imposing Professor Chi, nor the benevolent and approachable Professor Liu, but rather the eccentric, neurotic, and acerbic Major Qi, the so-called prodigy of youth. These researchers, prior to the apocalypse, were all remarkable talents. Some graduated with a PhD at 12, others received international scientific awards at 10, and some named planets at 20. Such top-tier geniuses were well protected by the Chinese authorities, boasting exceptional gifts. However, when they truly encountered the unparalleled genius of the Chinese military, they found themselves utterly eclipsed. In academia, they could not compete. In research, they were outclassed. Even in appearance, well, initially they seemed to hold their own. But who could have known that the eccentric had transformed himself into a delicate figure? These matters became a source of humor within the highly pressured research institute. Yet, even though they were outwardly aware of Major Qi's nonchalant demeanor and flippant attitude, the young researchers still harbored a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Perhaps he could develop the Stab 3 at the last moment and turn the tide. Just as he had done during the First Beast Tide War, where a beautifully crafted high-velocity electromagnetic cannon had shifted the entire battle. Alas, it seemed they were indeed overestimating their hopes. "Wait, who is that?" a startled voice exclaimed, belonging to a young female researcher. The other young elites had lost the strength to care about what was happening. The worst-case scenario was merely the deployment of Stab 2, leading to their mutual destruction alongside these super-mutated beasts. Yet, when a researcher, his eyes reddened, inadvertently glanced up and spotted a few figures standing atop the towering embankment, he gasped, "Major Qi!" Instantly, everyone pressed their faces against the window, intently observing the minuscule figure. The researcher who recognized Qi Yang was one of the few evolvers in the institute. His vision had evolved, albeit at a low level, yet it proved invaluable at this moment. There, standing tall on the over 60-meter-high beach embankment, his white coat billowing in the wind, was none other than Qi Yang, accompanied by Zhang Bendan. Chapter 104. Professor Qi had previously made a definitive judgment. Based on his understanding of Qi Yang, there was a 99% probability that he would not show up. However, if this statement were to reach Qi Yang's ears, he would undoubtedly respond with a wry smile and retort, "Even I cannot claim to fully understand myself. Professor Qi is overthinking it." Time rewinds to an hour earlier. Once Zhang Bendan had completely infused the final component into the Stab 3, a blinding white light illuminated the entire laboratory as if it were day, leading Zhang Bendan to fervently believe the experiment was a success. However, as the white light gradually dissipated, the plain little sphere, devoid of any metallic sheen, caused Zhang Bendan's excited expression to freeze in place. In a moment of impatience, ignoring the inherent dangers, he reached into the glass chamber to touch the shell, yet was met with no sharp backlash as anticipated. Zhang Bendan's demeanor plummeted. Tears began to well in his eyes. "Major, it appears we have failed." Throughout their nearly 100 failed experiments, the outcomes varied. Some resulted in explosions, fortunately not as catastrophic as they had feared, causing minimal damage. Others had turned into puddles of metallic liquid, entirely unidentifiable in composition. Yet the current outcome, a dull, shrunken, useless sphere, might very well be their last opportunity to attempt success in their lifetimes. Such a blow was unbearable for Zhang Bendan. "Major!" he cried out in despair. But when he looked up at Qi Yang, he found the latter's eyes sparkling with excitement. Trembling, Qi Yang slowly extended his fingers into the glass chamber, halting just before making contact with the small shell. After a moment, he firmly grasped the shell, which was only half the size of his palm. As he attempted to retrieve the Stab 3 from the chamber, his wrist suddenly trembled. It took a while before he finally managed to pull it out. At that moment, even Qi Yang, usually so composed and unflappable, couldn't help but feel his eyes well up, his voice gradually becoming hoarse. "We might have succeeded." Thus, they felt the urgency of the events that had transpired on the beach battlefield. Professor Qi believed that Qi Yang's focus was on the king of mutated beasts, the S1, and could not fathom why Qi Yang would recklessly present the Stab 3 at such a time rather than conserving his strength. However, Qi Yang was acutely aware that in order to summon S1, aside from its own volition, there existed another avenue. Within just half an hour, aside from the elite members of Groups A and B, who were ensnared in the battlefield by the horde of mutated beasts, all other evolvers had retreated to the vicinity of the embankment to strategize their defense. When Lieutenant Chen was summoned by Qi Yang to the embankment, he instinctively clenched his fist, only to realize that his palms were drenched in sweat. He had followed Qi Yang for quite some time, initially begrudgingly, but eventually he found himself utterly intimidated by this man. The way Qi Yang executed his experiments with an unflinching demeanor was enough to unsettle even a soldier as steely as Chen. Now, standing beside Qiyang once more, he instinctively assumed a standard military posture, legs together, right hand pressed against his temple. Reporting, Major Qi, Lieutenant Chun Rang is here. Please give your orders. Qiyang, with his right hand tucked into his pocket, held a long and exquisitely crafted firearm in his left. The silver barrel gleamed under the reflections of the sea and sky, rivaling the deep azure of the ocean, and the familiar cold metallic luster startled Lieutenant Chun, who immediately comprehended the origins of this weapon. Qiyang remained silent for a prolonged moment, observing Lieutenant Chen until the honest man felt uneasy, at which point Qiyang suddenly inquired, "Are you afraid of death?" Taken aback, Lieutenant Chun instinctively replied, "Not afraid, but fearing death is not worth it." Qiyang rarely wore a gentle smile, yet at that moment, a soft expression graced his pale, refined features. He lifted the barrel of the high-yield electromagnetic cannon and asked, "Do you recall the last time I wielded this alongside you?" Without hesitation, Lieutenant Chun responded, reporting, "Major, that was 8 months ago. You led me and the others from Zone 80 for reconnaissance, using this weapon to capture 2 A-level mutated creatures." Qiyang nodded slightly but added, "Indeed. However, I must concede that you outperformed me. You directly captured that grotesque mutated beast, S1, which had boasted loudly on the battlefield. Since Ji Chuancheng had called out the name S1, the image of the mutated orca, horrified yet acknowledging, flashed before Lieutenant Chen's eyes. While most present remained oblivious to the significance of the name S1, Lieutenant Chen understood all too well. He finally grasped why, when he first encountered that humanoid mutated beast, it had uttered the words, "You have hurt me with it before." This was because, during their earlier sweep of the riverbed, Qiyang had deemed that small black mutated beast too weak to warrant his personal attack with the high-yield electromagnetic cannon, opting instead for Lieutenant Chen to use the simplest lightning cannon, which had rendered the creature unconscious and subsequently taken to the laboratory by the researchers. Given another chance, Lieutenant Chen would undoubtedly have chosen differently, exerting all efforts to eliminate that underdeveloped mutated beast in its cradle. Yet, he also vaguely understood that if Qiyang's formidable experimental methods had failed to kill it, then his own capabilities would surely fall short as well. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lieutenant Chun nodded earnestly. "Yes, I captured S1. Qiyang turned his gaze toward the vast, boundless sea and remarked coldly, "It hates me." Lieutenant Chun hesitated, unable to respond. Without making him wait long, Qiyang shifted his gaze back to Lieutenant Chun, speaking in a calm, assured tone. "It also despises you. Not hatred, but certainly disdain." Lieutenant Chun composedly nodded. "I understand. Major, do you intend to use me as bait to draw it out?" Qiyang gently shook his head. "You are merely a decoy. I will draw it out." Lieutenant Chun was taken aback. "Major, how do you know it will be nearby?" A moment ago, it seemed that the evolvers at the End City base were communicating, as they too were under siege by mutated beasts with dire circumstances. Here at the S City base, they have already dispatched 2 SS-level mutated creatures. S1 surely has no need to come. It will come. Qiyang's cold, indifferent gaze pierced through Lieutenant Chun, as if locking eyes with an unseen entity. He slowly curled his lips into a slight smile, almost sighing as he murmured, "Because it wants to witness my demise." Lieutenant Chun was rendered speechless. The task Qiyang assigned to Lieutenant Chun was quite simple: to stand atop the embankment and unleash the lightning cannon upon the sea-level mutated beasts below. In truth, the lightning cannon was the most rudimentary of all his offensive capabilities, and with his ability level now approaching 500, he had not employed this technique in quite some time. Yet, bolstered by his enhanced powers, Lieutenant Chen's focused shot with the lightning cannon could easily fell a sea-level mutated beast, and on occasion, even strike 2 down with 1 shot. Meanwhile, Qiyang stood impassively beside Lieutenant Chun, surveying the agitated horde of mutated beasts below the embankment. From a certain perspective, Lieutenant Chen's attacks were mere trifles against the majority of these high-level mutated beasts. However, no matter how trivial, the sheer number of mutated beasts he had slain was staggering. Groups of sea-level mutated beasts were reduced to mere powder under the barrage of his lightning cannon, ultimately provoking the anger of several B-level mutated entities. Noticing this, Qiyang merely furrowed his brow and ordered Zhang Bendan to use the A6 lethality to eliminate those B-level threats. It was only when a few A-level mutated beasts initiated long-range attacks that Qiyang let out a heavy sigh, raising his firearm to shoot. Bang! An A-level mutated beast fell lifelessly to the ground. After that, he ceased to remain silent. Round after round of bullets erupted from the high-yield electromagnetic cannon, and nearly every shot resulted in the demise of an A-level mutated beast. Yet, this weapon capable of severely injuring even SS-level entities was solely employed by Qi Yang to pick off A-level targets. This peculiar behavior puzzled Zhang Bendan. However, Lieutenant Chen's heart began to sink as he gradually comprehended Qi Yang's plan and realized why he had asked whether he feared death. Chun Rang had voluntarily enlisted at the age of 19. After 3 years of rigorous training, he was specially recruited into the S-City Special Forces, dispatched to the border for 4 years, and upon his return, he had already attained the rank of lieutenant. This rank, however, was disproportionate to his contributions, and thus, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be promoted to captain in this year's evaluations. Yet, just as Ji Chuancheng might forever remain a major, Chun Rang understood that he too would likely see his military career conclude at the rank of lieutenant. Since the day of the mutation, the systemic structure of Huaxia had nearly collapsed. Only evolvers were deemed worthy of establishing a new regime, albeit this would only transpire after the end of the apocalypse. With these thoughts in mind, and recognizing that the ordeal was far from over, Lieutenant Chen's expression turned grave as he continued to unleash his lightning cannon. As the final visible sea-level mutated beast collapsed, Lieutenant Chen's heart trembled, and in the next moment, he dashed down the embankment without hesitation, joining the defense forces in their assault. Zhang Bendan, witnessing Lieutenant Chen recklessly enter the enemy's encirclement, was taken aback and quickly turned to Qi Yang, exclaiming, "Major Qi, why is Lieutenant Chen suddenly defying your orders and running down there?" Zhang Bendan's voice faltered. He observed Qi Yang standing silently, his posture upright, watching with a solemn and heroic gaze as Chun Rang stepped further into the terrifying circle of mutated beasts, gradually becoming encircled and disappearing from sight. He asked, "Are you afraid of death?" He replied, "I fear dying without purpose." A wave of bitterness gradually rose in Qi Yang's throat as he tightened his grip on the cold weapon in his left hand, seemingly suppressing his voice deep within. He called out softly, "S1, you should be coming out now." Chapter 105. A thick layer of ominous clouds drifted across the distant horizon, casting an even darker pall over the already dim light. The beach was engulfed in the sounds of combat and anguished cries, the metallic scent of blood completely overpowering the briny sea breeze. Jing Xia swiftly seized the body of an evolved being that had been flung by an orca, staggering backward a few steps before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, other members of Group A were engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated orca, and Ji Chuancheng, positioned close to Jing Xia, hurried over. "How are you?" Jing Xia shook his head vigorously. "Just a scratch." Ji Chuancheng nodded quickly, then threw out a reminder. "Just focus on recovering your strength," before lifting his long-range weapon, the A9, rapidly assembling the firing mechanism and shooting around. This shot required careful calculation, taking into account the evolved beings surrounding the orca that were attacking and delaying their assault, making the positioning less than optimal. As a result, the orca swiftly evaded the terrifying projectile with a sudden swerve. After the last bullet was fired, Ji Chuancheng discarded his heavy weapon without a moment's hesitation. But there was no time to close in for another attack. The massive black beast abruptly halted all movement, turning its enormous head towards the vast blue ocean behind it. On the other side, the mutated Kongi eel's electrical barrage also ceased. Only the lower-tier mutated creatures below Class B continued their relentless assault until the orca's furious roar finally brought them to a complete standstill, regrouping in an orderly retreat towards the shoreline. In a mere 5 minutes, the battlefield reverted to its original state. Aside from the bodies strewn across the ground and the glaring sight of blood, everything appeared unchanged. Yet an irrevocable tragedy had indeed unfolded. Countless evolved beings glared with bloodshot eyes at the repulsive mutated creatures, too fearful to glance at the ground, lest a mere glimpse shatter their sanity, driving them to attack relentlessly. Gasping for breath, Jing Xia hastily bandaged the wound on his arm with a rudimentary medicine from the Research Institute, then stood beside Ji Chuancheng, raising his gaze to confront the towering mutated beasts. Among them, the mutated Kongi eel and the mutated orca flanked either side, forming a clear path. A man clad in a long black coat approached, navigating through the mountain of mutated creatures with calm resolve. His pale, sinisterly handsome features and shoulder-length black hair belied a frail appearance, yet an underlying aura of danger compelled Jing Xia to grip his cold sword tightly, his heart quaking involuntarily. Suddenly, a rush of warmth spread across the back of his right hand. Jing Xia looked up to see Ji Chuancheng gently shaking his head. Instantly, his heart steadied, but the nearly frenzied evolved beings behind him remained fixated on the sudden appearance of S1, filled with both hatred and dread. Ji Chuancheng stamped his right foot forcefully against the ground, yet the surface remained undisturbed, as if nothing were amiss. However, just as Jing Xia pondered this anomaly, He witnessed a towering tsunami, over 20 meters high, suddenly surge forth from among the mutated creatures, crashing down without warning. Remarkable. Humanity is indeed formidable. Such thoughts filled Jing Xia with confidence. Yet, in the next moment, that burgeoning self-assurance was shattered by an even more astonishing reality. The tsunami abruptly halted. It neither diminished nor shattered. It simply ceased to move. It was as if an invisible wall of air had confined the tsunami behind all the mutated beasts, rendering any approach impossible. Suddenly enlightened, Jing Xia turned to Ji Chuancheng, and their eyes met. Taking a step forward, he inquired, "Your mutation ability, could it be related to air?" S1's pitch-black, almost inorganic pupils lingered on Jing Xia's face for a second before lifting his gaze, ignoring him to fixate on the young man standing atop the embankment. The embankment loomed over 60 meters high. From the perspective of an ordinary evolved being, only the figures of the artillery team Zhang Bendan and Qi Yang were visible. However, S1 could easily discern the man with skin so pale that his blue veins were visible, his emotionless gaze, and his messy yet oddly beautiful black hair. S1's pupils constricted slightly before he abruptly averted his gaze, as if fleeing from something, and addressed Jing Xia, "Human, today you are destined for defeat." His tone was unyielding, void of any inflection, resembling a monotonous mechanical voice. Jing Xia had just spotted Qi Yang through S1's line of sight and understood the implications of his presence here. The anxiety that had once gripped his heart was utterly quelled. He placed his faith in himself, in Qi Yang, and in Ji Chuancheng. "S1, I too have a message for you. Today marks your demise." A flicker of pale light briefly illuminated S1's otherwise dark pupils, only to be swallowed by an impenetrable darkness in an instant. His dangerously beautiful eyes narrowed as he asked in a menacing tone, "Did Yang inform you of my identity?" No sooner had he spoken than a series of sharp slicing sounds pierced the air, invisible blades of air hurtling towards Jing Xia. He remained composed, skillfully erecting 3 thick walls of ice, only to see those layers of aquamarine ice shatter, obliterating all the air blades in their wake. Before Jing Xia could utter another word, Ji Chuancheng stepped forward to shield him. A hint of injury marred his otherwise stoic and elegant visage, yet the scar on his right cheek only enhanced his imposing aura. He silently locked eyes with S1 for a prolonged moment, neither speaking, but both unleashing a torrent of flames and chaotic air blades towards each other. The outcome was a return to calm, as the flames extinguished entirely. The roar of the mutated orca echoed like the battle cry heralding the onset of war. As the two forces clashed once more, a tempest of fury ensued, and blood was shed. The sky plunged into darkness, with only the clang of swords meeting hardened flesh and the final cries of the fallen resonating as the melody of this grim moment. Jing Xia sensed that the situation had become considerably more manageable than before. Despite the sudden arrival of the mutated Beast King, one would expect humanity to be at a disadvantage. However, they now possessed an inexplicable edge. All the lower-tier mutated creatures quaked in terror, unwilling to approach within 10 meters of their king, while the higher-tier beasts expended every means to delay the actions of the evolved beings, preventing any interference with the graceful advance of the humanoid mutated creature. Similarly, the mutated orca, though visibly wounded, unleashed a newfound strength that surpassed its prime, entangling Jing Xia and Ji Chuancheng in a web of injuries that hindered their attempts to halt S1's progress. "Damn it! What does that beast intend to do?" Jing Xia barely managed to fend off the orca's furious assault. Ji Chuancheng had just landed when he sought to escape, but the orca unleashed another vast torrent of water, obstructing his path and forcing him to retreat. From their elevated vantage point, Professor Qi and his companions observed the scene with heightened clarity. The elderly man with hair as white as snow gazed in astonishment as S1 traversed the terrifying battlefield, as leisurely and simply as if strolling through a garden. He advanced step by step until he paused abruptly 50 meters before the towering embankment. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all the researchers present. An eerie gathering of air coalesced beneath S1, manifesting as an invisible staircase at its feet. It lifted its left foot and slowly ascended, moving with a slow yet profoundly elegant grace, reminiscent of a refined pianist approaching their stage, relishing the frenzied applause that surrounded them. Yet, the applause for S1 was merely the dying cries of mutated beasts. Strangely, it appeared oblivious to the mournful wails of its kind, continuing to ascend the staircase until it halted perfectly before a refined, handsome man. In the chilling and desolate sea breeze, Qi Yang slightly curled his thin lips, wearing a smile that was neither fully joyful nor completely mocking as he regarded the mutated creature that had reappeared before him. He was clad in a thin, single-layer white coat that offered little warmth. Perhaps due to this, his lips appeared remarkably pale, as if the abnormal whiteness of his skin had found justification. At that moment, his left hand held a long, high-torque, strong electric nuclear magnetic cannon, which he did not aim at the enemy before him, instead holding it casually. The carefree smile at the corner of his lips struck S1 as glaringly conspicuous, causing his sharp eyebrows to narrow dangerously. "Yang, you are going to die," S1 declared with a chilling certainty. Chi-Yang merely nodded gently and replied with a smile, "You too." S1 suddenly resembled a bewildered child, blinking in confusion as he asked. "Why?" "Because I intend to kill you," Chi-Yang stated. In Chapter 106, Chi-Yang's voice was far softer than S1 had remembered. Carried by the cold wind, it seemed to drift away, as ephemeral as a whisper. The moment of innocence and naivety flickered across S1's strikingly beautiful yet sinister visage before vanishing without a trace. He fixed his nearly opaque black pupils on Chi-Yang for a prolonged period, then suddenly spoke, "Then I shall let you kill me first, shall I?" This unexpected declaration took Chi-Yang by surprise. His fingers trembled slightly in a place unseen by S1, and he countered, "Why?" A glimmer of white, akin to cat's eye stones, appeared in S1's pitch-black pupils as he replied nonchalantly, "Yang, your right hand is incapacitated. Compared to me, you are already dead." His voice abruptly faltered, and the simplicity of his reasoning seemed to evoke a flicker of disdain within S1, as the blackness in his eyes violently overwhelmed the specks of pure white, transforming his strikingly beautiful face into a mask of rage. "I want to kill you, Yang." No sooner had the words left his lips than S1 raised his right hand, pausing mere half a meter from Chi-Yang. In a swift motion, Chi-Yang raised the high-torque strong electric nuclear magnetic cannon in his left hand, aiming the dark barrel ominously at S1. S1 hesitated for a fleeting moment before disdainfully curling his lips. "Yang, what do you intend to do with that little toy? It lacks even the capacity to scratch those two fools down below. It's hardly entertaining, Yang." Chi-Yang, however, paid no heed to S1's derision. The smile vanished from his face. "S1, do you know what I regret most in my life?" S1 lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Chi-Yang continued, slowly curving his lips into a faint smile, speaking in a nostalgic tone. "Back then, I dismissed you as too weak and allowed Lieutenant Chun to knock you out with a thunder cannon. Tell me, what would have happened if I had unleashed this weapon capable of severely wounding S-class mutants upon you? A mere C-class, no, even a D-class." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-Yang pressed the trigger. A blinding white light erupted from the cannon's muzzle, and simultaneously, S1's patience reached its limit. The flicker of innocence in his eyes was entirely engulfed by an endless, fierce darkness, as he unleashed a compressed air cannon at Chi-Yang's already frail form. Seemingly intentionally avoiding a fatal strike, Chi-Yang's left shoulder was blown apart, creating a gaping wound. The violent commotion caused the silver-white cannon in his left hand to plummet down the embankment from over 60 meters high, while the white light still brewing at the muzzle hinted at the aftermath of a failed attack. S1 tilted his head slightly, his dark hair cascading over one eye. He blinked and responded to Chi-Yang's earlier inquiry. "You ask what would have happened, but Yang, you didn't do it then, and now, using such a toy is far too late." The significant loss of blood rendered Chi-Yang's complexion even paler, and he staggered back under the force of the air cannon. Yet S1 showed no intention of allowing him to retreat. His long, slender left arm tightened around Chi-Yang's fragile neck, pulling him closer. When they were less than half a meter apart, S1 tightened his grip and questioned, "Yang, you are going to die." Even as the wound on his left shoulder rapidly sealed, the depletion of air from his lungs filled Chi-Yang with a sense of physical weakness, his vision beginning to darken. S1's actions caused Chi-Yang to drift away from the high embankment, suspended in midair. With just a single release from S1, he would plummet to his death. In fact, S1 did just that. His left hand suddenly loosened, but before he could react, he felt Chi-Yang suddenly clutching his body with all his strength. The slender, pallid arms clung tightly to S1's waist, constricting so firmly that it became difficult for S1 to move, causing him to furrow his brow in annoyance. Due to Chi-Yang's actions, his wide sleeves fell away, revealing the gruesome wounds etched upon his right arm. S1's gaze darted to these hidden injuries, a fleeting glimmer of unrecognizable darkness flashing in his otherwise calm black eyes before he returned to his usual composure. "You!" Amidst the chaotic and dim beach, the sounds of swords clashing filled the air. Initially, some sought to observe what the humanoid mutant intended to do, but eventually, the relentless onslaught of mutated beasts left them no energy for anything other than fighting back. Chi-Yang's arms tightened around the slender waist of the mutant creature, holding on fiercely, yet not as tightly as the seamless connection of their lips. The contact of their mouths, the exchange of warm breath, eventually morphed into a bloodthirsty bite, blood trailing down from the corner of Qi Yang's lips. A flicker of confusion crossed S1's eyes, the pale hue lasting but a moment before being swiftly overshadowed by darkness. He forcefully pushed the handsome, pale man away, his thin lips stained red with blood, enhancing his devilish allure. The earlier suggestive atmosphere dissipated entirely after S1 gazed at Qi Yang for an extended period, his expression inscrutable. "I will not save you." In a low, hoarse voice, S1 pointedly inquired, "Why would you think I would want to save you, Yang?" In response, he received a profound smile from Qi Yang, who embraced a fatalistic resolve. "Then S1, why do you believe I am clinging to you merely for self-preservation, to divert your attention and obstruct your line of sight?" S1's body stiffened abruptly, halting his attempts to pry Qi Yang's grip from him. He slightly turned his head downwards, finally noticing the area obscured by the man's body. There, upon the blood-soaked ground, stood a youth clad in a white coat, brandishing the cannon that had just been discarded, its dazzling white light aimed directly at him. The gathering brilliance intensified, enough to make S1's blood, which had remained cold, begin to simmer. It was a taste of long-forgotten terror. "S1, let us be together," Qi Yang sighed, his voice echoing with a hint of distance. "No!" In an instant, S1 contemplated escape, but before he could react, the chilling white light converging at the gun's muzzle erupted entirely, manifesting as a towering pillar of white light, cold and merciless, engulfing the bodies of Qi Yang and S1. Thunderous roars resonated, capturing the attention of everyone on the beach. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens and earth had been transformed into an endless abyss of darkness, illuminated solely by the ascending white light, which also brightened the bewildered face of Jing Xia, now stained with blood and grime. That white light ultimately dissipated into the vast, boundless ocean, and as the energy gradually waned, the oppressive force that had stifled all life on Earth slowly evaporated, leaving behind a gaping chasm at the center of the dam, a testament to the horrific assault that had just transpired. Zhang Bendan collapsed onto the soft sands, his high-velocity electromagnetic cannon rendered completely inoperative, the muzzle charred and still emitting wisps of white smoke. What was never meant to serve as a vessel had reluctantly taken on that role to lessen the enemy's vigilance, resulting in its inevitable destruction. At that moment, Zhang Bendan felt utterly soulless, sitting dazedly on the beach, gazing up at the vacant sky, his cracked lips moving slightly. All mutated beasts and evolved beings had ceased their movements, stunned by the terrifying and bizarre energy waves, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Even now, the overwhelming sense of existential threat that had mercilessly crushed them left them in a state of shock. "Major." A hoarse voice emerged from Zhang Bendan's throat. The sea breeze howled from across the ocean, the beach enveloped in silence. Even the faintest breaths and gasps were distinctly audible. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail shattered the stillness. "Major Qi!" The departed were gone, yet many awaited a chance for rebirth. A leaderless throng spells catastrophic upheaval for a dynasty. The absence of an omnipotent ruler, capable of suppressing all dissent, plunged the already intellectually deficient mutated beasts into unparalleled chaos. The mutated Kongi eel and mutated orca struggled to guide the S-class mutated beasts, who possessed basic intelligence, to suppress the frenzied mutated creatures at the S-City base. However, in other regions, the mutated beasts were utterly uncontrollable, even beginning to riot. The N-City base, the nearest large human settlement to S-City, was acutely aware of the principle of survival and unity. Hence, they dispatched approximately two-thirds of their elite forces to support S-City from the onset. This nearly suicidal act resulted in them suffering even greater losses than the more powerful S-City base once the full-scale war erupted. Yet, just as the remaining evolved beings of the N-City base dwindled to under 500, despairing to the point of wishing for mutual destruction, the explosive shockwave that had reverberated throughout the entirety of Huaxia reached their ears. The earth trembled, the aftershocks radiating from the S-City base, spreading across the globe. Before the evolved beings could comprehend what had transpired, the mutated beasts suddenly erupted into chaos, disrupting all coherent thoughts. The few S-class mutated beings with intelligence roared in fury, while the A-class mutated entities fared somewhat better. But those below B-class descended into utter madness. Uninjured beasts sought only to flee from danger, and the wounded were unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. This was an instinct inherent to all living beings. Even with merely a few hundred evolved beings remaining, they could still slay nearly 1,000 mutated beasts. None of the mutated beasts dared to test their frail chances. Freed from the oppressive blade that once loomed over them, they finally tasted liberty, This newfound freedom might temporarily render them too drained to confront humanity, as a more chaotic battle awaited them in the near future, perhaps with another mighty mutated beast rising to impose absolute dominance. But that was not the present reality. The familiar scent of terror had vanished from the air, and the overpowering military force that once oppressed everything on Earth had dissipated. Even across half the globe in the United States, the advancing mutated beasts halted their movements. They needed no eyewitness accounts, nor confirmations. They simply knew that the death threat that had loomed over them had inexplicably vanished. All B-class mutated beings erupted into cheers. Yet, a segment of A-class mutated beings and all those above S-class fell into a profound silent stupor. They understood that the fascistic oppression they required in this apocalyptic world was absent. Humans possessed intelligence. Even without overwhelming strength, they understood the values of unity, cooperation, innovation, and creativity. With these attributes, they could forever remain the overpowering race looming over the mutated beasts. What the mutated beasts craved was an irrevocable assault, a swift and effective strike that would leave humanity unable to rise again. This was an understanding forever lost on the lower-tier mutated beings. Chapter 107. Half a year later, a chilling and bitter sea breeze swept across the vast ocean, each gust akin to a poisoned blade, capable of stripping flesh from bone upon contact. The sky was a stark, cold white. Perhaps due to the frigid weather, the air along the coast felt stagnant. The 3-kilometer stretch of sea near the beach had completely frozen, with the innermost layers forming thick ice blocks, devoid of any flowing water. Yet today, at this very moment, dozens of enormous black mutated beasts ascended ashore, led by 2 particularly colossal creatures, stepping cautiously over the fragile ice surface, advancing step by step to within 100 meters of the beach before halting. Even the most powerful evolved beings, boasting abilities exceeding 1,000, felt the bite of the icy wind. 6 months had passed. The blood-soaked battles of the past had forged the youth's once straight spine into a formidable sword. Even with a scabbard to shield it, the fierce aura could not be entirely concealed. Behind him stood nearly 100 evolved beings, each radiating an aura of danger and vigilance, eyeing the landed mutated beasts with caution. The foremost group of 20 brandished long A-10 killing machines, a weapon that could potentially inflict fatal wounds on even S-class mutated entities. The hideous, scarred visage of the mutated orca bore testament to its enduring wounds, flesh rolling and refusing to heal, no longer oozing pus or blood, yet still failing to mend through its formidable regenerative abilities. The orca lowered its head, gazing down at the diminutive humans. Jing Xia gradually lifted his gaze, meeting the gaze of the colossal beast that dwarfed him hundreds of times over, unflinching and composed. The 2 locked eyes for an extended moment, until the orca finally spoke. Human, the B district has been entirely frozen in ice. We accept your previous terms. Let us commence our collaboration. Jing Xia, undaunted, responded with conviction, I'm sorry, but that was an agreement from half a month ago. From this day forth, our accord must undergo amendments. You are tasked with capturing the group of low-level mutated beasts that have wreaked havoc on the Jiaodong Peninsula a mere 10 days ago, ensuring the security of the coastal regions of Huaxia. Do not overstep your bounds, humans. The mutated Kangji eel roared, its voice resonating through the trembling air. Its subordinates are not significantly weaker than your own. Whatever you possess, they will surely prove to be formidable adversaries. Jing Xia's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Our demand is for 0 casualties. You, the Kangji eel, seething with rage, lashed its long tail, striking the ice and causing cracks reminiscent of shattered glass to radiate outward. A mutated orca stepped forward, positioning itself before the Kangji eel, restraining its impulsive fury. Very well, we shall acquiesce to your terms. But what of our demands? Jing Xia turned to converse with another evolver for a moment before addressing the orca with a commanding tone. Within 10 days, you will resolve the situation on the Jiaodong Peninsula. In return, we pledge to melt the ice within a kilometer of the East China Sea. Agreed. The formidable procession of mutated beasts pivoted away from the slick, frigid ice, and as the towering giants finally submerged into the ocean, the Kangji eel could no longer contain its furious roar. Tiger, the strength of those traitors is not to be underestimated. Should we engage them in a full-scale conflict, it would be exceedingly detrimental to us. Over the course of half a year, in a battle of wits against both humanity and the treacherous mutated beasts, the Kangji eel had long ceased to be the naive creature it once was. Although it had become more cautious, it was not particularly astute, which had led to its fair share of misfortunes. The mutated orca abruptly halted its advance, its large, round eyes fixated on the enraged Kangji eel. Behind them, The vast army of advanced mutated beasts obediently came to a stop, not daring to utter a sound. The orca bellowed. Every creature within 100 nautical miles has been eradicated. Humans have devised methods to contend with this terrifying weather. Can you conjure one up for me? This assertion was undeniably valid, leaving the Kangji eel, despite its pent-up ire, speechless. It understood all too well that the dreadful cold had begun gradually about 7 or 8 months prior, culminating in a dramatic global temperature drop 5 months ago. Initially, they had perceived it as a boon, relishing in the misfortune of those humans on shore. Being marine creatures, they were naturally well adapted to temperature regulation, and the ocean had always been warmer than the land, leading many to view the situation with a sense of schadenfreude. However, soon enough, the ocean began to freeze over in vast expanses. This grotesque and terrifying chill seemed unrelenting. Temperatures plummeted incessantly, catching many overconfident mutated beasts nestled in the sea off guard. While humans had already improved their living conditions through technological innovations, the mutated beasts found themselves bereft of their once abundant supply of unmutated prey. By this juncture, clinging to the notion of resisting cooperation with humanity had become ludicrous. With survival at stake, the internal factions of the mutated beasts splintered into two organizations. The first, led by the Kangji eel and the orca, two of the most formidable SS-class mutated entities, comprised those mutated beasts willing to cooperate with humans. The second consisted of powerful S-class mutants determined to eradicate humanity and seize their resources in order to secure their own survival. The massive and majestic orca led a throng of darkened beasts toward the heart of the ocean. Yet, in the boundless expanse of the sea, they appeared as mere insignificant specks, laughably small. They were powerful, yet not powerful enough to conquer nature. Humans may not possess their strength, but it was undeniable that in this contest against the forces of nature, humanity had triumphed. They had adeptly adapted to the world, to Earth itself, leveraging their intellect to secure their survival, thereby driving the mutated beasts into a corner. Tiger. A faint, resigned voice emerged, prompting the mutated orca to turn its dark head aside. The once boastful Kangji eel now hung its head in sorrow, devoid of the earlier bravado. The orca blinked in surprise. With a deep sigh, the Kangji eel continued, "Without our king, are we truly powerless?" This inquiry left the orca in contemplative silence for a time before it finally responded. "If the king were still with us, I believe he would have made the same choice. We possess overwhelming might, while humans wield absolute wisdom. Their abilities are rapidly nearing our level. The strongest among them could defeat me. Moreover, they possess weaponry." The Kangji eel protested. "But that applies to you. That human can only defeat you, leveraging the advantage of their abilities. Perhaps against me it would be a stalemate." His tone grew increasingly urgent, as if resisting an inevitable truth. "He could never match our king. No human is a match for him. You know the terror of our king. A mere glance could." The Kangji eel's voice abruptly faltered. Observing the profound sadness etched upon the orca's face, it slowly began to grasp the implications of its words. It lowered its head once more, swimming forward at a languid pace, murmuring softly, "Indeed, the king ultimately succumbed to humanity." The vast, boundless sky appeared as a colossal white bowl inverted upon them, and due to the biting cold, the atmosphere was devoid of any warmth, shrouded in a ghastly pallor. After traversing for over half an hour, having ventured beyond the reach of human detection, the speed of the mutated beast horde gradually decelerated. The Kangji eel, lost in its thoughts, swam forward in silence, its demeanor starkly contrasting its usual self. "I believe the king still lives." A whisper so faint that only the Kangji eel could perceive it suddenly echoed in its ears. Startled, it turned its head to find the orca's gaze steady and earnest. Through its murky eyes, the wound on its right eye was a glaring reminder. The Kangji eel hesitated before asking, "Tiger, what are you suggesting? If the king were alive, with his power, he would have returned to seek us out. He would never allow us to be oppressed by humans. Our relationship with humans is not one of animosity, but of cooperation." The orca sighed in resignation, reiterating its plan for what felt like the umpteenth time. Noticing the Kangji eel's lack of agreement, it did not press the matter but continued, "I never believed the king was dead. I have always held on to the hope that he would return someday. Furthermore, observe my wound. Even now, it has yet to heal completely. This is the mark of the king's power. It endures because he has not perished, does it not?" By the conclusion of its statement, even the mutated orca felt a twinge of doubt. Its tone carried a hint of skepticism, ultimately seeking validation from its listener, despite knowing full well that this unqualified audience was mired in confusion. "Perhaps that is the case. The vast procession ultimately veered toward the direction of the Jiaodong Peninsula. Their retreating figures appeared forlorn and solitary, seeming particularly diminutive against the vastness of the world. They seemed to await the return of the king, who could lead them once more, silently crying out for their uncertain fate. Unwilling to submit, unwilling to lose their freedom again, as a race endowed with intelligence, they demanded their most basic rights. Yet now, they could only aspire to the most mundane survival. May this wretched, twisted climate depart sooner rather than later. As Jing Xia turned to leave the beach with the throng of evolvers, he lingered at the rear. Only after confirming that the mutated beasts had indeed vacated entirely did he finally depart. Before he even reached the fortified embankment, he spotted that person from afar. Dressed impeccably in a tailored black military uniform, he stood tall and strikingly handsome, silently awaiting his return home. Jing Xia could not help but quicken his pace, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. "A Chuan, when did you return from Base B?" The joy of this long-awaited reunion made Jing Xia oblivious to the lingering crowd around them. Coupled with the recent agreement he had brokered with the mutated beasts, he joyfully held onto the icy form of Ji Chuancheng, practically wearing his delight on his face. Ji Chuancheng reciprocated by gently wrapping his arms around the slender waist of the youth. He lowered his gaze, intently studying Jing Xia for a prolonged moment, and when he confirmed that not a single hair had been lost from the young man, he nodded in satisfaction and replied, "I just returned and heard that Professor Qi sent you to negotiate. This marks your 5th time since you accepted the appointment for these discussions, doesn't it?" Jing Xia nodded. "Yes, but the good news is this time we succeeded." Ji Chuancheng raised an eyebrow. Together, they traversed the thick embankment gates into Base S. Jing Xia continued, "This time, with the entire ocean district be frozen solid, they could no longer contain themselves. Moreover, our demands have also evolved." Ji Chuancheng listened intently as Jing Xia articulated his thoughts, their pace slowing as they distanced themselves from the larger group, who showed no inclination to follow. "I believe," Jing Xia summarized, "we have secured at least a year of peace." Ji Chuancheng nodded lightly, suddenly and discreetly grasping Jing Xia's left hand. The warmth of his palm contrasted sharply with the cooler temperature of the youth's skin, causing Jing Xia to momentarily pause, his steps halting abruptly. Turning his head, he looked at the man who had suddenly become somewhat enigmatic. Before the towering embankment, Ji Chuancheng, clad in black, gazed quietly at him. Those eyes, familiar for over 20 years, held a cold elegance, and the chiseled features were deeply known to him. Yet in this moment, amidst the bustling tension, he appeared both strange and familiar. The unfamiliarity lay in the scars of time, while the familiarity resided in the unwavering affection reflected in those eyes. Jing Xia felt a lump form in his throat as memories began to surface. It seemed that, from the very beginning, this person had always looked at him in such a manner. Having never pondered it deeply, he had overlooked it entirely. Yet now, upon reflection, he realized that throughout his 20-plus years, whether in muddled confusion or in moments of elation, every second had been interwoven with the profound gaze of this man. The feelings that had quietly sprouted in solitude over the years had now flourished, leaving Jing Xia oddly relieved. He had neither missed nor rejected it. A gentle smile crept onto his lips as he playfully asked, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Ji Chuancheng, however, replied with a statement that sidestepped the question entirely, "I no longer wish to leave." Jing Xia was perplexed. "What do you mean?" The stern lines of Ji Chuancheng's brow softened gradually, a slight smile gracing his lips as he sighed deeply. "I am weary. I do not wish to depart again. If I were to leave once more, I fear I would lack the courage. The courage to face an uncertain tomorrow, the courage to promise whether survival was truly attainable." Jing Xia paused slightly before responding with a resigned smile. "All right, you shall not go." This answer seemed to please Ji Chuancheng immensely. His elongated fingers intertwined with Jing Xia's, their hands clasped so tightly that not even the slightest gap remained. Together, they ambled forward, time slipping away unmeasured, until Ji Chuancheng casually inquired, "Tell me, how long have I labored for this day?" Jing Xia blinked, instinctively replying, "The mutated beasts were able to compromise with us. Most likely since the ice-melting weapon was developed at the Research Institute 3 months ago. We solved what the beasts could not, and that is our greatest leverage. Your efforts have not been in vain." He reflexively assumed Ji Chuancheng was asking how long it took to achieve this peaceful coexistence between humans and mutated beasts. Yet, Ji Chuancheng's lips curved in a wry smile as he shook his head. "I have toiled for a full 21 years. No, it has now been 22 years. As he spoke, he turned to face the bewildered Jing Xia, lowering his gaze to meet the young man's questioning eyes. In that moment, The once imposing figure of the ancient ice mountain revealed a countenance filled with tender resignation. He gently placed his left hand over Jing Xia's chest. Even through layers of fabric, he could still sense the vigorous heartbeat thrumming beneath. Thump, thump, thump. To bring forth a person named Ji Chuancheng in this place. To shatter the thick walls of ice that obscured hope. I have spent a full 22 years. At last, in my not-so-distant twilight years, I can finally see the person I have awaited for 2 decades. Understanding now the words I have longed to express. Jing Xia stood there, momentarily frozen, unsure of what to say. You fear losing. You fear being abandoned, which is why you refuse to accept the kindness of others, encasing yourself behind thick walls. You believe you are shielding yourself from others, yet all along, it has only been yourself you have confined. A Chuan. Enough, there is no future, Xia. The deep, resonant voice weighed heavily upon Jing Xia's heart. Ji Chuancheng's voice, much like his persona, carried an invisible pressure that deterred any dissent. This seemingly aloof demeanor led everyone to perceive him as a cold, unapproachable figure, reluctant to engage in close relationships. Yet, when did exterior indifference ever equate to genuine inner warmth? Jing Xia had always known that this man possessed the softest heart in the world, unselfishly forgiving and embracing him with the broadest of spirits. This thing called love has never arrived too late. It was simply he who realized it too late. With a long sigh, the smile at the corners of Jing Xia's lips grew even more radiant. He tilted his head, allowing the pristine, icy hue of the sky to illuminate his serene and warm smile, softly asking, "Do you believe you have broken through?" Ji Chuancheng raised an eyebrow at the question. I believe not, Jing Xia declared, turning to walk away, feigning anger to deny Ji Chuancheng a chance to respond. However, knowing his partner's capricious nature all too well, Ji Chuancheng would not let the opportunity slip. He swiftly seized Jing Xia's arm, pulling him into an embrace, a rare smile gracing his features as he retorted. How so? You step outside and declare you never wish to leave again. Yet have you ever considered taking me with you? The words caught Ji Chuancheng off guard, momentarily silencing him, and he found no retort to offer. He could only ask softly, "What would you have me do?" "You must carve away slowly, every moment, every place. Do not think to take shortcuts." Ji Chuancheng chuckled teasingly. "Does that include the night as well?" Ji Chuancheng. Jing Xia reacted swiftly, lifting his foot to kick at Ji Chuancheng's midsection. Beneath the bright, pale expanse of the sky, the two engaged in a playful scuffle, one unleashing all his powers with reckless abandon while the other feigned helplessness, dodging with care, even ensuring not to harm his opponent. When it comes to the wastefulness of abilities, nothing could surpass this. The sky was a brilliant blue, the ocean tranquil. While the earth was gradually sealed beneath layers of ice, the hearts of some had already begun to thaw slowly, chiseled away by the warmth of another. The world is beautifully enchanting, and even the suffering that we cannot escape from at present will one day turn to ashes, paving the way for a gentle and radiant future. The ice shall ultimately be shattered. Chapter 108. The Kiss of 2 Decades, Part 1. Today, the upscale clubhouse situated on the outskirts of B City donned a somber black attire. 2 long black drapes hung from the grand entrance, arching gracefully from the center to the sides, creating a semi-fallen curve. The massive character of sacrifice emblazoned in the midst of the drapes accentuated a chilling and solemn atmosphere, instilling a profound sense of tranquility in the hearts of all who entered. On this day, an array of luxury vehicles, seldom seen by ordinary folk, converged at the entrance of the clubhouse. One after another, gentlemen and ladies clad in black suits and elegant gowns alighted from their cars, their expressions grave as they entered the hall of mourning, adding yet another wreath to the already burgeoning collection that filled the expansive hall. A black Bentley delivered 2 silent individuals, followed closely by an imposing Cadillac, from which a doorman opened the door to reveal a slightly younger couple and a charming little boy. The handsome man presented an invitation to the waiting butler before momentarily departing from his wife and child to sign in and express his condolences. As he left, he earnestly instructed his wife to keep their mischievous little rascal in line. The gentle and warm-hearted woman nodded softly in agreement, then took the delicate boy by the hand as they proceeded toward the grand hall. The boy, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes and elongated eyelids, appeared somewhat alluring, yet his boyish demeanor ensured he did not resemble a girl. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings, and unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Mommy, where exactly are we? It's all black here. It's not pretty." The refined lady chuckled softly at his question. As they approached the main hall of the clubhouse, she bent down and replied with a smile, Mommy brought little Xia to see an old friend. Although she is now asleep, she remains very beautiful. Xia must remember, once we enter you must not speak. Otherwise there will be no chocolate tonight. Caught by this gentle ultimatum, Jing Xia promptly closed his mouth and mimicked zipping up a zipper. His comical expression caused an even brighter smile to grace his mother's lips. However, when she shifted her gaze to the black and white photograph hanging above the casket in the center of the hall, her smile abruptly faded. With a deep sigh, the elegant and graceful woman's features were clouded with sorrow. The woman who had the power to summon the Jing family of B City to pay their respects was certainly not an ordinary individual. Had it not been for the elder Jing's mild heart attack that morning, the head of the Jing family would surely have been present today. Not due to any other reason but because of the deceased. This person Jing Mu was acquainted with. To say they were familiar could only be considered accurate in the sense that they had exchanged a few words in childhood, without much further interaction. B City is vast. Yet the circles of society remain limited with only a few prominent families. The deceased woman was born into the prestigious Wang family, a political lineage, and as the sole daughter, she had been cherished like a jewel from a young age, ultimately marrying into the illustrious Ji family, famed for its military accomplishments. Such a seemingly glamorous and impeccable life, Jing Mu understood, her unfamiliar sister-in-law, Sister Wang, had not lived happily. The Ji family's reputation was formidable, and her husband was now the youngest major general in Huaxia. Fame and power similarly entail obligations and responsibilities. General Ji seldom returned home, spending only a few months each year in B City, and much of his time away from his family. This was a solitude that weighed heavily upon a woman. Thus, this woman, who appeared to be a princess in her privileged life, passed away before reaching the age of 35. Though congenital asthma is rarely fatal in this age of advanced medicine, Sister Wang nonetheless succumbed, leaving behind a stern young husband and a naive, lovely son. Reflecting on this, Jing Mu regained her composure and bent down to speak to her son. Xia, today you may meet a little brother. Yes, he might be feeling quite upset today, but if you happen to run into him at the evening banquet, you must not bully him, understood? The Ji family's only son was 9 years old this year, while little Jing Xia was merely 4, making it evident that the former could easily intimidate the latter. Yet, the seriousness etched on Jing Mu's face directly confirmed her little rascal's mischievous nature. Xia will surely take good care of the little brother. After a moment of thought, Jing Xia blinked curiously. Mommy, is the little brother handsome? Jing Mu playfully swatted his head. You little flirt. With a hint of curiosity about the little brother, Jing Xia innocently participated in an afternoon of mourning ceremonies. Yet he did not catch a glimpse of the rumored little brother at the clubhouse. Disheartened, he followed his parents to the evening banquet, and upon seeing the array of cakes and pastries on the long tables, any thoughts of the little brother or sister faded into oblivion. With a satisfied burp, Jing Xia noticed that his parents were engaged in conversation with several uncles and aunts. The number of peers in the clubhouse was sparse, and as Jing Xia strained to look around, he suddenly spotted a girl with dark hair darting out of the venue like the wind. Hey, wait for me. Jing Xiao's voice was drowned in the low murmurs of laughter and conversation within the clubhouse, and no one noticed the small boy navigating through the crowd, making his way out into the tranquil darkness of the garden. Hey, where did that little sister go? Jing Xia searched the garden for some time, but he could not find the figure of the girl he had just seen. The gentle moonlight bathed the garden, and though he could not discern the colors of the surrounding flowers, the rich fragrance enveloped him like a giant cotton candy, leaving him feeling slightly dizzy. I can't believe I didn't find her, he muttered, but before he could finish his thought, he suddenly heard a faint sound of crying. The weeping was so subdued that he had not noticed it until now. He hurriedly circled the garden, finally discovering the source of the sorrow behind a wall of roses. There she sat before a cold marble fountain, her porcelain skin contrasting starkly against the dark stone, appearing exceptionally pale. She rested her hands limply on her legs, her gaze lost and sorrowful as she stared at the moonlit ground, crying silently, her tears streaming down her delicate face. Despite her efforts to stifle her sobs, she was still just a child, incapable of completely suppressing her sounds. It was precisely because of this that she caught the attention of a little rascal, a little flirt. Jing Xia could not help but swallow hard and took a step closer, asking, Are you a fairy? Clad in a beautiful black dress, her exquisite features were so androgynous that it was difficult to discern her gender. Aside from her shoulder-length hair, which did not align with Jing Xiao's aesthetic preference for long, straight black hair, this little girl was the epitome of the goddess he had always dreamed of. Such a goddess, suddenly appearing in the serene garden, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, Was she not a fairy? The little girl ignored his question, continuing to weep quietly. Yet, Jing Xia, undeterred, climbed onto the marble platform in front of the fountain, oblivious to how effortlessly she sat on the platform at her height. Hello, fairy. My name is Xia. You are truly beautiful. May I cough, may I give you a kiss? The shameless teasing abruptly silenced the little girl's cries. She blinked her elegantly elongated eyes, perplexed as she turned to gaze at the audacious boy who had crawled beside her. Before she could utter a word, she suddenly felt warmth on her lips. Her first kiss was snatched away in an instant. Wow, little sprite. Your lips are so soft. Just a tad salty from your tears. Why are you crying, little sprite? Stop crying and let me kiss you again, and I promise you'll be happy. Alright? The little girl would no longer grant this blatant flirtation any opportunity. Her tears gradually ceased, and she coldly scrutinized the boy before her. Her gaze, sharp as if forged in the crucible of battle, was entirely inappropriate for a child. After a moment, she replied, I am not called Sprite. My name is Ji. You may call me Chuancheng. Jing Xia beamed with delight. Chuancheng. What an adorable name. For that lovely name, let us share another kiss. Chuancheng. Ji Chuancheng mercilessly swatted the boy, who had leaned in once more, aside. Oh no, Ji Chuancheng, though merely 9 years old, had never encountered someone so brazen. Had he not known this boy was surely a guest of his father's, he would have long since beaten this little rogue to a state of helplessness. Yet, the audacity of this small scoundrel surpassed Ji Chuancheng's expectations. Chuancheng, why are you crying? You're so cute. Who would dare bully you? I'll go beat them up. Ji Chuancheng remained expressionless. Chuancheng, please don't ignore me. I really like you. Will you marry me and be my bride? My family is extremely wealthy. You'll never run out of money. You can spend however you wish as long as you marry me. A vein on Ji Chuancheng's forehead began to throb. Chuancheng, just tell me why you are crying. If you keep ignoring me like this, it hurts my feelings. Just say it. My mother is dead. Chapter 109. The Kiss of 20 Years, Part 2. My mother is dead. The boy suddenly began to engage with her, which took Jing Xia by surprise. After a moment he responded, I'm sorry, Chuancheng. I didn't know about your mother. It's all right. Ji Chuancheng slightly lowered his gaze, calmly observing the ground beneath him, as if he could see through the tiles. His beautifully elongated eyes sparkled with a glimmer of sorrow, which he believed he had concealed well, yet it was perceptibly noted by Jing Xia. As he reached out to cover the back of the goddess's hand, Jing Xia, unabashedly, continued, Chuancheng, did you know? My grandmother passed away last year too. With that, Jing Xia raised his small palm-sized face to the silent night and said, Grandmother loved me the most. She would secretly give me a piece of chocolate every day as a dessert. My mom doesn't even know about it. Ji Chuancheng was somewhat perplexed by what the boy was trying to convey, yet his upbringing had instilled in him the courtesy not to interrupt. Under the moonlight, the boy's already handsome face appeared somewhat ethereal, and Ji Chuancheng felt a slight stirring in his heart. Choosing not to withdraw his hand from beneath the boy's, Chuancheng, you were crying so sadly just now. Your mother must have treated you very well, right? Ji Chuancheng contemplated for a moment, then gently nodded. Emicham. Then you mustn't be sad anymore. If your mother knew you were like this, she would be very upset. Ji Chuancheng, however, lowered his head in sorrow and whispered, but she can't see me anymore. Who says that? Jing Xiao's mind whirled, and he blurted out a whimsical tale he had concocted, drawn from playful banter with a classmate at kindergarten. When your mother passes away, she becomes a star in the sky, watching over you forever. Ji Chuancheng paused in surprise, innocently asking, is that true? Jing Xia nodded earnestly, of course. Just the other day, I saw my grandmother's star twinkle at me twice. Look, isn't that star particularly bright? That's my grandmother. Following Jing Xia's pointing finger, Ji Chuancheng indeed saw a notably bright star twinkling at him. He was momentarily taken aback, his untainted mind accepting the boy's grandiose lie without question. Seeing Ji Chuancheng's bewildered expression, Jing Xia knew he had successfully reeled him in. He cheerfully caressed the goddess's soft little hand, saying, Chuancheng, don't be sad. You still have me. As long as I, Jing Xia, am around, no one in the kindergarten would dare to bully you. Oh, by the way, which kindergarten do you go to? I've never seen you before. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuancheng slowly regained his thoughts. He looked at the boy in confusion and instinctively replied, I don't go to kindergarten. Ah, you've never been to kindergarten. His tone was laced with disdain. During this exchange with the audacious little rogue, Ji Chuancheng was primarily in the role of listener. He listened as this boy, mistakenly believing him to be a non-kindergartner, exaggeratedly boasted about his exploits in class. While time gradually slipped away, suddenly, upon hearing the familiar calls of Jing's father and mother, Jing Xia exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot about that." He promptly hopped down from the marble platform, eager to rush into his mother's embrace and indulge in the chocolate waiting for him that evening. Oh wait, halfway through, Jing Xia turned back and instantly spotted the dazed and beautiful little goddess in the moonlight. He dashed over, lifted his small face, and shamelessly planted another kiss on her, quickly darting away before she could react, disappearing from sight in a flash. At that moment, Ji Chuancheng stood there, dazed, finally comprehending what had just transpired. He raised his hand to touch his lips, still feeling the warmth left by the boy's kiss, a heat that vivified his heart. Xiao Xia, Jing Xia? Moments later, a strikingly beautiful girl emerged from the flower bushes, standing helplessly before Ji Chuancheng. "Young master, how did you end up here? The general has been looking for you for quite a while. Please don't make me worry." Even at just 12 years old, Qin Chu had matured remarkably. Having developed early, she stood nearly a head taller than Ji Chuancheng. At this moment, she crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, who was lost in thought on the marble platform. After a while, Ji Chuancheng murmured, "Qin Chu." Qin Chu had already noticed the tear stains on Ji Chuancheng's cheeks that had not yet dried. With a deep sigh, she took the boy's hand and began to walk out of the garden, saying, "Young master, I know you are very sad. The general won't be back tonight. But don't be afraid. I am still here." "I know, Qin Chu. I won't be sad." Qin Chu looked at the boy beside her with a hint of surprise, unable to believe such resilient words came from him. Having learned the painful lessons of a husband going to war, Mrs. Ji had always shielded her only son with great care. From a young age, he was forbidden from any exposure to matters concerning the Ji family's military, treated like a flower in a greenhouse, which had fostered Ji Chuancheng's current innocent and naive character. Ji Chuancheng slowly tilted his not yet handsome face upwards, smiling as he said, "Mom is watching over me from above. She wouldn't want me to be sad." Qin Chu. She was rather perplexed, wondering if her young master had been kicked in the head by a donkey. It would not be until years later that Qin Chu would understand precisely who that donkey was. Without Mrs. G's obstruction, General Ji relentlessly subjected his only son to the most rigorous training. It was as if he sought to compensate for the 9 years of absence, pushing the training intensity to a level that left Ji Chuancheng injured and unconscious more than once, nearly causing lasting harm. However, such devilish training gradually sculpted the youngest major in the annals of Chinese history, forging a resolute and decisive Major Ji, who led his team, the Forbidden Zone, with an indomitable spirit, creating a palpable tension along the entire border. Years later, the handsome and stern visage of Ji Chuancheng bore no trace of the androgynous boy he once was. When his name was mentioned, it evoked nothing but admiration and respect. Independently slaying an SS-level mutated lion, and possessing the formidable ability to reverse rivers, it was his unparalleled command skills that repeatedly secured victories for humanity in the war against mutated beasts. Some individuals seem to be born as sovereigns, endowed with an undeniable charisma and a commanding presence that compels unwavering obedience and trust, leading others through one tribulation after another. Before the passing of his mother, the mischievous young devil, Jing Xia, had flirted with countless young girls. Even for the goddess Xiaocheng, whom he adored, he merely mumbled a few words after receiving a reprimand from his mother, quickly suppressing his feelings and forgetting everything entirely. A year later, as he wept inconsolably at his mother's funeral, he gazed at the striking young man who approached him, resembling a celestial being, offering a neatly folded handkerchief, and could only manage a choked, "Thank you, who are you?" The countenance of Ji Chuancheng darkened instantly. What followed was over 20 years of unreasoned indulgence. As Ji Chuancheng, he permitted this rebellious and wild youth to flourish. As long as they were in China and he had not committed any irredeemable acts, whatever Jing Xia desired, Ji Chuancheng would grant him. That night, when he could no longer tolerate watching the youth nearly succumb to drug addiction in a bar, Ji Chuancheng found himself silently seated in the darkness, observing the sweetly slumbering young man on the bed, uncertain of what to say. His heart was heavy, yet his exterior remained composed and unruffled, as if he could withstand the very collapse of heaven. Over the years, had he made a grave mistake? If he had not been assigned to the Forbidden Zone at 16, if he had remained in B City guarding the youth before him, would Jing Xia have turned out so rebellious? If only. "Ah Chuan, I was wrong. Please don't slap me." The youth mumbled in his sleep, jolting Ji Chuancheng from his self-reproach. He paused for a moment, then helplessly curled the corners of his lips into a soft smile, sighing, "Ah, is it I who owe you something, Jing Xia?" As the words left his lips, Ji Chuancheng gently rose, stepping silently to the bedside, where he gazed at the slumbering youth for a long while before exhaling a deep sigh. In the darkness, the exquisite beauty of his phoenix eyes gleamed with a burning light. Moments later, Ji Chuancheng slowly lowered his head, tenderly pressing his lips against the youth's. His movements were exquisitely gentle, as if releasing a decade's worth of suppressed emotions, delicately kissing the youth's eyelids, nose, jaw, and collarbone. Just as he felt he could not stop, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. He gazed at the nearly bare youth before him, his body stiffening. Hastily, he dressed the young man, who had consumed too much alcohol, in a flurry of movements. Though Ji Chuancheng's actions were not gentle, Jing Xia merely murmured in his sleep, remaining undisturbed. Once everything was done, Ji Chuancheng fled to the bathroom, turning on the cold water, allowing it to cascade over him. The frigid temperature gradually revived his senses, soothing the heat coursing through him. He struck the tiled wall with a forceful punch, blood immediately trickling from his knuckles. His low, restrained voice echoed in the small bathroom. "Ji Chuancheng, you are a beast." Those 2 playful kisses years ago had led to 20 years of unwavering guardianship. In terms of commercial value, Jing Xia far surpassed Jing Fu, becoming one of the greatest financial maestros in the world. Chapter 110, Fracture Part 1. The scene was one of carnage. The blood, now congealed and dark, spread from the shoreline into the base, staining the once pristine sands a glaring crimson. Blood pooled from the lifeless bodies, coalescing into a horrifying river of crimson. Medical personnel clad in white coats hurriedly carried the casualties away from the battlefield, their urgency palpable, for no one knew when the terrifying mutated beasts would strike again. On this narrow 8-kilometer stretch of beach, only a small group of individuals remained gathered. Most were slightly injured or completely unharmed evolvers, accompanied by 2 doctors in white coats. Among them, a younger male could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Lieutenant Qin, he is already dead. Your efforts are futile. You are merely wasting your abilities." The doctor's unspoken words hung heavily in the air, cruel and realistic. In the midst of the crowd, Lieutenant Qin Chu seemed oblivious to her surroundings. The relentless sea breeze tangled her slightly curled hair, which had previously been loosely tied back, now appearing even more disheveled. Her radiant and beautiful face bore traces of blood and grime, her eyes bloodshot and brimming with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. Though her white coat was soiled with dirt, the ever-proud Qin Chu paid it no mind, kneeling on the ground, her hands pressed firmly over the mangled head, channeling her warmth through her abilities to heal. The white light flickered, and as it gradually faded, Qin Chu clenched her teeth, summoning the light once more, which shone even brighter. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her lips, her complexion pale, her body trembling, all signs of her abilities being overextended. This scene had played out before the onlookers numerous times, yet Qin Chu persisted in her efforts, awakening repeatedly to employ her powers. Su Weishang, with his exquisitely handsome face, displayed an indescribable envy, yet at this moment, no one noticed him, nor would they observe the fleeting excitement in his slight smile. "Sister Qin, perhaps you should take a break. There are many more injured waiting for your treatment. You cannot afford to waste time here," Su Weishang timidly suggested. His words were meticulously phrased, seemingly caring and comforting, yet they subtly implied that Qin Chu's actions neglected the lives of many others. As anticipated, his words prompted others among the evolvers and doctors to join in the urging. Even Wu Jiqing mustered the courage to look at Qin Chu, advising her to relinquish her efforts for the deceased and return to the medical area to oversee matters. Qin Chu lifted her tired, beautiful eyes, casting an expressionless glance at Su Weishang, but after a mere moment, she redirected her gaze towards the others. After surveying everyone present, she gritted her teeth, her sorrowful voice escaping her lips. "Let me try just once more, just one last time." Her words gradually dissolved in the howling sea wind, accompanied by the warm tears that she could no longer restrain from cascading down her cheeks. Jing Xia, if I cannot save you, how will I face the young master? How can I honor your words, Sister Qin? How can I imprint your current, heart-wrenching visage upon my heart, to remember and mourn for a lifetime? Lieutenant Qin, are you all right? Quickly carry Captain Qin back. Summon someone to retrieve Jing Xia's body. The crowd erupted into chaos at the sudden collapse of Qin Chu, hastily transporting both the living and the deceased back to the medical area. The sea breeze swept past them, bringing with it the unchanging, salty coolness that had persisted for countless millennia, dispersing the acrid scent of blood that hung over the beach. The ravages of war lay scattered around, yet the earth remained unchanged. Ji Chuancheng had scarcely settled at the N City base for half an hour when news of a mutated beast horde attacking the S City base reached him. In that fleeting moment of awareness, he discerned the enemy's ploy to draw him away, yet he found himself powerless to act. He had brought dozens of elite evolved fighters from the S City base to the N City base, alleviating the urgent plight of those besieged and slaughtered by the mutant beasts for 2 harrowing days. However, he never anticipated that this prolonged conflict was merely a ruse to lure him away. Most of the elite evolved fighters from the S City base were now with him, and he found himself unable to return swiftly to provide aid, needing first to resolve matters at the N City base before he could extricate himself. After commanding his troops to annihilate the enemy's final squad, Ji Chuancheng had gone without sleep for an entire day and night. Even he could not help but rub his temples, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be engulfed in darkness as he leaned back. Major Ji, are you alright? His body's instinctive reaction steadied him as he braced himself against the table, gesturing with his hand to indicate he was fine. Once everyone had left the command center to undertake their assignments, Ji Chuancheng could no longer restrain himself and leaned against the cold, hard edge of the table. He slowly raised his right hand, staring blankly at his fingers. They were slender and elongated, with several faint white scars at the joints, the knuckles prominent. A piercing beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his skin. Ji Chuancheng gradually curled his fingers, yet his gaze remained fixed on the longest scar on the back of his hand, lingering there. It was a wound inflicted when he was 19. At that time, Jing Xia was merely 14, and he had returned to B City for a rare visit, intending to see the Jing family. Jing Xia was rebellious, and with the elder Jing long deceased, no one was there to rein him in. He dare wield a knife against Su Weisheng. Yet, despite his anger, he was still just a child of 14, lacking the audacity to strike. The intended target of his fury was never Su Weisheng. Jing Xia, in his youthful exuberance, allowed himself to be provoked by a few words. In his frustration, he merely slashed at himself, embodying a reckless defiance. Ji Chuancheng swiftly seized Jing Xia's wrist, and the knife mercilessly grazed the back of his own right hand. Warm blood immediately flowed from the deep wound, soaking the cuffs of Ji Chuancheng's white shirt. He had seen injuries far worse, yet at that moment, he had never felt such profound pain. It was a torment that surged from the depths of his heart, radiating throughout his entire being as he gazed at the beleaguered youth before him, enveloping him in a protective embrace. How could anyone dare to bully him like this after just a year away? What followed was the forced relocation of the 10-year-old Su Weisheng, a decision Ji Chuancheng made for Jing Xia. It appeared to be a victory, yet from that moment onward, every time Ji Chuancheng encountered Su Weisheng's gaze, one that concealed a venomous malice beneath a pitiful facade, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had sheltered the beloved youth so well that he could not even begin to compare him to Su Weisheng, who lurked in the shadows with a heart as callous as discarded refuse. One was a cherished soul, while the other was a person he disregarded entirely. Such is the nature of humanity, we inevitably harbor preferences. Su Weisheng had never provoked him, yet for Jing Xia's sake, Ji Chuancheng could not help but harbor disdain for Su Weisheng, devoid of any particular reason aside from the fact that he was Su Weisheng. Ji Chuancheng's handsome brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Not solely due to several sleepless nights or the mental strain of commanding troops, but more so from an insidious sense of emptiness that gradually seeped into his heart. It felt as if his very essence had been hollowed out. Pressing the wound on the back of his hand against his left chest offered no relief from the profound void. It was as if something immensely significant had vanished, never to be reclaimed. What an unsettling sensation this was. Deep within Ji Chuancheng's heart, an ominous premonition began to surface, yet he instinctively suppressed the possibility, forcing himself to dismiss such superstitious fears. Once matters at the N City base reached a temporary resolution, Ji Chuancheng wasted no time and set off with a few trusted individuals towards the S City base. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, yet he never contemplated rest, driven only by an unyielding urgency as he pressed on. With each approaching kilometer, the ache in his heart intensified. Upon reaching the S City base, the overwhelming emptiness in his chest was soon eclipsed by a searing pain, each heartbeat echoing like a lamentation from the heavens, granting him fleeting moments to traverse the ravaged land, passing the stunned onlookers, and entering the oppressive medical area. Upon catching sight of Qin Chu, Ji Chuancheng's expression remained impassive even as tears streamed down her face. This figure, akin to an elder sister who had grown alongside him, though often appearing to be subservient, he understood that Qin Chu was a person of fortitude, embodying the resilience of their unit. Now, they were the last remnants of their once formidable realm. Yet, he observed as tears, like rain, cascaded from Qin Chu's eyes, soaking her already pallid visage. Her lashes quivered, her entire being trembling as she approached him. Instinctively, Ji Chuancheng sought to turn away, to escape the oppressive silence of the infirmary. Yet his body remained rooted in place, standing tall as he gazed calmly at Qin Chu, who advanced towards him, head bowed slightly, her voice a whisper. "Where's Jing Xia?" The sound of her voice, even he did not comprehend how it emerged from his throat. Qin Chu's striking features were marred by streaks of tears, her eyes long devoid of moisture. Yet upon seeing this powerful, handsome man, she could not help but let her tears flow anew, her voice trembling and hoarse as she murmured, "Young master, that little rascal, is gone." Chapter 111. Rupture, Part 2. Young master, that little rascal, is gone. Days later, the chaos that had engulfed the S-City base had settled into a semblance of order. The forces stationed in the remote areas maintained vigilance against further enemy incursions, and the cremation of the deceased, along with memorial services, had been conducted with simplicity. The incessant busyness of the medical area, once overwhelming, finally began to ease, yet Qin Chu had remained stationed before that modest room for an entire day. Having concluded her tasks, she finally found the time to gaze upon the room, which had been sealed for a full day. Qin Chu had envisioned countless scenarios in which she would reveal the cruel and unyielding truth to Ji Chuancheng, contemplating the reactions she might elicit: rage, grief, despair, or perhaps even madness. Over more than 20 years of companionship, even the most dense and oblivious of individuals could have discerned Ji Chuancheng's unwavering protectiveness towards Jing Xia. And yet she was Qin Chu. However, as it unfolded, she could never have anticipated that Ji Chuancheng would merely fall silent for a few minutes before gently nodding, casually inquiring about the location of the body, and then turning to leave. Qin Chu gazed at Ji Chuancheng's tall and slender silhouette, and before her eyes, the image of the man's reddened eye sockets, tightly clenched fingers, and momentarily pale lips resurfaced. No matter how well he concealed it, the 2 decades of companionship allowed Qin Chu to discern his anomalies at a glance. She felt as if her sky had darkened, teetering on the brink of collapse while desperately clinging to its last pillar. Observing Ji Chuancheng's retreating figure, his steps steady yet unhurried, she noted that his once formidable presence had diminished. When had the young master's back begun to bend? Qin Chu did not know, nor did she desire to find out. All she comprehended was that the young master had locked himself within this room for an entire day and night. Throughout that time, not a droplet of water, a grain of rice, or even a glimmer of light had penetrated. He had confined himself with that person's body. Gritting her teeth, Qin Chu resolved, even if it meant knocking him unconscious, she must bring him out. To her astonishment, just as she took her first step, the door to the room that had been sealed for an entire day creaked open. She hurried forward. "Young master, her voice faltered. Qin Chu stood frozen, staring at the man who emerged slowly from the shadows. She felt a faint flicker of flame dancing in her throat, gently stirring her shattered heart, drowning her words in the weight of his expressionless demeanor, enveloping her in a silent sorrow. "Let us go," Ji Chuancheng said as he stepped down the stairs, stumbling slightly. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged fasting, or the exhaustion from his return from the N-City base, or perhaps his spirit had been utterly drained, rendering him a mere shell sustained by a flickering belief. He paused for a moment before regaining his balance. Qin Chu tilted her head, watching the man as he descended the stairs step by step until he stood beside her. His handsome and elegant visage, with deep-set, piercing eyes, bore an undeniable bruise upon his chin. He appeared unfazed, brimming with vitality like a sharp sword, freshly drawn. Qin Chu's lips moved, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. Why? Despite his evident fatigue, did he continue to endure? "Young master, I know you are feeling quite distressed. You haven't shed a tear since the madam's passing. However, tears are a means of emotional release. If it could bring you even a modicum of solace, you need not force yourself to. Do I feel pain?" The peculiar inquiry rendered Qin Chu speechless. She looked on in astonishment as Ji Chuancheng slowly turned, his silence directed at her. In the depths of his dark, tranquil gaze, it seemed no light could penetrate, and as he regarded her, her heart sank. She heard him let out a low sigh before continuing. "How could I feel pain? My heart has long since perished. Thus, it cannot ache anymore. Suddenly, that answer flashed in Qin Chu's mind, yet she found herself incapable of uttering a single word. She watched, wide-eyed, as Ji Chuancheng slowly lifted his right hand. The sunlight illuminated the pale scars on the back of his hand, glaringly bright. He paused for what felt like an eternity. As time stretched to the point where even breathing felt suspended, he finally mustered all his strength to sigh, clenching his fist tightly. In an instant, a flame ignited behind him without warning. The room, barely capable of housing the deceased, was soon reduced to ashes. Young master, if you burn it like this, there will be no way to recover his ashes or remains. Qin Chu exclaimed, turning to Ji Chuancheng, only to find him facing away from the roaring flames, gazing calmly at the warm sunset before him. No amount of warfare and bloodshed upon the earth could diminish the natural, breathtaking beauty of the world. The purple-red twilight engulfed a vast expanse of sky, dyeing the once pale blue horizon into a splendid array of colors. That radiant light illuminated Ji Chuancheng's austere features, concealing his fatigue and softening his sharp angles, making him appear as though he might blend into the magnificent sunset, becoming one with it. A wave of fear washed over Qin Chu. Suddenly, she thought she saw a tear trickle down the man's silent eye, yet when she blinked and strained to see, everything appeared as it always had. That singular, fragile tear seemed a mere illusion, a beautiful error. Qin Chu had always believed she would never witness this man's tears. He was Ji Chuancheng, who had not wept a single tear since the madam's demise. The words of General Ji echoed in her ears. The men of the Ji family bleed but do not weep. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself witnessing Ji Chuancheng's sorrowful tears once more, after he turned 9. It was after the 5th wave of beasts had struck. Ji Chuancheng's cold, rational command during the battle had led them to capture the first SS-level mutated beast on the human battlefield. The once arrogant mutated Kangji eel, now severed in several tendons, struggled feebly on the ground. You damned little insects! Your king will bring about your annihilation. The strongest at the S-City base was Wu Jiqing, and at that moment, Ji Chuancheng stood at the rear headquarters directing the troops, appointed to represent humanity in negotiations. Your king has never appeared to save you. That speaks volumes. You are merely a pawn to it, a creature of instinct. Ultimately, you remain a lowly race. Silence. Qin Chu sensed something peculiar in Wu Jiqing's words, but before she could voice her thoughts, she saw Su Weisheng step forward and say, Kangji eel, if you surrender, we humans can guarantee a division of territories and coexistence in peace. Qin Chu could no longer contain herself. Su Weisheng, we have no such intentions. Nor can we achieve such an ideal state given the current situation. Humans, are you deceiving me? Qin Chu's reprimand was cut short by a deep, magnetic voice resonating from the sky. That voice pierced through her eardrums and struck her heart. When she turned, she beheld a pale man, almost eerily so, walking gracefully through the air. King, Qin Chu murmured instinctively. The man in black scanned the battlefield. Then his gaze settled on Su Weisheng. Su Weisheng's expression was unusual. His face was ashen, yet his eyes sparkled with an odd excitement. A wave of nausea washed over Qin Chu. She could not fathom the meaning behind Su Weisheng's expression, but an odd sense of revulsion gripped her, making her feel that something was amiss with Su Weisheng's demeanor towards the king. The king remained silent, gazing down at Su Weisheng for a long time. As the chilling wind swept across the beach, just as Qin Chu steeled herself to speak for the mute Wu Jiqing, the king suddenly let out a cold laugh, mocking Su Weisheng. Human, what right do you have to speak to me? You who are selfish and cruel, slaughtered your own kin, and yet dare to deceive me? At those words, Qin Chu felt as if she had been struck. She did not fully comprehend the king's meaning, but upon witnessing Su Weisheng's trembling, pallid visage, a fleeting insight sparked within her mind, only to vanish as swiftly as it had come, eluding her grasp. At this moment, Wu Jiqing suddenly spoke. The mutated beast, your kind is now in our hands. If you wish to preserve its life, let it die. Wang coldly and ruthlessly glanced at the mutated Kangji eel, uttering without a hint of hesitation. You! Wu Jiqing exclaimed. The mutated Kangji eel trembled for a brief moment, then obediently lowered its massive head, daring not to utter a word. It had always known that Wang was devoid of compassion. Nothing in this world could evoke any emotion in him. He resembled a frigid machine, possessing a human exterior, yet his blood ran cold, akin to the lifeless fluid of a soulless automaton. However, the next moment, a detached voice disrupted the Kangji eel's thoughts. Since you have come here, it signifies that you wish to negotiate. As the voice resonated, the crowd of evolvers gradually parted to create a passage, allowing a stern and powerful man to stride forward into the tense atmosphere. Ji Chuancheng lifted his icy visage, his gaze seemingly brushing over the anxious Su Weishang nearby before settling on the strikingly sinister mutated beast in black attire. He inquired, "So, what has compelled you to make this decision?" Chapter 112, Fracture 3. The mutated beast hovered in the air, lowering its head to meet Ji Chuancheng's gaze. After a long pause, it slowly curled its lips into a chillingly dangerous smile, then descended from the sky, stopping approximately 5 meters away from Ji Chuancheng. "Human, you are quite remarkable." Yet, Ji Chuancheng remained unmoved by this praise, his cold eyes fixed upon the beast's fierce brow, reiterating, "What has truly motivated you to engage in negotiations with humanity?" Qin Chu was somewhat bewildered. However, the subsequent events utterly reconfigured her worldview. It seemed that since the onset of the second beast tide, the king of the mutated beasts had sensed the anomalies enveloping the earth. The climate, once sweltering, began to gradually cool, with temperatures declining at an imperceptible rate. This chilling progression was so slow that neither humanity nor the majority of mutated beasts had taken notice. Yet, the king of the mutated beasts felt it acutely. Should the situation continue unabated, the oceans would inevitably freeze, rendering the survival of mutated beasts a formidable challenge. It began to reflect on the humans along the coast. Initially, the attacks on humans by mutated beasts were spontaneous acts driven by an unavoidable racial conflict. However, following the first beast tide and the proclamation issued by the mutated Kangji eel, everything had transformed into the plan orchestrated by this mutated beast king. It sought to make humanity its subservient. While human military might was feeble, their intellect far surpassed that of the mutated beasts. Even the king itself doubted its ability to evolve beyond human wisdom, let alone the peak creativity humanity exhibited in times of crisis. Thus, it resorted to such violent measures. Had it not found the conflict with humanity increasingly arduous, this ruthless mutated beast might have persisted in its ambition to subjugate humanity rather than entertain cooperation. What followed was negotiation. Henceforth, the Pacific Ocean, Arctic Ocean, Oceania, and South America would belong to the mutated beast race, while the remaining regions would still be under human jurisdiction. Under the overwhelming military pressure of the mutated beasts, humanity had no choice but to sign such a territorial agreement. Yet, when Ji Chuancheng, as the representative of Huaxia, was the last to affix his signature after all other global representatives had done so, a collective sigh of relief washed over humanity. Among them, the representatives of Huaxia let out a long sigh, feeling a burden lift from their shoulders. Upon learning of this development, the American representative from North America arrogantly refused to sign the agreement. However, when the mutant beast king coldly executed 2 elite evolvers standing behind him without a flicker of hesitation, that representative was horrified to realize. This mutated beast had not even moved a hair. Such overwhelming power rendered humanity's current weaponry utterly inadequate to stand alongside it. To achieve cooperation was the utmost extent that the presently weakened humanity could strive for. This unexplained global mutation had indeed shaken the supremacy of humankind to its core. The invisible crown that once hung over humanity's head was no more, as the newly emerged mutated beasts would inevitably vie for their share of existence. No one could predict how long this would last, unless, of course, that king were to perish. When everything reached its conclusion, the 2 SS-class mutated Kangji eels and mutated orcas slowly descended into the sea, turning to gaze at the lone mutated beast remaining on the shore. They were not concerned for the king's safety. Rather, they were bewildered as to why the king lingered. Ji Chuancheng extended his left arm, silently blocking the path of the man in black. The king's disdainful gaze swept from Ji Chuancheng's arm to his cold visage. Upon observing the latter's unyielding expression, it emitted a cold snort, inquiring, "What do you wish to ask? Who did that human kill?" Though not specified, all evolvers present from Base S understood Ji Chuancheng's intent. All eyes converged on Su Weishang's pallid face, who cowered behind Wu Jiqing, his round cat-like eyes blinking innocently, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding events. The king of the mutated beasts slowly curled his lips, casting a mocking glance at Su Weishang before turning back to Ji Chuancheng, retorting, "What do you wish to know? Who did he kill?" As the last words were spoken, Ji Chuancheng's emotions surged, his eyes reddening. His voice, gritted with fury, was so foreign that even Qin Chu felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. This version of Ji Chuancheng was starkly different from the calm and composed figure known to all evolvers present. The usual decisiveness during combat had vanished, replaced by a simmering anger poised to erupt, accompanied by a flicker of reason on the verge of collapse, a sensation only Qin Chu could perceive. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qin Chu interjected, "Young master, there are representatives from other nations present. Perhaps you should—" "Who is it?" Each word was articulated with meticulous precision, and Ji Chuancheng showed no sign of yielding simply because he addressed a ferocious mutated beast. In contrast, the mutated beast king, though the dangerous smile had completely faded from his face, exhibited no inclination to strike. He silently regarded Ji Chuancheng for an extended period. Their heights nearly matched, and this calm exchange of glances seemed to unleash an undercurrent of lethal tension, causing those around them to feel a palpable aura of impending violence. Ultimately, the king broke the silence with a chilling laugh. A water-type ability user, quite feeble, easily crushed by a mere spatial trick. As the words fell, the king dismissed Ji Chuancheng with a glance, striding forward. His lifeless pupils reflected no light, and the malevolence surrounding him compelled all evolvers to part ways, allowing him to return to the ranks of the formidable mutated beast army, departing with an air of nonchalance. Naturally, no one heard the faint voice that emerged as the being known as the king stood atop the mutated orca. It was a subdued tone, devoid of its usual arrogance and disdain, gradually dissipating into the air. Even the orca struggled to comprehend it. Is this what human love amounts to? How utterly laughable. The chilling weather rendered the air ashen, and representatives from other nations instinctively chose to depart, unwittingly veering away from the path. For the suddenly silent man with dark hair was truly fearsome at this moment. The handsome and deep-set features of Ji Chuancheng remained as tranquil as ever, his pitch-black eyes seemingly gazing vacantly into the distance. His striking visage bore no hint of emotion, yet anyone standing beside him could feel the chilling aura emanating from his very bones. This was particularly true for Su Weishang, who appeared to be the prey under the watchful gaze of a leopard. Su Weishang's figure was slightly delicate, half hidden behind Wu Jiqing, innocently blinking his round, innocent eyes, embodying the essence of a pure-hearted youth. However, in that moment, Qin Chu found it hard to perceive any innocence in this boy at all. As the crowd dispersed, several evolvers from the S-City base, after a long contemplation, ultimately chose to leave. They were not entirely aware of the events that had transpired, but they understood that these individuals had matters to resolve. The chilly winds swept in from all directions, billowing Ji Chuancheng's black outer garment. Once the turmoil subsided, the man who had loomed large in everyone's hearts now appeared oddly frail and vulnerable. He stared at Su Weishang without a flicker of emotion, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice raspy, as if he had summoned every ounce of strength to utter the words. "Why?" The sound of his voice tugged painfully at Qin Chu's heart. Even she could sense the profound sorrow and despair within the young master. Su Weishang instinctively tightened his grip on Wu Jiqing's sleeve, yet he still pouted in distress and murmured, Brother Ji, I don't know what misunderstanding has occurred. I completely did not understand what that mutated beast was saying just now." Ji Chuancheng had no patience for Su Weishang's feeble protests. "Why did you kill him?" His voice, laced with anger and pain, resonated with an intimidating ferocity, causing Su Weishang to flinch and instinctively step back. The boy's cunning and ruthlessness could not possibly compare to the iron-willed demeanor of the young major before him. Having witnessed countless scenes of bloodshed and death, and having endured numerous crises and heartaches, Ji Chuancheng's profound inner world was forever beyond the comprehension of someone like Su Weishang, who had grown up in a peaceful environment, merely engaging in petty scheming and underhanded tricks. Thus, Ji Chuancheng had always chosen to isolate and ignore Su Weishang's machinations. Such a person could never achieve anything of significance. The abduction from their youth had shocked Ji Chuancheng once, but he had believed that after that indelible warning, Su Weishang would never pose a threat again. Yet Ji Chuancheng had forgotten. This was no longer the past. In this apocalyptic world, how much blood had stained Su Weishang's hands? He was no longer the mere illegitimate son of the Jing family, who could only employ others as instruments for his schemes. He had personally slain countless mutated beasts. His heart swelled with ambition, and his courage had taken shape. Is there any difference between killing a mutated beast and taking a human life for someone devoid of moral boundaries? In response to Ji Chuancheng's furious accusations, Wu Jiqing was the first to step forward. "Ji Chuancheng, have you perhaps misunderstood? Jing's death was an accident. He was ambushed by an S-class mutated beast. Qin Chu should have verified this too, right? The mutated beast was sowing discord. How could you trust the enemy's side of the story?" Qin Chu's complexion had already turned pale, and upon hearing Wu Jiqing's words, she looked at him in astonishment and retorted loudly, "Wu Jiqing, I can only guarantee that Jing Xia indeed fought with an S-class mutated beast, and it inflicted serious injuries upon him. But I cannot assure you that the fatal blow was indeed dealt by the beast. The fatal injury had completely crushed his skull. It seemed as though something had been forced from both sides of his head, resulting in a burst of brain matter, rendering him beyond recovery. Such a grievous wound, upon sight, filled Qin Chu with a profound sense of despair and pain. What kind of agony must one endure to witness their own skull being crushed? Feeling the rupture of their eardrums amidst the cacophony, and experiencing the excruciating pain of their brain matter splattering? Suddenly taken aback by Qin Chu's rebuttal, Wu Jiqing felt his face flush with embarrassment. Just as he attempted to retreat, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning, he found Su Weishang blinking his clear, beautiful cat-like eyes at him, gazing up with a pitiful expression. That air of dependency and pleading instantly ignited Wu Jiqing's chivalrous instincts. He stepped protectively in front of Su Weishang, accusingly questioning Qin Chu. "Qin Chu, are you doubting Xiaoshang?" Although Jing had done many wrongs to him in the past, Xiaoshang has always shown him tolerance and never blamed him. How could you possibly think that Xiaoshang killed Jing? You are being utterly unreasonable. You! Qin Chu was so enraged that she could barely catch her breath. Wu Jiqing, sensing her fury, sighed deeply. Jing has been gone for half a year. How can we, the living, still engage in infighting? We should be arranging our future paths well, so he can rest in peace underground. It was as if Qin Chu was seeing Wu Jiqing for the first time. He was the heir of the Wu family, not the sole scion. But he had only one legitimate sister. The Wu family held considerable sway in the political arena of B City, though their hands were never clean, a fact Qin Chu was well aware of. While she had never been particularly close to Wu Jiqing, their circles were small enough that she had seen him grow. She never would have imagined that this seemingly righteous and forthright handsome man was, in truth, such a person devoid of principles. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Qin Chu's lips as she coldly addressed him. "Wu Jiqing, I wish to pose a question. Who grew up alongside you? Who stood by your side when your sister bullied you? Who disregarded the master's objections to befriend you and believed you were a good person? And who, after his passing, do you so self-righteously use as a living target?" Without a moment's pause, she delivered her lengthy tirade, watching Wu Jiqing's complexion pale slightly, her fingers tightening as she finally voiced the lingering question in her heart. "Wu Jiqing, I simply want to ask, between a brother you've known for so many years and someone you've only known for a few, why did you not choose him?" Wu Jiqing's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. After a moment, he kept repeating, "I believe Xiaoshang." Yet his tone sounded frail, as if even he were beginning to doubt himself. Qin Chu, however, had no desire to regard this shameless man any longer. She turned her gaze to Su Weishang, and upon discovering the disdain hidden in his eyes, she suddenly found the entire situation laughable. She inquired, "Su Weishang, why did you do that?" Su Weishang still feigned innocence. "Sister Qin Chu, I truly do not understand what you are saying." Qin Chu's anger flared anew. "Enough, Su Weishang. You've always enjoyed playing the victim in front of everyone to elicit their sympathy. Do you wish to continue this charade? How can your heart be so malicious? You killed him. Do you truly not feel a twinge of guilt every night?" Su Weishang's lips trembled slightly, yet he continued to look innocently at Qin Chu. Qin Chu was so incensed that words failed her. There was no evidence. Without evidence, she could do nothing against this boy. Even if she and the master believed the words of that mutated beast, others would surely not be swayed. She sought evidence. Without it, they could take no action against Su Weishang, left merely to watch him continue to evade justice, feigning innocence with a facade as pure as a white lotus. Suddenly, a blazing inferno erupted before Qin Chu's eyes, its speed directed straight at Su Weishang, leaving even the formidable Wu Jiqing, who stood half-shielding him, unable to react in time. Instinctively, he stepped aside, exposing Su Weishang to the flames. A fleeting expression of terror crossed Su Weishang's exquisitely beautiful face, only for the fire to vanish in the blink of an eye, disappearing as mysteriously as it had appeared, so swiftly that it seemed it had never existed at all. Qin Chu was momentarily stunned before quickly turning to Ji Chuancheng. "Young master, why did you suddenly strike out, only to retract it just as abruptly?" The questions remained unvoiced as she gazed at Ji Chuancheng's reddening eyes, her disbelief palpable as she stared at the elegant youth before her. "What kind of extraordinary ability do you possess?" Qin Chu inquired, but Ji Chuancheng appeared to grasp something significant, fixing Su Weishang with a gaze brimming with loathing and hatred. He articulated slowly, "It was not I who withdrew the flames. It was you. What means did you employ to make them vanish?" Su Weishang bit his lip, remaining silent. "Wu Jiqing, equally perplexed by the scene before him, instinctively sidestepped, only to awkwardly return to shield Su Weisheng. Ji Chuancheng, you mustn't misunderstand. Xiaoshang's wind-based ability has made considerable progress in recent months. Suddenly, a ferociously burning fire encircled the four of them, creating a colossal ring of flames. Wu Jiqing, astonished, surveyed the surroundings, but before he could speak, a massive fire dragon lunged at his cheek. He swiftly conjured numerous ice walls to block the searing flames. Yet as the ice melted, Ji Chuancheng's sudden appearance plunged him deeper into the fray. Su Weisheng, horrified, prepared to intervene, but Qin Chu denied him the opportunity. Wu Jiqing's ice-based ability was nearing a value of 1,000, rendering him one of the world's strongest. Yet, the ferocity of ability does not always equate to absolute power. Ji Chuancheng, with just over 800 in fire-based ability, unleashed his full force, leaving Wu Jiqing with a sense of impending doom. Years of life and death training had established a decisive gap in their strengths from the outset. Wu Jiqing clumsily dodged, but ultimately, Ji Chuancheng ensnared him within a ring of fire, leaving him too fearful to move. Meanwhile, the battle on Qin Chu's front appeared far more enigmatic. Though her healing abilities did not imply a lack of combat prowess, she found herself at a disadvantage. Whenever the opportunity arose to defeat Su Weisheng, an inexplicable force would redirect her attacks, allowing him to evade and retaliate. After several exchanges, an ominous premonition settled within her. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Just as her anxiety peaked, a wave of heat surged towards her, neutralizing Su Weisheng's onslaught. Together, they finally struck his left abdomen, forcing him to clutch his midsection in pain, glaring at Qin Chu and Ji Chuancheng with a mix of vigilance and resentment. Though Qin Chu sustained minor injuries, she managed them without severe consequence. The fury in Su Weisheng's gaze twisted his otherwise handsome features into something grotesque. As he struggled to staunch the bleeding wound, his eyes glinting like poisoned daggers, sending a chill through Qin Chu. The cold wind howled, stirring the scattered stones on the ground and raising clouds of dust. Behind the slender youth stood the imposing landmark of the S-City base, supported by white Roman arches, the sole intact structure remaining after the first wave of enemy attacks. Adjacent to this magnificent edifice lay a series of ruins. Here, during the initial beast tide, mutated creatures had surged from the Huangpu River, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the base's researchers. Almost 2 years later, a peace accord had been established between humanity and the mutated beasts. Yet now, Su Weisheng appeared diminutive and insignificant against the backdrop of these grand structures. Blood continued to seep from his left side, yet his eyes burned with intense hatred and jealousy as they fixated on Ji Chuancheng and Qin Chu. "Ah, do you merely bully the weak?" Qin Chu retorted. "A score of 2-2 constitutes bullying? Moreover, isn't Wu Jiqing standing by your side as well?" Wu Jiqing, though in a precarious position himself, recognized that the current situation was unfavorable. Deep down, he harbored doubts about Su Weisheng. Unconsciously, he took a small step back. Though nearly imperceptible, it fully exposed Su Weisheng to Qin Chu's gaze. Ji Chuancheng's handsome, chiseled features remained as impassive as ever, yet his eyes, like a burning fuse, remained fixed on Su Weisheng, turning his face crimson and rendering him speechless. After an indeterminate time, the silent man sighed deeply, his expression tinged with sorrow. "Su Weisheng, tell me, why did you want him dead?" His voice lacked the previous anguish and fury, now suffused with a sense of fruitless despair. As if he were merely inquiring about something straightforward, the answer no longer bearing significance. Su Weisheng stared intently at Ji Chuancheng for a long while, before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ji Chuancheng, are you begging me?" His laughter grew maniacal, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Qin Chu, witnessing this, seethed. "Su Weisheng, are you admitting it? How could you commit such an act? I wish to know why you are so fixated on this matter. It offers you no benefit, and once revealed, it would lead to your ruin. But why?" Ji Chuancheng's previously cold and deep voice trembled slightly. Qin Chu turned in astonishment, only to find his eyes rimmed with red veins, slowly parting his lips. "I beg you, Su Weisheng." Upon hearing Ji Chuancheng's almost pleading words, Su Weisheng's emotions gradually settled. He coldly regarded this once powerful man, now seemingly fragile, his feelings so complex they became nearly inscrutable. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke with a smile. "Exactly. It's because you are all like this that I wish for him to die quickly." His voice crescendoed. Why? We are all members of the Jing family. Why am I denied the right to bear the Jing surname? Why, just because Jing Xia has a good mother. Am I entitled to choose my own mother? Do I desire a sordid, shameless woman who steals trade secrets and resorts to kidnapping and extortion as a mother? None of this was my choice. Why am I different from him, Jing Xia? Why? Su Weisheng. The voice of Ji Chuancheng was devoid of its usual calmness and composure. He retorted loudly, "No one has ever treated you poorly. You were provided for, nurtured, and cared for. Even Uncle Jing harbors a greater inclination towards you, who knows how to please and act obediently. Wu Jiqing has even neglected Xiaoxia because of you. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? The world does not revolve around you. You have already been granted so much, yet nothing can satiate your insatiable greed. You!" His voice faltered, choked with emotion, as those words, laden with anguish, seemed to exhaust all his strength. The man, who had been steadfastly holding on, was now utterly devastated over a trivial reason. It was for this insignificant and meaningless cause that he had forever lost someone he cherished dearly. It was for this pale and powerless reason, for this cause he had never fathomed in countless ways, that this person dared to commit acts so heinous and contrary to morality. Why? Why must it be for such a reason? Why? This reason was so minuscule that it filled him with fear, with guilt, with the realization that it was all his fault. He had shielded that person too well. Just a single act of abduction had constructed a towering wall to isolate him from dangers. Yet he had forgotten that the essence of protection is to empower that which requires safeguarding. Why? Scalding tears streamed down Ji Chuancheng's resolute jawline, creating a deep indentation in the ground below. Hatred and guilt filled his battered heart. Yet at this moment, he suddenly began to smile softly. Ji Chuancheng rarely smiled. Burdened as he was with too much responsibility, he had long forgotten the essence of joy. Now, however, he regarded the trembling Su Weisheng with an expression of serene release, gazing at him for a long while before suddenly speaking. "Su Weisheng, I seldom lose my temper." Qin Chu felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively taking a step back. Their time together had afforded her ample opportunity to understand this man, to grasp the magnitude of his current fury. Su Weisheng opened his mouth, speechless. Ji Chuancheng had never intended to elicit a response. The traces of tears on his face had gradually dried. His deep, dark eyes now resembled a stagnant pool, devoid of emotion, devoid of any stirrings, as he regarded Su Weisheng with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased, and stated, "Right now, I am very angry. I am exceedingly angry. What consequences will arise from this man's wrath?" Qin Chu likely wished never to recall it. The blood-soaked bund was engulfed in the metallic scent of rust, overshadowing all traces of saltiness in the air. The last terrified gaze of Su Weisheng, his humble posture pleading for mercy, would forever be etched in Qin Chu's heart, an indelible memory she could never forget. When that bloody and brutal scene concluded, even Qin Chu found herself staggering backward, dumbfounded as she gazed at the bloodied man. Numerous wounds marred his body, the deepest exposing bone, blood flowing profusely. On the other side, apart from the lifeless Su Weisheng, only Wu Jiqing lay sprawled on the ground, near death. Qin Chu's lips trembled slightly. As she attempted to speak, she realized she was already shaking uncontrollably. Faced with the strange and fearsome king of Azuras, she began to feel fear, but the 2 decades of companionship gradually steadied her, and with a quivering voice, she urged, "Young master, let me treat you. Your injuries are severe, you need." Qin Chu, the mechanical tone interrupted her. She looked up to see Ji Chuancheng slightly raising his head towards the still azure sky, slowly asking, "Have I done something wrong all these years?" Qin Chu forced a smile and replied, "You have done nothing wrong. You only wished for his well-being. It is not. You should not have isolated him from those sordid things, nor blindly trusted in your own strength. And above all, you should not have acted in a self-righteous manner, believing you were doing the right thing, ultimately achieving nothing." Qin Chu was rendered speechless. That day, Ji Chuancheng's tall and upright figure stood at the riverside dock, not uttering a single word, simply standing there. His blood-stained silhouette was enveloped in the warm embrace of the setting sun, and when the last beam of light vanished completely, darkness descended upon the sky, and he suddenly lowered his head to gaze at the vast river, lost in contemplation. The personnel from the S-City base had long since taken the 2 bodies away for arrangements. Qin Chu attempted multiple times to speak of treatment, yet each time the words eluded her. The air grew colder, and the night without sunlight became even more desolate and helpless. Just as Qin Chu lingered in uncertainty, a low, hoarse male voice abruptly shattered the silence. "Qin Chu, I am very tired. The tone was melancholic and despondent, imbued with a sense of world-weariness that frightened Qin Chu. A sense of foreboding stirred within her heart, but she suppressed it, forcing a smile. "Young master, let us return. We have just signed the agreement today, and we need to arrange several matters." "Qin Chu, I am truly exhausted." Qin Chu fell silent, no longer speaking. Warm tears gradually gathered in her eyes, lingering on her lashes. In the night breeze, her frail form began to tremble, fear overtaking her as she softly implored, "Young master, let us go. If we don't hurry back, the people at the base will worry." "Qin Chu, how long have we known each other?" 23 years and 9 months. "And him?" Qin Chu remained silent. "It has been exactly 20 years and 15 days. Listening to the relief and clarity in his voice, Qin Chu could no longer contain herself. "Young master, please come down. We must leave. If we don't, others will be anxious. Just a 10-year peace treaty, and humanity still had many years of battles to fight against the mutant beasts. If you are not here, if you are not here." The sobs had rendered Qin Chu incapable of continuing. Yet Ji Chuancheng did not turn back. He dragged his weary and wounded body, like a tall pine tree, standing resolutely upon the giant rock at the port. The last glimmer of blue light had been encroached upon by the night at the horizon's edge. It seemed he could no longer hear Qin Chu's words, suddenly reaching out as if to touch that vanishing light. "Young master!" A tremendous splash shattered the silence, and Qin Chu's heart-wrenching cries could no longer be stifled. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and leaped into the water. She searched for a long, long time. The entire S-City base searched for a long, long time. That night, the waters of the Huangpu River surged too fiercely, as if overflowing with the despair of a heart full of helpless sorrow, carrying blessings for the one who had long since departed to a place devoid of troubles. There was Jing Xia. As long as there was Jing Xia, Ji Chuancheng would not be alone. He still owed him a word, a sentiment buried within his heart for 20 years. It was an "I love you" he had never mustered the courage to voice, which, through the fermentation of time, had transformed from its original simplicity. It was stained with countless blood, soaked in endless tears, tainted with the vibrant and fervent lives of two individuals, forever lost in this vast and boundless world. Death was never the end. Rather, it was a long-awaited, finally faced liberation. 10 years later, when all of humanity on Earth remained vigilant against the resurgence of these mutant beasts, the oppressive peace of the world left them utterly bewildered, leading them to assume that the mutant beasts had lost all incentive for war. What they would never know is that, a decade ago, the king clad in black, with pallid skin, once stood atop the colossal head of a mutated orca, expressionless as he gazed down upon a corpse that had drifted from the distant sea, remaining silent for an extended period. From that moment onward, he chose a minuscule solitary island, where he would forever sit beside the tallest coconut tree. He seemed to hover in the air, as if an invisible throne supported him beneath, allowing him to lean against the sturdy trunk while he fixated on the far-off azure horizon, lost in thought. After a full year of vigil, the mutated orca and the aberrant conger eel ultimately resolved to depart, yet they returned monthly to pay homage to their sovereign. In their hearts, the king was merely indulging in a peculiar game to alleviate the tedium of a desolate decade. However, they failed to consider the truth. Merely 2 years later, shortly after this astute mutated beast had taken residence by that tree for a brief 3 years, on a tranquil and silent night, this fierce and formidable king suddenly allowed a smile to grace his lips, revealing a countenance of unexpected relief. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the vast and boundless starlit sky, murmuring with a smile, "Is this the love of humanity? How profoundly lonely it is." The following day, this eternal monarch closed his eyes forever. Humanity is solitary, and Ji Chuancheng chose death. The mutated beasts are even more isolated, and their unparalleled king also chose death. The sea remained as it had been for countless millennia, sometimes tempestuous and tumultuous, at other times serene and placid. It has flowed across this planet for billions of years, witnessing the migration of lands and the evolution of life, and now it bore witness to a death chosen out of loneliness, a death chosen in despair. Chapter 115. No man is an island. A handsome, refined man crouched upon a massive rock, his expression calm as he observed the unconscious man before him. Though he appeared merely unconscious, the next moment might herald his actual demise. The man sprawled on the ground bore grievous burn marks on the entire left side of his body, the most tragic being his limbs, where every bone had been shattered by a tremendous shockwave. Despite the tough exterior of his skin, several ribs had been broken, one even piercing his innards, leading to fatal internal bleeding. However, these were merely conjectures of Qi Yang. When he regained consciousness, S1 was already in this state of near death. He had no way of knowing how long he had been unconscious. Perhaps 3 days had passed, or merely one. Time had allowed the mutated beast beside him to heal significantly, leaving behind what now appeared to be a mortal wound in Qi Yang's eyes. Yet even in S1's current condition, Qi Yang firmly believed that any casual fatal blow would likely spell the end for the mutated beast. Its self-healing capacity was astonishing, and its ability to manipulate air rendered victory nearly impossible for humans. Yet despite all that, it remained merely a mutated beast, never to ascend to the status of a deity. Qi Yang had been perched on that rock, watching as the mutated beast slowly mended its wounds for a full 10 days. Whenever hunger struck, he would catch something to eat, and when thirst beckoned, he would drink from the rainwater collected in a small depression on the island. In truth, given Qi Yang's current physical condition, even drinking seawater would pose no harm to him. He had long since realized that his body had likely been altered by the mutated beast before him, one that was on the brink of death. When could this have occurred? Qi Yang squinted his elongated eyes, pondering for a moment before arriving at an answer. That kiss, perhaps? His voice gradually faded into the biting cold sea breeze, with no one to respond, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude. Yet, Qi Yang slowly began to smile, his beautiful gaze fixed mercilessly on the dying mutated beast below, as if speaking to himself. To have transformed my body to this extent, seems you have paid quite a price, S1. The only response was the howling, briny wind. In truth, from the moment S1 led the mutated beasts to first appear before Qi Yang, he had been aware of the changes within his own body, an incredibly rapid self-repair ability, skin tone and physical attributes that closely mirrored those of the mutated beast, and barring the absence of any mutated powers, his physique had diverged immensely from that of an ordinary human. Had it not been for this, he likely would have perished long ago. The thought lingered in his throat, unvoiced, as his silent gaze remained locked on S1's unconscious visage, unwavering for what felt like an eternity. After an indeterminate span of time, he abruptly rose, stepping back to begin drinking water. His movements were decisive, and he averted his gaze with remarkable speed, as if fearing that a mere additional second of looking would compel him to execute the dying mutated beast. This so-called island was, in reality, merely a small mound protruding from the sea surface. The entirety of the island measured less than 100 square meters, adorned with a few tall coconut trees and a tiny depression where rainwater gathered. Beyond that, it held nothing else, not even a single living creature. After quenching his thirst, Qi Yang quickly returned to his perch, resuming the monotonous routine he had followed each day since awakening, observing the mutated beast, engaging in soliloquy. At times, he contemplated that perhaps in the next moment, the mutated beast would finally succumb. Yet, the terrifying tenacity of its self-healing ability repeatedly silenced his thoughts, compelling him to watch as the shattered bones gradually solidified, the contorted limbs slowly regained their original shape, the gaping wound on its chest healed, and the face, once grotesquely disfigured by explosions, returned to its prior form. S1 was not the most beautiful humanoid creature Qi Yang had ever encountered. Since joining the Research Institute in City S as a core researcher, countless unevolved ordinary humans had sought to cling to him, the future Diamond Bachelor. He had encountered many stunning actresses and renowned beauties before the apocalypse, but in his eyes, they had always been mere skeletons clad in human skin, devoid of any distinction between beauty and ugliness. Yet, he gradually found that S1 possessed a striking appearance. In slumber, he exuded none of the perilous aura of impending death, nor the ruthless decisiveness of a hellish warrior. Instead, he lay peacefully with closed eyes, his features so exquisite that he resembled a sleeping beauty, his skin translucent and fair, awaiting a prince's passionate kiss to awaken him from a nightmare. Qi Yang mused that perhaps it was his recollection of the mutated beast's prior state, grotesquely decayed and ravaged by explosions, that made him perceive its current form as beautiful. So tranquil, if you were never to awaken, perhaps that would not be so bad. His voice seemed to carry a heavy sigh, intertwined with a sense of helplessness and melancholy, as if he were cherishing this rare moment of tranquility, to leisurely sit upon this massive, cold rock, to engage in idle musings, to allow every cell in his body to relax, to gaze upon the mutated beast in its serene slumber, as though there had never been any conflict, nor any struggle. The outside world held nothing for him to worry about, no interminable experiments to conduct, no countless enemies to face, no racial divisions, no changes to the earth. This solitary island was completely isolated. Only the relentless waves crashing ashore for countless years produced a deafening sound, and not even a single seabird could be seen, while insects remained hidden beneath the ground, difficult to detect. Apart from the gentle caress of the sea breeze causing the leaves to rustle, Qi could only idly watch as S1 gradually healed day by day. He gazed at that exquisite visage, seemingly sculpted by nature's most delicate hand, becoming lost in thought. Ignoring the overwhelming aura that made it difficult to look directly at him, Qi, after a full 10 days of observation, finally reached a conclusion. He was strikingly perfect. His features, in golden ratio, were such that adding a single degree would render him flamboyant, while subtracting would make him insipid. S1's face appeared as if measured by the most precise standards. As the pristine skin slowly closed the final wound on his chin, Qi could not help but swallow hard, feeling his Adam's apple rise and fall. The once formidable presence of this mutated beast exuded an aura of lethal danger, and only after that dissipated could one truly appreciate the perfection of his features. While it could not be said that he was the most handsome Qi had ever encountered, he was undoubtedly the most rationally beautiful. Even Michelangelo's David, the epitome of human beauty in Western art, could not rival such meticulous craftsmanship. Are you truly the pinnacle of biological evolution? The faint whisper was swallowed by the chilling sea wind and towering waves, the flicker of light in Qi eyes dimming gradually, his brows knitting tightly, a complex expression emerging on his pale, gaunt cheeks. Yet now he had all the time in the world. The sun, devoid of warmth, slowly descended from the western horizon, painting a splendid purple-blue band of clouds at the far edge of the sky. Emotionless, Qi lifted his gaze to that elongated line, his mood sinking further, though a glimmer of light still struggled in his eyes. He vaguely remembered that when Stab 3 had successfully launched, Zhang Bendan had not aimed correctly. Utilizing a high-torque electromagnetic cannon as its launcher, Stab 3 had minimized the explosion radius, transforming the shell's energy into a pure energy beam. That energy column had grazed past him and S1, who quickly erected a thick layer of defense, a barrier visible even to the naked eye, dark as night. He felt his body violently hurled away by the explosion, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself unconscious on this desolate island. S1's power had far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, who could guarantee what terrifying changes awaited him upon awakening? The last flicker of light in his pupils faded into oblivion, and Qi lowered his head, his cold, cruel gaze resting calmly on the still unconscious form of the humanoid mutant. With a look of almost insatiable curiosity, one he did not even comprehend himself, he scanned the body before him, every inch of skin, every breath, from the now dull and slightly desiccated black hair to the rotting, yet unhealed wound on the calf. Ultimately, his gaze focused on the gently rising and falling chest. Qi slowly crouched down, extending his right hand to gently press against S1's left chest. There, a robust and healthy heart beat vigorously, orchestrating the healing of all cells throughout the body. Despite its seemingly impressive recovery, the mutant's entire form remained precariously on the edge of danger. A mere gentle push could send it plummeting from the highest cliff, never to rise again. Qi palm lay flat above that heart, separated only by thin fabric and a layer of fragile muscle, the heart pulsating with life's vigor. He leaned down, pressing his right ear against that heart. Thump, thump. The lingering signs of life rendered his eyes moist, and as he lifted his head, he found a single crystalline tear rolling down his cheek, landing with a soft plop upon S1's pale, bloodless lips. His fingers tightened abruptly. When intellect reaches a certain zenith, emotional intelligence will not descend to the level of failing to recognize one's own feelings. Gazing at the mutant before him, even though he had long sought to hypnotize himself into ignoring the emotions buried deep within his heart, he could no longer deny the truth. You are special, S1. When this mutant, with an almost innocent expression, recklessly shielded him from a fatal rock, when it expended its life force to kiss his cold body, granting him a second chance at life, he had come to a profound realization. He and this mutant shared but one fate, to die together or to live together. Grasping a large, jagged rock from the ground, Qi swung it down from a great height, targeting S1's heart. His movements were resolute, the sharp stone striking down with force. Chapter 116. No One is an Island 2. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the gaping wound in S1's chest, splattering across Qi pale face, resembling small, exquisite flowers blooming with mesmerizing beauty. Qi fingers trembled, struggling to maintain his grip on the heavy stone. An unfathomable volume of blood gushed from S1's mouth, with more flowing down from the corners of his lips. Yet the sound that pierced through this chaos was the most daunting reality for Qi. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze meeting a pair of cold, dark eyes, followed by a tumultuous spinning sensation. Thud! The bloodied stone was flung aside, colliding with a nearby rock and producing a resonant sound. His white coat, already tattered and stained with dust and blood, now lay beneath the handsome, refined man pressing down upon him, mingling with the earth. Some black, torn fabric fell away, contrasting starkly with the white coat, creating an oddly beautiful juxtaposition. Qi Yang stared blankly at the man atop him. Drip, drip. Drops of blood flowed from S1's mouth onto Qi Yang's face, tracing the contours of his features before sliding down to the corners of his mouth, prompting him to instinctively extend his tongue to taste it. Sweet. There was no longer any anger in S1's gaze. His deep, dark pupils, which should have reflected no light, now mirrored Qi Yang's somewhat bewildered face. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, slowly fading. Even the gaping wound in his chest began to heal at a sluggish pace. Why? A voice, raspy as if scraping against sandpaper, suddenly broke the silence. Qi Yang stood frozen. What? Why did you wait until now to attempt to kill me? Qi Yang remained silent, offering no reply. I have been conscious for 5 days. You have been watching from the sidelines, speaking, harboring murderous thoughts, yet you never acted. What has prompted you to take action tonight? A biting cold wind swept across the tranquil sea, dispersing the heavy scent of blood in the air. Qi Yang remained silent. S1 tightened his grip on Qi Yang's hands further, his teeth clenched, fresh blood beginning to flow from the corners of his mouth once more. I had thought today might be my last opportunity. If I didn't act now, I might never have the chance to kill you. Qi Yang's soft sigh echoed in the dense night, feeling particularly distant. But I was mistaken. Had I known you had been conscious 5 days ago, I would never have waited this long. A fleeting expression of despair and pain crossed S1's dark pupils as he silently regarded Qi Yang, who seemed reluctant to meet his gaze, turning his eyes away instead. Thus, Qi Yang remained oblivious, for even the presence of blood could not mar the perfection of that visage, seemingly crafted by nature itself, which now bore an expression of profound sorrow and desolation. Life and death had both dissipated, and now, those eyes were gradually being consumed by an endless solitude. Suddenly, without any forewarning, S1 lunged forward, capturing Qi Yang's parched lips in a fervent kiss. The crimson fluid continued to flow from his mouth as their tongues intertwined, as if they sought to offer every ounce of life and spirit to one another. The kiss, bordering on the brutal, initially left Qi Yang bewildered, but soon he began to relax. As the shackles binding his hands fell away, he embraced S1's waist tightly, fully engaging in this unexpected kiss. S1's tongue, tasting of sweet blood, invaded Qi Yang's mouth, fervently licking and biting every inch of his oral cavity, caressing the rugged palate with fervor. When they both began to suckle each drop of liquid, a shudder of shared ecstasy coursed through them, making it difficult for either to detach. In a sudden surge of strength, Qi Yang pinned S1 beneath him. When they finally parted, the lingering strands of intimacy remained entwined, unwilling to sever their connection. The heavy breaths and the intoxicating atmosphere enveloped them, rendering even the most rational mind incapable of maintaining composure, as Qi Yang gazed hazily at the man beneath him. Their eyes met for but a fleeting moment, yet it felt as if an eternity had passed. It was unclear who initiated the next move or who first entertained such a desperate thought. If they were to die together, then let it be that they first lived together. Every declaration of "I want to kill you" concealed a deeper truth. I do not wish to harm you. The enmity between their races and the inescapable war faded into trivialities on this lonely isle. All unnecessary garments were cast aside, discarded upon a solitary rock. S1's body was a masterpiece, meticulously fashioned by the heavens, yet marred by an unsightly, gaping wound upon his left chest. As Qi Yang tore away S1's tattered black attire, the sight of that wound struck him with a jolt, pulling a fragment of rationality back into his mind. However, he was given little time to contemplate, as S1 forcefully pressed him down onto the coarse, sandy ground. With a mere tug, the damaged fabric was rent apart. A passionate kiss, one that demanded all their strength, enabled Qi Yang to forget everything that had just transpired. In this frigid, bone-chilling night, amidst the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore, a soft, heated whisper echoed across the desolate island. As the gentle moonlight illuminated the isle, the handsome and refined man had succumbed to a deep slumber, while the strikingly perfect aberration remained awake. He gazed silently at the man lost in sleep for a long while, meticulously observing every facet of him. If Qi Yang had once looked upon the man he was destined to kill with a gaze filled with love, then S1 now regarded this sleeping figure with an overwhelming, nearly bone-deep despairing affection. He committed every expression, every strand of hair, every breath, even every cell of Qiyang to memory, as if closing his eyes would mean losing him forever. Time slipped by, and a deep sigh escaped S1's throat. He bowed his head, allowing his long, dark hair to shroud his expression entirely. No longer fidgeting, S1 leaned down and gently cradled Qiyang in his arms. Danger and cruelty formed his facade, while coldness and ruthlessness served as his weapons. Yet, when these external barriers could not contain the emotions bubbling from within, and when countless attempts to eliminate Qiyang were thwarted by circumstances, it became clear he had fallen for this man. Once, he believed he craved Qiyang's demise. Once, he thought he longed for the man to feel the pain of every wound upon his body. However, as his formidable self-healing abilities mended the 619 wounds he had endured, he gradually realized that what lingered most vividly in his mind was the endless loneliness and desolation reflected in Qiyang's eyes. We are both so alone, so isolated. What do you truly fear? What do I yearn for? You once claimed I was but an accessory. So, do you truly wish for that illusory version of me? Thus, he declared, in the name of the sovereign, I shall fulfill your wishes. May you find peace in this lifetime. Chapter 117. No man is an island. As the radiant sun ascended from the horizon of the eastern sea, Qiyang slowly awakened, feeling as though all his strength had been sapped, leaving him unable even to raise his arms. He did not experience the sensation of being crushed, likely due to his remarkable self-healing abilities refreshing him. After a brief moment of stillness, he rose. Upon standing, he discovered that the aberrant beast had yet to depart from his body. As he stumbled to his feet, a murky white liquid cascaded from behind him, trickling down his bare legs and sinking into the white sands. Qiyang retrieved the tattered garments cast upon the rocks and donned them. Although they were in tatters, they provided some semblance of coverage. He approached the slumbering S1, feeling a twinge of frustration at the sight of the beast's contented demeanor, which only heightened his agitation. Having made the most regrettable decision, he had no intention of retracting his steps. In Qiyang's lexicon, failure could exist, but regret was not an option. He kicked S1's shoulder, watching as the beast slowly stirred from sleep. With furrowed brows, he spoke, Now that we have reached this juncture, I do not wish to witness your demise. Our conflict can only yield two outcomes. One shall live while the other perishes, or we shall both meet our end. Let us reconcile, sign a peace treaty on behalf of the aberrant beings, ensuring that war shall not be instigated by you again. I can guarantee that within the designated territories, humans and aberrant beings shall coexist peacefully, and you may. Qiyang's voice faltered. He gazed into S1's nearly pure white pupils. A sudden pang of loss surged within him, an emotion he could scarcely comprehend, bubbling up only to dissipate in an instant. He hesitated, then tentatively asked, S1? S1 sprang to his feet, joyfully embracing Qiyang's slender frame. His handsome countenance radiated a childlike glee, resting his head on Qiyang's shoulder as he murmured, Yang, I missed you so much. The last time I saw you, you were gravely injured. Oh, how is your wound? With that, S1 promptly released Qiyang and began to meticulously examine his body. His innocent gaze swept over the dried liquid on Qiyang's thigh, and the purity of that look sent a chill through Qiyang's heart, rendering even the sun's warm rays pale and feeble. You are completely healed, Yang, S1 exclaimed, his smile wide. I knew you would recover with that substance. Qiyang's throat felt parched as he trembled, rasping out the question, What substance? S1 replied matter-of-factly, The essence of life. However, you requested quite a bit last time, and now I have a slight headache. But don't worry, Yang, it will pass in no time. I believe I'll be back to normal in just a year or two. Qiyang's body trembled weakly as he raised his gaze, earnestly observing the translucent, beautiful pupils of S1. After a long while, he finally managed to part his lips with great difficulty and inquired, S1, do you like me? S1 seemed bewildered by this question. Tilting his head in confusion, he replied, But S1 likes Yang the most, doesn't he? Yang is wonderful, always providing S1 with delicious food, teaching S1 how to speak, imparting knowledge, and offering assistance. The rumbling sound reverberated in Qiyang's mind, as if his world had suddenly collapsed. He regarded the innocent and naively terrifying man before him with an expression entirely foreign to him, instinctively taking 2 steps back. He watched as S1 gradually fell silent, saw him pout and begin to cry, uttering, Yang, don't you like S1 anymore? This statement was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, plunging Qiyang into despair. Who are you? Who on earth are you? Qi Yang's sanity crumbled entirely as he shouted hysterically. No. You are not the main personality. You cannot possibly be the secondary personality. Who are you really? You are not S1. I do not recognize this version of S1. The person you speak of is a stranger to me. Who are you indeed? S1, seemingly frightened by Qi Yang's terrifying demeanor, began to shed tears. The face that Qi Yang had previously praised as the most perfect creation of God was now marred by tear stains. There he stood, bare and vulnerable, succumbing to his weeping. Crying appeared to be his sole means of expressing emotion. He felt the urge to weep, and so he did. He did not wish for clothing to cover his body out of shame, nor would he bury his thoughts deep within due to some profound cunning. He cried simply because he wanted to. Yet, Qi Yang could not accept this scene. Just the night before, he had engaged in the most intense and intimate act with the owner of this body, and only moments ago had resolved not to escape his deeply buried feelings through death, vowing to face the world's most terrifying choices together. And now, he was utterly alone, left to confront a wholly unfamiliar S1, feeling completely at a loss. Let him out. The voice that emerged from Qi Yang's throat was chillingly calm as he lowered his head, coldly observing the sobbing man before him. I do not wish to waste another word. If you do not come out now, do not ever show yourself again. It is obvious who to choose between a madman and a fool. S1 looked at Qi Yang, bewildered and innocent, blinking in confusion. Qi Yang's mounting frustration was barely contained. His fingers dug deeply into his flesh as he continued to hiss in a subdued tone. S1, come out this instant. If you do not, I cannot guarantee what I might do to your body. I will give you 3 seconds. Come out and explain what is happening. In response, S1's gaze was filled with confusion. Yang? Qi Yang's throat tightened, the pervasive annoyance akin to suffocation threatening to push him over the edge. S1, come out quickly. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to evade me in this manner? What have I done to make you feel so embarrassed? Come out and kill me if you must. Seeing Qi Yang's frantic state, S1 felt a twinge of fear. He cautiously grasped Qi Yang's sleeve, whispering, Yang, what is wrong? S1, haven't you always wanted to kill me? I'm right here, come forth, hurry. This time I won't fight back, I won't scheme against you. I truly wish to die, please. Overwhelmed by despair, Qi Yang sank down, burying his face in his knees as tears streamed down, falling to the ground and forming deep little pits in the sand. He concealed his utter disarray, revealing only the slight tremor of his shoulders and faint gasps that hinted at the depth of his sorrow. This was not the main personality. This was not even S1. The S1 he had once believed to be the main personality was merely an illusion conjured from his fantasies. This S1 had envisioned him as a character so incredible that even he could scarcely believe it. The Qi Yang he cherished was not him, and the S1 he admired had never truly been him. Who, then, was the real S1? Who was it that once sought to protect him, supporting him against a great weight? Who was the one that saved him with a life essence? Who entwined with him so intensely that he felt he could perish in that embrace? The midday sun no longer blazed. Its gentle warmth cast a strangely cold pallor over this small island. On the fine sandy beach, a slender man curled into a ball, tears plopping onto the ground, transitioning from muted sobs to uncontrollable wails. S1 observed this peculiar Qi Yang, tilting his head in confusion. In his pure, transparent eyes lay a color so untainted it seemed almost otherworldly, as if he were a beautiful, fictional mirage. And all of this was something Qi Yang should have recognized long ago. Chapter 118. No one is an island. A handsome, striking man silently and skillfully filleted a fresh fish and roasted it. Without displaying any emotion, he handed a large grilled fish to the handsome man beside him, who had been waiting eagerly, drooling, while he himself took the slightly smaller one and ate in silence. Yang, I really like the fish you grilled. It's truly delicious. Qi Yang chewed a piece of fish, not responding. S1, undeterred, continued to munch happily on the fish, exclaiming, I have never eaten anything so tasty. It's really special. Qi Yang set aside the remaining fish bones and then turned to S1, asking, What have you eaten before? His tone was quite cold, yet it concealed a hint of weak expectation. S1 pondered for a moment before replying, The things you have given me, Yang, and... He thought long and hard, perspiration forming as he pitifully added, Yang, I seem to have forgotten everything else. They must not have been tasty, which is why I don't remember. Qi Yang nodded expressionlessly. So, he had never even considered fabricating a tale about food? 31 days. Enough time for Qi Yang to successfully develop Stab 2. In this brief span, he had also gathered sufficient understanding of this virtual personality. However, each time he uncovered a fragment of truth, a deeper despair and sense of helplessness enveloped him, as if he were staring into an unsolvable deadlock. This was a task more challenging than the Goldbach conjecture. He sensed that perhaps he would never entirely unveil the truth of this life unless the man willingly awakened. Indeed, in this battle of personalities, Qi Yang had already discerned that the true master was that dangerous and terrifying man. He had constructed a perfect dream in an unfathomably bizarre manner, and within that dream, the naive and simplistic personality before him had taken shape. In this dynamic of personality controlling the body, Qi Yang was certain that S1 was the genuine master. As long as he wished, he could emerge instantly, just as this personality had saved him when the research facility collapsed, for S1 desired to rescue him, and thus he appeared. Similarly, when he had saved him with his very essence, S1 wished for him to die, yet also wanted him to live. In this dilemma, the current personality had manifested. However, within this seemingly simple yet inherently unsolvable research endeavor, Qi Yang has been perplexed by one inscrutable question. Why did he endeavor to forge this particular persona? For months later, while the external wounds have healed remarkably swiftly, the profound internal injuries and the restoration of his psychic faculties have compelled S1 to rest for a full 4 months before achieving a semblance of recovery. During this period, by the end of the first month, S1 could manage to move with relative normalcy. Yet, the isolated island, surrounded by an expansive, azure ocean, rendered any attempt to venture elsewhere utterly futile, and indeed, he has always preferred to remain in Qi Yang's shadow. Perched atop a tall, solitary rock, Qi Yang found refuge from the rain beneath the broad leaves of a coconut tree, casting his gaze towards the splendid sunset on the horizon. S1 stood beside him like a child who knows only to follow his mother, innocently trailing behind Qi Yang, clad in a tattered black garment. His strikingly handsome visage, with exceedingly pale skin, bore a countenance that should have appeared sinister and perilous, yet his overly translucent pupils imbued him with an air of youthful naivety. As time passed in such a repetitive manner, one night, Qi Yang could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "When will your body fully recover?" This could be perceived as a child's question from S1, simple yet profoundly challenging to articulate. While it was easy for Qi Yang to elicit answers from him upon inquiry, the difficulty lay in the vast expanse of what S1 did not comprehend. Despite being deprived of a significant portion of his memories, he felt no sense of strangeness. Despite sustaining grievous injuries, everything seemed entirely natural to him. After a prolonged contemplation, S1's long eyelashes gently fell, casting a faint shadow upon his alabaster cheek. Eventually, he replied, "I've improved significantly. Perhaps just another month or 2. Yang, what's the matter?" Qi Yang, upon hearing this, nodded gently and turned his gaze toward the boundless sea, his expression calm. The gentle sea breeze swept across the cerulean waters, creating ripples that danced across the surface. As the waves crashed against the rocks at the island's edge, they erupted into frothy white crests, washing over a broad, smooth beach. In the center of the beach were a few dark patches, remnants of blood that the sea had failed to completely cleanse, perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of its owner. Qi Yang gazed expressionlessly at the darkened sand for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Once you are well, we shall depart." S1 blinked in surprise. "Depart?" "Yes. Leave this place and return to where we belong." His elegantly arched brows furrowed intensely, and a complex expression flickered across S1's flawless features, an expression that belied the simplicity of a child, yet it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "I do not wish to leave." Upon hearing this, Qi Yang turned in astonishment. The child pouted, appearing aggrieved and sorrowful, casting a pitiful gaze at Qi Yang. Those crystalline, pure white pupils resembled the most exquisite cat's eye stone in the world. While beautiful, they struck a painful chord within Qi Yang's heart. It felt as if a colossal hand were gripping his heart tightly, pulsating with fervent blood, bursting forth in a torrent, leaving no room for revival. With great difficulty, Qi Yang forced a pale smile and asked, "Why? I just don't want to leave." The caprice of a simple soul manifests in such declarations. He was uncomplicated, thus willful, for he never considered anything beyond his own feelings. He simply thought, "I do not like this." Qi Yang silently regarded the strange yet familiar S1 before him. How had he appeared when Qi Yang first encountered this mutated beast? His eyes had brimmed with obstinate defiance, exuding an air of undeniable dominance that had even instilled a sense of dread within Qi Yang. Subsequently, he had employed every measure to subdue the beast, yet often found himself yearning to abandon such a cruelly perverse method of research. Qi Yang recalled the moment he had wished to reach out and touch this creature, so thoroughly tormented that its wounds would not heal. At that time, S1 had seemed to retreat further into a corner, fear evident in his demeanor. So, are you now retreating again? Using a method you deem liberating, binding me here to endure the torturous pain of hell, leaving me to live in solitude? If this is revenge, then you have succeeded. S1, why must we leave? Do you desire something? I can help you seize it. In Qi Yang's elongated, refined eyes, an unsettling calm prevailed, and he regarded S1, who gulped nervously before hastily adding, Yang, this place is perfect. Just you and me, and no one else to contest your presence. If you find this space too small, we can seek a larger one. If you wish, we could conquer an entire city, whatever you desire. S1's voice abruptly faltered. His body stilled under the chill of Qi Yang's slender, icy hand. Every pore on his skin seemingly opened in response to the unexpected sensation, leaving him bewildered as to what transpired. Yet, the instincts of a beast alerted him to the palpable sorrow emanating from the person before him. This was the grief that had lingered for 5 long months. After a day of inconsolable weeping, Qi Yang had reverted to his usual composed demeanor. Even outside the confines of the laboratory, devoid of advanced research apparatus, he remained Qi Yang, the cold, unflappable man. However, 5 months later, S1 acutely sensed something amiss. Qi Yang's skin was smooth, akin to his own delicate texture, as if every pore had retracted, surpassing even the gentle caress of milk. Now, his cold fingers brushed against S1's cheek. He was using his immobile right hand to tenderly touch S1's face. While his wrist could lift, any movement beyond it was impossible, limited to the action of that fleeting touch. Yet this very sensation rendered S1 completely rigid, an unfamiliar feeling emanating from deep within him, igniting a fervor as Qi Yang's icy temperature transmitted warmth to his heart, becoming unbearably intense. Yet he could not escape it. Do you harbor feelings for me, S1? A low, husky voice emerged from Qi Yang's throat, tinged with a hint of laughter, yet entirely unable to conceal the profound sorrow. At the very least, S1 could sense it. Standing slightly taller than Qi Yang, S1 now found Qi Yang gazing up at him, his head tilted slightly back, eyes meeting his own. S1 was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend why Qi Yang continued to smile while tears spilled from his eyes. He could not fathom why Qi Yang's complexion appeared so pallid, yet he maintained his facade of strength. He did not understand what kind of answer Qi Yang sought. Perhaps he wished for something along these lines. Of course, I adore you most. Chapter 119. No man is an island, and this answer, identical to the one given 5 months prior, did not provoke the same emotional collapse and irrationality in Qi Yang. Instead, the smile at the corners of his lips deepened, sending shivers down S1's spine. Just as he parted his lips to speak, he was suddenly silenced by a hot, humid kiss. The moonlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a bright, luminous glow upon the dark waters, yearning to illuminate yet inevitably swallowed by the vast, impenetrable darkness of the ocean. The kiss was as light as a feather, causing S1 to keep his eyes open, witnessing Qi Yang close his own. Trembling, he pressed his lips against S1's. A faint, salty taste flowed through their touching lips, leaving S1 in a state of shock, utterly at a loss for how to respond. His heart ached, a pain so profound that even the torment of his dwindling lifeblood felt like a twisted form of bliss. This agony stemmed from a single cold tear, radiating from the deepest recesses of his heart, sending waves of spasm-like pain coursing through every cell in his body, maddeningly unbearable, rendering each breath a torment. When S1 regained his senses, Qi Yang had already released him. It was then he realized that, unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to cascade down his cheeks. Qi Yang, however, lowered his head, inhaling deeply, and said, "Since you like me, I wish to return. Can you assist me?" S1 bit his lip, finding himself utterly speechless. With no response forthcoming, Qi Yang exhaled slowly, his still-functioning left hand tightening into a fist. He closed his eyes, a resigned smile gracing his features as he remarked, "You abandoned me yet expect me to live on alone. You left me here, forcing me to witness a version of you that is not truly you, forever enduring." The night wind howled mournfully, amplifying the distance in Qi Yang's voice. "The mutated beasts are merciless. I once believed you at least understood hatred, but it seems now that is all you comprehend." Thin tears streamed from his tightly shut eyes, dampening Qi Yang's pale, bloodless lips. "S1, your vengeance is truly too successful." S1 suddenly sensed a terrifying abnormality in the emotions of the person before him, unable to resist reaching out. Yang, please don't be like this. I will give you anything you desire, except for returning. At the moment S1's hand nearly grazed Qi Yang's sleeve, he forcefully swatted S1's hand away. He lifted his gaunt, handsome face, eyes widened in indignation. Since you have chosen this path, let us return to the very beginning. Why do you not allow me to leave? Why do you arrogantly keep me confined here? S1 was startled by Qi Yang's actions, momentarily lost for words. Yang. S1. Enough is enough. I do not know what you think of me, but who am I, Qi Yang? In your heart? Have you toyed with me enough, satisfied your desires, only to toss me aside, while donning a pure, innocent face to declare your affection? S1 bit his lower lip tightly, fear creeping in at Qi Yang's current demeanor, his sensitive intuition hinting at something darker. Who do I truly love? Who is the S1 I know? Who is the real S1? Whom do I wish to kill? Who wishes to end my life? Yang, please don't be angry. I can fulfill any of your wishes. I wish to end your life. S1 froze. Fine, fine. His response bore no effect. Instead, Qi Yang could no longer contain the sobs rising in his throat. That trembling, pitiful sound poured forth, tears streaming unabashedly down his face. He laughed and cried simultaneously. 5 months. 5 months. I once spent 4 months studying you only to fail. Yet this time, I dedicated 5 months and still you emerged victorious. I have lost everything, and I cannot find any hope to reclaim you. Though laughter escaped him, tears continued to flow unabated. His tattered white coat hung in shreds, exposing Qi Yang's frail, pale skin and bones. He cried yet smiled, directing a gaze of hatred and despair towards S1, as though he wished to consume the mutated beast before him. Watching Qi Yang in such a dismal state drained S1 of all strength. He wished to comfort this person but found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to say, if you wish to leave, then go. Yet he could not utter a single syllable. His blood felt as if it were boiling. At this moment, it seemed that the true suffering lay not with Qi Yang, but with S1. Suddenly, he bent over, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. What is wrong with you? The earlier argument felt like a mere illusion as Qi Yang's eyes widened in horror, witnessing the endless stream of blood pouring from S1's lips. It seemed as if S1's blood would never cease, staining the already dark stones blacker still. S1 convulsed, his condition appearing more dire than 5 months prior when Qi Yang had struck him down. The urgency snapped Qi Yang back to reality. He immediately inquired, how did your injuries worsen so suddenly? Did I say something to distress you? If you are troubled, then... His voice trailed off as he stared blankly for a moment, slowly curling his lips into a smile. Perhaps it's better if you die. I shall accompany you. Once dead, there will be no more responsibilities or obligations. Yang. A bloodied hand trembled as it reached up to caress Qi Yang's cheek, the stark contrast of crimson against his nearly translucent complexion silencing Qi Yang's words. He lifted his gaze, only to find himself ensnared by a pair of deep, black eyes. Those pupils remained cold and fierce, yet in that instant, for reasons unknown, Qi Yang perceived a tender, lingering warmth within those inorganic depths. This gaze was so forgiving that it left him feeling utterly at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Yang, cough. Just as he spoke, another wave of blood erupted from S1's mouth. Qi Yang maintained his composure as a scientist, yet could not hide the trembling of his fingers as he wiped away S1's blood. Yang, please, be silent. Do not speak. Yang, I do not love you. Continue like this, and you shall die. Qi Yang suddenly fell silent, finally realizing what the mutated beast had just uttered. Bowing his head in silence for a long while, Qi Yang abruptly looked up, his expression calm as he regarded S1. You are truly disgusting. I love you. Qi Yang merely scoffed, you are indeed revolting. S1's complexion had paled significantly due to excessive blood loss, his already white skin now revealing the intricate network of veins beneath, as if he were on the brink of being drained entirely. Yang. Qi Yang cast a cold glance at him before abruptly picking up a sharp stone from the ground, heedless of the consequences, and swiftly carved a deep cut into his right wrist. Yang. Qi Yang raised his head, his icy gaze sweeping over S1's panicked face, letting out a cold snort. Your life is so resilient that even in this state, you will likely not perish immediately. But that is fine. At least I will not have to witness your death, which would surely be even more repulsive. Somehow, S1 found the strength to seize Qi Yang's right wrist. But the blood continued to flow unabated. His anxious expression did not endure long before he suddenly relaxed. Given your self-healing abilities, you should recover swiftly. As expected, When he released his grip, Qi Yang's wrist had nearly ceased bleeding. But the very next moment, Qi Yang lifted the stone again and brutally pressed it against the scabbed wound. Yang! The intense pain and excessive blood loss caused Qi Yang to shudder slightly. He looked up and smiled. In your current state, you cannot stop me. Rest assured, I will certainly die before you. Given your hatred for me, you may do as you please with my corpse. At this point, S1 had ceased to feel urgency. He furrowed his brow, fixing his dark gaze upon Qi Yang. Why do you do this? Qi Yang, however, replied with a smile, you abandoned me, and you still ask me such questions? I did not abandon you. You simply no longer require me. As their conversation reached its conclusion, S1's voice gradually faded within Qi Yang's increasingly frigid demeanor. In the span of 5 months, he had long since grasped the sentiments harbored by the other. He understood precisely who Qi Yang needed, yet his absence was palpable, a lingering void that remained unfilled. In the process of recovery, let out a deep sigh. The blood that had flowed from my lips had ceased, yet the wounds within my innards continued to seep subtly. The blow you dealt me inflicted grave harm. I had forcefully staved off the healing of my wounds for a time that night, but it remained a fatal injury, one that had only worsened. The laceration on my right wrist no longer bled. Yet Qi Yang stood there, entranced, refraining from causing himself further harm. Perhaps it would take another half-year before I could present myself in my current form without issue. However, I could not afford to wait. He could not afford to wait. He watched helplessly as Qi Yang was determined to tread a path from which there was no return. There was no possibility of delay. If it had been anyone else, he was certain that through the means of another persona, he could have intervened. Yet he was Qi Yang. In this world, there was scarcely anything Qi Yang could not accomplish if he set his mind to it. Even I, S1, found myself subjected to his scrutiny, powerless to resist. Thus, he could not bear to witness Qi Yang resolve to make such a choice. He had to emerge, an emergence that would surely exacerbate his injuries, leading to his current disheveled state. In the frigid dark of night, 2 injured souls stood together on this desolate isle. The night's chill seeped through Qi Yang's sleeves, causing the ghastly bloodstains on his right wrist to gradually congeal, ultimately forming dark crimson scars. In stark contrast to Qi Yang's condition, S1's predicament was significantly more dire. He wiped away the blood that trickled from his mouth. Although the loss had diminished, it could not prevent his visage from growing increasingly pallid. Given the substantial blood loss, one could easily surmise how dire his internal condition had become. The forced emergence had extracted a considerable portion of the precious life essence that nourished his cells, further depleting the already scarce vitality within him. Yet now, he felt utterly oblivious to the waning life force within, stubbornly fixated on the expressionless man before him. After a prolonged silence, Qi Yang sighed deeply, suddenly inquiring, what is his condition? The bleeding had ceased entirely, and with S1's acuity, he understood Qi Yang's question all too well. He replied in a subdued tone. Initially, he was merely a virtual persona crafted to deceive oneself. However, once he was created, he ceased to be merely a figment. S1's voice echoed in the vast space, and the atmosphere between them remained awkward for quite some time, until S1 broke the silence with a question. Do you have feelings for him? Yes. Qi Yang's candid response caused S1's fingers to dig tightly into his palm. With narrowed eyes, he spoke fiercely. Then I shall kill him. Isn't he a part of you? This answer left S1 momentarily speechless. Another oppressive silence enveloped them, the air thickening as if to congeal. We should not return. Qi Yang's sudden statement left S1 stunned, and after a lengthy pause, he countered. You do not wish to return? The situation had already been set, after all. Humans could have countless Qi Yangs, but among the mutated beasts, there existed only one S1. If they did not return, the advantage once held by them would shift, leading to a precarious balance between humans and mutated beasts. S1 scrutinized Qi Yang for an extended duration, and upon confirming that the pale-faced man bore no hint of jest, he exhaled softly and said, You need not worry. The Ice Age is approaching, and neither side can avert the past. For 100 years, war shall not commence. In truth, Qi Yang had already discerned the unusual climate from the increasingly frigid weather. Now, upon receiving this revelation from S1, he felt a profound clarity. This answer resonated deeply with him. As for matters a century hence, they shall be beyond our concern. By then I will be dead and so will you. His voice trailed off, and Qi Yang stared blankly at the mutated beast, suddenly murmuring, Perhaps, you are not yet dead. S1 furrowed his brow slightly. I will die. After you perish, I shall undoubtedly follow. His tone was resolute, as if he had foreseen his own demise. Qi Yang studied the serious expression on S1's face for a long while, before suddenly bursting into laughter. His laughter was tinged with the relief of enduring hardship and the tranquility of relinquishing all after endless torment. Very well, you will die. Why will you die? Because we live and die together. Just as in that world devoid of Qi Yang, where S1 sat idly for 3 years before ultimately choosing death. It was never life's cruelty that killed him, but rather, the unending solitude. In their loneliness, the two desolate souls huddled together for warmth. No one could replace Qi Yang, nor could anyone replace S1. Only Qi Yang, with his immense strength, had conquered S1 in its vulnerable moments, and only S1, through complex and peculiar research, had ensnared Qi Yang deeply. Strength and cruelty, to conquer the powerful. When the world holds nothing dear to cherish, the end for the powerful can lead to but two fates, to take the world down with them, or to vanish into mere ashes alone. The end of the text. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support. Until we meet again in the next story.